When the SSS rank Empress is reborn, thinking she can dominate everything once again, she discovers that the poorest boy in her class, after awakening a laughable F rank talent, quietly gets a system. The next second, his talent evolves, Omega rank, unique. The ant in her eyes is an existence that shakes even the 12 overlords from the depths of the universe. I'm sorry, I'm late. Suchin pushed open the door to the third-year martial cultivation class, panting, his handsome face filled with apology. His pale blue uniform, washed until it was nearly white, stood out in a classroom filled with the children of top-tier elite families. Humph, how could you be late on the important awakening detection day? Teacher Lee frowned, but still let him in. Suchen lowered his head and walked to a corner in the back row. The students around him instinctively shifted away as if avoiding a plague. I can't breathe. I can smell the stench of poverty on him from this far away. Let me take 2 blood chi pills to calm my nerves. Amidst the piercing whispers, Suchen remained silent. He was late because he had suddenly awakened his past life's memories at the school gate and fainted. In the front row, the devastatingly beautiful girl, Han Yenling, who had her eyes closed, felt her long eyelashes tremble. This is wrong. In my last life, Suchen wasn't late. She, once the sole empress of Blue Star, had been reborn. Reborn from the eve of an alien invasion from a stargate that led to the destruction of human civilization. But even so, what could she do? The weakest of the Stargate aliens were stronger than her 10th tier self. Forget it, she sneered inwardly. This time, humanity can be saved by whoever wants to save it? On the sports field, the awakening ceremony was underway. Ha, I have a D rank talent. I got C rank. Cheers and sighs mingled. Suchen's brow was furrowed. In this world, martial artists were revered. Only by awakening a D rank talent or higher could he escape the fate of living by a garbage dump, surviving on odd jobs. But expensive blood chi pills and rare spirit foods had already drawn an insurmountable gap at the starting line. Just then, the entire field erupted in a heaven-shaking cheer. My God, an SSS-ranked talent. It's Han Yenling, and it's the unique human talent, Valkyrie. On the high platform, Han Yenling's black, jewel-like eyes showed no emotion. SSS rank? In front of those Stargate aliens, it was merely a slightly stronger ant. Soon, it was Suchen's turn. Last one, Suchen. Amidst the jeers of the noble students, why is a commoner wasting money here? Suchen placed his hand on the awakening instrument. Beep, beep, beep. The screen lit up with a gray color. An F-rank special talent? Ha! The infrared on my dog's leash is stronger than that. Laughter washed over him like a tide. The principal announced dismissal, leaving only those with D-rank talent or above. In an instant, Suchen was the only F-rank left on the entire field, like a piece of forgotten trash. He slowly walked off campus. This place had never belonged to him, and at that exact moment, ding! Host's talent awakening detected. System interface binding. Suchen stopped in his tracks, overjoyed. Venerable Mr. System, please introduce yourself. Ding ding ding. Abnormal signal detected. System. Crashing. The screen went black. Grandpa System? Don't scare me. Suchen's heart sank. Did awakening his past life's memories also crash his golden finger? He stood there, crestfallen, and couldn't help but slap his own face. Pa! Ding! System has been repaired. As compensation for the malfunction, a talent evolution will be granted. Detecting F-rank spirit detection talent. Evolving automatically. Ding! No C, B, S, or SSS rank compatible talents found. Skipping. It's over. Suchen's heart, which had been on a roller coaster, plunged into the abyss. The highest rank on Blue Star was SSS. No compatible talent meant he was doomed. Ding! Performing deep scan. Omega rank talent detected. Spirit heart, unique. Ding! Injecting dark Van peptide substance. Remolding in progress. An indescribable pain engulfed his entire body. Suchen's face turned pale, and his body bent and trembled uncontrollably. His bizarre behavior of slapping his face then convulsing drew the attention of everyone on the field. Look at him. It's like he's mutated from eating too much garbage. Trash belongs in the trash dump. Han Yenling's cool gaze swept over him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. His behavior is odd, but it's also a bit funny. At the same time, deep within the Stargate in the vast universe, 12 spacetime distorting silhouettes were simultaneously alerted. Omega rank talent detected. The final prophecy of the Luo civilization. It's real. Scan the inner universe, find it. The system's transformation ended, and Suchen returned to normal. He ignored the surrounding chatter and looked at his panel. Talent, Omega rank, Spirit Heart, unique. Mr. System, what does this talent do? Beep, Spirit Heart, is a talent with extreme sensitivity to universal energy density, and it is unique. It can develop different characteristics as the host grows. Su Chen closed his eyes and activated his talent. Within a 100-meter radius, all energy fluctuations became clear in his mind. For example, the jade pendant hanging from the waist of that garishly dressed young man walking towards him had an energy fluctuation stronger than the awakening instrument on the stage. A spirit crystal. Su Chen was ecstatic. This was exactly what he needed most right now. Possessing Spirit Heart was equivalent to having a top-tier treasure hunting ability. Hey, you're Su Chen, right? The newcomer was Yi Wushuang. He glanced at Han Yenling in the center of the field and said contemptuously to Su Chen, I need you to do me a favor. Go confess your love to Han Yenling, and this jade pendant is yours. Yi Wushuang didn't dare approach Han Yenling himself, so he wanted to use this penniless, talentless waste to test the waters. Su Chen looked at the pendant in his hand. It was a spirit crystal of at least the 3rd tier. He really wanted to refuse with dignity, but he was offering way too much. Young Master Yi, you have my admiration, Su Chen said with a righteous expression, as if accepting a sacred mission. I was already planning to express my admiration for student Han Yenling. Thank you for your sponsorship. Before Yi Wushuang could react, Su Chen's wrist flicked. Using an exquisite surging wave palm opening move, he plucked the jade pendant into his robe and turned to walk towards Han Yenling. This move made even the distant Principal Qi gasp in amazement. What fine martial skill! A pity. All eyes were on them, waiting to see the real-life version of a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Su Chen stood before Han Yenling, secretly absorbing the spirit crystal's energy, and got straight to the point. Hello, student Han. I like you. The moment he spoke, the crowd of gossiping students exploded. Han Yenling's dark phoenix eyes showed a flash of surprise. This was the first male of her own age to confess to her in 2 lifetimes. And that jade pendant, wasn't that the Yi family's 4th-tier spirit crystal? How did he get it? Having resolved to overcome her social phobia in this life, she suppressed her questions. Her cool voice, like jade stones clinking, asked, this jade pendant, can I borrow it for a look? Su Chen, who was about to make his escape, froze. This isn't in the script. Weren't you supposed to smile politely and refuse? You're trying to hijack my loot? No, Su Chen refused decisively. Not even the Empress herself could have it. This spirit crystal was his. The entire field was petrified again. He dared to refuse Han Yenling? A slight smile played on Han Yenling's rosy lips, and the sharp aura of a ruler flashed in her eyes. Interesting. She remembered her main goal for the day and asked a completely unrelated question. Do you know where to find good braised beef bones? Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and readily answered, Old Li's place. So good it'll make you cry. Good. Then you'll take me there to eat. Han Yenling's gaze was serious. Eating and making friends were her top priorities in this new life. Su Chen? The crowd? Before Su Chen could figure out why the script had gone so completely off the rails, a slender, fair hand had grabbed his arm with a complete lack of personal boundaries. Let's go. I'm hungry. Inside the levitating car, Su Chen clutched the jade pendant, absorbing its spiritual energy against the clock. He knew Yi Wushuang would not let this go. Han's butler stopped the car on top of a tall building, still some distance from the garbage dump where Su Chen lived. The unspoken warning was clear. Su Chen got out without a change in expression, thanking her before leaving as the car soared back into the sky. The elite. So much damn drama. He checked his system. His spiritual energy was already full. He had been suppressing it, but now there was no need to hold back. Boom! His bones cracked and reset. He had been reborn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for becoming a Tier 1 martial artist. New characteristic obtained, basic body enhancement. Nice! Su Chen clenched his fists in excitement. After becoming a martial artist, Spirit Heart's detection range more than doubled. He jogged back to his self-built shack. After greeting his kind neighbor, he was about to go inside. Suddenly, Spirit Heart twitched. He whipped his head around, staring at the nearby garbage dump, a place filled with centuries of the city's filth. There, vast, brilliant waves of spiritual energy pulsed, like a sea of stars in the dark night. After Su Chen left, Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang shared the news. Aunt Yang sighed, it's such a pity for this child. Su Chen would continue delivering food tomorrow, indicating that his awakened talent was likely very poor. They knew this. In Su Chen's heart, he had always harbored the dream of becoming a martial artist. His comprehension of martial arts was exceptionally high, yet due to a lack of the physique and spiritual energy of a martial artist, his martial skills were powerless, like floating duckweed without roots. They saw the boy's persistence and effort. Su Chen chose to keep doing odd jobs precisely because he didn't want to miss this opportunity to become a martial artist. In this world, there was no such thing as taking leave from work. The June weather had already turned hot, and the makeshift house was stifling. Is the soup ready? When it's time to eat, you should persuade him a bit more. Working odd jobs won't save up much money. How will he talk about a wife in the future? Uncle Young fanned himself with a half-broken fan he had salvaged from a nearby dump. When they had time, they would rummage through the dump to see if there were any usable items. However, many of the discarded items had produced unknown toxic gases over time, making it easy for someone to get sick or poisoned if they stayed too long. Alright, I know. You go out quickly, it's quite hot in here. Aunt Yang pushed Uncle Yang out of the room. She understood the boy's temperament. He must be feeling uncomfortable right now. What more could she say? Wouldn't that just be rubbing salt in the wound? It would be enough to send soup over in the evening. The evening glow bathed the dump, stretching the shadows of countless discarded items long, like an endless black maze. In this garbage maze, the air quality was extremely poor, filled with various unpleasant odors. But for Su Chen, as a newly awakened martial artist, the significant improvement in his physical condition meant that these toxic gases were no longer a problem for him. His nose could still catch the acrid smells, yet Su Chen was filled with an uncontrollable excitement. He carried a heavy canvas bag filled with all sorts of junk. Inside the bag were worn-out shoes, broken bricks, and other trash. More importantly, every seemingly worthless item shone brightly under the detection of the spirit heart. Ha ha! 5 first-tier spirit crystals, 2 second-tier spirit crystals, and 1 third-tier spirit crystal. These spirit crystals add up to 12.5 million. Joy sparkled in Su Chen's eyes. There were so many fragmented items in the dump that had been neglected for a long time, which was why they contained so many spirit crystals. First-tier spirit crystals were worth 1 million, second-tier spirit crystals were worth 10 times that, and so on. The higher the tier, the higher the spiritual energy content, along with miraculous effects, hence the high prices. For instance, Yu Wuxuang's jade pendant was a 4th-tier spirit crystal worth over 1 billion. The key point was that no one would sell them. Su Chen stood before the massive pile of garbage, with the sunset's glow behind him and the distant outline of the city. The entire dump seemed boundless. He had only explored 1/10 of it. The sunlight reflected off the trash, creating a fantastical scene. Was this a dump? It was clearly a vast treasure. Moreover, Su Chen was astonished to discover that he could not only absorb spiritual energy from the spirit crystals he touched, but he could also directly absorb low-tier spirit crystals through the items, albeit at a slightly slower rate. Such a talent was unheard of in the martial artist world. This was an important safeguard for him, because when mid to high-tier spirit crystals were generated, there would be fluctuations and anomalies nearby. High-tier martial artists had keen insights and could easily detect abnormalities. This was also the main way to discover spirit crystals in the secret realms of caves. System. Su Chen looked at the panel. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Talent, Spirit Heart, Unique Trait, Enhanced Physical Quality Realm. First Tier Martial Artist. Spiritual Energy Value, 720/1000. Su Chen was astonished. In such a short time, his spiritual energy had increased by over 200. Wouldn't he become a second-tier martial artist tonight? It was worth noting that the group of noble students at school today, after awakening his talent, not only did he have to participate in 30 days of special training, but he also had to absorb spirit crystals. Only then could he break through to a level 1 warrior and enter the 9 Domains Martial Arts University for further study. He didn't want to think too much about it. Right now, finding spirit crystals was the priority. Time quietly passed as Su Chen searched. He even forgot about the dinner appointment with Uncle Yang. At this moment, Uncle Yang was sealing a bowl of carefully prepared beef bone soup and placing it on the small table at his doorstep, waiting for Su Chen's return. But what awaited him was another uninvited guest, Shenli. Shenli was a level 2 warrior. After receiving instructions from Yi Wuxuang, he began to take action. However, it took quite a bit of effort to find out Su Chen's address. After all, there were too many low-level laborers like Su Chen. The federal government system simply couldn't record all the information. Not to mention, the area near the junkyard was notorious for being a slum. The houses were in disarray, and sewage flowed freely. It was impossible to clearly identify which household was which. If it weren't for the fact that he had lived here for a while, as a child, he wouldn't have been able to find Su Chen's address so quickly by asking around. Damn it, why hasn't he come back yet? Is he looking for a place to shame himself? Shenli muttered to himself while hiding in the shadows. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and find a soft-boned old lover to relax with. He waited until the sky began to darken. The foul smell from the ground occasionally wafted into his nose, making him restless. Let's go inside and wait. He made up his mind. At least there was a place to sit inside, and the smell couldn't be worse than outside. Besides, he was a level 2 warrior with sharp senses. That kid was just an ordinary person. He could detect him from 20 meters away, so he wasn't worried about being exposed. Bang! He kicked the board door open, and along with it, Aunt Yang's carefully stewed bone soup spilled everywhere. What's going on? Is Su Chen back? Hearing the noise, Uncle Yang hurriedly checked for any abnormalities next door. Get lost. Stop meddling. Shenli strode into the house and plopped down on the central bed. Hey, what's wrong with you? Did Su Chen do something wrong? I'm his elder, let me apologize on his behalf. You have a big heart. Uncle Yang kept apologizing, completely unaware of what had happened. But the scattered fragments at the door clearly indicated that a powerful warrior was involved. He speculated that it was likely that Su Chen had delivered takeout or a package that contained something valuable, and the person had come looking for him. Ordinary folks couldn't afford to provoke warriors, it was best to keep a low profile. Damn, it's so noisy. Chenli grew even more irritated hearing Uncle Yang's chatter. He stood up and slapped him. With a loud smack, Uncle Yang was sent flying over 2 meters, landing in the mud. Ah, old Yang. Aunt Yang had just opened the door when she saw her husband crash at the entrance. One of his arms was bent the wrong way, and he was in so much pain he couldn't even speak. I'm fine, old Yang gasped, gritting his teeth. He knew it was over. Su Chen must have offended someone he shouldn't have. This person was clearly looking for trouble, attacking without any reason. Creak, creak. The surrounding board houses all made the sound of doors closing tightly. They dared not watch this commotion. What status did warriors have? At least killing a few people from the slums wouldn't cost them their lives. At this moment, Su Chen returned. What's going on? Chenli was taken aback. It was Su Chen's voice. When did this kid come back? He had been so busy losing his temper that he hadn't heard any footsteps. Without thinking much, he stood up and walked out of the house, saying, Su Chen? Su Chen sat down. A canvas bag filled with junk. Did you take something you shouldn't have? Don't you have any idea? Chenli grinned, the scar on his cheek looking particularly menacing. Is this it? Su Chen revealed the jade pendant in his hand. What do you think? Chenli didn't make a move immediately. He was worried that this kid would break the jade pendant, leaving him with a mess to explain to young Master Yi. Whoosh! A jade pendant containing a 4th-tier spirit crystal was thrown towards Chenli. Chenli felt a surge of joy in his heart as he raised his hand to catch it, thinking, this kid is somewhat reasonable. Since the jade pendant is in hand, he would find a time to get rid of him. With so many people around, it wouldn't matter if a kid from the slums was killed, but it would ultimately tarnish the Yi family's reputation. Chenli turned to leave. Wait. What? The door is broken and there are medical expenses, Su Chen said, but beneath this surface calm was a volcano of anger. If Chenli only wanted the jade pendant, he would likely just return it to Yi Wushwang to avoid trouble and not take the risk. However, to indiscriminately injure Uncle Yang, he absolutely could not swallow that anger. Chenli fell silent. He didn't know how bold this kid was. He even dared to ask for his money. However, glancing at Uncle Yang lying in Aunt Yang's arms, covered in mud, he pulled out a 1,000 yuan bill and tossed it into the muddy water. At the entrance, the earthy smell couldn't mask the aroma of beef bone soup. Chenli stepped on the money, grinding it underfoot, and turned to Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang beside him, asking, is this enough? At this moment, Aunt Yang's eyes were already red. Her husband was incapacitated. This amount of money was nowhere near enough to take him to the hospital for treatment. But she still gritted her teeth and painfully said, it's enough, martial artist sir, you should leave quickly. In this world, martial artists were revered. Not to mention compensation, if they killed people like her who were helpless, no one would care. Wait, my soup spilled. How do we settle this? Su Chen asked, as he had no intention of letting Chenli go. Chenli's anger flared up. He wasn't going to hold back, he would come back to deal with him soon. How much? 1 billion. Su Chen's gaze was serious and clear, like a child who was being earnest. Chenli understood, this kid was doing it on purpose. Before he could speak, Su Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze drifting towards the distant garbage dump. The meaning was clear. Let's talk somewhere else. Chenli narrowed his eyes, a faint killing intent flickering in his gaze. That was the aura of someone who had fought their way out of underground unrestricted fighting matches. He was a 2nd-tier martial artist. This kid had just awakened his F-level talent today. Even if he was a scion of a wealthy family, it would take a month to become a martial artist. He didn't know where this kid's confidence came from. Perhaps he didn't even know what a martial artist was. Since he had already dug his own grave, he could only fulfill it. Tap tap tap. In the pitch-black garbage dump, Su Chen stood still. Just as he was searching for spirit crystals, he had successfully reached the 2nd tier of martial artists. Chenli rubbed his wrist, frowning. The air was filled with the unique sour smell of the garbage dump. He would need to find a couple of women to vent his frustrations soon. No more words. Chenli's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Suddenly, his robust body erupted with astonishing speed, lunging at Su Chen. His fingers were like sharp blades, whistling through the air as they aimed straight for Su Chen's throat. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was also the masked martial artist Hawk, with his signature skill D-level Hawk Claw. Even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. He didn't know where this kid's confidence came from, but the gap between martial artists and ordinary people was like a chasm. Su Chen's expression seemed to have no time to change. Faced with this sudden attack, he appeared completely unprepared. At the moment of life and death, Su Chen's foot lightly turned. Flowing like water, he dodged the fatal blow. That was the D-level martial skill, Wave Step, and the C-level martial skill, Layered Wave. Palm. Bang! Chen Li's claw missed, and instead, he received a slap. For a moment, his internal energy surged. Su Chen's evasion displayed a speed and agility far beyond Chen Li's expectations. Chen Li was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. You're also a second-tier martial artist? At this moment, Chen Li's killing intent was boiling within him. What kind of growth speed is this? He couldn't comprehend it. But the enmity had already been established. If he didn't eliminate it today, he would surely face a threat to his life in the future. A dead genius is nothing. Even if your talent is astonishing, the reason I, Chen Li, could gain the favor of the Yi family is precisely because my Eagle Claw has reached the minor success level. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Each stage requires a great deal of talent and hard training. Chen Li's toes tapped the ground, launching himself at Su Chen. I have minor success in martial arts. What do you have to fight me with? But Su Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards Chen Li with even greater speed. Bang! Chen Li was sent flying. A mouthful of blood was spat out. This palm strike was even more powerful. The wave palm increases in power with each strike, doubling the force of the previous one. If it weren't for the F-grade combat suit he was wearing, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this blow at all. Spare me. I'll give you all my possessions. I have hundreds of thousands in my account. Just don't kill me. The password is 96,343. Please don't kill me. Chun Li coughed up blood and lay on the ground, constantly begging for mercy. The hundreds of thousands in his account were all fabricated. He had already gone bankrupt buying the combat suit. But none of that mattered. As long as he survived tonight, the Yi family would send a third-tier expert to crush Su Chen. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Su Chen's approaching footsteps was like the death knell on Chen Li's heart. Puff! With one palm strike, Chen Li's head exploded instantly. A splash of red and white. In his final moments, he still clung to the idea of stalling for time with the password. Little did he know, Su Chen didn't care at all. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will surely eradicate them. Leave a line for others to follow so we can meet again in the future? That's not happening. In my world, there is no future. As Su Chen collected Chun Li's belongings, he glanced at the system. During the battle just now, the system had spoken. Ding! Detected host using martial arts, increasing martial arts information. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18 level, Tier 2 warrior talent, Spirit Heart. Unique, traits, basic body enhancement, biological fluctuation energy, 1052/2000 martial arts, D-grade wave step, perfect, C-grade wave palm, perfect, a somewhat auxiliary new trait? And all martial arts are perfect? Before dropping out of school, Su Chen had learned 2 campus martial arts. Although he couldn't use them without the energy of a warrior, he could still grasp the essence of the techniques. Therefore, some families and schools would teach them in advance. The D-grade wave step is a movement technique taught in advanced high schools, but no one practices it because it's a movement technique. With that time, it's better to train in a few weapon techniques which are more powerful. The other combat technique, however, is even more useless. It's more akin to a method of channeling energy. When practiced to major success, one can unleash 9 strikes, but it places a tremendous burden on the body. This leads to it being unusable at the same tier. Higher tiers can directly crush it, rendering it useless. It's known as the most useless martial art. But Su Chen discovered that after becoming a warrior, using the wave palm with his body was surprisingly effortless. As for why Su Chen achieved perfection directly, the reason is simple. In the 3 years before he became a warrior, he couldn't practice physically. He pondered the essence of martial arts in his mind. He thought about it while eating, before sleeping, even while delivering takeout in packages. His interest in martial arts was coupled with a passion that ordinary people could hardly match. He had never given up on his dream of becoming a warrior. Such dedication would eventually yield rewards. Su Chen stripped off Chen Li's black combat suit and put it on himself, smiling as he said, "Sorry, I'm the real martial arts genius." Late at night, the moonlight spilled over the dilapidated rooftops of the slums. Silent and cold, Su Chen buried Chen Li's headless corpse in a pile of garbage. That was the filthiest place in the entire city, and the Martial Control Bureau didn't care. In front of Uncle Yang's small house, several stray cats were searching for food nearby, emitting faint meows. Inside the room, Uncle Yang lay on an old wooden bed, his face pale, brows tightly furrowed, clearly enduring intense pain. By the bedside, Aunt Yang was carefully wiping the sweat from Uncle Yang's forehead, her eyes red and swollen, evidently having cried more than once. Aunt Yang's hands trembled uncontrollably. She knew this family was finished. They had no extra money for setting bones or medical treatment. The labor force at home had collapsed. The future? It felt like the air at this moment was thick with a suffocating sense of despair. Moreover, that child was probably in grave danger as well. This couple, even in the face of such suffering, never complained a bit, still protecting each other, unwavering and steadfast. Creak. Suchin gently pushed the door open, and the scene before him tightened his heart. Uncle Yang, how are you? The appearance of Suchen brought a glimmer of surprise to Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang's eyes, which quickly turned to worry. Suchen, are you okay? That person didn't do anything to you, right? Aunt Yang's voice trembled, and before she could finish, Suchen gently interrupted her. Uncle Yang, Aunt Yang, I'm fine. Suchen's voice was firm, his eyes revealing gratitude and concern. Child, you should leave quickly, Uncle is fine. Uncle Yang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. That was pain. He was still worried that Suchen would continue to attract trouble. Suchen walked to the bedside, checking Uncle Yang's arm injury as he spoke. Uncle, just lie down, I've called a car. And we'll go to the medical clinic soon. No, it's too expensive, I'll ask Old Sure to take a look tomorrow. Aunt Yang quickly interrupted Suchen. A trip to the hospital would cost at least 8,000. Aunt Yang, here are 30,000, you can use it for now. Suchen took out 3 large bills from his bag. This was from Chen Li. He had emptied all his savings. If Uncle Yang's arm could be set sooner, it could still heal. If delayed for a few more days, he would truly be useless. He knew Old Sure. He was the barefoot doctor in the nearby slum. During the day, he collected scraps at the hospital. Occasionally, he would bring back some unused or soon-to-expire medicines. So, everyone went to him for minor ailments. It was useful, but not much. The bills flickered with a faint glow under the dim light. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang's eyes wavered between shock and disbelief. This amount of money was undoubtedly astronomical for them, who had always lived at the bottom of society. Uncle Yang struggled to sit up, his movements laborious. He shook his head, his tone resolute. Child, keep this money for yourself. Marry a good wife in the future. I'm just an old man. Even if I lose an arm, I can still pick up scraps. It doesn't matter. Aunt Yang tightly gripped the towel, her lips trembling. It seemed she had 1,000 words to express, but they turned into a sob. Her eyes were filled with conflict. With this money, they could heal Old Yang's arm, but waves stirred in Suchen's heart. He knew Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang treated him like family, so he had to lay it all out. I'm a martial artist now, I'm not short on money. At that moment, the air froze. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang didn't understand much else, but they knew Suchen had turned his life around. Uncle Yang smiled slightly, calmly saying, good. Then with a thud, he collapsed straight onto the bed. Old Yang, Aunt Yang exclaimed. It's fine, Uncle, maybe just too excited. Suchen felt speechless inside. Uncle, where's your calm demeanor? Is this it? After settling Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang, Suchen returned to the small house and put away the broken items containing spiritual crystals. The remaining money would be used to treat Uncle Yang's arm, and then they would move away to live a low-profile life elsewhere. After all, the Yi family could come knocking at any time. The less connection to oneself, the better. This money is enough for them to live for a year. Many things need to be viewed in essence. Sudden wealth in this world can be a disaster for ordinary people without ability or background. He understands this principle, and so do Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang. However, it's not a big problem, since strength is respected. In this world, he will help Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang improve their lives thoroughly when he can compete with the Yi family. Suchen opened his old phone and entered the internal chat group of Baalim. Takeout was definitely not going to happen. Tomorrow, he would register to become a martial artist and then go outside the city to hunt some fierce beasts to earn some pocket money. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. If it weren't for the little money Chen Li had left, Uncle Yang's arm would really be hard to treat. As an unofficial martial artist now, directly selling spirit crystals would bring too much trouble. It's best to absorb these spirit crystals first and grow quickly. Just as he was about to exit, he found the group chat unusually lively. Today, Old Li's family's beef bones stopped a light shuttle car image I watched for 3 hours. Surprising, are you a car enthusiast? No, I was blocked outside and not allowed to pick up the food. Customer gave a 1-star review, and my bonus for this month is gone. Me too, I'm really fed up. Don't rich people eat cold beef? Count me in. At Old Li, you must have made a fortune this time. Tips must be over 10,000. Old Li made nothing, ate and didn't pay. The key is that I couldn't deliver the meals. This afternoon, dropped from 4 stars to 3 stars. Ha ha ha, so tragic. Old Li, but that girl was really beautiful, worth it. Suchen smiled, didn't reply, and directly exited the group chat. He hadn't rested all night. He swept the junkyard clean of spirit crystals. 52 first-tier spirit crystals, 18 second-tier spirit crystals, and 5 third-tier spirit crystals. Suchen looked at the pile of treasures at the door, troubled. Crushing them directly wouldn't work. Too conspicuous. So he searched online for information about spirit crystals. The Martial Artist Guild has boxes for holding spirit crystals. Suchen closed his phone and lay on the rickety bed to absorb the spiritual energy from the jade pendant. Early in the morning, he set off towards the Martial Artist Guild building. striding forward in the cool morning breeze, the greenery along the road continuously receding. In fact, it wasn't a short distance. Within the city's second ring, Su Chen heard it was a super large building. Since he had given all his money to Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang, he didn't run for long before his stomach started growling. However, relying on Lingxin to detect the fluctuations of spiritual energy along the way was quite enjoyable, like treasure hunting. The range is still a bit small. Once I become a high-level martial artist, I'm afraid I can easily grasp the resources within a city. Suddenly, Lingxin stirred. There were intense fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby. Looking up, he found it was old Li's family's beef bones. A streak of flowing light was suspended in the air. It was that light shuttle car worth tens of millions. 2 bodyguards were at the entrance. On the other side, a group of Baolim delivery guys were gathered together, looking worried. Su Chen's pace gradually slowed. No matter which world it is, doing these low-level jobs is not easy. Past hardships surged in his heart. Many hungry customers wouldn't listen to your explanations when faced with such situations. These guys usually have it tough, and they help each other out to earn attendance bonuses. Thinking of this, his direction changed. The aroma of beef at old Li's family gradually intensified, and as he got closer, everyone saw Su Chen. Xian Gu, why did you leave the group? The speaker was Xiao Wang, who was about the same age as Su Chen, short, dark, and thin. Everyone called him Thin Wang. I won't be delivering takeout anymore, Su Chen said calmly. Xiao Wang was delighted and said, Xian Gu, doing something big? Take me along in the future. Su Chen worked as hard as he did, and every month they competed for the title of Delivery King. The Delivery King received an extra reward of 300 yuan. Su Chen didn't mind. That money was basically his for the taking. Don't underestimate these 300. Having many younger siblings brings a lot of pressure. What about today? Are we not allowed in? Su Chen asked. Of course not. Whose daughter has become addicted to eating? Old Li could just close the door. There's no money to be made. Anyway, who says otherwise? My bonus for next month has already been deducted. Keep your voice down. Those 2 bodyguards look like martial artists, and their ears are sharp. Su Chen nodded and said, you all wait here, I'll go have a word. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? They thought it was just a casual chat. It was obvious they were from a wealthy family. Definitely not someone to provoke. And he dared to go communicate? Wasn't he afraid of being kicked out? Goodness, everyone was dressed well. Only he was wearing combat gear underneath. Before anyone could voice their objections, Su Chen had already stepped forward. The 2 bodyguards, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, were tall and strong, while Su Chen's lean frame seemed like it could be blown over with a single breath. They stood one on each side, blocking the door completely. On their well-defined chests were 4 large characters, no entry for idle people. Su Chen stood at the door, thinking, the Han family is quite impressive. Even the bodyguards are at the 2nd level of martial arts. After advancing last night, the 2nd ability of Spirit Heart could detect the energy intensity of nearby martial artists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to confront Shen Li head-on. After seeing Su Chen blocked at the door, the nearby onlookers began to murmur. Ah, looks like he's been stopped. As long as he doesn't make a move, those 2 bodyguards. Clothes look expensive. If they get dirty, he'll have to pay. Just asking, did Xian Gu leave the group? Is there insurance for getting beaten? What insurance? There isn't even any in the group. Su Chen ignored the chatter at the door. He shouted loudly, is Han Yanling there? The expressions of the 2 bodyguards changed. Just as they were about to move to silence Su Chen, a cold voice like jade echoed from inside, come in. Su Chen retracted his hand, thinking to himself how close he had come. He almost used the wave palm instinctively. If those 2 weren't in combat gear, they might have been knocked out with a single strike. The power of martial arts was too great, which could lead to trouble. However, the delivery guys in the distance were collectively stunned. He just shouted and got it. It doesn't seem that difficult. Also, that voice just now was quite pleasant. Inside Old Li's Beef Bone restaurant, the lighting was soft and warm. The rich aroma of sauce and the delicious scent of simmered beef bones filled the air. Han Yanling was wearing a loose white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans. The fitted pants accentuated her long leg lines. Her smooth long hair fell over her shoulders, and a small section of her arm, white as snow, rested on the table. The mildly spicy beef bone made her red lips look plump and rosy. A blue glowing spirit crystal necklace hung around her collarbone, the blue energy flickering against her snow-white skin. At that moment, she was focused on wrestling with a large piece of sauced beef bone, her brows slightly furrowed. She was completely concentrated, carefully peeling strands of meat from the bone without a drop of sauce splattering on her delicate face. Go! Su Chen stared at the beef bone and her red lips, took a deep breath and swallowed. He thought to himself, Old Li's beef bones are indeed impressive. Almost broke my resolve. What you recommended is indeed good, Han Yanling said, raising an eyebrow. In her previous life, she had eaten a lot of high-level beast meat that was hard to handle to become stronger. Someone once told her that true delicacies are found among the common people. She didn't believe it at first, but she indeed discovered a treasure. After trying it yesterday, it lingered in her mind, and she came back early this morning to taste it again. Classmate Han, delicious food should be shared with others, Su Chen smiled and hinted. Boss, bring another serving, I'll pay for it. Han Yenling thought Su Chen made a good point and felt a bit bored eating alone. That's not what I meant, Su Chen said, feeling overwhelmed. This young lady was quite straightforward. You eat here, and the others won't get any. Su Chen pointed to the words "Are you full?" on his shirt, then gestured to the bodyguard at the door. Impudent! The housekeeper Han finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. This brat, he doesn't know what's good for him. I thought he had understood the warning from yesterday. I didn't expect him to come over today. Does a toad want to eat fairy meat? Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? It's fine, housekeeper Han, it's my fault. Let them come in and take it. Han Yenling waved her jade hand, her long, fair fingers still smeared with a bit of grease. In her previous life, wherever she went, someone would clear the area in advance, so she subconsciously overlooked the impact. Housekeeper Han couldn't help but frown and whispered, Miss. This behavior was quite normal in his eyes. The Han family coming to your shop is considered a blessing. Han Yenling thought for a moment. Her appearance easily caused a stir. Since that's the case, let's pack it up and take it back to eat. So she wiped her hands and prepared to stand up. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Su Chen turned to leave, and before reaching the door, he reminded, remember to pay. Han Yenling was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked at housekeeper Han. Did we not pay yesterday? Housekeeper Han was stunned. The Han family eating out and still needing to pay? No, that's not how it works. He was about to argue when he met Han Yenling's icy gaze, and in an instant, the aura of a third-tier martial artist was completely suppressed. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Su Chen stopped at the door, wearing a playful expression as if he was enjoying the show. This old guy made me walk a long way yesterday. Uncle Yang's arm is injured, and you have to take half the responsibility. You think you have loyalty? You think you have insight, huh? I didn't actively seek trouble with you, yet you dared to jump up on your own. Today, I'll give you a little eye-opener. So, what if you're a third-tier martial artist? In a couple of days, I'll be a third-tier too. What's going on, Han Zhong? Does the clan leader know? Is it allowed? Han Yenling put down the bone in her hand and tapped the table 3 times with her fingers, a signature move before a duel in the Federal Assembly in her previous life. Miss, this is the rule set by young Master Han. The clan leader may not know, housekeeper Han said, beads of sweat genuinely forming on his forehead. The miss had directly called him by name, which surely indicated extreme anger. It's all that brat's fault for being so talkative. I'll just have to pull his tongue out later. In fact, the clan leader knew about this, he just turned a blind eye. Young Master Han is Han Yenling's half-brother, Han Zhanxiao. He usually loves to feast and drink with the young masters of noble families, leading to huge expenses. The clan leader and his father control his spending and don't give him pocket money. However, Han Zhanxiao, relying on his noble background, often eats, drinks, and has fun without paying. These merchants also dare not cause trouble. Over time, the young masters in the capital learned from this. One by one, they go out to play without paying. Tell Han Zhanxiao he's grounded for a month, Han Yenling said coldly, taking a deep breath. Ha! Miss, you don't have that authority yet, Han Zhong whispered, fearing that if this got out, young Master Han would definitely come looking for trouble. Moreover, the clan leader had set the rule that without becoming a martial artist, one has no right to participate in discussions. Upon hearing this, a faint golden light appeared around Han Yenling, and her aura surged dramatically. This was the manifestation of her SSS-level Valkyrie talent after becoming a martial artist, doubling her combat power. Now I do. And you're no longer the housekeeper. Thud. Han Zhong quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Miss, I'll talk to young Master Han when I get back. Are you kidding? What does the identity of the Han family's housekeeper represent? Not to mention, a salary of 3 million a year is enough to attract countless people. The other benefits and perks are countless. Once he loses this treatment, he'll have to go out and fight fierce beasts to earn money. Face and such things are not important at all. He knows how fierce those beasts can be. How many years has it been since he last fought? Without the protection of a large family mercenary group, going out would lead to being torn apart. You can leave, Han Yenling said, her imposing aura retracting as she spoke calmly. After awakening her talent yesterday, she had taken a 4th-tier spirit crystal from the family treasury, instantly rising to a 1st-tier warrior. If Han Zhong dared to question her, then he could just roll away. In her previous life, Han Zhong had no notable characteristics. He neither broke through to the 3rd tier nor made any outstanding contributions. There were plenty of such warriors in the Han family. Being expelled was no big deal. Moreover, he was a person of Han Zhanxiao. In her last life, her growth had been too rapid, rendering all conspiracies weak and ineffective. In this life, she would not play along, it was boring. Braised beef bones are here at that moment. Oldly confidently walked out of the kitchen, presenting a carefully stewed portion of braised beef bones. The sauce glistened with oil, mixed with various spices and herbs, exuding a rich and complex aroma. Just as he was about to boast about his cooking, he happened to see the previously arrogant and overbearing butler Han kneeling on the ground. Startled, he nearly spilled the soup. What the heck? What's going on? It was one thing to eat for free, but now it seemed like a life was at stake. What status did a warrior have? If this humiliating scene was seen by ordinary people, it would be easy for them to find an excuse to crush him. He wished he could smear some grease on his feet and slip back into the kitchen, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Su Chen, you eat. Han Yenling ignored the kneeling Han Zhong. She had her eyes on Su Chen. It was rare to see someone with the courage to face a powerful family. Su Chen looked at the beautiful face, feeling confused. He always thought this girl had a bit of dissonance. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. She was indeed beautiful, but there was something strange about her. The daughter of the Han family who liked to eat braised beef bones? Who would even believe that? However, after a busy night yesterday, searching for spirit crystals and fighting, he hadn't even had a sip of water. His stomach was growling. Looking at the beef bones that Old Lee had brought, they smelled so damn good. After 3 years of delivering takeout, this portion definitely had extra seasoning. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately sat down across from Han Yenling and politely said, "Alright, thank you, Han classmate. I just happened to skip breakfast." Old Lee peeked through the crack of the kitchen door at Su Chen. After confirming that it was the handsome delivery guy who came to his shop every day, he let out a heavy sigh. He also knew about Su Chen's background and guessed that this kid was probably a classmate of the wealthy young lady. Little Lee was Old Lee's only child, who had learned the craft from his father at a young age, aspiring to open 10 chain stores of Old Lee's braised beef bones. Seeing his father sigh, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Dad, why are you sighing?" Old Lee glanced at Little Lee, feeling even more blocked in his heart. Was it a mistake to let Little Lee drop out of school early? He gritted his teeth, thinking he could afford it, and could only sigh knowledge, change his fate. Little Lee? The large beef bones, paired with Old Lee's secret sauce, had been slow-cooked at low temperatures for a long time, resulting in a near-perfect separation between the meat and bones, with the meat being tender and juicy. Su Chen was enjoying his meal immensely. He assured himself that he was definitely here for the beef bones. Not a single thought wandered. Women would only affect the speed at which he gnawed on the bones. "Xiao Wu, let them in to take it," Han Yenling instructed a bodyguard at the door. "Yes, miss," the bodyguard on the left quickly nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation, and walked towards the delivery guys. Hearing this, Su Chen focused even more on his meal. Damn, so ruthless. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more ruthless she was. This Han Zhong also had issues. How dare he question her? His skull was really thick and hard. Han Yenling was even more direct. "If you don't like kneeling, then kneel. Let everyone watch closely. If this spreads, let's see how this dignified third-tier warrior can still get by. Miss, I've followed you for 5 years, please give me another chance." Han Zhong wailed. He felt deep regret. For these 5 years he had been diligent, making not a single mistake. Was it all to end because of a single sentence? Han Yenling remained silent, her long jade fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, seemingly contemplating Han Zhong's fate. The next words shattered Han Zhong's hopes completely. "You are Han Zhanxiao's person." Han Zhong slowly stood up. The loyalty on his face vanished instantly. Before the delivery guys came in, he strode out of Old Lee's house with the beef bones. He didn't know when he had been exposed, but he understood that continuing to play along was meaningless. Su Chen was savoring the bones while enjoying the gossip. TSK, indeed, the wealthy have many troubles. Who is Han Zhanxiao? He didn't know, but with the surname Han, he must be some kind of heir. Still, the bones were delicious. Hiss hiss hiss, a chorus of gulping sounds erupted at the door. "Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. Can I take a picture? I'll look for a wife based on this standard in my next life." At that moment, the entire Old Lee's house became high-end and elegant because of the presence of this girl. However, the delivery guys were orderly lining up to collect their meals. They confirmed their order numbers with just a glance, showcasing their professionalism. After all, this girl was too beautiful, missing a glance felt like a loss. "Su Chen, from now on, you will be my butler." A pleasant voice came from Han Yenling's rosy lips. In her worldview and experience, she thought it best to have someone familiar take on the role of her butler, and at this moment, with her identity blank, the socially awkward Su Chen was the most suitable. Su Chen was stunned. What the heck? Is she out of her mind? We've only exchanged a few words, are we that familiar? What are the duties of a butler? Su Chen asked symbolically, preparing to refuse. "Find good food." Han Yenling paused for a moment and said coldly. In truth, she didn't know what a butler was supposed to do. She only knew that every time she went out before college, Han Zhong would follow her. The delivery guys remained very quiet. It was as if they hadn't heard Han Yenling's words. After all, the affairs of the wealthy had nothing to do with them. There was nothing they could do. These two bodyguards were too intimidating. Standing there made them feel pressured. Before leaving Old Lee's house, each of them reluctantly shifted their gaze away from Han Yenling's face. Using the last fraction of a second in their vision, they glanced at the person sitting opposite her. Curious. What kind of prodigy deserves to sit opposite and have breakfast together? What kind of strength qualifies one to be a butler in a wealthy family? Su Chen? The entrance of old Li's house erupted in chaos. Everyone stopped delivering food and began discussing. Together. Damn, I can't be seeing things. Is that Xiango? Really, I thought I was mistaken too. That outfit is definitely his, the same XL size as mine. Is this Xian Ge's big deal? How the hell do you learn that? Brothers, let's work hard. As long as the delivery is good, we can hook up with a rich woman without worries. Next month, I want to be the king of orders too. Me, too. Count me in. Xiao Wan was dumbfounded, his dark face turning purple. Does that mean only the king of orders can hook up? How many orders have I delivered? Forget about beauties. I haven't even seen a wealthy woman of a suitable age. Delivering more just makes you tan. After the delivery guys finished picking up their meals, Han Yenling noticed Su Chen was enjoying his food so much that she was quite tempted and followed suit, slurping down a couple of pieces of the extra-large beef bones. This was the benefit of becoming a martial artist. No matter how much ordinary food one eats, it can be quickly digested and absorbed without worrying about body shape, which was also one of her motivations for rapidly advancing as a martial artist. In this rebirth, although she didn't plan to save humanity, she was still focused on improving her own strength. For example, this 4th-tier spirit crystal on her chest is the highest resource she could apply for. Using high-tier spirit crystals to impact low-tier martial artists would result in a significant waste of spiritual energy. However, the benefits are quite obvious. The promotion speed is much faster. She is very aware of her physical condition. The accumulation from the 18 years before her awakening, combined with the 4th-tier spirit crystal, allowed her to smoothly advance to a 1st-tier martial artist in just one night. Before the age of 18, forcibly using a talent detection device would affect her foundation, which is not worth it. So, it's not surprising that Han Zhong failed. After all, he could never have imagined it in his dreams. Han Yenling's promotion speed has shattered all his perceptions. Apart from a few other major domains, among the young prodigies of top cross-domain families, she had never heard of anyone in the Hua domain advancing to a 1st-tier martial artist overnight. However, for this 4th-tier spirit crystal, she had to sign a betting agreement with her increasingly selfish mother. In 6 months, she must become the champion of the individual competition in the Martial Arts League of the 9 Domains University. Otherwise, the resources would be doubled and returned, and she would have to give up her right to choose a marriage partner. In wealthy families, even a biological daughter with SSS-level talent is subject to the exchange of interests. After all, talent is not strength. If one dies early, it means nothing. But she is unafraid, with her understanding and martial arts experience far surpassing her era. Sweeping through the younger generation of Blue Star in 6 months should not be a big problem. As for the marriage rights, when I become the empress, who would dare to force a marriage? Han Yenling's black pupils reflected Su Chen's handsome face as she continued. Su Chen, becoming my steward is just a nominal position. This boy has commendable courage and a clean background. The main thing is that the food he recommended is really good. She is socially anxious, and talking to him puts no psychological pressure on her, just like with a good friend. Finding another one would be too difficult. Alright, I have quite a bit of knowledge about folk cuisine. Thank you for your care, Han classmate. Su Chen's expression was calm, without showing any ecstatic joy, which raised Han Yenling's evaluation of him even higher. He gained another virtue. He is neither arrogant nor impatient. Su Chen's straightforward agreement was because he had weighed the pros and cons. Yesterday's incident with Chen Li made him realize how great the power of wealthy families is, so great that they can easily manipulate the lives of ordinary people. He could venture into the beast-infested area outside the city, and the Yi family would have no way to deal with him, but Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang would not be able to help him. He did not want to leave any regrets. With the Han family as his backing, he could quickly get through this period. Finish eating and get in the car, we're going to the Martial Artist Guild. Han Yenling stood up and walked towards the light shuttle, her tight jeans accentuating the perfect curve of her hips, the cuffs slightly tapered, just enough to reveal her slender ankles. The high-heeled sandals added a touch of freshness, showcasing her fair and delicate toes. Tap tap tap. With each light step, she exuded a lazy yet carefree aura. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. He wouldn't have to take bus 11 after all. He had not a penny in his pocket, and running there would be quite tiring. At the entrance, Han Yenling paused, the sunlight spilling onto her feet, making her snow-white skin even more radiant. She blinked her thick eyelashes, her eyes revealing a hint of playfulness. Steward Su, remember to pay. Su Chen? Isn't this like a boomerang hitting back at oneself? Brotherly, the Han family steward Su is here to eat. How about you treat this meal? Su Chen rubbed his hands together, his face full of sincerity. Old Li and young Li? Is this even human language? On the light shuttle, Su Chen glanced at Han Yenling, who was quietly reading after getting on the bus. With such a large family business, she still wants to take advantage of him. Is that reasonable? Revenge, it must be revenge. He still didn't know the treatment of being the Han family steward and silently looked at the system panel. Name, Su Chin. Age, 18. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Talent, Spirit Heart, Unique, Spiritual Energy, 1313/2000. Traits, Basic Body Enhancement, Biological Wave Martial Skills, D-Level Lingbo Step, Perfect, C-Level Overlapping Waves Palm, Perfect. How did my spiritual energy increase so much in such a short time? After the martial artist's rank increases, the amount of spiritual energy required for promotion becomes greater. Without absorbing spirit crystals, even a full day of training won't yield much progress. This morning, before heading out, he had hidden some broken items containing spirit crystals in the garbage dump. Some of the trash was too foul-smelling to carry around. Though he called it hiding, it was more like tossing them aside carelessly. At this moment, he only had a 4th-tier spirit crystal concealed in a jade pendant, and the growth rate of his spiritual energy had slowed considerably. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Su Chen analyzed the anomaly. Through his spirit heart, Su Chen clearly sensed that the 4th-tier spirit crystal pressed against Han Yenling's skin beneath her white shirt was actually emanating spiritual energy that was drawing closer to him. This was the reason for his rapid increase in spiritual energy. 1314, 1315, goodness. The external spirit crystal has such a strong energy content? He took some time this morning to check. 4th tier spirit crystals only have significant output in mid-level caves and above. Typically, they are used by 3rd-tier martial artists who possess a vast amount of spiritual energy for advancement. Although the contained spiritual energy is sufficient for a D-level talent 1st-tier martial artist to break through to 3rd tier, very few people do so. It's too expensive, too costly. Moreover, without a family background, who would dare to walk around with high-level spirit crystals? If he dared to do so, he would be bagged in no time. Therefore, at this moment, Han Yenling had completely changed her image in Su Chen's mind. This is no rich lady. This is clearly my mobile spiritual energy treasure. Who says entering a wealthy family is as deep as the sea? It's all a damn lie. Entering a wealthy family is truly fragrant. The money owed for meals, I must claw back 100,000 times. The light shuttle left a brilliant trail of spiritual energy in the air. It sped towards the super skyscraper of the Martial Artist Guild. This super skyscraper resembled a giant sword piercing the clouds, towering high. The words martial artist at its peak sparkled with dazzling light under the sun, as if they could reach another world. Wait for me to come back. Han Yenling's slender, fair right hand closed the book, giving instructions before getting out of the car. Su Chen seemed very interested in the futuristic-looking building. He had never been to this area. To be precise, he had never entered within the 2nd ring road. So he hadn't expected the Martial Artist Guild building to be so grand. The Martial Artist Guild is not only a gathering place for martial artists but also a focal point for many wealthy families competing against each other. Inside this building, many wealthy families have purchased commercial properties. It has been transformed into a comprehensive high-end space that integrates trading, communication, sparring, and living, a colossal entity not belonging to the federal official system. However, each president is recommended by the federal high-ups, focusing on managing civilian wild martial artists below the 4th tier. Su Chen saw Han Yenling get out of the car and enter through the side door while he headed towards the main entrance. This time, he was going to complete his martial artist registration and officially become a martial artist. After he walked away, the 2 bodyguards in the car finally couldn't help but whisper to each other. 5th brother, do we really not need to tell Su? Butler Su? Forget it. 6. Don't meddle in other people's business. It's normal for someone young to be curious about this place. Besides, if we speak up, it seems like we're looking down on people. If we get stopped by the gatekeeper and come back, we can just pretend we didn't know. Don't we understand the principle of keeping quiet in a wealthy family? 5th brother is wise. At the entrance of the Martial Artist Guild Hall, people were coming and going. Su Chen didn't know how thick the bodyguard's chest muscles were in the car, but he knew that the young lady at the door was genuinely attractive. If she took a deep breath, her tight red welcoming outfit would burst open. As for her looks, with a bit of makeup, she could be considered a little beauty. While he was thinking this, he stepped forward, ready to inquire about how to register as a martial artist. Before he could speak, the broad-minded young lady coldly said, "Delivery? Go through the back door. I'm here to register as a martial artist." Su Chen smiled, knowing that his outfit had caused a misunderstanding. But it was fine. Over the past 3 years, he had heard similar words many times. His mindset was no longer that of an ordinary young person. I'm sorry, please follow me." The gatekeeper quickly apologized, her face losing quite a bit of makeup. She had received countless martial artists here, at least 800 if not 1,000. There were many martial artists among the common people as well, some exceptionally talented ordinary individuals missed the awakening test at 18. However, over time, they could still become martial artists, and with such a large population base, there were certainly a number of wild martial artists. This was also the significance of the existence of the Martial Artist Guild. As for Su Chen, so young? She found it hard to believe, but her professional demeanor kicked in as she led Su Chen through the hall to an automatic monitoring device. Su Chen was shocked as he entered. The interior of the Martial Artist Guild was enormous, unimaginably so, with 48 underground floors and 200 above ground. Truly one of the iconic buildings of the Hua region. Sir, please place your identity magnetic card here. Su Chen nodded and took out the magnetic card. Beep beep beep. Basic information appeared briefly. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18 years old. Class 8. First high school of Hua region capital. Dropped out. The young lady was surprised. He was indeed very young. Please place your hand here to automatically pass the martial artist certification. Su Chen raised his hand, as he saw a palm-shaped indentation with only a green check mark and a red cross above. Beep. Certification passed. The magnetic card was collected by the machine, and the next second, a gold-plated magnetic card popped out. Really a martial artist. The young lady was so astonished she couldn't speak, and when she looked at Su Chen's face, she found him exceptionally handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? I do, thank you. Actually, having a few more girlfriends wouldn't bother me. The young lady's expression was serious. In this line of work, one had to take chances, and if successful, one could soar to great heights. Su Chen declined the young lady's kind offer, continuing to stroll around the Martial Artist Guild building under her reluctant gaze. Women? They would only slow down my progress in becoming stronger. The Masked Martial Artist Tournament is now open for registration. First prize, B-level martial skill, 9 kill spear, 1 billion yuan in prize money. Second prize, 300 million yuan. Su Chen was quite tempted, not paying attention to the subsequent rewards. Looking further would not be something a sensible person would do. He knew the Masked Martial Artist Tournament was a competitive event organized by the Martial Artist Guild, open to martial artists below the 4th rank. Inside, there were battles between martial artists and also between martial artists and ferocious beasts. It was currently the hottest live broadcast program that both ordinary people and martial artists loved to watch. The Martial Artist Guild made a fortune from the broadcasting rights, betting, and merchandise of each tournament. There was a certain casualty rate among participants, but of course, the rewards were quite generous. First and foremost were they martial skill rewards. In Blue Star, every martial skill was extremely valuable, something that money couldn't buy. To encourage contributions from civilian martial artists, the official exchange conditions for martial skills were set to points exchange. Points could only be earned by submitting materials from ferocious beasts or making outstanding contributions to humanity. Otherwise, one could only learn through official channels like academies, the military, or major competitions. Of course, there was another channel, Family Secrets. However, these family martial skills had to meet 2 conditions: contributions to the federal government by the family and being a direct descendant. If discovered to be leaked, the privilege to learn martial skills and the dividends from martial skills would be revoked. It was said that several famous third-rank experts had died in the previous rounds of the tournament, leading to a significant decrease in martial artist registrations this year. The Martial Artist Guild was investing heavily this time, offering weapon-type martial skills, still B-level. Such martial skills could be effectively used by 7th-rank martial artists. The highest level of martial skills in the Federation only reached A-level. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men. Martial artists above the 4th rank were required to serve in the military for 5 years. He, having dropped out of high school, had no opportunity to attend Longhua University and delay his military service. So, this might be Su Chen's best opportunity to acquire high-level martial arts techniques before becoming a 4th-tier warrior. Hey, are you here to sign up? A young man in a uniform with a waxy complexion ran over, seemingly noticing Su Chen's gaze. His name is Li Qingsu, responsible for the martial artist registration event, and he has been under immense pressure to meet performance targets lately. If he doesn't recruit at least 5 signups in a day, he'll have to kneel and massage the boss at night. The key point is, this boss is also a man. It's tough. How do I sign up? Will my identity be leaked? Su Chen stroked his chin and asked. Little Li hurriedly added, no, bro, the registration is all done in a little black room. He didn't underestimate Su Chen just because he was wearing a casual outfit. Due to the popularity of the Masked Warrior Tournament, there are quite a few warriors who enjoy cosplay. He had just seen a big bear wandering around. What's wrong with a delivery? This edition of the Masked Martial Arts Tournament has several promising talents, especially the explosive fist fighter and the crazy legs. Although one is a runner-up and the other a 3rd place, their innate talent and martial skills are extremely well-matched. In her previous life, she only noticed the 2 of them later on the military leaderboard. With careful cultivation, they both became capable generals. This also confirmed the combat power theory she developed in her last life. High-level talented martial artists often have actual combat power that is inferior to that of mid-level talented martial artists whose talents and martial skills are well-matched. As for the martial artist ranks, as long as the resources are sufficient, anyone can level up. For example, Su Chen, although he only has an F-level talent, a few spirit crystals are enough for him to become a 1st-tier martial artist. This is also the main channel for the military to cultivate mid-tier combat power in the later stages. Yan Ling, let me take you down, Uncle Long warmly invited. And don't always be so cold, you won't find a boyfriend. That way he pressed the elevator button, jokingly adding, okay. This kind of conversation made Han Yenling feel a lot of pressure, and she quickly turned her face awkwardly to look out the elevator window. Uncle Long is a 7th-tier martial artist with domineering martial skills, having slain countless ferocious beasts. Even after leaving the military, he still holds a great reputation. With significant energy and extensive connections, it's no wonder he was recommended by the federal high-ups. He also has ties with various prominent families. At this moment, Su Chen was in the hall watching exciting clips of the tournament. The holographic projection effect was so realistic that it felt as if he were there in person. He was also quickly learning and analyzing the combat techniques of the masked martial artists. On the other side of the hall, gasps of surprise erupted. Long Palace, why did he come down personally? Call him Long Zone, is that his daughter next to him? She's so beautiful, wow, her figure is even better than the long-legged goddess. Wait, why is it raining? Sorry, I drooled too much. A big bear wiped the corner of its mouth. Han Yenling and Uncle Long slowly descended to the hall via the transparent escalator. Their gazes both fell on Su Chen next to the holographic projection. Uncle Long thought, this martial artist is quite young, could he be a talent anomaly? Han Yenling thought, how did he get in if he's not a martial artist? Is he using the Han family as a cover? Su Chen also saw Han Yenling noticing that the energy treasure was ready. He walked straight over. Uncle Long, let's stop here. Han Yenling paused her steps, waiting for Su Chen for a moment. Alright, who is this young brother? Uncle Long saw Su Chen approaching and knew they should be acquainted. Han Yenling's eyes sparkled. My new butler, Su Chen. Uncle Long was taken aback. Many wealthy families secretly cultivate death warriors. They first buy orphans to train and brainwash from a young age. Then they select those with good martial skill comprehension. Combined with secret techniques and spirit crystals, they quickly become martial artists to protect the family's offspring. However, they are limited to a maximum of 3rd tier. Their lifespan is significantly shortened, with most only living to about 20 years. This young man seems quite spirited. What a pity. Such secret techniques usually start around the age of 10, and looking at his age, he doesn't have much time left. Han Yenling, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, probably doesn't even know. This practice is strictly prohibited by the federal government. Many children from noble families are completely unaware that their companions are actually secretly trained bodyguards. In the end, they falsely claim they died of illness. Han Yenling is ultimately the daughter of her close friend. Entrusted by her, she hasn't done much, and this opportunity is just right. Uncle Long smiled kindly and called out, Butler Su, you're quite accomplished at a young age. Su Chen, unaware of what Uncle Long was up to, quickly replied with a smile, hello, Long Zone. Spirit heart stirred. This one is temporarily not to be provoked. Here are 5 first-tier spirit crystals, you should cultivate well and protect your young lady. Uncle Long took out a black square box from his pocket. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, is there such a good thing? Handing out spirit crystals casually, starting with 5 million? Uncle Long, that's not quite right. Han Yenling thought Uncle Long must have misunderstood Su Chen's identity and hurried to politely decline for him. Although Uncle Long's family is wealthy and doesn't lack a few spirit crystals, one should not receive rewards without merit. Little Su isn't an orphan, right? I see he resembles an old friend of mine from the army, so let's consider him a junior of mine. Uncle Long casually fabricated an irresistible reason, showcasing his shrewdness. This, Han Yenling was momentarily unable to refuse, and the atmosphere became tense. Uncle Long indeed had many comrades with whom he shared a deep bond, many of whom had perished devoured by ferocious beasts. Moreover, Su Chen was indeed an orphan. It was possible that this could be true. Su Chen glanced at Han Yenling beside him, wondering why she would tell others that she was an orphan. Did I allow that? For the sake of her good looks, I'll just remember this as a major fault. However, having no relatives or friends, taking some things might not be good. So, he said calmly, classmate Han has already been very kind to me. How about Uncle Long gives me this box? I quite like the material. This was a special box for holding spirit crystals. He had just looked at the exchange list and knew he needed to hunt 10 second-tier ferocious beasts to redeem it. After he said this, both Long Gong and Han Yenling had a way out. He had also gained a tangible benefit. What do you call this? This is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You can take these 3 spirit crystals. Long Gong took out 2 spirit crystals and stuffed them, along with the box, into Su Chen's hands. Thank you, Uncle Long. Han Yenling was pleased that Su Chen was so understanding. She didn't want to say much more. There were so many people here, and she wanted to leave with Su Chen. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. They were all martial artists, so why was the gap so large? Su Chen vaguely heard a bit of discussion. Did I see wrong? Uncle Long stuffed things into his arms. Yeah, what a stroke of luck. His girlfriend looks like a fairy. Thud. Damn, who splashed water here, making me fall? Brother Xiong, can you wipe your mouth? Han Yenling's hair flew as she walked with great momentum towards the entrance of the Martial Artist Association, but Su Chen, with his long strides, ended up walking ahead of her, showing no awareness of being the butler. Practicing the Lingbo step had already become second nature to him. The welcoming lady at the entrance wanted to make one last effort, hoping to snag a handsome guy with her impressive figure. So she kept an eye on Su Chen, and as soon as she saw him, she rushed over. "Handsome, can I have your contact information?" A clear, cold voice sounded from behind Su Chen. The doorman lady clearly didn't expect that Su Chen had someone behind him. Under Han Yenling's domineering gaze, she was so startled that the powder on her face started to fall off. "And no, it's nothing, please take your time." The doorman lady quickly raised her hand, bowed her head, and bent her waist, her movements fluid. "Oh my, who can dig that corner? Let's wait until they develop a great alloy to make a hoe." Su Chen stood on the other side of the Martial Artist Association building, refusing the light shuttle car. Although he could absorb spirit energy in the car, he had other things to do because he was too hungry. Since he wasn't allowed to use spirit crystals for money yet, he needed to find some food money. The fastest way to get money right now was to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. After lingering for 3 minutes in front of the ferocious beast meat bun shop at the martial artist building, Su Chen made up his mind, "I must do it." He turned and entered the martial artist changing room, taking off his takeout uniform to reveal a pure black F-grade combat suit. He put on the silver mask of a masked martial artist. Again, this kind of outfit was quite common in the Martial Artist Association building. However, due to his exceptional physique, he stood out remarkably. "Wow, look, it's an F-grade combat suit. A master, that outfit must cost over $1,180,000 for a set, no discount. I just checked. When will I be able to afford it? Simple, just kill 10 second-tier magic scorpions. Hey, if you want me dead, just say it." Su Chen looked at the ferocious beast task panel. Typically, materials from first-tier ferocious beasts range from a few thousand to 10,000, while second-tier beasts can go from tens of thousands to over 100,000, and so on. However, some ferocious beasts are elusive and hard to kill, causing significant fluctuations in material prices. The F-grade combat suit he wore was made from various ferocious beast materials and was quite expensive. "Claim the backpack and a regular machete," Su Chen said, as he approached the claim window next to the task hologram. Ding! Claim successful. Both items could be claimed for free once one became a martial artist, but the regular machete could only be used against first-tier ferocious beasts. Higher-tier beasts required alloy weapons of F-grade or above, and right now, Su Chen had no money to buy anything. "Let's go." On the light shuttle, Han Yenling reflected on Su Chen's performance. She hadn't specifically instructed him on how to use the spirit crystal. She wanted to see his choice. Would he sell it for a life of luxury? Or would he become a martial artist? He remained calm in front of a 7th-tier martial artist, unfazed by external factors, and cleverly found a way out for Uncle Long and himself at that moment. His talent is a bit low, but it's not a big problem. The two bodyguards, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, dared not speak. After Butler Su got off the car, he didn't come back. Could he really have been discouraged? This was just the beginning. This was a top-tier martial artist family, and it was terrifying to think about an ordinary person wanting to be a butler. There was a direct highway from the martial artist guild to the wilderness. It allowed martial artists to quickly travel back and forth after hunting ferocious beasts. This was a benefit for martial artists, as well as their responsibility. In the 9 domains, high-tier ferocious beasts were rare, mostly below 4th tier, because the military had blocked high-tier beasts along the continental borders. However, low-tier ferocious beasts were also quite troublesome. Simply put, they had high attack and thick health. Low-tier martial artists usually formed teams to hunt them for greater safety. As for why they weren't completely cleared out, it was because wild beasts also had the potential for mutation and evolution. So, they couldn't be exterminated entirely, leaving some for low-tier martial artists and mercenary groups to hunt. Su Chen sat on the direct shuttle, contemplating which marked point to go to. "Young man, going to hunt ferocious beasts?" The driver, speaking with a pure Beijing accent, started a conversation with Su Chen. Su Chen closed his eyes to rest and replied, "Yeah. Being young is great. I loved hunting ferocious beasts when I was a martial artist. Why don't you do it anymore?" Su Chen continued the conversation, curious if he had any good suggestions. "Later, my family was relocated, and I got 10 apartments," the driver said, with a look of regret. The upward curve of his lips revealed everything. Is that so?" Su Chen remained composed. He knew that many martial artists had chosen to lie flat. They enjoyed invisible social benefits while using their martial artist status to exploit ordinary people. The authorities had no good solutions. They could only force 4th-tier martial artists to serve in the military for 10 years, but as ranks and tiers increased, the required years would decrease. Although standards could be lowered, low-tier martial artists faced greater side effects on the front lines during beast tides. Hunting ferocious beasts is more profitable, right? Su Chen, sitting in the back seat, seemed very curious. I have enough money to spend. I can't sit still," the driver said excitedly. I just want to treat a few brothers to a meal and say that this money is what I earned. I didn't rely on my family. But being a driver is also quite hard, and the pay isn't much. Suchin paused, thinking he might be getting addicted to this. The driver, with one hand on the steering wheel and his chin slightly raised, waved his hand and said, "My uncle is the director of the Martial Artist Guild. I can drive casually, earning over 50,000 a year, which is more than what those who risk their lives to hunt ferocious beasts make." "Good. That's exactly what I was waiting for." Suchin quietly took out the spirit crystal box given by the Dragon Palace from his pocket. He aligned the large dragon character on the bottom of the box with the car's rear view mirror. A melancholic voice emerged, "Sigh, it's tough. My uncle is also in charge of the Martial Artist Guild. Why didn't he arrange a good position for me?" The driver chuckled inwardly. "What's going on? A relative just wanted to rely on me." From the voice, they sounded too young. "Can you handle my set of finely honed combos? It's just you young warriors. You think wearing a combat suit makes you look tough?" Just as I was about to continue my combo, I looked up and was met with a face full of a dragon outlined in gold. The words almost escaped my lips, but I quickly swallowed them down and stammered, I was just joking." In an instant, my face turned pale, feeling as if I had swallowed 100,000 flies. In the entire warrior guild, only Mr. Long had a custom gold-edged dragon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he held the power of life and death. "It's over. This is serious. Am I really just splashing water on the Dragon King? Sigh, maybe I should get a driver's license too," Suchen mused while fiddling with the spirit crystal box. I don't have a driver's license either." The driver uncle's face turned from white to green. The journey was silent. The driver uncle focused on showcasing his driving skills. Unfortunately, the car was automatic with automatic transmission. The only thing he could do was step on the brakes. "Thank you, master. The license plate is 0225, right? I'll remember it," Suchen said with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the driver's face turned even greener. This is really pushing it. This grudge is solidified. In the twilight glow, Suchen displayed his golden magnetic card to exit the city. Official regulations prohibited non-warriors from leaving the city. So this was also Suchen's first time outside the city. He had already set his hunting point to 0514. 5 kilometers away, there used to be a small county town, now desolate, turned into a paradise for fierce beasts and wild animals. It seems likely that he would have to spend the night in the wilderness tonight. "Brother, it's your first time out of the city, right? It's safer during the day," the city guard soldier Zhang Zhang kindly reminded. "Thanks, I know." Suchen waved his hand, his silhouette gradually blurring in the sunset. "Sigh, the fierce beasts are even more violent and ferocious at night." Zhang Zhang wanted to dissuade him further but was interrupted by his companion. "Are you blind? Didn't you see what he's wearing? What? F grade combat suit. As long as he doesn't encounter a tier 3 fierce beast, he'll be fine. I'm envious. But fierce beasts are hard to find. I guess he won't have much luck tonight. The newbies here don't have any halo." The soldiers at the entrance were discussing information that Suchen already knew. He had just downloaded the Warrior Guild app and checked a lot of information. The fierce beasts that roam at night are aggressive predators, highly concealed in the darkness, and many high-end detection equipment find it difficult to detect them. Of course, the materials are also more valuable. After all, risk and reward have always been proportional. Only large family mercenary groups would strike at night when the rewards were substantial. But Su Chen was instead filled with confidence because he discovered that the characteristic biological fluctuation was essentially a biological GPS. Is this the legendary god's perspective? Just a tiny bit. The moonlight was like water, a soft silver glow covering the desolate plain. Swish! Suchen sliced off the head of a tier 1 claw beast with one strike, then crouched down to cut off 4 claws and put them into his backpack. These materials could sell for 15,000 bucks. Before that, he had to deliver takeout for several months. The claw beast resembled a large rodent, extremely fast, with black fur that was hard to spot under the cover of night, and a keen sense of smell, hiding in underground burrows. Su Chen, however, sensed the movements deep underground through spirit heart, then lay in ambush at the burrow entrance, waiting for it to poke its head out before striking down with a knife. The claws of the claw beast were considered valuable among tier 1 fierce beasts. They were one of the core materials for F-grade alloy weapons, which the Warrior Guild purchased at high prices for a long time. Moreover, claw beasts had strong reproductive capabilities and were omnivorous. With a considerable population, the remote wilderness was filled with their burrow entrances. However, they were naturally cautious, making it extremely difficult to hunt them at close range without alloy bows and arrows. It wasn't that no one had thought of setting alloy hunting traps, but most tier 3 fierce beasts had a keen sense of smell. Usually, if you don't wait to collect the traps yourself, you might be intercepted by other ferocious beasts. If you encounter a hot-tempered one, even the metal traps could be destroyed. That would be a real loss. Squeak! Just as he was thinking this, another claw beast poked its massive rat head out from another cave entrance. Su Chen activated his perfect level movement technique, the ripple step, in an instant. With a clean and swift strike, he achieved another success. With Spirit Heart and the perfect level ripple step, Suchen walked and killed, turning this wilderness into a graveyard for claw beasts. In no time, the smell of rust filled the air. Before long, Suchen had slain over 20 claw beasts, and his backpack was filled with materials. Indeed, martial artists make money, Suchen sighed. In less than 2 hours, I've earned over 300,000? It's a pity that my level is too low now. The risk of exchanging for spirit crystals is too high. I can only kill ferocious beasts to make money for now. Since the beast skins and bones weren't worth much, the bodies of the claw beasts were left discarded. Wait, what's that? Perhaps it was the scent of numerous claw beast corpses that attracted some presence. Suchen sheathed his knife. Squinting, he looked towards a small slope in the distance. There, the mountains lay like a giant beast, lying low, the skyline faintly visible in the night. Everything seemed normal in his line of sight. However, under the perception of Spirit Heart, the fluctuation of a second-tier ferocious beast was very clear. Highly concealed, a second-tier ferocious beast feeding on claw beasts. Could it be a second-tier rare beast, the black crystal leopard? Ferocious beasts are classified not only by their tiers but also as ordinary or rare. Rare ferocious beasts are more dangerous than ordinary ones. They are scarce, unpredictable, and some are mutated varieties among ordinary beasts with the ability to become invisible, while others are leaders of their packs. But the materials from these rare beasts are extremely precious. A single black crystal leopard skin has a purchase price starting at 3 million in the Martial Artist Guild. That's 10 times what he had earned tonight. Suchen suppressed his excitement. He knew that the black crystal leopard was a large feline ferocious beast, incredibly fast. Even with his perfect level ripple step, it would be difficult to catch up at this distance. The best strategy was to wait for it to strike. First, Suchen deliberately relaxed his body, turning his back to the black crystal leopard, squatting down to feign fiddling with the corpse of a claw beast. The black crystal leopard indeed took the bait. It was a second-tier beast drawn in by the scent of numerous claw beasts, but it soon discovered an even tastier target, an isolated human. With the keen perception of a ferocious beast, it sensed that the human before it had a similar aura. It silently approached. Whoosh! Suddenly, it struck. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold murderous intent under the moonlight. However, Suchen was relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. Under Spirit Heart, its movements were completely exposed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Swish! The blade flashed, and, with a loud bang, the regular large knife collided with the black crystal leopard's sharp claws. Suchen remained motionless, but the black crystal leopard was knocked back from the air, retreating a half step. In the next second, Suchen's long knife shattered with a crackle. The black crystal leopard revealed itself, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Damn, this quality is really poor. Suchen couldn't help but complain inwardly. Dropping the hilt, he pushed forward with his palm, executing the sea-level martial technique, the layered wave palm. At this distance, just wait to die. Suchen moved, quickly closing in on the black crystal leopard's two emerald-like green eyes. Bang! The black crystal leopard reacted quickly, but Suchen was faster. Just as it raised its paw, it was struck by a palm. Second layered wave palm. Bang! The black crystal leopard, taller than a person, was sent flying, letting out a cry in midair. It crashed onto the slope with a thud, struggling a couple of times before going still. Is it really that weak? Suchen was astonished. This was the second time he had used the layered wave palm against an enemy, and it was still a ferocious beast of the same tier. He couldn't help but recall the scene from when he first entered school, on the outdoor playground. At that time, the disciples of the aristocratic families did not practice the wave palm, claiming it was a deceptive martial art that should be removed from the textbooks. Only ordinary students like Suchen, who had no opportunity to engage with martial arts, were diligently honing their skills. Suchen still remembered the scene of his palm bursting and bleeding after his first use. At that time, Teacher Lee seriously told him, "Don't be discouraged. It's normal for the wave palm to be difficult to practice, as many high-level martial artists struggle to master it even in their lifetime. After all, even their physical qualities can't withstand it, but the Federation has invested tremendous effort to develop this martial art. Your martial arts talent is outstanding. Once you become a martial artist, you might be able to promote it. For now, just focus on learning how to channel your energy and lay a solid foundation for learning other martial arts in the future." Suchen suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. It's the basic body enhancement trait that has transformed my physical strength, allowing me to use it smoothly. After the black crystal leopard died, its fur shimmered under the moonlight, like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and mesmerizing. This is why the price was so exorbitant. Noble ladies from wealthy families, regardless of age, were all potential buyers. Alright, let's head back. Suchen tallied up his haul from the night, a backpack full of hunting claws and a complete black crystal leopard carcass. The total value was at least 3.3 million. Great, a big score. The sky began to lighten. The towering city walls gradually became clear in the morning light, and along the way he encountered a few dangerous Tier 3 ferocious beasts. However, under Su Chen's biological wave detection, he easily avoided them. Reverse tier beast hunting? With a god's perspective, it was impossible to fail. The soldiers guarding the gate were about to change shifts and gathered to chat. Brother Wang, an inexperienced martial artist, went out last night. Alone? Yes, relying on his combat suit, he wanted to be a beast hunter. He should focus on getting enough to eat first. At that moment, Su Chen, carrying the black crystal leopard carcass, slowly walked over the horizon. Oh, he's back, and he's carrying a ferocious beast carcass. Did he really score? What luck! Looks like a tier 1 ferocious beast, the earth leopard cat, the least valuable beast, and its meat has a fermented fecal smell. Don't ask me how I know. Other soldiers? As Su Chen approached the city gate amidst the soldiers' discussions, they momentarily forgot their routine checks. The gatekeeper's soldier, Wang Meng, stammered and asked, "Brother, is this a black crystal leopard?" "Of course not, don't be fooled by its size. It's actually an earth leopard cat that has contracted black skin disease," Su Chen forcefully explained. "Soldiers? We may be low tier, but we're not fools. Isn't that a bit much?" After being exposed during the lying with eyes wide open segment by the experienced soldiers, Su Chen could only admit he was lucky. Because the black crystal leopard was an extremely rare and highly valuable tier 2 ferocious beast, some top tier tier 3 dangerous beast materials weren't even as expensive as it, and only the most elite martial artist hunters had a chance to capture one under very fortunate circumstances, and its fur would definitely be damaged. Under the envious gazes outside the city, Su Chen quickly stowed away his spoils and made a run for it. He was afraid of being consumed by those looks if he stayed too long. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the enthusiastic soldiers, "I'm off now. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to some earth leopard cat meat. Call vehicle number 0225. Soldiers?" He opened the Martial Artist Guild app's special vehicle interface. Before long, a driver uncle, looking like he had seen better days, drove over. He had seen this kid enter the city from afar and had quickly hidden in the deepest part of the parking lot, but unexpectedly, he was still called out. "Get a tow truck," Su Chen said as he and the driver uncle placed the tier 2 black crystal leopard carcass in the newly added compartment at the back, specifically designed for transporting ferocious beast materials. "This ferocious beast is quite valuable, isn't it?" the driver uncle flattered Su Chen. He knew that the corpses of fierce beasts weren't expensive. This kid was most likely just showing off. "Not bad, just around 3 million, Su Chen said calmly as he got into the car. The driver was stunned. "Just 3 million? If you want to tease me, just say it. Is it really worth bragging like this? What fierce beast costs 3 million? A tier 3 high-level dragon scorpion? Or a tier 3 high-level Chingson python? You don't even have a knife, isn't that a bit too much?" However, the driver didn't dare to speak up. After all, his and his uncle's livelihood was in this kid's hands. As long as he was happy, that was what mattered. A notification pinged on his phone, and a familiar, excited voice automatically played. It was their driver chat group, where they often chatted together. "Damn, did you guys know? A tier 2 rare fierce beast, black crystal leopard, was released today." "What? That thing hasn't appeared in 3 years, right?" "Absolutely right, confirmed by Soldier King Meng himself. This auction is definitely explosive. Those rich ladies are going to go crazy fighting over it." The driver couldn't hear what was being said in the group anymore. His mind was filled with, "This kid really made over 3 million in one night. This isn't just teasing him. This is like spraying water in his face with a fire hose." "Driver, keep it down, I'm going to take a nap." Su Chen smiled and closed his eyes to sleep. Okay. Su Chen rested with his eyes closed, contemplating his future plans. He had never thought about relying on Han Sure and Han Yenling forever. Being strong himself was the way to go. After cashing in these materials, he had to continue to improve his strength, earn money to exchange for high-level combat suits and weapons, participate in competitions, and obtain B-level gun techniques. Then he would reach Tier 4. Yi Wuxuan couldn't touch the families of Tier 4 warriors. The wealthy were powerful. But they weren't fools, they understood the stakes. In the Martial Artist Guild Hall, at the material exchange window, Su Chen took out his old phone to check the information. This second-hand phone had been used for over 3 years and was due for an upgrade. Inside the window, a sweet-looking young clerk was quite confused. This martial artist was wearing a combat suit worth millions but was holding such a shabby phone. Is the rich pretending to be poor? Ding! The black crystal leopard corpse and the hunter claw materials were automatically scanned into the system. The young girl's eyes lit up and she asked in the sweetest voice, "Mr. Su, the black crystal leopard corpse meets the auction standards. Would you like to auction it?" "Sell," Su Chen replied decisively. It was well known that rare materials fetched higher auction prices. "Mr. Su, after evaluation, the black crystal leopard fur is undamaged and meets the 3-star perfect material standard. The system will start pushing messages for preheating. The online auction will begin in 2 hours. Okay. Ding! Your bank card has received 328,000 yuan. This was the selling price for the hunter claw materials. Ding! The Martial Artist Guild app notification had arrived. Rarely seen in 3 years. Tier 2 rare black crystal leopard fur, perfect level, will be auctioned in 2 hours. In an instant, the circle of beautiful girls in the capital exploded. Yi Xian, ah, black crystal leopard. Sisters, I'm going crazy, don't fight me for it this time. Wang Jiani. Yi Xian, don't you have a black crystal vest? Han Yuer, this is perfect level, my coat finally has it. Beauty Chen, if even you guys are fighting for it, I'm going to cry. Morning. Light filtered through the half-open curtains, casting a soft golden glow in the high-end, elegant bedroom. Han Yenling stretched lazily, the amber gold pajamas casually draped over her body, gently outlining her graceful figure and revealing large areas of her snow-white collarbone. She had practiced martial arts all night, constantly adapting to her young body that had yet to be strengthened. She was revisiting the family's secret A-level martial technique, the Han family whip. As her cultivation level increased, her body control and strength improved, and her proficiency in martial arts naturally returned. Of course, she also needed to continuously refine new martial techniques with greater power. Reaching out to grab the phone on the bedside table, she casually swiped the screen. Her gaze shifted from hazy to focused. Her eyes locked tightly onto the shocking message. A rare ferocious beast, the black crystal leopard? Perfect grade? It didn't even exist in her last life. 3 years later, with significant advancements in equipment technology, researchers discovered a special active substance in the fur of rare ferocious beasts, which is the core material for A-grade combat suits. More importantly, once the skin and flesh are separated, the special active substance disappears. And perfect grade means not only is the fur flawless, but the body is also intact. It must be captured. They need to quickly develop the A-grade combat suit. 2 hours later, the news of the black crystal leopard breaking the auction price record for second-tier materials at the Warrior Association topped the trending list. At this moment, Su Chen was still asleep. He rented a single apartment on the 58th floor of the Warrior Association building, with a monthly rent of 20,000. This price could buy a 3-bedroom apartment in the civilian area, making it an exorbitant rent. Ding dong. Bank card credited 5.83 million. Su Chen woke up groggily, startled. What kind of purchasing power is this? Indeed, money from women is the easiest to earn. Since he was awake, Su Chen got up and went downstairs to have breakfast in the leisure area of the Warrior Association. A meat bun, 180 yuan, made from ferocious beast meat. There isn't much safe-to-eat meat inside most ferocious beasts, but it is very filling. Long-term consumption can also enhance physical fitness, and it is said that high-grade ferocious beast meat can be made into spiritual food, with mysterious effects such as enhancing physical fitness and prolonging life. However, most recipes are monopolized by aristocratic families and the military, making it hard to buy. He first initiated an anonymous transfer to Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen wrote a note. Congratulations. You have been selected for a lucky draw by our company with a prize of 100,000. Please check. How much is this motorcycle? After transferring the money, Su Chen arrived at the driving area, attracted by a brand new single-person light shuttle motorcycle. The long-legged, black-stockinged salesgirl raised an eyebrow, feeling delighted. A big client has arrived. Looking at his combat suit, he was a warrior. However, he was too young, so she switched to a second sales pitch. Sir, this model is the latest limited edition single light shuttle motorcycle, only 2 million. The salesgirl displayed a standard smile, then quickly added, you can reserve it first and pick it up once you become a second-tier warrior. There's also a 2% discount. Okay, I'll buy it. Su Chen was interested in the motorcycle's dedicated city lanes. This way, he could quickly explore the entire city. The salesgirl broke into a sweat, her freshly applied makeup nearly smudging. Sir, you might not qualify. In the new rental house, Uncle Yang put down his phone and exchanged surprised and puzzled glances with Aunt Yang. Old Yang, what kind of new scam is this? I don't know, but the money is real. Is there a possibility that the scammer is just inexperienced? Forget it, let's save it for Xiao Su to get a wife. Alright, what qualification? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. You need to be a second-tier warrior. As the top salesperson in the store, the salesgirl knew from years of experience that this deal was definitely going to fly. The restriction of being a second-tier warrior made it hard for many young wealthy men to save face, leading to complaints and negative reviews. Warriors have money, but isn't it better to buy combat suits and alloy weapons? Out of professional ethics, she still tried to make a last-ditch effort. You can reserve it first, and once you become. Su Chen didn't wait for her to finish, pulling out a golden magnetic card to swipe. Ding! Purchase successful. Calmly, under the shocked gaze of the salesgirl, he said, no need to trouble yourselves, I have urgent matters. Salesgirl? Is there really a second-tier warrior who is young, handsome, wealthy, and powerful all at once? Sir, let's handle the paperwork first. The salesgirl suppressed her impulse and respectfully bent down. Alright, you all carry on. Su Chen ignored the deliberately exposed hint of Snow White and turned to leave. After Su Chen walked away, the salesgirl took out her phone, her fingers flying as she communicated with her best friend. Sister, do you know what fate is? I know, just heartbroken, my delivery guy left with a fairy. Sister, by the way, is your multi-girlfriend theory useful? The salesgirl was not ready to give up. It's useless, some corners are too hard, no theory can dig them out. 38th floor equipment area. Soo-chan sold his F-grade combat suit and added 3 million to exchange for an E-grade combat suit. The remaining money was used to buy an E-grade alloy long knife. Damn, it's really expensive. Soo-chan couldn't help but click his tongue. After the set, he didn't have much left. Martial artists earn money quickly, but it goes just as fast. However, it was worth it. Not to mention, this E-grade combat suit was definitely worth the price. At this moment, he was standing in front of a full-length mirror. The E-grade combat suit was uniquely designed. It combined modern technology with fashion elements. On ordinary days, it could serve as a refined black casual suit with smooth contour lines. After some adjustments, the appearance was simple and elegant, perfectly showcasing Soo-chan's tall figure. Bro, you're really handsome, do you have a boyfriend? The salesboy in the clothing area stared wide-eyed. Soo-chan? Ignoring the salesboy, he felt a surge of energy within him. This originally elegant casual suit underwent an astonishing transformation in an instant. The collar of the casual suit quickly thickened, turning into a solid-looking black combat suit. Reinforced plates were equipped at the joints and important areas, providing super strong defense and maximizing his combat potential. Not bad, let's check out. Okay, bro, do you mind having another boyfriend? Soo-chan? Indeed, this martial artist building was full of hidden talents, it was best to leave quickly. Back at the 28th floor. Driving area of the Martial Artist Guild, the paperwork for the light shuttle motorcycle was completed. The high-tech glass slowly opened from the bottom up, cool air rushing in. Soo-chan inserted the spirit crystal and began to activate the motorcycle he admired. With a whoosh, it shot towards the edge of the 28th floor like a bolt of lightning, leaping down. The airflow stirred up behind the vehicle, forming a brilliant light trail. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Soo-chan took a deep breath, controlling the energy to release, and the light shuttle motorcycle soared into the air like an arrow. This was also why only second-tier martial artists could operate it. The long-legged ladies by the building were all stunned. Wow, is there really such a young second-tier martial artist? Good sister, hurry, give me his contact information. He said he has a girlfriend. Having more sisters is fine, I don't mind. Speeding along, Soo-chan quickly weaved between the tall buildings. He casually pried off a piece of wall tile. No choice, first-tier spirit crystal. Can't miss it when passing by. After going in a big circle, he stopped above a garbage dump. The noise of the light shuttle motorcycle was much quieter than that of the light shuttle car, and without deliberately enlarging the energy tail, it didn't have much impact. After getting off, he smashed the garbage below with his palm, collecting over 60 spirit crystals into the spirit crystal box. The material of the spirit crystal box was special, capable of isolating energy fluctuations. This must be kept safe. That's 535 million. Before leaving, Soo-chan took one last look at the place where he had lived since dropping out of high school, thinking it was the end of his life, but it turned out to be the foundation before takeoff. Thanks. Ding. The number of spirit crystals has reached the standard, increasing spirit crystal information. On the light shuttle motorcycle, Soo-chan heard the system prompt and quickly looked at the system interface. Name, Soo-chan, age, 18 level, 2nd rank warrior talent, spirit heart, unique traits. Basic body enhancement, biological fluctuation, spiritual energy, 1516/2000 martial skills, D rank wave step, perfect, C rank layered palm, perfect, spirit crystals, 1st rank spirit crystal *55, 2nd rank spirit crystal *18, 3rd rank spirit crystal *5, 4th rank spirit crystal *1 Isai. Without a rich woman by my side, my spiritual energy is increasing slowly. Xiao Han, go to the Han family manor. Okay, master. The light shuttle motorcycle executed a beautiful drift in the air, heading towards the expressway leading to the Han family manor. Huayu capital city, within the second ring, Han family manor. The lake was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and drifting white clouds. A gentle breeze intertwined with the rustling of the treetops by the lakeside and the crisp chirping of birds, showcasing the heritage of a top-tier aristocratic family. Han Yuer, are you looking for a fight? A cold voice shattered the tranquility by the lake, as clear and transparent as carved ice, leaving no room for doubt. Han Yanling, dressed in a black tight-fitting sports outfit, wore an expression full of displeasure. Han Yuer, in a light, flowing dress, sat up from her lounge chair. Beneath her brown sunglasses, her light blue eyes fixated on Han Yanling's strong and long jade-like legs, swallowing hard, innocently saying, "Sister, why are you saying such gloomy things so early in the morning?" Seeing this, Han Yanling's anger dissipated by 7 or 8 points. This girl was always like this, wanting everything that belonged to her, wanting to snatch it away. This morning, during the online auction, the two of them had crazily bid against each other. The price of the black crystal leopard soared to an astronomical 5.83 million. She admitted that her mindset had been somewhat unbalanced. But the Empress was also a woman. She couldn't escape that damn desire to win. Forget it. After entering Longhua University, she would contact that researcher to reveal the direction of equipment reform to quickly recoup funds. For now, she needed to tighten her grip a bit. At that moment, a capable middle-aged woman approached. "Miss Han, your butler has arrived at the door. Should I let him in?" Han Yenling nodded, not wanting to say much. "Sister Wang, let him right in. The faster the better," Han Yuer suddenly said with a mischievous smile. "Let him right in." By the lakeside, Sister Wang quickly raised her wrist and said swiftly, working seamlessly with Han Yuer, leaving Han Yenling unable to interject a word. Han Yenling raised her delicate brows, realizing they had been waiting for this. Elder sister, second sister, good morning. Dressed in flamboyant attire, Han Zhanxiao arrived with the expressionless Han Zhong. After Han Zhong's identity was exposed, he returned directly to Han Zhanxiao's side, managing to retain his position as a consultant for the Han family, likely a result of Han Zhanxiao's old connections. For a moment, the lakeside was bustling with activity. It was clear they were all waiting to see Han Yenling's embarrassment. "You changed butlers? I heard. He's just an ordinary person. Come, let everyone see what a handsome talent looks like." Han Yenling tied up her cascading black hair, pondering in her heart. This time she was in trouble. Did they really have to have Su Chen ride in? She could already envision the comical scene of Su Chen riding in on a yellow little bike dressed in shabby clothes. Today, she had been too focused on snatching the black crystal leopard and had completely forgotten about this matter. She had been set up by Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao working together. Indeed, people in aristocratic families were never easy to deal with. In fact, she didn't care about losing face. What kind of scenes hadn't she seen? But Su Chen was an ordinary person who hadn't done anything wrong. "Elder sister, I heard your new butler is very young and especially handsome." Han Yuer blinked her eyes, seemingly very much looking forward to it. "Yes, second sister, I heard he's even a classmate, so he must be very outstanding," Han Zhanxiao said with a smile as she found a lounge chair to sit down. "Sit for a while, elder sister, our family is big, it takes a while to ride there." Han Yenling's face was as cold as water. Her reliance on the Han family was minimal, and her personality was not sociable. The previous butler had been Han Zhanxiao's person, and at this moment she felt somewhat lacking in presence. Just as she was thinking, a colorful spiritual energy approached from afar. Vroom vroom vroom. It was the unique driving sound of the light shuttle motorcycle. The light shuttle motorcycle had a unique design, hovering in mid-air. Its surface was coated with a dazzling silver-gray paint. The lines were smooth, the design avant-garde, reflecting a brilliant yet unobtrusive light. By the lakeside, Su Chen took off his black narrow-framed sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear eyes, confident and sharp. He walked a few steps to stand behind Han Yenling, his voice carrying a hint of relaxed amusement. "Good morning, Miss Han." This casual demeanor blended perfectly with his charm, displaying a rare approachability. Han Yenling turned around, her gaze meeting Su Chen's. She nodded slightly, exuding an innate coolness and composure. However, the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her inner delight. Beside her, Han Yuer was completely taken aback by Su Chen's handsome appearance. Wasn't he a delivery guy? So handsome? He was completely different from those laid-back, hedonistic scions of wealthy families. Her expression was dazed, but her eyes grew increasingly fervent, a strong possessiveness blooming in her heart. "No way, I have to snatch him away." In fact, the most shocked and envious was Han Zhanxiao. He recognized the light shuttle motorcycle. He wanted to buy one to show off too, but it required a second-tier warrior to operate. So his dad was right, Su Chen must be a death soldier left behind by Han Yenling's father. After his sister awakened her talent, he was activated directly. He didn't expect that the pawn was buried so deep, deceiving everyone. No wonder he was the martial arts champion of that year. As for Su Chen, he never considered it. Who would compete with a death soldier whose lifespan was only a few years? Clearly, this was just a discarded pawn to be thrown away once Han Yenling grew up. So at this moment, Han Zhanxiao kept his mouth shut. Not a peep escaped. If he opened his mouth now, his face would only hurt more. Sister Wang and Han Zhong were both third-tier warriors. They observed with keen eyes, guessing in their hearts just like Han Zhanxiao. This young man was crazy. Wouldn't it be better to buy 2 spirit crystals with that money? He definitely wouldn't live for many more years. It's best to avoid crazy people. Han Yenling sighed in relief, leisurely reclining on a lakeside lounge chair, her long, fair legs glimmering in the sunlight, making Su Chen's eyes hurt. She still didn't know that being able to ride the light shuttle motorcycle indicated he was already a second-tier warrior, as she never paid attention to such information. She guessed that Su Chen had exchanged spirit crystals to buy it. It wasn't her fault. In her previous life, she had always been focused on martial skills and cultivation. In the wilderness and on the front lines, they relied on war vehicles, while in the city, they mostly took light shuttle cars, rarely paying attention to the things these wealthy scions liked to play with. After all, there weren't many reliable people around her. Most of the resources were earned through her own performance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen Su Chen after Han Zhong left. Although her relationship with her mother was quite strained, the clan leader treated her the same as her younger siblings.
If it weren't for the revelation of her SSS level talent this time, her family wouldn't allocate these resources to her. Sister, can I borrow your butler for a couple of days? Han Yuer suddenly spoke up. That's just how she was. She wanted to snatch everything good from her sister. Malicious? Not really, because she was a fan of Han Yenling's looks. Sparring was sparring. Most of it was within reasonable bounds. She hadn't done anything outrageous. So Han Yenling understood and didn't want to argue with this younger sister who bore a 34% resemblance to her. However, this matter was definitely not acceptable. If Su Chen really stayed with her for 2 days, he might be played to exhaustion. Moreover, since he arrived, her discomfort in the crowd had eased a bit. Before she could refuse, Han Yuer lifted her pretty face, her beauty mark at the corner of her brow twitching, and said to Su Chen, "Little Su, come give this young lady a shoulder rub. This is 200,000. With a slap, an anonymous bank card was placed on the table. She had nothing else, just money. After all, her father was one of the richest in the capital circle. Sister Wang beside her couldn't help but adjust her delicate glasses. Young lady, I can also give massages. Why don't you ask me? I worked hard for a year, and my bonus is only 200,000. Han Yuer's move ignited a surge of anger in Han Yenling's heart. She was in desperate need of money right now. Wasn't Han Yuer just rubbing salt in her wounds, making her butler knead her shoulders in public? If he dared to agree, that would be the end of it. Han Yuer, need for half an hour, 500,000. Han Yuer interrupted Han Yenling, raising the stakes again. Han Yenling was so angry she almost laughed. Fine, giving away money isn't bad. Consider it a benefit for the staff. She lifted her chin and coldly asked Su Chen, "Butler Su, what do you think?" Su Chen stood behind the lounge chair, standing straight and staring intently at Han Yenling's long, snow-white legs. In reality, he was frantically harvesting spiritual energy. He felt exhilarated inside. At this moment, the spiritual energy value 1518, 1519 began to rise again. This was truly a great thing. With no one to disturb him, he could watch. No, it was harvesting for a whole day. As for the conversation between Han Yenling and Han Yuer, he couldn't hear it clearly. The young girls were arguing. What was there to get involved in? He kept watching the legs and casually said, what do I think? I like watching. Han Yenling? Han Yuer? He. Butler Su is really funny. Han Yuer covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Interesting. So interesting. I like it. Butler Su, my sister's legs are nice too. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt slightly, revealing a smooth calf. Cold sweat broke out on Su Chen's forehead. Damn. What kind of cadre could withstand such layers of testing? Fortunately, my titanium alloy heart is sealed. Ahem, I actually can't massage. Su Chen quickly found an excuse for himself. If you can't, you can practice, right, big sister? Han Yuer found the situation even more amusing. Han Yenling knew that if this continued, it would never end. Her sister was just like that. A piece of chewing gum. You could beat her up, but it wasn't worth it. Ignoring her? Who knows what tricks she would pull. Sigh, it's all Uncle Gong's fault for spoiling her. Su Chen, need my legs. Han Yenling pointed to her smooth thigh and directly ordered, cutting off Han Yuer's words. Su Chen. Han Zhong? Su Chen was speechless. Sorry, what is your status? Do I have to need your legs? Don't I have any dignity? Be gentle. Slap. Han Yenling grabbed a document about masked martial artists from beside her and covered her face with it. There was no choice. Her face was flushed. She had practiced martial arts all night last night. Her thighs and calves were incredibly sore. A bit sensitive. More importantly, how could you knead so well? Su Chen's expression was focused. One hand gently supported her delicate white ankle, while he tried to block out the effects of the delicate skin's touch. The other hand was flying, first sliding, then kneading, followed by pinching, rolling, squeezing, and tapping. His fingers, palms, and wrists unleashed a flurry of moves, quickly helping Han Yenling relax her deep muscles and promote local blood circulation. Han Yuer watched with envy and quietly asked Wang Jia, who was massaging her shoulders. Wang Jia, I want that too. Wang Jia looked at Su Chen, who was serious beside her. What was going on? It seemed like a strange thing had mixed into the butler's role. Su Chen, what kind of technique is this? Han Zhong couldn't help but ask. To know that being Han Yenling's butler came with such benefits, he would definitely be loyal. However, Su Chen's answer completely buried his thoughts. Champion technique from the 5th massage competition in Pingcheng, Su Men Tui Na. There was another sentence that Su Chen didn't say out loud, the non-spiritual version of the wave. Han Yuer trembled with anger. This is what you call not being able to massage? This fairy is really upset. Su Chen actually didn't think that much. He had done quite a few jobs before delivering takeout. He had worked hard all the way through school. The hardships involved were not for outsiders to know. Originally, he was considered a top performer in massage in Pingcheng. The income was also quite good. Unfortunately, the looks are too good. Every time after a massage, it's hard to tell whether I did more or the aunties did.
Later, there was no choice but to change careers. Being handsome is also a hassle, especially when lacking strength. Let's go to the dinner together tonight. Han Yenling's voice came from under the book. Okay. Her complexion had returned to normal and her legs felt relaxed. With Su Chen's help, the fatigue in her thighs was completely gone. She wished she could have Su Chen help her massage her feet again. But, since he was her treasured butler, she could find a less crowded place for that. As for Su Chen spending money on cars and clothes, whatever. It's his money anyway. He can spend it however he likes. Her expectations weren't high. As long as he could become a martial artist, that was good enough. When dealing with professionals, one must lower their standards a bit. Sister, Dad is coming to the celebration. Dinner tonight too. Han Yuer chatted casually with Han Yenling. Uncle Gong is being extravagant, Han Yenling said lightly. Tonight was the celebration dinner for her awakening of talent. It was the same in her previous life. To put it bluntly, Uncle Gong was worried that after she awakened her SSS level talent, she would bully Han Yuer. In fact, she didn't have much resentment towards Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao. After all, they weren't from the same world. Moreover, every time Gong Guofu came to the Han family, he never came empty-handed. High-level beast materials were delivered by the truckload. Otherwise, how could this girl dare to be so arrogant with her? After all, her father was wealthy. Big sister, please spare me. I promise to pay next time we eat, Han. Zhanxiao pleaded. He was really bored these past 2 days. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have teamed up with Han Yuer. He originally wanted to take revenge but ended up with a swollen face. He was still young, a few years younger than Han Yenling, at an age where he loved to play. Just talk to Uncle Zhao yourself. Han Yenling flipped her delicate hand. Pages of the latest masked martial artist competition contestant information fluttered by. Han Zhanxiao's father was a high-ranking official in the military, and the two of them didn't meet often. He was quite strict with him. If he found out that he was indulging in food and drink in the capital without paying, he would inevitably get a good beating. Fortunately, although Han Zhanxiao was a playboy, he hadn't done anything too outrageous. In his previous life, he awakened an A-level talent. Sister, are you still watching the masked martial artist competition? Which contestant do you favor? Han Yuer asked to make conversation. Every time there was a competition, she would go to the venue with her girlfriends. But in her impression, her sister had never been interested in such competitions. Why was she so invested this time? I think long-legged goddess is pretty good. I've given her quite a bit of popularity, Han Zhanxiao said confidently with a smile. Han Yuer rolled her eyes and turned to ask, Sister Wang, who do you favor? Sister Wang was a third-tier martial artist who had previously participated in the masked martial artist competition, so her insight was naturally sharp. I think this year's explosive boxer is good. Her talent and martial skills complement each other well, Sister Wang said, listing her thoughts as if she were recounting family treasures, showcasing the perspective of a big family butler. I have my eye on Crazy Legs. She narrowly lost last time, but this time, with refined martial skills, she has the potential to be the champion, Han Zhong responded. Although his master wasn't in the discussion, as a butler, he had to step forward. Han Yenling thought that these two butlers indeed had sharp insights, but she didn't respond. She continued to flip through the contestant information for the masked martial artist competition. Some contestants would expose their talents and martial skills in advance to increase their visibility. After all, once a round was completed, all the basic information would be known. There was no need to hide anything. Being famous also meant making money. Why not? Brother Su Chen, who do you favor? Han Yuer pouted and asked Su Chen, who was still focused on the massage. This brat. Isn't he tired after massaging for so long? Doesn't he know to give this lady a rub too? Let him see some color. Just then, Han Yenling happened to put down the information and looked at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. She also wanted to know who Su Chen favored. Although it was a martial artist competition, discussions among ordinary people were even more heated, with many professional commentators not being martial artists. Su Chen was speechless, asking me what I was doing. I was just enjoying myself, completely immersed in the joy of my rapidly increasing psychic energy. Besides, I was a contestant. There's no reason to undermine my own ambitions to boost someone else's. So, I pointed to the last orange-yellow figure on the data page and confidently said, the delivery guy. Everyone? Wow, is it really that casual? Just point anywhere, I guess. Shen Gu, why is the delivery guy so impressive? Han Zhanxiao hurriedly asked, suddenly feeling a surge of goodwill towards Su Chen. Just now, he felt a bit embarrassed. Su Chen's answer seemed like a ray of light, making him feel less foolish. Su Chen thought for a moment. He really didn't have any particularly outstanding qualities, so he could only say, because he runs fast. That didn't seem wrong either. After all, it was written on the cover synthesized by artificial intelligence, masked warrior, delivery guy. Signature, speed that feels unbelievable, simply a miracle. Thud thud thud. A pair of black velvet high heels descended the ornate staircase. The slender heels elegantly extended Han Yanling's leg line. The deep black silk evening gown showcased her perfect curves, the long skirt shimmering with a subtle luster under the lights.
Her makeup was exquisite and elegant. Su Chen wore a faint smile, continuously stabilizing his resolve. His psychic energy treasure had returned. Initially, he didn't want to attend the banquet, knowing it would be filled with scheming and subtle jabs. However, the radiant, fourth-tier spirit crystal on Han Yenling's chest was too tempting. His low-tier spirit crystal could also absorb energy, but nothing compared to the joy of getting it for free. He would just treat it as background noise for now. Growth was the most important thing. Psychic energy value, 1792, 1793. The two walked into the luxurious banquet hall of the Han family, causing a stir. Han Yenling is here. I heard she agreed to a marriage? Don't think about it. With an SSS-level talent, she'll be joining the military in the future. What a pity. Who is this guy? That suit looks sharp. I need a link later. Seems like her new butler. The butler is so young. Isn't he a warrior? Isn't she afraid of being kidnapped? Probably thinks she's growing fast. Finding a lover at such a young age? I wonder what special abilities he has. He's quite good looking. Han Yenling heard everything clearly. The attendees today were all from influential families, and she didn't know any of them. Luckily, she brought Su Chen. Having a familiar face made things a bit easier. Maintaining her aloof expression, she suppressed the anxiety of becoming the center of attention and walked straight to the central table in the hall. That was the core area. Her family was waiting for her to take a seat. Han Yuer, Han Zhanxiao, Uncle Gong, Uncle Zhao, and her clan leader mother Han Xuanyi. Sit down, Yenling. A voice as cold as ice rang out. Su Chen saw Wang Jia and Han Zhong gathering on the other side, knowing the butler should go rest there. So, he turned to leave. At that moment, Han Yenling's cool voice sounded, Su Chen, you sit here too. Silence. The originally noisy hall instantly fell into an eerie quiet. Han Yenling's words were short but packed with meaning. Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao lowered their heads like quails, looking as if it had nothing to do with them. Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao's expressions remained unchanged, their eyes revealing a hint of a smile. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. What did this girl mean? Wasn't she putting me on the hot seat? Although I was quite bold, the big shots present were no less than the Dragon Palace warriors, especially the one in the main seat. Dressed in a luxurious Tiankan silk robe embroidered with exquisite iceflower patterns, it faintly shimmered with a silver luster. Her appearance remained remarkably youthful. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes and the weariness in her gaze could not conceal her authority and fatigue. Similar to Han Yenling at 78 points, but with an added touch of indifference and a diminished sense of anger. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The genes truly were exceptional, no wonder she had so many uncles. However, she was not as good-looking as classmate Xiao Han. Their eyes met briefly. Su Chen maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. A cold, lazy voice broke the silence. Xiao Su, please sit. Boom! The surroundings erupted into noise again, as if the previous quiet was merely an illusion. Han Yenling's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. She had called Su Chen to sit, intending to use it as a pretext to challenge him. Don't you have many subordinates under your skirt? Then I can also have my butler take a seat. I am both a daughter and an SSS-level talent warrior. I am not your tool. Your love is too suffocating and hypocritical. To her surprise, her mother did not take the bait. Did she think Su Chen was her boyfriend? No, she absolutely could not allow herself to make friends privately. Until she had grown up, everything about her was hers, including her life. Because she was that kind of person, a woman who could use everything for the sake of power and status. In her previous life, after becoming the empress, she had to wield supreme power to find her father's whereabouts in the military's confidential files. Learning of her parents' secret, she discovered that after her mother became an 8th-tier powerhouse, she had accidentally been struck by an 8th-tier beast, the Flame Demon Lord. There had always been hidden dangers within her. In order to find a cure for her mother, her father had ventured deep into the depths of Blue Star when she was just 3 years old, and from then on, he was never heard from again. It should be known that some of the beasts in the depths of Blue Star were so formidable that even she, having broken through to 9th tier, could not confront them head-on. And the woman her father had protected with his life. A few years later, she found another man, and not just one. From top businessmen to military powerhouses, the Han family grew larger and larger. Her own status dwindled. And the most ridiculous part was that her mother had always lied, claiming her father had died in battle. In her previous life, when she exposed the truth, her mother even played the emotional card, saying it was for her growth and that it was unavoidable. In this life, she had seen through it all. Everything was just an excuse. Beneath that cold exterior was a heart as ruthless as ice. For the sake of profit, for the sake of status, even her daughter's right to marry was to be exchanged. As if to align with her thoughts, Han Xuanyi lightly raised her finger, adjusting the position of the utensils on the table. Her blue eyes met Han Yenling's coldly as she said, "Don't forget what you promised me." Han Yenling remained silent, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. For a moment, the air was thick with tension. As an 8th-tier top powerhouse, Han Xuanyi sensed Su Chen's cultivation beside her eldest daughter. Combining the intelligence she had, he had once been Han Yenling's classmate. F-level talent. Second-tier warrior. He had actively approached Han Yenling to become her personal butler. The Dragon Palace had gifted him with spirit crystals. Was this the backup he had left for his daughter? Clearly, he was not at ease with her. Such a young death warrior must have been the act of one of his subordinates sacrificing their son voluntarily. Wasn't he the one who despised such behavior the most? In the end, he was just the same. Ridiculous. Give my portion to Xiao Su. Han Xuanyi seemed tired, her gaze revealing a hint of pity as she waved her hand and left. The luxurious robe trailed across the floor, leaving the hall in shock. What? The clan leader actually left her portion of the banquet to this kid? Isn't he the butler? Quick, investigate his identity. Han Yenling was stunned. What was going on? High and mighty? I haven't even exerted my strength, and she's already leaving? And what was that hint of pity about? I, the dignified empress, need someone to pity me? Shouldn't it be a reprimand instead? Why did it feel like punching into cotton? Which part went wrong? At the main table, behind each person, there are dedicated servants and carts. Exquisite dishes are served one after another. All are the essence of high-level ferocious beasts. Try the dragon seeds of the sky demon shrimp dragon. I went through quite a bit of trouble to get this from the Sakura Han domain, Uncle Gong chuckled, exuding an air of luxury. Zhao Qingshan's expression was cold, but his words were sincere. Brother Gong, you've put in a lot of effort. This fourth-tier ferocious beast is notoriously hard to catch. This meal must have cost millions. No worries, they're all our kids, eat freely. Uncle Gong waved his hand dismissively, looking affectionately at his daughter, Han Yuer. Dad, Uncle Zhao, you should eat too, Han Yuer mumbled, relieved that her mother had left. There was no helping it. Every time her older sister and mother were both present, the atmosphere was tense. It was like they were at each other's throats. Truly a pair of rivals. Go ahead and eat, Han Yenling encouraged, worried that Su Chen might feel shy. Although she didn't understand why her mother's attitude had changed so drastically, there was nothing she could do now. She could only grow quickly, cultivate her own core power, and establish a completely loyal, new Han family. Su Chen nodded and began to indulge in the meal. He thought to himself that he had struck gold this time. This girl was really nice to him. The main table and the nearby buffet were on completely different levels. Both were served per head. It was worth the effort he put in this afternoon. His hands were a bit sore. Shrimp dragon seeds, snowflake cold beef, little ghost fish sashimi, all went down the hatch. As for maintaining etiquette during the meal, sorry, that doesn't exist here. When it comes to food, the best attitude is to finish it quickly. Unfortunately, although it was delicious, the portions were too small. A rather large plate held just a slice of meat and a few leaves. Is this meant for humans? Even a cat would swipe at it. After seeing the cart behind him was empty, Su Chen's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on the buffet area nearby. Go ahead, take another serving, Han Yenling suddenly said. She wasn't full either. This damn sense of ceremony. Even after being reborn, she still wasn't satisfied with the meal. Luckily, she found Su Chen. Otherwise, if she had to go get it herself, it would be a bit empress-like. She also had her pride. Su Chen happily accepted the order. He had long been eyeing a delicacy, and this action caught the attention of the surrounding young masters and ladies. Why is he going to the buffet area? I don't know, I just checked. He's an ordinary person, a country bumpkin wanting to try everything. This is too funny. He seems to have no idea what to take. No way, is he going to get the sky demon shrimp dragon body? Isn't that just for decoration, not edible? This is killing me, a bumpkin who's never seen the world. Han Yenling heard the discussions around her and sensed something was off. When she came to her senses, she realized Su Chen was happily returning with 2 large plates. The plates were piled high with the body of the sky demon shrimp dragon. The sky blue shrimp dragon shell was drenched in bright red sauce. It looked incredibly tempting. Little Han, try this, Su Chen said as he set down the plate, even changing how he addressed her. Han Yenling was momentarily speechless. This thing had a shell that was extremely difficult to peel, so one could only eat the shrimp seeds, but it was still a great ferocious beast ingredient, often used by chefs for decoration. However, looking at Su Chen's handsome face and sincere smile, the awkwardness in her heart faded. He hadn't studied the detailed information on ferocious beasts, so he didn't know. Since he only picked the best for himself, that meant he was one of them. Even if they embarrassed themselves together, so what? So she smiled and said, okay, just put it here. Xian Gu. You can't eat this, Han Zhanxiao suddenly spoke up. He didn't want Su Chen to make a fool of himself. In his worldview, such ridicule was a bit excessive for a martial artist. Moreover, with Su Chen around, he wouldn't seem so foolish. He had 2 older sisters, each more outstanding than the other. So much so that he often doubted whether his father had hit him too much, making him a bit slow. This time, he had finally encountered a kindred spirit of similar level. If he got driven away, what would he do? Su Chen frowned. How could he not eat? He had heard the murmurs from earlier. He didn't take it to heart at all.
This heavenly demon lobster looked extremely similar to the little lobsters from his past life. Underneath the shell, there must be plump shrimp meat. Paired with the fresh and spicy sauce, it was bound to be delicious. He heard it was a fourth-tier ferocious beast. Definitely a great supplement. Brother Su Chen wants this heavenly demon. Lobster dies, its shell becomes extremely hard, Han Yuer added. She quite liked Su Chen, although she came from a humble background, anything her sister approved of must be excellent. Opening the lobster shell requires great strength and special skills, Uncle Gong said with a smile. Uncle Zhao, who was closer to Su Chen, raised his hand to pick up a lobster, demonstrating as he spoke. If you use too much strength, it can easily shatter and explode, like this. With a squeeze of his left hand, under the strength of a 7th-tier warrior, the lobster's shell burst open with a pop, and juice splattered everywhere. But fortunately, he was prepared. His right hand lightly covered it, gathering the crushed shrimp meat and shell together. Just leave it here, it looks quite nice. Han Yenling seemed not to mind. Her jade-like fingers, as white as scallions, tapped the sauce on the shrimp and the plate. She placed it into her rosy lips. It seemed that in this way, she silently supported Su Chen. I'll give it a try. Su Chen picked up a lobster shell and observed it carefully. His actions made the surrounding aristocratic youths even more disdainful. Uncle Gong and Team Zhao are giving him a way out, and he's still not satisfied. I just found out he's a warrior. A poor warrior is like this, full of pride. At this moment, Su Chen was completely focused. He had figured out the shape of the heavenly demon lobster's shell. The interlocking shell structure made it impossible to break through with brute force. He had to master an extremely precise amount of force to crush the shell while ensuring the shrimp meat didn't scatter. He tried squeezing with both hands. The lobster shell didn't budge. Not enough force. Su Chen understood. Since that was the case, spiritual energy surged. A double wave finger. He had comprehended the perfect level, wave palm, and he was extremely skilled in the technique's application. He had reached a state of returning to simplicity. Ding! Comprehended sea-level martial skill wave finger, perfect level. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A confident smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. In the world of martial arts, everything was interconnected. Fingers, palms, fists, legs. Wherever the body was, it was a weapon for attack. This was perfect level. Su Chen paused slightly. Everyone thought he was retreating in the face of difficulty, preparing to give up, and a moment of uproar ensued, with various unpleasant remarks whispered around. If a 7th-tier warrior can't handle it, I'll live stream myself eating shit upside down, shouted the slightly tipsy Wang Songhua. His family could be considered a small noble house. He looked down on warriors like Su Chen, who came from such backgrounds. A hint of displeasure also appeared on Han Yenling's perfect face. Such words were a slap in her face. However, Han Yenling didn't look at Su Chen. It seemed she didn't care at all. This was to prevent him from feeling too much psychological pressure. She understood. Usually, the most hurtful words often came not from others but from the unintentional remarks and glances of companions nearby. Su Chen's fingers exerted force. Double wave finger, triple wave finger, quadruple wave finger. Crack! The snow-white meat of the heavenly demon lobster fell into the plate with a plop. It was entirely snow-white, bouncy, and crystal clear. Under the lights of the banquet hall, it shimmered with an enticing glow, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Got it, Han Yenling, Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhou? The aristocratic youths all looked towards Wang Songyue, who was drinking heartily. Wang Songyue? The heavenly demon shrimp dragon truly deserves its reputation as a tier 4 ferocious beast. The meat is firm and flavorful, and when dipped in the specially made sauce, it offers a rich array of tastes. Although the shrimp dragon's body is meant for presentation, the sauce is still crafted with great care. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he expected. Good food, after all, it requires some persistence. Is it delicious? Han Yuer swallowed her envious saliva. Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao smiled without speaking, secretly lamenting Su Chen's good fortune. The force required to open each shell of the heavenly demon shrimp dragon varies. It has nothing to do with the size of the shrimp dragon's body. It's completely left to chance, like a lottery draw. Although some high-level martial artists can guarantee a certain success rate, how many high-level martial artists do this every day? Han Yenling certainly knew this, so she extended a delicate finger, lightly tapping the table, then gently shook it, signaling Su Chen to stop. This was just right. If it continued like this, it would be embarrassing. Su Chen instantly understood. Still want to eat? One isn't enough, right? Too shy to say it, he had to make a gesture. Reserved. All right. Coming here this time was also thanks to little Han's influence. What's wrong with helping to peel a few shrimp? We're all good friends. He casually picked up another heavenly demon shrimp dragon. Han Yenling was stunned. Was my hint not obvious enough? The next second, crack! Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao's eyes lit up. 2 in a row? What kind of divine luck is this? Su Chen's hands moved non-stop. Crack! 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 Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a plate of smooth,
Tender shrimp dragon meat piled up. Suchin stood up, crossed the silent hall, and brought back some sauce. He poured it over the shrimp dragon meat. Then, he pushed it in front of Han Yenling. Eat. First, peel it after you're done. Han Yenling's lips curled into a beautiful arc. She picked up a piece of shrimp dragon meat covered in sauce and placed it in her cherry-like mouth. Her eyes revealed satisfaction. Delicious, right? Suchin said with a smile. Gulp, gulp. In the hall, a series of swallowing sounds echoed. Maisie, do you want to eat too? No, Brother Su, I'm already full. Weren't you just here? How can you be full already? I'm full from the dog food. Ha, Steward Su is skillful. Surely many high-end restaurants will pay a fortune for his shrimp peeling technique. Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao still couldn't believe it. This handsome young man actually peeled shrimp with his bare hands. He must have mastered some special technique. They had misjudged this time. They needed to study it well when they got back. Dad, I want to eat too. Han Yuer looked at Gongwafu with longing. Gongwafu, helpless, picked up a heavenly demon shrimp dragon and easily squeezed it with his tier 7 strength. Pop, the juice burst out, spraying Han Zhanxiao next to him in the face, instantly making him look embarrassed. Han Zhanxiao? Han Yuer knew her dad was unreliable, but looking at the snow-white shrimp meat, she drooled with envy. Brother Xian, I want to eat too. Su Chen, while seriously peeling shrimp, responded, Are you sure? I haven't washed my hands. Han Yuer? Han Yenling's legs trembled under the table. Han family manner. Han Yenling and Su Chen stood by the lakeside at night. Congratulations on becoming a martial artist, Han Yenling said affirmatively. Su Chen had no intention of denying it. Congratulations to you too. Indeed. Han Yenling's heart trembled. Again, although some humans awakened with very weak talent levels, they were not without adventures and means, and could still quickly become martial artists. Using spirit crystals to sprint was one of the simplest methods. However, the cost was too high. In the last life, there were ordinary people who consumed unknown wild foods that formed spirit food. They leaped to become tier 4 martial artists, and their talents were significantly enhanced. The universe is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Therefore, from the perspective of the Empress, she quickly accepted new and novel things. Just treat Su Chen as someone with a special physique. Since that's the case, Han Yenling's bright eyes lit up with a hint of unusual color as she turned to Su Chen and said, Go. Take the university makeup exam and attend university with me. What's the benefit of going to university? Su Chen asked while secretly absorbing spiritual energy. His greatest reliance was still on his talent to level up quickly. He didn't care much about going to university. Moreover, this girl's beauty must attract a lot of trouble. If it weren't for wanting to take advantage of this spiritual energy, he wouldn't want to be too close. It's not that he was completely indifferent to beautiful women. It's just that a man needs to become strong quickly. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Han Yenling thought for a moment and said, whether it's a wealthy family or a university, they have coordinates and exploration experiences for special caves and secret realms. You know how advantageous that is for acquiring resources, right? Also, if you follow me, I'll cover all your promotion resources. Han Yenling directly laid out her terms. Su Chen was momentarily tempted, but not because of the conditions. The most important thing in this world is cultivation resources. Although Spirit Heart can help him quickly harvest resources, high-level spiritual crystals mostly come from caves and secret realms. These caves and secret realms are unique spatial rifts that have appeared since the recovery of spiritual energy, wandering between reality and illusion. Their locations are not fixed at all. They could be in the sea today and on a mountain tomorrow. Specific instruments are needed to record specific coordinates to enter. And the coordinates of these caves and secret realms are completely controlled by top universities and wealthy families. Wild warriors and mercenary teams can't find them at all. This is also what he learned from the warrior guild. Just the spiritual energy emanating from the 4th level spiritual crystal on Han Yenling's chest is enough for him to quickly advance to a 3rd level warrior. The importance of high-level spiritual crystals is evident. Okay. Su Chen agreed decisively. Is it a deal? Han Yenling extended her delicate little hand. Su Chen grasped her seemingly boneless little hand. The previously stable heart of his Dao trembled slightly. A deal. Han Yenling turned to look at the lakeside, revealing a smile, feeling a bit of the pressure in her heart lighten. Great. Finally not alone anymore. Finding a friend is too hard. The important goal in this life is to preserve the human spark. Even if he escapes from Blue Star, being alone is too lonely. At least he needs a few people to talk to. Then I'll take my leave, Miss Han. Su Chen saw that there was nothing much to do at the moment and prepared to go back and break through to a 3rd level warrior. He had almost finished absorbing the spiritual energy. From now on, just call me Xiao Han, it's quite nice. Han Yenling smiled in response. Suddenly, the light shuttle motorcycle beside them lit up, emitting a mechanical synthesized sound. Master, I'm here. Han Yenling? Warrior Guild building. Su Chen was in a single apartment, with one leg slightly limping. System. Beep.
Name, Suchin. Age, 18. Level, 2nd level. Warrior talent, Spirit Heart. Unique traits, basic body enhancement, biological fluctuation. Spiritual energy, 1928/2000. Martial skills, D-level. Wave step, perfect. C-level overlapping wave. Palm, perfect. C-level overlapping wave. Finger, perfect. Spiritual crystals, 1st level spiritual crystal *55, 2nd level spiritual crystal *18, 3rd level spiritual crystal *5, 4th level spiritual crystal *1. Today, Su Chen was under a lot of pressure. Han Shuangyi, Uncle Gong, Uncle Long. Needless to say, others might not feel it, but he had Spirit Heart. Even if they didn't show malice, the invisible aura of high-level warriors made him feel like he was walking on thin ice. As for the warrior butlers in the banquet hall, they were all above 3rd-level warriors, extremely indifferent. They looked at him as if he were an ant that could be easily crushed. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Tonight, I will break through to a 3rd-level warrior. Su Chen took out the spiritual crystal box. He took out a few 1st-level spiritual crystals and held them in his hand. Closing his eyes, he focused, feeling the growth of spiritual energy within him. After 10 minutes, the spiritual energy slowly increased to 1929. No, the absorption speed of low-grade spirit crystals is too slow. Sigh, I miss the time spent with the little rich girl. Although my legs hurt a bit and my hands feel a bit sore, the growth was rapid. Su Chen realized. It turned out that the growth rate of spiritual energy is not linear. Simply put, the closer one gets to the critical point, the higher the required concentration of spirit crystals and the longer the time needed. When he was not yet a martial artist or a 1st-level martial artist, he hadn't noticed this, perhaps due to his low rank. Since that's the case, speed is the priority. Su Chen pulled out all his 3rd-level spirit crystals. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy in the apartment surged. The brilliant colors of the 3rd-level spirit crystals began to fade. This was a sign of a significant overflow of spiritual energy. Such 3rd-level spirit crystals would greatly lose value in the market. Fortunately, under the talent of Spirit Heart, all the dissipated spiritual energy was crazily absorbed by him. 1930, 1931, 1998. This kind of power increase was truly wonderful. Until he heard a loud bang in his ears. 3rd-level martial artist. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a new trait. Killing intent perception. A warm current surged through his body. His physical qualities rapidly improved under the wash of spiritual energy. His strength, speed, stamina, and other basic attributes significantly increased. A layer of dirt surfaced on his body. This was the expulsion of bodily impurities. Another auxiliary trait? Not bad, it's a good trait for defense against schemers. I'll take a shower and then head to the training ground to try my skills. Su Chen entered the shower room of the apartment. Although it was called a single apartment, this martial artist apartment was at least 200 square meters. It can't be called luxurious, but the various high-tech materials still made one feel pleasant. This is the power of money. This is the world of martial artists. Compared to the shabby board house from a few days ago, it was simply incomparable. While washing up, Su Chen didn't forget to check the system. The section he was most concerned about was the spiritual energy value. He wanted to know how much spiritual energy was needed for a 4th-level martial artist. Upon checking, he was taken aback. Spiritual energy value 2014/10,000. It was 5 times the previous total spiritual energy value. No wonder many martial artists can only reach the 3rd level in their lifetime. It turns out the resources consumed are astronomical. If one wants to obtain these resources, aside from serving the aristocratic families, the only option is to join the military. The military has abundant resources, and even E and F level talents can be pushed to become 4th-level martial artists. This makes the number of 4th-level martial artists in the military as numerous as cattle. But the cost is also very direct. Once one becomes a martial artist through this method, they must serve in the military for 15 years before they can retire. Moreover, after joining the military, the death rate during each beast-tied battle is 60%. Regarding this death rate, Su Chen's assessment was that there was no need to actively attempt reincarnation for now. While pondering, he had finished washing up, opened the door, and headed straight to the training ground. The martial artist building was 55 stories high. Training ground. The entire floor was opened up, with various training areas and fitness equipment scattered around, and the ground was made of memory metal, a place for martial artists to spar and hone their skills. Su Chen stepped onto the field in a white training suit. He didn't wear the E-level combat suit because he wanted to quickly master his body after the advancement. He aimed to refine himself to achieve a unity of body and mind. The Martial Artist Guild prohibited life and death battles to ensure the safety of martial artists. On the training ground, a middle-aged man was practicing his sword techniques with a knife, swift as the wind, drawing the attention of many onlookers who couldn't help but exclaim, "TSK, Chen Fan's sword skills are faster, he must be close to mastering it. He was born to wield a knife, no comparison." Su Chen also paused to watch for a while, feeling a surge of excitement. Although his perfect level, lingbo step, and overlapping waves made him invincible in close combat against opponents of the same level, the greatest advantage of humans over beasts is the use of weapons. No matter how tough his body was, he couldn't withstand the claws of high-level ferocious beasts. Last time he was able to kill the black crystal leopard, he had to first create an opening. Without a combat suit and spirit heart, he wouldn't dare to attempt such a thing. Moreover, in the upcoming Masked Warrior tournament, bringing weapons is allowed. So whoever has weapons and corresponding martial skills will hold a significant advantage. Not to mention, human intelligence is higher. Fighting against ferocious beasts is a different concept altogether. With weapons, who wouldn't use them? Bang, bang, bang. Suchen quickly threw punches and sidekicks against the resistance board with the intensity of his strikes displayed on the light screen above. 35 cards, 38 cards, 100 cards is the power limit for a third-tier warrior. Only with top-level power amplification talents combined with martial skills can this record be broken. This record was set by the Emperor of Humanity when he was a third-tier warrior, and no one has surpassed it since. After a brief adaptation to his body, Suchen gradually mastered his state, and the intensity of his strikes continued to increase. 44 cards, 46 cards. The intense sounds of impact drew the attention of those around him. Wow, this kid is impressive. He looks young, but is already a third-tier warrior? What's so special about that? My nephew reached 4th tier in the military before turning 30, probably thanks to his family's spirit crystals. And having just a realm without martial skills is useless, just like those useless young masters. Shoo, keep it down. Suchen felt it was about time. He focused his energy and wanted to test the amplification of the wave stacking palm. First level wave stacking palm. Slap. 50 cards. A wave of astonishment erupted around him. What? Did it really reach 50? Could it be a power type? Talent? I don't know, but this intensity meets the minimum standard for our mercenary team. Suchen was taken aback. Something was off. The amplification was so low? Hearing the astonished voices around him, he realized that this value's intensity was indeed harder to achieve at higher levels. 50 might be a watershed moment. Second level wave stacking palm. Bang! Crack! 53 cards. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before erupting into a frenzy. What? I can't be seeing this wrong. It's 53 cards. That's almost the peak intensity of a third-tier warrior. This kid's talent must be at least A level, a young genius. Suchen stopped testing. He roughly estimated his power limit. With the technique of the wave stacking palm, he could probably reach around 9 levels, breaking 100 cards, and hitting 12 levels should yield about 150 cards. Fortunately, after becoming a warrior, his body was constantly transforming. With every bit of spiritual energy growth, his blood vitality and physical strength were also increasing. Otherwise, even with his familiarity with the wave stacking technique, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, Chen Fan, standing on the ring, brightened his eyes, sheathed his knife, and jumped down, saying, "What do you call yourself, little brother?" He was the vice-captain of the Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps, and usually practiced his knife techniques in this arena, also looking for some potential wild warriors to join the team. Suchen, do you have a mercenary team? How about considering our Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps? The warriors around the training ground were envious upon hearing this. The Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps is great. There are many experts inside. The captain is beautiful and has long legs. I applied before, but they didn't accept me. Their minimum requirement for joining is probably a D-level martial skill at a minor achievement. Can this kid manage? They probably see his talent and want to cultivate him early. The discussions around made Chen Fan's expression change. He was indeed thinking about cultivating Suchen early. As for martial skills, as long as he confirmed that this kid had potential and decent loyalty after signing a long-term contract, he could use the full strength of the team to help him forge personalized martial skills. Not considering it, Suchen frowned and shook his head. He didn't want to join a mercenary team. What? Chen Fan didn't expect to be outright rejected. It's worth noting that the Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps is one of the top wild warrior mercenary teams. Although there are risks of death while hunting compared to other wild warrior mercenary teams, it is already a top-tier existence. Our mercenary group offers great benefits with a low casualty rate, and signing a long-term contract comes with exclusive martial arts skills, Chen Fan quickly added. Suchen's heart stirred. He hadn't expected such treatment, as the ferocious beasts hunted by the mercenary group could also be exchanged for points, making it much faster to accumulate. Compared to solo hunting, many mercenary groups attract warriors this way. It's like taking out a loan in advance to obtain martial skills, and later repaying it through collective hunting outings. Of course, the points earned this way would definitely be less than those from solo hunting, but the advantage lies in the lower risk. In and out, the mercenary group has, in an invisible way, accumulated a large number of points, becoming a major player in exchanging martial skills. Can I give it a try? Suchen pointed to the training ground nearby. Chen Fan was taken aback. This kid wants to test his swordsmanship? He had practiced the battle frenzy blade for over 10 years, and his martial skill was about to reach perfection.
Sparring with him would just be a matter of one strike, right?
Sure, go ahead, Chen Fan nodded in response. The surrounding warriors were also confused, completely not understanding Su Chen's intentions.
Ha, he's sparring with the sword fanatic Chen Fan?
He probably wants to find a way out for himself. He must have heard about the benefits and is having second thoughts, wanting to join the group but feeling embarrassed to
say so. How many moves do you think he can last?
Without weapon skills, 1 move, with weapon skills, maybe 3 to 5 moves. Su Chen and Chen Fan walked towards the training ground, casually picking up a regular long sword.
Although such weapons carry some danger, the warrior's physical strength makes it manageable.
Besides, sparring isn't a life and death battle.
They both know to hold back.
Brother Su, I never hold back with my blade, so be mentally prepared, Chen Fan said, gripping the sword, his entire demeanor shifting.
An overwhelming aura surged forth. No problem, bring it on.
Su Chen was precisely interested in Chen Fan's swordsmanship. He wanted to see how many moves he could last against such a master without weapon skills.
Chen Fan let out a low shout. The man and sword became one. He charged straight at Su Chen. The first move of the D-grade martial skill, Battle Frenzy Blade, Fierce Tiger emerges from the mountain. In the brightly
lit training ground, Chen Fan's veins bulged as his long sword traced a perfect arc in the air, heading straight for Su Chen's face. The blade's wind was fierce, as if it would split the air in two. Here it comes. Su Chen took a deep breath, maintaining his composure. Beneath his sword-like brows were a pair of sharp eyes. This strike seemed swift, but in Su Chen's eyes, it was a blade that alternated between fast and slow, difficult to track. Just as the blade was about to reach his face, clang! Su Chen raised his long sword with astonishing reflexes, blocking the strike. Chen Fan flicked his wrist lightly, blending softness with strength. He followed up with the second move of the Battle Frenzy Blade, Dragon Leap. Buzz! Su Chen's long sword was directly flicked away. In an instant, his defense was wide open. But Chen Fan's blade also came to a halt. I lost, let's do it again. Su Chen's eyes brightened, deep in thought. Chen Fan laughed heartily and said, alright. He could clearly see that this kid didn't know how to use a sword. Even the way he held the sword was learned just 2 seconds ago from him. However, this novice was surprisingly able to withstand his first move. What is talent? This is talent. If brought into the group, he could very well become a pillar in the future. More and more warriors gathered around, and many from other mercenary groups also came over. Wang Gang, the leader of the Diamond Cat mercenary group, squeezed in and patted Zhao Hui, a member who was watching the excitement. Old Zhao, who is Chen Fan sparring with? Has he mastered the Battle Frenzy Blade? No, Brother Wang, it's a kid with decent strength. He wants to recruit him into the group. What kind of swordsmanship does that kid have? D-grade Chaotic Wind Blade or C-grade Thunder Blade? I didn't see him use any combat skills. He just blocked once, and the knife flew away. Chen Fan must have gone easy on him. Chen picked up the knife. The reason he didn't dodge just now was Chen Fan had no killing intent. After reaching the 3rd rank as a martial artist, his spirit heart talent upgraded again, and he could now detect the fluctuations of killing intent from those around him. Extremely useful. Back at the training ground, Su Chen and Chen Fan faced off again. Chen Fan had already made up his mind. He would let this kid have a few moves later. Young men care about their pride. After the spar, he could boast a little, and this talented lad would join the team. By then, the team leader would surely reward him. Just thinking about the reward made Chen Fan's eyes change. Looking at Su Chen, he felt more and more comfortable. However, Su Chen didn't care about that. This time, he made the first move. The long knife in his hand slashed out. Chen Fan's eyes widened. This is a fierce tiger emerging from the mountain. He learned it just by watching once? No, he was still a bit lacking. With a shake of his arms, he countered swiftly, raising his hand to block Su Chen's strike. Bang! Chen Fan actually took a step back. Damn, almost forgot. This kid has great strength. I can't hold back anymore. In an instant, the sound of clashing blades rang out, echoing throughout the training ground. Chen Fan is going a bit too easy. How come it's back and forth? It's simple, just give the kid a way out. Don't be fooled by Chen Fan practicing the mad blade. He's really meticulous. Otherwise, how could he make the rattlesnake grow bigger? It's true. He's taken away all the good seedlings. Don't you think so, Brother Wang? Wang Gang was also a 3rd-rank martial artist. He didn't practice the blade, but he had sparred with Chen Fan. He knew Chen Fan wasn't holding back. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the essence. This kid is fast and strong. There's a saying, a chaotic punch can kill a master. In the face of absolute power, technique is meaningless. Moreover, this kid's blade skills are increasingly resembling something. Chen Fan's shadow. Slap. Su Chen left himself wide open and was knocked away by the back of Chen Fan's knife. However, in mid-air, he twisted his body and landed at the edge of the training ground. It was more accurate to say he used the force to propel himself. Thanks for going easy on me, Brother Fan. Let's go again. Su Chen was full of enthusiasm. No more, no more. Chen Fan wiped his sweat and waved his hands repeatedly. What's there to fight about? This kid is incredibly fast and slippery.
Out of his 5 knife techniques, he either caught them or dodged them. The key is, his strength isn't weak. Sparring isn't a life and death battle, so many combos can't be used. So it's really tiring. Su Chen, have you considered joining the Diamond Cat mercenary group? The benefits are definitely better than what he offers. The burly Wang Gang grabbed Su Chen's hand earnestly. He could see it. This kid is definitely a good seedling that must be secured. Old Wang, get the hell out of here. This is my person, Chen Fan said angrily, panting. As he squeezed in, Wang Gang glanced at Chen Fan, raising his thick eyebrows dismissively. What do you mean your person? He hasn't even joined the team yet. Get lost, or I'll cut you. In an instant, the two were arguing fiercely. Su Chen didn't speak, because he was looking at the system. Just after the battle ended, a beautiful system sound rang out. Ding, learned. D-rank martial skill, Mad Blade technique, beginner, Su Chen knew. This was not a system bonus. It was his innate martial skill talent. Martial artists need a martial skill book to learn martial skills. In reality, it's a metal disc that combines biology. It's placed on the forehead. Not only does it flood the mind with key points and insights of the martial skill, but it also triggers muscle memory with electric shocks. After use, it directly reaches the beginner level and automatically destroys itself. So it's quite valuable. There are indeed people who have tried to learn and teach it secretly. The key is that learning is too slow. For the same technique, I can achieve results with 5 points of effort while you might need 8. Plus, I have to constantly correct my movements. It takes 2 or 3 years to even get started with a D-level martial art. This is a two-way time cost. With that energy, it would be better to hunt a few more ferocious beasts. Exchanging for martial arts would be faster. Not to mention advanced martial arts. It could take 10 or 8 years just to reach the entry level. The low-level warriors around were still discussing among themselves. Is this kid really that strong? Why is the leader of the Diamond Cat also trying to recruit him? I don't know, but Chen Fan has always had a good youth equals potential. That footwork looks like the wave step. Has he mastered it? Damn, did he practice it since he was in the womb? Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of powerful and rhythmic strikes echoed. A tall figure with an exotic charm walked over leisurely. Her figure was curvaceous. Golden hair floated in the air, exuding a strong presence. Her light golden eyes and high nose bridge indicated she was of mixed Russian and Chinese descent. However, what was most striking were her long legs, clad in specially made pure gold alloy over-the-knee high-heeled boots, designed to fold near the knees for ease of bending and executing difficult tactical maneuvers. The people around seemed to recognize her identity and quickly made way. A deep and recognizable female voice rang out, Chen Fan, what's going on? After the revival of spiritual energy, humanity merged. Many different races from various continents mixed together. Such mixed race faces were no surprise to Su Chen. One could also see a hint of the beauty of various countries in Han Yinling's features. The true divide was still between warriors and ordinary people. Noble warriors and ordinary warriors. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Captain Selena had arrived. This was a sure win. Captain, this kid is a talent. Chen Fan hurriedly stepped forward, winking, completely shedding the calm demeanor of a master swordsman from earlier. What talent? Has he had hunting experience? What martial arts does he know? Selena turned her head to look directly at Su Chen, who was about her height. A hint of scrutiny flickered in her golden eyes. Considering Chen Fan had just pointed him out, Su Chen generously replied, F-level, 1 hunting experience, D-level wave step, C-level layered wave palm. The surrounding warriors burst into laughter. Ha! Is this kid joking? F-level talent, what kind of heavenly treasure did he eat? He's only hunted a ferocious beast once, no wonder. He has no equipment. Isn't this martial art something you learn in high school? I can do it too, are you kidding me? Selena's tone was somewhat angry. She thought Chen Fan was getting more outrageous. Last time he insisted a little girl was a top hunter. But when she saw blood, she fainted. This time it was even more ridiculous. F-level talent was a step backward. She would have to punish him properly tonight. Let's go, Chen Fan. Selena didn't wait for Su Chen to respond and turned to leave. Chen Fan hesitated. He understood the captain had misunderstood. If she had seen the video of his earlier spar with Su Chen, she would definitely not think Su Chen was joking with her. But with so many people around, it was unwise to directly contradict the captain. So he quickly whispered to Su Chen with a wry smile, the captain is just too straightforward. I'll talk to her later, you must wait for me. It's fine, we can spar again when there's a chance. Su Chen set down his weapon and patted Chen Fan's shoulder. He always returned kindness to those who treated him well. Clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment were his life principles. No problem, I'll be there whenever you call, you must wait for me. Seeing that Su Chen showed no signs of anger, Chen Fan admired him even more. After hurriedly exchanging contact information, he followed in Selena's footsteps. The leader of the Diamond Cat mercenary group didn't come over again. Their overall strength was still inferior to the rattlesnake. Moreover, Su Chen heard his reply loud and clear. Although this guy had a decent foundation, the mercenary group pursued long-term benefits more. F-level talent, there really was no need to invest. Let's disperse. The Viper mercenary group isn't that easy to join. Having strength is useless, it all comes down to martial skills. Chen Fan let his. I could see that. Su Chen was unfazed. Since his comprehension of martial skills was so high, he just needed to come to the training ground to observe and learn. With fewer martial skills of his own, he should watch more and spar more. The more he watched, the more it would become his own. After training alone for a while, he returned to his apartment. He took out his newly upgraded smartphone and browsed the Martial Artist Guild forum. There were many insights and exchanges from martial artists on it. The most important information. There were also various bizarre beast data and locations. Preparations to make before hunting. Beasts, essence, combat gear, still combat gear. Without protection, everything is just talk. How to quickly improve martial skills, essence, as everyone knows, constant. Practice is necessary, but life and death battles are the true enlightenment of martial skills. No matter how high the talent, practicing against a wall is useless. Floor 1, Great God Floor. 2, damn, I practiced D-level combat skills for 3 years and only reached minor success. Floor 3, don't mention it, a major success combat skill can take on 10 of me. Su Chen was puzzled. Was it really that hard to practice combat skills? Why did it feel like he could master them after just reading twice? He clicked on the most popular channel. Shocking. A rare black crystal leopard. Encountered in 3 years, perfect level material, complete guide from discovery to hunting. Su Chen's eyes froze. When did I post this? How come I don't remember? Clicking in to take a look. The content seemed dubious, mostly a patchwork of existing information. The black crystal leopard loves to hunt claw beasts. After a large number of claw beasts are hunted, pile their corpses into a mountain. Hide behind the corpses and wait for the black crystal leopard to approach for a fatal strike. The comments below were all, Floor 1, scammer, may you die a horrible death. Floor 2, first, let me see you pile up a large number of claw beast corpses. Floor 3, ridiculous, why don't you say you killed it with a single slap? Floor 4, the last martial artist who died from a black crystal leopard's ambush said, I believed your words, and now the grass on my grave is 3 meters high. Su Chen thought to himself, this author still had some skill, basically restoring his own killing process. If it weren't for Spirit Heart, he wouldn't have known the black crystal leopard was nearby. Later, he also checked some information. He found that he indeed had struck it lucky. Rare beasts all had strong concealment abilities, some completely unaffected by the scent of their prey. In other words, even if he had Spirit Heart, he still wouldn't have encountered them. The most commented line in the entire post was, this author is just writing the hype to make money. Don't believe him. Author, I'm just writing it, come bite me? Stinky. Hashtag UN asterisk. Below was a heated exchange of insults. Su Chen chuckled, this author was quite tough. He opened the information and found there was indeed something to it. This author was well versed in various beast data. He interacted wildly with some martial artists on the forum, often shutting people down with his rich knowledge. His personal profile read, Black Crystal Leopard Hunters. Contact me, generous rewards. Su Chen was curious. Generous rewards? Ding, added as a friend. Friend request accepted. Hello, I am the Black Crystal Leopard Hunter. May I ask what the generous reward is? Su Chen asked politely. I reward you with 100,000 slaps. Another one scanned, stinky hashtag at asterisk and. A series of impolite words lit up on the screen. Su Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Goodness, is it really that intense? What kind of emotional trauma must one have endured to produce such cold words? The key point is the speed. Page after page of unique, polite phrases come rushing in, leaving Su Chen overwhelmed. He thought for a moment and sent a photo. It was taken of the black crystal leopard in the truck bed. Of course, it was to prevent the veteran drivers or the warrior guild from tampering with the black crystal leopard. The screen went quiet. Great God, please accept my knee. Ah, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Su Chen was speechless. The speed of this turnaround was astonishing. Forget about the knee. Su Chen tapped the screen with his fingers. What is the heavy reward? The other party was typing. The other party was deleting. The other party was retyping. The person on the other side of the screen seemed to be thinking, organizing their words. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry and patiently replied, how heavy is it exactly? After a long while, a message lit up. Just wait it, 108.5 pounds. Warrior building, 100th floor. High-end bar. Are you living life to the fullest? Su Chen asked the petite, plump, and cute round-faced girl in front of him. Gee great God, hello, my name is Zhao Xiuyan. The girl excitedly pulled out her chubby little hand. They shook hands. Her palm was full of excited sweat. Zhao Xiuyan was only about 5 feet tall, and her extra weight made the black-made dress bulge at the chest. She wore thick-framed glasses, and the tip of her nose was slightly red. Her appearance was very two-dimensional. Great God, you're so handsome. Why do you call yourself living life to the fullest?
Zhao Xiuyan said as she eagerly inserted a straw into her milk teacup. Suchen picked up his lemonade and casually replied, with a temper like yours, isn't it also called living life to the fullest? Great God, you don't know how hard my life is. Zhao Xiuyan took a deep breath of milk tea and mumbled. So you drink it with triple sugar? Why does the heavy reward have to be discussed in person? Su Chen asked. Zhao Xiuyan sniffed and said, it has to do with my talent. Is it convenient to talk about? Su Chen knew that warriors had all sorts of bizarre talents, some of which could be considered their trump cards, so it wasn't convenient to disclose. Zhao Xiuyan, however, seemed indifferent and said, sea-level talent, sniffing mouse. I know. About that talent, just a moment, I'll reply to a message. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. He then calmly took out his phone, opened the Warrior Guild app's search bar, and quickly typed, what is the sniffing mouse talent? The first offline meeting with an online acquaintance. He couldn't appear too ignorant. Don't search anymore, this talent is an auxiliary type. Zhao Xiuyan, with years of experience in online interactions, had already noticed the trajectory of Su Chen's finger movements. Ahem. Su Chen, realizing he had been seen through, put down his phone and casually asked, can you elaborate? Zhao Xiuyan showed a look of despair and said, you know about the 5th-tier ferocious beast, sniffing mouse, right? It lives in the misty swamp and is one of the 3 pests of the eagle domain. My talent is the same as theirs. I can smell the scent of prey's excrement from a super long distance and hunt in groups. In simple terms, smelling poop. Put. Su Chen sprayed his lemonade out. This talent was truly disgusting, especially coming from a girl. No wonder her temper was so explosive, anyone would break down in her shoes. But wait, this talent should be very helpful for hunting ferocious beasts. Su Chen calmed down and asked in confusion. This talent should logically be a hot commodity for all mercenary groups. With this talent, wouldn't one worry about not finding ferocious beasts? The ferocious beasts in this world are quite clever. They run faster than anyone when they are at a lower tier. They gather in groups, specifically bullying the weak. So when humans go out to hunt ferocious beasts, they face 2 choices. First, to band together for safety, yielding small rewards. Second, to go solo for greater rewards, but with extremely high risks. Therefore, most martial artists choose to stick together. The materials from ferocious beasts are valuable, but their own lives are even more so. There are, however, a very few martial artists who are more confident and choose to go solo, known as hunter martial artists. Most of them are skilled in martial arts and have enough understanding and innate restraint against several types of ferocious beasts, which allows them to venture deep alone. Zhao Xiuyan seemed to understand Su Chen's confusion and continued, the 5th-tier sniffing mouse and the 4th-tier spotted ant have a rare cooperative relationship. You know that, right? No, I don't, Su Chen replied. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes, peering from behind her black-rimmed glasses, widened in disbelief. How could you not know anything and still hunt the black crystal leopard? Did you just pick it up by the roadside? However, her years of experience as a keyboard warrior taught her one thing, never question a master. Otherwise, you'll end up with an even rounder face. So she took a sip of her milk tea and continued, after hunting in groups, the sniffing mouse gives the food scraps to the spotted ants at the bottom of their nest, and in return, the spotted ants provide 3rd-tier ant honey. After consuming the ant honey, the sniffing mouse's sense of smell is enhanced, allowing it to go out hunting. My tier is low, and activating my talent requires 1 piece of ant honey, lasting for 12 hours. 1 piece of ant honey is worth 500,000, so, Su Chen understood. Goodness. In the early stages, it was purely a gambling talent. For a medium-sized mercenary group to go out hunting once, splitting the spoils, a net profit of over 200,000 would be considered good. Zhao Xiuyan could help the mercenary group quickly locate ferocious beast groups. But, once found, can they defeat them? Even if they find ferocious beasts they can fight, they will run away. What ferocious beast would foolishly charge at them? They are ferocious beasts, but not idiots. The scenario of a 1st-tier ferocious beast challenging a group of 3rd-tier humans only exists in novels and comics. Such foolish ferocious beasts have long been extinct. So, back and forth, the value of this talent isn't that high. What tier are you now? Su Chen felt that Zhao Xiuyan's talent matched well with his own spirit heart and had an idea. 1st tier. Do you have martial skills? Yes, D tier wave step beginner. Do you have a mercenary group? Don't mention it. No, I'm still in debt for points. Su Chen was quite surprised. You can owe points without a mercenary group? Sigh, master, this is a long story. Otherwise, I wouldn't be posting. To ride the wave, maintaining a month of heat earns points from the Martial Artist Guild app. Forget it. Are you interested in joining my mercenary group? Su Chen directly extended the invitation. This girl, to others, seemed to have a useless talent, but she was exactly the kind of partner he needed. She understood ferocious beast knowledge and could locate them. The key was, she could find rare ferocious beasts. Although she could only determine a general range, with Spirit Heart, finding rare ferocious beasts within a certain area would be like child's play. A talent like this absolutely cannot be missed. Really? I'm willing.
Zhao Xiuyan was super excited, beads of sweat forming on her red nose. Since she had been optimized, this was her first invitation. Great, welcome aboard. Suchen thought this girl was quite good, agreeing without even asking about the treatment. You'll get 5% of the mercenary group's earnings, how about that? Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. Is that appropriate? Most mercenary group salaries are calculated based on attendance. They are distributed according to the martial artist's tier, for fixed salaries. If the harvest is abundant, it will be included in the year-end bonus pool. This is highly beneficial for the mercenary group because martial artists have a certain casualty rate. Once a martial artist dies, their share of the bonus goes to the mercenary group. Insurance is provided by companies specifically for martial artists. Of course, these are also one of the main businesses of those martial artist aristocratic families. So, a mercenary group that dares to directly allocate shares is equivalent to a company's stock options in the world of the last life. Real, tangible benefits. No problem, let's go register, Suchen said as he stood up, preparing to take Zhao Xiuyan to register a new mercenary group. Zhao Xiuyan hurriedly followed, not forgetting to take her milk tea with her. This milk tea was made with heavily diluted ant honey, costing several hundred a cup. She had to hold on tight to this opportunity. She absolutely couldn't mess it up. At such a young age, she was already managing a mercenary group. The future was limitless. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan adjusted her glasses and asked seriously, boss, how many people are in our mercenary group? What kind of joining gift should I prepare? No need, there are only 2 of us for now. In a room on the apartment floor of the Warrior Guild, Chen Fan was busy, beads of sweat glistening on his strong back. Selena, this young man is quite good, isn't he? Selena was leaning on the massage chair, frowning as she watched the video in front of her. Her smooth, white back was marked with numerous blood streaks. You really didn't go easy on him, she seemed to still doubt. Chen Fan applied a layer of essential oil to the jade board and said earnestly, I admit there are some appropriate guiding marks, but I definitely didn't go easy on him. This kid has an exceptional sense of the blade, even, not inferior to me. Upon hearing this evaluation, Selena decisively said, in that case, you contact him. I'll personally recruit him and can apologize. This is why the Rattlesnake could become a top mercenary group. They treat talent without bias and are willing to lower their stance. Made a mistake? Then just admit it directly. She pushed herself up from the massage chair and grabbed the combat suit beside her, putting it on without hesitation. She didn't mind that her curves were fully visible to Chen Fan. Gulp! Chen Fan swallowed hard. No matter how many times he saw it, he never got tired of it. Seemingly sensing Chen Fan's fiery gaze, Selena smiled seductively. Let's go, if it works out, I'll reward you well tonight. Chen Fan hurriedly put away the jade board and took out his phone. Sue, where are you? At the Warrior Guild training ground, near the mercenary window. Okay, I'll be there soon. Suchen put down his phone and looked at the window in front of him. This was the mercenary registration window, set up to facilitate the recruitment of new members for mercenary groups. After all, good talent is mostly discovered at the training ground. Big shot, don't joke with me. What's our mercenary group called? Zhao Xiuyan still couldn't believe Su Chen's words. In this world, how could there be a mercenary group with just 2 people? Isn't that asking for death? Su Chen ignored Zhao Xiuyan and took out a golden magnetic card, asking the staff at the window, what are the requirements for registering a mercenary group? Any 3rd-tier warrior can register. The registration fee is 100,000, the staff member replied calmly. There were too many warriors like that. On a day without 3, there would be 5, especially among the young. Who doesn't have dreams of calling the wind and summoning the rain? But most are blocked by the threshold of being a 3rd-tier warrior. So young, clearly a rookie. How do you certify as a 3rd-tier warrior? The staff member looked up, seemingly confirming whether this handsome guy outside the window was serious. However, they had seen plenty of both prodigies and those who overestimated themselves, so they politely said, there's a testing device on the right. Once you pass, you'll be automatically certified. Su Chen walked to the side. At this moment, some sharp-eyed warriors around had already seen Su Chen standing in front of the 3rd-tier warrior certification device and quickly called their companions. Come quick, another rookie. What's going on? Another 2nd-tier warrior about to get beaten? What position do you think he'll fly out in? Lower your voice, don't let him hear. I'm recording a video, this is definitely going to be a hot post. Su Chen looked at the device in front of him. It was completely different from the certification for 1st-tier warriors. It looked like a large-scale weight and height measuring device. The prompt above reads, non-3RD rank warriors should not attempt certification as it can lead to injury. This is a 3rd-rank warrior certification device. Its principle is slightly different from that of the warrior certification device. It counters the internal spiritual energy of the warrior through a certain intensity of shock. If one's own spiritual energy strength reaches the 3rd rank, certification is successful. If not, one will be knocked back. There are often warriors who overestimate themselves, trying to exploit loopholes in the device with their innate abilities. After all, becoming a 3rd Rank warrior comes with many benefits. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of that? Let's go, Sue. It's okay if there's no mercenary group. Zhao Xiuyan didn't know how he managed to kill that rare second-rank black crystal leopard, but she had heard the discussions around her. Su Chen clearly didn't understand the registration rules for mercenary groups. She also knew that some second-rank warriors had taken shortcuts to pass the third-rank warrior test, but that was a minority. Most were knocked back, falling in a disheveled state. It was too difficult to become a third-rank warrior at this age. Moreover, he recognized himself. This was a favor from fate, and she didn't want Su Chen to embarrass himself in front of everyone. It's fine, just stand back. Su Chen stood firm, placed the magnetic card, and clicked to start the test. Zhao Xiuyan quickly retreated. The shockwaves generated by this device were quite strong. As a first-rank warrior, it was easy for her to fall. The atmosphere around them grew more intense, with more and more warriors gathering to watch. A large crowd of onlookers attracted Selena and Chen Fan, who were approaching. They're coming. Don't forget to start recording. Ah, I love watching this. What are you guys doing? Chen Fan asked. Just watch for yourself, it's a traditional show. Su Chen, wait, Selena and Chen Fan were just about to step forward to stop Su Chen to prevent their team member from embarrassing himself in public. With a buzzing sound, the third-rank warrior detection device began to operate. A violent airflow instantly blew out from the front of the device. Su Chen's internal spiritual energy shook violently, but his stance remained steady. Beep. Certification successful. The magnetic card instantly changed from gold to purple, which is the mark of a third-rank warrior. Beep. Congratulations on becoming the youngest third-rank warrior in Huayu. In an instant, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Crash. The warrior who was recording dropped his phone on the memory metal floor, shattering it into pieces. The surrounding warriors were all dumbfounded. They had come to see a joke. And then, were they slapped in the face by the joke? No. It was a full-on beating. In an instant, the martial arts hall erupted. Holy crap. Did I hear that right? The youngest third-rank warrior in Huayu? What was the record again? 22 or 23? I heard he has F-level talent? That can't be true, it should start at least from S. The way this group of warriors looked at Su Chen changed, especially Selena. Selena pushed through the crowd, striding towards Su Chen with a radiant smile. I am Selena, the leader of the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Without waiting for Su Chen to respond, she quickly introduced the advantages of her mercenary group. 5-year contract for D-level weapon skills, 7-year contract for C-level weapon skills, 15-year contract for B-level skills. The salary is the top salary for third rank, with a 20% increase in year-end bonuses, guaranteed A+. What? They can offer such treatment? The surrounding warriors' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Chen Fan hurriedly stepped forward to pull Selena aside and whispered, Leader, this, other team members might, the leader usually didn't pay much attention to management. This treatment was indeed extraordinarily generous, with all contract durations reduced by 30%. Most importantly, the year-end bonus was quite excellent, with the highest being S, which was usually reserved for leaders and vice leaders. Once these conditions were laid out, it was clear. The Rattlesnake Mercenary Group would explode with excitement. It's a simple logic. Everyone is a third-rank warrior. Why should you get a higher salary than us? Just because you're handsome? Su Chen smiled and shook his head, walking directly towards the Mercenary Guild registration window, completely uninterested in other mercenary groups. He wasn't looking to work for anyone. Seeing this, Selena thought Su Chen was still upset about her earlier comments and quickly added, Don't be in a hurry, our guild has hidden benefits. Su Chen wasn't interested, but he didn't want to make an enemy of this beautiful, exotic-looking guild leader in public. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. Besides, trouble often comes with beautiful women. So he asked as he walked, Oh? What benefits? Selena was delighted, thinking there was a chance. Noticing Su Chen was young and handsome, she stepped forward, puffed out her impressive chest, and hinted softly, Our guild offers late-night massage services. Su Chen? Chen Fan? If you're considering joining a mercenary guild, you should prioritize us. Selena threw a big flirtatious glance, but Su Chen calmly ignored her. This woman was very realistic. Besides, she wasn't as good-looking as Xiao Han. Thank you for the invitation, but I plan to register my own mercenary guild, Su Chen said directly as he reached the registration window, waving to Zhao Xiuyan beside him. Everyone around was dumbfounded. To be honest, was this handsome guy strong? Yes, extremely strong. He broke the record for the youngest third-tier warrior in Huayu. What does that mean? Right now, the news hadn't spread. Once it does, there would definitely be a frenzy, with major universities, wealthy families, and military organizations all vying for him. Although the information about the warrior guilds in the 9 domains wasn't synchronized, everyone's levels weren't too far apart. So this kid was very likely the youngest third-tier warrior in the 9 domains. However, wanting to establish a mercenary guild was a different concept altogether. Not to mention, where would your guild members come from? Everyone follows you to make money. If your mercenary guild lacks strength, no one will join.
Moreover, being the youngest third-tier warrior only indicates good talent, abundant resources, or some
lucky encounters. It certainly doesn't mean your combat power is strong.
Hunting fierce beasts isn't just about standing there as a third-tier warrior and having the beasts lie down to be slaughtered.
It involves life and death battles. One misstep could lead to becoming the shortest-lived third-tier warrior in history.
So the atmosphere around was chaotic, with everyone's mindset swinging
like a roller coaster.
They had just been envious, and now they were mocking.
What? He's actually starting his own mercenary guild? Isn't it better to join the Rattlesnake Mercenary Guild? Joining a family guild would work too. Does he think forming a mercenary guild is that simple? I don't know, but I know a mercenary guild needs a lot of money. Otherwise, you can't even leave the city. He doesn't even have combat gear and thinks he can go out and hunt fierce beasts. Is this your guild member? Selena asked coldly as she saw Zhao Xiuyan inching closer. Su Chen nodded. What's wrong?
Hello, sister Na, brother Fan. I'll pay back the points I owe as soon as possible, Zhao Xiuyan stammered. She had been hiding to avoid attention upon seeing Selena, but unexpectedly, Su Chen called her out. It's fine, it's not your fault, just pay it back slowly, Chen Fan quickly reassured Zhao Xiuyan. He knew the girl's talent, he had brought her in to help the mercenary guild find more fierce beasts. Unexpectedly, this girl fainted at the sight of blood. She would sleep for a whole day. In battles between warriors and fierce beasts, who doesn't get a bit of blood on them? After one outing, she hadn't been able to help at all. When the money was counted, they had lost 100,000. If it weren't for his good skills, the guild leader would have skinned him alive. Moreover, to improve her survival skills, the mercenary guild had spent points to help her exchange for the D-rank movement technique, wave step. Once learned, it couldn't be returned. In the end, they could only optimize it to reduce losses. As for compensation, Zhao Xiuyan felt embarrassed and insisted on repaying the points. That was the whole story. It seems you won't be going to other mercenary groups either. Selena's previously eager expression switched in an instant. She had thought Su Chen was just being polite, contacting other mercenaries to hear their quotes before making a decision. In fact, she had even planned to have a long, heartfelt talk with this kid throughout the night. But now, there was no need for that. He was truly seeking his own demise. Selena, the leader of the mercenary group in Huayu's capital, naturally knew the requirements for establishing a mercenary group. 100,000? That was just the entry fee. The salaries of the members, the war vehicles for leaving the city, and the combat uniforms and weapons. Which of these didn't burn money? Her Viper mercenary group was also inherited from her father. The hardships were not something outsiders could understand. Moreover, once she had established a mercenary group, it would be very difficult to join another. This was a rule of the industry, as no leader liked to recruit an unstable element who might want to go independent at any time. If they took away a few good hands, it would be a significant loss. Since he was seeking death, there was no need to stop him. Selena returned to her cold demeanor and simply turned to leave. Let's go, Chen Fan. Then Su Chen. I'm leaving, you take care. Chen Fan glanced at Su Chen, sighed, shook his head with a bitter smile, and left. In his view, this kid was just being overly proud. He wanted to prove himself too much. Working for someone else wasn't appealing, but being on the list of wealthy women was different. If he didn't have some unique skills, could he even reach the position of vice captain? Seeing this, everyone else dispersed as well. Let's go, another one seeking death. Who is Zhao Xiuyan? I've never heard of her. The only optimized non-combatant in the Viper mercenary group. She even trended on social media. What was her talent again? Something about smelling poop? So disgusting, don't say it. Su Chen heard this and was just about to comfort Zhao Xiuyan a bit. Unexpectedly, she stared at him with burning eyes. Su God, I want to join your group, no salary. I've saved up a few thousand, let's use it as our group's startup fund. Su Chen was taken aback. What kind of divine employee was this? No salary. And she was even willing to chip in? I admit I'm handsome, but it hasn't reached that level yet. No need, your treatment remains the same. Go back and organize some materials, we'll leave the city tomorrow. After saying this, Su Chen casually tossed over a stamp. This was just processed by the staff. Zhao Xiuyan nodded. She didn't ask Su Chen if the mercenary group had war vehicles or what grade the combat uniforms were. She didn't care anymore. After years of online battles, she was truly tired. This time, she just wanted to confront her inner demons head-on, otherwise, she would never escape the psychological shadow of fearing blood. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge in my own way. The pure black stamp at her fingertips outlined a few golden characters. Rare Hunter Mercenary Group. A two-person mercenary group is indeed quite rare. What? The youngest Tier 3 warrior in Huayu? Long Gong was shocked upon hearing the news. This record hadn't been broken for many years. The last person to break it was that individual. Mr. Long, the one named Su Chen seems to be Miss Han's butler from last time. A beautiful secretary in a tight black professional outfit hurriedly added.
Long Gong poured himself a cup of tea, shook his head with a cold smile. Is it Butler Sue? Does he not trust me either? It seemed he had lost interest in recruiting. Suppress the media reports, you know what to do. Long Gong waved his hand, and the secretary nodded and left. The same scene unfolded across various places in the capital. Meanwhile, deep within the federal system, a series of commands were suddenly triggered and Su Chen's information was quickly modified. Dark Blade Command. Judging. Meets sea-level civilian. Genius standards. Triggering hidden development mechanism. Undercurrents surged and then quickly calmed. Han Family Manor. Underground training room. Han Yenling wiped the sweat from her forehead. Ding dong. The youngest third-tier martial artist in the history of Huayu has appeared. The phone buzzed with a notification. She glanced at it and swiped it away. It was clearly media hype. Such news came out every day. In her memory, the one who truly broke the speed record for third-tier martial artists would be Han Yu 2 months later. Even her discerning eye as an empress had to admit that Wazimu was indeed a peerless talent. Unfortunately, before they could even face off, he died mysteriously. In this life, her plans had been disrupted too much, especially with a significant funding gap. Since that's the case, she would leave the city tomorrow. She would set up the Han mercenary group. There were several good beast points in her memory. Plenty of resources, low risk, and she could seize the advantage of information to take the lead. She couldn't practice any more tonight. Otherwise, her legs would be sore, affecting tomorrow's activities. So annoying. If only Su Chen were here, it would have been better to change his role to a personal butler back then. In the single apartment of the Martial Artist Guild. Snap. Su Chen crushed the fourth-tier spirit crystal pendant. In an instant, frenzied spiritual energy filled the entire room. Light flickered chaotically. Wow, what a commotion! Su Chen marveled at the gradually forming blue fourth-tier spirit crystal in his hand. Fortunately, the partition in this single apartment was made of special materials that could shield these spiritual energy fluctuations. Otherwise, he would definitely be noticed by the surrounding martial artists. After discovering the third-tier martial artist, the absorption speed of spirit crystals below third tier had slowed down significantly. Perhaps for other martial artists, it would be considered extremely wealthy. With just a year or so, they could confidently advance to fourth-tier martial artists. But for Su Chen, he was very dissatisfied with such speed. Resources? They were meant to be used. Up to fourth-tier spirit crystals. Su Chen clenched the glowing crystal in his palm and began to absorb it rapidly. The spiritual energy value in his body grew quickly. 2102. 2103. This speed of cultivation far exceeded the absorption of spiritual energy from the air, continuing until midnight. System. Name, Su Chen. Age. 18 level, 3rd tier martial artist talent, spirit heart, unique traits, basic body enhancement, biological wave, killing intent perception, spiritual energy, 2201/10,000 martial skills, D level. Lingbo step, perfect, C level overlapping waves palm, perfect, C level overlapping waves finger, perfect, D level battle frenzy blade, beginner, spirit crystals, 1st tier spirit crystal * 55. 2nd tier spirit crystal * 18, 3rd tier spirit crystal * 2, 4th tier spirit crystal * 1. Su Chen realized the spiritual energy contained in a 4th-tier spirit crystal was about 10,000 points. As time passed, it would continuously dissipate. The human body's absorption of spiritual energy was not 100% conversion. Su Chen estimated his absorption efficiency to be around 70%. He couldn't help but complain, sigh, if only my talent were a bit stronger. Why isn't it 100%? If this complaint were heard by Han Yenling, she would probably be so angry she'd spit blood. During the last Empress's era, she had spent a lot of resources to advance the Spirit Crystal Absorption Efficiency project. The final conclusion was, even for those with S-level talents or above, the conversion rate for Spirit Crystals was only 25%. This didn't even account for the natural dissipation effect of Spirit Crystals. More critically, 5th-tier Spirit Crystals were basically the ceiling found in all large and medium-sized secret realms. Their yield was extremely low. Su Chen didn't know that at the moment he shattered the 4th-tier Spirit Crystal pendant in a luxurious private mansion somewhere in the capital. A robust middle-aged man was lying on the bed resting. Ding! The pendant has been destroyed. His phone suddenly vibrated. His face changed drastically. He had implanted a miniature monitoring chip in that pendant, so he roughly grabbed the long hair of the woman lying beside him and whispered angrily, "Bitch, who did you give my pendant to? Ah, it hurts, Yi Qingshan, let go." The woman had a beautiful face, her makeup exquisite, and the flirtation in her eyes had not yet faded, but she was extremely angry. She was nearly 40. Resembling Yi Wuxuan. Yi Qingshan furrowed his brows. With a raised hand, he slapped her face, leaving a bright red handprint that directly interrupted her complaints. "Yu Qingqing, have I not emphasized that the jade pendant must not be damaged? It was with Yi Wuxuan during his awakening ceremony a couple of days ago." Yu Qingqing covered her face in terror. Yi Qingshan stood up and got dressed. "Damn it, that useless piece of mud only knows how to cause trouble. Where is he now?" That's your nephew. Yu Qingqing didn't bother to dwell on the pain in her swollen face. Although she was also a second-tier martial artist, with Yi Qingshan's fifth-tier strength, taking her life would be a mere slap. This was already the result of him holding back. Shut up. I was truly blinded by lust. How could I lend you the jade pendant? Yu Qingqing dressed alongside him, ignoring his complaints as she quickly touched up her makeup to cover the red mark on her face. She opened her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she coldly asked, "Where is Wushuang?" On the other end, a precise address was relayed. Huayu Capital City, 3rd Ring Road, Tian. Shangrenjian, Rumen, Bang. Yi Qingshan kicked the door open. Amidst a series of piercing screams, he and Yu Qingqing entered. The room was a total of 200 square meters, half of it occupied by a bed, the other half filled with various instruments. Many women lay sprawled across the bed in disarray. The air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol. Yi Qingshan frowned and walked straight to the center of the room. One hand grabbed the hair of the drowsy Yi Wushuang. The other hand swung out. Slap. Damn, which idiot dares to hit? Yi Wushuang's right cheek instantly swelled red. Slap. Slap. Wake up. Yu Qingqing couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted urgently. Yi Wushuang's eyes finally began to focus. Inside them were the furious pupils of his uncle. Uncle, don't hit. What happened? After awakening his A-level talent, he had been lost in a haze of wine and women, still unclear about what was happening. Where is the jade pendant? Yi Qingshan asked. Yi Wushuang was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the jade pendant in his clothes? He wasn't fully sober yet. Slap. Seeing him dazed, Yi Qingshan slapped him again. It's with me. Yi Wushuang scrambled and searched, but the bed was strewn with various colored women's clothing. How could he find his own clothes? You all search too. Yu Qingqing, unable to watch any longer, ordered the women kneeling on the floor. In an instant, the room was in chaos. 2 minutes later, Yi Wushuang's clothes were found, but there was no jade pendant. He finally remembered where the pendant was. 2 days ago, he had instructed his subordinate Chenli to retrieve it from Su Chen, a second-tier martial artist going to get a jade pendant from an ordinary person with an F-level talent. What could go wrong? He hadn't thought much of it. Ordinary people and martial artists from noble families were entirely different worlds. But at this moment, he couldn't think of that. He quickly called Chenli. Yi Qingshan lost his patience and kicked Yi Wushuang, sending him tumbling. What are you calling for? Where did the jade pendant go? His anger was rising. That was a jade pendant worth at least a 4th-tier spirit crystal. 1 billion. It was neither too much nor too little. It's with Chenli. I left it with him. Yi Wushuang only knew that the jade pendant was quite valuable. His mother had reminded him to return it to his uncle after awakening, but he wasn't clear on its exact worth. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but ask, where is Chenli? She sensed that things were getting serious. She knew the value, and because she knew the value, she hadn't told Yi Wushuang about her affair with his uncle. The fewer people who knew, the better. Now, finding the jade pendant might still offer a chance. Beep, the number you have dialed is turned off. Yi Wushuang was stunned. The next second, with a bang, he was kicked away again. Half an hour later, Yi Qingshan used the Yi family's connections to obtain some information. Su Chen got the jade pendant and became the steward of the Han family. Han Yenling obtained a 4th grade spirit crystal, and Su Chen became a 3rd grade warrior. The remaining information was also easy to deduce. Su Chen voluntarily offered the jade pendant, and the Han family helped eliminate Chen Li. As for why the jade pendant was only crushed now, it was simple. The Han family also had 4th grade spirit crystals. They would crush it when needed. Yi Wushuang's bare back was covered in bruises, trembling as he knelt by the bed. At this moment, he looked dazed, his face full of shock. How could Su Chen possibly be a 3rd grade warrior? Yi Qingshan had also learned about Han Xuanyi's rise in the military and pondered, the Han family is very deep in their dealings, so I advise you not to provoke Han Yenling. Getting angry now was useless. He needed to find a way to retrieve the spirit crystal from the jade pendant. It seemed he could only move that piece ahead of time. If he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it all. Yi Qingshan opened his phone. He issued orders in quick succession. Keep an eye on the spirit crystal exchange point. Let me know if a 4th grade spirit crystal appears. Contact that piece in the Han family and promise the Yi family mercenary team the position of deputy commander for the 2nd team. After a series of arrangements, it was calm and orderly. Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered with different colors. The Yi family had been thriving in recent years. They had seized a lot of resources from other families. It was inseparable from these two men. If it weren't for this unworthy son, it wouldn't have come to this. But there was no choice. The current head of the Yi family, her husband, was infertile. She could only borrow from his brother. Hopefully, Yi Wushuang could mature a bit sooner. At the spirit crystal exchange point in the warrior guild building, Su Chen, wearing a mask, stood at the window. He was preparing to exchange all spirit crystals below 3rd grade, because 1st and 2nd grade spirit crystals were too slow for him to absorb energy. Slowly developing was not his style. Sir, are you here to exchange spirit crystals? The young lady at the window asked softly.
Their income commission was based on the amount of spirit crystals exchanged, so they treated every potential customer at the window with great care.
Su Chen glanced at the exchange price list.
First-grade spirit crystals were around 1 million and second-grade spirit crystals were around 10 million. The prices fluctuated slightly. Su Chen thought for a moment and changed
his voice to ask, "What's the maximum you can accept? Is there an anonymous way?"
Sir, don't worry, this is an official exchange point. That kind of situation doesn't exist here." The young lady, Li Xiao, replied with a smile. But what she thought was, these warriors are rarely seen in the market. They always feel that having 2 or 3 spirit crystals makes them think someone is trying to harm them. Besides the warrior guild, there are also some underground exchange points where disputes can easily occur. However, the prices for spirit crystals there are even higher. This outfit doesn't seem very valuable either. Of course, her high professional quality kept her from showing the sarcasm in her eyes, and she patiently responded, "Sir, as long as it's not a 3rd grade or above spirit crystal, the money will be directly credited to your account. Because for spirit crystals above 3rd grade, the prices are high and the energy will dissipate. They need
to assess the energy content before transferring the money.
As for 4th grade spirit crystals, no one would come to exchange them for money. Those are all good things, and the only way they appear
is through auctions."
Upon hearing this, Su Chen thought that was not bad, so he said, "I won't sell 3rd grade spirit crystals."
"Okay, how many would you like to exchange?" Li Xiao didn't waste words and directly took out the spirit crystal tray.
The month was nearing its end, and her performance was still a bit short of the standard.
If she didn't meet the standard, she would have to go find her supervisor and whine. It was really annoying.
She hoped this warrior could give her a pleasant surprise, preferably with 2 spirit crystals.
Su Chen took out the spirit crystal box and pulled out a 1st grade spirit crystal. "Place it on the tray. Let's try it first."
Upon seeing this, the light in Li Xiao's eyes dimmed.
"Damn, my heart just trembled when I saw the spirit crystal box. But there's only one. What can you buy with just 1 spirit crystal?" Ding dong.
"Your bank card has been credited with 980,000.
Li Xiao quickly completed the transaction, preparing to
continue scrolling through short videos, perfunctorily saying, "Welcome to come again next time. Wait, give me the tray, I have more."
Su Chen felt much more stable seeing the money arrive quickly.
Having a martial artist guild makes a difference. If I hadn't become a martial artist and exchanged spirit crystals, I would definitely be on edge.
Money can be quite tempting. Smack, I'll exchange all of these. Su Chen poured the remaining 54 first-tier spirit crystals onto the tray.
The brilliant spiritual light illuminated the entire exchange window in a dazzling display.
Li Xiao
was stunned, rubbing her eyes, almost pulling off her false eyelashes.
I don't have permission for so many."
She had seen plenty of spirit crystals.
However, it was her first time seeing so many first-tier spirit crystals together.
The shock of it all was beyond her imagination. So many spirit crystals, almost matching her entire 2 months' worth of collection at the
window. Did someone poke the spirit crystal nest? The supervisor, Wu Yusen, wearing shiny leather shoes, walked over briskly.
In his 20 years of experience, it was the first time he had seen such a scene. The spirit crystals in the tray were in perfect condition, all freshly generated, with no loss. Although he was shocked, he knew the industry rules and swiped his magnetic card. "Beat, your bank card has been credited with 52,920,000. Under the mask, Su Chen's lips curled up.
Comfortable.
So comfortable. The feeling of having money is really damn refreshing. "Sir, your exchange amount has reached our VIP standard.
Here is a black VIP card. Next time you come, you can waive the handling fee," Supervisor Wu said politely. He speculated that it might be a wealthy family that needed cash, sending someone to exchange money.
But he knew better than to ask what he shouldn't, politely saying, "Welcome to come again next time." Su Chen caught the black card, thinking, "I really lost out on this. I should have asked about the criteria for obtaining the black card. Also, how does this counter do business? Always rushing people away?"
"Wait." Su Chen spoke up. Wu Yusen and Li Xiao felt a chill in their hearts, hoping he wouldn't backtrack.
This had happened before. After all, with so many spirit crystals, selling them slowly on the black market could yield several million more in income.
"I'll exchange these 2. Su Chen suddenly poured the 2nd-tier spirit crystals into the tray and pushed it toward the counter.
Li Xiao's brain crashed. Wu Yusen rubbed his eyes, almost pulling out his contact lenses.
I don't have permission for so many." Su Chen was speechless. Why is it always about not having permission? I haven't even pulled out any 3rd-tier spirit crystals yet. Half an hour later, Su Chen left.
The bank card account balance was 232,920,000.
Outside the window stood 3 people bowing
deeply at a 45-degree angle. Teller Li Xiao, Supervisor Wu Yusen, and Minister Wu Jiacheng. Their synchronized movements caught the attention of passing martial artists.
What are they doing? Apologizing? Isn't that Minister Wu? Why is he bowing too? Not sure, isn't he a relative of the Dragon Palace? He usually treats people like that,
one martial artist said, mimicking a defiant expression.
Keep your voice down. Next time you exchange spirit crystals, they might deduct money from you. I've been a martial artist for 13 years and I haven't found a single spirit crystal. What can I exchange? What are you? I haven't found one in 24 years. It would be great to go to the underground secret realm. I heard there are tons of spirit crystals. After Su Chen left, Minister Wu received a phone call. Old Wu, I heard you got a big client? Old Ji, spit it out quickly. Minister Wu was in a good mood. This year's targets had greatly exceeded expectations, and no one could say he got in through connections. Is someone exchanging for 4th-tier spirit crystals? Don't ask about such things. I'm hanging up now. Minister Wu quickly hung up the phone. The exchange points of the Warrior Association prohibited inquiries about exchange information to prevent any warriors from being silenced after seeing spirit crystals. This was a rule. Otherwise, who would dare to come for exchanges? However, there are always exceptions. For instance, the wealthy families. If one says a couple of words and hangs up, it means there's nothing to discuss. As for what comes next, he didn't care. Anyway, the items that needed to be delivered had been sent, and no one could find fault with that. Ding! Detected that the host's funds have reached the minimum value, adding fund information. Su Chen heard the familiar system voice. A wave of anger surged in his heart. Can't you just give me some benefits directly? A lottery would be fine. Why only show information? System. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Level, 3rd rank. Warrior talent, Spirit Heart, Unique, Spiritual Energy, 2201/10,000. Traits, Basic Body Enhancement. Biological Wave, Killing Intent. Perception. Martial Skills, D rank. Lingbo Step, Perfect. C rank. Overlapping Wave Palm, Perfect. C rank. Overlapping Wave Finger, Perfect. D rank. Battle Frenzy. Blade, Beginner, Spirit Crystals, 2x 3rd rank Spirit Crystals, 1x 4th rank Spirit Crystal. Wealth, 232,920,000. Low-dimensional human currency. Human currency is easy to understand, it's the currency of the human race. System. What is low-dimensional? Su Chen asked in confusion. Insufficient permissions. Fine, I won't ask. Probably low dimension. Su Chen went to the equipment area, looking at the price exchange list at the top, his eyes burning with desire. Low-level spatial ring, 200 million. He clicked on the details. Space, 1,000 cubic meters. Production, small. Secret realm of the Huayu region. Minimum requirement for use, 3rd rank warrior, 1 per person. Remaining quantity, 3 pieces. The exchange window was self-service, and seeing that there weren't many people around, Su Chen swiped his card directly. Ding, purchase successful. Soon, the exchange window popped out a small box. Su Chen took it and didn't check it on the spot, heading straight back to his apartment. He understood the principle of not revealing wealth. The spatial ring was actually a small chip made from a type of spatial ore found in the underground secret realm, which could be carried around. After all, it was of high value. No one would really wear it as a ring, as that would blatantly tell others, I have money, come rob me. What does 200 million mean? Even the wealthy families of Huayu need to turn over their funds. Afterward, Su Chen clicked to exchange and entered the exchange code. Ding, the item has been delivered. This was a set of E-rank combat gear sent from the Spirit Crystal exchange window. He had originally planned to buy a D-rank combat suit and an alloy weapon. However, the exchange requirements for D-rank materials had point thresholds, and the prices had skyrocketed several times. This also encouraged warriors to hunt more ferocious beasts. After a busy session, dawn was approaching. After becoming a warrior, not needing daily sleep and rest without high-intensity training in combat was a significant benefit. Lifespan was effectively extended. He decided to buy some food, water, and ant honey. Su Chen planned to hunt a ferocious beast before the masked warrior competition, aiming to exchange for a D-rank sword technique martial skill first. In the dim light of dawn, floating clouds obscured the sun, adding a touch of gloom to the morning glow. In the capital of Huayu, at the city gate, Zhao Xiuyan stood nervously beside Su Chen. This was the peak time for mercenary groups to leave the city, and everyone was queuing. Is the information ready? Send it to me to take a look, Su Chen asked. Zhao Xiuyan quickly responded, okay, I've listed different hunting locations based on the known information about ferocious beasts, weather, and seasons. Take a look. Su Chen nodded while reviewing the information. Zhao Xiuyan really had a high understanding of ferocious beasts, listing several locations of different levels of ferocious beasts based on her rich knowledge. She was indeed a talent. Just as he was looking, a buzzing sound began to resonate. The wide city gates slowly opened, allowing the mercenary group's war vehicles to enter and exit. A 2-meter-high electric-driven war vehicle slowly emerged from the rear, its massive silhouette particularly striking in the dawnlight, resembling a small train. The surface of the vehicle was covered with a matte protective coating to reduce reflections during field operations. A large blade emblem adorned the front, and the war vehicle glided by almost silently, accompanied only by the faint hum of the motor and the soft crunch of tires over gravel. The chassis was elevated to navigate complex terrains, and multiple small cameras and sensors were installed around the body to detect the surrounding environment and beasts. The metallic shell contained a small amount of alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from small beasts. The vehicle was not only used for travel but also for transporting beast corpses and materials. This was also why wild warriors wanted to join the mercenary group. Su Chen stood alongside Zhao Xiuyan, who was dressed in an E-class combat suit and gray field attire. Their figures appeared particularly slender at that moment. The surrounding warrior hunters chatted among themselves. Did the Yi family's mercenary group get a new vehicle? This one must cost millions. I don't know, but they're out there picking up money anyway, at least 100,000 per trip. Damn, if it weren't for their numbers blocking us from the good hunting spots, I could make over 100,000 in one trip too. How much did you drink this morning? In terms of one-way profits, that hunter group from back in the day was the best, not any less than the mercenary group. What's the point of talking about a disbanded group? By the way, do you know these two young people? They want to be hunter warriors too? So young, they must be gaining experience. After all, E-class combat suits can easily lead to accidents. Damn, don't say that. Last time I almost lost to a Snake King. Although the warrior hunters were joking, there was a sense of pride in their expressions. Each of them had their own unique skills. As long as they were careful enough, they could earn 200,000 to 300,000 in a month. At least everyone was wearing E-class combat suits. Zhao Xiuyan's palms were sweaty, feeling quite uncomfortable. Just then, a passing war vehicle let out a few mocking laughs from its top. Members of the Rattlesnake mercenary group rolled down the windows, looking at Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan with smirks. Isn't that the one who rejected the captain's invitation? He doesn't even have a war vehicle today and still wants to leave the city? How much do you think they can bring back in their backpacks? 20,000 or 30,000? Ha, don't joke around, just surviving the trip back would be good enough. Their words dripped with disdain and confidence. Upon hearing these remarks, a spark flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Did someone dare to provoke me? The last driver who wielded a water gun scared himself into switching posts, doesn't he know? Zhao Xiuyan's eyes, hidden behind thick-framed glasses, were filled with challenge. She had thought for a long time last night, believing that Su Chen must have some backing, someone who could hunt a black crystal leopard would definitely not rely solely on luck. Her talent would eventually lead her into the wilderness. She just hoped the captain would explore those hunting spots more and discover more clues about the beasts. So she tried to chat with Su Chen and change the topic. Su God, do you have a girlfriend? No, dating? Not even a dog would do that, Su Chen replied. Zhao Xiuyan's next words were abruptly cut off. So this is the world of the great god? Truly extraordinary. It seemed to confirm her judgment. Su Chen, what are you doing here? A clear voice rang out, like a mountain spring, crisp and pleasant. Through her glasses, Zhao Xiuyan saw a face as exquisitely carved as a sculpture, with skin as white as snow. It exuded an unapproachable, high-cold beauty and heroism. In that instant, she held her breath. So cool, so beautiful. Han Yenling ordered the Han family war vehicle to stop. She had wanted to invite Su Chen to join her this morning, but thought it would be dangerous to leave the city, so she didn't reach out, especially since hunting for food tasks didn't match with Su Chen. Unexpectedly, they met at the city gate. Little Han, I'm just going out for a stroll. Han Yenling noticed the E-grade combat suit on Su Chen and realized he also wanted to go hunting. Great. She felt particularly uncomfortable in the car without any familiar faces, so she commanded, "Get in the car." Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. What kind of divine beauty is this? Also, isn't this car from the Han family? Inviting the team leader to get. Is this the reason you don't buy a car? What on earth is going on? Can someone tell me? The hunters who had been standing together turned red, their faces turning a deep purple. Goodness. Just when they said the young man lacked experience, he was invited into a wealthy mercenary group's car. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. It felt sour in their hearts, like eating 100 sour plums. Besides, they hadn't heard of the Han family mercenary group having such a beautiful member. Su Chen thought for a moment. Two legs definitely couldn't run faster than a car, and hitching a ride wouldn't affect his plans. So he nodded and climbed into the car with Zhao Xiuyan. Team leader, what's your relationship with this beauty? Zhao Xiuyan couldn't help but whisper before getting in. There was no helping it. She was too curious. The gossip spirit was burning bright. Su Chen calmly replied, I'm her butler, responsible for her healthy diet and body relaxation. What? Zhao Xiuyan was dumbfounded. Did I hear that wrong? How could he say it so confidently, as if he were saying, I'm her guardian? Moreover, you're the Han family's butler and you're out here being the leader of a mercenary group? Are butlers this competitive now? With a belly full of questions, she entered the car with Su Chen. Then, her face turned pale. The entire car was filled with Han family's Tier 3 warriors, all elites among elites. Each one wore a dissatisfied expression, staring at the two who had just gotten in. Su Chen remained unfazed, sitting in an empty seat beside him. Han Yenling had just tamed this unruly group of mercenary members that morning. She knew they were unhappy deep down and might take their frustration out on Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan. So she turned back from the passenger seat and asked, Butler Su, how much did you rent the combat suit for? I'll reimburse you. She was showing support for Su Chen. Su Chen thought. For a moment, if he said it was his, it would be too ostentatious and wouldn't fit the butler persona, so he replied, "No need, it was given to me by a fated person." The entire car? Given? Which fated person is so rich as to give away a combat suit worth over 5 million? What's going on? Is eating free? Or does spiritual crystal just bounce onto you? You can brag, but there should be a limit, right? The air conditioning in this war vehicle has been blown to a halt by your boasting. Old Nyo, can you turn on the heat for the air conditioning? The muscular tier 3 warrior Ding Zhuang suddenly said in a muffled voice. The driver, Nyo Tianming, trembled and hurriedly turned off the air conditioning, retorting, "What heat in the middle of summer? It's too cold." Everyone in the car was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. The previously tense atmosphere became cheerful instead. "Ha ha ha, this kid is quite funny, I like him. Get out of the way, I'll take him to kill some fierce beasts later." Everyone was just working, and they could all see Han Yenling's support taking advantage of the situation. Only a real fool would go against their own boss. Only Nyo Tianming was unhappy because he had just quietly opened a sleeping potion, and now with the air conditioning on, it had all blown away. Zhao Shouyan looked at Su Chen with admiration. What is a master? What does it mean to turn the palm to create clouds and the back of the hand to create rain? What is presence? I've learned it. Next time I'm online, I'll say my team leader is handsome, strong, and even has a spatial ring. After all, bragging doesn't incur taxes, hee hee. Han Yenling saw that the atmosphere was harmonious and didn't dwell on who that fated person was, after all, who hasn't had a bit of luck since the revival of spiritual energy. Her mind was now entirely focused on those hunting spots. In her previous life, a beast data master had emerged in the Warrior Guild app. Using a wealth of knowledge, he deduced several outdoor hunting resource points. At first, no one believed it, until a few hunters became rich and were exposed. Only then did I realize that those hunting spots with fierce beasts were quite valuable, yet posed little danger. I can't remember the exact name of that expert. What was their life like? Go to point 7323, Han Yenling said directly. Upon hearing this address, the laughter in the car came to a halt. Yenling, that area seems to have no fierce beasts. How about we go to the old place instead? A quiet-looking female warrior advised. Her name was Zhang Jingwen, the former team leader. She had been with the Han mercenary group for over 3 years and was quite strong. It's fine, let's go there first. If we don't find anything, I'll listen to you. Han Yenling knew they must have doubts in their hearts. But the information wouldn't be wrong. Soon, she would use the rewards to silence them. Alright, boss, if you're wrong, you have to perform a show for everyone. You know this is our group's tradition. Zhang Jingwen quickly gave Han Yenling away. Out. Hearing this made Han Yenling's scalp tingle. Asking someone with social anxiety to perform? It would be more straightforward to just kill her. After communicating with Han Yenling this morning, Zhang Jingwen had decisively obeyed the order and summoned everyone from their day off. The reason was straightforward. The eldest daughter of the Han family was personally leading the team. And it was stunning. Everyone wanted to see. Han Yenling's beauty was famous not only in the Han family but throughout the entire capital circle. Who would miss the chance to catch a glimpse? That was an existence that appealed to everyone from ages 8 to 80. Su Chen, where are you going? Han Yenling looked at her little follower through the rearview mirror. 7323, 1065, and 8453. Su Chen didn't try to hide it. These were all recommended by Zhao Shouyan. She said there were valuable fierce beasts there, with little danger, and there was a chance to encounter rare fierce beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone thought to themselves that this kid must be trying to hitch a ride without saying it directly. But no one pointed it out, pretending not to hear. Han Yenling's heart stirred. Point 1065 was also where she planned to go next. How did Su Chen know? Did he see that post? But that post wouldn't be released until 6 months later. Strange. However, she hadn't heard of point 8453, so she didn't pay much attention. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. After leaving the city, the war vehicle sped northeast. Due to the excellent performance of the Han family's war vehicles, they overtook the mercenary groups that had set off earlier. Most of the directions right after leaving the city were the same, making encounters inevitable. At that moment, Su Chen, looking out the window, brightened up, rolled down the window, and revealed his handsome, sunny face. Because right next to them was the speeding Rattlesnake mercenary group's war vehicle, which wasn't as fast as theirs. Someone from the Rattlesnake mercenary group had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Su Chen. Damn, I can't be seeing things. It's that kid. What the hell? Why is his war vehicle so fast? Are you stupid? That's a Han family war vehicle. How could it not be fast? It could buy 3 of ours. Why is he rolling down the window to look at us? That's to deliberately provoke us. In an instant, the car was filled with noise. Selena's face darkened, her long legs shaking incessantly. She was furious. Aren't you supposed to be the leader of a mercenary group? How did you end up on the Han family's war vehicle? If you really have that connection, why are you still hanging around with the hunters and warriors at the entrance? You must be trying to provoke me. You think we're easy to bully, huh? She couldn't swallow this anger. Accelerate, Chen Fan. Chen Fan could only step on the accelerator. He knew the leader was getting worked up again. She couldn't stand being provoked face to face. The sudden acceleration allowed the Rattlesnake's war vehicle to overtake the Han family's vehicle. At this moment, the members of the Han family's war vehicle couldn't hold back any longer, cursing one after another. Old bull, how many fields did you plow last night? You have no strength in your legs, huh? Damn. What mercenary group is that across from us? I've never heard of them. What the hell is painted on the front of their vehicle? It's all crooked, looks like a damn loach. The noise was so loud that the Rattlesnake mercenary group heard it all clearly. The members inside the team had flushed faces filled with anger, but they didn't dare to retort. After all, this was the power of a prestigious family. At that moment, a light, airy remark floated from Zhang Jingwen's lips. What a bunch of trash, the Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps. Why are they still alive? She looked down on the leader of this mercenary group the most. Often relying on her long legs, every time they encountered the martial artist's guild, she strutted around like a mutated black swan, her head held high. She wouldn't miss this opportunity. Su Chen chuckled to himself, not expecting there to be such a skilled person. The lightest tone saying the harshest words, right? Today, the MVP is undoubtedly you. Sure enough, the armored vehicle marked with the rattlesnake emblem gradually slowed down, but inside, Selena's voice was sharp. Han Clan Mercenary Corps, do you dare to publicly disclose the spoils of this hunt? Sure. A cold voice echoed between the two vehicles, and Han Yenling signaled to speed up. In fact, this kind of gamble posed no challenge for her, but Su Chen's matters were also her matters. 50 kilometers northeast of the city, a lush green prairie lay before them. The Han clan's vehicle came to a stop. Han Yenling got out from the passenger seat. A set of E-grade black combat gear clung to her body, accentuating her perfect figure. Her long hair was simply tied back, revealing her cool and stunning face. Her high nose bridge and lightly pursed red lips exuded a cold beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world, yet still retained a softness and resilience. Spread out for the hunt, no more than 5 people per team. Gather at 9 p.m. Su Chen also got out of the car with Zhao Xiuyan. Large mercenary groups would split into smaller teams of 8 to 10 at the hunting site. This way, they could look out for each other without scaring off lower-tier beasts with their strong auras. Kid, want to come with us? Ding Zhuang said gruffly. He was one of the team leaders, kindly offering to lead Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan. However, his team members all looked disheartened. There was no way around it. One more person meant less income. These two greenhorns clearly looked like they were entering the wilderness for the first time. The girl's complexion was normal, but her calves were trembling uncontrollably. However, Ding Zhuang was well-liked, so no one said anything. Su Chen smiled and declined. Thanks, Brother Zhuang, we'll be fine on our own. He then signaled for Zhao Xiuyan to follow. Having hunted rare beasts before, he no longer had any interest in ordinary ones. If they were going to kill, they might as well kill something valuable. Although his funds weren't tight, he was envious of those high-grade combat suits and weapons. Han Yenling noticed this from the side. Although she could easily make all the teams scramble for Su Chen, she knew that such things could be counterproductive. Everyone needed experience and growth. Wearing E-grade combat gear, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't face too much danger. The surrounding Han clan mercenaries dispersed, but they didn't have much faith in Su Chen. Before leaving, they still remembered to comfort the two of them. Su Butler, there aren't many beasts here, so it's normal if you don't get much. It's your first time, just pay attention to safety and don't be too stubborn. If you encounter any danger, just crush a smoke ball, nearby companions will come to help you. Han Yenling also coldly reassured, be careful hunting the solitary third-tier crimson demon horned deer, Su Chen. Upon hearing such a pleasant voice, Zhao Xiuyan felt her tension ease considerably. Her keen gaze quickly darted between Su Chen and Han Yenling. Something was off. Those two definitely had something going on. Oof. They kept saying they weren't dating. Damn it, who would believe that? They must have secretly sent information to Boss Han. Don't think I don't know. Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan chose a direction where no one was around. Once they confirmed the area was clear, Su Chen took out some ant honey from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhao Xiuyan. Is one enough? Captain, do we really need this time? I can handle it without it. Zhao Xiuyan was taken aback. This hunting spot was discovered by her during her last outing with the Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps. After returning, she conducted a detailed investigation using the materials left by her father during his lifetime. It was concluded that this was the new mating ground for the crimson demon horned deer. Originally, they would gather in groups to forage and grow, but under their primal instincts, their temperaments would change drastically. They would charge at any other creatures they encountered. So as long as they were careful, it was a good hunting spot. Su Chen clearly stated the hunting target. It's fine, you eat first. Our target is the white demon horned deer. What? That's a tier 3 rare ferocious beast. Zhao Xiuyan thought Su Chen had gone mad. Although the leader's target coincided with hers, what strength did they have to dare to seek trouble? With a rare ferocious beast with just the two of them? In Zhao Xiuyan's plan, that creature couldn't be dealt with without 2 or 3 teams. They should first find traces and then slowly devise a plan. While Su Chen activated Spirit Heart to scout the surroundings, he pushed aside the wild grass and said, "What we hunt is rare, otherwise how could we be called the rare hunter?" Mercenary Corps? Zhao Xiuyan's mouth dropped wide open. Goodness. So that's what it meant. Killing a black crystal leopard had made him this arrogant. Is that appropriate? I can delineate the range of ferocious beasts through my talent, but this range is too vast. How do you know where the rare ferocious beasts are hiding? They can become invisible, you know? Their strength is also incredibly fierce. If we're not careful, we might end up as their rare meal. Ferocious beasts don't just eat vegetables. I'm scared to death. I quickly ate a piece of ant honey to calm my nerves. Let's go, this direction, Su Chen said confidently. Spirit Heart had already detected ferocious beast fluctuations 150 meters away. Suddenly, a massive crimson demon horned deer appeared in their line of sight, its enormous figure looking particularly threatening in the morning sunlight. Its skin was dark green, almost blending in with the surrounding grass. Su Chen drew his alloy knife, staring at this tier 3 ferocious beast. This creature resembled an ordinary deer, but upon closer inspection, it had many unusual features. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, seemingly capable of tearing anything apart. The antlers on its head were not ordinary forks but deformed in bizarre red shapes, twisted and exuding an ominous aura. Hiss! Once the crimson demon horned deer locked onto Su Chen, its powerful limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, launching a fierce charge at him. Be careful! It's a stag! Zhao Xiuyan exclaimed, her voice filled with obvious urgency and fear. It was only at this moment that she felt regret. Su Chen's confidence had successfully infected her, making her feel that the wilderness was not so daunting after all. But at this moment, as the oppressive ferocious beast charged, she couldn't even muster the courage to run away. Seeking death. Faced with the tier 3 ferocious beast, Su Chen did not choose to retreat. His combat instincts were fully awakened. He drew his E-grade alloy great knife and with a stomp of his battle boots charged towards the crimson demon horned deer. His battle frenzy sword technique only had 3 moves, but none of them involved retreating. As he accelerated, every contraction of his muscles felt incredibly powerful and his breathing became increasingly rapid. When Zhao Xiuyan saw Su Chen charging towards the crimson demon horned deer without hesitation, she almost shouted out her fear. "Ah, are you looking for?" At the moment of imminent collision with the crimson demon horned deer, Su Chen suddenly activated the perfect level wave step, twisting his body at an angle that almost defied the laws of physics, evading the charging deer and flashing to its other side. Light and swift, tiger leaps from the mountain. The edge of the E-grade alloy great knife, honed to precision, gleamed with an awe-inspiring cold light. The sharp blade effortlessly sliced into the thick neck of the crimson demon horned deer, and blood instantly stained the surrounding grass. This strike was precise and deadly. The massive body of the crimson demon horned deer swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, causing the surrounding weeds to surge from its fall. Su Chen sheathed his knife, turned around, and asked Zhao Xiuyan, "You just asked what I was looking for." The alloy knife gleamed with a daunting cold light. Blood from the crimson demon horned deer dripped from the blade. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Upon seeing the red liquid, Zhao Xiuyan's legs went weak, and she quickly closed her eyes, forcing herself not to faint. But for the sake of making money, she gritted her teeth and said, "Captain, you should cut off the antlers first, they're the most valuable. There's a sack on the inner thigh of the male deer that fetches a high price on the black market. The materials from a single crimson demon horned deer could sell for over 400,000. After the mercenary group hunted, they would choose to transport the entire carcass, which would be worth even more. It was already quite good to hunt one in a day. Alright, done. You can open your eyes now." Su Chen directly stored the entire crimson demon horned deer into his spatial ring. This was the correct way to hunt. Zhao Xiuyan thought to herself that being single for so long was different. She quickly opened her eyes and flattered him. "Wow, Captain, your hand speed is really fast." Su Chen felt that this didn't seem like a compliment, but he still nodded. Zhao Xiuyan noticed that the bloody smell in the air had diminished significantly. In an instant, she felt capable again. She had grown. Her hunting instincts had awakened, and she was no longer afraid of blood. She couldn't help but excitedly say, "Captain, where's the beast? I want to take a look." In the spatial ring, just as Su Chen was about to take out the beast's corpse, there was a thud. Zhao Xiuyan collapsed straight onto the grass. Su Chen was stunned. What was going on? He only knew someone fainted at the sight of blood. He had never heard of anyone fainting from a spatial ring. At 9 p.m., Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan hurried back to the vicinity of the armored vehicle camp. In the distance, they could already see the warm glow of the fire. However, their hands were empty. Only Su Chen had 3 stones in his bag. Zhao Xiuyan looked at her captain with admiration. There was no way around it. Not only was he rich, but he was also strong. Strong to an absurd degree. They had killed a total of 5 crimson demon horned deer in the afternoon and evening. 5. Even her share was over 100,000. She wasn't out hunting beasts at all. This was purely picking up money. The feeling of clinging to a strong leg was wonderful, like being in a dream. Was she still faint from this morning? To confirm, she pinched herself again. Not a dream. Su Chen, on the other hand, had a calm expression. This level of gain was barely acceptable to him. Throughout the afternoon, he had ordered Zhao Xiuyan to use the beast droppings on the grass to search for rare beasts. Unfortunately, there were no traces for now. Captain, what should we say if others ask us later? Zhao Xiuyan's nose was slightly red. This was the effect of her talent activation. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided not to reveal the matter of the spatial ring for now. Wealth should not be flaunted, especially in the wild. Tell them we didn't gain anything, Su Chen instructed. Zhao Xiuyan understood this principle and nodded, saying, Got it. Captain, we need to be low-key. If others ask, I'll just say you picked up a few stones to make up the numbers. That way, they'll believe it. Su Chen was speechless. What the hell, those weren't stones. Those were 3 first-tier spirit crystals, worth much more than the beasts. The armored vehicle camp had already set up a bonfire, and the aroma of meat and sounds of laughter filled the air. Boss, you're amazing. We had a great harvest today. Ding Zhuang's boisterous laughter could be heard from afar, like rolling thunder. Yeah, I didn't expect these silly deer to charge straight ahead without running away. Exactly. We killed a total of 4 third-tier beasts today. This harvest was something we wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Zhang Jingwen chimed in, genuinely surprised by the outcome. Indeed, the boss was the boss. He stood tall and saw far. Han Yenling listened to the praises of her team members, her gaze deep. She felt a bit bored. She had spent the entire day cultivating, under the nourishment of the 4th tier spirit crystal. I am now close to reaching the threshold of a 2nd-tier warrior. However, why has this 4th-tier spirit crystal dimmed so much? My indifferent mother wouldn't have given me a fake spirit crystal. Would she? Sigh, if only Su Chen were here. Just thinking about that miraculous massage technique makes my legs ache a bit. Damn it, I must have been standing too long. At this moment, 2 figures approached. From a distance. Brother Su, come and eat some meat. Ding Zhuang called out, his arm still wrapped in bandages from a careless scrape during his tussle with the crimson demon horned deer today. When everyone saw that Su Chen and his companion had empty backpacks, they knew they hadn't gained much. They all understood without asking. However, someone was quite displeased. That was Niu Tianming. His plans had been completely disrupted by this kid, and now he didn't know what to do. He really didn't want to resort to that move. He might even end up in trouble himself. Let's see if tonight can be successful. Just thinking about this made him even angrier as he looked at Su Chen, who was strolling over leisurely. Yo, looks like Steward Su is out for a picnic. How many steps have you taken today? Niu Tianming said without holding back. The crowd quickly chimed in. Old Niu, stop being so sarcastic. You're not hunting yourself, yet you dare to criticize others. Did you kill a fierce beast on your first trip to the wilderness? Besides, this is the territory of a 3rd-tier fierce beast. Just surviving is already impressive. Hearing this, old Niu became even angrier. You guys really can flatter yourselves. You can boast about having no gains at all. Do you think your year-end bonuses will increase because of that? But I don't care, I'm about to soar high. So he continued, I'm not talented, but on my first trip to the wilderness, I killed 3 first-tier fierce beasts and earned 28,000. The crowd was momentarily speechless. This was indeed true. Niu Tianming was quite strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the Han mercenary group. Moreover, he usually wasn't like this. Something must be bothering him today. He just had a problem with Su Chen. However, Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan ignored Niu Tianming's words and sat down by the campfire. They eagerly picked up the skewers of meat and started eating. Niu Tianming was even more furious. How could they eat without any gains? Shouldn't they be hiding in a corner and crying? And what's up with that girl? The look on her face is pride? Proud after being mocked? This is really outrageous. Since I've already offended him, I won't hold back. Yo, Steward Su, it seems your backpack is filled with good stuff. Is it some kind of rare treasure? Niu Tianming looked at Su Chen's backpack, which was clearly stuffed with something. Su Chen glanced over, thinking that this vast world has all kinds of wonders. There are even people who look for water pipes themselves. Fine. If it's mutual harm, then let's do it. So he coughed and said, oh, what rare treasures. Just a few stones. I didn't gain much, so I thought I'd find a couple of stones to make it look like I had something, just in case driver Niu noticed. Zhao Xiuyan was taken aback. This script isn't right. Captain, why did you steal my lines? How am I supposed to show off in my heart? How can I feel secretly pleased? It's frustrating. I'll feel uncomfortable even while sleeping tonight. Su Chen continued to munch on the skewers while waiting for Niu Tianming to take the bait. Of course, Niu Tianming wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. Let's see those stones. What if they're spirit crystals? Then Steward Su would have struck it rich. The mercenaries resting by the campfire couldn't take it anymore and started to shout. That's too much, old Niu. You have a sea-level talent, you're strong, so hunting is naturally easy for you. You're even criticizing someone for picking up a couple of stones. Have you eaten too much grass? That's enough. Old Nyo. Su-chen, don't mind him. Come eat this fresh deer heart meat, it's very tender. Zhang Jingwen handed over a skewer of sizzling meat, voicing her support for Su-chen. Her talent was still B-level wasp, with an explosive ability and sensitivity to the emotions of surrounding creatures. Their hunting team completed their target early, returning with a whole red demon horn deer. However, it was clear that the boss was in a bad mood, which put a lot of pressure on her. She thought it was dissatisfaction with the hunting progress, until Su-chen returned. That subtle pressure vanished. She dared not gossip, but her hands were definitely not slow. What kind of family was the Han clan? If you could grab onto a big leg, you'd have no worries for the rest of your life. Who wants to live by the sword and taste blood every day? That was just life forcing them. This group of third-tier high-talented warriors had long since given up. It's fine, just taking a look, Su-chen said nonchalantly as he opened his backpack. He pulled out 3 unremarkable stones. Nyo Tianming's smile widened, seeing Su-chen so confident he was genuinely afraid he might pull out something valuable, like the red-faced ghost mushroom from the grasslands. But before he could press further, a clear and pleasant voice rang out, "That stone looks nice, give it to me." Han Yenling had been sitting by the campfire, extending her jade hand to point at a smaller white stone in Su-chen's hand. The Empress's pride wouldn't allow her subordinate to be humiliated. Otherwise, next time she went out, no one would recognize who she brought along. A stir went through the crowd. What? The boss is personally getting involved. What kind of luck did this kid have in his lifetime? So frustrating, this meat skewer doesn't taste good anymore. Zhao Xiuyan was the most shocked. Was this the charm of the team leader? Even Han Yenling found it hard to resist. What was so special about this stone? Looking back at Han Yenling, the firelight cast a rosy glow on her pretty face, like a honey-coated red apple, making one want to take a bite. Su-chen's body trembled, his gaze flickering. At that moment, he really wanted to take a bite out of Han Yenling. This girl just wouldn't quit, would she? Last time she almost made him lose a 4th-tier spirit crystal, and now she wouldn't even let go of a 1st-tier spirit crystal. Humph, just watch my methods. With a single wave of his finger, he pinched the stone, crushing its insides, then flicked his wrist, sending the stone flying towards Han Yenling. The white stone traced a graceful arc in the air, under Su-chen's precise control. As the stone shed its fragments in mid-air, a unique brilliance of spirit crystal gradually coalesced. In the astonished gazes of everyone, it flew right in front of Han Yenling. Just as the force weakened, a brand new spirit crystal hovered before her. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Crackle. That was the sound of firewood burning. Gulp. That was the sound of 28 people swallowing their saliva in unison. What is this? A spirit crystal? This stone is really a spirit crystal? The spirit crystal shimmered with a subtle luster under the campfire's glow. When Han Yenling saw the spirit crystal, her eyes first flashed with surprise, then blossomed into a smile, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire camp. At that moment, even the light of the campfire seemed to pale in comparison. She tucked the spirit crystal into her bosom, then looked up at Su-chen. "Thank you, come over after you finish eating." She then stood up and walked towards the back of the war chariot. Su-chen hurriedly put down the meat skewer and quickly followed. What does this girl mean? I didn't say I was giving it to you. This is a spirit crystal, not a stone. Can't you tell? So infuriating. As the two walked away, the crowd erupted in a roar. Old Nyo, did your mouth get blessed or something? Ding Zhuang muttered. He didn't understand but was greatly shocked. Old Nyo, do you think these numbers can win the lottery? I've bought several tickets. Old Nyo, don't do this anymore. Go set up a stall and tell fortunes. I'll sponsor you. Old Nyo, why is your face so round? Nyo Tianming? How could his face not be round? It was all swollen. So this is what happens when you casually pick up a stone and it turns out to be a spirit crystal? What were they risking there? Lives to hunt ferocious beasts for? It felt terrible. It seemed like all their hard work had lost its meaning. Hey, Xiao Xiao, why aren't you eating anymore? Zhang Jingwen asked Zhao Xiuyan, who had put down her meat skewer. Zhao Xiuyan looked at the departing figures of Su-chen and Han Yenling and softly said, "It's fine, sister one, I've had my fill of dog food, now it's time for some idol worship." Han Yenling and Su-chen sat on a small slope in the grassland, gently wrapped by the night. The sky was vast and boundless, with dense starlight like fragments of time quietly shining. Occasionally, a meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a brief and brilliant glow. Su-chen, do you know what's up there in the starry sky? The beautiful night sky reminded Han Yenling of that scene before the fall. That day, a door of indescribable color opened in the starry sky. Countless evil alien creatures surged out. She had never felt so small. Yet even on the brink of destruction, there were still humans scheming against each other, foolishly trying to pull her down from the throne. She couldn't help but ask, why are humans so selfish? Su-chen had no idea what Han Yenling was thinking. He just wanted to get the spirit crystal back. What's up there in the starry sky? Is that something someone with a salary of 3 million should be considering? Why not ask me how to save the world? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat the Han family, I would definitely show you the Su family's martial arts. He casually replied, weakness is original sin. Han Yenling's beautiful eyes lit up. She truly hadn't expected that answer. Indeed. Too weak. But how to become stronger? I've already reached my limit. Even if I were reborn, I still couldn't face those existences. Sigh, perhaps I should also enjoy life a bit. Su Chen, can you massage my legs? Han Yenling took off her battle boots and tentatively asked. She thought Su Chen must like her legs because he said he enjoyed looking at them last time. Just consider it a small reward. Su Chen felt even more annoyed, as the youngest third-tier martial artist in Huayu, giving a first-tier little trash a leg massage. Would that make sense if it got out? Ha! No one around? Then I can relax my hand muscles first. The night breeze on the grassland gently blew, the tips of the grass swaying, bringing a refreshing breath. Han Yenling revealed two smooth, slender calves and porcelain-like white feet. Under the moonlight, her skin appeared even more translucent, as if radiating a glow. Su Chen encouraged himself in his heart. This must be a quality inspection from heaven for titanium alloy material. A small temptation. Not worth mentioning. Han Yenling felt Su Chen's fingertips touch her, gently. Closing her eyes, enjoying this tenderness from him. Her face appeared particularly calm and satisfied under the moonlight, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. Just right, my hands are a bit tense. This benefit should offset that spirit crystal, right? By this calculation, he definitely wouldn't lose. So comfortable. I'm not losing either. A few minutes later, the tranquility was suddenly broken by a sneaky figure. Captain, there's a situation. Zhao Xiuyan had just sensed something unusual at the camp and rushed over to report. Coincidentally, she saw Su Chen and Han Yenling chatting and laughing. Ha, is this what you meant by not dating? Damn it, is it appropriate to deceive a single dog like me? Su Chen frowned and asked, which one? He thought to himself, how did this kid narrow the path for himself? I'll have to give him a good scolding later. Number 1. Zhao Xiuyan quickly replied. She felt the captain's expression wasn't too good. She hoped she hadn't stumbled upon something good. Su Chen stood up, brushed off the grass clippings from his pants, and said, let's go. Han Yenling, on the side, completely couldn't understand the secret language between the two. But the aloof empress persona didn't allow her to ask. Curiously, she could only say lightly, be careful, come back early. Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. What kind of tone was that? Why did it sound so much like how my mom spoke to my dad when he went out? But it felt so good inside, like having eaten 3 pieces of ant honey, so sweet. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. Damn it. This means I should hurry back to continue the massage. Why does she want not only my spirit crystal, but also to exploit my labor? Do my champion hands not have any cards? Wait a minute. My hands felt quite comfortable just now. Then it's fine. After all, everyone's hands have their own thoughts, and they deserve respect. After a round of psychological games, Su Chen left with a stylish back, followed closely by Zhao Xiuyan. Han Yenling watched the two depart, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt that the team members behind her were a burden. It must be an illusion. On the vast grassland, all was silent. Moonlight spilled over the grass waves, draping them in a layer of silvery veil. Captain, judging by the wind direction, it's this way, Zhao Xiuyan said, sniffing. Su Chen sensed around there were no fierce beasts nearby and asked seriously, can your talent ability improve its accuracy a bit more? Yes, but it costs extra. No, it costs honey. Zhao Xiuyan accidentally let slip her true thoughts. Su Chen shot her a glance, wondering why she hadn't said that earlier, making it so hard to find. He took out 2 pieces of ant honey. Zhao Xiuyan bit into the honey, her nose turning even redder. She closed her eyes in contemplation, hands clasped together, like a serious and devout shaman. This way, Zhao Xiuyan declared confidently. She had roughly circled an area, but it couldn't be more precise than that. Moreover, it was a rare fierce beast. Knowing the range didn't help much. Sometimes, even walking right past it wouldn't guarantee discovery. But she certainly couldn't voice her doubts. The captain had been asking all morning. He was very particular about what he was looking for. Why do you clasp your hands together? Is it a specific action of your talent? Su Chen asked, curiously, feeling that his talent, Spirit Heart, didn't have any action effects. It didn't quite fit the uniqueness of the universe's only talent. Zhao Xiuyan adjusted her glasses as she walked. No, I'm a girl who values rituals. Su Chen? The two wandered around the grassland for half the night. Not to mention rare fierce beasts, they hadn't even seen a single ordinary tier 3 beast. How many areas are left? Su Chen asked calmly during a water break, looking at Zhao Xiuyan, who was holding her phone. Zhao Xiuyan glanced at the phone map and replied, Captain, only 2 are left. They had divided the area Zhao Xiuyan had circled into more than 10 small regions. Su Chen, using Spirit Heart S coverage, navigated through these areas in an S-shaped path. He was like a human radar. 3 minutes later, Zhao Xiuyan suggested, how about we call it a day, Captain? We've gathered quite a bit. There's no need to. Su Chen suddenly raised his hand to signal.
Zhao Xiuyan immediately shut her mouth and stood still.
The captain seemed to have discovered the trace of a fierce beast. This had been their cooperative method all day. Her strength was limited and she didn't understand how the captain detected the fierce beasts. She could only pray in her heart, "You must come back alive, you haven't paid me yet." Suchen squinted, staring at a clearing several hundred meters away. Visually, there was nothing there. But Spirit Heart was going off like crazy. An exceptionally powerful aura was standing there. Suchen didn't draw his alloy long knife. He slowly approached that direction, seemingly unaware of the dangerous presence there. Just then, a cloud covered the moonlight. The dark grassland appeared like an endless, deep ocean. Suddenly, an almost invisible wave broke the night's tranquility. The grass wave seemed to be swept by an invisible force, leaving a clear trace. This visual phenomenon made Su Chen's heart tighten. The creature, with its extraordinary stealth and rapid speed, was charging at him. A lone human. To it, that was a delicious treat delivered right to its door. Just as the invisible creature was about to reach him, Su Chen quickly drew the alloy long knife from his spatial ring. His leg muscles exploded with power as he leaped up. A tiger leaps from the mountain. Bang! The collision of the two forces was like two storms crashing together, producing a deafening roar. The intense shockwave sent grass and debris flying, the air rippling, and Su Chen's body leaned back slightly from the impact, yet his hands, gripping the hilt of the knife, remained remarkably steady. Using the momentum, he executed a backflip and landed smoothly. The ferocious beast before him made his expression serious. Indeed, it was a rare third-tier beast, the white demon horned deer. The white demon horned deer was a rare and dangerous third-tier beast, not only preying on its kind but also dominating the area with its brutal and fierce nature. In the afternoon, Zhao Xiuyan had mentioned that a hunter team had been ruthlessly hunted down and killed by it. The only surviving hunter had since sheathed his blade, never to step into the wilderness again, becoming a bodyguard for a mid-level family. The description matched the characteristics of the creature before him. Most notably were its silvery white antlers, which had a bizarre and intricate shape, resembling twisted deadwood, growing in all directions, with each fork sharp as a razor. These silvery antlers exuded an eerie beauty and were extremely hard, their hardness rivaling that of E-grade alloy. It should be noted that Su Chen's E-grade alloy could penetrate the defenses of fourth-tier beasts. At this moment, the dark clouds dispersed and the silvery moonlight once again illuminated the grassland. The white demon horned deer was massive, its muscles well-defined, and its entire body covered in thick grayish-white fur that reflected a faint silver glow under the moonlight. Its eyes were a deep black, like darkness in an abyss, revealing a sense of slaughter and wildness. Su Chen knew he had to resolve the battle quickly. Moreover, he couldn't cause excessive damage to its corpse. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth much. With that in mind, he reversed his grip on the hilt, the back of the knife facing forward. So you want to collide, huh? Wave of overlapping. Berserker blade technique. Tiger leaps from the mountain. Su Chen roared inwardly, activating his perfect level movement technique, his speed doubling compared to before. Ding! Detected host self-created blade technique, A-grade martial skill wave of overlapping slash, minor completion. Su Chen ignored the system prompt. The knife moved with his heart. Boom! Another fierce collision. His eyes were fixed solely on the white demon horned deer's bizarre long antlers. The shockwave from their clash flattened the surrounding wild grass once more. However, this time, Su Chen did not retreat. It was the white demon horned deer that was pushed back. As a rare third-tier beast, it was usually a top-tier presence in this area. It had never suffered such a loss. Moreover, it was currently the breeding season. Furious, enraged, it let out a roar, a blood-red glow beginning to surge from its body, its originally deep black eyes gradually turning red, resembling two burning flames, appearing exceptionally terrifying in the night. Su Chen suppressed the surging blood and energy within him and charged forward against the current. Double wave of overlapping. Bang! Not enough? Keep going. Triple wave of overlapping. Gripping the alloy long knife tightly, he poured all his strength into it, aiming to shatter this beast with overwhelming force. Oh no, that sounds like the beast is activating a skill. The booming clash and the beast's roar filled Zhao Xiuyan, who was far away, with both fear and dread. Her hands involuntarily clenched tightly, drenched in sweat, her heart racing. Although reason told her to flee from this battle, the past 2 days of interaction had fostered an inexplicable trust in Su Chen. Taking a few steps closer, when she saw the white demon horned deer, her heart sank like a stone. It's over, this is its frenzied state, and it's charging forward. She knew this was a special form of the rare beast, its power enhanced by more than double. That team of third-tier martial artist hunters had been brutally slaughtered by the beast in this state. If it weren't for being close to the city wall, that hunter would have had no chance of survival. Despair flooded her heart once again. Is there really no one who can punish it? Boom! A roar erupted across the grassland, a powerful shockwave sending grass clippings flying in all directions, the air rippling. As the two collided, Zhao Xiuyan could feel a slight tremor in the ground, and she could already envision the scene of Su Chen spitting blood and flying away. However, the next second, a shocking sight appeared in Zhao Xiuyan's lens.
The massive white magic horned deer, its body a deep crimson, faced off against a thin black figure that didn't budge an inch. The figure still held the reverse knife. Bang! The white magic horned deer fell sideways, grass clippings swirling around. Ha! Su Chen steadied his breath. With that final blow, he had unleashed the quadruple wave force. But he was certain. At this moment, the white magic horned deer's brain was already scrambled from the impact. Zhao Xiuyan rushed over. She seemed unable to believe this scene. Tears suddenly overflowed uncontrollably. She knelt beside the lifeless white magic horned deer, pounding on it with all her might. Su Chen did not stop her. Nor did he speak, thoughtfully watching Zhao Xiuyan's outburst. After a long while, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly turned around, wiped her tears, and said to Su Chen, "Captain, the great revenge has been avenged. I am at your disposal from now on. Let's go back, take your time to talk," Su Chen said as he collected the intact rare beast carcass. On the way back to the camp, Zhao Xiuyan recounted her story. Her father was the captain of that hunting team, Zhao Hai. With his unique tracking technique that distinguished the traces of beast droppings, the team had reaped great rewards and was in the limelight for a time. As a child, Zhao Xiuyan lived a carefree life, aspiring to become a famous hunter-warrior like her father. Unfortunately, during one hunting expedition, they were brutally attacked by the white magic horned deer. Her father died on the spot. The only one who escaped was the youngest uncle in the team. At that time, the uncle was so terrified that he recounted Zhao Hai's tragic death in front of her and her mother. Her mother fainted on the spot, fell seriously ill, and never recovered. She also developed a phobia of blood. The family fell into decline. Perhaps it was her obsession and the hunter's notes left by her father. She awakened a rather rare sea-level talent, the sniffing mouse, but unfortunately, the enormous resource investment in the early stages and her timid personality kept Zhao Xiuyan stuck at the first-tier warrior level. Until she met Su Chen. That time when they went out with the Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps, the scent she caught was that of the white magic horned deer. On the way, Su Chen looked at the system martial arts section, a level wave/frenzy blade. Minor achievement, it seems that the wave force can also be integrated into weapons. Minor achievement, is it because I only know 3 sword techniques? It seems the reward for the masked warrior competition is a sure thing. I really want to know what heights the wave force combined with B-level gun techniques would reach. Zhao Xiuyan had returned to her usual self. She began excitedly talking to Su Chen. "Captain, how much do you think we can sell this white magic horned deer for? Can it be 1,000? Su Chen shook his head. "Not sure, last time the price was high because the wealthy ladies were fighting over the rare fur. This time, the selling price will probably be average." Zhao Xiuyan sighed. "True, when will I also become a wealthy lady, enjoying the joy of spending money without a second thought? By the way, Captain, I don't want the profits from this white magic horned deer," Zhao Xiuyan added seriously. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, so understanding. He painted a grand vision. "Work hard with me, and you will have everything in the future." Zhao Xiuyan suddenly remembered something, pulled out a small mirror from her pocket, and then looked up to the sky and wailed, "It's over. My face has gotten round again, this damn heat." Su Chen turned around to look. Zhao Xiuyan's face had indeed rounded out. Because the ant honey is extremely high in calories and Zhao Xiuyan's warrior level was low, she couldn't digest the excess energy. Zhao Xiuyan knew. For a while, she would have to say goodbye to delicious foods like ant honey milk tea and fried beast chicken. She couldn't help but ask in distress, "Captain, what kind of thing can be deadly but has almost no calories?" Su Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, "The boss painted a big pie. Not only does it have no calories, but it can also take away your calories." Zhao Xiuyan? At the armored vehicle camp, Han Yenling woke up from a short nap feeling a bad premonition. It was her keen intuition as a top-tier expert. She said coldly, "Everyone wake up." "What's wrong, boss?" Zhang Jinwen rubbed her eyes and asked. "Check the head count." "Report, boss, 3 people are missing, Su Chen, Zhao Xiuyan, and Niu Tianming." Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from nearby. Everyone rushed to look out the window. They saw a 3-meter-tall Tier 3 ferocious beast. The terror wolf had somehow surrounded the armored vehicle, its eyes gleaming with a green ferocity, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly became extremely tense. "Damn it, aren't these beasts at the 2578 hunting point? How did they end up here? It's over, hurry up and drive, the armored vehicle is fast, we still have a chance." What if they charge the vehicle? The material of the vehicle can't withstand it. For a moment, despair filled the hearts of everyone inside the vehicle. With so many Tier 3 ferocious beasts, it seemed they would all meet their end here today. This is the cruelty of the wilderness. Humans hunt ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts also hunt humans. The identities of hunter and prey can change in an instant. "Damn it, I'm going down to fight them," Ding Zhuang suddenly said, his voice low. Sitting and waiting for death was not his style. "Everyone stay still." Han Yenling looked around, her voice as crisp and cold as a mountain spring striking stone, steadying everyone's hearts. "Check the items, see if there are any foreign substances." She vaguely sensed a conspiracy, but now was not the time to think. "Found it," a team member with a scent-related ability suddenly shouted. Everyone
focused their eyes and their faces showed despair. It was concentrated blood of a terror wolf pup. It's over, this is going to cost us our lives. The atmosphere inside the vehicle turned desperate. The Tier 3 ferocious beast, the terror wolf, is a pack animal. Generally, mercenary groups would avoid them. The terror wolf pack rarely attacks mercenary groups proactively. Their only Achilles heel is the pups. There was once a stealth-type ability user who attempted to poach a pup. That time he succeeded. He was then recognized by a prominent family and allowed to join their mercenary group. However, because he had a trace of pup blood on him, he was detected by the terror wolf pack in the wilderness, which pursued the mercenary group until they were all wiped out. Right now, this bottle of concentrated pup blood, emitting a faint bloody scent, could lead the Han mercenary group to repeat that fate. Calm down, seal the bloody scent first, and throw it away. Han Yenling knew they couldn't act recklessly now. Without the stimulation of the pup's bloody scent, there might still be a glimmer of hope. What worried her more was whether there would be a series of subsequent actions. Also, throw out all the corpses of the Crimson Demon Horned Deer. The team members on the vehicle showed reluctance. This was their harvest from the entire day yesterday, but they also knew that as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. They all hated Niu Tianming to death. In their hearts, Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan were not even in the realm of suspicion. It was simple. Because everyone knew that these two had just happened to run into each other, how could they have planned such a thing? Outside the vehicle, around each corpse of the Crimson Demon Horned Deer, 3 to 5 Tier 3 ferocious beasts, the terror wolves, were circling, their sharp teeth sunk deep into the deer meat, tearing at the flesh, blood, and chunks of meat splattering everywhere. The bloody scent filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. Next to each corpse of the Crimson Demon Horned Deer, several terror wolves were gnawing and devouring. However, when the scent of the pup's blood dissipated, the ferocity emanating from them seemed to lessen. Everyone inside the vehicle quietly breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, "Boss, let's go. There's a good chance we can leave now. Their killing intent has weakened a lot. This is an opportunity. Yes, we can continue hunting in a few days." Although several captains remained silent, their strength was considerable and they had their own means of survival, yet their expressions were quite moved. No one mentioned Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan. At this moment, the night sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the starlight was dim. It seemed like the last darkness before dawn. Han Yenling furrowed her brows, her deep black pupils flickering with a decisive light as she pondered. A trace of barely perceptible worry flashed in her eyes, but her voice was resolute. Wait. She knew that without a battle vehicle, Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan had a very low chance of survival in this wilderness, relying solely on the limited resources in their backpacks. It would be difficult for them to return to the capital alive. This decision sent a chill through the team members inside the vehicle. They exchanged anxious glances. Han Yenling's gaze swept over everyone, the unparalleled dominance of the former empress giving her an undisputed authority. Her beautiful face bore an undeniable aura. She was clear that the situation wasn't that dire yet. In the near future, countless alien races would surge in from the Stargate. In her previous life, there was hardly anyone she could trust. In this life, she didn't want to face it alone again. Even in a desperate situation, at the very least, she wanted to feel less lonely. Then let's wait a bit longer. Su Chen and the others will be back soon. Zhang Jingwen also spoke to comfort everyone. She had vaguely sensed her boss's temperament, which wasn't a good thing for them at the moment. But in the future, who would want to mix with a cold-blooded master who recognized no kin? The heartless imperial family. This wasn't just about the emperor. What are you afraid of? At worst, we'll just take down a few terror wolves. Ding Zhuang's voice rumbled like thunder. Save your strength, old Ding. When Su Xiao comes back, we still need you to lead the charge. Damn it, I must crush that old bull when I get back, daring to play tricks. The atmosphere in the vehicle eased slightly, but everyone knew that a bloody battle was inevitable next. They had to carve a bloody path through the wolf pack to meet Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan, even if they were feeling extremely displeased. However, the fault was ultimately not caused by Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan. They were all adults. If they were to vent their anger, they had to find the right target. Otherwise, they wouldn't live long. The sky was about to brighten. In the distant horizon, it seemed two figures appeared. The previously quiet pack of terror wolves became restless. Again. Team 2 will lead the charge, Ding Zhuang at the front, clear a path, Team 1 is backup. Han Yenling began to methodically arrange the tactics. Received. Zhang Jingwen and Ding Zhuang responded simultaneously. Teams 3 and 4 follow up, pay attention to attacks from both sides, don't seek kills, just disrupt and hinder. Team 5 is backup. Received. The other 3 team leaders responded in unison. No. Boss, we need to leave a team to protect your safety. Zhang Jingwen quickly stepped forward. Although Han Yenling's tactics were sound, she was currently the weakest in the team. Han Yenling flatly refused. I'll stay in the vehicle with you, the Valkyrie talent has explosive power. Alright, fine. Zhang Jingwen then remembered that Han Yenling had an SSS talent, and in Valkyrie mode, her physical attributes would more than double, making her overall strength a genuine explosive increase. One shouldn't underestimate this doubling effect. For martial artists, enhancing strength in the later stages was exceedingly difficult. Therefore, it's easy to imagine how valuable such enhancement talents were. Her mother had once relied on the title of Ice Element Empress to repel two beast tides, establishing the colossal Han family. Han Yenling's talent was definitely not inferior to her mother's, and perhaps even stronger. The group began to waiting for Su Chen and the others to come a little closer. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts. This kid must hold on until they arrive. Su Chen had long noticed the anomalies near the battle vehicle camp. Lingxin informed him that dozens of ferocious beasts were lurking there. He had originally planned to leave directly, but unexpectedly there was actually a war chariot among the ferocious beasts. Just thinking about how his spirit crystal was still in that girl's hands made him itch with anger. Are you still dizzy from the blood? Su Chen suddenly asked. Zhao Xiaodian hesitated for a moment and said softly, maybe, possibly, probably, still a little. Su Chen took a deep breath. What a waste of a question. It looks like he would have to rely on his wits. The people in the war chariot began to get off one by one. They formed a formation, waiting for Han Yenling's command to charge at any moment. Each of them was mentally prepared for a bloody battle. Damn it, this is delaying things. Ding Zhuang even tore off the bandage wrapped around his arm, exuding an air of recklessness. Unexpectedly, this group of fierce wolf-like beasts seemed to sense some danger. Suddenly, they tucked their tails and collectively dashed off into the distance, their movements perfectly synchronized. In their fleeing figures, there was even a hint of a panicked escape. Everyone was puzzled. Why did they run away? I don't know, maybe I scared them? Come on, just now your legs were shaking like crazy, don't you have any self-awareness? You're tough? Look at your sword, are you holding it the wrong way? The tense and heavy atmosphere near the camp gradually dissipated amidst the banter. Just then, someone exclaimed, damn, prepare for battle. It's a rare third-tier beast, white demon antler deer. That worked, not bad. In the faint light of dawn, Su Chen appeared before everyone, carrying a complete white demon antler deer. Since the body was well preserved, the golden rays of the rising sun shone on the grotesque silver-white antlers, reflecting a hint of ferocity. Clang! Someone's alloy sword fell to the ground. Old Li, I'm not mistaken, am I? Captain Wang trembled. Old Wang, you're not mistaken. It's the world that's wrong, Captain Li replied, shivering. What's wrong? Because you're not handsome enough, that's why you don't fit in with this world. The rest of the group said nothing, staring intently at Su Chen's strikingly handsome face under the morning sun. They actually found a bit of truth and reason in what Captain Li said. Su Chen? What's going on? Why are they all looking at me like this? Everyone hurriedly gathered around the corpse of the white demon antler deer, pointing and discussing. Look at these antlers, they're so sharp I could cut a hole in my E-grade combat suit, Ding Zhuang said loudly, betting with Captain Wang that the antlers wouldn't be able to cut through his combat suit. Although he was proven wrong, he was now excitedly gesturing. Zhang Jingwen, being a woman, naturally lacked resistance to fur. She squatted down, continuously stroking the fur of the white demon antler deer, a hint of obsession appearing on her lips. This fur is so beautiful, I can't stop touching it. Zhao Xiaoyan secretly laughed to herself. She had been like this at first too. If it weren't for the fact that this was the beast that killed her father, she would have been unable to stop herself. Old Li, take a picture of me. Does this pose make it look like I killed it? Captain Wang squatted next to the corpse, striking a pose. Click. Little Su, little Zhao, where did you find this? Others surrounded Zhao Xiaoyan, inquiring about where the white demon antler deer was discovered. No one thought about the killing direction. The body was too intact, without a trace of battle marks. Although the white demon antler deer was killed by Su Chen in a frenzied state, its body automatically restored itself after death, which was quite miraculous. Just then, Han Yenling opened the car door and strode forward. Without saying a word, she grabbed Su Chen's hand and pulled him aside. Horror! Large, gem-like eyes were filled with shock. Su Chen, what's going on? It's nothing, it's all Zhao Xiaoyan's credit. Maybe it ate too many mushrooms and crashed into a tree, Su Chen said, rambling. The touch of her palm made his thoughts drift away involuntarily. Han Yenling's fingers were long and soft, her skin as smooth as the finest silk. Su Chen felt a subtle sensation in the palm of his hand, as if all his senses were magnified at that moment. Han Yenling's face was filled with disbelief and disbelief. How could I believe this kid's nonsense? The white magic horned deer is a well-known third-tier rare beast. In the last life, after this hunting spot was exposed, a large number of wild hunters and martial artists were brutally hunted and went missing, bringing it into the public eye. It was extremely difficult to discover, and 3 years later, several major family mercenary groups joined forces to encircle and eliminate it, ultimately succeeding in capturing it. At that time, to obtain a complete rare beast corpse, many skilled hands were lost. It was precisely because of this complete third-tier rare beast that the door to A-grade alloy materials was opened. Others might not know what was going on. Didn't I understand it clearly? This kid definitely has something unusual. I need to keep him close and observe him carefully. For now, I still need to maximize the use of the corpse resources. As long as I can significantly accelerate the material research and development speed, I won't lose out. Su-chen, if it were someone else, the gains would belong to the Han mercenary group. Han Yenling instinctively squeezed her hand and continued, but you definitely don't have to. However, this corpse is extremely important to me, and at the same price, you must prioritize selling it to me, okay? Su-chen nodded, unwilling to back down, and squeezed back. Little you cannot be bullied. Han Yenling felt her face flush a little and quickly painted a picture. This corpse has great research value, and I promise you will absolutely have priority in using the research results, with more contribution points. Su-chen did not rush to reply. At this moment, his brain was racing. This beast corpse ultimately exchanges for points. If he has the Han family's channels as cover, he can reduce a lot of risks. After all, auctioning rare beast corpses twice in a row, even a fool would know something was wrong. So, he could agree to this girl. This deal wouldn't be a loss. Their eyes met, thoughts swirling, and there was a moment of silence. After a while, Su-chen responded, okay. Han Yenling rolled her beautiful eyes, then now, can you let go? In the distance, Niu Tianming put down the binoculars in his hand. The plan had completely failed. The mercenary group was an important industry of the Han family, not just Han Yenling alone. Therefore, Han Xuanyi would never let him off the hook. He didn't understand where the problem lay in the chain. Why didn't the wolf pack attack? How could their greed be satisfied with just 3 or 5 red magic horned deer? Shouldn't it have been a fight to the death? At that time, he crushed this Leaf family's smoke bomb. The Leaf family's mercenary convoy was just 5 kilometers away, waiting for the signal. Now, it was unnecessary. The Leaf family couldn't go either. One misstep led to another. It was too late to regret. He could only sneak back to the capital, living in hiding. On the way back to the city, the members of the Han mercenary group were buzzing like they had taken ant honey. They first posed the entire white magic horned deer, fixing it in the truck for transporting the beast's corpse. A few others pulled a lot of wild grass to place in the truck, creating a scene of a sprinting hunt. To be honest, after doing this, a fierce aura rushed towards them. The original hunting plan was 3 days, but after Niu Tianming's incident, Han Yenling also lost her interest in hunting. They decided to return and report the situation. Captain Wan, do you know where the rattlesnake mercenary group is hunting? Zhang Jingwen asked casually while driving. As soon as everyone heard this, they erupted in chatter. Yeah, old Wang, didn't you sleep with that guy? You should know, right? He definitely knows. If he dares not to say, I will absolutely make him drink to death tonight. Old Wang shook his head with a bitter smile, knowing this group of members couldn't hold back. It should be 4,653 or 4,752. Both spots are very close. He turned the steering wheel of the battle vehicle, choosing to take a big detour. Captain Selina, a war chariot is coming over there, it seems to be from the Han family. Upon hearing this, Selina's heart soared with joy. Their team had an excellent harvest on this hunting trip. They had hunted 5 third-tier ferocious beasts and 2 second-tier ferocious beasts in just 1 day and night. This kind of yield is quite explosive even among noble mercenary groups, and it perfectly matched the points needed for her desired martial skills. They dared to come, just to show them. Open one side of the chariot's cargo area, let those ferocious beasts show themselves, and make it look good, understood? Selina sneered. The members of the rattlesnake team gathered around, preparing to return to the city, and upon hearing this, they couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. Chen Fan, experienced, looked at the slowly approaching war chariot in the distance and confidently said, Captain, the dust at the back of their chariot isn't much, their harvest must not be great. Selina struck a pose next to her own chariot, lifting her chin. Want to show off their gains? Not today. As the Han family chariot got closer, its speed slowed down. When the 2 chariots were side by side, it was almost at a standstill. Just then, there was a loud bang. One side of the Han family's cargo area opened, revealing the scene inside. Rattlesnake mercenary team? This is a white demon horned deer? Damn it. How dare someone raise a 3rd-tier rare ferocious beast? Run! It was unclear who shouted first. The members of the rattlesnake mercenary team were so scared they covered their heads and fled in all directions. The scene was quite comical for a moment. I can't hold it in, this is too funny. I can't take it anymore, Old Lee, help me up, I'm laughing so hard I'm about to cramp. Hee, so narrow-minded. The people on the Han family chariot were laughing uncontrollably. Han Yenling also showed a hint of a smile. This group of members was always teetering on the edge of life and death. Although they earned a lot, their nerves were always on edge. A little relaxation would do them good. Who would have thought? Mad Legs was actually her, Selina. After the Han family chariot drove away, Selina's long legs were still shaking. The specially made alloy battle boots were almost buzzing. Growing up, she had never been humiliated like this. But what could she do? She could only endure it. Forget it, Captain, don't take it too seriously. After all, they are a noble mercenary group, not someone we can provoke. Chen Fan patted her shoulder and whispered comfortingly. Other team members also spoke up, their mindset relaxed. Besides, they really did manage to get a 3rd-tier rare ferocious beast. We didn't lose unjustly. There was no way around it. Such creatures are hard to encounter and even harder to kill. Being outdone only proves the gap in strength is indeed too great. Selena pouted and huffed. Chen Fan, is a third-tier rare ferocious beast that easy to kill? I didn't see a single wound. Chen Fan furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment. I don't know, maybe they picked it up? Their luck is really damn good. Suddenly, a rattlesnake team member quietly asked, brothers, who is Su Chen? Upon hearing this name, Selena felt a surge of anger. It was all this brat's fault. He had caused her to be mocked every day, and now she really wanted to crush him underfoot. What? Wasn't that kid just in the chariot? Well, the inside of the car door says, picked up by Su Chen, rattlesnake team member, on the 88th floor of the Warrior Guild, surrounded by green trees with the fragrance of grass and flowers. Long Gong and Han Yenling sat across from each other. He stood up to personally pour Han Yenling a cup of tea, the aroma wafting through the air. My dear niece, you must promise me this time, I beg you, uncle. Han Yenling pursed her red lips. Uncle Long, I have other uses for the white demon horned deer carcass. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Long Gong's eyes, but his tone remained friendly. How about this? The Warrior Guild can temporarily use the carcass for 3 days, and during these 3 days I will pay you 2 million as a borrowing fee. Han Yenling twirled her hair, a gesture she made when deep in thought. After a moment, she said, Uncle Long, what do you intend to do with it? Long Gong revealed a slight smile. My dear niece, the masked martial artist tournament is set to begin the day after tomorrow, but the viewership has been plummeting recently. The reasons are simple. On one hand, there have been deaths of third-tier martial artists in the previous tournaments, which has brought a lot of negative impact, causing many popular contestants to withdraw. On the other hand, the underground casinos have started a live broadcast of unrestricted life and death fights, which is very popular. So, I want to use the corpse of a rare ferocious beast to do a citywide tour to boost the hype. After all, in response to the federal government's intentions, the masked martial artist tournament also includes segments where participants fight ferocious beasts, allowing for a certain casualty rate. Han Yenling nodded. This condition was quite good, especially since she was currently short on funds. But she couldn't make decisions for Su Chen, so she looked at Su Chen, who was wandering around without a hint of professionalism as a butler, and coldly asked, Su Butler, what do you think? Long Gong was taken aback. This was a way to use Su Chen's words to politely refuse. The Han family indeed didn't lack this bit of money. However, their martial artist guild desperately needed the hype from rare ferocious beasts. Moreover, the corpse was preserved so well. If those research fanatics from the higher academies found out, it would definitely be lost. Just as he was about to offer more money, Su Chen suddenly replied, not even turning his head to look at the flowers and plants, you handle it, I trust you to do your job. Han Yenling? Long Gong? Who exactly is the butler? Outside the 5th ring of the capital city, Tenglong Garden, District 12, Building 33, 1st floor, Zhao Xiuyan pushed open the door, revealing a simple room with only some basic furniture. Mom, I'm back. The room was very dim, as low-rise housing often is. Logically speaking, as a martial artist, Zhao Xiuyan shouldn't be living with commoners, even if she were to take the lowest-paying tutoring job in a wealthy family. However, Zhao Xiuyan didn't mind. In the room, a woman who was lying on the bed watching TV struggled to sit up, excitedly saying, Yenner, you're back. That's great. Are you hungry? Mom will make you something to eat. Zhao Xiuyan's mother, Wang Fangrui, was once a small beauty in her youth, with a lovely face and figure. But after years of suffering from illness, she now showed signs of fatigue and aging. After becoming a martial artist, Zhao Xiuyan had sought professional medical help. The doctor said it was a psychological issue. Thinking of this, she quickly helped her mother sit up and grasped Wang Fangrui's dry, withered hand. Mom, it's okay, look how round my face is. I'm not lacking in nutrition. Also, Mom, I have good news for you, but you have to promise me not to faint later. Wang Fangrui carefully examined her daughter's face and indeed saw no signs of hardship, which eased her heart considerably. Silly child, your safe return is the best news for me. Zhao Xiuyan took out her phone and pulled up a photo. Mom, I've avenged Dad. Look at what this ferocious beast is. Wang Fangrui took the phone, her hands trembling, and after a moment she couldn't help but close her eyes, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak. Her daughter was lying to her. Her daughter knew her heart's not. That was a hurdle she couldn't get over. But even though she wasn't a martial artist, she knew that there was no way a ferocious beast could die so completely, without a single scar. There was only one possibility, it was staged. But how could she bear to expose her daughter's heartfelt intentions? Wang Fangrui took a deep breath and wiped her tears. Okay, that's great, Mom is happy. Zhao Xiuyan spent a long time with her mother, knowing that her mother definitely didn't believe her. Just as she was about to pull out more photos for proof, the television in the room suddenly switched scenes. It was the channel of the Martial Artist Guild. Just now, it had been broadcasting a love story between a martial artist from a prestigious family and an ordinary civilian woman. The hype was very high. With a snap, the screen flickered, revealing a massive grayish-white beast that filled the entire television screen. Its menacing antlers
seemed to reach out from the TV. A powerful broadcast voice resonated at the right moment, a once-in-a-decade event. The Han Mercenary Corps has successfully hunted a rare third-tier beast, the white demon-horned deer. A citywide parade is about to begin. Please remember the following route, viewers in front of the television. This event is exclusively sponsored by the Masked Warriors Conference.
Defending the human homeland,
We are warriors. The new session of the Masked Warriors Conference is about to start. Wang Fengrui was stunned. Her daughter hadn't lied to her, it was true.
Sweetheart, tell me again how. You killed it?
Zhao Xiuyan sighed in relief. Oh, my captain is super cool. He killed it with one slash.
The sword technique was astonishing. Wang Fengrui interrupted. Is your captain married? Does he have a partner? Huayu, capital city, Central Avenue. A spectacular parade was unfolding.
The sky was tinted a light golden by the morning sun, and the morning air carried a hint of coolness, with crowds eagerly lining the streets.
Occasionally, the shrill screams of children pierced the tranquility.
A massive float, towed by a hovering vehicle, slowly passed by, showcasing the corpse of a gigantic white demon-horned deer.
It became the focal point for everyone.
The intact body was displayed in the center of the float, surrounded by several specimens of red demon-horned deer, exuding a regal presence, still radiating an unstoppable momentum.
Despite being dead, each branch of its unique antlers shimmered with a silvery glow.
Sunlight poured down from above, the golden rays intertwining with the silver antlers, creating an incredible visual impact.
Among
the onlookers, many were seeing such a rare beast up close for the first time, gasping in awe.
Numerous people pulled out their phones or cameras to capture this rare moment. Wow, Dad, so cool, it really is a
third-tier beast. This is a third-tier rare beast, so well preserved, it's truly unbelievable.
I don't get it, don't rare beasts go invisible?
Once it's dead, it can't go invisible, but it sure looks terrifying. The children's eyes widened with curiosity, while the adults buzzed with discussion.
Above the float, several lights illuminated large text. Han Mercenary Corps X Masked Warriors Conference, and in a prominent spot on the float, a smaller sign boldly read, Owner, Su Chen. However, no one noticed, as it didn't seem important.
It was clear that such a beast could not have been hunted by a single person.
Most likely, it was sponsored by some wealthy young master.
Zhao Xiuyan and her mother Wang Fengrui were also squeezed in the crowd. Their moods were vastly different.
But Wang Fengrui's complexion had noticeably improved.
Her previously grayish face now had a hint of color, and Zhao Xiuyan knew that her mother's heartache had eased. Perhaps in a few days, her long-standing ailment would heal on its own.
Su Chen was also hidden in the crowd,
and he hadn't expected that the corpse of a mere third-tier rare beast could cause such a stir. After pondering for a moment, he clicked on the round face icon of Hua Durin Shang. Help me check what other rare beasts are nearby, at least second tier.
Ding dong, a special notice has sent you a message. Please check. Zhao Xiuyan's phone rang.
Wang Fengrui faced the skyfloat, but her eyes had secretly darted towards her
daughter's phone. Damn, it was a privacy screen. Ding dong, Xiao Han has sent you a message.
Su Chen opened his phone, and a pleasant, crisp voice came through.
Su Chen, gather at school, I have a high-paying channel for collecting specimens. Okay.
Looking at this response, which seemed even less emotional than her own, Han Yanling frowned slightly.
Something feels off. At the entrance of the first middle school,
a streamlined light shuttle slowly comes to a stop. Han Yanling gets out. She is changed into a set of light gray sportswear, with a zippered top that slightly tightens at the hem, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. Her hair is simply tied into a high ponytail, with a few strands brushing against her forehead. There's not much elaborate makeup, just a hint of lip color and natural eyebrows, yet she remains the most stunning sight. Follow me, Han Yanling says, her voice beautiful but cold, as if all emotions are tightly sealed away. Only when she looks at Su Chen does a hint of softness occasionally flash in her gaze, revealing her true inner world.
Su Chen follows her.
Han Yanling tells him on her phone that this is related to the corpse of the white demon-horned deer.
Otherwise, he wouldn't want to be here. It's purely a waste of time. On the playground,
a group of graduating seniors is resting and chatting under the shade of the trees. They are rigorously training their bodies to improve their energy absorption speed, aiming to become
martial artists within a month. They aspire to enter the prestigious Longhua University. Have you seen the white demon-horned deer? It's so damn cool. The Han Mercenary Group is really impressive this time.
Students in groups of 3 or 5 under the shade are discussing the big news that shook the city this morning.
At this moment, Han Yanling and Su Chen happen to pass by. Hey, isn't that Han Yanling? No one else is
as beautiful as her.
Damn, isn't that Su Chen behind her? Which Su Chen? The one who hunts rare beasts?
Impossible, it's our alumnus. Get lost, he's not worthy of being our alumnus.
Yi Wushuang, wearing a mask, stares intently at the two but makes no move. He is a rich kid, but not a fool.
Han Yanling and Su Chen are no longer at a level he can deal with.
After the last incident, he was forced by his family to participate in special training at school.
He heard that the mercenary group's operation failed yesterday as well.
It's impossible for him not to feel resentment. You have to know. His original plan was
To enjoy life every day in the heavenly realm, where it's said to be filled with countless beautiful girls of various professions for his pleasure.
Just thinking about it makes him even angrier. Wang Xiao, you're about to become a martial artist, right?
Yi Wushwang asks the man beside him, Wang Xuanhe.
He is the legitimate grandson of the Wang family's head in the capital, the same age as them. Tall and strong, he awakened in
A-level talent, the Sky 8, and claims to be Han Yanling's fan. I feel like it's almost there, just this week should do it, Wang Xuanhe snorts, looking at Su Chen with envy and jealousy.
That's the position he dreams of.
Yi Wushwang quickly says, Wang Xiao, look at that kid with F-level talent daring to follow Han Yanling.
If you ask me, you just lack a bit of courage. Maybe Han Yanling is only left alone because no
one dares to provoke her, so, what you said, makes sense.
Wang Xuanhe, about to become a martial artist, gains a lot of courage from that.
He then stands up and walks towards Su Chen and Han Yanling.
Seeing
this, the surrounding students quickly set up small chairs and tables, waiting for the show to begin.
Wang Xiao, has he finally mustered the courage to confess? Bullshit, if he had that courage, why didn't he say anything in the past 3 years? Dude, you don't know the saying in the wealthy circle, before 18, anyone who touches Han Yanling, I'll wipe out their entire family? Who said that, so arrogant? Her dad, an 8th tier martial saint, isn't the martial saint dead? Her mom said it too.
It should be to find trouble with Su Chen. Wang Xuanhe, tall and imposing at nearly 1.9 meters, blocks Han Yanling and Su
Chen. Su Chen, I want to duel with you. Su Chen stops in his tracks, thinking to himself, is this kid's muscle training too much, leaving his brain dumb? A regular person challenging a 3rd tier warrior? Even if he
ate a few peanuts, he shouldn't be this drunk.
But a good opportunity has presented itself. I definitely can't miss it. How do we fight, and what's the wager? If I win, you leave. Don't follow Miss Han. Han. Wang Xuanhe felt a shiver in his voice upon seeing Han Yanling's cold gaze.
He suddenly felt a bit chilly. At this moment he regretted it a little. But the words were out and he had to go all in.
Su Chen nodded and asked with a half smile, what if you lose? Wang Xuanhe thought for a moment. Then I'll give you 200,000. Su Chen pondered. That appearance fee was a bit low.
So he pulled out a small box from his pocket. He took out a 3rd tier spirit crystal. If you don't have a wager of this level, don't even speak. The light blue 3rd tier spirit crystal flickered in Su Chen's palm, emitting waves of spiritual energy.
Wang Xuanhe was stunned.
This is a 3rd tier spirit crystal? We've been training here for a month, and my family only gave me a few 2nd tier spirit crystals to help me break through to a warrior.
You just pull out a 3rd tier? Why? Go all out right from the start? Don't you have any basic attacks? The surrounding classmates were also shocked. What is that? Is that a 3rd tier spirit crystal? I can't be seeing this wrong. Is the Han family that rich? How does Su Chen deserve a 3rd tier spirit crystal? Could it be some kind of exchange? After all, it's their family tradition.
Several girls complained, clearly unhappy. Beauty is acceptable, but why?
Should you be excessively beautiful, making it impossible for others to live?
And her aura is so cold. So for 3 years in high school, not a single girl became friends with her, or even spoke to her.
Wang Xuanhe's face turned a deep shade of purple. After a moment, he made a decision. All right. Although his personal assets, combined with the 2nd tier spirit crystals gifted by his elders in a few days, wouldn't even be enough
for a single 3rd tier spirit crystal.
This kid was clearly using money to silence him. But why should an F-level talent compete with an S-level talent? Just because of looks? Even if he lost, would Su Chen dare to ask him for money? Does he have that capability? What kind of family is the Wang family, and what kind of family are you from? He then turned and walked towards the battle platform in the center. The onlooking aristocratic students immediately erupted in chatter. This is serious, starting with a 100 million gamble we small families really can't even imagine. Shut up, do you even count as a small family? Didn't your dad just take on a business worth several hundred million? If the profit is over 10 million, that's already good. But why is Wang Xuanhe so confident?
The A-level talent, the Heavenly 8, has a power boost. I don't even know how he could lose. Where did that kid get the 3rd tier spirit crystal? Yi Wushwang's face also turned red. The slap from his uncle hadn't even subsided before it flushed again. He knew where Su Chen's spirit crystals came from. His jade pendant must have been exchanged for quite a few good things. A 3rd tier spirit crystal, protected by the Han family. I'm such a fool, pure and simple. But soon, someone else looked just as foolish as I did. Why am I feeling a bit excited? On the battle platform, Wang Xuanhe was full of confidence. An A-level talent can already use their abilities before becoming a warrior. After activating the talent, there's still a power boost. As long as he holds back a bit and doesn't kill him with one punch, it should be fine. However, one must never be careless with an enemy. Especially since Han Yanling is watching from the side. Next up is my moment to shine. Heavenly 8. A white ape shadow emerged from Wang Xuanhe's body, crouching slightly, fists clenched, a sign of an explosive charge. The teachers and instructors standing at a distance were all astonished. They had noticed this farce, but no one intervened. These students had already graduated, this was merely extracurricular training at most.
Wang Xuanha is serious, going all out right from the start? This is completely different from sparring, there's not a drop of water involved. That kid won't get killed, will he? Just then, Wang Xuanha stomped his foot on the ground, causing the tiles to crack slightly. Take this punch. In his line of sight, Su Chen remained unmoved. It must be that I'm too fast, he can't react. Throw a punch.
A fierce gust of wind from the punch rushed towards Su Chen's chest.
Then, crack, crack.
A figure flew backward accompanied by two crisp sounds of bones breaking.
Bang! Wang Xuanha fell heavily onto the ground outside the arena, continuously howling in pain. For a moment, there was silence.
The scions of noble families gaped. The teachers and instructors widened their eyes.
Only Han Yanling and Su Chen maintained calm expressions, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Su Chen stepped down from the stage, walked over to the howling Wang Xuanha, and asked, Wang Xiao, how about it? Want to go again? With my E-grade combat suit, even ordinary Tier 3 ferocious beasts can't break through. What gives you the right to throw a punch at me? Sweat beads the size of mung beans appeared on Wang Xuanha's forehead, his whole body trembling. You cheated, you wore a combat suit. Su Chen's expression changed, and he quickly said, oh dear, it's my fault. How about I take off the combat suit and we have another match, still with Tier 3 spirit crystals? This time, I'll let you use both hands. What do you say? His expression was very sincere, as if he deeply regretted his previous actions. The teachers and instructors nearby could no longer hold back. Is it really about the combat suit? This kid is clearly a martial artist, and not at a low level either. Keep acting, just keep acting. Get lost, don't think I'll pay, damn it, just you wait. Wang Xuanha spat out harshly, as if joking. How could he afford Tier 3 spirit crystals? Han Yanling slightly furrowed her long brows and walked over to Su Chen's side. Before Su Chen could speak, a melodious voice like a clear spring rang out. Put the money on my card. She couldn't stand these rich kids even more. Usually flaunting their power, relying on their prominent family backgrounds, they bullied ordinary classmates without restraint. In her previous life, after becoming the empress, she also ordered a strict investigation into school bullying. But it was useless, the noble families covered for each other and it had become a huge problem. The only one she could restrain was her younger brother, Han Zhanxiao. Coincidentally, she was short on cash these days. Su Chen wouldn't dare to ask? She would. She glanced down at the sprawled Wang Xuanha on the ground and turned to leave. Just as the surrounding classmates were still processing what had happened, a more domineering voice rang out. Su Chen is mine. Su Chen? Surrounding classmates? Teacher Li, Su Chen is in your class, right? He's already a martial artist? The teachers all inquired with Su Chen's former homeroom teacher. Teacher Li was also stunned. He wasn't a martial artist a few days ago, he just awakened his talent. And it was F grade, you all saw it. A few instructors from the military suddenly spoke up. It's normal, the military has quite a few secret techniques for quickly becoming martial artists. F grade talent can still be used, but it will be permanently capped at Tier 3. I see, the military does have a lot of talent, otherwise they wouldn't be able to fend off the beast tide, an experienced old teacher sighed. He had also trained many students, and for some children from ordinary families wanting to rise up and become martial artists, joining the military was indeed the only path. However, he hadn't heard of anyone returning alive yet. The scene fell into silence. For a moment, the officers didn't speak again because there was one thing they hadn't mentioned. That is, even with the use of secret materials to extend life, one wouldn't live past 25 years. On the way to the principal's office, Han Yanling suddenly spoke. This money from the Wang family, lend it to me first. I'll pay it back later. She felt a bit nervous. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time she was asking to borrow money. Su Chen appeared rather distracted and interrupted. It doesn't matter, take it and use it. He also knew that although the Wang family was wealthy, how could they honestly hand over money? The core reason for his actions was to directly block any subsequent disputes, preventing small conflicts from escalating into larger ones and larger ones from dragging in the old. Sometimes, wanting a certain status is quite simple. Either showcase your strength or your wealth. Or, both. What I meant earlier was. Han Yanling walked ahead, her stunning face slightly flushed, her voice cold. What she wanted to say was that although you are the steward, I will not restrict your freedom. Su Chen candidly interrupted. I understand, no need to explain. What you value is not me. It's my money. Han Yanling? Principal's office. Principal. She invited Han Yanling into the spacious reception room. Student Han, what brings you here? Han Yanling got straight to the point. Principal Qi, do you have Wan Han's contact information? The one from the Longhua University Research Institute. If it weren't for Su Chen being with her, she wouldn't have dared to speak up. Just like this morning when she encountered Mad Legs, even though she was somewhat familiar with the subordinate from her previous life, she still didn't know how to greet them. Most research institutions in the 9 domains are located within the highest educational institutions of that domain. Moreover, To avoid disturbances, funding is provided directly by the Federation and the universities for their research. Most research projects are highly confidential. Therefore, it is quite difficult to obtain the contact information of internal researchers. Principal Chi pondered for a moment. I have it, but you know the rules. Outsiders are not allowed to contact people from the research institute. Wan Hong is an exceptionally talented researcher. Her situation was quite similar to Su Chen's back in the day. However, at that time, Principal Chi had more say in the school. He pushed against the tide of opposition, allowing Wan Hong to complete her high school liberal arts class, and ultimately she entered Longhua University with the top score in liberal arts. She focused on the study of beast alloy materials and achieved considerable success. She has a reclusive personality and a bad temper, which has offended many in the upper echelons. She was assigned to a small research lab. However, during holidays, she would still send herself some gifts. Having her contact information was also a way for her to repay kindness. She had never used it herself. Han Yenling nodded. She had indeed found the right person, and things would move much faster. She originally planned to contact them after entering the university, but now there was no time. It was essential to quickly study the beast corpses to accelerate human research progress. Principal Chi asked her if she needs complete rare beast corpses, 2 sets. Principal Chi's heart stirred. The complete rare beast materials that had been circulating today were actually in the Han family. That student's research progress had indeed stagnated. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep beep beep. An extremely impatient voice suddenly came from the other end of the line. Old Chi, what do you want? I'm in the middle of research. Principal Chi grimaced. His student was so indiscreet, discussing research progress over the phone. If there were spies from other domains nearby, they might steal quite a bit of confidential information, so he hurriedly interrupted. Wan Hong, do you need rare beast materials? The professional jargon that had been spilling out from the other end suddenly stopped, and a restless voice asked, what tier? What is the material grade? Too high won't work. The instrument strength isn't enough. Too low won't work either. The concentration is too low. Han Yenling added from the side, Tier 2 rare black crystal leopard, perfect grade. Tier 3 rare white demon horn deer, perfect grade. What? Perfect grade? Where? I want. The call suddenly disconnected. The next second, a video call came through. Principal Chi answered, and the phone screen lit up. Wan Hong's excited face appeared in the center of the screen, her simple narrow-framed glasses slightly shining with oil, her chestnut hair looking a bit messy, with a few stray strands occasionally falling onto her forehead. Although she was already middle-aged, she looked well, and her first words left the 3 present in a state of shock. Oh, old Chi, your illegitimate daughter is so beautiful? This doesn't conform to science. Principal Chi was furious. The matter he had repeatedly emphasized was casually mentioned by her. Wan Hong, how many times have I told you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. This is the legitimate daughter of the Han family, Han Yenling. The materials from the fierce beasts are with her. Wan Hong's face turned awkward. She had been too excited just now and had forgotten about this. However, her expression quickly turned cold. How much? Our research funding is quite limited. Once the materials entered the pockets of the aristocratic families, it would cost a lot of money and points to circulate them back into the research institute. Her own funding was simply insufficient. More critically, the information transmission efficiency in the research institute was very low. By the time many materials information reached the research institute, they had either gone missing or skyrocketed in price. She had provided feedback many times, but it had all come to nothing. Black crystal leopard, 5 million. White demon horn deer, 10 million. Han Yenling directly quoted the price, which was significantly lower than the auction amounts. But she didn't care. What mattered more to her was to quickly develop A-grade alloy materials to resist the upcoming wave of fierce beasts. Wan Hong was quite tempted. This price was much lower than she had anticipated. However, her funding was still insufficient, and she needed to collaborate with other research rooms to make the purchase. I need to discuss this with my colleagues. Han Yenling frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Wan Hong's research funding to be so tight. The materials will be given to you in 3 days. You can pay me whatever you can up front. But I have one condition. The research results must have priority usage rights. Wan Hong felt a surge of joy. This condition was good. Once she had the materials, she could negotiate terms with other research rooms, and it complied with the regulations. The most crucial part was that it would grant her significant control over the research. This was a huge profit. This little girl, so pretty and easy to talk to? She wouldn't be trying to trick me, would she? Then I need to see the materials first. Han Yenling was puzzled. Her black crystal leopard and white demon horn deer had been posted online in what state? Why was there no news from the research institute, which should have been the most concerned? The efficiency of information transmission, there must be something fishy. You can search for black crystal leopard and white demon horn deer. There are pictures online. Wan Hong hurriedly opened the computer beside her, entered a bunch of passwords, and filled out several application forms. After a flurry of activity, half an hour passed. At this moment, Su Chen was looking at the system interface.
He was beside the rich lady's psychic treasure, frantically absorbing the psychic energy from the 4th grade psychic crystal. He wasn't too concerned about how much the materials could sell for because selling to the research institute would also earn him points, which were interchangeable with the warrior guild system. Name, Suchin. Age, 18. Level, 3rd grade warrior talent, spirit heart, unique, psychic energy, 2423/10,000 traits, basic body enhancement, biological wave, killing intent perception martial skills, D grade lingbo step, perfect, C grade. Overlapping wave palm, perfect, C grade overlapping wave finger, perfect, A grade overlapping wave / mad blade, minor achievement, psychic crystals, 2x 3rd grade psychic crystals, 1x 4th grade psychic crystal. Wealth, 34.82 million, low-dimensional currency. The newly added money came from exchanging 5 red demon horned deer corpses. Su Chen opened his phone. Warrior Guild app, personal center. My points, 145 points. His points in the Warrior Guild had accumulated to 145 points. 1st grade Fierce Beast, 1 point 2nd grade Fierce Beast, 5 points 3rd grade Fierce Beast, 25 points and a D grade martial skill costs, 500 points. The exchange threshold for D grade alloy equipment is 1000 points. This is basically the ceiling for 3rd grade warriors. Therefore, the rewards for the Masked Warrior tournament were quite enticing. B grade gun technique. Martial skill, 9 kill gun, exchange price 4,500 points. However, the knife technique that Su Chen comprehended had actually reached A grade. Does this mean that overlapping wave could be further integrated with other martial skills? As Su Chen thought of this, he felt secretly excited. Because A-grade martial skills are not sold by the Warrior Guild. The A-level martial arts technique requires 100,000 points, and the difficulty of obtaining these points is basically equivalent to telling you, give up. It's impossible. Damn, that's amazing. Wan Hong was exceptionally excited to finally see the materials from the Fierce Beasts. Such top-tier materials must be secured by the Research Institute. Her own research progress would accelerate significantly. She was almost the last person to learn this news. This beauty was simply her lucky star. Quick, sign the video agreement. Wan Hong typed away on an electronic contract and sent it to Principal Chi. Principal Chi handed the phone to Han Yenling. Beep, facial recognition failed. Principal Chi and Wan Hong were taken aback. What was going on? Is there a time when facial recognition doesn't pass? The next moment, Han Yenling turned around, raised her phone, and smiled brightly. Beep. Authentication successful. 1. Hong on the other end of the video was dazzled, her face flushed. She had never seen such a beautiful smile in her life. Worth it. Han Yenling was speechless. When the staff recorded her face for the system, they asked her to smile a bit to look good. Since then, the system seemed to have gone haywire. Every time facial recognition was required, she had to smile to pass. It seemed the system thought smiling and not smiling were two different people. Su Chen also felt his heart racing violently, almost shattering his titanium alloy heart armor. Just when she smiled, it was right in front of him. The titanium alloy material was once again facing a limit test. Fortunately, her smile faded quickly. Next time, he needed to ask Wan Hong if there were any materials stronger than titanium alloy. Only Principal Chi saw nothing and was seriously looking at the contract. Han, did you forget to sign? Why is there only one copy? Wan Hong frowned as well. The most crucial part was this rare 3rd-tier Fierce Beast. Her research speed could increase significantly. Moreover, this contract was fully networked and would automatically recognize personal property materials. Not signing meant she didn't have this material. Damn, could it be a scam? Wan Hong panicked. Hey, just because you're pretty doesn't mean you can lie. Why hasn't the white demon horn deer been signed? Han Yenling remained silent and handed the phone to the inconspicuous Su Chen beside her. It's your turn. Su Chen took the phone. Beep. Facial recognition passed. Contract signed successfully. Principal Chi? Wan Hong? Is this the real lucky star? Before leaving, Han Yenling specifically reminded Wan Hong, prioritize researching the extraction of active substances from rare Fierce Beasts. A hint of astonishment flickered in Wan Hong's eyes behind her glasses. This direction was something she had been contemplating, and had never mentioned to outsiders. How did she know? Does she have mind-reading abilities? Oh no. Did she also catch some inappropriate thoughts that had just crossed her mind? No wonder she had been wearing a cold expression. No, wait. I'm a researcher. I must believe in science. It must be a coincidence. At the school gate, in front of the light shuttle, with a cool and stunning face, her red lips slightly parted. The 3rd-tier rare Fierce Beast will also organize an online auction. If the Research Institute doesn't have enough money, I'll supplement it for you. After returning home, Han Yenling discussed the whole situation with Han Xuanyi regarding the mercenary group. She exchanged several good hunting spots for resources with her mother. She had a bit more flexibility now. Moreover, she could still ask the Wang family for some funds. The Han and Wang families also had quite a few business frictions. In such matters, her mother would definitely step in. After all, with so many people from the school watching, if the Wang family didn't pay, the repercussions would be even greater. Su Chen nodded. He was now more interested in the points.
By the way, the Masked Martial Artist Conference is the day after tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Han Yenling asked. She wanted to watch the live broadcast after practicing martial arts techniques. Suchen could not only bring her some snacks but also help her relax her muscles. This way, her proficiency in martial arts could increase rapidly. Who knows, I might touch upon the perfect level that I never reached in my previous life. But I feel embarrassed to speak directly, so I first gently inquire about Su Chen's schedule. Su Chen thought for a moment, raised both hands, and coldly said, I have something to do, I can come find you later. A deep relaxation session costs 20,000, of course, money is secondary, this is industry standard. No, after all, it's the champion's hand, there must be an appearance fee. Han Yenling's face flushed, how infuriating, he saw right through her. Where is the dignity of the empress? Humph. She turned and jumped into the light shuttle, too angry to speak. Inside the car, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were soaked with sweat. Boss, you got into the car without closing the door. Are we leaving or not? Torture, ultimate torture. Steward. Su is really impressive. To say such things to my face, and what is deep relaxation anyway? Is it the same project as the place we went to after work? Isn't that a good thing? Why do they still charge for it? We really don't understand the world of the wealthy. Su Chen closed the car door for Han Yenling. He waved his hand and watched the light shuttle leave. TCH. Every time they call me, it's either to massage my legs or my feet. Does the sole owner of the universe's unique talent have no pride? If it weren't for my hand and brain saying, this job can be taken, I should give her a taste of her own medicine. The entire day, Su Chen was cultivating in his single apartment. He also went to the training ground midway to try and learn from others. But he found that very few martial artists possessed advanced weapon techniques, and even fewer had mastered them. Those willing to spar and offer guidance, like Chen Fan, were even rarer. So the plan to learn from others was declared a failure. He could only pin his hopes on the masked martial artist competition. The hype over the past 2 days was immense. Many popular contestants announced their return. The Martial Artist Guild Forum was also buzzing. First floor, brothers, who do you think will win the championship? Second floor, I've already placed a hefty bet on Mad Blade Hero. I don't believe that sword technique isn't perfected. Third floor, your odds are too low, there's no profit, it has to be crazy legs. Fourth floor, at third floor, those legs are really powerful, much more comfortable than that long-legged goddess. You can tell she's a practitioner. I don't believe she has a D-level minor leg technique. Fifth floor, the competition has added a third round of beast battles, so we can't just look at paper strength. Su Chen also found it quite interesting. He kept flipping through contestant profiles and odds. The registration for the masked martial artist competition was unlimited, and many martial artists re-registered due to the hype over the past 2 days. The various masked personas also sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Ha, I can't believe it, there's even a delivery guy competing. Is it real? Does he think the martial artist competition is about who runs the fastest? Ha, I'm dying of laughter, and there are fools betting on him. Isn't this 10,000 better for me? It can't be a crowdfunding effort by delivery guys, right? I'm crying. 1:800 odds, can it get any lower? If I win, won't I strike it rich? The 800 times odds have already reached the limit, it can't go any higher. Su Chen was very tempted. If he came in first, wouldn't his assets multiply by 800 right on the spot? Just then, his phone chimed with a pleasant notification. Ding dong. Longhua University Research Institute transfer, 8.7 million. In the delivery guy group that Su Chen had exited. Brothers, did you chase the investment today? Newcomer in the group asking. Out of ignorance, chase what investment? A new member weakly asked. Masked martial artist competition contestant, delivery guy, remember to only invest $1. Powering love. Got it, I've invested. Is this our group friend? I don't know, but I haven't heard of any martial artist who also delivers. At good person, may you have peace all your life. Su Chen didn't rush to place a bet. First, I searched online for an article, Masked Warrior Tournament Betting Strategy. The core points inside are, 1. This is an officially sanctioned event. 2. Earnings are subject to a 15% income tax. 3. The prize pool is managed by the central bank of the entire region, deposited directly with no hidden risks. Su Chen nodded. It could work. Although the 9 domains are managed separately, there is a central bank for the entire region. It employs the latest artificial intelligence for management, preventing local officials from printing money indiscriminately, which could lead to inflation. However, there is still some time left before the betting ends. I can wait. If I place a bet now, many people will follow suit, and the organizers of the Warrior Guild will quickly adjust the odds. Let's check other information first. Captain, I've organized the data and sent it to you. Which masked warrior do you favor? Zhao Xiudian's voice was much cheerier after resolving her mother's issues. Su Chen tapped on his phone screen. Bet on all the delivery guys, they're the dark horse, trust me. Tomorrow the villa will be by the sea. Zhao Xiudian replied instantly, I trust you, but if I get eaten by a sea beast, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Su Chen, Uncle Gong has brought a batch of demon shrimp dragons, hurry over. Han Yenling's emotionless voice rang out. She had no choice. If she wanted to eat shrimp dragon meat, she had to find Su Chen. Su Chen replied, "Not going, I'm practicing martial arts. Eat less, or you'll get fat." Han Yenling was very angry after seeing this and threw her phone. Han Yuer, who was watching eagerly, quickly picked it up. "Sister, how about I give it a try?" Actually, it was her who wanted to eat the shrimp dragon. The last time it had made her crave it so much that she kept begging her father to get more. Han Yenling didn't want to talk at that moment. She didn't know what the problem was. She was the empress, and a single word from her used to make countless subordinates flock to her. After being reborn, she couldn't even command a small warrior? She didn't understand, was this reborn world different from the previous one? But thinking of the deliciousness from last time, she could only coldly say, "Fine." After a while, Su Chen received a message. "Brother, come." Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of move was this? Forbidden technique? Is there no way to live? What kind of vibe was it for Han Yenling, whose face could pierce through artificial intelligence, to say this? I dare not imagine. Even a Dao heart at the great ascension stage would shatter. But I should go, after all, I am a man who wants to become stronger. I can still afford to waste this little time. So he replied, "Okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes. After thinking for a moment, he added, "Don't send this next time." Han Yuer was extremely happy to see Su Chen's reply and couldn't help but shout, "Nice, my mother's celestial maiden's unique skill hasn't failed yet. Total victory." But the next second, she was stunned. Han Yenling felt something was off and snatched the phone. "Ah, help, my sister is going to kill someone." The Han family estate was in chaos. 30 minutes later, in the luxurious entertainment hall of the Han family, as the lights came on, the air was filled with the aroma of demon shrimp dragons and a faint fragrance. In the center of a large sofa made of pure white beastskin sat Han Xuanyi and Uncle Gong, quietly discussing the masked warrior tournament, as many of the Han family's industries were related to this event. Han Yenling and Su Chen sat on the left side. On the right, Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao sat on the same side, but there was a slight distance between them. Han Yuer occasionally looked down to play with her ring, appearing somewhat distracted because her butt hurt. Han Zhanxiao, on the other hand, looked excitedly at the screen in the center. He was still under house arrest and was extremely bored every day. Seeing so many relatives at home made him very happy, especially since his biological father wasn't around. "Su Xiao, your delivery guy is doing well. He's even made it to the 500th position in betting amounts." Han Zhanxiao leaned over excitedly. Su Chen was taken aback. "Is there such a way to compliment someone? Also, your ability to find something to say is really impressive. I couldn't even find myself on such a big screen. How did you see it?" "Oh, which contestant does Xiao Su favor? Uncle can help you place a bet." Uncle Gong chimed in, and with his strength as a 7th-tier warrior, he had reached the top tier among the businessmen in the capital, so his judgment was naturally sharp. He felt that Su Chen was not simple. Although his status was lowly as a low-tier warrior, that calm and unhurried demeanor was definitely not put on. A truly strong person never relies on pretenses to earn applause. Very much like that man. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Han Yenling. Han Yenling was quietly eating shrimp and dragon meat. Su Chen was peeling shrimp while replying, "I have a good feeling about the delivery guy. Alright, Uncle will bet 50,000 for you." Uncle Gong took out his phone and placed the bet. This amount of money wasn't even enough to buy a few expensive shrimp. Su Chen's hand trembled, almost ruining a shrimp. "Uncle, you really placed a bet. Don't raise my odds." The prize pool had already reached over 20 billion, and according to his assets, he could harvest a maximum of 32 billion in prizes. Of course, that was in the final stage. Many people would also time their bets. As the delivery guy's betting amount increased, it excited many people. In the delivery group, discussions were intense. "Brothers, a boss has placed a bet. Let's cheer up and deliver a few more orders." "I don't get it. How does that relate to delivering more orders?" "Oh, I add 1 yuan for every 5 orders I deliver, for the dream." "Alright, I'll deliver more too. Count me in." On the roadside, Xiao Wang, who was delivering food, was dumbfounded. The competition for this month's Order King had become even fiercer. "What have I turned into? No way, I have to fight." As for betting, he scoffed at it, but he still placed a 1 yuan bet, because that figure reminded him of someone, a rival worth chasing and respecting even in dreams. The betting for the martial artist competition was nearing its end. On the large screen from the ceiling to the floor in the room, some famous actors were singing and dancing on stage. The sound spread throughout the hall through a high-quality sound system, cheering for the upcoming competition. The atmosphere of the annual masked martial artist competition in Huayu was heightened to the extreme. The few masked martial artists with the highest bets, Flame, Gun, Crazy Legs, and Explosive Boxer, had already amassed billions in amounts. Everyone chose to bet on the top 10 because of the higher winning odds. As for some underdog contestants, there were also bets placed, but most were relatives of the contestants who weren't short on money, or they were just chasing a dream. After the 20th contestant, the betting amounts plummeted, and even the total prize money of all the warriors ranked lower than 20th was less than that of the 20th. This is the benefit of high exposure. 10, 9, 8. The prize pool soared like it was on steroids, and many began to place bets on their favored contestants. Suchin calmly wiped his hands and opened the betting interface. He chose Delivery Guy. Sex 5 4. Selected maximum bet amount 43,520,000. Confirm bet? Selected yes. 3 2 1. Ding, bet successful. At this moment, the screen burst into dazzling colors. Masked Martial Artist Conference officially begins. The delivery group exploded. Brothers, why can't I find the delivery guy? Open your phone, select camera, front camera, and you can see the delivery guy. No, I mean the martial artist delivery guy. Look, he disappeared. He was ranked 478th just now. Scroll down, he might have been pushed down. Impossible, I just placed a 1 yuan bet. It's over, I really can't find it. Me too, the dream is gone. Where's the reporting channel? Are you crazy? Han Yenling asked. In a hushed voice. Su Chen's betting was all seen by her. She noticed Su Chen was focused on operating his phone. Unable to resist, she took a sneaky glance. Su Chen had no privacy screen. Han Yenling regretted it immensely. How could this kid be so rich? How could this kid be so wasteful? If you want to bet, you should ask me first. If I hadn't known that the first place in the last round, the flame gun, died in the previous life, I would have definitely placed a bet too. Reborn, isn't this prize pool open to all? Su Chen put down his phone and continued peeling shrimp. Not crazy, I have a lot of confidence in myself. Han Yenling was speechless. It was over, he was beyond saving. Shouldn't he cherish money more than anyone else present? Han Xiaozhan suddenly exclaimed, damn. You guys look, the delivery guy is in 20th place. Because the previous 20th place was his favorite long-legged goddess. Now it's someone else, but still a familiar face. Which guy? Han Yuer quietly ran to Su Chen's side, grabbing a peeled shrimp while asking. Her sister was very protective of her food. If she didn't act quickly, it would all be gone again. Uncle Gong was confused and quickly checked his card balance. He had just added 50,000, thinking of having Su Chen help peel a couple of shrimp for his daughter. Did he accidentally add a few extra zeros? Phew, great, I didn't make a mistake. Han Shuangyi stared at the screen, a hint of a smile appearing on her cold, frosty face. She was an 8th-tier martial artist. Her features had evolved to a new level. She had just heard 2 successful betting sounds. Since it wasn't old Gong, it must be him. Interesting. A gamble of over 40 million, quite rare. This confident demeanor didn't seem like that of a pure gambler. Let's observe for a while. Brother Su, weren't you the one who was most optimistic about the martial artist guy? Han Yuer, having finished one shrimp, leaned over again, trying to divert everyone's attention with her words. The shrimp meat was delicious. If I were my sister, I would keep eating. Su Chen nodded. That's right, I see the potential for a champion. Han Yuer casually picked up a peeled shrimp and said, Brother Su, let's add each other as friends, and if you win, send me a red envelope. Adding friends was secondary, getting the shrimp was the core. This tactic is called misdirection. I want to add too. Han Xiaozhan chimed in from the side. At this moment, only Han Yenling was extremely angry. She really wanted to drag Su Chen out and beat him up. So much money, why not? Do something good with it? You could lend it to me. Is it really that tight? Han Yenling, pull Su Chen into the group. I want to add him as a friend too, Han Shuangyi suddenly said. Everyone present was stunned. Han Shuangyi was the matriarch. Although she didn't speak much, her presence was undeniable. If it weren't for the fact that Han Shuangyi and Han Yenling's relationship hadn't been so tense recently, they wouldn't have gathered together today. Pull into a group? Which group? Han Yenling didn't think too much and directly added him. Ding! You have joined, Han family, 8. Su Chen glanced at his phone. Good heavens, isn't this a family group? Shouldn't such a group be named, Loving Family? So formal? What's up, is there no love at all? The next second, someone changed the group name to Han family and Su Chen, 8. Su Chen? Old. Zhao. Late at night. At the entrance of the Han mansion, Han Yenling suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold and clear, forcibly suppressing the unnamed anger within her. Tomorrow night at 9, there will be a rebroadcast of the Martial Artist Conference showcasing exciting matchups. There will be high-level martial artists providing commentary, which will greatly benefit the improvement of martial skills. This is a paid channel. The meaning is very clear. Since Su Chen is a martial artist, he will inevitably have to learn martial skills in the future. This is a great learning opportunity. Su Chen also thinks that having a master analyze his martial skills issues would be quite beneficial, so he nodded in agreement. Moreover, since just now, this girl has been acting strangely. She seems very angry. He really doesn't understand. Can't the heavenly demon shrimp dragon be eaten in excess? Is it bad for the mammary glands? Okay, I'll bring you honey snow coconut juice. I know a place that makes it by hand and it tastes great. Han Yenling raised her slender eyebrows and her anger diminished significantly. She thought to herself, forget it, it's his own money anyway. No need to get angry. For a reborn person, there are still many ways to make money. In the capital of Huayu, Martial Artist Guild Building. Underground, levels 30 to 35. This is the venue for the masked martial artist competition. Designed specifically for the event, each massive circular arena is surrounded by dozens of large screens, each displaying the progress and status of the matches in real time, allowing the audience to clearly see the precise details of every attack no matter where they are. The lights above the arena dart across the ceiling like shooting stars, illuminating the entire venue as if it were daytime. There are also rows of spectator seats. Only at this time does the Martial Artist Guild building open its doors to the public. The tickets are inexpensive, so the flow of people is immense. Thousands of martial artists and ordinary citizens gather together, their cheers and applause merging into a massive wave that echoes throughout the space. The rules for the first round of advancement are very simple. Based on the number of participants, 32 groups are formed, each with 25 people competing in 12 consecutive matches, selecting the 48 contestants with the highest total scores. The top 32 popular contestants on the betting board will be placed in different groups to avoid early encounters. Less popular contestants also have a chance to break through successfully. F-grade alloy weapons are allowed. Contestants wear E-grade alloy combat suits, but the suits are equipped with sensors to ensure the safety of the participants while recording damage data. If a vital area is hit, the contestant is disqualified. In the duels between martial artists, life and death can be decided in an instant. Since many martial artists are only at the first or second level, just to join the fun, there are all kinds of bizarre outfits. The entire martial artist preparation area resembles a massive cosplay event. On the high platform, Long Gong is dressed in elegant white attire, exuding charm. This time, the citywide parade of the rare third-level beast corpses has had an excellent warm-up effect. Humanity's attitude towards fierce beasts is still filled with hostility. Therefore, this masked martial artist competition not only has many participants but, more importantly, has extremely high popularity, with betting amounts doubling compared to last year. If the plan goes well, it will surely be a profitable venture. I declare the masked martial artist competition officially begins. A huge cheer erupted throughout the arena. The martial artists in the preparation area also became excited. This is a great opportunity to make a name for oneself. The entire event is live-streamed. There is a revenue share from the streaming fees. If an exciting match goes viral, one could become wealthy overnight. This is also why everyone is dressed in such peculiar outfits. Everyone is masked, so they can only rely on their clothing to attract attention. Su Chen wore a pure black mask and a bright, saturated yellow battle robe. There was no choice. This was a requirement of the masked martial artist competition. He was waiting for the Martial Artist Guild's announcement system to call his number. He is number 1 in Group 20. Just as he was waiting, a soft, weak voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Bro, where did you put my milk tea? I can't find it." Su Chen looked up to see a masked female martial artist dressed in a dinosaur costume asking him, "Damn it! This is the third martial artist today who has asked him where their takeout is," and he was quite annoyed. "I'm a martial artist too. But you're wearing a saturated yellow outfit." This girl seemed overly nervous and a bit clueless, completely missing Su Chen's point. The surrounding martial artists burst into laughter. It seems one cannot just cosplay randomly, as it really affects pre-match preparations. Su Chen was speechless, and the next second, the fourth cup of milk tea from the right front counter. "Go take a look." "Thank you, brother." The dinosaur girl bounced away. The surrounding warriors? "Are you really not the delivery guy?" Group 20, number 1, please prepare. You will be on stage in 3 minutes. Your opponent is cute loli. Su Chen stood up. This round is a sure win. After all, my knife doesn't care about the opponent's gender. Just do it. He stepped onto the stage. The audience below was a group of excellent delivery guys dressed in bright yellow, well-fed from the promotional event planned overnight by the company, sponsoring a batch of tickets, with sharp business instincts. On stage, the opponent was a rather cute-looking warrior, but with thick black hair covering her chest and thighs. No need to say, the live stream's popularity shot up instantly. "I've never loved delivery guys so much at this moment. Kill him, I'll bet on you." "Brothers, I'll vomit first as a tribute. I actually bet $1,000 on cute loli. Damn scammer, give me back my lost youth." Cute loli is a tier 3 warrior, a popular contestant from the last competition. The delivery guy can't beat her. The lower popularity matches of the preliminary rounds had no commentary. However, this match had 2 professional commentators assigned due to the stark contrast of cute loli's appearance and the delivery guy's last-minute surge into the top 20. The commentators were Jin Jing and Wang Duoxiao. "Dear audience, welcome to this match. Let's get to the point." Jin Jing, as a contestant from the last round, "What do you think of this match?" "Hello everyone, although cute loli has a unique appearance, she is indeed a solid tier 3 warrior. I have high hopes for her." "I agree. From the data, the delivery guy is participating in the warrior competition for the first time. The imp, however, the odds can change dramatically based on the players' performances, usually adjusted quickly by artificial intelligence according to their match results." In the unseen underground studio hall on the 88th floor, a large screen recorded the fluctuations in the players' odds.
Suddenly, a yellow figure appeared, and the odds changed at lightning speed, shifting from 1 to 80 to 1 to 36.
What does this mean?
It indicates that this player has a chance to break into the
top 36. This instantly sparked a bit of commotion. Another dark horse has emerged? Plan 2. Hype it up quickly.
Great, we need a dark horse like this, promoting him as a contender for the top 8 to entice viewers to place bets. Marketing team, take note, increase the heat of his match videos. A flurry of actions took place quickly. This is one of the tactics of the Martial Artists Guild, first hyping up a dark horse player as exceptionally strong, then reaping the rewards through the odds. Most people don't understand and just follow the trend blindly, so when the dark horse faces a truly strong but less popular veteran player, they will be directly eliminated. Otherwise, how could wealth accumulate so quickly? Nearby, several high-level martial artists were repeatedly watching match videos to avoid the Martial Artists Guild analysis system failing. This footwork seems familiar. Could it be the Lingbo step? Impossible, I saw the perfected Lingbo step 20 years ago, it's different. And this, is it a sword technique? Can't tell. Let's have the system search and analyze it. Ding, no similar sword techniques detected. Then it's fine, probably a strength-type talent. Only Long Gong, standing aside, frowned slightly. This figure seemed a bit familiar. Under the influence of mysterious forces, Su Chen's match video quickly climbed into the top 10 of the video popularity chart. At this moment, just off the stage, Su Chen received a notification. Group 20, Player 1, please prepare, you will be on stage in 3 minutes, your opponent is Brother Bear. The arena. Su Chen's first round, second match. The audience below had changed. There was no choice. Bayalim Company only sponsored one round of viewing tickets. The publicity department believed that the delivery guy would most likely be eliminated in the first round. Moreover, injured players cannot continue to compete. However, the live stream's popularity surged again. Brothers, what do you think? I heard the experts say he has the potential for the top 8. Come on, the last player who said that didn't even make it to the top 20 and his leg still isn't healed properly. Trust the experts? I'd rather trust my own judgment. If he makes it to the top 30, that would be impressive. Isn't he ranked 20th in popularity? I heard. He's sponsored by Bayalim Company. The CEO of Bayalim Company, Qin Xing, who was lurking in the livestream, was taken aback. When did their company sponsor a player? Besides, wasn't the sponsorship budget just applied for yesterday, only 20,000? He turned off the livestream and confirmed with the financial director again. Just then, the familiar commentary voice rang out again. Hello, viewers, it's us again bringing you this thrilling match. Brother Bear is a tier 3 martial artist, known for his Earth Bear talent, famous for his strength, and many don't know that Brother Bear's image isn't a costume, but a change in bloodline when he awakened his talent. Before Wang Duoxiao could finish introducing the player, Su Chen moved. The match has begun. What kind of showdown will this be? The delivery guy chooses to take the initiative, which seems a bit irrational. The next second, bang! Brother Bear is thrown out of the ring. Let's congratulate the delivery guy on another victory. The audience below fell into silence. Damn it, I spent $100, and it's over? Wasn't it said that Brother Bear's punches land hard? Why aren't you throwing punches? So weak, what's the point of watching this? Your mother. Refund my ticket. Refunds. The commotion in the audience was quickly quelled, and the match continued. Cute Loli helped Brother Bear up from the floor. Through their 2 layers of masks, their eyes met, generating a strong, sympathetic resonance. Too strong, absurdly strong. Which damn family's genius is this, coming to a low-tier bracket to smuff? And he's wearing a Bao Lomi, are you full, delivery uniform. Makes sense. The 2 of us were certainly well fed. The delivery guy's odds continued to drop, reaching about 1 to 20. However, this fluctuation didn't attract much attention this time, as changes in odds between 20 and 30 were quite normal. Apart from a few popular contestants, the first-place winners of the top 32 groups had similar odds. The marketing plan also continued its promotion. The popularity of Su Chen's match videos continued to rise, at one point even surpassing popular and powerful contestants like Mad Leg and Explosive Fist, sparking heated discussions among netizens. And with the back of the blade. I'm a fan, do as you will. I've rewatched the first match repeatedly. Just 2 words, absolutely beautiful. I didn't watch the match. Did cute Loli reveal her face? Did the blade shatter her mask? Opponent was too weak, no comment. Mad Leg is number 1, fight me if you disagree. Have you guys seen Flaming Spear's match? Now that's the true king of cold weapons. Su Chen continued to wait in the preparation area. He just wanted to finish the competition quickly. He still had to buy coconut honey syrup drink for Han Yinling in the evening. That shop would sell out if he went too late. Group 20, contestant number 1. Time passed quickly, and the 13 matches of the first round soon came to an end. Without a doubt, Su Chen won all his matches and advanced directly. Furthermore, he ended every single one with just 1 slash. He was gladly given the nickname 1/Bro by the netizens. In the other groups, aside from Flaming Spear who also had a clean sweep, the fights were more back and forth.
Every year, a few dark horse contestants would emerge. It was for this reason that the popularity of Su Chen's match videos dropped rapidly after his third match. Ending with a single slash was just too uninteresting. Su Chen changed out of his clothes, walked out of the building, and sped away on his light shuttle motorcycle. Underground level 88. A group of high-rank martial artists felt their scalps tingle, sweat beading on their foreheads. They were repeatedly watching Su Chen's match videos, their hearts filled with shock and incomprehension. Watch it again. In every single one of his matches, this kid took exactly 2 steps. And regardless of the distance, the time from when he started moving to when he drew his blade was identical, down to the millisecond. How did he do it? I've never practiced the Lingbo step, so it's hard for me to understand. Elder Gu, you've achieved initial mastery in the Lingbo step, and that student of yours has reached great mastery. Can either of you perform this technique like that? Elder Gu pondered for a moment. My student comes from a martial arts family. The Lingbo step is a new martial technique that their ancestors derived from ancient martial arts a few years ago. However, even with his great mastery, he can only manage to make each step he takes the same distance. Making the timing identical is basically impossible. Unless it's the perfect level. Everyone present was startled. It was said that every martial technique cultivated to the perfect level possessed a miraculous effect of returning to simplicity and its original essence. But in the 300+ years since the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, no one in the 9 regions had ever been heard of cultivating a martial technique to that realm. Little Wu, had the combat analysis system increased the time precision by 4 more decimal places and compare all 12 of his matches. I don't believe it. Roger that. A flurry of typing on a keyboard followed. Beep. Timings are identical. Confirmed. Long Gong walked over. He had heard the entire analysis. He frowned and asked, Little Wu, have the combat analysis system deduced the probability of the delivery guy winning the championship? Beep. The probability of the delivery guy winning the championship is 74.33%. What is his talent level? Beep. Refused to answer. During the masked martial artist tournament, investigating contestants' background information is prohibited. How much did the delivery guy bet before the match? Over 100,000? Ding, the delivery guy's pre-match bet was 44 million. Long Gong clenched his fists. Damn, with those odds, if the delivery guy wins the championship, the Masked Warrior tournament will definitely not make a profit, and will incur significant losses. But he had managed the Warrior Guild for so long, he had his own means. Marketing team, reduce the delivery guy's popularity, guide public opinion, with the goal of prompting him to withdraw from the competition. Planning team, increase the difficulty of the second round to hell level, funds to be deducted from the reserve pool. Special operations team, use military techniques for the extreme showdown in the third round. Old Gu could hardly listen any longer and interrupted, Long, this isn't good. Long Gong raised his eyebrows, shut up, where does your salary come from? All risks must be nipped in the bud. And don't you know how you entered the Warrior Guild? Stop pretending to be compassionate with me. From now on, no one in this hall is allowed to leave. Eat here, stay here, until the competition is over. After Long Gong finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone else's reaction and quickly left the hall. Before leaving, he waved his hand. A guard team composed of 5th-level warriors firmly secured the entrances and exits of the hall. From this moment on, it became a truly closed space. Old Gu hesitated, then sighed. He certainly knew how he entered the Warrior Guild. If it weren't for Long Gong and his family's substantial efforts, he would probably still be fighting fierce beasts on the front lines. Since he chose comfort, there was no turning back. He could only pray that the kid would voluntarily withdraw from the competition. At least he could leave with his whole body intact. In the Han family's underground training room, the walls were lined with various alloy weapons, showcasing the family's heritage. In the center was a spacious training area, the mat worn down by countless footsteps, showing varying depths of marks. But tomorrow, it would be replaced with a new one. Han Yenling was dressed in a black tank top and sports shorts. Each punch and kick she threw was accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, strong and powerful. The air was constantly sliced by her movements, producing a deep echo. Miss, your butler has arrived, an electronic voice sounded from the side. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on Han Yenling's face, her skin flushed with a healthy glow, exuding an indescribable beauty. Let him come down. She casually grabbed a towel from a small stool nearby, gently wiping her forehead and neck, sweat trickling down her perfect neckline. A few drops of sweat even splashed into the air, catching the faint light, sparkling like tiny diamonds. Oh, diligent little Han. Hearing the noise at the door, Han Yenling looked up to see Su Chen standing at the entrance. Seeing the milk tea bag in his hand, she smiled slightly and waved for him to come in. Su Chen walked into the training room, the air filled with the salty scent of sweat mixed with Han Yenling's unique faint fragrance. This unique combination made his heart race uncontrollably. Damn, he shouldn't have come in. There was a toxic atmosphere. Almost got caught. The two walked to the resting area. Han Yenling took the milk tea, raised her delicate hand, and the wall opposite unfolded, revealing a screen inside.
At that moment, it was playing the video of the Masked Warrior tournament. Some group matches were still ongoing. She looked at the beautifully presented honey coconut juice in her hand, the transparent liquid faintly revealing the delicate patterns of flower nectar, while the coconut juice brought a slight milky hue. Han Yenling's bright red lips slightly inhaled, and the first taste was a refreshing coconut aroma, pure and natural, as if it could instantly transport one to the seaside of the Aohai region, feeling the enticing sea breeze and sunlight. Soon after, the sweetness of the unknown flower nectar quietly arrived. This sweetness was not merely a pile of sugar but carried a hint of floral and fruity fragrance, slowly unfolding in her mouth, rich in layers. The fresh breath after intense exercise completely sweetened Han Yenling's heart. So delicious. He was truly sensitive to good food. This butler was simply a blood prophet. Su Chen sat down, watching the match on the screen. The owner of this place has mutated flowers that he grows himself, and the nectar yield is low. If I hadn't made a reservation in advance, I wouldn't have been able to get any. Han Yenling nodded, glancing at Su Chen's clean palms. I'm going to take a shower, you can watch first. With Su Chen around, the training intensity could be greater. After all, they couldn't afford to be careless for next year's Joyu University League. In his previous life, he hadn't participated because he had only been in university for half a year. No matter how high his talent, he couldn't compete with the senior students who were third-tier warriors. So, his mother's condition was clearly to make him give up his right to choose a partner. He was absolutely confident that he could take on this challenge. Within half a year, he could rely on this fourth-tier spirit crystal to break through to a third-tier warrior. Coupled with the accumulation of martial arts experience from his previous life, he had a considerable chance to aim for the top. Those young prodigies from the Joyu families at this time were still not to be underestimated. Therefore, his only advantage was still martial arts. Rapid practice of martial arts could not be separated from a muscle relaxation therapist. And the relaxation therapist he hired must be his mother's spy. She would definitely not let him have his way. Han Xuanyi had great ambitions, wanting the Han family to become a cross-domain big family. And the breakthrough point for cross-domain would definitely be through his marriage. So, the top priority now was tie down Su Chen. Moments later, Han Yenling returned, still in the same outfit but all changed into brand new clothes. Su Chen didn't turn around, only catching a whiff of a fresh fragrance wafting from the side. He guessed it must be the scent of some top-notch shower gel. A wave of anger surged in his heart. Damn it, how could there be another kind of gas attack? Next time, he must wear a mask. Han Yenling's cold voice reached his ears. Su Chen, stretch my legs. Su Chen smiled slightly. After he won the championship, he would become super rich, enough to be on par with the Han family's cash flow. What gives you the right to command me? I can teach you Han family martial arts. Han Yenling's voice sounded a bit tired, as if the training in shower just now had taken a lot of effort. Before Su Chen could refuse, two bright, long thighs suddenly appeared in front of him, firmly capturing his gaze. The long and graceful lines, skin as delicate and smooth as porcelain, reflected a soft and warm luster. The arch of her feet was full, and the faint pink nails on her toes were lively and cute. A few drops of water that hadn't been completely dried hung between her toes, sparkling with a crystalline glow. This place is good, buy it for me again tomorrow. Han Yenling adjusted her sitting posture, placing her two ankles beside Su Chen's hands, while her eyes focused intently on the match video on the screen. Socially anxious, she actually found socializing in public occasions very annoying. Even after becoming an empress in her previous life, she still couldn't adapt. Especially when forced to chat with unfamiliar people, she would feel extremely anxious. But her looks were too striking. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. In the later stages, she could only serve as the military force of the Joyu Federation. The current space made her feel very comfortable. After all, she and Su Chen were already somewhat familiar. Moreover, Su Chen had said he liked her legs, and she also enjoyed his massages. A definite win-win. Besides, she had really cleaned herself well this time. Su Chen thought for a moment. For now, he would tolerate her for a while. After he won the championship, he would let her know the power of money. This time, he would treat it as training for wave power. Sure enough, a man who wants to become stronger will not miss any opportunity for extreme pressure testing. Before Su Chen could finish his thoughts, a lazy voice came from beside him. You can press harder, we still have training tonight. Wait a minute, why did my hand move on its own? Sure enough, it has a mind of its own. Gotcha. Su Chen, what martial arts do you want to learn? Han Yenling suddenly asked. On the screen was the battle scene of the masked warrior wielding a flame spear. The long spear blazed like fire, exuding a fierce aggression. Within just a few moves, he either swept his opponent off the stage or aimed directly at their vital points. The style was all about elegance and flair. The spear technique is quite impressive, Su Chen remarked, admiring the screen. This guy really had a knack for spear play. If given the chance, he could learn a thing or two. The barrage of comments above was filled with various praises. This is a true master, a real champion.
So cool, family, who knows where to buy his signed photo? His strength is on a crushing level, assessment complete, 1,000 times better than Takeout Knife Guy. Knife Guy only uses one knife, how many shots has he fired? The Takeout Guys group is all noobs. Just lucky, I could do it too. The comments suddenly took a turn. They devolved into a heated exchange between fans of the Flame Spear and fans of the Takeout Guy. Naturally, the Takeout Guy was at a complete disadvantage. Su-chen was speechless. What was there to argue about? When they met in the next round, the results would speak for themselves. Be gentle, it hurts. Han Yenling let out a muffled groan, shooting an annoyed glance at Su-chen. This guy seemed a bit distracted. However, it was indeed comfortable. Spear techniques? This kid had quite the discerning eye. Unfortunately, the mercenary group's points were insufficient right now. They would have to wait until Wan Hong's research results came out, after which the contributor's points would significantly increase. At that time, he would combine his points with Su-chen's. They would exchange for a high-level spear technique. He would learn it first and then teach him. If he disagreed, he would demonstrate the gap in skill through a spar. Meanwhile, at the very top of the Han Manor, a voice reported to Han Shuangyi. Clan leader, Miss Han Yenling is with that butler and the water usage in the bathroom has doubled. No worries, she wouldn't choose to self-destruct by picking a poor kid. The cold voice echoed in the top floor of the Han Manor, even though Su-chen and Han Yenling were in the underground training room. Han Shuangyi paid no mind. Her daughter had no chance of turning things around. She had already contacted several established cross-domain families from the Eagle Domain, European Domain, and Black Domain. Once the 9 Domains University League concluded, she would immediately arrange for Han Yenling to get married. Only then could the Han family truly stand firm. However, at this moment, she was on a video call with the president of the Warriors Guild, Long Gong. What's the matter, Long Gong? Clan leader Han. There has been a change in the raccoon plan. I suggest canceling this session. Han Shuangyi's indifferent blue eyes lifted slightly as she pondered. Han Zhanxiu has been under house arrest recently, so let it go. Long Gong continued. Then what about the Han families? Sponsorship. Han Shuangyi interrupted. Cut it in half. You can contact the Yi family, they might be more interested. Long Gong's expression changed. The investment for the second and third rounds of the competition was substantial, requiring sponsorship from several major families to complete. Each domain's Warriors Guild was quite wealthy, but they had long since divided the spoils, and much of the remaining money was subject to taxes. There wasn't much disposable income left. Otherwise, the federal government's financial system would have collapsed long ago. This adjustment to the competition plan had already overdrawn some extra expenses. More critically, it conflicted with the Han family's goals. Long Gong understood Han Shuangyi's nature. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't change it. Alright then, I'll contact the Yi family. Long Gong hung up the phone, anger rising within him. It was all that Takeout Guy warrior's fault. The foolproof raccoon plan had unexpectedly gone awry. But now that it had come to this, they would continue to push forward, speaking coldly to his secretary beside him, continue to apply pressure through public opinion. Understood. The Warriors Guild was considered a semi-official organization, and many things couldn't be done too overtly. They had to operate within the rules. The underground training room of the Han family had excellent soundproofing. A few beams of spotlight illuminated the center of the training area, casting Han Yenling's figure against the cold, hard wall, creating dynamic silhouettes. Her agile movements were a practice of the Han family whip and several A-class martial arts techniques, such as the thrust kick. Although she had rich experience in martial arts, her body felt somewhat inexperienced at this moment and needed to be redeveloped. Her long legs shot out suddenly, as if splitting the air in two, producing a faint sound of slicing through the air. This leg technique, combined with her alloy combat boots, not only enhanced her close combat lethality but also increased her explosive speed at critical moments. Han Yenling's expression was serious and meticulous. She knew that Su-chen was watching. Horror. This was the moment to showcase her martial arts talent and understanding. Su-chen was lying on a chair, scrolling through his phone, while his peripheral vision was also on Han Yenling's movements. No wonder her calf muscles are a bit tight. It turns out her posture during exertion is incorrect and needs slight adjustment. Also, she's putting too much force on the ground with her feet. I've found the reason for her sensitive Achilles tendon. This leg technique is probably at a minor achievement level, but my assessment is that it's not as good as the Lingbo step. After evaluating, he already had a clear idea in his mind. This girl, although she doesn't say it, is actually quite good to him and has never put on airs. Next time when her muscles relax, he could help her make slight adjustments with the wave stacking technique. For now, he couldn't watch any longer. The titanium alloy material was nearing its limit. He should first study the information about tomorrow's Masked Warrior tournament. In the distance, Han Yenling caught a glimpse of Su-chen starting to focus on his phone, and her strength waned a bit. She suddenly found the training somewhat boring and thought to herself, should I ask him to be my sparring partner? Su Chen was browsing the Warrior Guild app, first entering the bustling forum. I heard the second round will include third-tier top ferocious beasts? I know, they were imported from the Eagle domain. I saw the war chariots from the Eagle domain. From slaughter to survival, I advise those weak warriors to withdraw, especially the takeout knife brother. The long-legged lowly and the big, fierce cute girl both withdrew and trended on social media. They withdraw every year, not surprising. I also suggest takeout knife brother. Withdraw. I strongly demand takeout knife brother to withdraw. That group is indeed weak. I suggest preserving the fire and continuing to deliver takeout for us. The power of public opinion was significant, including fans supporting him who were leaving messages in the Warrior community urging him to withdraw voluntarily. So brutal? Su Chen clicked on the introduction section of the second round of the competition, Cave Escape. This round of the competition had over 40 contestants. These were all experts who had fought their way out today, with strong abilities. Even so, 8 contestants voluntarily withdrew after reviewing this year's competition content. This was because the participants needed to enter an abandoned cave to hunt ferocious beasts. It was a small cave developed by the Warrior Guild in its early days, with a relatively fixed spatial position, but the resources had been completely drained and it was finally transformed into the venue for the second round of the Masked Warrior tournament. Numerous third-tier ferocious beasts were released in the cave. The content of this round of competition was to compete in the number of ferocious beasts hunted, commonly known as hunting points. The top 8 with the highest points would advance to the next round. Since the core of human warriors is to combat ferocious beasts, the confrontations between warriors are just one part of the Masked Warrior tournament. Killing ferocious beasts is a preserved segment and is quite bloody and brutal. The competition time was short, only 36 hours. Due to the cave isolating most signals, special sensors were used to collect information on the ferocious beast corpses, while the audience outside the cave could watch the contestants' progress in hunting ferocious beasts through a leaderboard. Moreover, it was a solo hunt, and combat suits were not allowed. This meant that the third-tier top ferocious beasts were the true rulers of the entire cave, and it was hard to say who would hunt whom. Thus, it was evident that everyone's concerns were not without reason. This time, new ferocious beasts were added, even more fierce and terrifying than the local third-tier top ferocious beasts from the Hua domain. However, the excitement of the competition continued to rise. Who can survive the hunt of a top-tier beast at level 3, counterattack other level 3 beasts, and successfully break through, becoming the highlight of this round? Su Chen tried to respond, I have high hopes for the delivery guy because he is very fast. Unexpectedly, as soon as the message was sent, he received countless replies. Get lost, your lack of vision is terrifying. Can he even escape to the 8th? Can anyone run faster than a top-tier level 3 beast? I beg the delivery guy not to be a disgrace to the martial arts world. Hurry up and withdraw. 1,000 people sign a blood letter, strongly requesting the delivery guy to withdraw. Su Chen sensed a conspiracy. The goal was clear, they wanted him to withdraw voluntarily. With a slight weight on his wrist, Su Chen couldn't help but smile to himself. Is the pressure really this great? Buzz, his phone vibrated again. It was an anonymous message, withdraw voluntarily, or die. So, have you received his withdrawal application? Every hour, Long Gong would ask his secretary. He had just used underground channels to send a threatening letter, but it seemed to have no effect. Not yet, Mr. Long. The secretary was also quite nervous, constantly checking his phone. However, the betting amount for the delivery guy in the prize pool has stopped increasing, and many people are requesting refunds. Upon hearing this, Long Gong felt a surge of joy. Then refund the betting amount in full, claiming expert judgment errors, and use this news to create a stir. Understood. Sure enough, once the news of the refund was released, the public opinion surrounding the delivery guy took a turn for the extreme. A post titled, Experts claim judgment error, delivery guy's strength is extremely poor, has voluntarily resigned, shot up to the trending topics. But at this moment, Su Chen was no longer paying attention. His goal was to win the championship and obtain the B-level gun technique, 9-kill gun. He didn't care about the public opinion obstacles at all. In the face of absolute strength, conspiracies would only be crushed. Moreover, he specifically checked the information. The rewards for the Masked Martial Artist tournament were mortgaged at the federal bank. As long as he won, the pre-match betting amount would automatically be credited after tax deductions, and the gun techniques could be directly exchanged at the offline redemption point of the federal bank. Ignoring the extremely displeased Xiao Han, who was showing her dissatisfaction, Su Chen prepared to return and quickly push for level 4 martial artist. Martial Artist Guild Building, high-end apartment. Su Chen held a level 4 spirit crystal, sitting cross-legged in meditation. System name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Level 3 martial artist talent. Spirit Heart, unique, Spirit Energy, 2638/10,000 traits, basic body enhancement, biological wave, killing intent perception martial techniques. D-level Lingbo step, perfect, C-level overlapping wave palm, perfect, C-level overlapping wave finger, perfect, A-level overlapping wave.
Slashing Blade, Minor Achievement, Spirit Crystals, 2 Level 3 Spirit Crystals, 1 Level 4 Spirit Crystal Wealth 10.00, Low Dimensional. Currency, it's too slow, luckily I saved some money for milk tea. Suchin sighed, the speed of advancing from level 3 to level 4 martial artist was much slower than he had imagined. Although he hadn't spent much time training seriously, the higher the level of spirit crystals, the better the effect on spirit energy growth due to his talent. Unfortunately, high-level spirit crystals were indeed hard to find on Blue Star. His channels couldn't even find out the production of high-level spirit crystals. Now, any additional low-level spirit crystals could only be exchanged for money. But money couldn't buy high-level spirit crystals. This was the current situation. First, he checked the information on the cave's secret realms. Opening the Martial Artist Guild app, he searched for information related to the cave secret realms. The top trending post was Summary of the Rules and Precautions for Caves and Secret Realms. The core content included the following points. 1. Caves and secret realms are divided into 3 levels: small, medium, and large. Small is equivalent to a small town, medium to a town, and large to a continent. 2. Caves contain unknown mists with many brutal and bloodthirsty beasts, but their levels are not high. 3. The climate in the secret realms is extreme, with few ferocious beasts, but those that exist possess a certain level of intelligence and are of high rank. 4. The energy content in caves and secret realms is relatively high, making it easy to discover spirit crystals or other scarce resources not found on Blue Star, such as spatial origin stones. 5. Access restrictions for caves and secret realms. Warriors above rank 4 cannot enter small caves and secret realms, and those above rank 7 cannot enter medium caves and secret realms. Ferocious beasts are not restricted. 6. Restrictions on the use of spatial rings in caves and secret realms. Items can only be placed inside, not taken out. Suchin read with great interest. It turned out that caves and secret realms were just like dungeons in games. There were quite a few requirements. Quite intriguing. There were also many comments below. Comment 1. Thanks for the invite. I was fortunate to enter the small cave of the Yi family, and in one sentence, it's great to be alive. Comment 2. I'm in the Eagle domain, just out of the secret realm. This time the harvest was average, only a few rank 3 spirit crystals. I've quit my job and am preparing to travel the beautiful landscapes of the 9 domains. Comment 3. If you want to get rich, go to the caves. If you want to get extremely rich, go to the secret realms. Comment 4. If you encounter a cave in the wild, do not rush in. Please call 132XXX for remote identification of the cave's quality. Comment 5. The person above is a scammer. Everyone be careful. Comment 6. 20 years ago, my grandfather entered a cave. 10 years ago, my father went to a cave, and now I am about to enter a cave. Everyone wish me to return rich. Suchen clicked on the avatar of the author of the 6th comment and found that this was the message he left 3 years ago. All the messages were, "Are you still there?" It seems that the resources in the caves and secret realms are abundant, but the danger level is also extremely high. It appears that he needs to stay vigilant. The Warrior Guild has developed this cave for a long time, and the danger level is not high. If participants value their lives, they should not actively provoke the ferocious beasts released. However, even so, every year many high-ranking warriors are injured or even die among the participants. Because, at the Masked Warrior Tournament, it is not allowed to wear combat uniforms when entering the caves, emphasizing life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the heavens. No wonder in this world of warriors, accidental deaths are so common that even the Federation tacitly allows it. Suchin did not expect the warrior competition to be so thrilling. One can only say that wealth stirs the heart. As he continued to browse, he discovered that this year there was also a rank 3 top ferocious beast hunting warriors. No wonder the ranks of high-ranking warriors are so high. At least some of them indeed fought for their lives. Putting down his phone, Suchin quietly entered a flow state, stimulated by holding a rank 4 spirit crystal, and his energy continued to rise rapidly. Entering a flow state anytime and anywhere may require adjustments for many second-generation warriors and wealthy heirs, along with insights from high-ranking warriors. But for him, before becoming a warrior, he had always fantasized about practicing. Even when there was no energy, he could ponder martial arts methods day and night. Now that his dream has finally come true, he will cherish it more than anyone else. Perhaps I am somewhat of a martial arts genius, but the life I had to endure in the past is my most precious spiritual wealth. On the system panel within Su Chen, the energy value gathered like a trickling stream into a pool, steadily increasing. 2,640. 2,642. Ding! Participating warriors, please gather on the second basement level of the Warrior Guild building in 30 minutes. After receiving the notification on his phone, Su Chen, full of spirit, donned his outfit, put on his mask, and headed straight to the gathering point. The second basement level of the Warrior Guild is a huge garage where a brand new high-tech war vehicle is parked. The central gathering platform is equipped with various live broadcast devices, and spotlights emit bright beams of light, illuminating the area below. As the
Competition time approaches. The viewership of the Masked Warrior tournament livestream is rapidly climbing. There are still more than 20 minutes left. I guess the delivery guy won't be coming. It's normal to be scared during the first competition. Everyone, don't worry. He just delivered a meal to me, he'll be here soon. It's fine, my bets have all been refunded. Even if he competes, it doesn't matter. However, when a familiar orange-yellow hue appeared, the barrage in the livestream suddenly paused. He really came? Bang! Long Gong slammed the table in anger, the sound echoing in the closed space, making it particularly jarring. The documents and cups on the table trembled slightly. Although he was the president of the Hwayu Martial Artists Guild, wielding immense power, at this moment he couldn't obtain the contact information of the competitors within the federal system in a private capacity. So, he could only arrange personnel outside the martial artists building. Once a masked martial artist in a Bayalim outfit was spotted, they would privately make contact and communicate. They were prepared to use their authority to order him to withdraw if necessary. But who would have thought that Su Chen was either inside the martial artists guild building or changing clothes to find Han Yenling? This left Long Gong's subordinates with no gains whatsoever. It's quite miraculous that as the president of the martial artists guild, the one thing he couldn't do was to directly use force against competitors inside the building. If discovered, he would be immediately dismissed. All means must be based on treating all competitors equally. For example, increasing the difficulty of the competition. Long Gong suppressed his anger, sneering inwardly, since he chose to seek death, let him taste the wrath of the Tier 3 top ferocious beast, the overlord lizard from the Eagle domain. It particularly loves yellow-colored food. In the live stream, curses erupted. Damn, the delivery guy really doesn't know when to quit. I even sympathized with you for a few seconds. If you can't deliver well, why participate in the martial arts competition? I'm so mad I didn't even order takeout today. Many chose to remain calm and observe. They had already realized that someone was deliberately tarnishing the delivery guy's reputation as a martial artist. In the delivery group, a bunch of delivery workers chatted with bitter smiles. Brothers, I don't know what's going on today. There aren't many orders. Me too. A lot of people are saying it's because of the delivery guy being a martial artist. I don't really believe it. Don't mention it. The company issued a notice today. Did you notice? It clarified that the delivery guy as a martial artist has no connection to Bayalim. It seems they're making new delivery uniforms and want us to pay for them. Again. Gotta spend money again, but I hope the delivery guy can come back safely. Most in the group were comforting each other. Although they were also very angry, there was nothing they could do. In the face of public opinion, they were powerless, and what they could do was really limited. Moreover, they had no time or leisure to argue online. Riding a bike while looking at a phone? Is that risking your life? There are 37 remaining competitors. Please board the vehicle and head to the underground cave. A voice announced from above the Central Assembly Hall. Su Chen received a message on his phone and boarded the vehicle, taking his seat. As the departure time approached, 3 martial artists fled at the last moment. They must have assessed their own strength. After the vehicle departed, the roar of the war chariot shattered the quiet air. The structure of the carriage, made of alloy, appeared somewhat rudimentary but was solid enough to withstand the impact of external ferocious beasts. The war chariot traversed the winding mountain roads, surrounded by desolate mountainous landscapes, occasionally spotting 1 or 2 fleeing ferocious beasts, scared off by the roar of the chariot and the dense presence of Tier 3 martial artists on board. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the 3 striking martial artists one by one. First was the mad leg on the left. She was tall and wore a pair of shiny alloy combat boots, clearly recognizable as Selena. Her golden hair was simply tied back, showcasing her heroic demeanor. Her goal was likely high-level combat skill rewards. Moreover, this round was particularly friendly to competitors who had long hunted ferocious beasts in mercenary groups. This was also one of the ways the Federation encouraged martial artists to hunt ferocious beasts. Next was the thin woman on the right, her hands adorned with a pair of alloy gauntlets that glimmered with a cold light. The gaze beneath her golden mask was sharp. Although her body was small, it exuded a powerful aura that could not be underestimated. She was also a popular contestant, the explosive fist fighter, known for her fierce martial arts, with each strike packed with explosive power. Sea-level talent, the Mantis. In the previous 2 competitions, she had been eliminated in the top 8 due to her young age and insufficient martial skills. This year, she had a great chance to contend for the championship. Finally, there was the young warrior sitting across from her, a split alloy spear resting quietly on his back. The true favorite to win, the blazing spear. His name had become known to all after the first round of the competition. Suddenly, Mad Leg Selena stood up and walked over to Su Chen. She said to another masked warrior beside her, "Change seats." "Okay, Captain," replied the masked warrior, a member of the Viper mercenary group. This time, 3 contestants from their group had entered the second round. It went without saying that the other one was the blade enthusiast, Chen Fan. Sitting on the other side of the carriage When we enter the underground cave later, you follow me and I'll ensure your safety, Selena said. Directly.
After several encounters with Su Chen, her innate sensitivity as a woman allowed her to recognize the delivery guy as Su Chen. Although she hated him to the core, Su Chen had already latched onto the Han family support. She had heard from one of the female team members that the Han family had found several excellent hunting spots. She wanted to take the opportunity to sell a favor and gather some information about the hunting spots. No one would turn down money. No need, Su Chen refused. This woman was too pragmatic, it was just a kind gesture. Chen Fan and another team member would obviously hand over the corpses of the beasts they hunted in the underground cave to
Selena for exchange of hunting points. Selena's jaw clenched tightly beneath her mask.
This kid always rejected her. Had he never seen her face? It was the first time in her life that a boy had rejected her, and not just once.
Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or her legs weren't long enough? Could it be that he didn't like women?
I'll give you another chance, think it over before you speak, Selena said. Coldly.
Thank you, but I really don't need it.
You know my strength. Su Chen's confident words drew the attention of the surrounding warriors.
Selena's attempts to recruit were common.
The surrounding warriors were unfazed, it happened every year. Some warriors were ruthless when fighting, but their legs turned to jelly at the sight of beasts. At such times, banding together would only lessen the competitive
pressure later on. The same old story. Beasts are not fools. The more people there are, the more likely they are to flee.
With only 36 hours and a limited number of beasts, it was first come, first served.
A few masked warriors nearby couldn't hold back and tried to provoke Su Chen with their words.
You're young, but your tone is big.
Strong in fighting people doesn't mean you're strong against beasts. Strong against beasts doesn't mean you can find them. 2 warriors died last year, about your age too. Su Chen knew they were just trash-talking. Fighting was not allowed in this carriage. Anyone who fought would be eliminated.
With this opportunity, they were just trying to kick him while he was down. Su Chen remembered these few figures. They were weak and liked to talk trash.
Calling themselves hunters?
If you can kill a tier 3 beast, I'll admit defeat. Selena did not change her seat, her gaze deepening as she suddenly recalled the words in
the Han family's war chariot, picked up by Su Chen.
Perhaps he really had something to rely on. They would just have to wait and see. The young man with the long spear on his back, however, had a glint in his eyes.
He sensed the scent of a strong enemy. It seemed this competition would not be boring after all.
Just as he was thinking this, a clean voice spoke flatly. If you keep making noise, I don't mind
eliminating you altogether.
Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the carriage fell silent once more.
Everyone could hear the hint of seriousness
in that plain tone, and more importantly, the chilling glint of the blade was particularly unsettling. The few contestants who had just
mocked him suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to be participating under immense public pressure. A calm madman, indeed, not someone to provoke.
Seeing that no one spoke up, Su Chen closed his eyes again to rest.
A few recognized experts in the carriage exchanged glances, surprised that even before the competition began, someone had already cultivated the martial artist's momentum. Hua Domain, 50 kilometers southwest of the capital.
At the summit of Mount Taihua, the morning light had yet to fully spread. Along the mountain path, the road paved with gravel was cut by countless tire tracks, evidence of the large number of third-tier ferocious beasts being escorted into the
cave this morning.
In the distance, the army had already set up a tight security line around the summit.
This was the small cave of the Martial Artist Association, Blood Demon Cave. The flickering spatial rifts resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast. The air nearby was
filled with a metallic scent mixed with the smell of earth and blood. This cave was home to a large number of second-tier blood-sucking, ferocious beasts, blood bats. Whenever they appeared in the wilderness in groups, it was a catastrophe for other ferocious beasts and humans alike. Therefore, every contestant entering the cave was required to hunt at least 5 bloodbats before they were allowed to exit. Under the live broadcast cameras, the contestants surged into the cave. At that moment, all the live stream screens switched to a massive leaderboard. Behind each contestant was hunting points and information about the slain ferocious beasts. Undoubtedly, the delivery guy was intentionally placed at the end. Once all the contestants had entered, the announcement came. Let us wish these masked martial artists, carrying the glory of humanity, a bloody return. The second round of the masked martial artist competition, Cave Escape, officially begins. All the humans in Hua Domain watching the live broadcast became excited. Do you think the delivery guy can advance? He's so weak, just getting out alive would be good. But didn't he crush his group to victory? You don't know, that was a special group. The contestants inside were all weak. Can the system really differentiate like that? Who knows, everyone says so, it should be true. The cave was filled with a faint mist, visibility only reaching 10 meters before everything became blurry. Each martial artist's wristband displayed guidance to the cave's exit, ensuring they wouldn't get lost in the mist. Like the other contestants, Su Chen took a deep breath after entering the cave and then disappeared into the fog.
The energy density here is indeed high and the spatial ring can be used normally? Su Chen looked at the system, guessing that the system was secretly exerting its power. Outside the cave, his energy growth rate had already slowed significantly. Without absorbing high-tier energy crystals, it would take almost a day to increase by 1 point. But now, he could clearly sense that he was gaining 1 point roughly every hour. This indicated that the energy content in the cave was more than 20 times that of the surface of Blue Star. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Many of these masked martial artists knew they had little hope of advancing, yet still risked their lives to enter the cave. Wasn't it just to absorb more energy in the cave? Although such caves were dangerous, they also contained opportunities. In previous sessions, many contestants had found first-tier energy crystals in the cave. Some even had the good fortune to pick up third-tier energy crystals. Without such temptations, how many martial artists would willingly enter the cave to hunt blood bats? The air inside the cave was damp and cool, and every step echoed with the sound of water droplets beneath their feet. Faintly, one could hear indistinct noises in the distance, possibly the sounds of sleeping bloodbats or the movements of other martial artists. A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips beneath his mask. It was my turn to perform. Biological fluctuation. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, adjusting his mindset, and concentrating to feel everything around him. The energy biological dynamics within a radius of 400 meters were all in his mind. Damn it, there are so many? This perception surprised the usually calm Su Chen. The cave resembled a natural underground cavern with large rock walls above the mist. Within his perception range, countless bloodbats were densely hanging from the ceiling. The weak biological energy indicated they were in a resting state. But that overwhelming presence made Su Chen feel a sense of oppression. He knew that humans were still overly confident when facing ferocious beasts in caves. Due to the mist, many technological devices were unusable, so they had no idea that the number of bloodbats in this cave was so vast. Perhaps, every time the bloodbats moved, it was just a small part of their population. The key point was that the contestants were not wearing combat suits. This was undoubtedly walking on the edge of a knife with their lives. Fortunately, some are solitary. The difficulty of killing them isn't as great as imagined. Although there were challenges, Su Chen didn't feel overly tense. He reperceived other creatures within 100 meters. Aside from the martial artists, Su Chen could sense a few third-tier ferocious beasts. These beasts were distributed in different directions of the cave. Although they were hidden in the mist, under Su Chen's special perception, they were as clear as thunder. Leveling up, for him, was as easy as drinking water. However, his footsteps were not directed towards any of the third-tier ferocious beasts, because the corners of his mouth beneath the mask were already unable to stop laughing. Spirit crystals. The cave's secret realm indeed had plenty of spirit crystals. Su Chen had sensed those emitting strong spiritual energy fluctuations through spirit heart, first tier, second tier, third tier, and even the long-lost fourth-tier spirit crystals. The existence of the fourth-tier spirit crystals was like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating an undeniable brilliance. The emitted spiritual energy fluctuations resonated in Su Chen's heart like a melody. Martial Artist Guild, you really are good people. Bang, bang. A series of rhythmic sounds spread through the mist. The explosive puncher, Pang Lily, lit up her alloy gauntlets and cautiously approached. She had already caught 3 blood bats in her backpack. Her luck was decent. However, this round of competition was really unfriendly to her. She had no idea how to track the ferocious beasts. Whether she could level up depended entirely on luck. So she speculated that the sound might be from a high-tier ferocious beast in action. Upon getting closer, she was greatly disappointed. It turned out to be a delivery guy in orange-yellow attire chopping at the wall with a knife. What are you doing? Pang Lily was really furious. Wasn't this wasting precious time? Su Chen sheathed his knife and calmly replied, digging a hole. Pang Lily's voice was as short and powerful as her punches. Why are you digging a hole? She had watched the delivery guy's competition videos. An insider could see the tricks and knew this guy was definitely among the top-tier martial artists. Because this method can attract high-tier ferocious beasts, Su Chen casually made up an excuse. He certainly couldn't say it was because a fourth-tier spirit crystal was hidden within the wall 10 meters away. Pang Lily genuinely didn't know how to track ferocious beasts. She had wandered for a long time and found nothing except for a few bloodbats clinging to the wall. If the delivery guy had a method to attract ferocious beasts, she really wanted to try it. Really? The tone under the explosive puncher's mask was tight, filled with surprise. If I help you, how about we split the ferocious beasts 50-50? After saying that, she also activated her alloy gauntlets. As the mechanism moved, sharp spikes emerged from the gauntlets, convenient for piercing through the skin and bones of ferocious beasts, directly hitting their organs. Su Chen? I was just saying it casually. Are you serious? So should I accept or not? Su Chen thought for a moment. Her boxing gloves should be much faster at digging than a knife. Alright, welcome to the digging squad. Pang Lily? Shouldn't it be the hunting squad? But she didn't say anything further. She walked to the wall and started punching it, one blow after another. To be honest, the digging efficiency improved quite a bit. The continuous sounds didn't attract any ferocious beasts, instead, they caught the attention of several nearby martial artists. For safety, they decided to team up to hunt bloodbats first, and once they met the required number, they would disperse. What are those two doing? I don't know, did they eat some poisonous mushrooms and are hallucinating? They must be digging for spirit crystals. Stop joking, spirit crystals aren't that easy to find, they need to have some distinct characteristics. I'm willing to pay a high price for a method to identify spirit crystals. Do you two want it? No, isn't that the one priced at 458 yuan, discounted to 58 yuan? How do you know? Because I was tricked before. Pang Lily, who was quite straightforward, had been digging for a while without seeing any ferocious beasts. Why aren't there any ferocious beasts? Su Chen assessed the progress and figured that with a bit more effort they would be fine, so he pretended to be profound and said, success usually favors those who are patient. Pang Lily was momentarily speechless. She indeed lacked patience the most. Her teacher often repeated this phrase, especially during hunts for ferocious beasts. Damn it! How could she hear the same words while participating in a competition when she really lacked patience? Otherwise, she would have long gone out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, feeling angry. Just thinking about it made her swing her fists even harder. Bang, crack, crack. A shower of rubble flew up. Su Chen was hit by the stones and felt speechless. Damn it, does patience have anything to do with effort? Why do you suddenly seem to have a grudge against this stone wall? Before long, they were close to the location of the 4th-tier spirit crystal. Taking advantage of the explosive puncher's inattention, Su Chen threw a 1st-tier spirit crystal outside the hole. Then he shouted, "Puncher, look, there's a spirit crystal." Pang Lily was taken aback. Sure enough, she saw a flickering blue light outside the hole. She hurried over, took off her gloves, and picked up the spirit crystal. Her heart was filled with joy. It was indeed a 1st-tier spirit crystal. What incredible luck! At this moment, Su Chen had already placed the jade containing the 4th-tier spirit crystal into his spatial ring. We discovered it together, so I'll give you half, Pang Lily said directly. She was also a wild martial artist, raised by her teacher since childhood to learn boxing. Participating in the competition was a last resort. Her teacher was getting old and had been desperately hunting ferocious beasts to support her training as a martial artist. Not long ago, he had an accident. Although he was saved, the daily expenses in the hospital were astronomical. Because of this, she had been fighting in underground unrestricted arenas. She had gained some fame, with appearance fees reaching over 100,000. Still not enough. She was young and had been well protected by her teacher, but she had little social experience. She had also been tricked into borrowing a large amount of high-interest loans. As a result, the interest kept piling up. This time, she had to place in the top 3 to have a chance to pay off all her debts. She was a 3rd-tier martial artist, so it didn't matter if she defaulted. But her teacher couldn't, now lying in bed. If she just walked away, the outcome for her teacher was easy to imagine. So, although the 1st-tier spirit crystal wasn't too expensive, it could really help her in her urgent situation. Even so, she didn't want to keep the reward all to herself. She just held the spirit crystal tightly in her hand. "It's fine, you keep it. I'm not short on money," Su Chen said, glancing at the explosive puncher's short hair soaked with sweat, waving his hand dismissively. Pang Lily gritted her teeth and insisted, "No, the reward must be split in half." Su Chen was taken aback. "Damn it, are you hinting at something? That won't do." He directly revealed, "I'm a rich 2nd generation, not short on money. What about your family?" Pang Lily's thin body trembled violently. Tears nearly spilled from her eyes. This delivery guy was truly a good person. He must know that I need money more. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. Just look at his clothes. He must have been delivering for years, or else how could the hem be torn like that? Su Chen, what's going on? I show my identity and he gets moved? He can't have any improper thoughts about me. I'm a man with a family. Bah! I'm a man who wants to become stronger. Su Chen continued to wander through the cave with the explosive fist, avoiding all the ferocious beasts along the way. After his research, he found that this small cave was about the same size as a town with a 1-kilometer radius. With the coverage area of Spirit Heart, Su Chen estimated he would need to move 6 to 7 times to fully explore the entire cave. Based on his current speed of movement and the speed of mining spirit crystals, a round trip would take about 30 minutes. Therefore, collecting all the spirit crystals would take over 3 hours. That left 4 hours to hunt ferocious beasts. This way, he could go to that shop before dark and buy 2 cups of limited edition handmade lemon honey tea. He had to drink it in front of Han Xiaonu. 1 cup down, 1 cup spilled. Drive her crazy. 3 hours later, explosive fist Pang Lily knew she was very likely out of the running for the 3rd round this year. Ever since she believed that kids' nonsense, she had been wandering for almost a whole morning. Aside from a few first-tier spirit crystals, she had no gains from any ferocious beasts. Forget about third-tier beasts, she hadn't even seen a single hair. Although she actively searched, she couldn't find many. But that kid in front looked so confident. The problem was, he was worse off than her. He didn't even have a few blood bats in his backpack. Where did he get his confidence? She couldn't understand. Pang Lily punched the wall for a long time, unable to hold back. She said with a grim face, "Hey, delivery guy. What? I told you to. Be patient," Suchen said, trying to sound serious. "You hold on to these blood bats for a bit, and after killing 2 more, you'll have enough for 5. Pang Lily pulled out a few red bat corpses, each larger than a regular chicken, from her backpack. "You take these spirit crystals out too, and once we're out, transfer the money to me. If I don't make it out, transfer it to my teacher, Pang Gawi." Pang Lily had a unique martial skill that could provoke a swarm of blood bats. A large number of second-tier beast corpses might help her advance to the next round. But without wearing combat gear, there was a significant risk to her life. For her teacher, she had to fight. In fact, this haul wasn't small. A few first-tier spirit crystals were definitely not a waste of time. If it weren't for her debt issues, she could have left the cave right now. Su Chen didn't take the blood bat corpses. He pointed to the wall beside him and said, "Don't worry, there will be blood bats and there will be third-tier beasts too. You just need to break through this wall by 3 meters first." Pang Lily really wanted to punch that silver mask, but thinking about how punching the wall could yield first-tier spirit crystals, she held back for now. "Last time." Su Chen smiled at the working fist. "Alright, last time." He called out in his heart, "System. Ding. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Level, Tier 3 Warrior Talent, Spirit Heart, Unique, Spirit Energy, 2673/10,000 Traits, Basic Body Enhancement, Biological Wave, Killing. Intent Perception Martial Skills, D-Grade Lingbo Step, Perfect, C-Grade Overlapping Wave Palm, Perfect, C-Grade Overlapping Wave Finger, Perfect, A-Grade Overlapping Wave Slashing Blade, Minor Achievement, Wealth 10.00 points, 145 points. The key part was the Spirit Crystal. Section, Spirit Crystals, First Tier Spirit Crystals *324, Second Tier Spirit Crystals *56, Third Tier Spirit Crystals *32, Fourth Tier Spirit Crystals *6. System. It seems like we are about to take off, right? Excited. What kind of harvest is this? This is what you call a harvest. So, this is the correct way to use Spirit Heart. There are too many first-level spirit crystals in the cave, far too many to collect. Su Chen knew this. This was still a cave that had been extensively developed by the Warrior Association. It was said that 50 years ago, a scholar proposed to excavate all the stones in the cave to search for spirit crystals. At that time, a considerable amount of warrior manpower was mobilized. Tons and tons of stones were transported out of the cave and crushed. The experimental cave was this blood demon cave. That time, they indeed harvested a large number of low-level spirit crystals. However, the reckless action led to a collective rampage of blood bats in the cave, resulting in significant losses of warriors. The amount of spirit crystals obtained was barely enough for compensation. Since then, the spirit crystals in the cave's secret realm have relied on warriors to acquire them by chance. What are you laughing at? We're all going to be eliminated. Pang Lily was puzzled. Although the delivery guy's mask covered his face, his eyes were filled with joy. Just now, she had indeed discovered another spirit crystal. The last time she entered the cave, she only found one, and when she returned, her teacher praised her for a long time, saying she was the chosen one, with extraordinary luck and so on. So my true strength is just good luck? Finding spirit crystals? If the teacher knew I had picked up 6 first-level spirit crystals, she might recover half her illness. This kid really hit the jackpot by following me. In the hall of the Warrior Association, on the first floor, a huge leaderboard was displayed on the holographic projection. Many contestants had already submitted scanned beast corpses from the cave, earning hunting points. Next to it were the rules. First level beasts, 5 points. Second level beasts, 10 points. Third level beasts, 125 points. Top tier third level beasts, 500 points. If points are the same, then the rank of the beasts and the value of the materials are compared. The first place on the leaderboard is Madleg, leading with over 300 points. The second place is Flame Gun, with over 100 points. The third place only has 125 points, clearly having only killed 1 third level beast. Most of the others have only a few dozen points. Although the live broadcast couldn't show the images, the discussion remained heated. I told you, the delivery guy is no good. Look, his points haven't moved at all. He can't be dead already, right? No, the wristband is still lit, which means he's alive. But why does the explosive fist have 0 points too? That shouldn't be. Her strength should be decent. By the way, didn't she say in the last round that she couldn't track beasts? This round is her weak point. I see. What's up with the few who withdrew? They hit the jackpot. You know nothing. Outside the Blood Demon Cave, several masked warriors chatted excitedly. Ah, I got lucky this time. Found 2 first-level spirit crystals. That's impressive. How did you find them? The density of spirit crystals in the cave is high. If there are many beasts in that area, there's a good chance of finding some spirit crystals. You drive away the beasts, then knock on the surrounding stone blocks, and the probability of obtaining spirit crystals is extremely high. Me too, I found one second-level spirit crystal this time, truly blessed. By Buddha. Damn, I'm so envious. That's amazing, brother, you've saved 10 years of hard work. The soldiers stationed outside the cave all showed envious expressions. Every year, a few lucky warriors enter the cave and find spirit crystals. Although they can't make it into the top 8, the gains are tangible. There's no way around it. The cave is ultimately different from Blue Star, and the yield of spirit crystals is indeed higher. If it weren't for the restrictions on warrior ranks, small caves and secret realms would have long been emptied by these high-level warriors. There would be no opportunities for low-level warriors to act. These lucky ones are infuriating to watch. How many points does the delivery guy have? Is it still 0? Long Gong asked the secretary nervously. Ever since the delivery guy entered the cave, he had an ominous feeling for the past 3 hours. Although I completed multiple arrangements and even spent a fortune to purchase a top-tier third-level beast from the Eagle Domain, I still cannot monitor the cave at all. Whether that beast encounters Su Chen is still uncertain. Luck is unpredictable. Mr. Long, don't worry. The quality of the beasts from our beast mercenary corps is guaranteed. Interjected Rost, a man from the Eagle Domain. He was tall but exceptionally thin, giving off a sharp feeling like a finely sharpened arrow. His most notable feature was a large hooked nose, curved and prominent, with typical dark brown haircut, very short, almost shaved to the scalp. Are you sure the tyrant lizard is extremely sensitive to yellow? The cave is shrouded in mist, Long Gong questioned uneasily. Ross touched his closely cropped dark brown hair and confidently replied, hee, Mr. Long, you don't know. Our latest research report from the Eagle Domain has found that the mist in the cave has no effect on the beasts at all. Moreover, the tyrant lizard is one of the rare top-tier beasts near the Eagle Domain city. You are a 7th-level expert, so you have your own judgment on the strength of the beasts. Long Gong's tightly furrowed brows eased slightly. Rost was right. A top-tier 3rd-level beast and an ordinary 3rd-level beast are two completely different concepts. This time, he had actually taken quite a risk. If the tyrant lizard went on a rampage in the cave, it would be difficult for him as well. It's all the fault of that delivery guy, who secretly hid his strength. Damn it! Fortunately, he was acquainted with the leader of the Beast Mercenary Corps, otherwise he would have no way to deal with the delivery guy. He patted Rost on the shoulder. Go back and tell your leader that I'll treat him to a drink in the Eagle Domain another day. Isn't he always nagging about those 2 bottles of Dragon's Moutai I have? Rost's mouth revealed a standard smile. Ha, the leader will definitely be very happy. Long Gong felt much more at ease. The Beast Mercenary Corps was also a top-tier mercenary group in the Eagle Domain. However, their main business was not killing beasts but capturing and escorting low-level beasts using some members' talents to earn a large fortune. Their technology was considered unique in the 9 domains. The other domains were more chaotic, with underground fighting arenas often featuring life-and-death battles between beasts and martial artists. The Hua domain was relatively strict in management. At this moment, Rost suddenly asked, Mr. Long, is your martial artist guild interested in selling small caves? The price is negotiable. Resource scarcity is not a problem. A hint of displeasure flashed in Long Gong's eyes. This matter is off the table. Even with scarce resources, we still have over 21st level spirit crystals each year. Rost seemed to have anticipated this outcome and continued, what if we are willing to exchange 22nd level spirit crystals for a 10-year development right? Long Gong's heart jolted. This price was not low, and he could also pocket a considerable commission. Let me think about it. Take your time, Mr. Long. Rost smiled slightly. Once this deal was struck, he would be able to acquire a large amount of resources and strive for 5th-level martial artist status. What a bunch of ignorant people from the Hua domain. They had no idea that the Eagle domain had developed a new technology for biochemically enhancing humans to explore caves, satisfying with just over 21st-level spirit crystals a year? In the Eagle domain, a small cave could easily produce 51st-level spirit crystals and 5 second-level spirit crystals in a year. As for the spirit crystal consumption caused by this competition, it could be completely ignored. While he was thinking, Long Gong's eyes brightened and he raised his wineglass, saying, Rost, I agree, but with an additional condition. What condition? I want half of the subsequent development profits. All right. Rost rubbed his nose and readily agreed. Long Gong was also quite satisfied. Half was not much, but wasn't his wealth accumulated bit by bit? Let's part ways. Su Chen said to the explosive boxer, Pang Lily. Okay. Pang Lily turned and left, preparing to unleash her martial skills to attract a large number of Tier 2 bloodbats, hoping for a chance to level up. Wait a minute, if you go that way, there are Tier 3 ferocious beasts, Su Chen pointed in a direction. This girl had been digging the ground for him all morning. He had to help her a bit. Going that way would at least allow her to encounter a few tier 3 ferocious beasts. After his exploration throughout the morning, he found that there were a total of 108 tier 3 ferocious beasts in the cave, one of which had a very strong aura but was slightly weaker than the rare beast, the white magic horned deer. To successfully level up, she would need to kill at least 10 tier 3 ferocious beasts. However, what Suchin didn't know was that most masked warriors couldn't kill that many tier 3 ferocious beasts. The reason for having so many was still to increase the concentration of ferocious beasts. Without combat gear, who would dare to be so reckless? Is leveling up more important, or is one's life more important? Then I'm off. Remember to kill the blood bats, or you won't be able to take the spirit crystals out, Pang Lily reminded her as she turned to leave. Her punches were quick, but her defense was lacking. Once surrounded by blood bats, getting injured was inevitable. Since he was so confident, she thought she might as well give it a try. It didn't matter to her. As for how Su Chen knew where the ferocious beasts were, she didn't ask. Everyone's talent was different. What if it was an F-level spirit detection technique? In this environment, it could indeed work wonders. After the explosive puncher disappeared into the mist, Su Chen took out his E-level alloy long knife. Awaken! Hunting! Time! Bang! Chen Fan struck the back of a tier 3 blood shadow wolf with his knife. The blood shadow wolf let out a howl, its blood-red claws lunging forward. Chen Fan, who was already prepared, dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Selena took the opportunity to kick at the wolf's head, preventing the blood shadow wolf from pursuing. On the other side, a fellow warrior from the mercenary team quickly inflicted another wound on the blood shadow wolf's body. The three of them coordinated extremely well. Their goal was quite clear: to ensure Selena made it to the top 8. Last year, they had also fought their way into the second round this way. Unfortunately, Selena had not yet exchanged for compatible martial skills, so she also stopped at the top 8. This year, the hope was immense. Lu Jialiang, are you hurt badly? After the tier 3 blood shadow wolf fell, Selena asked her teammate. Lu Jialiang shook his head, simply bandaging his thigh wound, and said, "It's nothing, Captain. It's all my fault for being too careless. The blood shadow wolf is a ferocious beast from the eagle domain. It's normal for you to be unfamiliar with its explosive attack before it dies. Just stay back a bit later." Chen Fan patted Lu Jialiang's shoulder. This year, the tier of ferocious beasts had suddenly increased significantly, with many tier 3 ferocious beasts even stronger than the masked warriors. The blood shadow wolf was the 4th tier 3 ferocious beast they had hunted since entering the cave. However, their stamina was also rapidly declining. The same scene was actually happening in various parts of the cave. In previous years, one only needed a bit of luck and to kill a few tier 2 ferocious beasts to have a chance to level up. But this year, being careless could easily lead to death. Seeing this, many masked warriors, after negotiating terms, decided to band together to hunt tier 3 ferocious beasts. Some gave up their chances to level up but would share a portion of the winner's prize. The lone masked warriors, at this moment, found themselves in a new crisis. In a corner of the cave, the flame gun was engaged in a duel with a tier 3 desert scorpion. The desert scorpion's massive body nearly filled the corner of the cave, its shell a dark red, marked with deep scars left from being captured by the beast. Mercenary core, adding to its hardness and ferocity. Its pincers and long tail waved continuously, the stinger at the tail's end glimmering with a deadly light. The flame gun stood firm, moving swiftly and accurately. The alloy spear shone with a cold light in the dim cave, each swing leaving behind silver-white trails, like blades cutting through the darkness. Before long, the desert scorpion was pierced through the head, lying motionless. Heavy breathing came from beneath the mask. "I must rest for a while," in the direction pointed out by Su Chen. The explosive boxer Pang Lily was entangled with a 3rd-tier windrunner leopard. The leopard's fur still shimmered with gray-blue sheen in the mist of the cave, its body line smooth, each movement filled with an elegant yet deadly beauty. Its sharp claws were even sharper. Once Pang Lily entered combat mode, her thin frame suddenly became muscular, the lines of her arm muscles sculpted as if chiseled. The alloy gauntlets emitted a faint metallic sheen, and each punch was accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Utilizing boxing footwork, she kept her distance from the windrunner leopard, dodging its fierce pounce before launching a fierce counterattack, landing a punch on the leopard's side, producing a dull thud. After several rounds, the windrunner leopard finally fell to the ground. It wanted to escape, but its insides had already been crushed during the struggle. The explosive boxer's signature martial skill, sea-level explosive fist. Phew, that kid finally came through once. Pang Lily wiped the sweat from her forehead. But explosive fist really puts a strain on the muscles. Taking down 3 more would be the limit. Su Chen was also facing the first 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the striped flame tiger. A massive beast covered in flame-like stripes, it charged out of the mist in a furious rage. Its eyes glowed a deep crimson, indicating it had just fought with humans and was extremely angry. Roar! The striped flame tiger let out a roar and charged at the yellow figure before it. The battle was about to erupt. Seeking death? Su Chen's figure flickered like a phantom as he darted through the
Cave, dodging the tiger's first fierce pounce and unleashing his self-created A-level martial skill Layered Wave Slash. The alloy broadsword struck like a lightning bolt, accurately slicing at the tiger's neck, a single blow to seal its throat. The immense power combined with the sharp blade instantly severed the tiger's head. Blood gushed out, which Su Chen deftly avoided. He stored the body in his spatial ring, lifted the massive tiger head, and turned to leave. An ordinary third-tier ferocious beast in front of him, truly not worth his attention. Boss, that was the roar of the striped flame tiger. Should we go take a look? Asked Li Qing, a member of the Iron Cat Mercenary Corps, to the leader Wang Gang. The two had just fought the striped flame tiger. However, after assessing the situation, they deemed it too difficult and decisively retreated. Unexpectedly, they hadn't gone far when they heard the tiger's roar, making them feel uneasy. It felt like being picked for a ripe persimmon. Go ahead, if we're not strong enough, we can still lend a hand. Wang Gang's eyes flickered. His thought was simple: see if there was an opportunity to reap the benefits. This year's competition, he had also made it to the second round, but he only had one teammate with him. Two other teammates were not weak, but unfortunately, one encountered a flame gun and was seriously injured, regrettably eliminated, while the other met a delivery guy and was cut down in one blow, leading to his own withdrawal. He claimed he had lost his spirit and wanted to retire to his hometown. Thus, he had just been trash-talking the delivery guy with his companions in the carriage. Once the two found the traces of the battle based on the sounds, their pupils contracted and their expressions changed dramatically. No sight of people or tigers, just a ground covered in blood. Either it's human blood or tiger blood. Wang Gang pointed at the bloodstains and explained after sniffing them close to his nose. The other companion? Did you really need to say that? Most likely human blood. The speed of the battle was too fast. Wang Gang realized he had stated the obvious and awkwardly smiled. The companion nodded in agreement. If it were really tiger blood, the gap between the third tiers would be too great. So, it was impossible. Su Chen, holding the tiger head, returned near the entrance of the cave. There was a special device here. It could scan ferocious beast materials, record martial artist points, and also serve as a transmission relay for martial artists' life signatures. The manufacturing materials are extremely rare, with only a few in the entire Hua domain, due to the limited space in everyone's backpacks. In the cave, and the inability to retrieve items through spatial rings, this method is the only option. While submitting materials, one can also take the opportunity to rest. Fortunately, for each type of ferocious beast, only the iconic parts need to be obtained. For example, the scorpion tail, leopard skin, tiger head, and so on. At the cave entrance, I ran into a familiar face returning with third-tier materials. You're lucky, kid. Crazy Leg Selena had just recorded the wolf claw material from the Blood Shadow Wolf when she saw Su Chen approaching with the tiger head of a patterned fiery tiger. Not bad, Su Chen replied. Selena turned and disappeared into the mist. Her two team members were still waiting for her to continue hunting, leaving behind a cold remark. But luck is ultimately limited. Good luck? That's just temporary. Only mercenary groups that hunt ferocious beasts for a long time can grasp their movement patterns. When the density of ferocious beasts decreases, what matters is experience. This round, her first place was secured. Su Chen set down the ferocious beast materials and glanced at the leaderboard on the special device. He had risen to 15th place, 125 points. Although there were many second-tier bloodbats, few were isolated and small-scale blood couldn't awaken them. Not wanting to provoke a swarm, it was better not to easily attempt to anger a large number of drowsy bloodbats. Just as Su Chen's points changed, a wave of discussion erupted in the live broadcast room outside the cave. I can't be seeing this wrong. The delivery guy's points moved, 125 points, 15th place. Don't get excited, he probably just killed a few bloodbats. Dude, are you blind? That material is from a patterned fiery tiger. What tier is the patterned fiery tiger? Sounds pretty impressive. It's a third-tier ferocious beast from the eagle domain. His competition experience is really lacking. Killing such a tough beast without getting hurt would still exhaust his stamina, so that's basically the points he could get. Exactly, otherwise it wouldn't take so long to get points. Really stupid. Most viewers still didn't have high hopes for the delivery guy, as it took him so long to submit a single ferocious beast material, which likely meant he had spent too much time in battle. This included Zhao Xiuyan, who was watching the live stream. She had a more detailed understanding of ferocious beast data. The patterned fiery tiger was one of the more difficult third-tier beasts to kill. Strong, fast, and with high defense. She believed Su Chen's words and invested 20,000 in the delivery guy, now feeling quite anxious, especially when she learned that there was a top-tier third-class ferocious beast in the cave this year, the Overlord Lizard. She regretted it even more. Seeking comfort, she took out her phone and sent a message to her team leader. Leader, I guess the delivery guy is going to fail. What should I do? Can I get the 20,000 I invested reimbursed with the team funds? Auto reply, not available. Signed, a dog who licks and a gambler will not end well. Smash. Upon hearing the news of the delivery guy's points rising, Long Gong crushed the teacup in his hand. His gaze was as cold as a machine devoid of emotion.
Ha ha ha, Mr. Long, if the success
rate of the previous plan was only 50%, now it's 100%, Ross said, adjusting his collar and releasing his secretary, whose makeup was smeared from crying, confidently.
Long Gong narrowed his eyes. Why do you say that?
This Rost is truly not a good person. He had barely been in the room for 2 hours and was already getting handsy with his secretary. However, there were plenty of secretaries, he could just switch to another one tomorrow. The overlord lizard from the Eagle domain loves to eat patterned fiery tigers, Rost said, straightening his clothes. With the color and bloodstains, it would be hard not to die. Filled with disdain, he thought that these Hua domain warriors didn't understand the research on ferocious beast data at all. Many warriors, although strong, were merely products of resource accumulation. Their foundational science was far behind the rapid development of the Eagle domain. In recent years, their overall strength had significantly declined. If it weren't for a few domineering 8th-tier martial saints in the Huajun, holding the front line against the beast tide, the Eagle domain would have long since occupied a large amount of territory within the region. This nation is truly strange. Just when it seems hopeless, there always emerge a few talents at critical moments, turning the tide. I heard that this year,
another newcomer with SSS-level talent has appeared.
Long Gong waved his hand, dismissing Secretary Wang, who was in tears and was just about to open a bottle of fine wine to ease his frustration. When Secretary Wang stumbled back in, his lips trembling as he delivered the latest news, Mr. Long, one masked warrior has been confirmed dead, but it's not the delivery guy.
Crash. The
limited edition 50,000 yuan imported mutated wine from the Euro region shattered on impact.
Red wine splattered across the floor.
In the air filled with the aroma of wine, Long Gong stared at Rost,
who seemed to have heard nothing. Why so soon?
Rost waved his hand. Mr. Long, a large amount of blood from the patterned fierce tiger will stimulate the tyrant lizard, sending it into a frenzy.
Isn't that a good thing for you?
Long Gong took a deep breath, feeling that things seemed to be slipping out of his control, but there was nothing he could do now.
He could only say in a deep
voice, I hope so.
Rost smiled slightly, with one more thing left unsaid.
All the patterned fierce tigers sent into the cave had been injected with a frenzy factor. Once a patterned fierce tiger died, the tyrant lizard would be greatly stimulated and go berserk. A frenzied 3rd-tier top beast, and a group of 3rd-tier warriors without combat suits.
Let a few more die. These are all
potential warriors of the Huayu. A secret operation to weaken the power of Huayu. It was initiated 20 years ago.
This time, it was just a small link in the flow of events.
Although Long Gong didn't care much about the death of this masked warrior, as the Federation allowed for a certain casualty rate, it caught the audience, who were monitoring the score changes in real time, off guard.
Did I see it wrong? A masked warrior's name has gone dark. Brother Stone is dead? The death rate in the second round is so high? Could it be that he was besieged by bloodbats? I'm scared to death.
It turns out people really can die in the second round.
He must have been too greedy. He deserves it. Many ordinary viewers wore expressions of glee, as if they were indifferent,
because the dead were not their own relatives. Their ugly faces were fully revealed. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Captain Wine Gang of the Diamond Cat team was running for his life. His face was filled
with terror and anxiety, his clothes torn by claw marks, and his back was a bloody mess.
Not far behind him, a massive tyrant lizard was chasing at an astonishing speed.
The giant lizard's skin was
dark green, covered in hard shells and sharp scales, each step shaking the ground, its eyes flashing with a frenzied light. Wang Gang felt a piercing pain in his back.
Damn! If it weren't for not wearing a combat suit, how could he be so easily injured? And why wasn't it eating Gao Yan's corpse?
Wang Gang was filled with confusion. The two of them had been guarding the blood, planning to use the scent of blood to hunt the beasts that came to feed. Unexpectedly, what they encountered was the tyrant lizard. The masked warrior Brother Stone, Gao Yan, not wearing a combat suit, couldn't even withstand a single tail swipe. The sound of bones shattering seemed to still echo in his ears. It should be known that Gao Yan was a D-level talent stone lizard, with skin that had a certain resistance to impact. Run! If he could reach the entrance of the cave, there might still be a chance to survive. Ahead, the metallic exterior of the instrument was becoming faintly visible in the mist. At this moment, Su Chen was walking toward the other end of the cave. He discovered that 3rd-tier beasts also varied in size. If he killed one and returned to the entrance to submit materials, it would be too inefficient for him. The simplest way was to first kill the relatively smaller 3rd-tier beasts, putting these smaller materials into his backpack. Then, he would kill the larger 3rd-tier beasts, storing the larger materials in his spatial ring. As long as I hunt enough ferocious beasts, even if I leave the cave early, I can ensure a steady spot in the top 8.
Great! Let's do it!
Thus, at the other end of the cave, a massacre began. Su Chen, relying on his spirit heart talent, easily found the ferocious beasts. In the face of his explosive power, no small 3rd-tier ferocious beast could withstand his advance. 3rd-tier spiked hedgehogs, 3rd-tier venomous spiders, and 3rd-tier blood shadow wolves all fell under his blade, their materials stored in his backpack, and their corpses not wasted, kept in his spatial ring.
Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Suchen discovered that the warrior guild was truly his financial benefactor. Hunting ferocious beasts in the wild couldn't match this efficiency.
Even with Spirit Heart, finding 5 or 6 ungrouped 3rd-tier ferocious beasts in a day would be considered good luck. A single 3rd-tier ferocious beast is worth
between 300,000 to 500,000. Although it's far less than his spirit crystal earnings, the frugal Suchen didn't mind.
The density of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts in the cave was rapidly declining.
Of course, the warrior guild wouldn't act as a benefactor.
These living ferocious beasts were purchased at a high price by the guild. The materials had to be reclaimed.
But they truly didn't expect
that this year, a peculiar individual with a spatial ring had mixed in.
Although spatial rings are rare, they do exist.
The warrior guild had considered such a situation.
However, just because you
have a spatial ring doesn't mean the ferocious beasts will let you slaughter them at will.
Spatial rings can only store inanimate objects.
Although mid to high tier warriors with spatial rings can
achieve the same combat power as Suchen, they cannot enter small caves. Moreover, even high tier warriors would need time to find the ferocious beasts fleeing in the mist. Besides, how could wild, low-tier warriors possess top-tier resources like spatial rings? They could never save up for one in their lifetime. Which of these rings isn't a cherished treasure of a prominent family? Do they still need to fight with these wild masked warriors?
B-tier martial skills are tempting, but for top families, it's nothing much.
The young rising stars should be entering the top universities in the
9 domains for further studies.
How could they risk their lives in the cave without any protective measures like these older warriors with no hope of promotion? Do they really think the claws of ferocious beasts are just for show?
Why haven't we encountered a single ferocious beast after so long? A member of a team of 4 masked warriors expressed his confusion.
They happened to be walking right behind Suchen.
This journey had been nerve-wracking. They had gained nothing along the way.
I don't know, should we change direction? One of the warriors suggested. The core of the team was the masked warrior, Hunting Brother.
He promised these masked warriors that once he successfully advanced, not only would they share the top 8 prize, but he would also grant them a
fortune. The cash reward for the top 8 is 1 million. However, what he truly wanted was fame.
As a hunter with rich hunting experience but weak personal strength, he had finally been assigned to a relatively weak group, aiming to advance to the second round. His plan was to leverage the popularity of this masked warrior competition to promote himself and establish a teaching studio to impart experience in hunting and tracking ferocious beasts. This way, he could earn a fortune without leaving the city. With this in mind, Hunting Brother touched the hair on the rock wall and confidently stated, "Let's go this way. This hair belongs to a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the rock elk."
The other teammates questioned him one after another. Hunting Brother, is that reliable?
Bro, you said the same thing when you touched the feces earlier, and we haven't seen a shadow yet.
Dude, what if someone ahead has intercepted the ferocious beasts?
Hunting Brother confidently replied, "As a top hunter near the capital, I have some confidence in this. There must be plenty of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts in this direction. Unless there's a warrior ahead who has killed all the ferocious beasts at an extremely fast speed and collected the corpses with a spatial ring."
What do you think the chances of that are?
The team members shook their heads at this judgment. It definitely won't
happen. How could a 3rd-tier warrior wear a spatial ring?
Exactly, a 3rd-tier warrior wouldn't kill a fierce beast so quickly. Besides, how could he possibly find the fierce beast faster than
Brother Hunt?
Brother Hunt, seeing the effect achieved, clapped his hands. "Let's go, victory is just ahead. My judgment has never been wrong."
The confident words of the mature man inspired the surrounding warriors.
Everyone nodded and continued to advance cautiously.
At the entrance of the cave,
5 3rd-tier warriors were already in a standoff with the ferocious tyrant lizard.
Wang
Gang lay at the cave entrance, covered in blood, his chest slightly rising and falling, one leg mysteriously missing. The wound at the base of his leg was tightly wrapped with cloth strips, stopping
the trickle of blood. He was still alive, but he was done for. However, he felt more relief than anything else.
Fortunately, his judgment was correct. He waited for the masked warrior who came to deliver the materials of the fierce beast. This was what saved his life.
The tyrant lizard from the eagle domain, too brutal.
The few warriors confronting the tyrant lizard also felt bitter in their hearts. They were now in a dilemma. They had just had a brief skirmish with the tyrant lizard. Without protective combat suits and coordinated teamwork, they had no way to deal with this tough-skinned, thick-fleshed creature.
They could either withdraw or kill it,
because the hatred had already been planted in the green vertical pupils of the enormous fierce beast before them.
Once they fell
behind, they would surely end up like the masked warrior lying on the ground, with their lives hanging in the balance. It was all this kid's fault for leading this creature here.
Now it was over.
They had no more chances to enter the cave and kill fierce beasts to earn points. The second round of the competition had limited time left, only 32 hours remaining.
Now, they could only wait for more contestants to return.
They needed to collectively drive away this ferocious 3rd-tier top fierce beast.
They really didn't know what the warrior guild was thinking. Bringing such a creature in, they would definitely need to vent their frustrations when they got out. Whoever competes next is a fool. As time passed, more and more contestants gathered at the cave entrance, but no one organized a complete attack. After all, everyone had their own opponents. If someone got injured carelessly, it would be a bargain for others. At this moment, the third-tier top fierce beast, the Tyrant Lizard, achieved a highlight moment in its beast life, successfully blocking the entrance for more than 10 third-tier warriors. Wang Gang's miserable state constantly reminded everyone. This was the true prisoner's dilemma. Finally, an audience member noticed the anomaly through the leaderboard. What's going on? Why aren't everyone's points increasing? Is it stuck? They are increasing, but all the warriors who have already gained points are no longer changing. And they are all alive. Could it be a collective feast? What a waste of time, this is so boring. The viewership began to decline. But in the Warrior Guild building, the Dragon Palace remained as steady as a mountain. As long as the delivery guy's points didn't increase, it didn't matter. The viewership for the second round of the competition was already lower than that of the first and third rounds, so a slight decline was no big deal. In previous years, the second round of the competition was completed with some post-production special effects. After all, in the cave, the footage couldn't be live-streamed. The stalemate at the cave entrance finally welcomed a turning point with the sound of footsteps. Tap tap tap. The flame gun blazed to the sky. Holding a segment of a desert scorpion's tail, he appeared in the sight of the crowd at the entrance. The brows beneath the mask slightly furrowed. His hunting efficiency was not slow, but he also needed to submit materials one trip at a time. This process could both restore his stamina and allow him to observe his ranking on the leaderboard in real time. Hunting fierce beasts was secondary. Advancing was the main goal. The B-level martial skill, 9-kill gun, he was determined to obtain. At this moment, the Tyrant Lizard blocking the cave entrance became a new obstacle. While recovering his stamina, he pondered countermeasures. After a few minutes, the flame gun waited for a few figures to appear. Send out 2 more people to hold it down. I have a gun technique that can break its defense. A sharp gaze swept over powerful competitors like Mad Legs and Explosive Fist. If we kill it, the points will be split, and we can trade materials. Selena stepped out from the crowd, her condition well preserved under her teammates' cover. I can do it. I'll do it, Pang Lily responded, feeling irritated, stifled by this obstacle blocking their way. The others nearby also took their positions, ready to support at any moment. A sigh of relief escaped her. Although the points for the Overlord Lizard were high, reaching 500, anyone who had fought it knew that claiming those points required careful consideration of whether they would survive. Moreover, the narrow environment of the cave would only lead to more chaos if they all rushed in. A round of battle was about to unfold. 1 hour later, Suchen quickly eliminated the third-tier beasts on one side of the cave. Besides 5 or 6 small beast materials in his backpack, he stored all the remaining beast corpses, large and small, in his spatial ring. The haul was quite substantial. There were still quite a few second-tier bloodbats on the rocky ceiling above, each material worth several thousand, but Suchen had already lost interest. Killing too many bloodbats could easily trigger a group frenzy, which would be counterproductive. It was time to head to the other side. However, he couldn't help but wonder why there were so few martial artists in the cave. But that was just as well. It saved him from taking a detour. A few 100 meters behind him. Big brother, let's change direction. This really isn't going to work. A member of the Hunting Brother team finally couldn't hold back and advised. The Hunting Brother also realized that his judgment must have been flawed. Let's go, change direction. He decided to let go of his stubbornness and not be so headstrong. As a mature man, one must learn to bow down at the right time. Moreover, with no beasts nearby, there was another possibility. There could be even more powerful beasts. They adjusted their speed, turning back in the same direction as Suchen toward the other side of the cave. In the thick fog of the cave, the damp air was filled with the stench of beasts and the dust raised by fierce battles. The massive figure of the Overlord Lizard moved through the cave like a living city wall. Its skin was rough like ancient rock, adorned with dark green patterns. Its tail resembled a giant iron whip, each swing creating a whooshing sound that echoed in the enclosed space. Burning Sky, Pang Lily, and Selena moved swiftly, darting around the Overlord Lizard. After a brief period of adjustment, their movements gradually became coordinated. Pang Lily and Selena utilized their speed advantage, continuously circling around the Overlord Lizard. The martial artists watching from a distance whispered nervously in the tense atmosphere. The Explosive Fist's punches are faster. Thank goodness we weren't grouped together, or I definitely wouldn't have a chance to make it to the second round this year. Selena's martial skills are also brand new. If it weren't for the Overlord Lizard blocking the way, we wouldn't see her until the finals. She is the leader of a mercenary group with a solid foundation, but it's hard to say. This time, the 3 of them are quite close in strength, all having explosive techniques. They're wearing down the Overlord Lizard's stamina, smart coordination. Once they succeed in killing it, they basically secure a spot in the top 3.
Each punch from the explosive fist, Pang Lily, was accompanied by the sound of air bursting, while Selena's leg techniques were like a sudden storm, fast and fierce. But the trio's goal was to first familiarize themselves with the beast's basic attributes. Sweat trickled down from beneath Burning Sky's mask. Suddenly, he adjusted his breathing, seizing a fleeting opportunity in the battle, thrusting out his alloy spear and activating his signature skill, D-grade marksmanship spiral shot. The spear tip created a swirl of distorted air, aimed directly at the Overlord Lizard's forehead. Good opportunity. The others nearby held their breath. The judgment of this strike's timing was extremely sharp. Just as the Overlord Lizard turned its head to look for Mad Legs Selena at that moment. But the next scene was interrupted by the Overlord Lizard's reaction, a sly and vicious glint flashing in its eyes. At the moment the gun's tip was about to hit the target, the tongue of the Tyrant Lizard sprang out like a spring, powerfully knocking the alloy spear away, causing the fatal strike to veer off course. It was a tongue kiss. A heaviness settled in the heart of the flame gun. The Tyrant Lizard's forelimbs, armed with sharp claws, swiftly slashed towards him, and he could even feel the cold wind created by the claws slicing through the air. A critical moment. Bang! Pang Lily darted out. With a double fist strike, her alloy fists met the Tyrant Lizard's sharp foreclaws. The masked warriors in the distance watched in horror. If it weren't for the explosive fist fighter's quick reaction, the flame gun would likely have been knocked out directly. The three exchanged glances, all feeling bitter, their stamina significantly declining. The crowd in the distance also sensed something was off. It's too difficult. You can't kill it without risking your life. Let's switch out. The beast's stamina is far superior to that of a human. Several masked warriors volunteered to replace the flame gun trio, re-engaging the Tyrant Lizard in combat. The advantage of this was that if they managed to kill it, they could potentially level up directly. It's important to note that as the competition progressed into the later stages, the density of beasts decreased, making them harder to kill. There were quite a few beasts. If they were divided, there wouldn't be many left. However, the Tyrant Lizard seemed to have endless stamina, which was also an advantage of the beasts. The battle fell back into a stalemate. 2 hours later, Suchin silently counted in his heart. He had just entered the cave and discovered about 108 third-tier beasts. Now he had already killed 85. In his view of the biological fluctuation, only the last 3 beasts remained. After killing them, he could submit the materials in his backpack and perfectly secure first place. This would allow him to exit the cave early. The competition rules stated that as long as 5 bloodbats were killed, all gains from the cave would belong to him. But the beast materials were worth only half. Since that was the case, he couldn't submit too many materials. He needed to calculate carefully. In the mist, a few silhouettes of third-tier beasts appeared faintly. They were all striped fierce tigers. They had actually gathered at the other end of the cave, becoming the last lucky ones. Suchin didn't expect to encounter a group of third-tier beasts inside the cave. If it weren't for the terrifying aura of the Tyrant Lizard, they probably wouldn't have huddled together. Unfortunately, he had encountered another freak in the cave. 3 of them? If it were any other warrior, they would have likely retreated by now. Hunting one was already difficult, let alone hunting 3 at the same time, which multiplied the difficulty several times over. The fragile human body left no room for error. But Su Chen was unafraid. He crouched slightly, letting out a low shout. Wave/frenzy blade, third style, dancing dragon and phoenix. Bioluminescent fungi grew at the top of the cave, providing a faint light, but they would wither immediately upon leaving the cave. The pale and damp cave walls dripped with water droplets, creating a crisp sound that broke the silence of the space. The 3 striped fierce tigers were large and powerful, covered in striking black and red stripes. The violent factor had already taken effect in them. The eyes of the striped fierce tigers sparkled with cunning and hunger, their tails restlessly swaying, stirring up clouds of dirt. They feared the Tyrant Lizard, but they were not afraid of a mere human. Yet now, this weak delicacy dared to charge at them. Roar roar accompanied by intense roars, the striped fierce tigers let out a loud cry and pounced towards Su Chen. Their massive claws and sharp teeth, reeking of blood, attempted to tear apart Su Chen's unprotected flesh. However, under the perfect level, wave step, Su Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the attacks of the striped fierce tigers, his movements smooth and precise, each dodge seeming to dance on the edge of life and death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The large blade sliced through the air like a dragon freed from its restraints, carving sharp arcs that swiftly cut open the necks of the striped fierce tigers. Blood gushed out, staining the cave floor red. The wild, bloody scent mixed with the smell of rust filled the air. When the last patterned fierce tiger fell to the ground, Su Chen stood in the pool of blood, reminiscing about the battle just fought. The dragon playing with Phoenix sword technique flowed continuously, as agile as a swimming dragon. But he only knew 3 sword techniques, all of which he had secretly learned from Chen Fan. This was also the reason why the A-level martial skill, layered wave slash, was only at a minor success. It seems I need to find Brother Chun for some sparring when I have time. Su Chen resolved in his heart. I wonder what he likes. What kind of small gift should I bring him? After collecting the bodies of the 3 patterned fierce tigers, Suchen glanced at his wristband, preparing to exit the cave. He searched for a long time but couldn't find the powerful beast he had discovered in the morning. Could it have been killed by some lucky warrior ahead of him? At the cave entrance, the skin of the overlord lizard began to show an unhealthy red under the dim light, its eyes glowing red like 2 burning fireballs, revealing its current anger and agitation. The violent factors in the patterned fierce tiger's blood penetrated the mist, stimulating its nerves. At this moment, it only wanted to taste the fresh blood of the patterned fierce tiger, but this group of persistent insects around dared to obstruct it. The overlord lizard's attempt to leave provoked the surrounding warriors. Not good, it's trying to escape. It's running out of stamina. What a good opportunity. Swordmaster, block it. With a command from Selena, Chen Fan focused his eyes and unleashed the D-level sword technique Battle Frenzy Blade 6th form, Mountain Breaker. With all his strength, he struck down, aiming to stop the overlord lizard with a force that could move mountains. Bang! The overlord lizard's body shook, its tail swung violently, producing a whistling sound as if a heavy hammer was slicing through the air, an intimidating display. It collided with Chen Fan's blade. Oh no! A tremendous force surged through Chen Fan's arm. He hadn't expected that the overlord lizard's power would double with this strike. Puff! In the next moment, Chen Fan was swept away, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing hard against the cave wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Chen Fan! Selena was alarmed, rushing towards Chen Fan instead of intercepting the overlord lizard. Captain, I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. The Flame Gunner and Thunder Fist Master exchanged glances, slightly shaking their heads. At this moment, only the 3 of them working together had a chance to stop the overlord lizard. Selena's decision to abandon the chase had squandered the best opportunity to catch the overlord lizard. The massive, dark red figure vanished into the thick mist. All that remained was the gradually fading sound of heavy footsteps. The group of warriors let out a long sigh of relief. Great, it's finally gone. Are you still hunting? I'm ready to give up. It's not easy to come this far, absorbing more spiritual energy is also good. I'll just cultivate here for a while. After all, this round of the competition is about escaping the cave. I still want to take a shot at it. Although a few masked warriors were scared out of their wits, most were still prepared to enter the mist in search of their fortunes. They were all wild warriors hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Danger was always present. Moreover, the rewards for this competition were extremely generous. If they didn't take a chance, even as warriors, they would have no future. Who among the participants didn't want to live better? There was only one overlord lizard. As long as it didn't block the entrance, the chances of encountering it were slim. After everyone disappeared into the mist, an injured masked warrior carried Wang Gang out of the cave. Beside the leaderboard in the live broadcast room, their tragic figures appeared in the split screen at the cave entrance. The medical team from the army quickly moved forward, taking Wang Gang's body and sending him into the battle vehicle for emergency treatment. A drone interview also posed a critical question. What was the situation inside the cave? The masked warrior, seeing the sunlight outside the cave, seemed particularly excited. He murmured, "It's too terrifying, can't kill it at all, the overlord." Before he could finish, the scene switched to a beautiful host reporting, "The condition of the injured from the underground arena is stable, and there is currently no life-threatening danger, so everyone need not worry." The dissatisfaction in the live broadcast room reached its peak. He clearly didn't finish speaking. What's so terrifying? I want to know the truth. Is the Warrior Guild manipulating the matches? Why aren't the points increasing? Everyone, keep watching, don't make noise. In a luxurious office, Rost was still wearing that indifferent expression, while Long Gong hesitated to speak. The Overlord Lizard was stronger than expected. However, there had already been one death and one serious injury by the second round of this year's competition. This greatly affected his plans for the third round, but now there was no turning back. He could only pray that the Overlord Lizard could be a bit more powerful and take care of that kid. Inside the underground arena, the members of the Hunt Brother team collectively collapsed. Bro, there's no ferocious beast in this direction, either. Apart from the bloodbaths overhead, we haven't seen a single tier 3 ferocious beast. Hunt Brother, are you really a hunter warrior? You're not tricking us, are you? Hunt Brother said. Nothing, his face under the mask turning red and purple as he pondered whether his decision to open a teaching studio was correct. He was indeed searching seriously for ferocious beasts, but not a single one. Occasionally, there were a few bloodstains on the ground, seemingly traces of a battle. But he saw nothing else. What is going on? Who can tell him? But at this moment, he couldn't give up. A determined voice rang out. Trust me, brothers, we will definitely find a tier 3 ferocious beast. If we can't find even one, reward me. This was a battle where he wagered his dignity and honor as a hunter warrior. He couldn't lose, and he wouldn't lose. He didn't believe that they couldn't find a single tier 3 ferocious beast. Su Chen stopped in his tracks and drew his E-grade alloy long knife. But within the detection range, a ferocious beast was charging straight at him. 10 seconds later,
Heavy footsteps shattered the silence of the underground arena, and the dark red figure of the Overlord Lizard burst into Su Chen's view like a gust of wind. Finally, I've found you. A hint of yellow appeared in the Overlord Lizard's pupils. That was the color it hated the most. Moreover, its emotions were now completely out of control. Tear it apart. Tear everything apart. Each step landed with a heavy thud, as if each step was pounding on his heart, the sound echoing in the narrow underground arena, deafening. Hiss hiss hiss, the Overlord Lizard's wide mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth, with what seemed to be remnants of flesh still clinging between them. The crimson light in its eyes revealed its ferocious nature. Instinctive hatred and madness drove it to accelerate its charge, and amidst the swirling dust, a mixture of blood and the scent of ferocious beasts rushed towards him. Since you are seeking death, then I will grant it to you, Su Chen silently thought. Although the voice did not come out, the determination exploded within him like thunder. In the next second, he dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. His speed was incredibly fast, like a flash of yellow lightning. The distance rapidly closed, and the blade traced a perfect arc with his strength and speed. Dragon leaps into the sky. The blade, in conjunction with his leap, slashed upward from below, like a dragon ascending to the heavens. Clang! The moment the E-grade alloy long knife made contact with the Overlord Lizard's claws, the blade paused briefly. Then it unleashed an astonishing force. The power surged from his bulging muscles like a tide, layering upon layering like ocean waves, mercilessly slicing through the Overlord Lizard's surface defenses. Put! 2 giant claws were severed, blood gushing out like a spring carrying a pungent odor. The tyrant lizard let out a painful roar, its massive body curling slightly from the excruciating pain, a flicker of disbelief and terror flashing in its eyes. The strength of this human was even greater than its own in a frenzied state. Amidst the pain, the tyrant lizard unleashed its ultimate skill, tongue kiss. Its mouth opened wide, and a tongue like an arrow shot out, attempting to turn the tide in this dire situation. But what the tongue struck was merely Su Chen's blurred figure. After successfully landing a blow, Su Chen utilized the perfect level lingbo step, instantly appearing behind the tyrant lizard. Burial head. Amidst the howling wind, Su Chen activated the double overlapping wave force, his long knife descending from the air with overwhelming momentum like a mountain. The blade carved a dazzling silver trajectory through the thick fog. It violently sliced into the target's body. Boom! The muddy ground around trembled slightly as the tyrant lizard fell. The soil and rubble compacted even tighter. Blood had briefly spouted like a fountain, but the moment Su Chen stored the corpse in his spatial ring, everything was quickly frozen. The special ability of the spatial ring almost instantly halted the flow of blood. It ensured that the precious essence blood within the beast would not be lost. This valuable blood was an important material for refining blood chi pills. Su Chen had an epiphany. In the recent battle, he had a stroke of inspiration and comprehended a new martial skill, Dragon Leap in the Sky, Burial Head. Surely, if he created another move, the overlapping wave/frenzied blade could reach great success. Now, he just needed to harvest a few bloodbaths to exit the cave. Half an hour later, Su Chen was on his way to the cave entrance. He encountered several teams of masked warriors. They were cautious in the mist, every rustle of grass and tree alarming them. Su Chen's outfit was bright and distinctive. As he passed a team of masked warriors, someone suddenly spoke up. "Brother, did you encounter anything over there?" Su Chen was taken aback. Encounter what? The tyrant lizard? But before he could respond, another member of the team coughed lightly. If he was alone and encountered something, could he still be talking to you? True. They brushed past Su Chen and continued on their way. Although Su Chen's backpack was bulging, no one made a move. The reason was simple: unless they had a guaranteed one-hit kill, if Su Chen managed to escape, they would face the army's suicide squad once they exited the cave. One person, with a bulging backpack, at most had bloodbaths, so there was no need at all. The rewards for the top 8 in the masked warrior competition were decent, but not worth the risk. Su Chen understood this logic, but at this moment he was looking at the system tallying the gains from this cave expedition. Ding! Detected beast materials, adding material information. The system's prompt was crisp and pleasant, just like Su Chen's current mood. Name: Su Chen. Age: 18. Level: 3rd rank. Warrior talent: Spirit Heart, unique. Spiritual energy: 2644/10,000. Traits: basic body enhancement, biological wave, killing intent, perception, martial skills. D rank lingbo step, perfect. C rank overlapping wave palm, perfect. C rank overlapping wave finger, perfect. A rank overlapping wave/frenzied blade, minor success. Spiritual crystals: 1st rank spiritual crystal *324, 2nd rank spiritual crystal *56, 3rd rank spiritual crystal *32, 4th rank spiritual crystal *6. Wealth: 0.00 points, 145 materials. 3rd rank beast *89, 2nd rank beast *5. Su Chen roughly estimated that a trip to the cave yielded a net profit of 10.12 billion. And this was still a resource-scarce cave. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the air had diminished quite a bit. It shouldn't be entirely his issue. That Thunder Fist fighter had also taken 6 pieces of first-rank spiritual crystals. At the special device at the cave entrance, Su Chen began to submit materials. After his calculations, he realized that by handing in 5 materials from 3rd-tier ferocious beasts and 5 bloodbats, his points would reach 675. Although this score only placed him 9th last year, he had personally eliminated all the 3rd-tier ferocious beasts in the cave. Therefore, the remaining warriors had little chance of surpassing him. While there were many 2nd-tier bloodbats, no one dared to slaughter them recklessly, fearing a collective counterattack from the bloodbats that would make it difficult for them to survive. As Su Chen submitted his materials, his points ranking quickly rose, and within a minute he shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. This caused a huge uproar in the live broadcast room outside. Wow, did I just see that right? The first place has changed? Who is it? I can only watch the text live while at work. The delivery guy? Didn't he drop out? How did he end up in first place? Damn, did he buy ferocious beast materials with money? Report the competition's shady dealings. Demand the delivery guy's disqualification. I, a fan of the flame, am the first to disagree. Agreed. The Crazy Legs fans also disagree. The live broadcast room was instantly in chaos. Several comments supporting the delivery guy quickly sank into the depths. At this moment, Zhao Xiuyan was lying in bed, covered with a blanket filled with regret. How could she have suddenly been bewitched and believed the captain's words? She was too inflated. Why not spend that 20,000 on something better, like trading for a house with better lighting? For her mother? Sigh. It's painful. Forget it. Let's first investigate the traces of rare ferocious beasts around and see if she could make a big score with the captain again. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Wang Fengrui rushed in, pulling the blanket off to reveal Zhao Xiuyan curled up inside. Daughter, did you buy the delivery guy? Zhao Xiuyan rolled her eyes, feeling hopeless. Don't say it, I was wrong. I won't gamble again. It's all the captain's fault for giving bad directions. She had rehearsed this line many times, just for this moment. Daughter, your captain is really a young and handsome man, with unique taste. Wang Fengrui sighed. Do you think I have a chance to be his mother-in-law? Zhao Xiuyan? Wang Fengrui glanced at her daughter lying on the bed inside. Tonight, don't eat, your face can slim down a bit. Sigh, you're dead, and I don't have round faces either. Zhao Xiuyan ignored her mother and picked up her phone. Dear mother, you really don't know how twisted the competition is. Is it a matter of round faces? Her finger swiped across the secretly taken profile picture of Han Yanling. She checked the leaderboard for the masked warrior competition. To her surprise, the private stash that had once flown far away was flapping its little wings back. Behind it were a group of shiny, adorable sisters. Zhao Xiuyan covered herself with the blanket, excitedly muttering, Captain, if your prediction is successful, I'll help you pursue her. Just as Su Chen was about to step out of the cave, he sneezed. Damn. Could it be that some girl is secretly thinking of me? I'm not dating. You can leave now, Mr. Luo. The attitude of the Dragon Palace was extremely poor, almost making him say the word get lost. Rossiter's face was also ashen when he stood up. The bonus for the fieldwork was gone. A huge loss. If he had known, he wouldn't have watched this commotion. He didn't even know where the problem lay. Could that kid have changed clothes after entering? Now he was just waiting for the tyrant lizard to go crazy and kill a few more warriors from the Hua domain. That way, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. This year, there were no experts among the wild warriors in the Hua domain, and the assessment was complete. The 3rd-tier top ferocious beasts in the Eagle domain's small cave Hunger Games were merely second-rate goods. Fortunately, this time, they made quite a bit from selling ferocious beasts. Hopefully, the project for purchasing cave development rights wouldn't encounter obstacles. Ha, these weak and foolish Hua domain people. Warrior Guild Building. Underground, 88th floor. At the entrance stood several 5th-tier warrior guards. The gate opened. Long Gong strode in, feeling terrible. That damn Rost had no credibility. The delivery guy was not only doing just fine inside but had also secured the top spot on the leaderboard. The Overlord Lizard hated yellow? Are you sure it's not the Overlord Lizard that likes yellow? It seemed he had to rely on himself after all. Based on the beast materials he submitted, calculate the probability of the delivery guy making it into the top 8. In the enclosed hall, the staff quickly executed Long Gong's orders. Within the last 12 hours of each round of competition, the probability of a contestant advancing would be calculated using artificial intelligence. This included the materials from the contestants' kills of the beasts and the time spent. The calculations were based on data from previous years. The accuracy was extremely high. It was a key highlight of the second round of the competition. Long gone, after calculations, the probability of the delivery guy making it into the top 8 is 78%, a staff member quickly reported the analysis results. Long Gone's mood grew heavier. Damn it, nothing had gone smoothly at this year's Masked Warrior tournament. Originally, due to the hype around the rare beasts, they could have made a fortune. But this kid's sudden appearance had disrupted all their plans. If the delivery guy's points don't increase, what's the probability of Him advancing? Long Gong asked the crucial question, his fists clenched tightly, wanting to smash everything here with a punch. Old Gu beside him was startled. Was Long Gong going to use private power? Completely bury the delivery guy in the cave? Was it really worth it? If such a thing were exposed by other masked warriors, there would be no next tournament. The surrounding experts urged. Long Gong, think twice. If things escalated, the Federation would definitely send special agents to investigate. Although the Warrior Guild was merely a management organization for wild warriors, the people inside would also be implicated and held accountable. Long Gong remained silent. These subordinates had no idea how important the betting amounts in the warrior tournament were to him. His promotion depended on high-tier spirit crystals. For experts at this level, they either resigned themselves to their fate, enjoying wealth and glory but only living a short 100 years, or chose to fight beasts for resources from beyond the realms. Once they reached 8th tier, their lifespan would increase exponentially, becoming part of the top echelon in the 9 realms. But he had already stepped back from the front lines. He no longer had the courage or spirit to fight those beasts from beyond the realms. So for now, he could only accumulate vast wealth and exchange it for high-tier spirit crystals through certain channels. After a while, the central screen displayed the conclusion: if the delivery guy no longer gains points based on the current number of 3rd tier beasts remaining in the cave, his probability of making it into the top 8 is 15%. Long Gong took a deep breath and calmed down again. He carefully observed the delivery guy's beast materials, his mind racing. After 7 or 8 hours, the delivery guy had only killed 5 3rd-tier beasts, all of small size. This indicated that he had assessed his own strength and only targeted weaker beasts. In fact, this was an extremely clever move, because hunting small beasts was indeed much easier than hunting large ones. However, the number of such beasts in the cave was very limited. Even if he was exceptionally talented, there were only these few. Moreover, if his guess was correct, the delivery guy's stamina should be significantly depleted by now. It seemed to confirm his thoughts. At the cave entrance, a flash of yellow appeared. After submitting 5 bloodbaths, Su Chen boarded the return vehicle. This signaled the end of his current expedition in the cave. As the top scorer, he was the first to exit the cave, sparking heated discussions online. The delivery guy is out? Damn, what a false alarm. Turns out he just ran out of stamina. Can he maintain his position in the top 3 with these points? Don't dream, he won't even make it into the top 8. The competition has only completed a quarter. Think for yourselves. In the previous competitions, the lowest score for 8th place was 800 points, and he only has over 600 points. There's no chance. I told you, he can't do it. Long Gong also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his guess was correct. It's a pity, though. The funding for this round of the competition can only be compensated through the Raccoon Plan. Notify the Yi family, the plan is proceeding as normal. Received. Director Long. A few hours later, Han Xuanyi received a message, pondered for a moment, and picked up her phone. Ding dong. Han Yenling's phone rang. It was a group message. Han family and Su Chen. Han Xuanyi at everyone, dinner tonight, same old place. Old Gong, I have a few fire huaji from the Black Domain, a 4th tier fierce beast, I'll bring them over tonight. Old Zhao, brother. Gong, you're too generous. I'm on a mission in the army and won't be back recently. Han Zhanxiao, Dad, you've worked hard. I'll help you eat your share. Old Zhao, you little brat, you wait for me to come back, and you dare to eat without spending money? Can't you learn from your 2 sisters and save me some trouble? Han Yuer, Dad, I want to eat sea emperor fish. Old Gong, okay. I'll place the order right away, it will be delivered tonight. Han Yenling silently watched the messages in the group. She had none of these mundane daily exchanges and interactions. She clicked on the group avatar. Inside was a man, sunlight shining, a clean smile, a blade of grass in his mouth. Behind him lay the massive corpse of an 8th tier fierce beast, the tyrant dragon. It's a pity. The name was Gray. This was the status of not having logged in for too long. The time of rebirth was too late. At this point, she still couldn't see him. She really didn't want to attend such a gathering. A waste of time. Han Yenling, I have something on tonight, I won't go. Han Xuanyi at Su Chen. Butler Su, come over, there's something important to discuss, in my bedroom on the top floor. Su Chen. Okay, I'll be there later. Han Yenling, I'm free now. Returning to the war vehicle in the capital, it drove directly into the Martial Artist Association building. Su Chen got out and took out his phone. There was no signal in the wilderness or the underground. The phone had been offline for a long time. Reconnecting to the network was an important moment to assess this person's social value. If society doesn't need you, it makes no difference whether there's a signal or not. Su Chen decided to accept this assessment. The phone screen lit up and a message appeared. Nice. From Zhao Xiuyan. As expected, only employees truly care about whether the boss is doing well or not. He felt somewhat touched. Next time, he could share a little money from the rare fierce beast hunt with her. Zhao Xiuyan, can the group fee be reimbursed? Su Chen directly dismissed the message. Damn it. This was the first time
He heard of gambling being reimbursed by the leader.
What kind of nonsense did he recruit?
Changed clothes, went to buy milk tea, had a hearty meal, then looked for Han Shanyo.
On the outskirts of the capital city, Shenji. Noodle House. Suchan ordered a signature dish from the restaurant.
This place was a small eatery. The owner's ancestors had always made noodles with a unique flavor, and it was said they had once been wealthy.
Unfortunately, after the revival of spiritual energy, martial artists' strength became paramount. Many delicacies gradually faded away.
The small shop was run by a couple, and they didn't even have a proper storefront sign.
According to them, if they grew too big, they would easily attract gangsters demanding protection fees, so they maintained it this way.
If it weren't for the time he was delivering takeout, starving, and happened to pass by here, he would never
have found it.
Old Xian, 1 serving of turkey noodles, less spicy.
Suchen squeezed into the small room.
Old Xian was watching the live broadcast of the masked martial artist competition on his phone.
Seeing a customer, he hurried into the kitchen, chatting casually. Xiao Su, what have you been busy with lately? Changed jobs? Old Xian, who do you like in the masked martial artist competition? I think the delivery guy is pretty good. Su Chen wanted to help Old Xian make a little money.
Old Xian's busy hands paused for a moment, seriously saying, I like mature women and cute girls. Su Chen decisively gave up, picked up his phone. There's a reason your shop isn't
thriving. Old Xian? Ding dong. Group message.
Su Chen didn't know what Han Xuanyi wanted from him, but after all, she was an 8th tier big shot, so he had to be polite. But then, he saw Han Yenling reply in the group.
Su Chen has something to do tonight, he won't go. Su Chen was very confused. What's wrong with you two? Do I have something to do or not? Am I going or not? A brief silence ensued.
Old Zhao and Old Gong didn't respond. This kind of situation often happened in the group. They all knew about Han Yenling's resistance to her mother.
They couldn't intervene.
The only thing they could do was arrange a pawn next to Han Yenling, but that was also removed. This little girl inherited all the advantages of her parents' looks. Her personality was even colder than her mother's, yet she awakened an extremely strong talent. This made Han Xuanyi both love and hate her.
An 8th tier warrior couldn't exert too much power in front of his own daughter.
Moreover, before Han Yenling turned 18, there was a powerful force protecting her. There were influences left by that person in both the military and
the academy. Completely untouchable.
In these days, there was also a new butler, Su.
F-tier talent.
The youngest 3rd-tier warrior in Huayu.
Who would believe he wasn't that man's pawn?
Han Yuer felt something was off, knowing her mother might explode, and tried to change the subject at Su Chen. Brother Xian, what are you eating? Curious, greedy, at this moment,
Old Xian brought up a bowl of authentic turkey noodles. Su Chen took out his phone and snapped a photo.
Su Chen, turkey noodles, photo. A steaming bowl of authentic turkey noodles was placed in a pure white porcelain bowl, the golden noodles glistening, with slightly charred edges revealing traces of high temperature.
Stir-frying.
A handful of fresh green onions and a few slices of red chili were sprinkled on top of the turkey noodles, adding a splash of color. 2 slices of lemon lay at the edge of the bowl, enriching the entire scene with
a hint of flavor. Han Yenling, bring a portion over, let's eat together. Han Yuer, I want one too. Han Zhanxiao, bro, where's the chicken? Su Chen? He looked up and asked, Old Xian, is there chicken in the turkey noodles? Get lost, get lost. You think you can have chicken in a 15 yuan noodle? Should I stew you a fierce beast instead? Old Xian waved his hand and continued to savor the video replay of the Masked Warrior Conference. Han, Family Banquet Hall.
The pure white light from the crystal chandelier above cast down, each beam refracting dazzling brilliance on the intricate crystals. Today, there were no young masters and ladies from noble families exchanging cups and toasts. It felt both luxurious and empty. Little Su, come in and sit. Old Gong beckoned. He was charming and seemed not to notice the 2 poorly packaged turkey noodles in Su Chen's hands.
Han Yenling was clearly finding a way out for herself. This silly boy actually took it seriously.
Su Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping past the corner of the wall, sitting next to Han Yenling. He placed the 2 portions of turkey noodles on the table. The cheap packaging clashed with the tableware. Su Chen felt very calm inside. There was no way being rich meant being this low-key. Although I am wealthier than everyone present, but I still blend in with you all. The net worth of the 4 major families in Huayu is at most a few hundred billion. Because high-tier warriors also need resources for cultivation, the average net worth can't compare to my current self.
Relying on a rich woman? Sorry, Han. Xuanyi's cash flow isn't even as much as mine.
The table was filled with various dishes made from 4th-tier fierce beast fire huaji. These dishes shimmered with a golden sheen under the light, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. The same people were still at the dining table. Han Xuanyi had changed into a bright red robe, exuding elegance and grandeur.
Han Yenling and Han Yuer were both dressed in evening gowns.
This was her mother's requirement.
It was a reflection of power and status. I can dress casually, but you can't.
Han Yuer chose a light purple evening gown, looking even younger and more lively. Beside her, Han Yenling wore a silver white evening gown, the 4th tier.
spirit crystal on her snow-white skin shimmering with light. Her hairstyle was simple and elegant, just like her calm and dignified demeanor, and the thin-strapped high heels accentuated her long, straight calves. Su Chen was, thus, treated to a feast for the eyes. Han Yue and her mother could already be considered top beauties, each with their own unique charm. Yet even so, Han Yenling could easily overshadow them with her looks alone. It seemed that some people were born to be the darlings of this world. In terms of temperament, her mother was clearly an 8th-tier powerhouse, but her demeanor resembled that of an empress wielding power over the ages, decisive and authoritative. Damn it. Why was his Dao heart a bit unstable again? This one is not bad, Han Yenling said as she unwrapped the packaging and took a bite, offering her evaluation. She had just advanced to a 2nd-tier warrior. However, reaching the 3rd tier was still a long way off, at least a few months of waiting. With the catalysis of high-tier spirit crystals, becoming a 2nd-tier warrior was easy, more akin to a gradual accumulation of strength. But if she wanted to continue to advance quickly, it would be quite difficult. She also lacked high-level resources. Han Yue frowned and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother Xian, I want to eat too." She had her tricks, which had never failed her. Young talents in the capital were completely captivated by her charm. Su Chen smiled, $30,000, cash or transfer? Han Yue trembled with anger. I, the 2nd daughter of the Han family. Do I need to transfer money to eat a bowl of turkey noodles? You. But she still took out her phone and sent a red envelope. Ding dong. Your red envelope has been received. She opened the turkey noodles and took a bite. Delicious. Worth it. Han Shuangyi closed her eyes, indifferent to the scene before her. Her mind quickly filtered through all the information about Su Chen. This young man was somewhat incomprehensible to her. Or rather, she didn't know what he wanted to do for her daughter. Was it her own dominance and ambition that made her distrust love? That's why she left behind over 40 million and a backup plan when she departed. This money isn't much now, but just enough. If her daughter had poor talent, it would allow her to leave the family and still live a life of wealth. But she couldn't have anticipated that her daughter also had an SSS-level talent. That little stash of private money was simply insufficient. Moreover, her daughter's ambition was even greater than hers. No, this trend must be nipped in the bud. The Han family could only have one voice. And that voice is mine. Han Shuangyi opened her mouth, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Su Chen, if you have money, what do you want to do? She laid her cards on the table. The Wang family in the capital and Su Chen had a spirit crystal betting agreement at school, and under her pressure, the other party agreed to pay 70 million in cash, but Su Chen still couldn't access that money. If the eldest daughter borrowed it and grew too fast to be controlled, it would be a loss. As for the stakes in the masked warrior competition, the delivery guy had a certain chance of winning, but since he had already left the underground, there was no need to worry. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback when his name was called. What do I need money for? What's it to you? But the biological fluctuation reminded him. This was a genuine 8th-tier powerhouse, terrifyingly so. His answer had to be perfect. He needed to broaden his perspective. Su Chen thought for a moment, his expression serious and sincere. If I had money, I would like to donate to the Hope Project, to bring a little more love and warmth to this cold world, so that everyone can enjoy turkey noodles with chicken. Han Shuangyi? Han Yenling raised her eyebrows slightly, forming a perfect arc, while her large eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. Was this really his true thought? As a reincarnator, was her perspective too narrow? Though she had once been an empress, she was not a saint. Whether or not humanity could be saved depended on their own efforts. In recent days, she had thought this through clearly. In this life, when the Stargate opens wide, she could find a few like-minded friends to escape from Blue Star together. After becoming a 10th-tier powerhouse, one can traverse the void physically. One can be without a partner, but one truly cannot be without companions. Otherwise, even if one leaves Blue Star, one will gradually go mad in endless loneliness. Su Chen, I must take you with me. I also need to think of a way to help him improve his talent as soon as possible. Otherwise, he won't be able to withstand the pressure of the force field I maintain in the void. Mother, I only want 2/3 of the Wang family's compensation. Han Yenling's bright red lips inadvertently bore a slight sheen from the oil left by the turkey noodles she had just tasted. This unintentional flaw added a touch of earthly warmth to her nobility, making it feel less distant and more warm and real. Han Shuangyi did not respond but suddenly asked Gong Guofu, don't you want a son? How about Su Chen as your godson? Gong Guofu? He asked himself, having become the richest man in the capital circle with hundreds of billions in assets, dominating the business battlefield. But at this moment, he truly did not understand what these two women were talking about. How did they suddenly gain a son? Is that what I want? What I want is to have a son with you. That kid Zhao, every day he talks about how much Gonggu has spent, how hard it has been. If it weren't for the fact that he has a son, would his nostrils be pointed to the sky? Don't be fooled by Han Zhenxiao's daily antics. His grandfather is an 8th-tier martial god in the military. As long as he doesn't make a big mistake in the future, he has a great chance of becoming the head of the Han family. But for now, he cannot go against Han Xuanyi's wishes. He could only cough lightly and say, well, what does Su Chen think? I have no objections. Su Chen was also bewildered. Although I am an orphan, I am not lacking in love. Han Yenling pursed her lips, trying to wipe away the sheen. I disagree. Is her mother really not going to let go of even this little money? A godson? Once Su Chen becomes Uncle Gong's godson, she would have the right to intervene in the use of the Wang family's compensation. She could easily arrange a few projects for Su Chen and spend the money. Absolutely not. Su Chen, work with Guofu. The Wang family's 70 million compensation won't take 2 years to use, and it will return 200 million. Han Xuanyi made a decisive move. She believed that even a pawn has its own demands. With such a huge sum, Su Chen would definitely be tempted. Han Yenling bit her lower lip lightly. Her mother was right. Uncle Gong really has that capability, the ability to generate wealth. Otherwise, the Han family wouldn't have grown this large. She couldn't make the decision for Su Chen anymore. Because this money was clearly meant for Su Chen, she truly couldn't intervene. Su Chen is her steward, but that is an employment relationship. Money can sway hearts. Even she was tempted. With this money, Su Chen could buy some rare treasures from the secret realms, which could genuinely improve his F-level talent. Although Han Yenling came from a top-tier family, it didn't mean she had the right to use all the wealth of the family at this moment. You can only spend what is given to you. If it's not given to you, you can't touch a single cent. The 4th-tier spirit crystal is given to you for the long-term benefit of the family. Disobedient? Sorry, you get nothing. Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao shrank their heads, obediently playing the roles of two harmless little quails. Oh my, how did a meal turn into a celestial battle? 70 million in compensation? Did they break an ancestral blue and white porcelain that has been passed down for 18 generations? They have to compensate this much? The two of them have never had such a large allowance growing up. Uncle Gong occasionally takes some high-tier ingredients, but that counts as normal consumption. High-tier martial artists also need to replenish energy by consuming beast materials. The key point is, does this mean that this money belongs to Su Chen? Han Yuer felt very regretful. She knew her sister might not talk much, but her vision was truly excellent. If she had known earlier, she would have secretly used that trick. She could have easily won over Su Chen. Although her legs couldn't compare to her sister's, they were still quite smooth. I don't lack money, but what I want is excitement. The butler of my sister is kneeling right in front of me. Just thinking about this scene makes me thrilled. It's late now. Su Chen might become my godbrother. Not a bit of fun. Han Zhanxiao is a bit younger, about 3 or 4 years younger than Su Chen and the others. Due to his family's circumstances, he has always struggled to find his place in the Han family. Influenced by his father and grandfather, he is expected to be a tough man, to achieve great things. So deep down, he has always harbored a dream of having an older brother. But reality has been crushed to pieces by his 2 sisters and mother. He can only seek a sense of presence among the wealthy friends of the family. Look at the smiling Su butler. This clean and tidy outfit is full of texture. He embodies an image of calmness and depth, unperturbed by praise or blame. He talks about business worth tens of millions, perfectly fitting all his imaginations of an older brother. Ah, this is the kind of man I want to become. But Su Chen only finds it troublesome. This amount of money isn't enough for me to acknowledge a godfather. Rubbing his forehead, he said, how about we donate this money? Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao couldn't believe their ears. Donate? 70 million? Did I hear that right? What is happening in this world? Who is really the scion of a wealthy family here? The silver hair of Han Xuanyi added a touch of authority, each strand seemingly placed in its rightful position. At this moment, her lips were tightly pressed, and her usually expressionless face finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Her eyes were deep, glimmering with calculation. She began to reassess this young man. Could it be that he really feels indifferent to wealth? A mere F-level talent, soon to be discarded. 200 million. That could buy a lot of things, including longevity. There are plants in the secret realm that can extend life. Of course, there are restrictions on purchases, but the prerequisite is definitely money. Wouldn't it be nice to live a couple more years? Her gaze swept over her eldest daughter. Good strategy, my good daughter. Han Yenling's exquisite face, complemented by a noble evening gown, appeared even more radiant. With a high nose and soft chin, a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, thinking to herself, so he wasn't just talking casually. He truly acts on his vows. I must cultivate him well. I didn't expect that just a few days after being reborn, the most important thing was to meet Su Chen. Although I wanted to slack off in this life, I lack nothing in strength, resources, or connections. I can still take a look. Clap, clap, clap. Gong Guofu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, clapping his hands in praise. Good boy, uncle didn't misjudge you. Little Su, rest assured to hand the money over to uncle. I'll manage it for you. Turning it into 300 million in 2 years will be no problem. For someone at his level, earning a few small targets is as easy as drinking water.
But making big money is also difficult. Since Han Xuanyi has spoken, this matter must be handled this way. Su Chen shook his head again in refusal. Thank you, Brother Gong, but let's donate it to the Hope Project. You know my humble background. This amount of money sounds large, but after dividing it, there won't be much left. Pausing for a moment, Su Chen continued. There are many orphans like me in the military, and the welfare homes can't accommodate them all. If I can contribute a little, it wouldn't be in vain to walk this world once. Su Chen's tone was sincere because he truly recalled those years of his childhood.
Who doesn't want to live in luxury? Who doesn't want a good family? But birth is something we cannot choose. Sometimes, we just have to accept it.
Moreover, this money is too troublesome for him.
He couldn't be bothered to think about what calculations Han Xuanyi
and Gong Guofu were making, or whether the compensation from the Wang family would arrive in his account on time, or if there were any small moves.
He didn't care. Just made a small profit of 10 billion during the day, safe and low-key. Why take on new risks?
I heard there are quite a few secret realms in the underground. Just drill into them. He never intended to keep this little money from the start. He simply looked down on it.
Moreover, he was
only a tier 3 warrior.
He must seize every moment to improve himself now.
He had no time to play with these outdated things. At this stage, it was merely a matter of finding shade under a big tree.
Since there was shade, why run outside to be sunburned? That's not courage. That's foolishness.
Gong Guofu didn't try to persuade him further. As a seasoned player in the business world, he vaguely sensed something was off.
Did he just compliment me on being young? Han Xuanyi also stopped pestering. Alright, I'll donate.
With a flick of her finger, an ice bead formed in the air and struck the wall. A shadow had risen in the corner, disappearing from the Han family banquet hall.
The banquet continued, but none of the attendees had any appetite.
Han Yanling suddenly stood up. I'm full, Su Chen.
Su Chen had just picked up his chopsticks but put them down again.
Good. I was just about to taste what the fire blossom chicken was like.
You called me up. You're sincere, right?
Don't think about drinking the milk tea I bought later. In the Han family reception room, the murals and sculptures appeared particularly vivid under the soft lighting. Every corner revealed the historical accumulation and artistic taste of the family. Beside the fireplace stood an ancient Tier 6 ferocious beast bronze deer sculpture. The previous clan leader
of the Wang family, Wang Shoucheng, was savoring tea.
The cup was clear, containing only a crisp green leaf, exuding an intoxicating fragrance.
A product from the Han family's small secret realm, Han Mountain Drunk. A tiny piece,
worth tens of thousands. Its effect was singular, a slight increase in spiritual energy absorption speed.
The room was empty, but Wang Shoucheng suddenly spoke. What does clan leader Han say? A female voice floated from the
corner, soft as fine mist. 70 million plus 2 slots for the newly discovered small secret realm of the Wang family. It was the shadow that had appeared in the banquet hall.
Wang Shoucheng set down his teacup, thought for a
moment, and added, must add 2 exploration slots for the Han family's small secret realm. The gains from the new secret realm are substantial, and the Han family will definitely not lose out.
The Wang family had recently discovered a new small secret realm.
However, the development phase required a large number of low-tier experts, so they could only collaborate with several major families.
He was well aware of Wang Xuanhe's situation. A small matter. Just right to take this opportunity to ask for some benefits from the Han family. The Han family's small secret realm was reputed to be the richest among small secret realms. Han Xuanyi was indeed lucky.
The shadow was Han Xuanyi's personal secretary, possessing an A-level talent in shadow cats, making her presence often as elusive as her name, appearing and disappearing without a sound. She stood by the wall, pondering for a moment.
She took out her phone. She couldn't make this decision. After a while, she received a message. Alright, deal. Wang Shoucheng smiled slightly. Where should the money be sent? The next step was to minimize losses. That kid's name was Su Chen, right? Sending money to the Han family wasn't shameful. But what identity did you have, daring to touch the Wang family's money? Some money isn't so easy to earn.
The shadow replied, send it to the Hope Project, with a note
that it's a donation from the Han family and Su Chen. Wang Shoucheng? Really donated? This Han family is even wealthier than imagined.
Looking at it this way, this kid has already become a core member of the Han family.
He couldn't act rashly. On a breezy evening, Han Yanling and Su Chen leisurely walked along the gravel path in the Han family estate. The estate was filled with flourishing flowers and trees, fragrant and inviting. The oak trees by the roadside were lush, and occasionally one could hear birds chirping joyfully in the branches. I'm sorry about this matter.
The breeze brushed through Han Yanling's hair, her expression carrying a hint of apology and contemplation, looking both elegant and somewhat helpless.
In the end, Han Xuanyi not only didn't pay but didn't even grant the exclusive naming rights for the donation.
In a clash of unequal forces, she was shattered.
The injured party turned out to be someone close to her.
She only hated that the time of her rebirth was too short and that she was still too weak. But she also knew that this kind of thing had little to do with her attitude. Even if she acted like a good girl, her mother would still do what she had to do.
It's fine, we're good friends, just helping each other out, Suchin joked, pointing to his light shuttle motorcycle parked not far away. He planned to pour himself a cup of cappuccino first before returning to the warrior guild to train. The pressure from Han Xuanyi was a bit overwhelming, so he decided to tease her daughter a little. Han Yenling's eyes lit up. Did he consider her a good friend? That's great. In this rebirth, she finally had a good friend. Her suppressed mood improved significantly. Suchen led Han Yenling to a light shuttle motorcycle parked by the path. As the last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, the evening glow painted the horizon in shades of orange and red. When Han Yenling saw Su Chen take out 2 cups of milk tea from the motorcycle's trunk, her eyes sparkled. The beautiful pupils reflected the golden light of the afterglow. Su Chen's hand, which was about to pour, froze. Oh no, I fell for her eye technique. In the next moment, 1 cup was missing from his hand. Han Yenling unwrapped the packaging and took a sip. So sweet. How should she reward him? So annoying. Su Chen, the adult warrior registration at Longhua University is happening these days. Don't forget to participate. Han Yenling sat sideways on the motorcycle and added, if you don't have enough tuition, you can come to me. She had been thinking about having Su Chen attend Longhua University with her. Since Su Chen was also a warrior, as long as his strength wasn't too lacking, spending some money would allow him to enroll in the adult warrior class. Although he wouldn't receive a graduation certificate like regular students, as long as the money was in place, he could still enjoy the education and resources available. She could still afford that amount. Su Chen nodded. After today, he realized that the underground secret realm was a treasure trove. All the resources he needed were within it, so he had to seek every opportunity to enter the underground secret realm. That way, he could grow quickly. Spirit Heart was the only unique talent in the universe with an extremely fast promotion speed. Although the talent leaned towards support types, when I became a 10th tier warrior, and you were only a 5th tier warrior, how could you fight me? Moreover, Su Chen thought, every time a warrior's rank increased, Spirit Heart would have new traits, such as basic body enhancement, biological fluctuations, and killing intent perception. They were extremely practical. In terms of combat power, as a martial arts genius, he only needed to collect martial arts techniques. Once he got the B-level martial art 9 kills gun, it would be sufficient for levels 7 and 8. Furthermore, he was very much looking forward to what new changes would occur when 9 kills gun fused with layered wave force. While thinking, he casually asked Han Yenling, Xiao Han, besides the university, what other channels are there to enter the underground secret realm? Han Yenling's beautiful eyes brightened. Right, how could she forget about this? The Han family had a small secret realm. Although it wasn't fully developed, a safe area had already been established inside. The density of spiritual energy was extremely high. She and her younger siblings often went in to nourish their bodies when the weather stabilized. However, the condition to enter was that one had to be a member of the Han family or a highly loyal servant. But Han Yuer often took the sisters from the family into the secret realm to soak in the spiritual energy hot springs, and in exchange, she would visit other families' secret realms for leisure. Of course, she had that right too. In the past, without friends, she had overlooked this matter. Now, she was fully qualified to bring people in. Moreover, as a reborn person, she knew several places within the secret realm that had good yields, just right for harvesting in advance. Why not take advantage of her own resources? This was something her mother couldn't control. At most, she would take a portion of the harvest. Unfortunately, at this time, she didn't have a spatial ring, otherwise, the gains would be even greater. It could also serve as a means to counter her mother. Su Chen could also take this opportunity to absorb more spiritual energy inside. By the way, he could look for a precious material to improve his talent. We have a secret realm at home, but there are conditions, Han Yenling said after a moment of thought. Su Chen's heart stirred at this, and he patted his chest confidently, saying, what conditions? Does it cost money? He wasn't short on cash now. With the help of Lingxin, could he still lose out on a trip? It doesn't cost money, but you must be a member of the Han family. Han Yenling's face flushed slightly, as if touched by the afterglow of a sunset. You can enter if you want, I'll just say you're my friend. Su Chen fell silent. Confusion filled his mind. What level of friendship could qualify one as a member of the Han family? Wasn't it a bit too much to sacrifice for strength? But a man must pay something. He decided to endure it for now. Alright then, I'll leave this to you. There will be a generous reward once it's done. Su Chen clasped his hands together. He was ready to urge Han Yenling to get out of the car. How could he leave her here? If he delayed any longer, he would have to carry half an hour's worth of strengthening techniques back home. Wasn't that a waste of time? Han Yenling didn't move, blinking her thick eyelashes as she looked at Su Chen. She could tell he wanted to leave, but she didn't want him to go. Because, after all, his duties as her manager for today were not yet complete. She had practiced martial arts at home for an entire day. Her legs were sore. Although she hadn't lost her martial arts experience after being reborn, many movements couldn't just be used because you knew them. This period of adjustment was extremely important. What to do now? Suddenly, she couldn't find the words. Could a good friend be ordered around at will? Waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Late at night, Su-chan returned to the apartment in the Martial Artist Guild building. Holding 2 4th-tier spirit crystals, he faced the wall and silently meditated for an hour. Although he had 6 4th-tier spirit crystals, if he took them all out, the nearby spirit energy concentration would surge, easily attracting the attention of nearby martial artists. He could only maintain this concentration for now. Under the stimulation of the 2 4th-tier spirit crystals, his internal spirit energy rapidly increased. This was the enhancement effect of high-tier spirit crystals on him. However, it was still far from enough. Su-chan planned to create a training pod tomorrow, specifically for his own cultivation. During his rest, he glanced at the Martial Artist Guild app. It was filled with content related to the second round of the masked martial artist competition, Cave Escape. The hottest posts were all predictions. Flame Gun top 3 probability 78%, analysis as follows. Mad Legs ranked first this round, detailed data as shown in historical performance, explosive boxer makes a strong comeback, possibly the strongest dark horse this year. Su-chan looked at them. The analyses were thorough, based on the materials submitted by the contestants, time spent, and physical combat talent predictions. Quite professional. At that moment, he saw a post related to himself. How long can the delivery guy maintain first place? Challenge post. Su-chan was curious and clicked in to take a look. Post 1. The challenge rules are as follows. Predict how long the delivery guy can maintain first place on the leaderboard. The closer the time, the winner will receive a certain amount of martial artist guild points. Su-chan guessed this was some sort of marketing tactic. No matter who became first, similar posts would appear. As he scrolled down, he found many talents. Post 2, 3 seconds. Post 3, 1 minute. Post 4, 1 minute and a half. Post 248, 4 hours. Challenge successful. Post 249, damn, I was so close. Post 250, I'm 250, oh yeah. Post 251, curious, why aren't their points increasing much? Goodness, do they not trust themselves this much? What started as a decent post had turned into a timer. The later posts became discussions about the cave points not increasing. Various speculations were rampant. Some said it was due to a cave collapse, burying all the contestants. Others said it was a collective rampage of the fierce beasts. The most outrageous speculation was that a ferocious beast had dug a hole and collectively escaped. Someone even emphasized that among the third-tier ferocious beasts, there was a type known as the ferocious tusked wild boar, which had an exceptionally strong digging ability. This made the originally absurd speculation significantly more credible. Even the official Martial Artist Guild got involved, claiming it might be due to a brief signal delay. They were actively investigating the malfunction. Inside the cave, the leaders of several teams of martial artists gathered together. Mad Leg, your team has more experience with ferocious beasts. Have you found any third-tier beasts over there? Asked a small leader from one team. No, we haven't encountered any all afternoon and evening. This damned fog, Selena said anxiously. Behind her, Chen Fan looked pale, still holding on for her dream. Aside from bloodbats, we haven't seen a single other ferocious beast, said Hunter, his voice low, his teaching dream shattered. The flame gun also approached. This isn't working. I suggest we spread out to search. His suggestion had some effect. Some third-tier ferocious beasts were clever and good at hiding. When martial artists huddled together, they might avoid them from a distance. But doing so meant the masked martial artists faced the threat of ferocious beasts again. Especially the third-tier beast lurking deep in the fog, the Overlord Lizard. At this moment, the concerns of everyone in the cave were truly unnecessary. The Overlord Lizard was quietly lying in Su-chen's spatial ring. Su-chen knew that this batch of ferocious beast materials definitely couldn't be sold or traded in the Martial Artist Guild of the Hua domain. That would be exposing himself. What kind of behavior was this? It was typical home invasion behavior. He didn't believe the Martial Artist Guild would be so kind. If things went wrong, this group of aristocratic organizations might even capture him for research. Let's play it cool first. He replied on the forum using the delivery guy's disguise. I'm a delivery guy. The cave is too difficult. It's a life and death situation. I'm thinking of giving up in the third round. His comment instantly sparked heated discussions among netizens. Some even moved his post to the competition's live broadcast room. The delivery guy wants to withdraw? Everyone go check it out. The cave is actually very hard. It's normal for points to increase slowly. Think about it, martial artists aren't Iron Men, they need rest too. Exactly, how could my flame gun lose? Let's pray for the martial artists in our hearts. May the delivery guy's reputation improve. The delivery guy's official remarks were also noticed by internal staff from the Dragon Palace and others. On the big screen, the delivery guy's success rate of advancing to the top 8 dropped by another 10 percentage points, leaving only 5%. This made the Dragon Palace breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. This is great. As long as this kid doesn't make it to the third round, the more than 30 billion in bets for the competition is secure. Later, they would sell off the Blood Demon Cave. He would have enough money for that high-level spirit crystal. The sale would be officially stated as Hua Domain and Eagle Domain collaborating to develop and research small caves. Our Dragon Palace is indeed genius, worthy of the former masked martial artist codename, Long Out Yen. How is the preparation for the third round going? He smiled, looking at the new secretary. Xiao Wu. Report, Dragon General, everything is ready. The venue has been completely relayed out. Good, the surveillance equipment in that room must be adjusted properly. Don't forget the safe house. Long Palace nodded in satisfaction. The raccoon cat plan had gone smoothly these past few years, otherwise he wouldn't have accumulated wealth so quickly. The next day, Su Chen hid in his apartment during the day to cultivate. He used his points to exchange for some materials that shielded spiritual energy. He used a full 6 square meters of materials to create a small cultivation pod. The extra space held an oxygen tank and a waste gas collector. There was no choice. In a relatively sealed space, he had to consider the pressure balance issue. He filled the inside with spirit crystals, allowing the spiritual energy density to reach its limit. At an ultra-high absorption rate of the body, the spiritual energy rapidly increased at a rate of a little every few minutes. During his training, Su Chen was not idle. He attempted to integrate the wave stacking technique into his movement martial arts. However, he found himself making no progress. No, I seem to be overthinking this. After several attempts, he hit a bottleneck. He realized that the wave stacking technique might be more easily adapted to palm and fist techniques, but reproducing the 12-fold amplification in weapon martial arts was nearly impossible. The combination of the wave stacking technique and swordsmanship reached its limit around 6-fold, which was also the reason why his swordsmanship was only at a minor achievement. Su Chen had no choice but to stop his training and use his martial artist privileges to begin reviewing a large amount of data. Sure enough, in a publicly available database for martial artists, he discovered secrets he had never known before. Let's take a look at this paper, The Origin of C-Class Martial Technique, Wave Stacking Palm. Su Chen quickly opened the document, like a diligent student, greedily absorbing knowledge. As we all know, the reason it is offered for free in high schools is that the creator of the martial technique is not an individual. Several hundred years ago, when spiritual energy first revived, scientists proposed a hypothesis. When the new human species of martial artists emerged, basic science was still trying to integrate the spiritual energy system. There were several well-known research projects. 1. The enhancement of strength by spiritual energy. 2. The evolution of human innate abilities. 3. The limits of martial artist lifespan. Su Chen couldn't help but admire the research spirit of these scientists. It seemed that when spiritual energy first erupted, humanity was united with a strong sense of cohesion. They had achieved many brilliant feats in resisting the early beast tides. However, in recent years, with less pressure from beast tides, humanity had instead been on a downward slope. Su Chen shook his head and continued reading. At that time, several top physicists focused primarily on the first item. They concentrated their efforts and resources, exhausting their intellect, and finally calculated a formula. Unified spiritual energy theory. This meant compressing the density of spiritual energy and then concentrating it for an explosive release capable of multiplying strength, with the theoretical maximum being 12 times. However, this theory encountered obstacles in application. The human body was too fragile. Even high-level martial artists faced a certain risk of bodily explosion after spiritual energy compression. Moreover, the most critical point was theories are usually correct and straightforward. But the human body is complex, and each person's tolerance for spiritual energy varies. Therefore, mastering the compression and application of spiritual energy requires meeting 2 conditions. 1. One's physical quality must be exceptionally strong. 2. One must have a high level of mastery over their body. Such individuals were virtually non-existent. In that era, martial artists also shone brilliantly in battles against ferocious beasts, with generations of talented martial artists emerging. They created more practical and simpler martial techniques. Ultimately, after more than a decade of experiments and countless failures by martial artists, the theory was integrated into a martial art in the Huayu region that emphasized force application and explosive techniques. Other regions had similar techniques, but due to their high failure rates, they were no longer taught, as too many students reported it was a waste of time. Su Chen realized why those noble students scoffed at it. No one practiced it. If it weren't for his Omega level, spirit heart, talent, enhancing his physical quality, he probably wouldn't be able to use this martial technique either. The principle of the wave stacking technique turned out to be compression and explosion. Su Chen began to practice continuously. In his apartment, simplifying the complex, abandoning the distractions brought by palm techniques, and rethinking the essence of power application. Time flew by silently. Finally, in a moment of inspiration, he heard a notification. Ding! Detected that the host has learned the martial technique X-Class Unified Force Wave Perfect Level. Su Chen was taken aback. Master, what level is this? Beat. X-Class is a racial technique. Master, what? Levels are above X-Class? Su Chen speculated that his privileges should have increased since becoming a martial artist. The levels he didn't know before might now be accessible. Beep, X level, racial skill, Y level, alien skill, Z level, special species skill, Omega level, unique skill. Su Chen finally understood. It turns out there are so many divisions above SSS level. The location of Blue Star, most likely too remote. Probably just a small tribe in the universe? Forget it. He didn't want to think about that now. Rapid cultivation was the way to go. The Masked Warrior competition still had a third round, so he needed to secure first place first. Awesome. The feeling of surging spiritual energy was simply wonderful. Su Chen was immersed in the process of becoming stronger. He could sense that every bit of spiritual energy was nourishing his body, slowly transforming his physical qualities. Who said Omega level talent wasn't strong? It was explosively powerful, okay? After the spiritual energy value reached 5,000/10,000, his speed began to slow down. But Su Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth under the oxygen mask. He took out a few third-level spirit crystals. Not enough spiritual energy? Sorry, I have plenty of spirit crystals. In the cultivation chamber he built himself, there would still be a small amount of spiritual energy leaking out. It couldn't be completely sealed like a spirit crystal box, but as long as most of the spiritual energy fluctuations were blocked, that was enough for him. Time had also reached the end of the second round of the Masked Warrior competition. At this moment, in the Blood Demon Cave of the underground, an unprecedented riot was occurring. A swarm of bloodbats surged towards the Masked Warriors hiding at the cave entrance. Damn it, hurry up, we have to get out. A hint of fear leaked from Selena's voice beneath her mask. Let's go, this competition is too strange, we can only accept our fate. The flame gun glanced at the leaderboard, finding himself in 5th place. Although he had advanced, his ranking was not ideal. I'll withdraw first, you all do as you please. Most of the Masked Warriors, seeing this, hurriedly recorded the materials of a few bloodbats before leaving the cave. Everyone, don't forget to keep your stories straight. Okay. In the distance, several screams were heard. Those were a few greedy Masked Warriors who wanted to make one last effort, only to meet their end at the mouths of the bloodbats. It seemed to be the team hunting brother. The results of this round of the competition were extremely distorted. Among the top 8 contestants, several unknown warriors appeared, because in the last 8 hours, everyone had been hunting solitary bloodbats. There were so many bloodbats here. Hunting more than 10 third-level ferocious beasts was difficult, but killing dozens of second-level bloodbats was still easy. Going berserk? As long as you kill fast and run fast, there's a chance to advance. Ultimately, this triggered the collective awakening of the bloodbats. The competition time had not yet ended, but a large number of warriors had already appeared outside the cave. Each one looked dirty and disheveled. Damn it, what a ridiculous competition. I'm never participating again. A bunch of useless materials wasted my effort. Withdrawing to stay safe. Damn it, ferocious beasts are really hard to find. What a joke. The drone interview microphone paused in front of each warrior for a few seconds, but all it collected were complaints. As the last surviving Masked Warrior rushed out of the cave, the leaderboard for the second round of the competition was completely fixed. The audience was collectively dumbfounded. Why didn't the flame gun make it into the top 3? Why did he only kill bloodbats in the end? Not just him, everyone ended up with bloodbats. My bet is gone, see you on the rooftop. At least Crazy Legs is first, I still have hope. Why is the second place the delivery guy? Didn't he withdraw early? He didn't withdraw, he just left the cave early. I'm back to my youth. The expert didn't lie to us, he really is in the top 8. The expert is still submitting resumes now. In the Warrior Guild building, underground, 88th floor, a deathly silence reigned. The second round of the competition had ended. In the remaining 5 hours, Long Gong remained silent. He kept a close watch on the delivery guy's advancement rate on the screen. When there were only 6 surviving Masked Warriors left in the cave, the delivery guy's promotion rate jumped from 5% to 100%. This number seemed to leap out from the screen, transforming into a massive hand that slapped fiercely across Long Gong's face. Long Gong's complexion turned pale. Why? It shouldn't be like this. What about the Tier 3 ferocious beasts? What about the Overlord Lizard? Why are you all killing bloodbats? Have the Tier 3 ferocious beasts in the cave all run away? Some caves have multiple entrances, but the Blood Demon Cave only has one, right? He wanted to check the situation with Rost, only to realize he had already chased him away. He could only send in the private guard reserve to take a look. These people were low-tier elites he had personally funded. Although their strength hadn't reached Tier 4, their talents were decent. You guys go in and check the situation, try to spread out, and be quick. Long Gong commanded through his phone. He directly ignored the inquiries from several members of the Federal Organizing Committee. There was no need to think. This time, the masked martial arts competition in Huayu had a rather high death toll. 7 or 8 had died in the second round, causing quite a social upheaval. His palms were drenched in sweat. Half an hour later, the phone screen lit up. Report General Long. There has been a riot of bloodbats in the Blood Demon Cave. Only 1/3 of the brothers have come out, and the specific losses are still being counted.
As a Tier 7 martial artist, Long Gong had never experienced so many emotions in a single day over the years.
From excitement to unease, then to confusion, and finally to anger. Damn it. This group of masked martial artists actually collectively betrayed me. No one mentioned the riot of bloodbats in the Blood Demon Cave? The swarm of bloodbats did not rush out of the spatial crack. The reason was simple, it was not their breeding season, and in the face of high-tier human martial artists, they were still not enough to contend. But a large number of bloodbats were besieging individual Tier 3 humans in the cramped cave. Even wearing combat suits, it was easy to get injured or killed. What a loss. Long Gong's mind was in chaos, things had completely spiraled out of his control. But he wasn't at the point of just sitting back and waiting for death. Special operations team, the third round will start early the day after tomorrow, inject that serum. Xiao Wu, tell the Yi family to increase the funding, saying, there's a big shipment. He planned to finish this job and resign directly. After all, there was only a year and a half left in his term. He had already made enough money. In the Yi family conference room, Patriarch Yi Qingsong and his brother Yi Qingshan were engaged in a heated discussion. Qingshan, this matter must be settled before you return to the army, Yi Qingsong, a Tier 7 powerhouse, said, a gruesome scar stretching from his face down to his neck, a remnant from battles with ferocious beasts in the army years ago. Below his clothing, the scar continued to spread near his lower abdomen. Elder brother, I disagree, the resource expenditure is too high. Yi Wuxuang is just an A-tier talent. Yi Qingshan shook his head in refusal, with another thought unspoken. With Yi Wuxuang's temperament, he simply didn't deserve to enjoy so many resources. It wasn't his foolishness, how could his jade pendant end up in the Han family? He was returning to the army tomorrow, and such a massive investment would strain even the Yi family. Yi Qingsong suddenly took a deep breath. Then he exhaled heavily, you're going back. Tomorrow, this leave was still arranged by the family. Forget it, after retiring, you can be the patriarch. Yi Qingshan was taken aback. After becoming a Tier 4 martial artist, one must serve in the military for 5 years. This was indeed something no one could change. He was an S-tier talent, and becoming a Tier 4 martial artist was only natural. Over the years, there had been many powerful families in the army, and the tasks executed weren't too dangerous. Surviving these 2 years shouldn't be a big problem. But he didn't understand what his elder brother meant. I have 5 wives, but only one son, Yi Wuxuang. Yi Qingshan straightened his back, stood up, and walked step by step to Yi Qingshan. The imposing aura of a Tier 7 powerhouse emanated. Yi Qingshan felt the pressure. His brother had once been a genius. Although retired, his combat power was still formidable. He frowned slightly. Elder brother, you are still young, there's still a chance. No. Yi Qingshan stared directly into Yi Qingshan's eyes, the scar on his face looking particularly menacing. But then, his imposing demeanor relaxed, and his upright posture suddenly slumped. One sentence left Yi Qingshan in shock, Yi Wuxuang is your child. Yi Qingshan boarded the express military vehicle back to the front lines. He truly did not know Yi Wuxuang was his child. Even more absurdly, his brother had known about it since Yi Wuxuang was conceived. His brother had lost his fertility during a confrontation with ferocious beasts. He claimed to have recovered using rare materials from secret realms, but in reality, he had not. Given that, he really had no reason to refuse his brother. After all, no matter how reckless Yi Wuxuang was, he was still his own child. He could only hope that by the time he returned from the military, he would have been disciplined. Damn it. It turned out that the lustful nature was inherited from him. Truly, fate plays tricks. Su Chen was reading the announcement for the third round of the Masked Warrior tournament. It stated that the competition time had been moved up. The battle would commence the day after tomorrow. He first glanced at the list of advancing contestants. First place, Crazy Legs, 700. Second place, Delivery Guy, 675. Third place, Explosive Boxer, 475. Fourth place, Thunder Warwolf, 425. Fifth place, Blazing Gun, 375. Sixth place, Steel Hammer, 300. Seventh place, Phantom Swordsman, 275. Eighth place, Shadow Step Wanderer, 250. Su Chen noticed that the entire page exuded a strong atmosphere, with the title reading, Trial of the Survivors. He briefly skimmed through the rules for the third round and found that the Warrior Guild was indeed full of talent. No wonder they made so much money. There were 2 main rules. First, the 8 advancing contestants would first engage in a 15-minute free battle in the duel hall without protective combat suits, eliminating other contestants. Note, if any contestant is in life-threatening danger, all 8 contestants will be disqualified. Second, after eliminating the powerless contestants, the remaining contestants would enter the back hall to collectively challenge a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Surviving for 30 minutes would count as a successful challenge. Note, if multiple contestants succeed, it will be considered a collective challenge, and there will be no first place in this competition. This meant, either everyone survives together and splits the prize money, or you must overpower the other 7 contestants with absolute strength and then survive for 30 minutes under the attack of a 4th-tier ferocious beast. The difficulty was nearly impossible, but it was also full of variables. No wonder the first place reward was so high.
Moreover, if there was no first place, it meant that the organizing party of the Warrior Guild
would take all the betting money. So this was what they were waiting for. At that moment, Han Yenling suddenly sent a message. The Han family's secret realm application has been approved. Don't be too upset, money can be earned. Again. She certainly knew the rules. She also knew that Blazing Gun was a victim of these rules. He had knocked out 7 contestants with an explosive technique in the last round and chose to challenge the 4th tier ferocious beast, causing a sensation in Huayu. Unfortunately, he did not survive in the end. He was said to be very young and a top-tier wild warrior. Even if she were to be reborn, she couldn't change this situation because the information about masked warriors was absolutely confidential. So even if Su Qin bet on the delivery guy making it to the second round, the outcome would be the same. After all, it was a 4th tier ferocious beast. If she became a 3rd tier warrior, there would still be hope to challenge successfully with her talent. So it was certain that Su Chen would lose money. The real winner was only the Warrior Guild. She wanted to change things, but there was nothing she could do now. After Long Dong stepped down, the rules were changed, but the popularity of the Masked Warrior tournament also declined, eventually fizzling out. Thinking of this, Han Yenling sent another message. Are you coming over tonight? Su Chen took a deep breath and replied, I'm not going, I have something to do. He didn't want to recite scriptures anymore, he just wanted to cultivate, just wanted to become stronger. Han Yenling was not willing to give up. Shouldn't good friends spend time together often? What is it? Do you need help? Su Chen's oxygen mask concentration dropped by another 3 percentage points in an instant. Thanks, but I don't need it. Han Yenling put down her phone, realizing she couldn't practice martial arts again tonight. Annoying. No, she couldn't stop. There was still more than half a month before she would enter Longhua University. She picked up her phone again and searched how to get friends to help you. The first suggestion was, speak up often. Han Yenling thought for a moment and typed a few words. My legs are sore, can you help me? Su Chen first glanced at the system interface. Energy value, 7878/10,000. Then checked the oxygen tank concentration in the cultivation chamber, 2% remaining. He estimated that with this oxygen consumption he wouldn't be able to cultivate for long. He decided to go out and change the oxygen tank, helping out a little on the way. He could afford to waste this little time. As long as his energy value reached 9,995 before the competition, it would be enough. Su Chen replied, I'll go change an oxygen tank first, and I'll stop by on the way. Han Yenling nodded. Although she didn't know why Su Chen was changing the oxygen tank, she still planned to change into sportswear to practice in the underground martial arts room. She knew Su Chen lived in the Martial Artist Guild building. To confirm his exact arrival time, she specifically downloaded the Daga map. Search, nearby oxygen station. Result, 300 kilometers from Han's. Search, martial artist Guild building. Result, 30 kilometers from Han's. Han Yenling? This doesn't seem to be on the way. Should I tell him? The light shuttle motorcycle should be pretty fast, right? The next evening, Su Chen hurried back to the Martial Artist Guild building. Han Yenling's martial arts skills were improving quickly. He helped her adjust her muscle positions, and fortunately, he wore a mask this time. Otherwise, it would have been easy to miss the 3rd round of the masked martial artist competition. After a night of cultivation, he completed his cultivation goal in the chamber, successfully reaching an energy value of 9995/10,000. He knew that after becoming a Tier 4 martial artist, the energy within him would be abundant and easily detectable by instruments. Therefore, many places had screening devices for martial artists above Tier 4. This was also designed to prevent someone from becoming a Tier 4 martial artist and not joining the military. Once discovered for not reporting their Tier 4 advancement, they would be sent directly to the military's death squad. However, the scientist who invented this device met with misfortune as a result. To this day, the murderer has not been found, and the Federal Martial Control Bureau casually found 2 scapegoats. Su Chen stored the remaining spirit crystals. Dozens of Tier 3 spirit crystals had already lost their luster, releasing a large amount of energy for his cultivation under his violent stimulation. The 2 Tier 4 spirit crystals had also faded significantly. This method of enhancing energy could be considered top-tier wasteful behavior. The same amount of energy, if absorbed slowly, could produce multiple Tier 4 martial artists. But Su Chen didn't care at all. He got up, changed his clothes, and headed to the underground 108th floor of the Martial Artist Guild building. This was the lowest level of the building, housing high-level ferocious beasts. It was also the venue for the 3rd round of the competition. Outside the elevator were heavy alloy doors and cold alloy walls, with the low growls of ferocious beasts and the occasional sound of dragging chains echoing in the corridor. The air was filled with the stench of beasts, making the place feel oppressive and dangerous. Su Chen was the 5th to arrive. The spacious venue was surrounded by various cameras. This year's masked martial artist competition's grandeur and various incidents attracted even those who usually didn't watch competitions. The broadcasting rights were sold to Huayu for the first time. Audiences with different accents also poured in. Oh my god, I love that blonde long-legged girl. Private Marseille, I prefer that short-haired girl, she's so cute. Heavy. Hammer Appa, I'm cheering for your muscles. The wait was short and all 8 participating warriors had gathered. The tension in the air gradually intensified with the referee's words, "Congratulations to all of you for making it this far. At this moment, you are competitors. But in the next moment, you are partners side by side. Confrontation or cooperation, the choice is in your hands. Remember, the prize money is inversely proportional to the number of survivors. Survivor's trial. Now, let's begin." As the voice faded in the alloy hall, all masked warriors present entered a state of combat. The atmosphere inside and outside the arena reached a fever pitch. The most excited were the viewers in the live broadcast room. This moment was often the most anticipated. The professional host also began to comment. "Wang Duoxiao, you have hosted many competitions, how do you evaluate this year's third round of the Survivor qualification battle?" A professional voice came from a female commentator. Wang Duoxiao adjusted his glasses. "This year's situation is unclear, but based on expert combat assessments, I still have more faith in the 3 contestants: Flame Gun, Crazy Legs, and Explosive Fist. What about the delivery guy?" Many viewers from the outer realm are optimistic about him after watching the replay. "I had the fortune to participate in the delivery guy's match. Although I don't understand his explosive techniques, I believe he will achieve good results this year as well." Wang Duoxiao broke out in a slight cold sweat. His partner really had a knack for bringing up the wrong topic. They both should have received the notice from Longgong to downplay the delivery guy's image. Wang Duoxiao wasn't a fool. He could feel the delivery guy's strength and dominance more than the other viewers, but he couldn't ignore the boss's words. If he spoke out and the delivery guy ended up with good results, he feared he would be bombarded by the audience and driven off the internet after the commentary. So he could only play it safe for now. "Oh, I have a different opinion. I believe the delivery guy has at least a top 4 potential this year." Female commentator Yu Shuang revealed a confident smile. As the beauty of the commentary world, she naturally had her own channels. She already knew that Longgong was about to take action. The power struggle for the position of the guild president had already begun to stir, and she had long since taken her position. Then let's look forward to his performance. The first to act is the Phantom Swordsman, who activates his talent and disappears from everyone's sight. Crazy Legs has already struck. Her chosen opponent is Steel Heavy Hammer. It's a clash of agility and strength. Is her performance a bit too hasty? With the commentator's words, fierce battles began in the underground alloy hall. Selena was indeed anxious, directly challenging. Steel Heavy Hammer was also a last resort. It was the choice that consumed the most stamina but had the lowest probability of injury, because she had to ensure her advancement to the next round. Chen Fan's injuries were worse than they had imagined. If this competition couldn't secure prize money to help Chen Fan, he might end up crippled. She was sentimental but not cold-blooded. She knew very well how good Chen Fan was to her. He indulged her infidelity and also tolerated her arrogance. But the Rattlesnake Mercenary Corps could do without her, but not without Chen Fan. She had a clear understanding of her own abilities. This second round of the underground competition was for her dream of becoming famous. She regretted it deeply. If it weren't for her greed and reckless commands, Chen Fan would definitely not have been injured. Damn it, if she couldn't win the championship this time, she would enlist the Explosive Fist Pon Lily chose Shadow Step Wanderer as her opponent. It was a battle of footwork. She rushed to visit her teacher as soon as she emerged from the underground, but her characteristics were too obvious. The underground gang's usury forces exploited contract loopholes to raise the repayment amount. Those few spirit crystals of hers were merely a drop in the bucket. Without the prize distribution, she would gain nothing and could only enlist in the military for a chance. The wheel of fate rolls on as usual, and many people's choices ultimately return to that eternal river of time. But the calm surface of the river will always stir up some waves, causing ripples. For instance, the flame gun, Burning Sky. At this moment, his ally gun was thirsting for action, needing only a strong opponent to express the repression within. He could not accept being fifth in the second round. He came from a family of martial artists, but after the revival of spiritual energy, not a single person in his family had achieved a talent above D grade until his generation. If it weren't for their significant contributions to the Federation in martial arts heritage, their family tree would have been severed for several generations. It's quite laughable. The 9-kill gun is their family's combat technique that combines gunplay with spiritual energy. His birth finally brought a turning point to the stagnant Feng family. At 5, he was measured for his bone structure. His arm span was longer than that of ordinary children. The Feng family knew he was a rare talent for gun practice that comes once in hundreds of years. Thus, Feng Tian began practicing martial arts at 5, touched a gun at 10, and displayed exceptional gun sense, living up to everyone's expectations. All existing members of the Feng family voluntarily contributed 20% of their monthly salaries to supply Feng Tian with blood energy pills. Yet even so, when Feng Tian turned 18, he still could not obtain the opportunity for talent awakening testing. But he knew he would definitely awaken a high-level talent. Sure enough, a year later, he successfully advanced to a martial artist.
Through his own exploration and research, he speculated that it was
B-grade talent in arm strength.
this talent, for others, meant power and explosiveness, but for him, it was a talent tailor-made for gunplay. He joined a mercenary group and exchanged for spiral gun techniques.
While hunting alone
in the wild, he accidentally stumbled into a small secret realm and harvested 2 third-grade spirit crystals. Absorbing the spirit crystals propelled him to a third-grade martial artist. Using his remaining money, he exchanged
for an alloy spear.
He participated in the masked martial artist tournament, where he lacked nothing in foundation, talent, and opportunity. After being nameless for over 20 years, it was all for this moment.
With his gun, he would interpret his path. I am the true son of destiny.
With a thrust of the long gun, he directly pointed at the yellow figure in the arena.
Come on, knife brother. Let's see if your knife is faster or my gun is stronger.
At the moment Feng Tian moved, the Thunder Warwolf beside Su Chen felt a sudden lightness and pressure, stepping back a few paces to search for the ghost swordsman who had just vanished from sight.
Don't be fooled by his imposing codename. His pressure was indeed immense.
His promotion had been filled with surprises. In the previous round, he had coincidentally encountered a half-damaged third-grade beast, likely having fought with other beasts or
escaped from other martial artists. It took a lot of effort to kill it.
After that, he focused on killing blood bats, thinking it would be good enough to gather some materials.
Unexpectedly, he struck lucky. He inexplicably leveled up. His family was overjoyed. In this survivor competition, they asked him to just play casually and absolutely avoid fighting with 4th-grade beasts.
Thinking of this, he felt a sense of peace. The support of his family was his greatest assurance. At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears. I am the ghost swordsman. Let's not really fight. Let's secure our place in the next round.
The ghost swordsman's experience was quite similar to
that of the Thunder Warwolf. Relying on the talent of the Shadow Cat, he had killed quite a few bloodbats in the cave. As for the third-grade beast, he couldn't cut through it. The E-grade alloy longsword he held in his
arms during the last round was still borrowed.
In the current situation, typically after a clash between strong opponents, physical stamina would be greatly depleted.
As long as the remaining participants were in good condition, they would all enter the next round.
The Thunder Warwolf felt a stir in his heart. The ghost swordsman's suggestion intrigued him. If both of them remained unscathed, as long as there were enough martial artists entering the next round, the pressure from the 4th-grade beasts wouldn't be so great. Splitting the 1 billion prize money sounded truly like a step to the sky. The Thunder Warwolf nodded slightly, unleashing his D-grade talent. Electric Catfish, with his hair standing on end,
engaging with the Phantom Swordsman in the air.
His attacks carry a hint of electric attribute, creating quite a spectacle.
The sound of thunder reverberates through the alloy hall.
It ignites the entire live broadcast scene.
Damn! The flame gun is going head-to-head with the delivery guy. The explosive boxer moves so fast. What reaction speed is this? Oh.
I love this Thunder Warwolf. His
hairstyle is so cool. Whistle. The showdown between the ultimate long-legged girl and the explosive muscle man. I could watch it 100 times? Who exactly are you watching? On the 88th floor of the Martial Artists Guild building, Long Palace is not watching the match at this moment.
During the most popular masked martial artist competition, he is handing over work to the thin man sitting opposite him.
The federal order for immediate resignation came faster than he expected. Long Palace, the work from here on out is up to me.
A deep voice that doesn't match his slender frame speaks, the successor Wang Dazue.
He doesn't say his next sentence. The meaning is clear. You can leave. Long Palace nods. The groundwork and tasks have been completed, and what happens next is no longer related to his presence. Since the Federation is unkind, don't blame me for being heartless. After
so many years, the masked martial artist competition has contributed so much in taxes without a hint of gratitude. Fortunately, he had laid out plans early. Otherwise, these 5 years would have been in vain.
The underground
88th floor will only open after the match ends. That's one of the rules of the masked martial artist competition, you understand?
Long Palace adds as a final note. Once he leaves, nothing will concern him anymore. He stands up,
leaving this place he has been for several years,
empty-handed,
because everything he could take has already been placed in the spatial ring.
There won't be any other accidents in the match, right?
Wang Dazue, also a 7th tier powerhouse, just returned from the front lines, couldn't help but ask as he watched Long Palace leave so decisively.
Long Palace stops. Without greed, there are no accidents. His meaning is clear. If they want to survive 30
minutes under the attack of a 4th-tier ferocious beast, those martial artists must assess their own strength gap.
If they want more prize money, they will lose a partner. Money or life? It's all in their own hands. This match can truly be deadly.
Before leaving, he glances at the screen. At this moment, the tip of the flame gun is piercing through the air, aimed at the delivery guy.
Long Palace smiles.
A group of little 3rd-tier martial artists.
Merely tools. What does perfect level matter? The gap in strength is too great. 45 minutes later, everything settles. The true winners are only them. The alloy walls are embedded with high brightness lighting equipment, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The burning heavens move. Immortal points the way, accurately targets Su Chen's brow. The gun tip is like a pure white ray piercing out. The 2-meter-long alloy spear truly deserves the title of king of cold weapons. Su Chen's gaze seems not yet to have met the flame gun. This neglect makes the pride of the flame gun feel as if it is being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Anger burning in his chest, the use of spiral force becomes even more fierce. The rotation creates a sound of wind, as if to tear the air apart. Just when the flame gun thought victory was assured, Su Chen suddenly moved. His figure flickered like a phantom, circling to the side front of the flame gun at an unimaginable speed. The movement is so swift that it is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. So fast. Before the flame gun could recover from its shock, Su Chen had already struck, delivering a powerful knee strike that accurately hit the flame gun's abdomen. This blow was heavy, directly knocking the flame gun to the ground, curling up in pain. Su Chen did not stop, making an assessment in his heart. Just like that, the marksmanship is excellent, but too slow, unable to feed himself any moves. His gaze shifts to the mad legs on the other side. This counts as an acquaintance, so just knock her out. Bang! Suddenly, darkness enveloped Selena, and her last thought was, oh no, I've been ambushed. The steel warhammer saw the mad leg opposite suddenly stumble and fall to the side. Just as he was about to pursue the victory, he noticed a figure appear behind her. He was at a speed disadvantage, and fighting the mad leg was already quite taxing. It seemed a more troublesome opponent than the mad leg had emerged. How to concede, without looking too embarrassed? He swung the warhammer in his hand, letting out a roar, then charged towards Su Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Then, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Clang! The alloy hammer fell to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, his thought was, great, no need to worry about how to concede now. The sound of the hammer hitting the ground finally caught the attention of the other two groups of contestants. To be precise, it was one group, because the Thunder Warwolf and Ghost Swordsman had already stopped, no longer pretending after Su Chen kicked down the flame gun. They had even prepared their lines. Oh dear, heroes emerge from youth. Congratulations, what a pity, the gap in strength is vast. I lost without grievance. Pang Lily's mouth under the mask wore a bitter smile, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Such strong power. Such quick steps. She locked eyes with the Shadow Step rogue opposite her, sharing the same thought, and chose not to give up. Their figures transformed into two afterimages, rushing towards Su Chen together. Each unleashed their talents and signature martial skills: C-level martial skill Explosive Fist, C-level martial skill Shadow / No Holding Back. Bang! Bang! The live stream was silent. The two judges were stunned by this sudden turn of events, momentarily at a loss for words. The barrage was filled with Wang Duoshu had been commentating on masked martial artist competitions for many years and had never encountered such a situation. His brain came to a halt. Yu Shuang had just been pondering how to set a trap for Wang Duoshu. Now she felt her mind was somewhat shriveled. What on earth is happening? How did 5 people just go down? Is this something a tier 3 martial artist can do? Are you sure it's not someone from the Dragon Palace wearing your clothes and coming down personally? On the other side of the screen, the symbols of 8 tier 3 martial artists were still lit up. This indicated that the detection equipment in the arena was functioning properly. All 8 present were tier 3. But is the gap between tier 3 martial artists really this vast? Finally, a voice broke the silence in the livestream. It was the Thunder Warwolf. I concede. Me too, the Ghost Swordsman added, putting down the borrowed alloy sword to show sincerity. Although he could temporarily become invisible using his talent, this ability also had a time limit. He could hide for a minute, but not for 5. The outcome would be the same. Su Chen raised his hand, under the shocked gazes of the two. He made a heart shape with his fingers. Good for you for being sensible. Then he looked up at the camera at the top of the hall. His clear gaze directly met the audience on the other side of the screen, and the barrage of question marks finally turned into utter madness. Oh my god, is this the powerhouse of Huayu? I love you. Delivery guy, Su Kid's heart. Oh, he is my god. So powerful. Huayu tier 3 martial artist killing 7 in 1 minute. In this lifetime, I will only support him. A mere tier 3 martial artist boasting like this? What? Only took 36 seconds. Great god, please accept my knees. Audiences from other domains, having never experienced the public opinion guidance of Huayu, were all exceptionally excited. Finally, commentator Wang Duoshu regained his composure. Hello everyone, let's congratulate the delivery guy for advancing to the final stage of the survivor's trial. Yu Shuang, what do you think? I believe the delivery guy has a very high probability of success in this challenge. Yu Shuang smiled sweetly, her voice filled with excitement. We are about to witness the birth of a new legend. Alright, let's wait and see. Wang Duoshu signaled the director to switch the screen. This script doesn't make sense, does it? Why is it always so brief when hosting the delivery guys competition? All the scene commentary I memorized last night went to waste. Yu Shuang can rely on her looks to make a living, but what about me? Damn it. I need to quickly check my notes to see if there are any phrases about easily crushing opponents or delivering a one-hit kill. In the Han family's underground training room, Han Yenling had just turned on the screen. Her beautiful pupils were filled with shock and confusion. She wanted to see how the flame gun had disappeared, but it really was gone. However, it was completely different from the last life. Where was his explosive power? Didn't he have a signature move called sweeping the 1,000 armies? Why is he lying here? The delivery guy? It seems he wasn't among the top 8 in the last life. I really can't remember, because I didn't pay attention to this competition. Back then, I was also here practicing martial arts every day. No friends, no entertainment. Eroded by loneliness. And this delivery guy is really strong. Strong to the point of being absurd. She kept replaying the video. This speed seems to only be achievable by a level 4 version of herself. Only in the Valkyrie state could she reach such a limit. What kind of talent does he have? It's impossible to tell. After the competition ends, I need to contact Longgong. He must be a top talent. No, I still need to send Su Chen. If the delivery guy really takes first place, then Longgong will most likely resign. Wait, first place? The delivery guy? Doesn't that mean Su Chen is going to get rich? That's great. My only good friend can get rich. That's wonderful. Once my strength improves and I have more channels, I can help him buy many precious materials to enhance his talent. These methods were all developed during the Empress's era in my last life. I can use them on him in advance. Plus, I'll have a reason to invite him over tonight. Just say it's to celebrate. How happy. The delivery guy must do his best. Han Yenling wiped the sweat from her cheeks, and after training, her rosy face looked seriously at the screen. She decided to finish watching this round of the survivor's trial. Longgong had not yet exited the elevator when his phone received a message. The delivery guy has advanced to the final trial stage. But he seemed unfazed, stepping out of the martial artist guild building without looking back at the place he once worked, directly boarding the light shuttle waiting nearby. In the air, only a cold laugh remained. Good luck. Another genius? He. Wait for the surprise I have for you. Savor the despair of earning money but having no life to spend it. The silver-gray alloy door slowly opened, shining coldly under the light, smooth as a mirror. The Thunder Wolf and Shadow Swordsman watched as Su Chen entered. They felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they were well prepared, or they would be like those on the ground, either fainting or convulsing in pain. The pain in his stomach from the flame gun had lessened considerably. After all, Su Chen had held back. The convulsions were his silent tears. He had intended to seize first place and lead the Fan family to a complete turnaround. Unexpectedly, he was kicked down right after firing a shot. He was unwilling but had no way out. He suppressed his voice. It was too embarrassing, and he felt ashamed of his past arrogance. I owe my family for their training. Those younger siblings, because of me, can barely fill their stomachs. Their hopes are all pinned on me. Those grandparents do not have a peaceful old age. They dream of the family regaining its former glory. But in order to improve my strength, I did not use the available resources to significantly improve the lives of my family members. Instead, I rushed to level 3 and challenged the masked martial artist competition. I just hoped to stand out and achieve a complete victory. Fame and fortune combined. Now, everything is shattered. What to do? Participate in the next one? Will the delivery guy still be competing then? After a few more rounds, will there still be such money-making opportunities for someone who has advanced to a 4th-tier warrior? Hold a grudge against Su Chen? He does not. The gap in strength is too great. His arrogance stems from having no rivals, not from foolishness. In this world, blindly establishing enemies does not lead to a long life. Su Chen is not his enemy. Weakness is. But what he does not know is that Su Chen's appearance has changed his doomed fate. At this moment, this trial finally welcomes a new opponent. After entering the alloy gate, Su Chen first looked around. It is hard to imagine that there is such a vast space deep underground. Directly opposite is a dark cave entrance. No need to think, what is imprisoned inside is that 4th-tier ferocious beast. The ceiling, towering over 10 meters high, is adorned with intricate surveillance equipment, every corner precisely illuminated, without a hint of darkness. This is to broadcast images to the viewers in the live stream. However, what truly captures Su Chen's attention are the honeycomb-like small holes all over the alloy walls. Behind each small hole hides a delicate lens, these lenses like countless eyes, quietly observing everything here. Behind the lenses, in the unseen depths, there sit over 100 special VIP spectators, some of whom are the noble ladies and young mistresses of prominent families, while others are the offspring of various powerful figures. In front of each comfortable and luxurious seat is a device that allows VIP spectators to feel the tension and excitement of the battle from a safe distance. It is a completely immersive experience. Yi Xian, your brother crawled out from among the women. How rare. Wang Jiani chuckled, covering her mouth, as she picked a gem-like grape and popped it into her mouth. Yi Xian frowned, seeing Yi Wuxuang not far away. His face flushed as he drank with several young masters. She snorted coldly. Who knows, I wouldn't be surprised if he dies on a woman's belly one day. She had just learned that she was actually Yi Wuxuang's cousin, adopted by Yi Qingsong since childhood. Yesterday, she was suddenly informed of her true identity and she was still struggling to accept it.
This meant she was completely distanced from the core power circle of the Yi family.
Do you think this bracelet looks good? I'll give it to you. A flamboyantly dressed young man knelt beside Han. Trembling as he asked. Get lost, just seeing you annoys me. Gianni, control your brother, don't let him embarrass himself everywhere. At this moment, Han Yuer's expression was not quite right. She saw the delivery guy in the competition arena through the device and felt he looked somewhat familiar. Wang Jiani waved her hand. If he likes kneeling, let him kneel. I'm allergic to dog hair, I don't want to talk to it. My brother has become like this, isn't it all your training? Can't control him at all.
He's already wasted. I suggest Dad delete his account and start over. They could also watch the previous match, but they didn't care who won or lost.
What's so interesting about a bunch of low-tier warriors fighting? It's the upcoming excitement that matters. Moreover, sitting here itself is a reflection of status.
The VIP viewing hall is filled with laughter and clinking glasses. The conversations are not about the upcoming competition, but mostly about business and cooperation. Although the ticket price is 1 million, tickets for big families are gifted by the Dragon Palace.
Only some small families wanting to save face would actually buy them.
Then they would show off their status on social media. In their view, it would be even better if blood could be shed next. At this moment, a special sound suddenly came from the device. It was the cold hardness of metal and the slight whirring of machinery.
Bang! Bang!
A fourth-tier ferocious beast slowly walked out from the dark cave.
The moment its fierce form appeared, even the VIP box fell into a moment of silence.
It was actually a fourth-tier ferocious beast, blue-toothed wound dragon. The lights at the top of the hall were all focused on this massive figure. The fourth-tier ferocious beast, the blue-toothed wounded dragon, stood over 5 meters tall with a dinosaur-like body. Its entire body was covered in thick, rough scales, a deep blue interspersed with fierce silver patterns, and its teeth were sharp like spear tips, each movement causing a slight tremor in
the ground. Due to long-term confinement, its crystalline blue eyes were bloodshot.
It scanned the surroundings, capturing every dynamic of the environment.
Its huge nostrils expanded and contracted continuously, sniffing the air. It loved the scent of human fear and sweat, which excited it even more. Drip, drip.
Saliva dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth because it had been hungry for a full 3 days. Even from behind the screen, its appearance and the camera's deliberate focus sent waves of panic through the live stream audience.
Daddy, I'm scared. What is this thing? Is there a knowledgeable expert who can explain this? It's so damn terrifying. Can a human even fight this?
The blue-toothed wounded dragon, a main force in the flood of ferocious beasts in the Blue Star, possesses super high intelligence and extreme speed. My suggestion is to withdraw from the competition.
You don't know? The last round doesn't allow withdrawals. Crying, my appa.
If he's gone wah wah wah, many new fans of the delivery guy in the livestream were completely engulfed in despair. This guy was a
4th-tier ferocious beast. Alone, without combat gear, could he survive for 30 minutes? Surviving for even 3 minutes would be a miracle, okay?
The Federal Management Bureau received numerous complaints, with enthusiastic viewers starting to accuse the masked warrior competition of deliberately concealing information about the ferocious beasts, leading the warriors to their deaths. Wang Dachui had barely settled into his seat when he was met with a barrage
of scolding. What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be for research in the scientific laboratory? How did it end up at the competition site? Report, boss, I don't know. Wang Dachui was about to express his innocence when the voice on the other end of the phone interrupted. I don't care, stop the competition immediately.
Wang Dachui was speechless. He had really taken on a huge burden and shouldn't have accepted this mess. Boss, the masked
warrior competition entered that room, and it must be opened after 45 minutes.
However, the Dragon Palace said that the safe house inside can be used after 30 minutes, Wang Dachui explained, as he had just learned of this regulation, which was written in the system, and no one could change it once the competition started. Get lost. If it can survive for 30 minutes, be prepared to control the public opinion, cite the person on the other end
of the phone also knew that the situation wasn't Wang Dachui's fault and could only seek to minimize the impact. However, the broadcasting rights had been sold to the outer domain. Controlling the Huayu region was one thing, but could they control the outer domain? Difficult.
The Dragon Palace had really left a mess. Wang Dachui was also quite troubled. He had just seen the rewards for this competition, and the Warrior Guild was a semi-civilian organization, with points and bonuses coming out of their own pockets. The B-level 9-kill gun was actually a gimmick created by the Dragon Palace, funded by a loan from the Federation, but the rewards had already been posted.
If the delivery guy won, the Warrior Guild would suffer greatly.
If the delivery guy failed, the Warrior Guild would be demoralized, leading to a public relations crisis. It was a tough situation. Wang Dachui rubbed his head. Usually meticulous, he didn't know how to resolve this, so he decided to see how to get through these 30 minutes first. Manager Wu, contact the publicity department.
Once the delivery guy dies, send out the prepared apology statement.
Wang Dachui waved his hand, calling over the secretary, Xiao Wu, who was standing nearby.
Ah, okay, President Wang.
Xiao Wu had just started her job for a day and had already changed leaders, leaving her quite bewildered.
She didn't even know her boss's preferences. How was she supposed to carry out this work? By the way, remember to change your clothes. My family's 6th tier warrior, you know what I mean. Wang Dachui casually hinted, as this girl had a clean background. Looking closely, there were indeed some inappropriate thoughts. The stockings were too thin, the skirt too short, and the top too scant. It needed some adjustment. Alright, Mr. Wang. In the VIP box that Wang Dachui had yet to understand. These aristocratic families were truly ecstatic, especially the paying audience from these smaller families. Damn, this time, it was really worth the ticket price. This ferocious beast, just look at its skin and teeth. It was so thrilling, exciting. Bloodshed was imminent. Hee hee, darling, doesn't this look thrilling? A pale-faced young master was hugging a brightly dressed little beauty, taking advantage of the moment when the girl was scared by the blue-toothed dragon. He was getting handsy. He was a young master from a small family named Zhoukong. His family was in the construction business, and thanks to connections, they made quite a bit of money. People in the circle called him wife guy because all the beautiful women he played with would call him husband. Once he got bored, he would switch to someone else. The little girl was genuinely terrified. She was a small-time streamer who had come out to play with the top supporter. She had intended to post on social media, but this was her first time seeing a tier 4 ferocious beast. In this VIP viewing hall, watching the ferocious beast felt like being right there in the thick of it. As she saw the beast charging towards the delivery guy in the arena, she finally lost control and screamed, "Ah!" Accompanied by this scream filled with atmosphere, the blue-toothed dragon charged towards Suchen like a madman. It wanted to tear this human apart completely. Food was scarce, but even the smallest piece was still meat. Thud, thud, thud. Its black claws scratched the hard alloy floor, leaving marks. Roar, ha, this food has been scared silly, just standing there waiting for me to enjoy. Su Chen did not draw his knife. He was contemplating a question he had overlooked, the competition. Rule stated that under the attack of this tier 4 ferocious beast, one must survive for 30 minutes. If I kill it, does that count as breaking the rules? What if the competition officials think I exploited a loophole and don't reward me? This round must be steady. Since that's the case, Su Chen's eyes sparkled. He activated Serious Perfect Level Lingbo Step. Amidst the gasps of the audience outside, in the eyes of the excited children of the powerful, in the VIP viewing hall, in the hungry pupils and gaping mouth of the blue-toothed dragon, that iconic flash of yellow vanished in an instant. Crack! The blue-toothed dragon bit into the air. Then, it tried to chew a couple of times. No taste. Strange. Where's the food? It looked around but saw nothing. The large nostrils still caught the lingering scent in the air. It hadn't eaten anything just now, because its stomach was still very hungry. Many viewers in the live broadcast room had just closed their eyes or covered their children's eyes to avoid seeing the bloody scene. But when they opened their eyes again, they only saw a screen full of question marks. Swallowed it whole? Didn't see clearly. The blue-toothed dragon's mouth is so big, it didn't chew at all? Didn't see any blood. Myapa, woo woo woo. Their confusion and misunderstanding were because the camera hadn't switched yet. It had only given a close-up of the blue-toothed dragon's mouth. Only the people in the VIP viewing hall saw the truth. It was silent here, everyone's mouth's agape, because beneath the massive tail that the blue-toothed dragon used to balance its body, there was a familiar figure. It was Su Chin. He's dead, darling, don't look anymore. Zhou Tsong was still comforting his new wife. The little girl, however, was trembling and pointing at the screen saying, "Brother, he's not dead, he's behind, look." Zhou Tsong swallowed hard. Despite his lecherous demeanor, he was also timid. He hadn't dared to look at the center of the arena. To him, this kind of competition was as thrilling as watching a horror movie. If it weren't for wanting to win over this little streamer, he wouldn't have come to suffer this. But the girl made him look, and he braced himself to take a glance. Sure enough, he saw the delivery guy standing behind the blue-toothed wounded dragon. At that moment, the cameras in the hall finally captured Su Chen's figure, allowing the viewers in the livestream to breathe a sigh of relief. The delivery guy really has great agility. I couldn't even see clearly. Don't say you. The camera couldn't see it either. Is this the true skill of the delivery guy from Huayu? Incredible. Let's recite his signature. The speed is unbelievable. It's simply a miracle. Truly a damn miracle. Speed is indeed an advantage. I won't call my husband that anymore. The blue-toothed wounded dragon was still hungry and very angry. Its nostrils flared, and its sensitivity to human sense made it realize that the little bug had seemingly escaped just now, and it was still nearby. Where? Turn around. Nothing. Turn. Still nothing. Huff huff. White air streamed out from its nostrils. Its patience was limited. Having been captured for so long, this felt like a brief moment of freedom. Long-term confinement had driven it to the brink of madness. It began to run in circles in the open space, roaring. Its claws flailed about unconsciously. But it found nothing. Where are the people? Time ticked by, and its agitation gradually escalated. Perhaps it was also related to the injection it received before being released. The blue vertical pupils were filled with dense blood vessels. Suchin walked leisurely, staying hidden in the blind spot behind the blue-toothed wounded dragon. He even dug at his ears. This guy was really noisy. Couldn't you just lie there quietly for 30 minutes? You could live a little longer. I could reap rewards in bets. What is this? A top-tier win-win. However, the current issue wasn't too big, it was just a bit hard on the soles of my shoes. Anyway, after this match, I would have to change all my gear to avoid being tracked. Half the time had already passed. The blue-toothed wounded dragon had found nothing. The paying audience in the VIP hall also sensed something was off. We've been watching for ages. Besides seeing you dig in your ears, it's just you playing with your hair. Where's the promised battle? This final trial isn't the masked warrior's dance of despair. The last brilliance of life, right? Just this? 1 million? What's the difference from watching the live stream outside? Total loss. Hanuer was also watching. She wasn't a warrior yet, but her precocious mind thought, "You Lu Ji." Added in red and bold, "My sister is always right." Added a new line, "My sister's people are always the best." Snatching it means gaining it. Her sister could casually find a butler. Not only was he handsome, but he also knew how to massage and understood gourmet food with a sharp eye. The delivery guy really had a chance to win. No, it was a 100% chance of winning. Ridiculous. My sister is really ridiculous. Is she a reincarnated prophet? How can I waver in my thoughts? That Suchen must be snatched. Snatch it with all my might. Hey, where did your brother go? Wang Jiani suddenly asked Yi Xian. She had just been looking for her brother but didn't see the conspicuous figure of Yi Wushwang in the crowd. I don't know, I suggest you focus on the hidden corners. You might see something more exciting. Yi Xian casually complained. This competition was so boring, it was better to hide at home and watch a horror movie surrounded by 10 bodyguards. Perhaps it was too dull. The commentary finally reconnected. Yushuang, congratulations on your sharp eye. The delivery guy really showcased a different style of a warrior, with astonishing speed in the final segment. Wang Duoxiao knew he had been too unprepared this time. As a professional host, he had just gathered 10 brilliant comments about the instant kill. And then, not a single one was used. Hee, the delivery guy's ease shows us the true strength of human warriors. It's truly a case of winning without fighting. Yushuang was at a loss for words. There was no need for explanation in this segment. Because, theoretically, the competition was quite thrilling. In past challenges, who hadn't ended up missing an arm or a leg, facing peril at every turn? Those who failed the challenge also fled in disgrace, ultimately meeting their end at the hands of ferocious beasts. The commentary for the final round was indeed highly controversial. Speaking too much would belittle their own human warriors, while saying too little would result in insufficient information. Both of them were ready to clock out when they were suddenly called back, being told the match was too boring. They could only make small talk to fill the silence. Finally, the time reached the 25th minute. In the Han family's underground training room, Han Yenling turned off the screen. Her expression was serious, lost in thought. The pressure on her was immense. This delivery guy seemed to be strolling leisurely, but she was very familiar with the fourth-tier ferocious beast, the blue-toothed dragon. With such a high IQ, how could it be so easily toyed with? There was only one conclusion. It was a matter of extreme prediction and movement technique. Perfect level. Aside from the perfect level movement technique, everything else was inexplicable. The strength was unclear, but the speed was astonishing. So fast it was suffocating. Wild warriors might be older, but if this person could truly be brought under her command, then perhaps the Han family's little secret realm could be conquered ahead of time. She would no longer be short on money. What means to use for recruitment? Money? He was the champion, enjoying a 1 billion prize. To win him over with money, she would have to borrow from Suchen. Strength? The rewards also included B-level marksmanship 9-kill gun, which she remembered from her previous life when a genius martial artist from the Black Domain researched it, breaking through to reach S-level martial arts. There were also quite a few other B-level martial arts. However, the Federation had strict exchange requirements. Without such restrictions, no warrior would be willing to take orders. Before her rebirth, she had mastered multiple B-level martial arts and 3 A-level martial arts, all honed to perfection. Once a warrior's tier was reached, their power would be unleashed. Again, there was even a chance to rise to a higher level. The combination and proficiency of each martial art and talent were also extremely important. An entry-level A-level martial art was not as good as a perfected B-level martial art. So, what exactly could attract the delivery guy to join her camp? Beauty? She had a certain awareness of her appearance, but she couldn't make such a sacrifice. Forget it. Let it be. When the time comes, she would have Suchen talk to him. Perhaps they would hit it off. She definitely had no chance. First, she couldn't talk to strangers. Secondly, as soon as they made eye contact, either the other party would stutter or run away. Suchen was better. Like her, he was a normal person. Sigh, when would it be evening? He always said he had things to do during the day. She didn't even know what those things were. Back to practicing. But before practicing, Han Yenling tapped a few times on the screen with her slender, white fingers.
She sent 2 messages to Su Chen. Congratulations on your wealth. Come tonight, let's celebrate.
And there's a small matter that needs your help. Time rewound to 25 minutes earlier. In the Martial Artist Guild building, underground on the 87th floor, VIP audience hall. Before the match began.
I'm going to the restroom. Yi Wuxuan put down his glass and nodded to a few young masters beside him.
He stood up and walked to the other side.
Young Master Yi, the restroom is over there. Please follow me. A voice called out, belonging to a burly male attendant. He wore a mask with a textured smile, standard
for VIP viewing hall attendants.
He followed Yi Wuxuan as they walked toward a corner of the hall. There was a small path here, leading directly to the safe house on the next floor. This morning, his father had sent him here
to watch the match.
In the car, the attendant had explained his true intentions. At this moment, he felt very anxious but also very excited. I never expected that my usually indifferent dad would be so good to me. This is truly a chance to change my fate. After the two entered the 5-square-meter safe house, the competition outside officially began. Unlike the boredom outside, the conversations inside the safe house were chilling.
Young Master Yi, I am Yi Qingshan's shadow guard, Shan Wang.
The man picked up a metal long knife from inside the safe house, loosened the collar of his uniform, and introduced himself. Yi Wuxuan felt the man in front of him gradually releasing
pressure and hurriedly asked, Shan Wang, what do I need to do later?
Shan Wang smiled slightly, revealing his white, even teeth. Young Master Yi, you only need to deliver the final blow later.
Is that all? No other rituals? Or anything?
Yi Wuxuan was still a bit confused. Hearing about the raccoon cat plan in the car, he still couldn't believe it, so his face kept turning red.
No need. Shan Wang looked around. This was a safe house, without surveillance equipment. It was prepared for the masked warrior's final escape. So, he could speak clearly with Yi Wuxuan. This is a secret military project. After the ferocious beast is injected with that serum, it merges and refines with the warrior's corpse after a life and death struggle, producing a pulse pill. With your talent, evolving to S level is not a problem. Of course, the premise is that the warrior's bloodline is at least C level.
The warriors who make it to the final step of the Masked Warrior Conference cannot be below sea level, so young Master Yi can rest assured. Shan Wang turned to face the door of the safe room and paused for a moment before saying, but that warrior must die at your hands in the end. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the backlash. Yi Wuxuan was extremely shocked. What kind of technology is this? It can actually enhance human talent. Besides, certain rare treasures from secret realms, I haven't heard that the Federation has this capability. But the treasures from secret realms have limited effects on talent enhancement. At most, they can raise it to B level. So, for someone with A-level talent like him, it's basically useless. Young Master Yi, have you heard of that project from hundreds of years ago, the evolution of human talent power? Before Yi Wuxuan could respond, Shan Wang continued, the Federation publicly declared the project a failure, but in fact, One Direction achieved a technological breakthrough until a few years ago and was secretly used by the Military Research Department. However, the conditions are too harsh and do not conform to the broad sense of human morality. He. Shan Wang suddenly laughed, as if recalling something amusing. Yi Wuxuan was no fool, he finally understood the whole story. No wonder. Wang Xuanhe's brother suddenly exploded last year. He leaped to become the top freshman at Longhua University, codenamed Rookie King, the most mysterious Chen family among the 4 great families of the capital, the younger generation, Chen Shusheng. A few years ago, he suddenly revealed a double S talent, quickly crushing his peers, becoming the martial arts president of Longhua University in Huayu, and this year representing Huayu in the 9 Domains University Martial Arts League. So that's how it is. I can also rise to the top in one step. S-level talent will bestow magical elemental powers, and once the talent undergoes a transformation, there's a real chance to catch up with Han Yenling. Shan Wang, will it be safe later? Yi Wuxuan finally asked. Shan Wang closed his eyes to rest and replied calmly, I am a 4th-tier warrior, what do you think? Yi Wuxuan knew it was secure, even if that masked warrior was alive. A 4th tier against a 3rd tier in such a small room, especially when caught off guard. Suddenly, a thought arose in Yi Wuxuan's mind. He really wanted to have that woman beneath him, to see that proud, stunning face begging for mercy under him. Thinking of this, he became excited. This is the ultimate benefit of a top-tier family. Ants are ultimately just ants. Finally, 30 minutes passed. A green light suddenly lit up in the cave deep in the hall, and a yellow doorframe kept flashing. Inform the surviving masked warriors that they can enter to hide. Su Chen tapped the tail of the blue-toothed wounded dragon with the back of his knife. Stop sleeping, work's over. 10 minutes ago, this guy suddenly turned completely red. Rolling on the ground, clawing at the walls, roaring, slamming its tail against the ground, performing all sorts of incomprehensible artistic displays. It escalated to the point where it kept ramming its head against the wall. Su Chen was genuinely afraid it would knock itself out before he could do anything. However, its vitality was indeed tenacious. In short, it had gone mad. This judgment was in line with the audience in the live broadcast room. They watched with great interest, even starting to predict what high-difficulty moves it would perform.
The most liked was the handstand. The final discussion in the live room was, if I had bet on the delivery guy before the match, how many billions would I make? Rebirth, I bet on the delivery guy early, now I have a harem. 2 minutes ago, the blue-toothed wounded dragon suddenly deflated, lying motionless on the ground, breathing heavily through its nostrils, its eyes slightly closed. It looked utterly exhausted. Su Chen's tap made it shudder. Damn it! Finally found. You! Damn bug! Take this claw! Clang! Swish! The blue-toothed wounded dragon's front claw fell onto the alloy floor. Su Chen was speechless. Brother dragon, the path is getting narrow. Although the live broadcast screen had gone dark, he really wasn't prepared to kill it, as he didn't want to expose his spatial ring. The blue-toothed wounded dragon was indeed a beast with high intelligence. After its claw was chopped off, it immediately realized the gap in strength. With a bang, it lay back down on the alloy floor, completely still, trying to play dead to get by. Su Chen chuckled. Looking at the blue-toothed wounded dragon's still slightly rising chest, he commented, Brother dragon, with your acting skills, you wouldn't even get a meal ticket in Hengdian. Forget it. Su Chen turned and walked towards the flickering yellow doorframe. The pleasant sound of his phone rang from his pocket. Ding dong. Federal Bank deposit, 29.59362 billion. Ding dong. Federal Bank Precious Goods Management reminds you, a new item has been received. Pickup code 5862 7274. Ding dong. Federal Bank bonus deposit, 1 billion. Feeling good. Under the mask, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. A man must earn money through strength. Living off others is not an option. The once aloof little rich woman is just a little soft girl in my eyes. No, wait. Why am I thinking of that little girl Han Yinling? Sinful. It's all my hand's fault for not listening to commands, otherwise, how could I be so passive? Forget it. Soon, with simple wealth, I'll blind her eyes, so she won't always use her eye techniques on me. Now then, it's time to deal with those two behind the door. They have murderous intent towards me? Then let's kill them all. Damn it. Not even having seen their faces, they already have murderous intent towards me. Hee, don't blame my knife for being fast. I know you're a tier 4 warrior, although I'm confident I can fight across tiers, but I won't be reckless. Su Chen stood at the door, pulled out a tier 3 spirit crystal. Crack. He crushed it directly. Spiritual energy instantly filled the cave. In the distance, the blue-toothed wounded dragon slightly raised its eyelids, catching a whiff of an enticing energy, but the dissipating spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by its body. Spiritual energy value 9,998, 99.99, 10,000. Su Chen took a deep breath, successfully advanced to tier 4 warrior. It felt like when he first became a tier 1 warrior, the massive spiritual energy rapidly washed over his body in an unknown way, transforming his entire being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a tier 4 warrior. New talent feature added, all-knowing eye. This all-knowing eye didn't seem to be a combat-related feature. It sounded similar to probing, and its specific abilities still needed exploration. Quite good. Probing in advance means seizing the initiative. Just like now. Bang! Su Chen kicked open the safety door. Immediately, a blade of pure white light swept through the entire safe house. The first to bear the brunt was Shan Wang. The fierce tiger emerges from the mountain. Burial of the head. Clang! Years of military experience allowed Shan Wang to block the strike in a hurry. The transfer of power stirred up a storm in his heart. Shan Wang had deduced at least several different scenarios, yet he never expected this one. Wasn't there only one third tier warrior? Under the attack of the 4th tier blue-tooth dragon, enhanced by the serum, one would either be left in pieces or suffer mutual destruction. At the very least, he could accept being crushed by a 4th tier beast. But why? Why? Was it a fellow 4th tier warrior that came in? How did he know he was inside? How did he know what he thought of him? Why did he attack him the moment he opened the door? Why was his strength greater? Why? Puff! Shan Wang's head shot up into the air under the pressure of blood. Blood sprayed onto the walls of the safe house in an instant. He had only managed to block one strike in a hurry. The force had yet to dissipate, and his talent had not yet erupted. He was sent into the eternal abyss by Su Chen's burial of the head. Bang! Shan Wang's head fell to the ground. Before the headless corpse could collapse, Su Chen stored it in his spatial ring. Su Chen closed the door of the safe house and turned to look at his old acquaintance. We meet again, Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan was covered in blood, stunned like a wooden chicken. At this moment, he had yet to recognize Su Chen's voice. The scenes replaying in his mind were memories from his childhood to adulthood. Born into a top-tier family. Aside from his father being somewhat distant, everything else was perfect. He started playing with women in his teens, all kinds of women. He indulged because he had the capital. Now he clearly understood. His 18 years of life were about to come to an end here. No wonder he played so desperately, it was because he lived too short a life. Is it regrettable?
There were many regrets, but the hardest to accept was not having spoken to Han Yinling.
Another was losing that jade pendant. You are Su Chen?
Just before dying, he finally remembered whose voice it was. But the next second, a flash of white light crossed his eyes, followed by endless darkness. Life is so precious, why don't you understand how to cherish it? Su Chen murmured as he walked in front of Shan Wang's head. Spirit Heart made him aware that there were no surveillance devices in this room.
It was one of the abilities of the new trait, All-Knowing Eye.
He removed the server mask from the head. A middle-aged man with a hideous face, a scar at the corner of his mouth as if burned by something. It no longer mattered. After wiping it clean, he took off his masked warrior mask and placed it on Shan Wang's face. He then donned the mask himself and retrieved Shan Wang's corpse from the spatial ring. He stripped off the attire of the warrior guild server and completed the disguise. Since the body was collected quickly, there was only a bit of blood at the collar. His own delivery outfit was also placed
into the spatial ring. Everything was done.
He exited through another door of the safe house.
Why was there an ambush here?
He wasn't quite sure, but outside the door there were no longer any people with murderous intent towards
him. That was enough.
After navigating a winding path, he arrived at the VIP viewing hall. It also answered his own doubts. So this is how the rich play.
In the hall, as the masked warrior competition came to a close, a new round of revelry began.
Men with women, women with women, men with men. The air was filled with a filthy, rancid smell. It was as if piles of rotten meat were decaying and stinking,
unbearable to look at. Su Chen first turned and
entered a nearby restroom to clean the blood from his collar. While washing his hands, he could still hear moans coming from the innermost part.
He paid no mind.
Preparing to leave this place, let it rot, it had nothing to do
with him. The Yi family, huh?
Just wait with your necks washed clean.
Dare to provoke me, Su Chen. You have really been too comfortable for too long.
Due to his good physique, as he passed by a pile of rotten flesh, someone even tried to grab him. Don't go, come here, give me.
Bang!
Su Chen kicked the guy who tried to grab his pant leg away.
Ah!
Jotson let out a scream as he was suddenly hit by a body flying over. His arm broke on the spot. But worse was the guy who flew over, with at least 10 ribs broken. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to even scream. This was still because Su Chen had held back. Although he wanted to crush this group of corrupt insects, he also knew that blindly escalating the situation was not a good thing. Looking around, there were no cameras, no bodyguards, and no martial artists. Since that was the case, the more chaotic, the better.
Perhaps screaming was a sound often heard here. Surprisingly, his earlier actions did not cause any commotion. The all-seeing eye, activate. All hidden instruments and electronic devices within the walls came into view. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer.
They even knew to play it safe, collectively leaving their phones in a box at the door.
Su Chen crushed the phones in the box. He walked to an inconspicuous wall, dismantled the wall, tightened
the valve, and then punched the nearby alarm system until it exploded. Finally, he smashed a few bottles of high-concentration liquor, spilling the pungent alcohol on the luxurious carpet at the entrance. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket and ignited the carpet at the door. Because he had worked as a waiter before, he knew that a lighter like this would definitely be in the second pocket on the right. And indeed, it was. The flames that erupted
at the entrance finally sent the revelers into a panic.
But all they saw was a figure resembling a waiter stepping out from the roaring flames.
He heavily shut the door.
At this moment, they, completely naked, could only scream
and huddle together, shouting loudly.
Unfortunately, due to the excellent soundproofing here, nothing could be heard outside.
Is everything okay inside? Su Chen walked out and took a few steps, seeing a group of bodyguards
and martial artists gathered together. They had long been driven out, loyally guarding the door. Don't worry about it, just having some fun, you know. Su Chen lowered his voice and shrugged.
Since they liked chaos, let it be even more chaotic. Su Chen knew that the panic inside would last about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the hall would automatically start to drain water. Because he had just twisted off the water inlet valve, the originally 3-second drainage channel would divert to another backup pipeline. These people would eventually be rescued, but that little time was enough to create a lot of smoke from the fire. It would force them to rush into that room and destroy the scene. And that was indeed the case. As the flames burned from the entrance, the nobles inside screamed and fled deeper into the hall.
Many stumbled into the safe room, where the blood of Shan Wang and Yi Wuxuan caused
even greater screams and panic.
But what Su Chen didn't expect was that soon the safe room was packed with people, yet there were still more rushing in. The design of the main door here allowed it to be pushed open from both
sides. It was unclear who accidentally pushed open another door.
Under the continuous force of pushing, a large number of pale bodies surged into the cave. They collided head-on with the blue-toothed wounded dragon, returning in disappointment, licking its broken claws. Unknown drugs and wounds made it aware that its life was nearing its end. But in the last moments of its dragon life, it experienced unimaginable glory. Roar, one bite, one bite, one bite.
10 minutes later,
the backup fire alarm went off. The bodyguards in attendance outside the safe room hurried into the VIP viewing hall.
After quickly extinguishing the flames, they found the survivors. In the narrow
passage, a group of terrified young masters and young ladies were crammed together.
They finally stopped pushing, because there were a bit too many dead.
The news quickly reached Wang Dachui. He had not yet completed the delivery, Dai Championship promotion project and the loan extension plan for the Martial Artists Guild. He rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. The once luxurious VIP viewing hall was now a complete mess. The air was thick with the smell of burnt food and blood.
Wang Dachui was taken aback. Blood smell? Why was there a smell of blood here?
He knew there was a VIP viewing hall. Long Gong had mentioned it briefly. This place was either rich or noble, and it was best not to disturb them. How could a group of people without martial artist strength cause such chaos? Where were their bodyguards? Where were the attendants of the Martial Artists Guild? Were they all just freeloaders? His expression darkened as he gradually moved deeper inside. For the sake of face, many bodyguards had taken off their clothes to cover their masters. Wang Dachui glanced around and roughly guessed the reason. Long Gong had actually turned this place into a gathering spot. At this moment, more than a dozen bodyguards had bloodshot eyes.
They repeatedly whispered to the people in the corridor, "Young Master Wang, have you seen my young master? Miss Zhao, have you seen Zhou Song? Young Master Li, have you seen my young lady? Weren't you just together?"
The scene was extremely chaotic. The corner of the hall was so crowded that no one could step down.
Seeing this, Wang Dachui shouted, "It's fine, just go wait in the aisle."
The authority of a 7th-tier expert directly struck the crowd. He felt that things were not looking good. In the end, he took matters into his own hands and threw the group blocking the corner out. Gradually clearing the downward passage, it was similarly filled with scantily clad people. They all looked terrified, as if they knew they had made a grave mistake.
Get out, get out! Wang Dachui
felt a chill on his forehead. This slope led to the next level.
Oh no!
As the beings temporarily referred to as humans were roughly thrown out by him, he entered the safe house. In the corner was a head, and the walls were
covered in blood.
However, the pungent smell of blood did not come from here. Instead, the entrance to the safe house was a place where masked martial artists had escaped in previous years.
After entering the lowest level from the safe house, a flickering green light shone on his shiny forehead, reflecting dense beads of sweat.
At the entrance lay a recently deceased 4th-tier ferocious beast, the blue-toothed wound dragon. Its front paw was broken, but blood no longer flowed out. Surrounding it were fragmented human corpses, their bellies extremely swollen, as if they were inflated balloons. It seemed that until the last moment of life, it was still eating.
Damn! Wang
Dachui clenched his fists. This was clearly a result of panic and pressure that allowed the ferocious beast to have a hearty meal.
This matter had escalated.
At this moment, Su Chen had already returned to his room. He carefully experienced the new changes in the all-knowing eye after becoming a 4th-tier martial artist. From the earlier operations, he felt the upgrade in power of his talent. On the way back, he could see all electronic devices, including the 4th-tier martial artist detector in the corner of the building. More importantly, he clearly sensed that he had the ability to completely block the scans of these devices.
It was a feeling of superiority. Is it because the technical content of these devices is too low? Su Chen muttered to himself, but it was indeed a practical ability. System. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Level, 4th-tier martial artist. Talent, Spirit Heart, Unique Talent.
Traits, Basic Body Enhancement, Biological Fluctuation, Killing Intent Fluctuation, All-Knowing Eye. Spiritual Energy, 10,000/50,000. Martial Skills, D-Rank Lingbo Step, Perfect, A-Rank Overlapping Wave / Minor Achievement. X-Rank Unified Force Wave, Perfect, Spirit Crystals, 1st-tier Spirit Crystal * 324, 2nd-tier Spirit Crystal * 56, 3rd-tier Spirit Crystal * 30, 4th-tier Spirit Crystal * 6. Wealth, 30.62844 billion, low-dimensional currency, points, 25.
Points indeed.
Su Chen saw that the system had added a new talent feature.
What a pity, I can't enter the small dungeons and secret realms anymore.
While looking at the system, Su Chen scrolled through his phone.
He noticed a message from Han Yenling.
It reminded him that he was already a 4th-tier warrior. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. He had acted impulsively earlier.
Wouldn't it have been better to try fighting at a higher tier? But regret was
useless, as he had been playing it safe all along. Aside from the time he messed up confessing to Han Yenling, he had been steady as a rock. It was all that silly girl's fault for not following the script.
If only the system could lend a hand. System, can you help me enter a small dungeon or secret realm? Ding.
Spend 10 3rd-tier spirit crystals to gain entry to a small dungeon once.
Ding.
Spend 20 3rd-tier spirit crystals to gain entry to a small secret
realm once. Su Chen was overjoyed. The system was indeed reliable.
The features were all developed, and it seemed that secret realms were much richer than dungeons.
System, do you have any other functions? Su Chen pressed on.
B. Host has no permissions, system has no energy.
Su Chen nodded. Good. He guessed it. This answer was quite reasonable. Fine. He was afraid he would become invincible directly, right? Just wait until I find the system. Developer later, I'll give him a punch first. For now, he lay comfortably on the sofa, scrolling through the forum. He wanted to call out those who said they would eat shit if they won the championship. They like to eat, huh? He heard there was a handstand event. He absolutely couldn't miss that show. Sure enough, the forum page of the Warrior Guild app had completely changed to yellow to celebrate his successful championship win. The first hot post was shocking. Unbelievable gamble. Someone made 30 billion overnight. Su Chen was furious. This clickbait was too much. It was clearly only 29,009,362 million. How ridiculous. Can you cover that 4 billion? What nonsense. But considering rounding, he decided not to curse him out. The author of this post was quite the seasoned gambler. He claimed to have developed a strategy and program for betting amounts and odds. By detecting the betting amounts of different contestants, he made predictions. In the final stage of pre-race betting, he received an alert that the delivery guy had placed a massive bet of 40 million. The program showed that the delivery guy had a winning probability of 56%. He initially thought it was a system malfunction, but unexpectedly, the delivery guy really won the championship. At the end of the article, the author specifically emphasized, if it weren't for the low profit from in-race betting, he would have heavily invested in the delivery guy. Now his IP address was in a villa area in the Aohai region. The comments below were also in an uproar. First floor, bro, if there's a chance to get rich in the future, you must take me along. I'll do anything. Second floor, don't believe his nonsense. His previous IP address was outside the 5th ring in the capital. Third floor, damn it, all my in-race betting amounts were refunded. Now I'm regretting it so much. Fourth floor, I'm on the rooftop, bet 100k on the delivery guy, forced to refund by my family. Fifth floor, don't do anything stupid upstairs. This is all fake. This world is fake. We just haven't woken up yet. In the delivery group that Su Chen had once left. Brothers, did we bet too little? If I can work one day less, I'll be satisfied. God bless, it's like picking up money today, so happy. Contentment brings happiness. I consider this money lost. Then came a series of bank deposit images sharing their joy and happiness. Some had 680 yuan, some had 6,800 yuan. The highest was just over 10,000 yuan, equivalent to working several months less. Happiness was simple for them. 680 was enough. Mom, let's go look at houses. Zhao Xiuyan tidied herself up. Accompanied by her mother, she walked towards a mid-range residential complex in the capital, having just received a huge sum of 13.6 million. It was enough to improve their lives significantly. She had already planned her next steps. She would follow the handsome team leader to the end, and also help the team leader pursue the goddess of winter. Before Su Chen could figure out how to spend the money, his phone buzzed with a message. Ding dong, transferred 68 million, note, brother Gong. Then came a friend request. Gong. Tongfu requests to add you as a friend. Su Chen chuckled. Good. Common prosperity, huh? No wonder he's the richest in the capital circle. His vision is truly broad. This money should be from the 100,000 he helped bet on that day. Ha, brother Su, congratulations on your wealth. After tax, it's 68 million. If you have any investment ideas, contact me. Su Chen politely replied, thanks, brother Gong. I'll just deposit this money in the bank. Gong Wufu? He was sitting in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the capital's 3rd ring road. This was a mansion he had just purchased yesterday, costing over 200 million. He had more than 20 houses like this in various regions, far too many to live in. But he just loved buying them. They could serve as assets or gifts. At the very least, they could be used for parties for his daughter. At this moment, he looked at Su Chen's reply and felt something was off. Was this kid too excited? Couldn't even distinguish between some and a little? Su Chen thought Gong Wufu was quite decent. He really wasn't short on money. The money just came over as soon as he said so. The man that Han Xuanyi liked was indeed not lacking. Ding dong, received a friend request. Huayu Ice Emperor Han Clan leader Han Xuanyi requests to add you as a friend. Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. What did it mean that the little girl's mother added him? Su Chen slowly moved his finger to the top right corner of the screen. Reject, add to blacklist. This didn't seem right. Although he had money, if she got angry, it wouldn't be worth it. Before he could click agree, another message came in. Han Clan and Su Chen, 8 Han Xuanyi at Su Chen, add me, come to Han Manor. Han Xuanyi at Han Yanling, come to the bedroom. Su Chen could only click agree. As an 8th tier expert, he should give her some face. His friend Han Xuanyi sent a voice message. Come over, we have important matters to discuss. His friend Han Yanling sent a voice message. Su Chen, don't agree to anything she proposes. Whatever she promises, I will give you. Su Chen didn't reply but pondered in his heart. After his talent awakened, his goal had always been clear, to become stronger. In just over a week he was already a 4th tier warrior. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with this speed, after all, he was different from top-tier aristocratic children like Han Yanling. He had no connections or background. He couldn't just stroll around wearing
a 4th-tier spirit crystal the day after awakening like she did. He had to fight tooth and nail for all his resources. For example, participating in the masked warrior competition this time, entering the cave to collect spirit crystal resources was fraught with danger. Without the help of the explosive boxer, he wouldn't have been able to mine the crystals at all. And there was the final round. If it weren't for that stupid blue-toothed dragon, he could have easily killed it and missed out on a massive fortune. Not to mention, there were also ambushes from the Yi family in that room. It was tough, really tough. Every step was nerve-wracking. Moreover, if he wanted to advance quickly, he inevitably needed a large amount of spirit crystal resources. If it weren't for the twist of fate that led him to meet Han Yenling and become her friend and steward, it would have been hard to keep that 4th-tier spirit crystal pendant. After all, it would be too easy for the Yi family to find out about his relationship with Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang. Of course, he would definitely take revenge, the time just wasn't right yet. So, being the steward of the Han family was quite good for now. The first point was that it belonged to the edge of the aristocratic circle. As long as I don't do anything that would provoke public outrage, the big family can't directly act against me. I can first hang this disguise. I'll just endure it for now when it comes to Han Xiaonu's insistence on getting involved. Just consider it, doing good deeds. After all, good people are rewarded, right? My next core direction is 1. Explore a large number of caves and secret realms, use my talent to collect resources, and level up quickly. 2. Practice new martial skills to improve my combat power. Su Chen opened his phone and searched Huayu Cave's secret realm locations. The first piece of information, Shaili clan is recruiting 3rd-tier warriors for a new cave. Interested parties please contact XXXX. Su Chen quickly searched and learned that the Shaili clan is a large family in the Tianju domain. Not bad, as long as I can enter the cave, helping out a little is no big deal, I definitely won't lose out. So he hurriedly dialed the number. Cross-domain communication. After the call connected, a screen popped up, requiring the input of the warrior number certified by the Federation. Su Chen knew this was a method similar to facial recognition, primarily to confirm the warrior's identity and rank. Once he registered as a 3rd-tier warrior, the information had already synced to the Federation Management Bureau. The stricter the information verification, the more likely it is to be genuine. On the other end, a sweet voice came through. Hello, esteemed 3rd-tier warrior, may I ask if you are inquiring about a hefty dowry or seeking a son-in-law? Su Chen? He glanced at the phone number, he hadn't dialed the wrong one. I want to inquire about the recruitment of warriors for the cave, may I ask what the conditions are? Su Chen felt that the business the Shaili clan was conducting was a bit too broad. The sweet voice paused for a moment and smiled, saying, alright, then. It's seeking a son-in-law. May I ask if you are currently unmarried? Su Chen? Goodness. So entering the cave requires first becoming a son-in-law? Su Chen put down his phone. After making a round of calls, he gained a clearer understanding of the 9 domain families. If you're not a direct descendant, wanting to enter the cave is basically as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Or you have to spend a fortune. Every cave discovered by a family is considered their asset. This is also in accordance with federal law. In the early days, to block the continuous emergence of ferocious beasts from the caves, the Federation had to issue regulations. Whoever could discover and resolve the ferocious beast problem in the cave secret realm would own that cave secret realm. Later, as human warriors leveled up in large numbers, many small cave secret realms were no longer disasters but rather treasure troves that continuously produced resources. The Federation attempted several times to amend the law and retract this order, but each time faced layers of resistance. In the end, they could only amend the regulations to state that medium-sized and larger caves and secret realms belong to the Federation, and the development rights could allow multiple organizations, families, and individuals to operate simultaneously. However, developing medium-sized and larger caves is extremely difficult and far less cost-effective than small caves. There's no way around it. To enter the secret realm, I still have to find Han Xianyo or go to Longhua University. Su Chen sighed and lamented. Joining the military? He hadn't thought about it for now. He knew there were many high-tier ferocious beasts in the beast tide, and he didn't need to take that risk for the time being. Since the Federation's 4th-tier warrior detector couldn't find him, he would just lay low for a while longer. He heard that the highest ferocious beast only reached 9th tier, so he would wait until he reached 9th tier before going. By then, with the X-level racial skill, he should be in no danger. Su Chen changed his clothes and left the warrior guild building. Just as he arrived at the parking lot, he heard a cheerful voice coming from the side. Xian-Ge, what a coincidence. Where are you going? It was Han Yuer, who hadn't attended the later gathering. Because her dad had once smiled and told her that if she lost her virginity before 18, he wouldn't recognize her as his daughter. She knew this was her dad's bottom line, so she had always adhered to it. Su Chen nodded but didn't speak. Having lived 2 lives, he knew that Han Yenling's sister, who seemed playful and delicate, was definitely not an easy person to get along with. Unlike Han Yenling's cold exterior and warm interior, Han Yuer is just like her father, with at least 800 schemes in her mind. It's better to have less contact with her, especially since there are a group of unfamiliar people around. Those who didn't attend the banquet are somewhat similar to Han Yuer, either pawns in their families or under strict orders. They are currently gathered in the parking lot chatting, looking for a lively place to play. Who is this? You have a brother too? Wang Jiani asked while touching up her makeup with a small mirror. This is my sister's butler, Su Chen. Han Yuer looked at Su Chen with bright eyes, feeling that she had already given him enough face by personally introducing him. Soon he should kneel down and thank me for my favor. You come with me, Han Yuer added. Although she had no authority to command Su Chen, she guessed he didn't know such detailed rules. I'm not going. Su Chen ignored Han Yuer and walked towards his light shuttle motorcycle. Butler Su, don't be ungrateful. Wang Butler, who was standing nearby, leaned in. She had to carry out her young lady's orders, even if it meant dragging him away. Butlers are like dogs, dogs must obey. Wang Landy, who had been watching Han Yuer, suddenly spoke up. He was the handsome young man who had been kneeling and talking to Han Yuer in the VIP hall earlier. Wang Butler's expression changed. Damn it, he insulted her too. Why didn't her young lady deal with him sooner? Are you sure? Didn't you check the group? Su Chen stopped and retorted. He glanced at Wang Landy, tagging him as dead if alone. Han Yuer was taken aback. She indeed hadn't checked the group. Pulling out her phone, her expression changed. She didn't know her esteemed mother had personally issued an order. That. Brother Xian, you go ahead and be busy. Han Yuer quickly changed her tone. She didn't have the courage to go against her mother. She certainly didn't want to be grounded. Su Chen didn't move. He didn't speak either. He simply looked at Han Yuer. The meaning was clear. Didn't you want me to go with you? Fine, I'll go with you. Let's see how you explain it to your mother. The invisible pressure of a fourth-tier warrior bore down on Han Yuer. A layer of sweat beads formed on the tip of her nose. Brother Xian, it's my fault. You have a big heart. Please go ahead and be busy. The matter is important. It's over. She's in trouble now. Her mother's speaking style is that the fewer words, the bigger the matter. Her survival rule has always been to snatch from her sister. Her sister's toys, friends, and servants are all hers. But the premise is don't provoke her mother. Now, with Su Chen standing there for even a second longer, she could face huge repercussions. Wang Butler was confused. What group message? Why wasn't I in this group? She had been with her young lady for over 10 years, a top presence among the Han family's butlers. What group could Su Chen enter that she couldn't? The huge disparity left her momentarily speechless. Not to mention, her usually unruly young master was now in complete disarray. If you dare to provoke Yuer, you're finished, just wait. Wang Landy was just about to raise his sharp voice when he heard two words, kneel. Han Yuer's sudden command caught him off guard, but the long-term training made him reflexively kneel on the metallic ground of the parking lot with a thud. Why are you kneeling to me? Kneel to him. Han Yuer quickly said, looking at the expressionless Su Chen. Ha, that's not good. Yuer, Wang Jiani still couldn't bear to watch. Her brother could play freely in this circle, but for him to kneel to an outsider, as an older sister, she felt the humiliation too. Su Chen still didn't speak, but Han Yuer felt increasingly pressured. She couldn't see through this man at all. She was anxious. Kneel. Apologize. Bow and apologize. Han Yuer anxiously ordered Wang Langdi, not caring about her good friend's thoughts. At this moment, she just wanted to send Su Chen away. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. This sentence seemed to be some kind of switch. Bang bang bang. Wang Langdi began to bow seriously. Su Chen waited for a moment, walked over, and pulled Wang Langdi up. With a look of surprise on his face, he patted his shoulder and said, a man's knees are worth gold. Wang Langdi? Why didn't you say that earlier? I've already made my forehead red from bowing. Is it that you're slow to react, or did I bow too quickly? Embarrassed? It doesn't matter, it's the master's order anyway. Su Chen, right? I will kill you sooner or later. Su Chen didn't continue this farce and ignored Han Yuer. He had serious business to attend to. Just now, he casually sent Wang Langdi a little gift from his spatial ring. A first-level spirit crystal with thin spiritual energy. It was only the size of a grain of rice, and Spirit Heart had already memorized the energy fluctuations of this spirit crystal. Looks pretty convincing. You scold me and even have murderous intent towards me? It's not like I asked you to kneel and bow. Truly ridiculous. Young man, you have already chosen the path to death. Han Yuer followed Su Chen all the way. When they reached Su Chen's light shuttle motorcycle, she made sure he would quickly go find her mother. Go to the Han family manor, Shaohan. Su Chen gave the location to the light shuttle motorcycle. Master, I'm here. The first voice was from the light shuttle motorcycle, and the second was from Han Yuer. Su Chen? Girl, do you have to be so eager? Isn't this awkward? Han Yuer was taken aback. She had subconsciously thought Su Chen was talking to her, so she unconsciously responded. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. To avoid making Han Yuer uncomfortable, Su Chen hopped on the motorcycle and sped away. After all, she was also Han Yenling's sister, and as long as there was no murderous intent, it was fine. This was also the reason he dared to mingle in the Han family. At this moment, Han Yuer lowered her head, her face flushed.
The pressure Su Chen had just given her transformed into some new emotion.
Along the way, Su Chen reminded himself.
The children of the Han family, under Han Xuanyie's special family environment, had some personality flaws, more or less. Although he hadn't interacted much with them, Han Zhanxia was somewhat different from normal boys.
The biggest feeling was that this kid, although his father was a 7th level powerhouse and his mother an 8th level
big shot, severely lacked confidence. Han Yuer appeared normal on the surface, but she often made people kneel.
Perhaps the pressure from her mother in life was too great, which she unconsciously learned and imitated.
In
some way, she was transforming and digesting it through a kind of role-playing. Finally, there was Han Yenling. From their few exchanges, what was displayed was an extreme spirit of resistance. After all, how could a person with severe social anxiety become a good actor? Either erupting in silence or perishing in silence. All kinds of behaviors could be understood. The influence of the original family, even a martial artist could not be exempted from. If it weren't for Su Chen having lived 2 lives, he wouldn't have seen through the cracks within this family. However, they were still relatives after all. People would ultimately grow. As long as it didn't affect his plan to become stronger, it would be fine. Han family manor. Han Xuanyie's bedroom. Su Chen was brought in by Yu Ying. There was no murderous intent here. Unlike the normal bedroom he had imagined, it was divided into 2 areas. The front was the office area. Han Xuanyie lay back in a chair wearing a bathrobe, expressionless, her eyes slightly closed. Her legs were resting on a valuable blue wood table, and the bright red soles of her high heels were very clean due to the room's tidiness. The first thing she said startled Su Chen. Have you thought about how to spend that 30 billion? He instantly guessed that Han Xuanyie might have heard the betting sounds from that day. But her expression remained unchanged because the account at the federal bank was deeply tied to personal information.
As long as the money entered the account, no one could steal it. Not even the strongest of warriors could do so. I haven't thought it through. Su Chen wanted to hear what Han Xuanyie meant.
Han Xuanyie opened her eyes, and in the depths of her ice blue gaze there was an unmistakable fervor. It was a desire for vast wealth. Her usually cold expression showed a hint of change as she teased. Not donating this time? Not necessarily, Su Chen said seriously. If I really get pushed to the edge, I might just donate after all. No one can take a single cent from me. This is one of my sources of confidence. Federal currency is far less important than cultivation resources. But there's no way Han Xuanyie can take money from me. Although there aren't many high-level warriors, the accumulation of lifespan and population base is still considerable. If various forms of blatant robbery were to occur, the Federation would have been thrown into chaos long ago. This is also why the federal financial system is so solid. Rules must be followed by everyone. Otherwise, humanity would have no cohesion at all, especially since the frontline troops have been in constant battle. Beside them, Ewing felt a storm brewing in her heart after joining the military. She had always been by Han Xuanyie's side. She could clearly sense the different fluctuations in her master's voice. This was her master at her most excited state. Indeed, when Han Xuanyie learned that the delivery guy had won the championship, the first thing that came to her mind was the immense fortune in Su Chen's hands. What a clean sum of money that was. She wanted it so badly. As for who the delivery guy was, she didn't care. He was just a mere tier 3 warrior. Moreover, all the images on videos and live streams would be slightly adjusted and processed by the warrior guild system to avoid identifying the real person. Unless the masked warrior's talent, martial skills, and weapon characteristics were too obvious, otherwise it would be hard to recognize them. Are you interested in becoming a son-in-law of the Han family? Han Xuanyie got straight to the point. When pursuing what she wanted, she never let go easily. Su Chen? He was quite flustered. He really didn't expect Han Xuanyie to ask the same question as the customer service of the Shaley family from the Tianzhu domain. Although he internally rejected it, Su Chen knew that the face of a big shot was very important. He wasn't socially anxious, he had to play his part. What if he accidentally provoked the killing intent of an 8th-tier big shot? That would be a serious problem. Ahem, if the conditions are right, I wouldn't mind considering it, Su Chen said with a serious face. What do you think of your put? Su Chen almost choked on his saliva. The script was too surreal. He truly couldn't accept it. Had Han Yuer been sold off by her mother so quickly? Forget it, let's just lay it all out. Clan leader Han, I actually have no intention of getting married. If you need money, I can lend it to the Han family, as long as the Han family helps me secure some spots in the secret realm caves. You know, my talent is relatively weak, so having more spiritual energy and heavenly materials would give me a better chance to go further. Su Chen added sincerely. Now, the wealth of the Federation was just a number to him. High-level martial skills, weapons, and core equipment relied on points earned from hunting fierce beasts and the tier of warriors. This money could easily be exchanged for qualifications to enter the secret realm caves, which was extremely important to him. Exchanging money for qualifications? For others, it would be a huge loss. But for him, it was an incredibly profitable deal. This 30 billion was truly not worth as much as making a few more trips to the secret realm caves. After all, sometimes money couldn't buy spiritual crystals, but spiritual crystals could definitely be exchanged for money. Han Shuangyi smiled slightly, and her usually expressionless face showed a hint of joy. This kid was somewhat perceptive. As for the qualifications to enter the secret realm caves, that was indeed possible, because every year, the top families would sell some spots to other large and medium-sized families. They only needed to hand over half of their gains. It saved manpower and made money. But from the perspective of the owners of these small underground secret realms, many important areas and resources have already been marked as non-collectible. The remaining places are all poor resource zones. So spending money to enter the underground realm, whether one can earn back the ticket price, is debatable. Moreover, this kid, a third-tier warrior, what can he possibly find in the underground? It all depends on how much can be squeezed out. The Han family has one underground realm and two secret realms. Han Shuangyi tapped her fingers on the table. For non-Han family members, it costs 1 billion to enter once, and the rewards are split in half, with only 5 days allowed. Su Chen nodded. That's the price. He had just checked. Others in the domain were selling qualifications through the black market, but hardly anyone bought them because it was too much of a loss. Unless one could find 2 fourth-tier spirit crystals upon entry. Otherwise, it would be a loss so great it would make one's grandmother weep. So the big families mostly exchanged slots among themselves. If that's the case, it could work. Su Chen was just about to speak. Han Shuangyi continued, but if you lend the Han family an interest-free loan of 20 billion for 10 years, I promise you can enter all the underground realms and secret realms of the capital's families once, and you will receive the full rewards. She had grasped Su Chen's lifeline. This kid has little time left. This wealth would surely be exchanged for materials and opportunities to extend his life. The remaining less than 5 billion would be left for him to purchase medicinal materials at a premium. If she pushed too hard, he might seek cooperation with other families. So this increase was just right. 10 years. If he doesn't live to see 10 years later, he wouldn't have to repay anything. Don't you like to gamble? Dare to gamble once more. Su Chen heard this condition. His brows furrowed slightly. This condition seemed less favorable than the single-entry purchase qualification. Han Shuangyi said it was a loan, but would he still care about such a small amount of money 10 years later? So for him, this was simply a purchasing action. Are there really that many small underground secret realms in the capital? I need to know first, how many underground secret realms are there in the capital's families of the Hua domain? Su Chen responded after some thought. Han Shuangyi placed her feet down from the table and stood up. She slowly walked to the other side of the spacious bedroom. Follow me. Su Chen followed. As Han Shuangyi approached, the wall on the other side of the room silently unfolded, revealing a light screen inside. It was a map of the entire Hua domain. 3 red dots were flashing on it. 1 small, 2 large. The closest one was only 250 kilometers from the city edge. This is 1 underground realm and 2 secret realms of the Han family, Yu Ying introduced from the side. The next second, the screen refreshed. Over 20 yellow halos appeared. These are the underground secret realms of other families in the capital. Han Shuangyi glanced at Su Chen and drew a circle in the air with her finger on the screen. If you agree to the terms, you can enter all these places. Finally, the head of the Han family revealed her killer condition. A few days ago, the Wang family discovered a new secret realm that has yet to be developed. The Han family has 2 slots that can be given to you. New secret realm, abundant resources, many opportunities. Su Chen counted, over 20. This number exceeded his expectations, so he nodded. Alright, let's sign the agreement. Sister Han Shuangyi, this kid really climbs up as soon as he gets a pole. However, which woman can refuse to be complimented on her youth? Han Shuangyi seemed to hear nothing, signaling Yu Ying to draft the electronic agreement. A meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. If it were Han Yanling, would you still consider the proposal from earlier? Of course, the condition for marrying in is that all assets belong to the Yanling family. Although it was just a joke. But if this kid really agreed, it could also be arranged. A cash flow of 30 billion could do a lot of things. For example, a cross-domain mercenary group. Moreover, Han Yanling was destined to have multiple husbands under her own arrangements. Her appearance is even better than when she was younger, and her talent is strong. As long as they can hold out until Su Chen's demise, the eldest daughter can still fetch a good price. By then, the Han family will surely become a colossal force across domains. But Su Chen didn't hesitate for even half a second, not considering it. The straightforward refusal left Han Shuangyi speechless. There was not a hint of hesitation, not a trace of temptation. This extreme, flawless defensive attitude rendered even the resourceful head of the Han clan powerless. It seems Su Chen truly is the guardian of Han Yanling's life. Such a level of brainwashing, could that person really pull it off? Su Chen's thoughts were completely the opposite. What? You want a bride price for marrying in? Are you out of your mind for money? If I hesitate for 1 second, I lose. What kind of divine daughter
Is she as beautiful as a fairy or as stunning as a national treasure? Wait, it's Han Yenling. My hand says, worth this price. Well, that's settled. But there's no way I'm paying. Didn't the little Han girl say it herself?
Whatever conditions her mother proposed, she would fulfill.
How should I even bring it up? Especially since she seems to be right next door. Come out. Han Xuanyi suddenly spoke. The bedroom door
opened automatically, and a graceful figure stepped out from the true bedroom.
Han Yenling, in a light pink dress, simple yet elegant, lightly brushed the floor, outlining her perfect figure.
A faint blush adorned her face, as if something had stained it red. Her lips were slightly pursed, seemingly wanting to say something but swallowing it back. Finally, her red lips parted slightly, and her cool voice said, "Mother's conditions are acceptable.
I will go with you to those secret realm caves. The rewards are guaranteed." Su Chen nodded and signed the electronic agreement. Together with Han Yenling, he walked out of Han Xuanye's bedroom. Neither of them spoke as they headed toward the Han family's basement.
Along the way, Han Yenling adjusted her thoughts. She was tall and slender, her light steps seeming to tread on clouds, exuding an innate elegance and confidence.
In her previous life, at
the end of the third tier, her mother had focused on sending her into various family caves for training, so she remembered quite a few resource points. She would gain plenty of treasures to improve her talent.
Although Su Chen
suffered a slight loss in terms of money, she viewed this money as something she could repay once she became a high-tier warrior. At least it wouldn't take her 10 years. Unfortunately, she had just been reborn, and it had only
been a little over 10 days.
Many resources were still out of reach due to her current tier and strength. Her mother was very domineering, but that was just her choice in that position. She could understand, but she couldn't accept it. Fortunately, Su Chen did not agree to that condition. But why did he refuse so decisively just now? Why did she feel a bit of regret? How strange. She wanted to ask what Su Chen wanted to eat tonight. She could have the Han family kitchen prepare it. And by the way, ask him for a small favor. Su Chen turned to look into Han Yenling's beautiful eyes and casually interrupted. It's fine, I'm not losing anything. Besides, he took out his phone, opened the chat interface, cleared his throat. Whatever she promised, I will give. Before he could finish, the phone was snatched away. Su Chen was taken aback. A fourth-tier warrior couldn't outmatch a second-tier warrior. That was reasonable, right, Xiaoyu? Han Yenling's face turned even redder as she hurriedly deleted that message. How terrifying. How did she know that her mother had actually planned her marriage in advance? How could she fulfill those conditions? Would she have to pay? The problem was, where was she going to find 30 billion now? Wait, why am I so concerned about money? It's all so chaotic. Han Yenling noticed Su Chen's mischievous smile. That little brat is doing this on purpose. I'll make him work an extra 2 hours later. Punish him well. The training time for martial arts is always brief. Han Yenling stepped into the bathroom, steam swirling around her, as if she were in a fairyland. Her body, like a jade sculpture, radiated a captivating sheen under the light. She stood under the shower, letting the warm water wash over her body, delicate foam covering her skin like snowflakes, making her fair body even smoother and softer. It seems even smoother than before my rebirth. Han Yenling gently rubbed her skin, the foam sliding down her curves, adding a dreamy touch to her beauty. She could sense her compatibility with martial arts and her body improving at an astonishing speed. It must be due to her re-exploration of her body after being reborn. But why wasn't the improvement this fast when Su Chen wasn't around? What could be the reason? It's really strange. Could it be because her mood has improved? Never mind, as long as she catches Su Chen, that's what matters. Damn, it hurts so much here from his pressure. She continued to wash her fair, jade-like toes while contemplating her next plans. In terms of connections, it's really hard to speak up when she doesn't have the strength to back it up. Approaching Longgong and Principal Qi was indeed a huge step forward since her rebirth. But those few people still need to be nurtured in advance. Well, let Su Chen handle the contact. I can comfortably hide behind the scenes and direct things. A glimmer of joy sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She found a new way to utilize Su Chen. Dressed and without time to dry her hair, she walked out of the bathroom. She approached Su Chen, carrying the sweet scent of a girl mixed with shower gel. Su Chen was playing on his phone. The screen flashed by, seemingly something about abstaining from lust or something like that. Han Yenling bit her lip and asked the question she was most concerned about at that moment. Why are you wearing a gas mask? Under the solid and stern mask, Su Chen buzzed. Because there's toxic gas. Han Yenling? Just as Han Yenling and Su Chen were discussing taking time to contact Crazy Legs, Explosive Boxer, and Flame Gun, the matters of the Martial Artist Guild could no longer be suppressed. The Federal Special Investigation Team rushed to the scene. Big Hammer, what's going on? How did it get so serious? The inquiry came from a tall, dark-skinned, mixed-race man, his voice deep and magnetic. Morgan, here's all the information. Wang de Hammer wiped the sweat from his forehead and personally distributed printed photos and building blueprints. I arrived here as soon as I got the news. Aside from dispersing the crowd, nothing has changed at the scene. Although the few people in front of him were all level 6 martial artists, they were special elites from the 9 Domains Martial Control Bureau. The Federal Special Investigation Team is an organization specifically investigating martial artist crimes, with each member possessing exceptional skills. Morgan was an old comrade of his in the coalition, later transferred due to outstanding performance. This time, he heard they were working in Hwayu. He quickly activated his connections to bring them over. Just a few people dead, and it's worth our visit? Ellie showed dissatisfaction, adjusting her short golden hair while flipping through the information. Her movements were efficient, her gaze cold. Ahem, boss, we just dissected the corpse of the blue-toothed dragon, and indeed, over a dozen people died, and they were all. A petite Asian girl, Xiao Naiying, leaned close to Ellie's ear and whispered. She was also one of the core members of the investigation team, specializing in intelligence work, skilled in collecting and analyzing various information. One of the waiters damaged the room's communication equipment and emergency fire extinguishing devices. Used the blue-toothed dragon to commit murder? Sounds like a premeditated attack, Ellie quickly analyzed. Morgan walked up to the head of the Mountain King, put on gloves, and picked up the masked martial artist's mask of the delivery guy, Big Hammer. After you arrived at the scene, you confirmed that everyone present hadn't left, right? Wang Dachui nodded and pointed at the gathered young masters and bodyguards beside him, saying, they're all here, not a single one has escaped. But I promised them they must be released in 7 minutes. It's all. Wang Dachui pointed at the ceiling, his meaning clear. If it weren't for the lives at stake, he wouldn't be able to hold them down at all. Fortunately, these people's phones had been destroyed, and they couldn't communicate with the outside world for the time being. The bodyguards were all under their own watch, and none dared to relay any messages. Wang Dachui was straightforward with the bodyguards of the deceased masters. Now that your masters are gone, if you leak information and allow any of these people to escape, if they are not the killers, that's fine, but if they are, you would be the ones who let the killers go. Faced with fear and absolute power, these bodyguards had no choice but to obey, even helping to keep an eye on the other bodyguards and stewards. 7 minutes? That's enough. Xiao Naiying and Morgan, you can start now. Okay. Received. Morgan activated his A-level talent, Blood Crocodile Shark, causing silver scales to grow on his skin. This talent was similar to a 6th-tier ferocious fish living in the deep sea near the Black Domain, with scales that were hard and extremely sensitive to blood. It was a crucial tool for detecting the presence of the murderer at the crime scene. On the front lines, Morgan relied on this talent to smell the bloodshed among ferocious beasts, becoming a core member of the field Special Operations Team by taking advantage of the chaos. Morgan first ordered everyone in the viewing hall to prick their fingers and draw a bit of blood, quickly reaching a conclusion. Currently, there are 58 people alive. Blood tests show 72 people, 12 died from Bluetooth's dragon bite, and there are 2 more. One is this head. Morgan pointed to the severed head of the Mountain King on the ground. He looked up at the ceiling of the safe house. The other one, his blood is left on the ground and the ceiling. Xiao Naiying's eyes suddenly glimmered with golden light. She looked up at the roof of the safe house. It was the A-level talent, Eagle Dragon, which greatly enhanced her vision, allowing her to see far and observe details invisible to the naked eye. The blood loss is significant. It's caused by the blood pressure shock after the head was severed. Based on the spray area, one is not a martial artist, but stronger than an ordinary person. The other is a 4th-tier martial artist. AI Lee suddenly interrupted. She used her special privileges to finally find information on the Mountain King. And he couldn't possibly be a delivery guy. Hua Domain, Shadow Legion, Team 23 Vice Captain, Mountain King. What about the number of people entering and exiting the hall? Has the surveillance been compared? AI Lee asked. Only one person doesn't match. It's Yi Wushuang, a well-known young master from Hua Domain. Wang Dachui wiped the sweat from his brow. In just a few minutes, the surveillance equipment and facial recognition had finally locked onto 2 suspicious individuals entering and exiting the VIP hall. One was Yi Wushuang, and the other was that waiter. Yi Wushuang was missing. That waiter was also gone. The last frame showed a corner, and then the person vanished from the screen like magic. This is a big problem. AI Lee frowned. After the revival of spiritual energy, humans developed various talents. Some talents had little combat ability but were excellent at lurking and hiding. Many psychologically disturbed martial artists had caused great turmoil in society. This was also the reason for the existence of their small group. The killer has a space ring. Why did he kill these people? Revenge, passion, or a crime of impulse? AI Lee decided to start from the motive of the killer. After a brief silence, Wang Dachui said, the people present said it was that person who drove them into the room. Words alone are not enough. Where's the evidence? As soon as Ellie saw Wang Dachui's expression, she complained, why are there no surveillance devices in this hall? Can't the martial artists see, and can ordinary people not see either? If it wasn't a premeditated massacre, why were these hidden alarms destroyed? Boss, it's a one-hit kill. After carefully examining the bloodstains and the pupil of the Mountain King, Xiao Naiying reached an astonishing conclusion. Level 3. One-hit kill on a level 4? Her cute voice trembled slightly.
Ellie's thoughts were not interrupted. Also, why did the Mountain King appear here? What was the purpose of driving them away? Why did they have to take off their clothes? Is it just pure perversion? A rapid-fire series of questions came from Ellie, her eyes slightly focused, as if she was trying to clarify the key points of the situation. Wang Dachui didn't know. He was a rough man, fine with killing ferocious beasts. He really couldn't figure this out. You can ask. Wang Dachui knew Ellie's talent would cause some mental harm to ordinary people, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. As time passed, he felt even more passive. Ellie quickly stepped forward, yanked a bodyguard aside, and directly activated her very rare A-level talent, Eye of Intimidation, targeting a seated young master. A pair of terrifying giant eyes instantly magnified in the young master's vision. What happened? Ellie decided to first restore the sequence of events. It was us who squeezed in. It was us who squeezed in. The next part was extremely simple. Ellie asked. One by one, Wang Dachui finally understood the sequence of events. Damn it! A bunch of stupid donkeys, all they know is to fight. Bang! He punched the wall, feeling his anger boiling inside. This was not a massacre. This was clearly a major accident. The waiter was clearly using them to destroy the scene, and as a result, fear and pressure led to their own demise. The key point was that the idiot on the other side of the door had no idea what was outside. Didn't they watch the previous match? Is there any lead on that waiter? Wang Dachui, not giving up, wanted to ask again. Morgan shook his head directly, very cunning. No bloodstains, no direct evidence, although we still suspect it was the delivery guy. His information is still under protection, and more importantly, are you sure you want to escalate this matter? Morgan put away his talent, glancing at the bloodstains on the ceiling, seemingly deep in thought. A level 4 martial artist ambushed by a level 3 martial artist and then counter-killed. Ellie walked outside the safe house and lifted a scale from the Bluetooth dragon. She noticed the dense, dark red blood threads at the root of the scale. Safe house. Shadow Legion. Then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Let's go, our mission is over. Wang Dachui, I suggest you report to the higher-ups of the Federation in Huayu. Take this opportunity for a thorough cleansing. Watching the three leave the scene, the newly appointed president of the Martial Artist Guild was left with Ellie's words in his ear. Dirty, it's just too dirty. The federal investigation team arrived quickly and left even faster. Even after experiencing many special cases, they, having figured out the key points at this moment, did not want to linger in a place that reeked of rotten blood. Next, it was up to Wang Dachui's response. Clearly, it was another case involving a prestigious family. They were only responsible for reasoning in such cases, not for handling them. Martial Artist Guild. Building. In the elevator. Brother Morgan, your talent also has a power boost. Is there a chance to one-hit kill a level 4 martial artist at level 3? Xiao Naiying's eyes were slightly red, as if she had applied red eyeshadow, a side effect of using her talent. Impossible, I can't one-hit kill someone of the same level at level 4, unless my martial skills are fully mastered and I hit someone at the entry level. Morgan shook his head. Those geniuses in the military might have a chance. You're wrong, there's one important prerequisite. First, challenge the ferocious beast across levels, survive for 30 minutes, then cut off one of the beast's claws, and finally encounter a level 4 martial artist ambush when your stamina is exhausted, Ellie added. The elevator doors opened wide, revealing a sunny first floor. The hall was filled with yellow figures. Many martial artists were cosplaying as delivery drivers. They were celebrating the birth of a new king. After 3 years, the masked martial artist competition finally had its first champion. The new masked martial artist king. The faith of wild martial artists. Ellie quickly walked out of the elevator, letting out a sigh. With such talent, why doesn't the Federation focus on nurturing them? She was a member of a prominent family in the European region. Strong-willed since childhood, she had relied on no family connections to reach her current position. She had crushed many peers and seen all kinds of extraordinary talents from various regions. But now, she couldn't help but admire this martial artist from the Hua region. Although she didn't know his age, what he had accomplished was indeed astonishing. In her heart, there was unexpectedly a sense of exhilaration. Perhaps it was because she had stared into the abyss for too long. Unconsciously, she had also been influenced by the abyss. Let's go, our focus is still on the wandering heart-eating demon. In the VIP viewing hall, only Wang Dachui remained. He was feeling overwhelmed. Opening his phone, he reported. Truthfully, boss, here's the situation. Okay, got it. You handle the aftermath and don't forget to inform the Yi family of the truth, came the voice from the other end after a moment of silence. Wang Dachui tugged at his hair, making his already sparse hairline lose a few more strands. So, what will the Yi family do about the murderer? What to do? Just a few wasteful resources dead. If he has the energy, he can go and give birth to more. The anger from the other end finally erupted. Boss, the final payment from the sponsor, the Yi family, hasn't arrived yet. Wang Dachui reminded quietly. Since taking over, there hadn't been a single piece of good news. It was too difficult, with holes everywhere. First, let's trick the money over. After all, we won't be cooperating anymore. So what if a son dies? How many wild champions have died in these years?
How many died from serious injuries?
And how many were caused by them?
Wang Dachui quickly hung up the phone. The boss was too fierce, and when his temper flared, he would say anything on the phone. But the boss was right. In these decades, the aristocratic
families had become increasingly excessive.
Now, more than half of the 32 seats in the Federal Council were occupied by people from various regional aristocratic families. Many regulations clearly favored the protection of the
aristocratic class.
The hands of various fields were stretching longer and longer, becoming more and more intrusive. The most critical point was that many war gods with clean backgrounds developed their own families after gaining
seats.
One could only hope that relatively clean academies could produce more new talents.
Otherwise, in a few years, soldiers like himself would also be eliminated. Thinking of this, he dialed a number, and it connected. This is Yi Ching-song. Congratulations, Brother Wang, on your new position. Is there something you need?
A calm voice came from the other end of the line, exuding the composure cultivated from long-standing authority.
Yi Wuxuang is dead. Do you want to know who the murderer is?
Dead?
What about the other person? Wang Dachui did not hear the expected rage from Yi Ching-song.
His heart sank a little heavier. Had these aristocratic families
become this cold-blooded? What would the Federation look like in a few more years?
But he continued, he's also dead. The murderer is the champion delivery driver, but the person has disappeared.
Yi Ching-song fell silent for a
moment on the other end of the line before suddenly bringing up the issue Wang Dachui was concerned about. The final payment is only 1/3 considered a hush fee. Wang Dachui scratched his head. No way, it has to be the
full amount, otherwise I'll blow this up.
Half, but I want all the competition data of the delivery driver.
Yi Ching-song knew that this data was stored in the Warrior Guild system and it could only be obtained after the
competition ended for a while, with special approval from the chairman.
Do you know how many people died in this incident?
12.
Wang Dachui said gloomily. Tell them it was all done by the delivery guys. I'll secretly provide
them with the follow-up data anyway, so it won't fall on you.
Yi Ching-song's indifferent voice was like a calming pill. Full payment.
Wang Dachui said, in 6 months, I'll give you the key. Although he said that, Wang Dachui had no intention of providing any data. A single misoperation during this time could wipe the data clean, and anyway, the money was already in.
Deal.
Yi Ching-song hung up the phone, and after a few taps on the screen, a transfer
of 5 billion was made to the Warrior Guild's account under the guise of sponsorship. The key represented real names and information.
This grudge must be avenged. No matter if you are a Tier 4 or Tier 5 warrior, if you dare to provoke the Yi family, you must die. Yi Qingshan had just received a new mission from the Shadow Legion when he saw a message pop up on his phone.
Qingshan, Yi Wuxuang is dead.
The phone was crushed in his hand with a snap. His feelings were particularly complicated. The sensation of losing something right after accepting it was too painful.
So it was the delivery guy, huh? In 6 months, I'll let you truly experience what it feels like to be unable to survive and unable to die.
At the entrance of a linked villa in the Han family estate, Han Yenling and Su Chen's phones both chimed with a notification.
Su Chen glanced at the screen. Ding dong. Federal contributor. Foundation rewards warrior points, 1,000 points. The note read, Longhua University Wan Han Laboratory.
The project name was A-Class Alloy Material Breakthrough.
Han Yenling blinked after looking at her phone. Great. Wan Han's research progress was much faster than expected.
Then his points should have been credited as well. As a participant, she only received 100 points.
Su Chen, as a material contributor, should have at least 1,000 points. The C-class gun technique that she hadn't learned required 2,000 points. She was still 900 points short. These points could be overdrawn from the Han mercenary course points,
but she needed to exchange some materials.
Next, she just had
to wait to enter the Han family's small secret realm to gather some materials. She could then exchange them for points with her mother.
Su Chen, let's go to the Han family's small secret realm together the day after tomorrow.
Han Yenling asked, her beautiful big eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen smiled slightly and turned to look at the sky. I'm not going. I want to go to the Wang family's small secret realm.
That one is a new secret realm. Han Xuanyi acted quickly.
Just now, a schedule of the opening times and admission permits for various underground secret realms had been sent to Su Chen's phone.
The day after tomorrow was the opening time for the Wang family's new secret realm, specially marked in red font. First time. Besides, going with you? Then I wouldn't be able to work. Because of your presence, my hands have developed a stronger independent consciousness, don't you know? A hint of disappointment flashed in Han Yenling's sparkling eyes.
If she went alone, although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would be quite boring.
Because there wouldn't be much to talk about with her partner. It would be similar to the last time she went out of the city. Annoying.
Once I become the Empress, with a single command, he will have to follow me.
Right now, there really isn't much I can do. The Han family's butler has more free time, mainly serving as a bodyguard.
She doesn't go out much and can't keep Su Chen tied here every day. Besides, his work today was also completed beyond expectations.
Why not find an opportunity to spar a bit and let him taste the flavor of the Han family's whip? After Su Chen left, Han Yenling opened the weakness analysis system in the training room. This system analyzes the training process of martial arts by breaking down video actions, identifying the shortcomings, and finding the physical weaknesses of the warriors. Due to her rebirth, she actually doesn't rely much on this system. After becoming a martial artist, she applied to independently use this underground training room. Therefore, there are only 2 people in the weakness analysis system, her and Su Chen. Should she let the system help her see what Su Chen's weaknesses are? Next time she invites him for a spar, she could hold back a bit and let him stay in the Han family's rehabilitation room? Han Yenling took a deep breath. She clicked on Su Chen's profile. The system was quickly loading the video playback of Su Chen. Most of the time, he was playing on his phone, massaging, watching his own training. Han Yenling felt a bit nervous. Su Chen had never showcased his martial skills here, so she didn't know if the system would be effective. The progress bar kept moving forward. Finally, it reached 100%. Ding! The Su Chen weakness report analysis result has been generated with an accuracy rate of 98%. Han Yenling was skeptical. Based on her experiences from 2 lives, the system's accuracy rate for her own judgments was usually only 35%. Su Chen hadn't even thrown a punch. How could it be so high? The system must be malfunctioning. But she still clicked on the report. Weakness 1, Han Yenling's thigh, resistance 0.9%. Weakness 2, Han Yenling's feet, resistance 1%. Weakness 3, Han Yenling's chest and hips, resistance 1.2%. Han Yenling? When did I hit him with these martial skills? From a distance? Also, do martial skills even exist for the chest and hips? This system is definitely malfunctioning. In the Martial Artist Guild Hall exchange window, Su Chen chose a D-grade alloy spear, deducting the 1,000 points he just received in 20 million federal coins. Ding dong! Exchange successful. A long box popped up at the window containing 2 sections of a completely silver-white spear. The threaded device in the middle allows the spear to be screwed together for use. After Su Chen successfully exchanged, the management staff at the exchange center immediately received a system notification. The office, which had just been reorganized due to the new leadership, began to discuss again. Damn, sold a D-grade equipment? This month's bonus is secured. What? Isn't that a money-losing item that has been sitting for years? Why is it a money-losing item? The newly hired Xiao Wu asked. Mainly because the points are too expensive. For a hunter martial artist, going out of the city 180 times, finding and killing a 3rd-tier beast each time, is that even possible? An old martial artist employee, about to retire, took a sip of tea. Do you know how long it takes to pay off the points debt in the mercenary group and then save up another 1,000 points? A 3rd-tier martial artist takes over 10 years. Stop arguing, let's see who it is. After all, this isn't the front line. High-level weapons circulate slowly, and it might take a year to sell one. You can't compare with the crazies in the military. Xiao Wu, check which mercenary group is so wealthy. I'll have my girl switch jobs there. In the future. Right, hurry up and check. My kid has been in the Diamond Cat for 5 or 6 years and can't even buy an E-grade combat suit. They disbanded a few days ago, it's driving me crazy. Rare Hunter Mercenary Group? Xiao Wu quickly said. Never heard of them. Do they have 50 people in their group? At least 30, right? Fewer than 25 people can't go. Those are small groups with no benefits or guarantees. The people in the office were discussing animatedly, all preparing to have their martial artist descendants pay more attention to recruitment information. This was also their informational advantage while working here. There are only two people. Xiao Wu rubbed his eyes and stammered. The lively office suddenly fell silent. A 2-person mercenary group able to afford D-grade equipment? Where did they get so many points? Su Chen returned to his room. He took off his mask. Every time he went to the exchange point to obtain valuable items, he had to disguise himself well. With a thought, a silver-white alloy spear appeared in his hand. Made entirely of silver-white alloy material, it emitted a cold, sharp light. The spear was long and straight, about 2 meters in length when twisted together, with a tip as sharp as a cold star, glimmering ominously under the room's lights. It was specially designed to penetrate the defenses of 5th-tier ferocious beasts. The shaft was adorned with intricate patterns, not only for aesthetics but also to increase grip friction. Not bad, there's a balance weight at the tail end. Su Chen nodded, satisfied. He didn't understand spear techniques, but this weapon felt particularly comfortable, with an excellent grip. It was as if he had merged with it. A man should wield a spear. Next, it was time to head to the federal pickup point. In the capital of Huayu, the building of the federal bank towered into the clouds, grand and luxurious. Opposite it was the slightly more understated federal Huayu government. The building's exterior was made of silver-white secret realm marble, reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight, resembling the halo of energy after a spirit was burned. The steps in front of the bank were crowded with people coming and going. Some were there to take out loans, some to repay them. Others, like Su Chen, were there to retrieve items.
But without exception, they were all martial artists, including many high-tier ones.
Within the realm of Lingxin, all service personnel
were low-tier martial artists, showcasing their foundation. The hall was spacious and bright, with tiles as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the enormous water crystal chandelier above. The water crystals produced by the secret realm continuously emitted light that flickered like stars, decorating the entire hall in a dreamlike manner.
Sir, may I ask what business you would like to conduct? A professional smile, a beautiful face, a bank receptionist, appeared from the side. More importantly, she was actually a second-tier martial artist. I'm here to retrieve an item, Su Chen replied flatly, noting that she was decent-looking but couldn't compare to Han Yuer. Not to mention his classmate Xiao Han.
Hello, this way please. The young and beautiful attendant, named Sang Jizi, led Su Chen to an automatic pickup machine in the corner of the hall, adding, just enter the pickup code to retrieve your
item.
She had just followed her father's instructions, the vice president of the Federal Bank Huayu branch, to experience the grassroots for a few days. After that, she would directly become the general manager under operation. The grassroots experience was a necessary process, so these few days had been quite torturous. However, she felt a little proud every day seeing those martial artists staring intently at her face and leering at her long legs in
stockings. Many martial artists even took the opportunity to ask for her contact information.
But today, this guy in front of her, although wearing a mask, looked at her with a very indifferent gaze. It was an unmasked calmness that made her, usually confident in her looks, feel a strong sense of defeat. So she deliberately led Su Chen to the self-service machine. This place was usually for retrieving some worthless small items. Plus, it would take a long time for them to be transported through the underground device. Moreover, looking at this guy's naive expression, glancing around as if he had never seen the world, it was clear he was a country bumpkin.
What right did a country bumpkin have to be indifferent to her?
Just wait here.
Sang Jizi smiled, indicating her task was complete, and turned to leave. Su Chen felt a bit puzzled.
His spear technique was worth tens of millions, was it really
that casual?
But it didn't matter, this place was quite low-key. The more understated, the better. He had just entered the pickup code when the self-service machine's screen lit up with a red light, sending a command to the
nearest staff member's phone. The red light in the corner of his eye and the phone's intense vibration nearly knocked Sang Jizi off balance. The phone screen displayed 4 large characters: issue highest priority emergency task. Provide the best service to assist the client in retrieving valuable items. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of promotion opportunities for 5 years. I'm sorry, please come this way, it's my oversight. Sang Jizi bowed frantically. Even as the general manager, her annual salary was only $1 million. The confidence and elegance of her past had vanished completely. The value of precious items started at 50 million. The daughter of the vice president would have to go without food or drink for 50 years. Her family could be considered wealthy, but they were only worth tens of millions. Because in this system, no one could engage in even the slightest act of corruption. The scrutiny was extremely strict.
Therefore, precious items meant precious clients.
Precious clients likely meant the offspring of small noble families.
It was the place she had always dreamed of
marrying into.
Su Chen clicked the skip button at the bottom of the screen. No, I'll just wait here.
Sang Jizi was dumbfounded.
In her brief career, she hadn't learned anything useful. All she knew was that treating precious
items this way was completely against the management regulations of the Federal Bank.
If Su Chen really took the goods here, she could forget about ever sitting in the position of general manager again. Her eyes instantly turned red.
I'm sorry, please let me go. I was wrong, I shouldn't have brought you here. Sang Jizi explained in a panic. Su Chen turned his head, somewhat confused, and said, this is quite nice, quiet. Is there a problem?
He hadn't thought much about it, he just wanted to grab something and leave.
Nothing was more important than getting stronger.
This girl suddenly cried as if she had rubbed onions in her eyes.
Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Women
were truly complicated creatures. At least Xiao Han was good, beautiful, and didn't beat around the bush. Sang Jizi thought her service had completely angered this big shot, so she quickly took out her phone and frantically called her father. She wanted him to come downstairs to help her salvage the situation. Meanwhile, she stood aside, waiting with this precious client.
Her exquisite eye makeup was all smudged from crying. Just then, due to the secluded and quiet location, the sound of a dispute came from the other side. Sleep with me once? You think you're worthy? Manager Wu, please, help me out. I really need this money, just to prove it. Su Chen found the voice
somewhat familiar and turned to look. It was a short-haired woman, not very tall, dressed in an ordinary purple martial artist outfit. Her face was covered in freckles, which stood out against her suntan skin. There were several noticeable scars on her nose, clearly the result of multiple fractures and repairs. At that moment, her lips were tightly pressed together, with a partially healed crack at the corner.
Su Chen immediately recognized his good partner from his underground trip, the explosive fist fighter.
Your credibility is an issue. Don't even mention 50 million, you can't even get 5 million approved, Manager Wu said impatiently, breaking free from Pang
Lily's entanglement.
If it weren't for her claiming to be the third place in the masked martial artist competition, she wouldn't even be able to enter the federal bank due to her credibility issues.
But if it weren't for you introducing that person before, how would I have credibility issues?
Pang Lily clenched her fists, her anger surging. Thanks to Su Chen winning the championship, she had become the third place in this martial artist competition,
based on her second round points.
However, the prize for third place was only 10 million, which was far from enough for her high-interest loans. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person who introduced her to borrow
high-interest loans was none other than Manager Wu.
When her teacher fell ill and was hospitalized, it was Manager Wu who received her when she first came to the federal bank to borrow money.
He repeatedly said there were more suitable channels.
The amounts were large and the interest rates lower. But ever since she dialed that privately handed business card, she had been trapped in a contract full of pitfalls. Now, even though she was famous, the
regular channels no longer provided her with amounts due to her credibility issues.
She really wanted to punch Manager Wu a few times, but if she made a move, she would be immediately arrested. Without her care, her teacher would truly be finished.
Was joining the army the only option? Could her teacher wait until she retired? Definitely not. Even the opportunity for a trap was completely denied by the other party. Thud. Pang Lily suddenly knelt down,
gripping Manager Wu's pant leg and gritting her teeth, saying, "Manager Wu, if you don't help me, I'll post about the business card you gave me online." Manager Wu's expression changed, and he pulled his leg away, saying, "I never
gave you a business card, get lost." As long as he adamantly denied it, there would be no evidence. Damn it, this lowly wild martial artist actually dared to threaten me. I'll contact the gang tonight and make her pay. A feint, killing intent made Su Chen frown.
He had heard Pang Lily's words clearly. He knew better than anyone who the explosive boxer was. He had just casually mentioned it. She could help him dig a hole for over 3 hours.
You can deceive her, but I can't ignore you wanting to kill her. I'm not a cold-blooded animal.
Besides, Xiaohan had asked me to help contact her.
Su Chen walked over. Sang Jizi hurriedly followed. She didn't know what this wealthy big shot was planning to do. Get up.
Su Chen's voice surprised Pang Lily, who had been keeping her head down. But when she recognized the voice of the delivery guy and saw Su Chen wearing a mask, she didn't reveal his identity. She just nodded slightly at him. Martial artists competing against each other could still recognize identities if they had good eyesight. "Manager Wu, leave a line for others. We may meet again in the future,"
Su Chen said calmly, not intending to get too involved.
Everyone has their own fate. Meddling too much could be counterproductive.
As long as Manager Wu had no killing intent, that was enough. A single sentence didn't take much effort. Who the hell do you think you are? You're really overstepping. Manager Wu was furious and didn't notice Sang Jizi frantically signaling. The ones handling business here were ordinary martial artists with no assets, and he didn't need to pay them any mind.
His own family background was quite solid.
Forget it, I'm leaving, it's nothing.
Pang Lily no longer entangled herself, patted Su Chen's arm, and turned to leave. Her own matters ultimately had to be resolved by herself. She didn't want to trouble others, it was just about joining the army.
Life is important, but there are even more important things to protect.
The decision was quick, just like her punch, simple and direct.
Su Chen suddenly spoke, "Wait, boxer. Someone asked me to inquire if you would be willing to work with her and what conditions you would have."
This was the original wording from Han Yenling. Pang Lily was silent for a moment and said, "If you can help me pay off the usury, I will serve her for 10 years. If I can save my teacher, I will serve for 20 years.
Su Chen nodded.
Although he didn't understand why Han Yenling had such high hopes for Pang Lily, since that girl had asked him, it was no harm to ask.
You can contact her.
Remember, only send messages, no voice or calls.
Su Chen took out his phone and sent Pang Lily a message with Han Yenling's phone number. Manager Wu was taken aback.
He knew exactly how much Pang Lily owed and what illness her teacher had. It was something he could easily handle.
Absolute strength was formidable. Just like the gang leader behind him, he wouldn't chat with anyone, fearing that his voice might leak and be traced by the federal investigation team. Sang Jizi's thoughts were even deeper.
Because she knew Su Chen's worth, this contact must be either rich or noble.
Some extremely wealthy people disdained to talk to ordinary martial artists.
At least, in the circles she knew, there were such existences. Before she could finish her thoughts, her great savior arrived just in time.
"Don't leave yet, don't go."
Vice President Sang Ming of Huayu Federal Bank approached, signaling his assistant to stop the departing Pang Lily. His brief observation just now had basically sorted out the relationships, with the focus being on the tall
young master. Pang Lily looked confused at this impeccably dressed, shiny-headed bank executive. "Vice President."
Manager Wu had a faint sense of unease in his heart and slightly bowed.
Sang Ming had reached the position of vice president,
demonstrating both capability and skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pave the way for his daughter in the strictly regulated federal bank. But his salary was only a few million. He understood one thing deeply: his daughter's job could be lost. However, some people must never be provoked.
"Manager Wu, what's going on?" Sang Ming asked directly. Loan application, insufficient credit, so I didn't approve it. Manager Wu quickly distanced himself from the responsibility, pointing at Pang Lily and emphasizing the lack of credit. He was just following the rules. Approve it directly, lowest interest rate secured by my salary, Sang Ming said without hesitation. Even if Pang Lily couldn't repay it, he could offset it under the guise of bad debt. Manager Wu, who had just been so arrogant, was taken aback. Direct approval? He couldn't help but ask, Vice President, is this appropriate? Appropriate. Young man, shall we go to the VIP lounge? Sang Ming had walked quickly earlier, and a light sweat had formed on his forehead. At this moment, the lobby was bustling with people, clients, and staff, busily moving about, the sounds of conversation and footsteps blending together to create an orderly din. All right. Suchen saw Sang Ming's sincerity. Standing here, they wouldn't leave, which would only cause more commotion. Manager Wu, hurry and bring someone to handle this. Let Xiao Sang do what he needs to do. Sang Ming felt a sense of relief. This was great. Helping his friend with this matter would, in turn, create an unspoken favor owed to him. Moreover, as long as they could get to the VIP area, at least the cold shoulder from Liangzi wouldn't be established. The vice president personally receiving them was more than enough sincerity. Later, if he asked for a good review, his daughter's issue would be resolved. Yes. Manager Wu quickly agreed. Thank you, but no need. Pang Lily suddenly realized that the root of the problem was still the gap in strength. She had watched the video of the last round of challenges. All she felt was relief. Without the delivery guy, the remaining 7 of them together wouldn't be enough for Bluetooth to take down a dragon. Strength. What she wanted was strength. Money could be borrowed from anyone. If she didn't push herself, she would never reach level 4 in this lifetime. She turned and left, preparing to contact the number Su Chen had given her. She was ready to solve her worries once and for all. The delivery guy could earn $1 billion in bonuses through strength, which was why he had the qualification to be personally received by the vice president. Without strength, one could only kneel and beg. Pang Lily's departure didn't surprise Su Chen. His goal had already been achieved. The rest was up to Han Yinling. Sang Ming, however, shot a cold glance at Manager Wu, mentally marking an end to this person's career at the federal bank. This favor was so important, and he had ruined it. He really should be fired. Near the VIP lounge of the federal bank, the air was filled with a faint scent of high-end perfume and flowers, creating a sense of tranquility and elegance. The noisy sounds around gradually faded away, as if absorbed by the walls on either side. Young man, what should I call you? Sang Ming greeted eagerly. This was the high-end reception room of the federal bank. Many aristocratic families regarded entering this lounge as a symbol of status. Last name Wang, just call me Xiao Wang. Su Chen casually fabricated an alias. Sang Ming knew this young man was lying to him, but it didn't matter. As long as he was happy, that was enough. So he continued to introduce, this is the lounge crafted with great expense by the federal bank, not only infused with spiritual energy to nourish the body, but many materials are sourced from precious resources in the secret realm caves. Staying here often can improve your health and enhance your talents. If you find it satisfactory, you can make an appointment with me, and I'll arrange a time for you, ensuring your satisfaction. Sang Ming's meaning was clear. Such a high-end VIP lounge was not open without an appointment. So I brought you here, already lowering my stance quite a bit. Thank you, I don't come here often. Su Chen shook his head. If it weren't for picking up the goods this time, he wouldn't have come to this place. No amount of spiritual energy could compare to his own training room. Sang Ming wasn't angry. After all, it's normal for wealthy people to have a bit of temper. However, this VIP lounge was indeed built with heavy investment from the federal bank. The materials used were of very high quality, even surpassing other VIP lounges in terms of class. That's why reservations and identity verification were required. Many materials inside had a shelf life. If no one came, wouldn't it be a waste? So, he would know once he entered. This was a service that wealth alone might not guarantee. The entire corridor was quiet and solemn, with a thick red carpet covering the floor. Stepping on it felt soft and slightly elastic, producing a faint echo, and it was unclear what material it was made of. At the end stood a massive door, towering at 3 meters high, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was actually made from the armor of a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the frost giant, gleaming with a cold metallic light. The patterns on the armor were clearly visible, each line seemingly telling the brutal tale of battling this giant beast. Vice President Sang took out a pure white work magnetic card from his pocket. With a swift motion, he swiped it on the card reader. Next to the door, accompanied by a soft beat, the indicator light on the card reader turned yellow. A simple identity verification to prevent young heirs from coming to siphon off spiritual energy. If you want to siphon, bring your family's long magnetic card first. Sang Ming gestured for Su Chen to swipe as well. With a standard smile on his face, he had already devised a script in his mind. If this young master in front of him didn't have enough worth, he would use his authority to let this young man in. This could be considered a small favor. Su Chen took out his purple magnetic card and placed it on the machine. Suddenly, the card reader lit up with a dazzling red light. Immediately after, a brief system voice sounded, beep. Insufficient permissions for this room. Please proceed to the high hall. Thud. The magnetic card in Sangming's hand fell to the ground. His brain instantly crashed. What the hell? This kid has a net worth of 30 billion? Which top family head from the 9 domains is here to blow me up? How do I have the qualifications to receive him? President, where are you? Come save me. The high hall on the rooftop of the Federal Bank. The surrounding walls were embedded with several second-tier spirit crystals. Next to the sofa was a swaying little tree with silver leaves, exuding bursts of fragrance and spiritual energy. Suchen sat on a sofa made of an unknown ferocious beast's fur. Diagonally across from him was a sprightly old man, looking to be over 70 years old. Yet, not a single hair on his head was white. Spirit Heart told him that this was a 7th-tier martial artist whose strength was not inferior to Gongguofu. I am surnamed Qian, the president of the Huayu branch. Suchen took a deep breath. The speed of spiritual energy growth in his body had indeed increased. A bit, but only slightly. President Qian, I'm just here to pick up something, no need to make it so complicated. He truly hadn't expected that his savings would attract the attention of someone at the president's level. It seemed that the wealth of these families wasn't as astonishing as he had imagined. The loan from Han Xuanyi had certainly not been transferred yet, as he hadn't entered the secret realm. Hearing Su Chen's youthful voice, President Qian felt even more surprised. This young man in front of him was not very old, yet he had a solid top-tier fortune. As far as he knew, the net worth of several families in Huayu was only a few hundred billion. Much of the wealth was tied to the strength of the martial artists. Therefore, the cash flow of these families often transformed into their own strength. Only a few old cross-domain families from other major domains possessed assets of several hundred billion or more. Sometimes, their influence and power were even greater than that of the Federal Management Office. The federal institutions in that domain could survive solely because the management within the Federation was essentially their own people. Just now, Vice President Sang had already sent him a message. The 4th-tier warrior detection device showed that he was a low-tier warrior. What exactly was his identity? Truly mysterious. President Qian recalled the task released on his phone earlier. He took out a textured black card from his pocket and smiled, saying, Mr. Wang, here is a black crystal card. Placing it on the back of your phone will grant you access to the dark auction house, officially hosted by the Federal Bank. Inside, there are some treasures from secret realms, caves, and military production, held regularly. Su Chen was quite intrigued and took the card. What if I want to auction items? President Qian displayed a charitable smile. Since you are the most esteemed black crystal client, if you have items to auction, you can contact us in advance. We will come to collect the treasures you wish to auction. Of course, if you are not at ease, you can also store the treasures here first. All right. Su Chen nodded. He discreetly glanced at the smooth floor. The item he wanted had arrived. Crack, crack, crack. The ground in front of Su Chen suddenly spiraled open, revealing a small black box which typically contained martial skills. The black color indicated it was a rare B tier. Such martial skills were not common in the Hua region. Delivered by a silver-gray mechanical arm, it slowly reached Su Chen's front. This was his goal for this visit. B-tier martial skill, 9-kill spear. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he put away the small box. Great, it was finally in hand. If it weren't for the masked warrior competition, he would have had to hunt fierce beasts for a long time to exchange for such a martial skill. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take my leave. Su Chen stood up and prepared to leave. This made President Qian even more certain of his judgment, most likely the illegitimate child of some big shot. The Supreme Hall was rarely open to the public. Each time it opened, the consumption of spirit crystals and energy converted into money amounted to hundreds of thousands. This was unimaginable for an ordinary family. It was also the reason there were not many attendants here. This kid was just a low-tier warrior. It wouldn't be surprising for him to stay in this room for a whole day under various pretenses, leaving so decisively. His family definitely didn't lack low-tier spirit crystals. However, recalling the request from a friend in the Black Domain, after some consideration, he still inquired before Su Chen exited the Supreme Hall, Mr. Wang, if someone is willing to exchange martial skills for 10 pieces of 3rd-tier spirit crystals, would you consider it? President Qian believed the price he offered was already quite high. Although high-tier warriors had great combat power, their strong aura could easily scare off fierce beasts. This led to a very low cost-effectiveness for hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness. The difficulty of obtaining points for high-tier warriors in the Hua region was similar to that of low-tier warriors. Moreover, the Federation prohibited point trading, eliminating the behavior of high-tier warriors hiring low-tier warriors to earn points. Many members of weaker mercenary groups worked until death without being able to repay their point debts. Most points would be exchanged for low-tier martial skills or alloy equipment to enhance the members' strength as soon as they arrived. Aside from some family mercenary groups that had accumulated some points over the years, most were in a deficit. Under the deliberately formulated policies of the Federation, the front lines became the place to hunt a large number of fierce beasts to obtain points and high-tier martial skills. However, due to the mandatory 5-year military service and an annual Death rate as high as 60%. How many warriors could actually return alive? Only 5%.
None were without having crawled out from piles of corpses. Every point of experience had to be quickly used to enhance their own strength. Accumulating points was undoubtedly the most foolish behavior,
because before you could exchange your points, you might lose your life.
High-tier warriors usually found one B-tier martial skill sufficient. Being greedy would only
lead to trouble.
No matter how many martial skills one knew, if they were all entry-level, they wouldn't have much power. Instead, it would slow down their own advancement speed. Therefore, every B-tier martial skill circulating
in the market was relatively precious. Even a powerful warrior like those in the Dragon Palace needs to rely on the name of the warrior guild to apply for a loan of points in order to qualify for the B-level martial arts rewards. Moreover, under the planning of the Dragon Palace, there was originally no first place. This way, the martial arts rewards could be returned to the Federation with just a small interest payment. It was Su Chen's participation that led to this unexpected situation. I won't consider it, Su Chen flatly refused.
The price of B-level martial arts is actually between 700 million to 800 million.
President Qian stood up, trying to increase his leverage. Moreover, the entry difficulty for high-level martial arts is very high.
If the warrior's level is too low, there is a certain probability of failure in learning.
Why not exchange for spirit crystals first and quickly improve yourself?
This was already a clear hint. You are still a low-level warrior, and this martial arts technique is of no use to you right now. It would be better to quickly exchange for spirit crystals to raise your rank.
In fact, the
price of 10 third-tier spirit crystals already exceeds that of the B-level martial arts itself. However, due to the low circulation of high-level martial arts and various restrictions, the price is relatively high.
The reason
why President Qian's friend was willing to exchange is that, in the black domain, he used connections to prevent his child from enlisting. But that child has good martial arts talent and has always wanted to practice high-level martial arts. If it weren't for the decent production of spirit crystals in their family's several caves over the past 2 years, they wouldn't be able to offer such a price. Su Chen turned around, took out a small black box from his pocket, and said seriously, President Qian, if there is such a martial arts technique, I am willing to exchange it for 15 third-tier spirit crystals.
No limit on quantity. President Qian was taken aback. He immediately showed an awkward smile, no longer persuading, and politely escorted Su Chen out of the Supreme Hall.
However, he lowered his evaluation of this young man a few notches in his heart.
If he doesn't want to exchange, then so be it. Why boast so much? Having money doesn't mean having spirit crystals.
Some ordinary people also have a talent for business and accumulate some wealth. But the scarcity of spirit crystals means they can never become warriors, at most using their money to buy some blood-boosting pills to nurture their descendants.
By the way, President Qian, how do I use spirit crystal payments here? As Su Chen just stepped out the door and entered the dark auction
house on his phone, he found an option for payment, spirit crystal payment. Mr. Wang, your spirit crystals can be exchanged for auction funds at the spirit crystal exchange points of the Federal Bank. However, the exchange rate here might be slightly.
President Qian's words trailed off. The exchange points here belong to the official sector, and the actual price is even lower than that of the Warrior Guild's exchange points.
Therefore, very few warriors come here to exchange.
Thank you for your guidance, President Qian.
I just happen to want to exchange some spirit crystals.
Su Chen thought, since he was already here, he might as well exchange all the spirit
crystals below Tier 4 and buy some useful resources at the dark auction house. Exchanging spirit crystals multiple times in the same place could easily raise suspicions, which is not conducive to stealthy development.
Okay, follow me.
President Qian was stunned. He had just wanted to call someone, but Su Chen personally named him.
Why is this kid so clueless? Do you really need me to go personally for this little business? However, the service
regulations of the Federal Bank clearly state that any reasonable request from a client with the status of the Supreme Hall must be met.
The president is no exception.
So, President Qian could only lead the way himself, with various greetings of hello, President, and thank you for your hard work, President, ringing in his ears.
President Qian forced a smile, nodding in response.
It had been years since he had done reception work.
He couldn't
even manage a proper 45-degree smile anymore.
Is this the right curve?
Su Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of President Qian's somewhat strange smile and felt a jolt in his heart.
Did this old man have a stroke? President, could you stop smiling? President Qian, is your request a bit excessive? Right here, Mr. Wang.
The torment for President Qian finally came to an end. After a thorough search, he finally found the spirit crystal
exchange. The staff inside were dumbfounded. Is the leader here for an inspection? Why did he only bring one person?
Where's the press group? Where's the photography team? I just had a bun. I hope I won't embarrass myself.
Well, I'll take my leave now. You take your time exchanging. President Qian genuinely wanted to leave.
This kid was not playing by the rules, and standing here made him feel a bit diminished.
Thank you, President Qian, for leading the way. Take care. Su Chen waved his hand.
President Qian's face turned pale. It was over. He had been called out for leading the way.
Does the dignified branch president of Huayu have no pride? Su Chen didn't think about those little tricks and looked towards the federal bank's counter. It was clearly much more upscale than the exchange point at the Warrior Guild. All he had to do was pour the spirit crystals into the opening in front of the counter. The staff mainly helped with verification and guidance. After seeing President Qian hurriedly walk away into the elevator, he took out the spirit crystal box, leaving 23rd tier spirit crystals for entering the secret realm. With a clatter, he poured in 324 first-tier spirit crystals, 56 second-tier, and 7 third-tier spirit crystals into the opening. The noise was so loud that the staff at the counter experienced severe auditory hallucinations. He even watched the esteemed figure of the leader depart. In an instant, his thought was, did you not see the sign, no pouring in glass shards? He had heard many seniors complain about such shoddy practices. Finally, I caught one. But the dazzling blue light of the spirit crystals in the corner of his eye dispelled all his suspicions. Ding! A total of 324 first-tier spirit crystals, 56 second-tier spirit crystals, and 7 third-tier spirit crystals. Ding! The highest authority administrator of this branch has been contacted for approval. President Qian, who had just entered the elevator, quickly pressed the close door button and his office floor. He swiped his magnetic card and said to the elevator service panel, switch to private mode, do not stop until reaching the office. Received. The elevator immediately executed the command and ascended rapidly. Soon after, President Qian's phone received a notification, issuing a highest priority task. Please arrive at the branch's spirit crystal exchange point within 30 seconds. Failure to complete will result in a deduction of 1 year from your term. President Qian looked at the continuously rising elevator numbers, a hint of despair rising in his heart. How many spirit crystals does this kid have? Leaving the federal bank, Su Chen found himself alone in the wilderness. Outside the city, the sun gradually sank, painting the sky a shade of orange-red. Occasionally, the low growl of fierce beasts echoed in the distance, adding a hint of danger to the atmosphere. Su Chen was already a 4th-tier warrior, and there were few high-tier fierce beasts in the wilderness that could threaten his life. Finding a place with no one around and fewer fierce beasts, he took out the metal piece for martial arts learning. A round metal disc flickered with a faint blue light. He pressed the disc against his forehead, closed his eyes, and instantly a strong stream of information surged into his mind. A figure appeared in Su Chen's mind, holding a long spear, demonstrating the essence of the 9-kill spear. The figure moved swiftly and accurately, each move carrying a sharp aura. Su Chen felt the weak electric energy carried by the metal disc conducting through his skin to his nerves and muscles, bringing a slight tingling sensation while stimulating his body memory, helping him better grasp the methods and key points of exerting force. So that's how it is. I heard this technique was obtained from a high-level civilization relic discovered by humans after the revival of spiritual energy. This world is larger and more mysterious than I imagined. Interesting. Su Chen opened his eyes, a determined light flickering in them. Taking a deep breath, the long spear in his hand began to move in sync with the figure in his mind. At first, the movements were a bit awkward, but with each repetition, they became smoother and faster. Every sound of the gun tip slicing through the air seemed like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, resonating with the surrounding atmosphere. Ding! Learning new martial skill, B-level, 9-kill gun, ding. B-level, 9-kill gun, minor. Achievement. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead, dripping onto the ground. Every muscle in his body was tense, feeling the power and rhythm brought by the gun technique. His fingers gripped the gun barrel tightly, clearly sensing its coldness and hardness as the gun tip traced sharp arcs in the air. After several hours of practice, Su Chen stopped when he heard the new system notification. Ding! B-level, 9-kill gun, major achievement. Su Chen took a deep breath and began to ponder. He knew that it would be difficult for him to reach perfection with this martial skill. The essence of 9-kill gun lies in its swift, fierce, and precise killing power. Each move contains a deadly intent, originally designed for killing, pursuing the effect of a single fatal strike. This gun technique emphasizes the perfect combination of speed and power, thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and flicks. Each move leaves the enemy with no chance to counter. Is it because the beast's defense is too high that adjustments were made? Su Chen murmured, as the long gun in his hand began to move slowly again. With the development of the times and changes in the combat environment, a certain martial artist modified this set of gun techniques, making it effective not only against humans but also for killing fierce beasts. But the specially adjusted angles and force of the gun techniques have caused the original flavor to disappear. If I had a few months, or if I could get the original 9-kill gun technique, perhaps I could practice this gun technique to perfection. But it's unnecessary. Su Chen began to swing the long gun again, integrating X-level racial skill, unified force wave. The night light was like water. The air was filled with a faint scent of grass and earth mixed with Su Chen's sweat, creating a unique aroma. Unified Force Wave is a skill that can compress and then explode spiritual energy, which, when combined with the gun technique, can greatly enhance the penetration and impact of each move. No, this angle can be a bit more tricky. Su Chen's movements became increasingly precise, each move carrying an irresistible momentum. His breathing grew deep and powerful, and his heartbeat quickened. Every exertion was A challenge and breakthrough of his physical limits. Faster. Even faster.
Every muscle was burning, every nerve was fighting. A fiery light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, his movements perfectly merging with the shadow of the gun, reaching a state of unity between man and gun. Amidst the explosive sound of the gun tip meeting the air, time flew by. The morning light fell upon him, as if coating him in a layer of golden brilliance. At this moment, Su Chen put away the gun and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Continuous use of the unified force wave had finally pushed his body to its limits. His muscles ached and throbbed. However, the system voice ringing in his ears filled his heart with joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a martial skill, SS level, annihilation gun, minor achievement. While Su Chen practiced martial skills throughout the night in an inconspicuous bar in the Sakura domain, a strange message was posted on the blackboard. Hiring 3 flowers 30E. Once a member of a humble mercenary group, Niu Tianming was now working as a waiter here. He spent his family fortune to buy a cross-domain smuggling route. Here, he worked as a low-profile waiter. A dignified Tier 3 martial artist working as a waiter, this was unimaginable if it got out. Yet, he had no complaints. Because here, his clientele consisted of mid to high-tier powerhouses. Moreover, the boss promised that as long as he was here, the Hua domain's humble families would not be able to touch a hair on his head. He fully believed in this promise. Because this is the branch of the top Gang Eagle's Dark Father in the 9 domains underground city. The forces that can be seen in the 9 domains are collectively referred to as the aristocracy, while the unseen forces are called gangs. Whatever you can think of, the gang does it. The Federation had focused on cracking down on them for a few years, but they just hid deeper. No matter how powerful the aristocracy is, their hands cannot reach here. Waltz, what does this recruitment information mean? He asked the black bartender at the counter while wiping the tables and chairs. Don't be fooled by the bartender's dull expression, he is a 5th-tier powerhouse. He had clashed with his superiors in the Eagle Army, was sent on a suicide mission and became a deserter wanted by the Eagle Army. Recruitment means hiring assassins. The numbers represent the martial artist's rank and the flowers represent people in the Hua domain, with a bounty of 3 billion Federation coins, Waltz said while wiping a wine glass. He was responsible for training newcomers, and this common knowledge was something Niu Tianming needed to know. Oh my god, a bounty this high for a 3rd-tier martial artist? Can I take it? Niu Tianming slowed down his movements of wiping the table. He was quite tempted. If he succeeded in this job, would he still need to hide? Oh, can you take on a 4th-tier ferocious beast, or can you kill a 4th-tier martial artist? Waltz grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. Niu Tianming stopped talking. He knew who this bounty was for. He had watched the masked martial artist competition in the Hua domain, and that delivery guy had indeed inspired him a lot. Just arriving here, it was impossible not to encounter some discrimination. But that yellow figure had given him considerable confidence. Even in this shabby place, a 3rd-tier martial artist from the Eagle domain came over to ask him, "Hello, I heard that your 3rd-tier martial artists in the Hua domain can sweep through the same rank. Hua domain kung fu, I admire it." Niu Tianming started cleaning the floor again, and after a while, the late-night customers would arrive. Remembering the information board from a few days ago, he felt curious. Waltz, do you know why there's a bounty? The mere competition prize and martial arts rewards shouldn't warrant such a large stake. It was enough to cost a 5th-tier martial artist's life. I heard that after the competition ended, he killed dozens of the aristocracy's offspring, and these families pooled their resources, with the Yi family contributing the most, Waltz said as he placed bottles of precious liquor on the counter. He was also quite tempted, but this job was good, so he decided to stick with it. In the late night, the bar operated discreetly. It was no different from other places. The aroma of drinks mixed with the scent of women's perfume filled every corner of the bar. Strippers danced to the music, their diminishing clothing teasing the hormones in the air. But as a waiter, Niu Tianming knew that this night was not as calm as it appeared. At least a dozen people with deep breaths ordered a martini from Waltz. This was an elegant and classic cocktail, which here meant taking orders. Waltz continuously mixed gin, vodka, and dry vermouth into the glass. The bar exuded a fresh, strong scent with a hint of botanical fragrance. Every time he added an olive or half a slice of lemon, Waltz would pull out a document from beneath the counter. The person placing the order would savor the fine wine while reading the document, enjoying the sensation of the liquid flowing over their tongue and mouth. Cold yet silky. The subsequent burst of spiciness was both stimulating and invigorating, immediately awakening the taste buds and stirring the deep-seated desire for wealth within. This was a well-tailored bounty for 5th-tier martial artists. The power gap between each tier of martial artists was significant. Moreover, the information provided by the special task force was limited. Such opportunities to get rich were truly rare. At dawn, Niu Tianming finished a night of serving tea and water. He collected his salary for the day from Waltz. Waltz, how long do you think this bounty will last? Niu Tianming pulled out half of his money and ordered a margarita. 11 5th tier, 6 4th tier, among which are a few old friends, all with a 100% success rate. Waltz did not answer directly.
That night he was quite shocked. He didn't expect these outlaws to be even more proactive than he had imagined. Indeed, from their perspective, what kind of waves could a mere third-tier martial artist make? Who doesn't have a few fourth-tier martial artists under their command? As for fourth-tier ferocious beasts, how strong could a blue-toothed wounded dragon, which had been drugged and imprisoned for a long time, really be? However, the information is hard to find. They have to find their own means. After receiving Niu Tianming's money, Walz's attitude naturally improved a lot. Niu Tianming lit a cigarette made from Huayu's specialty and took a sip of alcohol. He really couldn't get used to this drink. It was too bitter. But what is that kid thinking, killing so many people? I don't know, I've heard. He's psychologically twisted and has a severe hatred for the rich. Walz poured himself a glass of dream awakening cocktail, shaking the glass. I also hate the rich, but I don't kill people. I just like to be with rich women, listening to them in my. Niu Tianming nodded and quickly handed a Huayu specialty cigarette to Walz. Good brother, stop bragging. In the few days I've been here, all you've done is pour drinks and sleep. And about being with rich women, that must be in your dreams. Walz waved his hand. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Smoking is harmful to health. After saying that, he pulled out a cigar from under the table. Niu Tianming? What's this? Isn't a cigar still smoking? Or do you look down on our Huayu cigarettes? Returning to his residence, Su Chen received a message. Yuying, the Wang family's new secret realm opens tomorrow. I've signed you up. The meeting point has been sent to your phone. Just arrived before 8 o'clock. After seeing this, Su Chen tapped the screen. Ding dong. Transferred 1 billion. This was part of the agreement. The first few times entering the secret realm cost 1 billion each, to prevent Han Xuanyi from receiving the money and denying it. In this regard, the contract was very complete. Su Chen wouldn't suffer a loss. However, if Su Chen died prematurely, the remaining money would still need to be borrowed back. Yuying sent another document which contained basic information and precautions about the small secret realm along with a few paragraphs. The Han family originally had 2 spots, but since you are receiving full benefits, only you will go. Remember one thing, the Federation prohibits martial artists from killing during the development of the secret realm. Once discovered, the right to enter the secret realm for life will be revoked. However, without evidence, it will be treated as an accidental death. Yuying really liked Han Yanling. She had once been ordered by her master to observe her young lady for a period of time. During that time, the work was genuinely easy. She didn't have to do anything, just daydream. She truly envied Su Chen. If only she had such a reclusive master. Thinking of this, Yuying sent another message. Don't be greedy. Su Chen understood that this was Yuying's hint. It seemed that there would also be certain disputes and conflicts of interest among the families when sending personnel for secret realm exploration. This time, he was all alone. If other exploration members became greedy, it wasn't impossible for them to turn hostile, especially since this was a brand new small secret realm. The Wang family didn't develop it independently because there weren't enough low-tier, powerful martial artists. They couldn't just keep a group of people waiting to discover new small secret realms and caves every day. But this kind of cooperative development model was only limited to the first exploration, because during the first exploration, there were many ferocious beasts and there was a possibility of encountering beasts above the 4th tier. Therefore, a large number of martial artists were needed to first clear out the low-tier, ferocious beasts. Then, manpower would be gathered to use a human wave tactic to complete the killing of mid-tier ferocious beasts. In the eyes of the families, profit was the most important. Thus, they would also limit the number of entrants with combat personnel not exceeding 50. Just like in a company. When there's too much work, the boss's first thought isn't to hire more people, but to make the remaining ones work overtime. Then give a slight raise to those working overtime. Compared to hiring, this method has the lowest cost. The slight increase in salary meant an opportunity for martial artists venturing into the secret realm for the first time, along with more easily accessible resources. Moreover, compared to the masked martial artist competition, exploring the secret realm allowed for the wearing of combat gear, significantly enhancing safety. Su Chen opened the information sent by Yuying. The Wang family's new secret realm was a magnetic storm space. The secret realm had its own ecological system, and current human theories could not explain such an existence. It was home to various special ferocious beasts in harsh weather conditions like strong magnetic storms. However, the output of the magnetic storm space was quite rich. The most famous products were thunder or an electromagnetic grass. Consuming electromagnetic grass before awakening had a chance to grant an S-level talent with electric attributes. Even in Yuying's data, it was emphasized, if electromagnetic grass is found, the Han family is willing to purchase it at a price of 5 million per plant, which is 10% higher than the market price. This was provided for Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao. As for thunder ore, it was one of the important raw materials for sea-level alloys. With lightning-like patterns, it had a very high strength. A fist-sized piece could sell for 1 million. Su Chen noted the characteristics of these two materials. Checking the time, it was almost midnight, and after a day's rest, his body had fully recovered. Wearing his mask, he hopped on his lightspeed motorcycle, ready to enjoy some delicious late-night snacks. He also planned to send a few pictures to Han Xianyo. Poisoning, who can't do that? Han Yenling had texted him during the day. Su Chen, which fried chicken is delicious? His reply was, fried chicken is high in calories and can lead to weight gain, I suggest eating less. This girl clearly wasn't just asking about fried chicken, she was using it as an excuse to get him to bring her a portion. Once he went over, a good part of the day would be gone. Such a small scheme, how could he easily fall for it? Han Yenling lazily lay on the large bed made of second-tier ferocious beast snow sand goose down, wearing only a light blue spaghetti strap nightgown. The fabric of the nightgown was thin and soft, swaying slightly with her smooth, delicate arms and fair legs. We're all martial artists, how could we still get fat? It's not like we're eating high-tier ferocious beast meat. The light from her phone screen reflected on her face, making her skin appear even more tender. Does he suspect I want to spar with him? Han Yenling sat up, her legs naturally hanging down, her smooth ankles suspended at the edge of the bed. Beneath the thin skin on the top of her foot, faint blue veins were visible, gently undulating, showcasing her strength and flexibility. As a martial artist, forget it. Tomorrow he would enter the Wang family's secret realm, and I also want to take a stroll around the Han family's small secret realm. With that thought, she sent Su Chen another message. Su Chen, the Wang family's secret realm is far from the central magnetic storm mountain. There will be gains in the southeast direction of the entrance. Stick with the main group, don't be reckless. As a reborn individual, she certainly knew that this new type of Wang family secret realm was a magnetic storm realm. It was considered one of the more dangerous small secret realms. However, as long as Su Chen didn't venture into the central area and acted with the main group, there would be no life-threatening danger. In her previous life, she had also explored the Wang family's secret realm. The captain of the Wang family's escort team who accompanied her at the time said that, in a uniquely located valley in the southeast direction, a large number of electromagnetic grass grew. However, by the time she went, it had already been harvested. Su Chen quickly replied to Han Yenling. Special garlic shrimp image. Flaming beef skewers image. Spicy crab claws image. Han Yenling? At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind. Once you come out of the secret realm, I must whip you a few times to relieve the hatred in my heart. Su Chen rode through the streets and alleys, savoring various delicacies and the joy of sharing. Besides eating, he had another goal tonight. He was searching for that special spirit crystal, Wang Longdi. Thanks to becoming a 4th-tier martial artist, the coverage of Spirit Heart had increased once again. My current coverage area is 2 square kilometers. The light shuttle motorcycle can reach a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour on dedicated lanes. It only takes a little over 2 hours to tour the entire 4th ring of the capital. This is still a result of Huayu capital being 10 times larger than the famous capital of my previous life. Before leaving the city yesterday, I discovered that spirit crystal in the Wang family manor, so today I'm making another round to try my luck. It didn't take too long. At the edge of the 3rd ring, Tianshan Rinjian, I sensed the aura of that spirit crystal. I parked the car at a distance. Putting on my mask, I walked into this classical palace standing in the bustling city. Since many people entering and exiting were wearing masks, my outfit didn't seem out of place. Su Chen activated the Eye of All-Knowing. It shielded various electronic devices within the building. Along the way, the service staff had impressive figures. There were even some low-tier female warriors. Each private room had its own unique decor. Some imitated European royal palace styles, resplendent and full of exotic charm. Others adopted classical Chinese styles, antique and elegant, and some featured scenes from classic films and dramas, like Saw and The Ring. Su Chen arrived at the entrance of a room. Bang! Bang! 2 quick strikes knocked out the 2 second-tier warrior bodyguards at the door. He pushed the door open. Inside the room were 3 women and 1 man. The women were heavily made up, dressed neatly, holding various toys. The 3rd young master of the Wang family, Wang Longdi, was bound in heavy ropes, suspended in midair. He was shouting excitedly. Unfortunately, he was facing away from the door at that moment. When Su Chen suddenly entered, he was momentarily stunned. When did his bodyguards become so disobedient? Wasn't there an order prohibiting entry into this room? Who the hell? Bang! Su Chen struck Wang Longdi on the back of the head and with precise control of his strength shattered his brain, then left the room. It was swift and decisive, without a word wasted. There was no need for Wang Longdi to understand the situation. Since you want to kill me, sorry, but I'll strike first. What if you awaken a rare talent in the future and become a big boss? Villains die from talking too much. Heroes die from being soft-hearted. Su Chen understood this principle very well. Letting down one's guard due to the opponent's weakness is the most foolish behavior. Wang Longdi's sphincter relaxed due to death. Excrement instantly flowed everywhere. The pungent smell finally triggered screams from the surrounding women. Unfortunately, the soundproofing in this room was too good. By the time they ran out of the private room, Su Chen's figure had vanished from the splendid corridor. The alarms of Tianshan Rinjian blared.
Tonight, the elite circles of the capital were sleepless, and the Martial Control Bureau was brightly lit all night. Amidst the neon lights, Su Chen revved the light shuttle. Motorcycle, a slight smirk on his lips. Next stop, the Wang family's new secret realm. At the edge of the capital, 300 kilometers away. Hunting point 5987. A light blue concealed crack, invisible to the naked eye from 10 meters away. It was already protected by several mid to high-tier warriors. The current patriarch of the Wang family, 6th-tier warrior Wang Shouli, was personally stationed here. After leaving the military, he returned to the family to take over the patriarch position. He had 3 sons. The eldest son, Wang Xianji, was his pride, fulfilling the family's expectations at Longhua University, becoming the rookie king. The second son, like himself, only awakened an A-level talent but was relatively diligent, although he faced some setbacks recently. However, under his arrangements, there was still a chance to break through the limitations of his talent in the future, just like his eldest son. But what he cared about the most was his youngest son, Wan Longdi. He had poured more effort and indulgence into him, hoping he could directly awaken a talent above S level. This time, the small secret realm unexpectedly discovered by the Wang mercenary group was even more surprising. Electromagnetic grass is one of the few treasures that can enhance talent before awakening. Once this small secret realm is fully explored, his third son likely awakened an S level or higher talent after consuming a large amount of electromagnetic grass. He was also aware of the incident at the masked dancer competition a few days ago. Fortunately, he had warned that kid in advance not to make friends recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, the Wang family's war chariot arrived after several hours of travel. Su Chen, along with other exploration members invited by the Wang family, got off the vehicle. Wang Shouli was just about to deliver an inspiring speech when he received news that had come with the chariot. Your third son, Wang Longdi, has just died in Tianshan Rinjian. Wang Shouli could not accept it at all. The secret realm had not even begun to be explored, and his third son was gone. The most absurd part was that the Martial Unification Bureau said there were no surveillance devices at the location of his son's death, and the equipment along the way had malfunctioned. If it weren't for the bodyguards and the 3 service women's testimonies, the Martial Unification Bureau would have thought that the young master had gotten himself into trouble. After all, such things often happened in Tianshan Rinjian. Enter. Wang Shouli suppressed the anger in his heart and let the martial artists gathered at the entrance of the secret realm enter in batches. The pain of losing a child pierced his heart, but he couldn't vent his anger on this group of martial artists. Ding! A small secret realm has been detected. Would you like to spend 23rd tier spirit crystals to enter? The system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Yes, Commander. Like everyone else, Su Chen felt the surrounding space flash, and in the next moment he successfully entered the secret realm. He had deliberately carried a conspicuous, large backpack. The all-knowing eye could shield him from electronic devices probing. It was quite useful. Once everyone had entered, Wang Shouli asked a Wang family staff member holding a device nearby. How many spatial rings? Report to the clan leader, 2 spatial rings from the Chen and Yi families. What about the Han family member? No ring? Although Wang Shouli was in a terrible mood, he still had to complete the necessary tasks. No, just 1 backpack. Wang Shouli nodded and said nothing more, as he no longer wanted to delve into the absurd behavior of the Han family's explorer regarding his son's matter. Full harvest, no spatial rings. The Han family really had money to burn. Rumble. Su Chen, like the others, appeared in a valley. Just as he sensed his surroundings, he heard a series of loud noises. The sky of the magnetic storm's secret realm resembled an endless fantastical stage filled with rolling dark clouds that presented a mix of deep purple and gray, creating a sense of oppression and mystery. Between the dark clouds, lightning occasionally flashed, illuminating the entire sky as silver-white. Lightning seemed to tear through the darkness, bringing brief light into the secret realm. These secret realms are truly amazing, like independent little worlds that science cannot explain. Several martial artists dressed as researchers quickly set up various instruments. Every time the Federation discovered a new cave secret realm, they would send researchers in to study it, collect data. Some medium to large secret realms are even stranger, with the sky resembling a flow of lava. Su Chen ignored the researchers' discussions and moved closer to the exit of the secret realm. He sensed a strong killing intent. It was not human, nor was it a ferocious beast, but rather, the entire space. The feeling of spirit heart had never been wrong. This killing intent was like a cat catching a mouse, filled with playful mockery yet resolutely carrying a sense of destruction. A cold yet cunning emotion, like a blade in the cold wind, incredibly sharp yet carrying a hint of malicious delight. A toy? Su Chen murmured to himself. A faint metallic taste filled the air, occasionally accompanied by a strong ozone scent. Su Chen took a deep breath. The humidity was extremely high, and he could feel a slight electric current in the air, giving him a tingling sensation. He had a few speculations in his mind. This place is like a mousetrap. We are that mouse. Resources are the cheese in a mousetrap. Zzzzzzz. Electricity surged, forming arcs that danced in the air like chains of light.
Thunder rumbled, as if the earth was roaring, deafeningly loud. In 4 days, we gather at Magnetic Storm Mountain. After a loud shout from Liu Yang, the captain of the Wang exploration team, he led his team deeper into the valley. In the distance stood a great mountain, located at the deepest part of this secret realm. The surrounding explorers no longer gathered, each finding their own direction for exploration. Every adventurer had prepared a magnetic-resistant quartz watch and a gyroscopic compass in advance to prevent the effects of the magnetic storm environment. What followed was a long battle lasting several days, where they would face various dangerous environments and special ferocious beasts within the secret realm. Everyone had signed death agreements and insurance. Perhaps for high-level martial artists, the beasts here were nothing to worry about. But as fellow third-tier martial artists, no one dared to confidently say they could survive unscathed. Many ferocious beasts lurked near the resources. You could kill one, but what about multiple? Could your stamina keep up? Without stamina, what would happen if someone took your head? Each flash of lightning left a brief and dazzling spot of light in the sky, making it hard to look away. Behind them was a circular space emitting blue light, the exit of the secret realm. Everyone be careful, in 10 days there will be a magnetic storm, make sure to return, a researcher shouted loudly. But no one paid attention. 10 days? In 5 days, they either had to kill the high-level ferocious beasts in the small secret realm and retreat together, or directly give up all gains and choose to leave. Who would stay in this cursed place for so long? Moreover, even Su Chen, who was entering the secret realm for the first time, knew that the secret realm was different from caves, with various extreme climates that even high-level humans could not endure for long. Medium to large secret realms were even more severe. Many exploration teams had perished due to these climates. Although Su Chen disliked this environment filled with inexplicable killing intent, it seemed to be directed at all humans rather than himself. It felt more like an instinctive aversion. In that case, let's get started. Su Chen squinted slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let's see if the cat catches the mouse first, or the mouse eats the cheese first. Activating the Omega level unique talent, Spirit Heart. Very good, the small secret realm was indeed a treasure land. The killer move he had prepared was finally coming into play. Come out. Once everyone else had left, at the exit of the secret realm, apart from a few researchers, only Su Chen remained standing in place. Hey, why aren't you going to explore? A young female researcher couldn't help but ask. She had been secretly observing since Su Chen entered the secret realm. There was no choice. The lightning was too dazzling, she needed to look at something pleasing to the eye. This kid holding a spear looked quite handsome. Ah, you continue. Don't mind us, a middle-aged man with glasses hurriedly said. Xiazi, mind your own business and don't speak out of turn. Xiazi pouted and continued fiddling with her equipment. The man was named Zhang Jijun, who leaned closer and whispered to Su Chen, the kid is young and naive, you continue enjoying the scenery. He had been into the secret realm many times and knew that some martial artists would regret and give up exploration after seeing the bizarre and fierce sights here. It was Xiazi's first time going out with them, and she forgot to remind them. They were also low-tier martial artists. Without killing ferocious beasts, the fieldwork bonus was only 100,000. It couldn't be compared to this group of martial artists, but the danger to life was also smaller. It's fine, you all carry on. Su Chen put away his spear and looked at the ground near the exit. There were numerous scattered rocks, some smooth as a mirror, others rough and full of cracks, appearing fragile and easy to break. Su Chen took out a metal pickaxe from his backpack. Bang bang bang, he began to dig at the ground covered with a thick layer of grayish-white powder. The researchers present? Goodness. Are you here in the secret realm, to farm? After Su Chen walked far away, Xiazi finally couldn't hold back her confusion. Teacher, what is he doing? Zhang Jijun looked at the nearby irregularly shaped 5 or 6 large pits and fell into contemplation. He had entered the secret realm many times. He had seen fierce individuals who charged into a pile of ferocious beasts and slaughtered them mercilessly. He had also seen cowards who fled at the last moment. Most of the time, it was a gradual advance with the main force. But this young man in front of him, he truly couldn't understand. He looked quite spirited, but what he was doing seemed a bit off. Who farms without sowing seeds? And these pits, varying in depth, were anything but neat. It was hard to look at. Zhang Jijun could only shake his head and instruct. I don't know, he probably isn't in a good state of mind. You guys finish up and fill the pits. The surrounding researchers loudly agreed. Okay, teacher, I can't stand it either. It's too uncomfortable, I feel like I have bugs crawling all over me. It must be filled, otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night. Xiazi? Who exactly is not in a good state of mind? Su Chen explored towards the southeast alone. The resources here were astonishingly abundant. He had just dug out 2 second-tier spirit crystals and 4 first-tier spirit crystals. Last time he entered the cave unprepared, but this time he had all sorts of tools ready, just needed to dig. Since Han Shanyo said there were gains in the southeast, then there must be something wrong in that direction. He knew that the more beautiful a woman was, the more she could deceive. However, Su Chen preferred to solve problems first. Then he could search for resources with peace of mind.
In the northwest direction of the secret realm entrance, a new member of the Wang expedition team, Li Wei, quietly asked his
companion, Changgu, aren't we going to the southeast? Didn't the advance team say there was a lot of electromagnetic grass there?
Zhang Chang wiped his sweat, glanced at the team leader in front, and said meaningfully, Xiao Wei, we are one of our own. Not only is there electromagnetic grass there, but also a large number of electric wolves.
Let's let the other teams deplete the wolf pack first. We'll go on the fourth day. Wang's team leader Lu Bo
walked at the front of the team, making a decisive statement.
Li Wei quickly nodded. This was the benefit of joining the Wang expedition team, as many internal messages were not disclosed to outsiders. If the Wang team hadn't
suffered heavy casualties in the advance team, they wouldn't be so eager to release so many exploration slots. Lu Bo knew more insider information. There were 5 people in the advance team, and only 1 returned alive, with at
least 3 having perished in that valley.
Those perverse creatures, their group attacks and bursts were terrifying to even think about.
Half a day later,
in the southeast direction, Su Chen approached the first challenge. This was a deep valley surrounded by towering cliffs, as if a natural barrier had isolated this place into a world apart. Occasionally, lightning would split the sky, illuminating the entire valley, with thunder rumbling.
Spirit
Heart told him that a group of top-tier third-level ferocious beasts resided here. A few ferocious beasts, the size of small cars, were resting in sight, the unique creatures of the magnetic storm's secret realm, the electric wolf pack. They contained a large amount of electromagnetic energy within them. Each electric wolf's gray-white fur flickered with faint electric light, resembling stars in the night sky, particularly striking in the dim environment. Their eyes glinted with fierce light, and their teeth appeared exceptionally sharp under the electric glow, emitting a low growl.
However, many electric wolves noticed there was only one person and actually lay back down.
They seemed disinterested. Indeed, this little bit of meat was hardly worth sharing. Su Chen took out his alloy long spear, the silver body glinting with a cold light under the lightning. He gazed at the flickering ferocious beast pack before him, feeling a hint of hesitation in his heart. To be safe, should I prepare a bit more? With this thought, he stopped in his tracks and took out a pair of insulated gloves from his spatial ring, putting
them on carefully. Roar! A few nearby lightning wolves could no longer resist the temptation of food.
They howled and charged at Su Chen like bolts of lightning.
A hint of mockery and ferocity flashed in their eyes. This was their territory, their home ground. Any creature that dared to invade would pay a brutal price. Annihilation Gun. Su Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward.
The spear in his hand moved as if alive, drawing smooth arcs in
the air.
The spear tip darted out quickly, a cold gleam flashing as it took the life of one lightning wolf after another like a deadly scythe.
Put, put, put. The consecutive deaths of several lightning wolves finally caught the attention of the pack, an unprecedented rage filling their hearts. Roar, roar, roar. They collectively howled, their bodies glowing faintly with silver light. Electromagnetic energy rapidly stimulated their muscles, greatly enhancing their speed, strength, and ferocity.
In this special valley, the enhancement had an even greater effect.
Come on! Su Chen felt the vibrations and resistance from the spear, his fighting spirit igniting. Since the entire space was filled with murderous intent, I will kill them all.
The air was thick with the smell of lightning wolf blood and the scent of burning electricity. Su Chen's heartbeat quickened, but his mind remained exceptionally clear. It was as if he had entered a state of selflessness, every movement flowing naturally, as if practiced 1,000 times. Every thrust was precise. The lightning wolves barely had time to react before their lives were ended. The spear tip pierced their foreheads, taking away their last breath of life. Even more astonishing was that each lightning wolf's corpse remained intact, with only a small hole in the center of their foreheads. It was the first form of the annihilation gun, Shadow Pursuit. Crack! A thick purple beam of light flashed across the sky. On the ground, Su Chen quickly thrust the spear. The spear tip sliced through the air like lightning, accurately hitting the enemy's forehead. The Shadow Pursuit form emphasized speed and accuracy, making it difficult for even the speedster lightning wolves to evade. Su Chen, with his spear, blocked a large number of lightning wolves at the only exit of the valley. Piles of lightning wolf corpses provoked the anger of the wolf king within the valley.
A 4th-tier beast, twice the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, slowly emerged from the cave, exuding an astonishing presence.
It had just awakened from slumber, completing its evolution. A few days ago, it had consumed several humanoid creatures. Although it lacked intelligence, the instinct of the creature made it understand that its talent had been invisibly enhanced, and if it could consume a few more, it might hope to advance further. Su Chen stared at this beast, feeling a different sensation compared to the blue-toothed wounded dragon. Indeed, the creatures in the secret realm are much stronger. He noticed that the purple plasma lightning wolf king was twice the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, comparable to a small truck. Its fur was a deep purple, appearing particularly mysterious and eerie under the flashes of electricity. Each hair emitted a faint electric arc, flickering and dancing with its breath, as if the entire air trembled slightly under its oppressive presence.
No wonder the
9-kill gun had to be modified like that. The human physique is indeed a significant disadvantage in front of beasts. Su-chen tightened his grip on the spear, feeling the primal and raw killing intent in the massive eyes of
the purple plasma lightning Wolf King.
Suddenly, the Wolf King opened its fierce jaws and let out a thunderous roar, a purple blast erupting from its throat, directly aimed at Su-chen.
The purple plasma arced through the air.
With a piercing sizzling sound as if it were going to tear the air apart,
Su-chen activated the wave step, quickly dodging. With a loud boom, the plasma struck the spot where he had just stood, creating a deep crater. The soil and
gravel on the ground were melted by plasma, emitting a pungent burnt smell.
Damn it, it can attack from a distance? Su-chen felt the scorching aura permeating the air. This strike, even if not fatal, was enough to paralyze
him and turn him into prey for the wolf pack.
Howl! The purple plasma electric wolf king let out a low growl, and Su-chen noticed the electric wolves around him charging wildly, electricity flickering in their fur. It approached
leisurely, trying to exert greater pressure from the flank,
or perhaps brewing another dose of purple thunder. Second form, breaking the void.
Su-chen suddenly dashed out, the spear in his hand swirling, creating a sharp wind blade that swept away the electric wolves ahead, eliciting their painful howls.
It was as if tearing through space, capable of instantly clearing the surrounding enemies.
This move was perfect for situations surrounded by
multiple foes. Just right for this moment. Su-chen's figure flickered like a ghost as he weaved through the wolf pack, the spear wielded with unimaginable force, sending electric wolves flying. Each electric wolf struck had its bones shattered, collapsing to the ground in agony. But then, the alloy spear pierced the electric wolf's brow, taking their lives. One by one, the bodies of the electric wolves fell, blood flowing across the ground and quickly disappearing, yet there was no scent of blood in the air. However, Su-chen did not care. While slaughtering the electric wolves, he quickly closed in on the purple plasma electric wolf king.
But he remained vigilant of that
massive and ferocious head. You like the wolf sea tactic, don't you? With all your minions dead, what will you do now? The purple plasma electric wolf king witnessed all this, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in its eyes. For the first time, a hint of retreat appeared in its purple pupils. But where could it run?
There was nowhere to retreat. Soon, all its subordinates had been killed by this detestable creature before it. It did not understand.
Why were those three so weak while this one was so powerful? Boom!
A bolt of lightning struck the steep wall of the valley. The immense electrical energy surged through the highly conductive rocks of the cliff into the Wolf King's body.
Here it comes. This was its counterattack.
His plasma surged once more in its throat. This was the geographical advantage of their clan being in this valley. At such a close distance, it was time to die.
Roar! The Wolf King
let out a furious roar, attempting to spew purple plasma to kill the nearby Su-chen. But that cold gleam, at a speed it could not comprehend, pierced into its throat even faster.
Third form, Cold Star. The purple plasma electric.
Wolf King's gaze instantly became vacant, the light in its eyes gradually fading, its massive body slowly collapsing with a heavy rumble, shaking the ground around it slightly.
Su-chen retracted his spear, breathing slightly heavier.
This ferocious beast seemed overly fixated on using its skills. There were no other ferocious beasts around.
He could take a moment to rest. Su-chen looked around at the bodies of the third-tier electric wolves, nodding in satisfaction.
The materials from these ferocious beasts in the secret realm were worth more. Each could sell for between 600,000 to 700,000. In such a short time, he had killed no less than 50.
It was a way to hone his martial skills while making money. Why not enjoy it?
Just as Su-chen was about to collect the bodies of these ferocious beasts, he suddenly noticed something unusual.
No scent of blood? And no spirit crystals? Su-chen observed
that this valley, under the sensing of the spirit heart, was completely blank. It should be noted that this secret realm was quite rich. In just half a day, he had already unearthed at least 20 second-tier spirit crystals and 100 first-tier spirit crystals. Based on his assessment of the distribution of spirit crystals, there should be at least 3 to 5 first-tier spirit crystals here.
Something strange must be afoot. Su-chen crouched down, carefully examining the surroundings.
He saw that beneath a dead electric wolf, a plant was swaying and growing. Su-chen noticed that there were more than 10 such plants scattered throughout the valley.
It should be the electromagnetic grass worth up to 5 million each.
Just as I was about to pick it, I suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding.
Spirit energy plant detected.
Would you like to spend 10 second-tier spirit crystals to enhance all-knowing eye for
a deep appraisal?
Su-chen was first delighted, then startled.
What? The all-knowing eye can not only detect and shield electronic devices but can also appraise plants?
And why does appraising a plant cost so many spirit
crystals? That's equivalent to 100 million federal coins.
A single electromagnetic grass sells for only 5 million. I would need to pick at least 20 to break even.
Looking around, there aren't even 20 plants in this valley. This deal seems a bit unprofitable.
However, Su-chen thought that he had explored less than 1/20th of the secret realm, and he wasn't short on spirit crystals.
Since the system prompted him, he might as well give it a try. Proceed with the appraisal. Beat.
Appraising, Su-chen noticed that 10 second-tier spirit crystal stones had vanished from his spatial ring. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Fortunately, his talent is of the support type.
allowing him to find a large number of spirit crystals. Otherwise, this system would be a crystal-devouring beast. Other combat-type talents wouldn't be able to afford such appraisals. Moreover, judging by the system's prompt, once he grows stronger, will he no longer need spirit crystals to enhance the all-knowing eye? Suddenly, Suchen felt a coolness in his eyes. Then a piece of information appeared in his mind. Beep. Detected planet-level, spirit. Seed plant electromagnetic grass, young. Suchen gazed at the electromagnetic grass that was continuously growing taller. Its leaves were long and sword-like, each about 20 to 30 centimeters long and no more than 5 centimeters wide. They were a deep green, but the edges had a distinct purple electric arc line that flickered with faint electric light as the wind blew, as if currents were dancing in the air. The surface of the plant had fine hairs, soft to the touch with a slight prickly sensation. But now there was more information in his mind. Information grows in low-lying magnetic storm environments. Mature plant leaves can slightly enhance life, energy and improve physical constitution. Characteristics: seed stage absorbs low-tier spirit crystals. Growth stage requires irrigation with blood from electromagnetic creatures. Weakness: cannot grow in non-magnetic storm environments, recommended to store in thunder or containers. Suchen noted several key phrases. Mature plant and electromagnetic creature blood. If it weren't for the system's sudden voice, he might have almost uprooted this young electromagnetic grass. It's not his fault. The information given by Yueying had a picture of this size. He hadn't seen any other forms. Suchen noticed that this electromagnetic grass was indeed growing rapidly under the dripping electric wolf blood, confirming the accuracy of the appraisal information. Since that's the case, Suchen looked at the vast valley. The surface here was mostly white rock powder, and the absence of spirit crystals meant there were a large number of electromagnetic grass seeds in the valley. He laid out the bodies of these giant wolves across the valley, each giant wolf's throat and limb arteries cut open. A large amount of still warm blood quickly seeped into the ground. Nice. Sure enough, Suchen saw light green shoots breaking through the ground, forming clusters of grass. Each stem of the electromagnetic grass stood upright and strong, with a smooth surface that appeared silver-gray, as if covered with a fine metallic film, shimmering with a faint luster under the reflection of the electric light. Looking around, the originally barren valley now presented a scene full of vitality. The growth rate of the electromagnetic grass was rapid. In just a few minutes, it transformed into a new form. They probably didn't expect to enjoy such rich blood in their lifetime. Is it blooming? Under the stimulation of the abundant blood, several tiny flowers bloomed at the top of the electromagnetic grass, displaying an enchanting blue-purple color with long and soft petals, and the flower centers flickering with faint electric light, resembling tiny batteries. The flowers emitted a faint fragrance, tinged with a hint of metal and fresh grass. The valley presented an enticing golden hue. Bang! Bang! The sound of dense explosions rang out. Clusters of yellow electric light burst forth from the flower stamens. Golden particles were sent flying, but most were stopped by the valley walls, falling to the ground and disappearing from sight. The all-knowing eye also informed him that these electromagnetic grasses had matured and could be harvested. Suchen took out a hoe and began to act as a true farmer. The ground of the valley was dug into shallow pits. Suchen harvested all the mature electromagnetic grass and the shriveled corpses of the electric wolf. 434 plants. Profitable. The juvenile electromagnetic grass could sell for 5 million each. The mature ones would likely fetch an even higher price. Suchen knew that many seeds of electromagnetic grass had fallen to the ground just now, which meant he could plant more. Looking at the hoe in his hand, Suchen fell into deep thought. What was going on? Wasn't he here to kill ferocious beasts? Why had he suddenly started thinking about farming? This was not the right direction. To the northeast, Chen's exploration team. There were 8 members, including core members Qin Jie and Zhao Min, along with some members from small to medium-sized families close to the Chen family. At this moment, they were discussing the ownership of the spoils before them. A top-tier ferocious beast of the 3rd rank, the lightning lizard. Captain Chen, the fatal blow just now was struck by me, so I think asking for 30% of the spoils points is not unreasonable, said Zhou Tao, the chief steward of the Zhou family. The Zhou family had invested considerable resources in hopes of finding an electromagnetic grass to improve their offspring's talent. Zhou Tao, without everyone's cover, how could you have succeeded? At most 15%, Huang Lei retorted, panting. Zhou Tao had pulled this kind of stunt several times on the way, and it was truly disgusting. He couldn't stand it any longer. Alright, stop arguing. You can have 20% of the spoils points and the rest will be evenly divided among the others, Shinjie said coldly, although he was also displeased. With Zhou Tao's behavior, his martial skills were indeed lethal. For now, he needed to conserve his strength and prepare adequately for the team's continued combat. That definitely won't do. If that's the case, I'll withdraw. From the team, Zhou Tao protested, his stamina significantly declining, and he was not satisfied with the current gains. One priority choice, and the same goes for the others. Is that acceptable? Zhao Min, the deputy captain, made a quick and rational decision as a woman. Everyone was an adult, driven by interests. Being too greedy wouldn't get them far. If the team fell apart, so would their hearts. Alright, I agree. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhou Tao's eyes. Great! Once the team discovered electromagnetic grass, he had a high chance of pocketing it. This was definitely a win. The others remained silent, as this proposal was also favorable to them. Next, they could contribute more effort in exchange for such opportunities. The team continued to move forward and explore silently. Meanwhile, in the Han family's small secret realm, "Miss, which way should we go?" a bald man quietly asked Han Yenling beside him. This morning, their exploration team received a task to accompany their young lady into the secret realm. Han Yenling looked at the surrounding third-rank martial artists, feeling a wave of discomfort. In her heart, she didn't know any of them. She didn't want to talk. She pointed in one direction, tightened her anti-freeze suit, and tried to maintain her calm, beautiful face. After the Niu Tianming incident, the family had conducted a thorough re-examination. Currently, those present were all loyal members of the Han family, and there would definitely be no repeat of previous issues. Han Xuanye's methods were also extremely strict. Many members, without close ties, had been sent to peripheral positions. "Move, be quick about it," the bald man loudly ordered his subordinates. His name was Zhao Yangfu. It was a rather rustic name, but he was quite strong. Originally, he was a third-tier warrior dispatched by the Han family. If it weren't for Su Chen's appearance this time, he would have been the one to enter the Wang family's secret realm. However, he knew that there were no more spots available, and wasn't angry. On the contrary, he felt quite fortunate. Exploring a new secret realm presents a chance to make a fortune, but there's also a considerable risk of losing one's life. Besides, one option involves risking life and death in battle, while the other is to accompany a top-tier beauty through the familiar small secret realm of the Han family. Which one is more comfortable? A multiple-choice question? This is clearly an easy question. Even a dog knows how to choose. The Han family's small secret realm. The gray sky seemed to be covered by a gray veil, with snowflakes occasionally drifting down and dancing in the wind, bringing a chill. Every so often, a blizzard would sweep through. The plants and ferocious beasts that grew here were quite resilient to the cold. Thanks to Han Yenling's early guidance, they had gathered a lot along the way, especially that just matured ice snow lotus. If they missed the season, it would melt into water on the frozen ground. Consuming it would improve one's talent. A bone-chilling cold permeated the air. Breathing in, one could feel a wave of coolness piercing the lungs. Zhao Yangfu, the captain of the Han family expedition team, spoke with passion and enthusiasm. "Miss, you are magnificent. You've encountered the ice snow lotus at its rare 10-year maturity, worth millions. Miss, your vision is sharp. This ferocious beast is cunning and crafty. If it weren't for your foresight, how could we have captured it so easily? Miss, you are truly the daughter of destiny. There's even a third-tier spirit crystal hidden here, which is simply tenfold our harvest." Han Yenling showed no signs of emotion in her eyes and remained silent, continuing to point the way with her long, fair finger. As long as she didn't speak, no sound could be heard. This was her unique skill. The other expedition team members felt increasingly awkward. "Sister Wu Ling, can you make the captain shut up?" Lu Di nudged his vice-captain, Wu Ling. In this team, only Wu Ling could rein in Zhao Yangfu. "What's wrong?" Wu Ling asked, pulling her combat boots out of the snow. Lu Di took a deep breath of the cold air. "My toes are about to burst out of these size 42 combat boots." Wu Ling sighed. "Young man, you're still too young. You should learn from your brother Zhao." Then, as if recalling something, she continued, "If I had half of his skills back then, I would be the captain of the main team by now." Lu Di? This skill can really be learned? Isn't it his talent? Not long after Su Chen left the electromagnetic grass valley, the Yi family joint expedition team also arrived here. They were killing ferocious beasts while exploring, but their speed was not as fast as Su Chen's. However, at this moment, the expedition team was stationed not far outside the valley. "Boss, is your information accurate?" Wang Ning asked his leader, Su Bin. Su Bin took out a dozen D-grade combat suits from his spatial ring and distributed them to the others. "You all change into E-grade combat suits first. There will be a big battle later. Also, don't question my decisions." Su Bin shot a cold glance at Wang Ming. Wang Ming hurriedly nodded while changing into the D-grade combat suit. Okay, you're right, boss." These combat suits were the Yi family's long-accumulated assets temporarily lent to them. Facing the pressure of third-tier ferocious beasts was not too daunting, although the impact could not be completely absorbed. As long as they didn't encounter high-tier ferocious beasts, there was no life-threatening danger. The Yi family learned about the advance team's news through spies. However, their approach was even more decisive. They directly pulled out all the D-grade combat suits, preparing to seize this valley in one fell swoop. They aimed to monopolize the resources of the electromagnetic grass. "Boss Su, everyone is risking their lives here. You have to give us some assurance." Although Guofeng had also changed into a D-grade combat suit, he still insisted. "We signed a betting agreement when we came in." "Alright, enough nonsense. Here's the electromagnetic grass. Do I need to say more?" Su Bin knew that the group he brought were all elites from various families. Don't be fooled by Wang Ming's submissive demeanor. He was deliberately asking loudly here to draw out someone like Guafeng, who was a bit slow-witted. Sister Ting, you have more experience, why not help calm things down? Su Bin whispered to his deputy captain. Zhou Ting, nearly 40 but well-preserved, was considered above average among ordinary people. Holding a metal long knife, she glanced at Su Bin. Su, don't dig a pit for me. She knew very well that Su Bin wanted to use her to mention the Yi family's interference with the Wang family. This dog of a man was quite scheming. If it weren't for her straightforward personality, would she even be here on this mission? Seeing that his tactic didn't work, Su Bin thought for a moment and decided to speak up himself. Forget it, we'll all be comrades in life and death soon. I, Su, am not a gentleman, but I'll be honest with everyone. There are a lot of electric wolves in here, but the Wang family's advanced team has also discovered a lot of electromagnetic grass. As long as we drive away this pack of wolves, everyone can reap what they want, at least 5 million each. Those who want to leave, take off your D-class combat suits and go now, we can still be friends. For those who stay, if anyone tries to run away later, don't blame the Yi family for being quick with their knives. Among the dozen or so people present, no one moved after checking their combat suits. There were many electric wolves, but they weren't afraid in their combat suits. They all came for the money. If what Su Bin said was true, then this trip would be a huge profit. For a tier 3 warrior, the chance to earn 5 million in a day was truly rare. Moreover, there were beast points to earn. Isn't entering the secret realm all about such opportunities? Seeing that everyone remained still, Su Bin made a bold statement. In the end, I guarantee with my head that the information is absolutely accurate. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with determination, stirred by Su Bin's words. Alright, let's charge. Su team is awesome. With this combat suit, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go. Kill this pack of wolves. I've been wanting to taste wolf meat. Zhou Ting followed the crowd towards the valley ahead. In her heart, she was also learning. Su Bin had quite a few tricks, but sometimes they really worked. Learning a few moves couldn't hurt. As everyone entered the valley, they were stunned by the scene before them. Lightning continued to streak across the sky, but the rumbling sound echoed in everyone's hearts. What the hell? Where's the promised pack of electric wolves? And the electromagnetic grass? Su Bin was dumbfounded. Not only were there no electric wolves, but he didn't even see a single wolf hair. And who the hell dug this pit? It was so messy, it definitely wasn't done by good people. Su team, is this the accurate information you mentioned? I'm itching to use my knife, and this is all there is? One by one, sarcastic voices of doubt arose, and beads of sweat broke out on Su Bin's forehead. But he remained calm. I know you're all anxious, but don't rush. Let's split up and look around. Maybe there are other gains. Damn it. You really can't set flags recklessly these days. He only had one head. If there were no gains, it would be a huge embarrassment. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ordered, Wang Ming, isn't your talent sensitive to smells? Take a whiff. Right, see if this is the right valley. Maybe we went the wrong way. Everyone echoed in agreement. Wang Ming's face turned red upon hearing this, and he angrily said, Brothers, I have a D-class talent for rabid dogs, not some sniffing mouse. Also, my talent is combat-related, I can burst out quickly. The people beside him quickly interrupted, Stop the nonsense, just smell it. Yeah, what's the use of bursting out? We can't even see a single strand of beast hair. Wang Ming, helpless, could only activate his talent, his body glowing red, as if he had grown a size larger. At this moment, his strength and speed received a proper boost, and his sensitivity to pain would also decrease. It was a deadly good talent. Unfortunately, at this moment, it could only be used as a supportive talent. Wang Ming took a deep breath, carefully distinguishing the lingering beastly aura in the air. Then his eyes widened, and he quickly turned to run. While running, he shouted, Run! There's a wolf king! Su Chen was still unaware that behind him, in the valley, there was a false alarm. After half a day's run, he had reached the depths of the secret realm. Magnetic Storm Mountain. A massive peak suddenly appeared here, the most distinctive terrain in this area. Magnetic Storm Mountain towered into the clouds, its surface a deep gray, covered with strange patterns and cracks, as if it had been torn apart by powerful magnetic forces. The air was thick with a strong smell of ozone, causing a slight sting with each breath. The mountainside was covered in dense forest, with trees growing in twisted shapes, as if resisting the strong magnetic force. The leaves of these trees had a metallic sheen, and the trunks flickered with electric light. Within the range of Spirit Heart, the surface of the mountain was scattered with numerous third-tier top-tier beasts, lightning lizards, their scales flashing with blue arcs of electricity, moving agilely, their eyes revealing ferocity and alertness. Behind the mountain was a gray-purple mist. Su Chen knew that was the boundary of the secret realm. Once inside, one would immediately get lost. This place is nice, and there are quite a few spirit crystals. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He took out an alloy pickaxe from his spatial ring. These alloy tools were specially customized at a high price by him at the Warrior Guild, similar to Selena's alloy battle boots and Pang Lily's gauntlets. Due to the customization, they were certainly much more expensive than ordinary alloy equipment. However, Su Chen didn't care about this small amount of money.
As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. What he didn't know was that the Federal Weapon Customization Department had not recovered from making his batch of equipment until now. The neighboring brother department, the Equipment Customization Department, had already sent over a red plaque. It boldly read, Agricultural Tools Customization Department, making the head of the Weapon Customization Department, Fei Chang, so angry that his teeth itched. Colleagues in the department unanimously believed that some big family boss had taken up a new hobby of farming, similar to the idea of alloy fishing rods. Fei Chang specifically made a harsh statement. From now on, we will no longer take orders from wealthy merchants. We must revive the glory of the Weapon Customization Department. We won't be the dogs of capital. Of course, Su Chen was unaware of all this. He was focused on digging holes in the wall. The clanging sounds attracted a large number of lightning lizards around him. These lightning lizards were about 2 meters long, their skin covered with thick scales, each scale showing traces of flowing electricity. Their eyes resembled 2 blue gems, sparkling with a cold light. Finally, after seeing that the number of gathered lightning lizards was about right, Su Chen took out his alloy spear and charged into the lizard group. After practicing his spear techniques, he moved to another spot to continue digging. Before long, he had harvested 7 or 8 second-tier spirit crystals and a large number of lightning lizard corpses, clearing them at an astonishing speed. He perfectly executed his newly customized 3-light policy: spirit crystals dug out, beasts killed, and spirit plants harvested. Wow, this feeling of collecting is really satisfying. Su Chen had advanced to the halfway up the mountain, and when he turned around, he saw that the wall was already covered with pits. His heart was also filled with a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps he had slaughtered too many lightning lizards, or maybe it was the location he was in that attracted a group of third-tier top-tier beasts, thunder eagles. Their screams were piercing and mournful, like thunder exploding in his ears. The feathers of the thunder eagles were bright silver, and the sharp edges of their wings flickered with tiny arcs of electricity. There were many of them, swirling in groups above the mountaintop. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck beside him. Damn! An ambush! Su Chen hurriedly dodged and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, can it fly and attack from a distance? He discovered that the Thunder Eagle had the ability to guide lightning, using the powerful electromagnetic field of the magnetic storm mountain to unleash lightning in the air, attacking any creature attempting to reach the summit. Crack! Crack! Bolts of arc lightning struck beside him, severely affecting his digging efficiency. Damn it, this grudge has grown big. Su Chen couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. He took out a thick insulating cloth from his spatial ring and quickly dashed towards the mountaintop. This was one of the pieces of information provided by the shadow. The Thunder Eagle had the ability to guide lightning, using the powerful electromagnetic field of the magnetic storm mountain to unleash lightning in the air, attacking any creature attempting to reach the summit. Su Chen's actions greatly provoked the flock of Thunder Eagles in the sky. They quickly circled in the air, guiding and releasing large amounts of current, crackling as they struck at this detestable guy. The summit was a forbidden zone for other creatures. They could not allow Su Chen to succeed. Zing! Although Su Chen performed a serpentine maneuver to dodge most of the attacks, he was still hit by a wildly misfired bolt of lightning. Su Chen's body jolted. Although the insulating cloth could withstand most of the current, the residual electricity still left him feeling numb and in pain. This was still a result of his physical condition far exceeding that of an ordinary level 4 warrior. At this moment, he could almost hear the excited, sharp voice of the Thunder Eagle in the air. He felt utterly helpless. Damn it, it's really a rookie's bane for a master. After a brief pause, he continued to sprint upwards. Fortunately, there were hardly any lightning lizards left on the mountainside, and he encountered no interference from the ground. The air was filled with thunderous explosions, and the ground where lightning struck was left with charred deep pits. Finally, Su Chen reached the summit of Magnetic Storm Mountain. The peak was exceptionally steep, with almost no vegetation on the bare rock face, only scattered rubble and exposed stones. Under the gray sky, the Thunder Eagles circled in the air, occasionally emitting sharp cries, appearing particularly agitated. They finally stopped guiding lightning. Before him lay an open rocky area. The wind was fierce, and the air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and the earthy scent of rocks. Su Chen carefully observed the surrounding environment, noticing the unease of the flock of Thunder Eagles in the sky, his gaze revealing a hint of pride. Damn it, you dared to provoke me, and now I've caught you. Although all he could see were rocks, Spirit Heart told him. Beneath these rubble, there were biological eggs. Su Chen took out an alloy entrenching shovel from his spatial ring. Digging began. Sure enough, buried among the rubble was a large bird egg, about the size of a head. Its surface was covered with numerous vibrant purple patterns, the smooth eggshell shimmering under the lightning's glow. The eggshell felt cold and smooth, with exquisite and complex patterns, as if containing the energy of lightning. Ding! Biological egg detected. Would you like to spend 10 level 2 spirit crystals to enhance all-knowing eye for identification? Identify. Ding! Planet level 3 RD tier beast Thunder Eagle egg, unripe. Information, offspring of the Thunder Eagle species. Features, when consumed with electromagnetic grass and thunderstorm flower, it can modify biological constitution.
Before Su Chen could read carefully, gagaga. Suddenly, two bright silver figures dove down from the sky, heading straight for Su Chen. The cries of the Thunder Eagles echoed, but only two were diving down. The Thunder Eagle was the aerial overlord of the Magnetic Storm's secret realm. Massive in size, with wings spread out to 3 or 4 meters wide, the bright silver feathers shone like metal, appearing extremely eye-catching, as if they were the embodiment of lightning. Their beaks were sharp and curved, glinting with a cold light, showcasing their formidable attack power. Their claws were like sharp daggers, each claw marked with traces of lightning, radiating a cold sheen. In Su Chen's eyes, these were excellent biological materials. Since there were only two, Su Chen was certainly unafraid. Annihilation Gun Cold Star. The most basic thrust of the spear transformed into a meteor in Su Chen's hands, charging straight towards the Thunder Eagle. Before they could reach Su Chen, he had already found the angle, piercing through the eagle's brain, dying with resentment. The Thunder Eagles in the air were still circling anxiously, lacking any sense of collective awareness. So that's how it is. On one hand, the fragility of the Thunder Eagle eggshell prevented these Thunder Eagles from using lightning attacks. On the other hand, their long survival led these Thunder Eagles to believe that as long as their eggs were buried well, it was none of their business. Su Chen thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Hee, such selfish genes, just like us. Then, amidst the stench of bird droppings at the mountaintop, he began a nightmare for the Thunder Eagle flock. This creature was a demon. He could always easily find the places where they had painstakingly buried their offspring. However, they still wanted to gamble, betting that the next egg he found wasn't their own. This was their last-ditch effort. Su Chen was very happy. With every egg he dug up, he received 2 eagles as a bonus. Of course, there were also surprises. Caw caw caw. This time, when Su Chen dug out a Thunder Eagle egg, 3 eagles suddenly swooped down. Damn it, even ferocious beasts play this? Su Chen stared blankly at the 2 Thunder Eagles fighting in the air, lost in deep thought. Brothers, are you coming down? Should I wait for you a bit? Su Chen's egg-digging work quickly came to an end. At the mountaintop, not a single bird egg remained. However, in the sky, there were still a few solitary, weak Thunder Eagles. Before Su Chen could figure out how to deal with them, they charged towards the ground one after another, crashing to their deaths with loud thuds. As Su Chen collected the Thunder Eagle corpses from the ground, he pondered, does this count as a tragic love story? In the Cold Clan's small secret realm, deep within the extreme cold cave, the chill was biting, and the icy air seemed capable of freezing one's breath. The cave was dimly lit, with only a few flickering torches and sparks from the battle illuminating the surroundings, while ice pillars and ice walls glimmered with a ghostly blue light in the faint glow, echoing with the sounds of battle and the howling cold wind. Zhao Yongfu and his group were engaged in a fierce battle with a 4th-tier ferocious beast, the extreme cold frost bull. This beast was enormous, with thick fur that shimmered with a cold light. Its eyes sparkled like rubies, radiating endless ferocity and rage. Its limbs were strong and powerful, each stomp causing the ground to tremble slightly, sending ice shards flying. Damn it, what the hell is this secret realm hiding such a creature for? Wu Ling couldn't help but curse. After every natural disaster, many new ferocious beasts would appear in the secret realm, which was also one of the daily tasks for their exploration team. However, this extreme cold frost bull was clearly hiding deep within, secretly evolving to the 4th tier. This posed a significant challenge for them. Fortunately, if it weren't for the young lady discovering it early, looking at this size, it could grow to the 5th tier. A hint of seriousness appeared in Zhao Yongfu's eyes. The extreme cold frost bull could indeed grow to the 5th tier, and it was an extremely difficult existence among the beast tides on the front lines north of the European domain. Zhao Yongfu commanded loudly, Team 1 and Team 2, rotate to conserve stamina. Team 3, prepare your finishing moves, tire it out. Wu Ling, prepare for a combined attack. Okay. Zhao Yongfu activated his C-tier talent, Howling Sky Dog, letting out a long howl that produced a piercing vibration in the air. This made the extreme cold frost bull extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, it only wanted to charge at this bald-headed man. So noisy. Wu Ling activated her C-tier talent, Black Striped Leopard. Instantly bursting forth with super-fast speed, she dashed into the blind spot of the extreme cold frost bull's vision, swinging her alloy long knife, C-tier knife technique, Extreme Blade. Slash. A set of movements flowed seamlessly. Zhao Yongfu attracted attention while Wu Ling launched a surprise attack capable of taking down a 3rd-tier ferocious beast in one hit. Unfortunately, they were facing one of the thickest skin types among the 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Ow! As Wu Ling's knife cut into the cow's neck at the 1/4 mark, it lost strength and blood gushed out from the grayish-white fur, igniting the ferocity of the beast. It struggled fiercely, breaking free from its restraints and charging directly at Zhao Yongfu. Damn bug, taste the horns of the cow. Zhao Yongfu was startled. He hadn't expected the 4th-tier beast to have such high defense. However, as the leader of the Han mercenary group, he had his own strength. He shouted loudly and swung his knife at the cow's horn. This way, he would surely injure his arms, but it would also hinder the charge of the extreme cold frost bull, creating an opportunity for his teammates to regroup for a counterattack. Normally, he wouldn't choose this method, but today he had to be a true man of action. Blood is most valuable when spilled in front of the boss.
Just then, a dazzling golden light flashed beside him. A metal whip wrapped around one of the extreme cold frost bull's horns at the critical moment, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. A clear and cold voice rang out, and the bull's head was slightly deflected, brushing past Zhao Yangfu and crashing into the mountain wall.
It was Han Yenling making her move.
The timing was sharp and ruthless, with just a second-tier warrior
and an SSS-level talent Valkyrie's burst. The tide of battle was rewritten,
truly deserving of the title of battle goddess from her past life.
Boom!
In an instant, the cave walls shook, and many icicles from the ceiling fell.
With a crack.
This time, the extreme cold frost bull was also in a bad state, its head knocked dizzy from the collision. The members of the Han mercenary group rushed forward, various martial skills and weapons striking at the fourth-tier beast. Zhao Yangfu quickly attacked as well, while Vice Captain Wu Ling swiftly positioned herself beside Han Yenling to prevent the beast's counterattack. The sounds of battle echoed in the cave, the roars of the beast, the shouts of humans, and the clashing of weapons intertwined into a fierce symphony of combat.
Wu Ling's heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface.
Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that her young lady's long black hair had turned into a blend of gold and white under the influence of her talent, gently swaying in the cold air. The unparalleled beauty shone particularly brightly in battle, her clear and bright eyes sparkling
with light. A second-tier warrior could change the course of the battlefield. Was this the power of SSS-level combat talent and awareness?
At that moment, Wu Ling could only think of 6 words: so cool, so beautiful, so lovable. Inside the extreme cold cave of the Han secret realm, the members of the expedition team sat around a campfire with Han Yenling.
Today's adventure had ended with 2 days left. However, the harvest was abundant. The young
lady is truly a combat genius, otherwise, I would definitely be lying down for 10 days or half a month.
Zhao Yangfu was still chattering, trying to change his image in front of the boss.
Captain, you should take a break.
Can't you see the young lady has put on earmuffs? Lu Di couldn't hold back any longer. Zhao Yangfu kicked Lu Di, sending him tumbling. Get lost, you little brat.
That's because the young lady is cold.
What do you know? Go add some firewood to the fire.
Alright, stop the noise, the young lady rarely comes, let's talk about some hidden treasures. Wu Ling peeled a cold honey orange and handed it to Han Yenling.
She could see it clearly. Her young lady was truly dull.
The beautiful eyes had no sparkle, completely different from when she was fighting just moments ago. Han Yenling's lack of light in her eyes was because she found Zhao Yangfu annoying.
Just now, she had been
fantasizing about how nice it would be if she had saved Su Chen instead. I saved him once, he should at least give me 10 foot rubs to make it worth it.
No, 20 times. Now, she could only gnaw on the cold honey orange to relieve her boredom. Ahem, then I can say it.
Zhao Yangfu felt that Han Yenling was looking at him strangely. With years of workplace experience, he knew that this young lady seemed quite displeased with him.
He probably had been
labeled as reckless. The surroundings immediately erupted in laughter. Come on, Captain, wasn't your grandfather a high-ranking official in the Huajun back in the day?
Every time you never finish, this time make it good.
If you don't finish this time, don't blame us for getting back at you. Zhao Yangfu chuckled. Alright, today I'll share some real content. Over 50 years ago, my grandfather was a member of a special operations team in the 9 Domains Allied Forces, and his talent was A-level moon-eating hound.
That talent that greatly enhances abilities at night and provides extra boosts in the dark? Wu Ling interrupted. Zhao Yangfu nodded. Yes, that's the one. Then why is your talent only C-level? Wu Ling pressed on. I'm not telling anymore.
Zhao Yangfu, annoyed, shut his mouth. This woman was just looking for trouble, bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned.
Everyone laughed heartily.
Only Wu Ling was the nemesis of the captain, otherwise, this chatty captain would have no one to rein him in. Come on, look, even the young lady has taken off her earmuffs.
Wu Ling quickly signaled. Zhao Yangfu could only clear his throat and continue. You all know about the staff beast tide, right?
It erupted in the Black Domain, and the elite of the 9 domains formed an alliance to resist it.
In that battle, countless
human warriors were killed or injured. The official report stated that 100,000 Tier 4 warriors died, but my grandfather told us that in reality, it was 500,000.
Han Yenling couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart upon hearing this. This number was something she only learned after becoming the empress in her previous life. Every beast tide event with a special name represented the deaths of countless warriors. To put it bluntly, even the disabled were few, most died on the battlefield. Amidst the crackling flames, Zhao Yangfu continued, my grandfather was under 30 and had already become a Tier 6 warrior. As the team leader, he was responsible for exploring the causes of the beast tide after the event ended. A standard team consists of 5 people, but that time, there were only 3, because so many had died that they simply couldn't spare anyone. In their team, there was a support-type talent, warrior with excellent daytime vision, and at night, they relied on my grandfather's talent, allowing them to explore further than other teams. Lu Di suddenly interrupted, wait a minute, Captain, with so few people in your grandfather's team and one being a support-type warrior, how did they survive the aftermath of the beast tide? Zhao Yangfu wasn't angry at being interrupted, instead, he continued, that's right, I asked the same question at the time. My grandfather said that the third person in their team was a combat genius from the military named Wu Jingwen. S-level talent, Flame Kirin, an absolute powerhouse in the team, also from the Huayu region, single-handedly fought like 5 people, cutting through the aftermath of 3 waves of the Beast Tide and entering another continent of Blue Star. Right next to the Black Domain is the Lin Yen Beast Domain. Hiss. Wow. Impressive. That's so damn awesome. A real man should slay fierce beasts. By the campfire, everyone suddenly became extremely excited. The Lin Yen Beast Domain was a mixed terrain, with water below and the ground made up of mutated mangrove root systems floating on the sea. Most of the creatures inside were amphibious beasts, exceptionally fierce. The fact that Zhao Yangfu and his grandfather's team could cut through the aftermath of the Beast Tide and advance into the Lin Yen Beast Domain sounded like a great feat. There was no way. The pressure from the Beast Tide was too great, and humanity's front line was always precarious. Even Han Yenling couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. 3 Tier 6 warriors could go that far. She hadn't expected it. Did the Human Alliance have so many heroes decades ago? Oh, right, the general of the staff Beast Tide was that old man. No wonder the Allied forces were so strong back then. Zhao Yangfu chuckled. This is just the beginning. Since it was an alliance, the other person in the team was a woman from the Sakura domain. At that time, she told my grandfather and the others, let's explore to this point, we can return to report now. Wu Jingwen disagreed at the time, saying, I fought my way here, not just to kill a few ferocious beasts. If we go back now, will we have another chance to come in? How did the Beast Tide come about? We need to figure that out, right? Everyone is hesitant like us. When can we stand upright on this continent? In fact, my grandfather was also very conflicted. He shared the same thoughts as the girl from Sakura domain. After all, their special operations team's exploration range had never reached that far, and their supplies were insufficient. Han Yenling also nodded slightly. At that time, the Camus Middle Secret realm had not yet been developed, and space rings were still very expensive. Wu Ling added some firewood and asked, and then? My grandfather told me he would never forget Wu Jingwen's words. Zhao Yangfu sighed and imitated. My S-level talent is not meant for fighting ordinary ferocious beasts and humans. This kind of Beast Tide makes humanity too passive. I won't go back without clarifying the reasons. You take this medal back, my family will understand, the general will understand. I, Wu Jingwen, have the will to fight to the death. As he spoke, Zhao Yangfu couldn't help but place his fist on his left chest. This was a military salute. The members of the expedition team had solemn expressions, each placing a fist over their hearts, paying respect to this elder from the Hua domain. Even Han Yenling was no exception. She recalled the last time during her previous life, the massive Carnage Beast Tide, where she led 1,000,000 allied troops fighting for 5 days and nights. With her SSS-level Valkyrie talent, she erupted multiple times, slaying 9 9th-tier Beast Kings in one go. This established the status of the Blue Star human race as the land's overlord. Unfortunately, not long after, the Stargate opened. Humanity fell into an even greater predicament and deadlock. Thinking of this, the light in her eyes dimmed again. What to do? What should humanity do? Zhao Yangfu's voice continued, his story not yet finished. Later, they continued deeper, following the traces of the Beast Tide, and found a massive spatial rift. This is what the Black Domain is currently jointly developing? The Hera Great Secret Realm. What? The Hera Great Secret Realm was discovered by Zhao Yangfu's grandfather and the others? Han Yenling's beautiful pupils instantly widened. Upon hearing this, she suddenly realized that her memories from her previous life were completely different from Zhao Yangfu's account. Wasn't the Hera Great Secret Realm discovered by the geniuses of the Eagle Domain and the European Domain? That's not right, Team Zhao, I know about this. Another member of the expedition team, Biensen, suddenly said. The Hera Great Secret Realm was discovered by Seth from the Eagle Domain and Petty from the European Domain. This is written in the documents. Zhao Yangfu sneered, of course, which secret realm wasn't found by these family geniuses? Do you understand the naming rights? These things aren't important. My grandfather and the others didn't care about fame, they wrote whoever they wanted. However, a wave of anger surged in Han Yenling's heart. During the Empress era, she had also been curious, and her assistant said it was because these family young masters were lucky. She had always focused on improving her martial prowess and wasn't very concerned about these matters, so she didn't ask further. Now, hearing a different version, she already had an answer in her heart. No wonder, they had always been one way on the surface and another behind the scenes. Whoever discovered the secret realm had more resource quotas under federal law. It turned out that this naming right had long been bought out by this group of people. It was all her fault for being too foolish and naive, never thinking in that direction. Diensen quickly brought the topic back. Continue, Team Zhao. Pretend I didn't ask. Zhao Yangfu also knew the story was about to reach its climax. He deliberately glanced at Miss Han and continued. At that time, Wu Jingwen firmly told my grandfather that this might be the reason for the staff Beast Tide, but he specifically instructed my grandfather not to go in with him, to guard outside the rift and wait for them for 10 days. If they don't come out, let my grandfather go back alone. His talent makes him more capable of surviving on his own. Wu Jingwen entered the great secret realm with another team member. My grandfather hides in a tree hole during the day and relies on his talent to change locations at night, avoiding battles with nearby ferocious beasts. On the 8th day, my grandfather finally couldn't hold on any longer. His supplies were nearly exhausted just as he was about to give up. Wu Jingwen crawled out of the great secret realm, covered in blood. He only said 2 sentences to my grandfather before he died. Thinking of this, Zhao Yangfu seemed reluctant to continue. Damn it, what did he say? Old Zhao, a storyteller who only tells half the story, has no guts. Come on, what did Wu Jingwen say in the end? The members of the expedition team all inquired. But no matter how much they scolded Zhao Yangfu, he kept his lips tightly sealed and said nothing more. What happened next? A clear voice, like a spring, rang in everyone's ears. Like a savior. Han Yenling also wanted to know what Wu Jingwen had said. Humans have only discovered 2 great secret realms. One is the Sheila Great Secret Realm, and the other is the Lingzi Great Secret Realm discovered by her mother. Zhao Yangfu thought for a moment and said, "It's not that I don't want to say, but my grandfather also thinks he might have misheard. My grandfather said that when Wu Jingwen crawled out of the secret realm, he was not only severely injured but also in a very poor mental state. So, for a while, you can just treat it as the ramblings of a madman." In the last moments of Wu Jingwen's life, he kept repeating 2 sentences. The first was, "Old Zhao, he spoke to me." The second was, "Please, set me free." In the magnetic storm small secret realm, halfway up the magnetic storm mountain, Su Chen had completely mined the spiritual crystals on the front slope. The surface of the mountain was already uneven. The various holes Su Chen dug didn't seem out of place. Fortunately, I brought tools this time, otherwise, it would be ridiculous to dig with a D-level spear. Su Chen didn't rush to count his gains. Instead, he looked at his anti-magnetic quartz watch. It had been a full 12 hours since he entered the secret realm. When Su Chen was at the mountaintop, he noticed that there were still large areas near the fog boundary of the magnetic storm mountain. That should be the back mountain area. This is the deepest part of the secret realm, and adhering to the spirit of exploring and mining without leaving a stone unturned, it was a must-visit place. He hastily ate something. He forgot to buy food for this trip into the secret realm and was still eating leftovers from last time. Su Chen picked up the alloy spear and climbed over the mountaintop, arriving at the back of the mountain. He hadn't walked far when he noticed 2 special fluctuations. One was a top-tier 4th-level ferocious beast, and the other was a 5th-level spiritual crystal. Even more interestingly, they were not far apart. After circling a large rock, the scene before him made him stop in his tracks. It was a vibrant sea of flowers, and the beauty of this flower sea seemed particularly striking in such a gloomy environment. Ding! Detected. Spiritual energy plants. Would you like to spend 10 second-level spiritual crystals to enhance all-knowing I4 in-depth identification? Detect. B. Detected. Planet-level spiritual seedling thunderstorm flower. Mature information grows in the magnetic storm mountain. Mature flowers can slightly enhance life energy and improve physical condition. Characteristics requires 5th level spiritual crystals to hasten seed maturation. Absorbs magnetic storm lightning to grow. Weakness cannot grow in non-magnetic storm environments. Recommended to store in thunder or containers. Countless thunderstorm flowers swayed gently in the wind, their petals displaying a gradient of deep blue and purple, with subtle electric arcs flickering on each petal. At the center of the flower was a faint lightning glow, resembling a miniature thundercloud. In the center of the flower sea was a giant beast, its size comparable to a heavy truck, its skin covered in thick scales, each scale shimmering with purple electric arcs. Crack! The lightning in the sky seemed to be attracted by the special magnetic field here, crashing heavily down onto the flower sea. Surprisingly, the lightning intertwined in the sea of flowers, resembling beautiful patterns woven from thunder and quickly dissipating as it was absorbed. Su Chen's presence finally awakened it. Accompanied by a low growl, the massive figure of the 4th-tier top beast, Thunder Fury Lizard, slowly rose from the flower sea. Its body was strong and powerful, and its thick tail whipped the ground like an iron whip, producing a dull thud. A guardian, huh? Su Chen dragged his spear and charged directly at the Thunder Fury Lizard. He wasn't sure if this creature would attack from a distance, so it was best to strike first. Moreover, this battle had to be quick, otherwise, the flower sea would be overwhelmed and ultimately destroyed by the aftermath of the fight. The Thunder Fury Lizard's eyes burned like 2 fiery orbs, exuding an inexplicable ferocity. This tiny creature dared to disturb its slumber. It even dared to charge at it? Roar! With a roar, its massive tail swung through the air, arcs of electricity leaping between its scales, crackling loudly as the Thunder Fury Lizard prepared to attack. Again, Su Chen decided to take the initiative. He leaped into the air, soaring upward, directly leaping into the sky. Under the dazzling lightning, his figure resembled a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the Thunder Fury Lizard. Spear raised like a club. The Thunder Fury Lizard was overjoyed. Its electric tailhammer loved to swat airborne enemies. Su Chen shouted, "Annihilation Spear 4th form, Thunder!" Su Chen concentrated all his strength, raising the spear high, drawing a brilliant arc in the air. The spear, imbued with unparalleled power and destructive force, struck down on the Thunder Fury Lizard's head. In a contest of speed, the Thunder Fury Lizard was at a disadvantage. It failed to dodge and was hit squarely. The spear's force crashed down on its head like thunder, the tremendous impact causing the Thunder Fury Lizard to let out a wail, arcs of electricity dancing wildly between its scales. Its body was pressed down by the immense force, its massive head slammed heavily into the ground. The Thunder Fury Lizard's gigantic body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently upon its fall. The stormy flower sea swayed in the tremors, but fortunately, it remained undamaged. The lizard's tail hammer lost its power, the arcs of electricity gradually dissipating, its body twitching weakly before finally coming to a stop. Su Chen landed steadily on the ground, the spear hanging by his side. A fourth tier against a fourth tier, you lost without injustice. He stored the Thunder Fury Lizard's corpse in his spatial ring, but Su Chen did not rush to collect the stormy flower sea before him. His gaze was fixed on the ground. Under Spirit Heart, a fifth-tier spirit crystal was actually moving slowly. Su Chen was astonished. First of all, humans defined the resources of small underground secret realms as not producing spirit crystals above fourth tier, but Spirit Heart successfully broke this definition. It wasn't that they didn't produce them, it was that you hadn't found them. However, he truly did not expect that there would be a fifth-tier spirit crystal in this small secret realm. Although it was openly priced at 10 billion in the dark auction house, the transaction quantity was 0. This meant it had never been officially sold. Moreover, this spirit crystal was actually moving slowly. Su Chen no longer hesitated and took out a metal pickaxe, quickly digging. At a depth of 3 meters, this fifth-tier spirit crystal presented itself in an unexpected way. A plain ordinary stone. Amazing, it actually stopped moving? Su Chen held the stone, feeling the unparalleled abundant spiritual energy within. After reaching 4th-tier martial artist, the speed of increasing spiritual energy had slowed down, yet it was now slowly growing again. Perhaps Su Chen's powerful spiritual energy absorption physique made this spirit crystal feel somewhat uncomfortable. The surface of the stone slowly sprouted virtual tendrils, trying to escape from Su Chen's grasp. This might be the reason it could move slowly underground. Interesting, I'll keep it for now. Su placed the 5th-tier spirit crystal into his spatial ring, and with a thought, he noticed that the stone was completely still in the space. The stormflower field was gradually cleared under the flying hoe. I've struck it rich, 1,017 plants. This small valley wasn't very large, only 300 square meters. And the stormflowers were much larger than ordinary flowers on Earth, but Su Chen's harvest was quite impressive. Fortunately, I dealt with it in one blow, otherwise, if it rolled around twice, I estimate this many flowers would have been destroyed, Su Chen remarked. Without the system's help and the powerful annihilation gun, even if he entered the secret realm at the 3rd tier, it would still take considerable effort to kill this 4th-tier top beast. He could kill it, but it was uncertain how many stormflowers he could preserve. Next, it's time for a carpet-style reverse resource collection. Su Chen set his next goal. Spending 1 billion and not taking all the resources would be a loss, right? Were these tools forged for nothing? Su Chen already had an idea in mind. He wanted to commission high-level researchers like Wan Hong to help him create a set of mining equipment that could be used in the secret realm. Ideally, something like a large alloy excavator. Here's a 3rd-tier spirit crystal. What a barren land. This foothill has only 5 pieces of 2nd-tier spirit crystals. My goodness, it's so scarce. Is it reasonable for a hillside to have only 35 pieces of 1st-tier spirit crystals? What a poor mountain. Wait a minute, what's down there? Su Chen dug all the way to the foot of the back mountain and finally discovered something unusual. Spirit Heart informed him that there was a fluctuation beneath the back of Magnetic Storm Mountain. Moreover, it was filled with a boiling killing intent. Another killing intent? Following this killing intent, he explored along the path to find the nearest location in a straight line, about 100 meters away. Su Chen pondered whether to waste 2 hours searching for the source of the killing intent. In the end, he still swung his shovel. 2 reasons. The first was that he wanted to know the source of the killing intent in this space because he would be entering the secret realm many more times. There were many resources here, but he also needed to ascertain the risks. The second reason was that the killing intent below was completely opposite to the killing intent of the entire space. It was also an instinct and was not aimed at someone like him, a human. Fortunately, Su Chen was not only a 4th-tier warrior but also had brought along many professional alloy tools. The stones of Magnetic Storm Mountain crumbled under his digging, and a deep pit was quickly excavated straight down. The excess soil was directly stored in the spatial ring, saving him the trouble of transporting soil back and forth. Finally, Su Chen approached the strange fluctuation. Ding! The sharp alloy shovel suddenly hit something hard. Su Chen cleared the soil, and before him lay an area covered with large thunder ore. The thunder ore flickered with faint electric light in the dim environment, emitting a subtle crackling sound. When his fingers touched the ore, he felt a chill and a weak electric current that instantly spread throughout his body. Wow, what a huge ore. If you want to get rich, you have to mine. This is almost the size of a person. Su Chen quickly stored these thunder ores in his spatial ring, revealing a sealed space below.
the air suddenly became colder and a strange aura rushed towards him, carrying a strong smell of blood that nearly suffocated him.
Su-chen looked down and saw several scattered organs quietly lying on the large thunder ore.
These organs seemed similar to human organs but were significantly larger. Some tissues he didn't recognize at all, covered in a viscous liquid that shimmered with an eerie sheen. Being closer, he could feel the organs emanating a strong killing intent and hatred, causing Su-chen to furrow his brows. Taking out the lighting equipment, Su-chen did not rashly enter this space. He saw that the surface of the organs was covered with tiny blood vessels and nerve endings gently pulsating as if still functioning. With each pulse, a strange halo appeared on the organs, as if they were alive, while the surrounding ores were stained with dark blood, creating an exceptionally terrifying scene. Blood continuously seeped from the ores, nourishing these organs. Strange, it resembles some kind of ritual. Su-chen sensed that he had reached the boundary of this space, meaning it was the deepest part of this secret realm. After collecting a few pieces of edge thunder ore, he returned to the surface and filled in the soil. This discovery gave rise to a vague speculation in his heart. This secret realm was not naturally formed, but rather a product of some sort, representing at least two forces with completely different murderous intents. One side was the knife, the other the fish.
Which side did humanity belong to? In the Han family's small secret realm, the next day,
under Han Yenling's command, they had already harvested resources worth nearly 200 million. Despite their bountiful harvest, the atmosphere among the expedition team members was not as cheerful as the previous day. Zhao Yangfu also changed his usual demeanor, no longer being chatty. If it weren't for the young lady speaking up, he wouldn't have wanted to reveal this secret. To be honest, his martial artist rank was not high. In the eyes of others, being the leader of the Han family's expedition team was already the ceiling for a wild third-rank martial artist. However, he was often troubled by his grandfather's secrets. Sometimes he had a lot to say, but perhaps it was also to suppress his desire to confide. Wu Jing, exceptionally talented, was a 6th-rank martial artist, but given his ability to cut through the aftermath of the beast tide, it was not impossible for him to protect himself and retreat unscathed. Because the space of the great secret realm was vast, almost comparable to a continent.
What had he encountered inside to make him say those two sentences? The same doubts unfolded in Han Yenling's mind.
In her previous life, during the late period of the Empress, she had participated in an academic discussion.
Several current senior professors from Zhou University jointly proposed a viewpoint: is humanity's exploration and development of secret realms a behavior that is not worth the cost?
Due to the strict limitations on martial artist ranks in secret realm caves, but not on the ferocious beasts inside. Every time humans entered a secret realm, it was considered a reverse challenge, especially in medium to large secret realm caves. The larger the space, the more ferocious beasts there were, and even if the human races united to develop, countless losses were incurred each time. Humanity had at least 18 years of growth. However, ferocious beasts grew rapidly, with a litter every 3 to 5 years, and many talents were not inferior to humans. Over time, the number of high-level combatants among humans remained stagnant. Thus, the professors proposed a hypothesis that secret realm caves were actually some kind of trial set by an extraterrestrial civilization for humanity. Since humans had already excavated several remnants left by advanced civilizations at that time, the viewpoint received support from most professors. However, humanity had already invested tremendous effort in the exploration and excavation of the great secret realm. It was like a massive project that had already begun. Once abandoned, all previous investments would be wasted, and many families that had invested resources at the time voted against it. Even her previous self had hesitated, ultimately abstaining from the vote. Although she was already a top-tier existence at rank 10 at that time, the limitations of the secret realm prevented her from helping humanity in exploration. Yet, the special resources within the secret realm were desperately needed by many, such as certain plants that could extend life. What she could do was to try to clear out a large number of high-level ferocious beasts on the land of Blue Star. In the end, the Stargate opened wide, indeed confirming part of the professor's viewpoints. That is, there existed a large number of advanced alien civilizations. However, whether the secret realm caves were a form of trial remained inconclusive. For Han Yenling, it was no longer important. At this moment, she had only one thought in her heart: this group of short-sighted and selfish families. Wu Jingwen inquired about the dangerous exploration of the secret realm, which not only went unnoticed by the coalition but was also erased from the cracks of time due to interests. If it weren't for her participation in the Han family's expedition team this time, she probably wouldn't have known these hidden secrets. Although she didn't quite understand those two sentences, a deep sadness and profound disgust welled up inside her, because she herself was a product of such a noble family. Forget it. Destruction might be quite good. She couldn't help but recall the scene before the self-detonation, where the clan elders and the talented heirs enjoying top resources vanished at critical moments. Only countless mid-tier wild martial artists like the Explosive Fist and Crazy Legs charged to the front lines, bleeding out. Perhaps, humanity's light does not lie with the elites of noble families. It exists more in common martial artists like Wu Jingwen and Pang Lily. Whether to fight or retreat, that would be decided later. For now, besides growing stronger, she needed to shatter the shackles imposed by these noble families and strive to provide better opportunities for ordinary martial artists. Miss, where are we going next? Zhao Yangfu felt much more at ease after telling his story last night. His tendency to chatter had also improved significantly. However, he was indeed stunned by his young lady's foresight these past 2 days. In over 10 years of work, he had never seen anyone pinpoint resources so accurately. Isn't the Valkyrie talent combat-oriented? Why is she so sensitive to resources? Or is it a woman's innate sixth sense? Then why doesn't Wu Ling have it, being a woman too? Is it because she's not pretty enough? Thinking of this, Zhao Yangfu leaned closer to Wu Ling and whispered, "Old Wu, I have a suggestion for you." Spit it out. Wu Ling felt that Zhao Yangfu was holding back something. Zhao Yangfu quickly pulled Wu Ling to the back of the team and confidently said, "I found the reason why the young lady is so sensitive to resources. I've assessed it, and you can do it too." What reason? Wu Ling asked in surprise. She was indeed amazed. Following the young lady all this way, it was either picking up resources or killing fierce beasts. It felt so exhilarating that she was already considering finding a few more team members with detection talents. Zhao Yangfu's next words made her take out her alloy long knife. "You're just not pretty enough, so you're not sensitive to resources. Go on." Wu Ling slowly removed the sheath from the alloy long knife, speaking earnestly. Zhao Yangfu didn't have a woman's sixth sense, but he felt a surge of killing intent. Can you put down the knife? Can't we just talk nicely? You're not ugly, you're just not as pretty as our young lady. Zhao Yangfu was frantically trying to remedy the situation, as if he could already see a set of C-grade knife techniques, the entire process of the extreme blade slash from release to bloodshed. And then, Wu Ling slightly retracted the knife. In this regard, she indeed couldn't compare to her young lady, there was simply no comparison. Zhao Yangfu swallowed hard. "If you went to get some kind of injection, maybe we could find resources faster in the future." What injection? Wu Ling's alloy knife reflected her face. At just 35 years old, she still hadn't found a suitable partner, focusing entirely on her career. Beauty water light injection. Extreme blade slash. On Su Chen's side, under his carpet-like search, he collected various spirit crystals, fierce beast materials, and electromagnetic grass. Finally, he encountered the Chen family's joint expedition team. "Stop!" Chen Jia shouted. Su Chen asked, "What's wrong? Which family's expedition team are you from, and why are you alone?" Chen Jia looked at the young boy in front of him, who was too young. "Han family, just me." Su Chen glanced at the team. A few of them were in poor condition, their stamina severely depleted, and after assessing their strength, if they dared to show hostility, he would decisively take them down. Chen Jia's eyes flickered. "Do you want to join us? The rewards will be calculated based on contribution points." Several thoughts flashed through his mind just now. Although Su Chen was alone, he was incredibly handsome. It was hard to say if he had any connections with the Han family, so they couldn't take action. Besides, he understood a principle: good looks could never be a meal ticket, especially in the secret realm. The young man appeared relaxed, not even carrying a backpack, which meant he must have some backing. Perhaps he was a talent secretly nurtured by the Han family, here for leisure. Although one could fight in the secret realm without excessive benefits, it was unwise to act rashly. One must use their brain, especially when information was unclear. It was essential not to make enemies but to build connections. With this in mind, Shenjia smiled slightly. "I have a space ring with plenty of supplies, would you like some?" "What do you have?" Su Chen couldn't help but ask. "Beer, drinks, mineral water." Members of the Chen family joint expedition team watched as Su Chen walked away in another direction. They continued to approach the central magnetic storm mountain. On the way, the Vice Captain Zhao Min couldn't help but ask, "Captain, which direction is he going? Isn't he heading to Magnetic Storm Mountain?" "Not sure, maybe he didn't find anything," Shin Jie replied. He was a distant relative of the Chun family, and if this expedition yielded good results, he had a chance to become a core member and enjoy more resources. "No conflicts. We stick to our path." Zhao Min nodded. They had worked together many times and had a good understanding. Chen Jie continued, "Everyone be careful, this time the harvest is good. Each person should earn at least 3 million in a lot of beast points. Don't be greedy, remember this, beast materials are expensive, but life is worth more. In 3 days, there's a high probability of a fierce battle, so try to conserve your strength." Everyone nodded. In agreement, Chen Jie was right. Along the way, they tried to only target isolated beasts, which was much more efficient than hunting in the wild. One lucky member, amidst the aftermath of a beast battle, smashed a large rock and found a second-tier spirit crystal. TCH, if it weren't for this kid having no gains, I would have chopped him up right away, Zhou Tao sneered from the side, casually smashing a boulder. Years ago, he had applied to the Han family, but the interviewer had rejected him for being unattractive. He had always held a grudge, so he treated the Han family's employees poorly, but he only spoke out. Just now, he had acted more honest than anyone else. There was no way around it. Talking was one thing, but acting was another. It wasn't illegal to make a few sarcastic remarks, but actually drawing a knife was a different matter. If you chop him up, I'll report you immediately.
Huang Lei interjected from the side. Zhou Tao paused. Aren't we teammates?
Huang Lei looked down on Zhou Tao's petty nature, but openly betraying a teammate was also not good, so he said, we must rectify the environment
of the secret realm, it's our duty.
While saying this, he casually filled a pit.
Damn, the lightning in this magnetic storm's secret realm was too fierce, leaving pits all over the ground. A day later, in a valley of the magnetic storm's secret realm,
the Yi family joint expedition team and the Wang family expedition team were arguing over resources. Lu Tao, we must get half of the lightning lizards here, Subin said. The Yi family had brought so many D-class combat suits, if they returned empty-handed, he, as the captain, would be hard-pressed to explain.
Shut your damn mouth. We clearly discovered them first, a member of the Wang family's exploration team shouted. Impatiently. You found them, but can you swallow them?
Look at the number of lightning lizards in this valley. Zhou Ting stepped forward, supporting her captain. They had discovered that the Wang family exploration team was hesitating here and had the idea of surrounding and killing the beasts together. Alright, stop arguing, Lu Tao thought for a moment and made a decision. Let's take down this batch of beasts, each person will earn at least
2 million divided by head.
Subin glanced at the number of people. The Yi family joint expedition team had only 8 members, while the Wang family expedition team had more than 10.
This was definitely not cost-effective.
No way, we're all wearing D-grade combat suits. We can kill faster than you, Zhou Ting couldn't help but say. She didn't want to work for others for nothing. Then there's nothing to discuss. You can go find other ferocious beasts, Lu Tao said slowly, crossing his arms.
In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else. Where did this group from the Yi family expedition team get so many D-grade combat suits? Judging by the direction they came from, they must have gone to that valley. It's possible they've already picked all the electromagnetic grass. Just right. Su Chen's carpet-style digging work had also reached this point. Little brother, do you want to join the Yi family expedition team?
Subin quickly extended an invitation. Having one more person meant he could share more ferocious beast resources.
Our team is strong and safe. You can just stand aside if you want. He noticed Su Chen was empty-handed, consistent with Chen Jie's judgment. Su Chen, with his hands in his pockets, walked around the crowd and decisively refused, not joining. He didn't have time to play along with these people. He still had a small part of the terrain left to dig. Come to me, you don't have to do anything, and I'll give you half a lightning lizard. Lu Tao suddenly spoke up, having noticed Subin's intention to recruit. This offer was not low, equivalent to Su Chen getting 300,000 without doing anything. Unlike Chen Jie, he knew Su Chen was from the Han family expedition team. He just didn't expect the Han family to be so arrogant, sending only this young man in. They probably automatically gave up on the benefits of this expedition. Damn, shameless. The ensign from the Yi family joint expedition team couldn't help but spit on the ground. Lu Tao was clearly taking advantage of the situation. All eyes in the room turned to Su Chen. But no one expected that Su Chen would squat down, tie his shoelaces, and pick up a stone. He waved his hand and said, not going, you all continue. He played it cool, as if he were above it. All. After Su Chen left, the Yi and Wang family joint expedition teams reached an agreement. In no time, the valley was filled with the metallic sounds of clashing weapons, the low growls of lightning lizards, and the shouts of the warriors. Every time a lightning lizard released its electrical energy, the air crackled with the sound of electricity, as if countless firecrackers were exploding simultaneously. A strong smell of blood and burnt flesh filled the air. However, many people shared the same thoughts as Lu Tao and Su Bin. Damn it, shouldn't I have gone to the Han family expedition team years ago? Not to mention, there's clearly no KPI pressure in the Han family. That kid is way too relaxed. It really is true that comparison kills. In the valley, the warriors wielded different weapons. Some had long swords, others wielded battle axes, and some used dual daggers. Each attack brought forth a sharp cold light. The lightning lizards countered with agile movements and powerful electrical energy, their eyes shining like blue gems, radiating a fierce light. The confrontation between humans and ferocious beasts was slightly in favor of the humans, but injuries were inevitable. One warrior made a careless move and had his arm bitten off by a lightning lizard. A horrific scream echoed across the battlefield. Fortunately, under the cover of others, the warrior managed to retreat in time, hiding in the distance to bandage his wound, sweating from the pain. Such situations occurred frequently and were unavoidable. Although they felt uneasy, once they entered the secret realm, they had to be mentally prepared. If they were to blame anyone, it could only be their own greed. However, no one noticed that, unlike the blood of the ferocious beasts, the blood of all human warriors silently disappeared from the ground, as if it had been absorbed by something. While continuing to dig, Su Chen looked up at the gray sky. Thick dark clouds shrouded the secret realm above, and a faint electric light filled the air, with occasional lightning streaking across the sky. Intent to kill seems to have grown stronger. Su Chen looked at the overcast sky. He quickened his collection speed again. What secrets lay deep within this small secret realm? He wasn't ready to delve into that just yet. Once his strength increased, many things would come to light. Right now, the most important thing was to ensure his own development. The small secret realm was rich, and the first exploration of a small secret realm was even richer, but the real gain still exceeded his expectations. He had explored this space for a total of 2.5 days, day and night without rest. He had been slaying fierce beasts and mining spirit crystals. The space wasn't too large, and many electromagnetic grasses were hidden in nooks and crannies, so he didn't waste time. However, before leaving, he specifically went to the electromagnetic grass valley and poured the blood of numerous thunder eagles and lightning lizards, which were rich in electric attributes, into the soil. This would stimulate the growth of the second batch of electromagnetic grass. When Su Chen returned to the entrance of the secret realm, several researchers were still there. "Ha, why are you back so soon?" Xiaozi asked in surprise upon seeing Su Chen. "Isn't there still 3 or 4 days of exploration time left?" Normally, the first exploration of a small secret realm was particularly rich, and it was indeed rare for someone like Su Chen, who was unscathed and full of energy, to leave early. Su Chen thought about his gains over the past 2 days and calmly replied, "One shouldn't be too greedy." Zhang Jijun nodded in agreement, adding, "That's right, greed will eventually lead to disaster. Self-awareness is the most important." "Young man, not bad at all. How about leaving a contact number?" The other members of the research team were momentarily stunned. "Leader, isn't that a bit over the top? This guy left with a big bag and now he's come back without even a bag. You call that self-awareness?" Xiaozi, wearing the standard black-framed glasses of a researcher, felt her cheeks flush slightly. "Wow, the team leader is really nice to me, even asking for a contact number on my behalf." "Nice." Su Chen didn't expect Zhang Jijun to say that, but he rarely added strangers on his phone unless they were extremely helpful. So, Su Chen cautiously asked, "Master, do you develop research equipment?" Zhang Jijun had just pulled out his phone and opened the QR code, thinking that this handsome young man, who could leave carefree, was probably a genius from a big family here for some excitement. He should create some opportunities for his daughter. Even being a small assistant would be great. It would save her from frowning at home every day while preparing for the Federal Civil Service exam. Moreover, Su Chen's question clearly hit his sweet spot. Zhang Jijun smiled confidently, patting the instruments beside him. "See? All the equipment here is my handiwork. I'm known as a master of advanced engineering equipment in secret realms, a once-in-a-century talent." Su Chen nodded. That sounded quite impressive. His eyes filled with expectation. "Then can you help me develop some equipment?" Zhang Jijun's expression instantly turned serious. "That won't do. That would violate federal law, wouldn't it?" The surrounding team members couldn't hold back any longer. "Leader, just say it. What are you fidgeting with your fingers for?" Su Chen also caught the hint and understood. Right, it's mainly for the development of the secret realm." He patted Zhang Jijun on the shoulder and took the opportunity to walk aside with the research master. Zhang Jijun coughed and quietly asked, "Materials provided by you? What equipment?" Su Chen whispered, "Large excavators, heavy-duty drilling machines, trenchers, heavy-duty drill rigs." "Zhang Jijun, are you serious? You really plan to farm in the secret realm, huh?" After exchanging contact information with Zhang Jijun, Su Chen left the secret realm's exit without a second thought. Zhang Jijun shook his head inside. This son-in-law was great in many ways, but he was a bit too distracted, always thinking about farming. When a disaster struck the secret realm, all the plants would be destroyed. The surrounding team members immediately gathered around. "Boss Zhang, what kind of equipment does he want to make?" Zhang Jijun smiled and said, "A large excavator." The researchers shook their heads in unison. "What does he want to do? Dig for spirit crystals? Doesn't he know that excessive mining in the secret realm can lead to disasters?" Xiaozi asked in confusion. "Senior brothers, what do you mean?" Zhang Jijun explained with a smile. "This secret realm is very similar to underground mining. If the coal mines on Blue Star are overexploited, it could lead to surface collapses. The same goes for the secret realm caves. If a large amount of rock is excavated, it will cause instability in the spatial environment. For instance, this magnetic storm secret realm could erupt with strong magnetic storms, making it difficult for even 4th-tier warriors to survive." Xiaozi nodded. "Oh, then what's this guy's contact information? I need to tell him when I go out. As researchers, we need to keep information transparent." Xiaozi's eyes were filled with eagerness. Zhang Jijun smiled and said, "No need, I just told him." "Ha? So young. How could I tell you? That would just give my girl a competitor." Xiaozi was very upset, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had just entered the workforce. She could only pray that Zhang Jijun's daughter would encounter a strong opponent so she could feel a bit better about herself. The newly discovered small secret realm exit by the Wang family. Su Chen's figure appeared. A staff member from the Wang family was startled. "So soon? Did something happen inside?" Su Chen shook his head. "No, I just came out early." Wang Shoucheng walked over. After learning about Wang Longdi's situation, he had swapped positions with his clan leader's younger brother the very next day. "You are an explorer from the Han family. You should know that coming out early within 5 days means giving up all benefits, right?" Wang Shoucheng asked, holding the personnel list for entering the secret realm. Suchen glanced at the staff's detection equipment and calmly replied, I know. Wang Shoucheng pondered for a moment and signaled to his staff, set the detection range to maximum and do a normal sweep. To avoid making Suchen uncomfortable, he emphasized again, if you don't accept this detection, you can go back in and explore again, as if nothing happened. Suchen shrugged and said casually, no problem, as long as you don't touch me, it's fine. Wang Shoucheng smiled, this kid was a bit naive. The detection equipment was extremely advanced now, unless you completely consumed the materials and digested them quickly, otherwise, even if you swallowed the materials, they could be checked thoroughly. Besides, they were all warriors, a body search wouldn't happen. The staff held the equipment and scanned a couple of times. There was no reaction at all. Wang Shoucheng nodded and waved for Suchen to leave. A mere third-tier warrior, how much trouble could he cause? Now he was worried, wondering if this expedition could successfully conquer the secret realm creatures and harvest a large amount of resources. The Wang family had already spent a hefty price to purchase materials for a fixed secret realm location, which would arrive in a couple of days, and he had to guard this place well. Suchen did not board the Wang family's war chariot. He aimed for a direction and prepared to walk back to the capital on his own. Right now, he wanted to stay as far away from the Wang family as possible. System, name, Suchen, age, 18 level, 4th rank warrior. Talent, spirit heart, unique talent traits, all-knowing eye, killing intent fluctuation, biological detection, basic enhancement spirit energy, 11875/50,000 martial skills, D rank lingbo step, perfect, A rank overlapping wave. Minor achievement, SS rank annihilation gun, minor achievement, X rank unified force wave, perfect, spirit crystals, 1st rank spirit crystal *1925, 2nd rank spirit crystal *564, 3rd rank spirit crystal *203, 4th rank spirit crystal *37, 5th rank spirit crystal *1 wealth, 29.62844 billion, low dimensional currency, points, 25 beast corpses, 4th rank thunder fury lizard *1, 4th rank purple lightning plasma wolf king *1, 3rd rank Thunder Eagle *108, 3rd rank Lightning Lizard *37, 3rd rank Electric Wolf *45. Spirit Plants, Electromagnetic Grass *504, Thunderstorm Flower *1017 others, Thunder Roar *3, Thunder Eagle Eggs *62. Suchen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Han Xuanyi, you really are a great person. In the 2 days since Suchen entered the secret realm, the underground world of Huayu capital was in turmoil. Long Gong sat in a luxuriously decorated basement, savoring fine wine, with a walkie-talkie on the table in front of him. A voice that could not be discerned by age spoke, Brother Long, what are your plans next? Not sure yet, might go to the Eagle Domain, Long Gong replied, with a grim expression. The unexpected incident at the Masked Warrior Conference had ruined the carefully arranged social network he had built in Huayu. More importantly, the Federation had only given him 1 month to rest before he had to guard the intermediate secret realm. He didn't know who had leaked the information about him misappropriating military supplies during his promotion, forcing him to comply with the Federation's orders and continue working for several more years. This was only possible because of his strong connections and the many people he had worked with. Otherwise, he would have to return to the military and participate in tasks to fend off large beast tides or develop major secret realms. Are you letting that matter go? Aren't you going to deal with that little mouse? The bounty is quite high, the voice on the walkie-talkie continued. Long Gong chuckled, how long can he keep bouncing around? At most half a year. Why should I waste my energy on this? He knew well that many of his actions were being monitored, and for a high-ranking warrior like him with a criminal record, the Federation's high special team would not easily lower their guard. After all, if he went on a rampage, the losses would not be small. However, he wasn't that extreme. After all, the Federation hadn't pushed things too far. A little give and take was good for both sides. Suddenly, another recognizable voice came through the walkie-talkie, a seductive female voice. Uncle Long, share some information. And has been so bored lately. Long Gong took a sip of wine, feeling a slight astringency on his tongue. Since you're bored, why not go find a position at the Warrior Guild? You're not like your father, who has to hide away. No more sound came from the walkie-talkie. Long Gong was used to it. He had already given the father and daughter the information they needed. How they handled it was their business. The next morning, an employee named Shaoli, responsible for recruiting masked warriors at the Warrior Conference, was on his way to work. However, unlike usual, today's route was different. This was because he had accidentally bumped into a girl last night. A pure and lovely girl, reminiscent of his first love, with that youthful demeanor, soft fingers, and gentle tone. His long silent heart began to beat again, and all the troubles at work faded away in her presence. They met because of this, had a few drinks, went to a hotel, and booked a room. After that, he couldn't remember. In a haze, he only recalled the girl asking him some questions, seemingly very interested in the low-ranking warrior appearance of the delivery guy he had unexpectedly encountered. Ugh. My head hurts. I must have drunk too much. Forget it, I'll ask her out again tonight and see if she has any thoughts about getting married. After all, I can be considered part of the high-income group even though I occasionally have to do some extra work due to job requirements. But the supervisor is about to be replaced and life will get better in the future. I dialed the number. Beep. The number you dialed is not in service. Outside the third ring road of Huayu Jingcheng, in an unremarkable apartment. Dad, let me take the order. I've already gathered the information.
A stunningly beautiful woman pleaded. A man in ordinary home clothes was frying an egg.
He pushed up his glasses and said, Anan, you're only a fourth-tier warrior. Why take the risk? Our family isn't short on money. Besides, the less you move around, the better. If some detection device spots you, won't you be taken away? To join the army? Hearing this, Anan retorted stubbornly, Dad, didn't you buy up all the locations of the detection devices in the capital? Her father was Su Guofeng, the boss of the underground gang in Huayu Jingcheng, Jinglong. Paul, what if there's new equipment developed? Su Guofeng placed the perfectly fried egg in front of Anan and said indulgently, eat it while it's hot.
What he didn't say was that he had already bribed the installation.
Points for the new equipment. Isn't that person a pervert?
If I catch him, it counts as doing a service to the public and I can lock him up and draw blood. Anan mumbled as she ate.
Anan, can you dress a bit more normally? We're a respectable family. Su Guofeng didn't respond directly.
Although under his guidance, the atmosphere in Qinglong Hall had improved somewhat, he found the delivery guy's order a bit unusual.
As Anan ate her egg, she
thought to herself, our family is hardly respectable. You're always on the phone talking about killing this or chopping that, or borrowing money.
I've grown up and haven't seen you do many good deeds. However, she also knew how difficult it was for her father to rise to the position of boss of the Huayu Jingcheng gang, Qinglong Hall, just to survive. His hands weren't clean, but he had tried his best. Anan, let's talk business. Tomorrow, you go to the
5987 hunting point, bring 4 bottles of 6th tier mixed blood, and take the old route out of the city, Su Guofeng instructed.
Dad, can you not make me go for this kind of thing? I feel sick just seeing that outfit. Anan's
heart sank and she was very resistant.
Su Guofeng smiled slightly, there's no other way.
A 4th tier warrior has a low energy fluctuation, so it's not easy to be detected on that route.
Anan lost her appetite halfway through her breakfast. Dad, what era are we in? Why do we still have to do this? After cleaning the cookware, Su Guofeng wiped his hands and said, there's no choice. The base is in the wild, lacking everything, and the Federation is always watching. If we want to get some special resources, we can only do that kind of thing. Give them 2 bottles of 6th tier mixed blood, and after getting the fresh meat, give the remaining 2 bottles of mixed blood to the Wang family. Ugh.
Upon hearing the words fresh meat, Anan instantly felt nauseous and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Even though she had blood on her hands, she couldn't help but gag at those 2 words. Dad, spare me.
I really don't want to go. No way. This kind of thing, besides the 2 of us, do you think we can tell anyone else? Su Guofeng's gentle demeanor changed. They're crazy, that's true, but do we have any other options if we want to live more comfortably? Su Guofeng knew it wasn't the time to be soft-hearted and could only say in a low voice, do you remember how we escaped from there? Do you want to experience that pain again? Besides, victory is right in front of us.
Anan suddenly shivered, a song echoed in her mind, and she quickly shook her head. Sigh, in another 6 months, once I break through to the 8th tier, then I can perfect the genetic deficiencies.
Su Guofeng sighed, and then I'll find a way to help you solve it.
Anan nodded slightly. Su Guofeng was not her biological father, but the one who had brought her out of that base years ago.
However, after they finally managed to
establish a foothold in the city, that organization contacted Su Guofeng again, promising to overlook the escape as long as he occasionally helped them with some tasks and they would provide resources in return.
Most importantly, they could offer Su Guofeng and herself the antidote. It was a stabilizing agent for the genetic deficiencies in their bodies. For several days each month, she and Su Guofeng would endure extreme pain and suffering. Therefore, they had no choice. On his way back to the city, Su Chen passed through an abandoned town and decided to rest for a moment. In the center of this town, which had been deserted for hundreds of years, the dilapidated buildings swayed in the wind, creaking ominously. The cobblestone road was overgrown with weeds. Once bustling, it had now become a wasteland, only occasionally disturbed by the appearance of ferocious beasts. I'm a bit hungry. Let's try the commander's recipe. It was only after he became a martial artist that he understood why Han Yenling preferred ordinary food. Many materials from ferocious beasts were quite special, and many common seasonings were ineffective, resulting in poor flavors. In other domains, there were many martial artists experimenting with ferocious beast ingredients, and once their experiments succeeded, they became proprietary secrets, never revealing the recipes. If the ingredients from ferocious beasts had some miraculous effects, they were collectively referred to as spiritual food. In this regard, after the revival of spiritual energy in the Hua domain, it had actually fallen behind, becoming a true desert of spiritual food. Su Chen took out a large thunder eagle from his backpack, its feathers shimmering with faint electric light in the sunset glow. The feathers crackled with static electricity as they were plucked. He then used a dagger to cut off several thick layers of subcutaneous fat, placing them on a cleaned alloy entrenching tool. The flames flickered in the air, slowly refining the fat, and a rich meaty aroma gradually filled the air, making one's mouth water.
The fat melted and bubbled under high heat, making a sizzling sound as pleasant as music. He then took out a large thunder eagle egg, its shell covered with fine electric patterns. After gently shaking it, he cracked the shell and poured in the egg liquid, which made a sizzling sound as it quickly solidified in the hot oil. He tore apart a stalk of electromagnetic grass and sprinkled in a thunderstorm. Flour. Finally, he added a pinch of salt. The grass leaves and flower petals curled rapidly under the high temperature, releasing a strong fragrance that mingled with the aroma of the eagle egg, creating a unique dish, stir-fried eagle egg with electric grass and thunder flower. Upon tasting it, he first felt the crispy egg skin, followed by the tender egg liquid bursting in his mouth, releasing a rich freshness. The faint electric current from the electromagnetic grass and thunderstorm flower danced on his tongue as if a current flowed through his body, giving him a peculiar tingling sensation. Su-chen shuddered all over, and a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. This is so damn delicious. He ate while shedding tears. There was no helping it. The only downside of this dish was that it was electrified, easily stimulating the tear glands. The more he ate, the more numb he felt, and the more he wanted to eat. Such a delicacy, I must let classmate Xiao Han try it. Su-chen was eager to see Han Yenling's frosty face shocked into tears. Good things are meant to be shared. In a corner of the abandoned town, Su-chen lay resting behind an inconspicuous wall. I didn't expect this spiritual food to really have a strengthening effect on the body. Feeling the gradually increasing strength within him, his muscles seemed to become tighter and firmer under the stimulation of the electric current. Closing his eyes, he savored the sensation of this power flowing through him, and Su-chen knew that if he consumed this kind of spiritual food for a long time, there was still significant room for improvement in his physique. Perhaps he could truly reach the level of a humanoid ferocious beast. Moreover, the spiritual food, due to the addition of numerous rare herbs and treasures, is far more effective than consuming beast meat alone. While thinking about this, Su-chen replanned his growth trajectory. It is well known that having a good body allows one to better bully classmate Xiao Han. Damn, why am I thinking about her again? Quick, recite the scriptures. Su-chen's wilderness was precisely located at a trading spot. Under the influence of Lingxin, he sensed that someone was approaching. From two directions, one person was coming from the direction of the capital, while another group was coming from the depths of the wilderness. Su-chen initially did not want to join this commotion. However, at this moment he slightly furrowed his brows as he sensed an uncomfortable aura. Moreover, the highest combat power was merely 1/5 tier warrior and 5/4 tier warriors, which posed no significant threat. Su-chen decided to take a look to resolve his curiosity. The night in the wilderness enveloped the surroundings, with the air filled with the damp scent of soil and a faint fragrance of grass. The members of the distant team were dressed peculiarly, all in white clothing, with smiles on their faces, which made Su-chen feel a hint of eeriness. He crouched behind a wall, his gaze fixed on that group of people, filled with surprise and confusion. Su-chen's focus shifted to the leader of the team. There were 5 middle-aged individuals, 1 man and 4 women. The man's face was covered in intricate tattoos, resembling an ancient totem, his bald head shining under the moonlight, appearing particularly glaring. The 3 women all had long hair, their flowing black locks gently dancing in the breeze. Although they were not wearing combat uniforms, each of them held a metal long knife, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. With this configuration, no low-tier beasts should dare to intrude. Su-chen's gaze continued to move back, landing on the group of young people behind the 4. Their faces appeared youthful, around 17 or 18 years old. These young people were dragging a large machine, shaped like a cement mixer, the sound of the rolling tires particularly jarring in the quiet night. "Did you bring the stuff?" the tattooed bald man asked. Not far from him, a figure slowly stood up from the ground. It was She was an A-grade talent, a color-changing lizard, with the ability to distort vision within a certain range, making her a top-tier talent for stealth and assassination. Moreover, once her talent was activated, her speed increased significantly, which was why Xia Guofeng sent her out alone. "I brought it, can't you get it ready before coming?" Annan looked at the crowd behind them, her expression extremely uncomfortable. Yet, she still took out 2 large bottles of 3 liters each from her spatial ring and threw them over. The bottles contained bright red blood. He, this is their honor, isn't it?" The bald man easily caught them, smiling as he said, "Moreover, the shorter the time for fresh meat, the better the effect. The Wang family knows this too." Annan stopped speaking. She knew this was a group of lunatics. What she and her father did could sometimes be extreme, but at least they had some reasoning and a baseline of humanity. After all, they were all in the same line of work, and if one day they fell, they would accept it. But these people were truly beyond evaluation. After inspecting the goods, the bald man nodded and signaled to the 4 middle-aged women behind him. "You have 30 minutes of free activity, then gather to sing and offer to the glorious master," one of the women said loudly. Dismissed. The 20 or so young men and women, all dressed uniformly, instantly dispersed in a dark cloud. The excitement they had suppressed along the way erupted at this moment, their faces filled with exhilaration, as if they were students on a trip, chattering quietly even in the dead of night, full of curiosity about the surrounding scenery. This unusual behavior left Su-chen in confusion from a distance.
He had no idea what this group was up to. Su Chen's frown deepened as he gradually sensed an unusual strangeness. At that moment he saw a young girl pointing at a plant in the distance, her eyes sparkling with surprise, while the boy next to her took out a notebook and was diligently recording something. Su Chen understood where the strangeness came from. These young people seemed very naive, completely out of place in the grim atmosphere of the wilderness. He. The bald man suddenly laughed, as if practicing something. Ha ha ha. His face contorted into various expressions, yet his eyes showed no sign of emotion. And then suddenly spoke up. Give it up, no matter how much you practice, it won't help. The bald man seemed unfazed and continued his antics. The Federation won't let you in, it's too obvious, Anan continued in a low voice, gritting her teeth. Didn't you succeed? Besides, aren't we family? The bald man stopped practicing, and after his exaggerated expression ceased, his face became completely expressionless. It was as if he were a humanoid machine. Screw you and your family, I'm not one of you, Anan retorted. Su Chen noticed that the solitary woman in the distance had a noticeable shift in her aura, seemingly provoked by the bald man's words. And in the next second, his pupils constricted. The bald man suddenly erupted, his body shooting forward towards the woman. Clang! The alloy knife clashed, and the two separated instantly. A fifth tier against a fourth tier, the advantage in strength was immediately evident, and the solitary woman was sent flying by a single strike. She fell heavily to the ground with a thud, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, likely due to internal injuries from the force. He held back, Su Chen assessed in his mind. This man was not weak in speed or strength, and that particular knife technique had a decisive flair. Although the woman reacted quickly and managed to block the strike, the tier difference was still quite apparent. The bald man had murderous intent but did not strike to kill. It's not our medicine. You're not living happily either, are you? The bald man continued in an exaggerated tone, tossing a small bottle towards Anan. Damn it. A bunch of lunatics and perverts, Anan said, carefully catching the vial and wiping the blood from her mouth, muttering under her breath. However, she didn't say anything further. She knew they had held back. If it weren't for her father and the high value they placed on her, she would have been cut down long ago. Now, she just hoped the transaction would end quickly. Although these 30 minutes were torturous, she didn't voice any objections, her gaze sweeping over the group of young people playing in the wilderness. A sense of sorrow filled her heart. If it weren't for her father, she would have probably become one of them by now. 30 minutes passed quickly. Gather, the middle-aged woman called out. The white figures in the wilderness reluctantly made their way to the gathering spot. Just after the woman finished her shout, the area fell back into a deathly silence. This group of young people obeyed orders absolutely. Once the crowd reassembled, the several women collectively shouted, "Sing." Their chorus rang out across the wilderness, voices harmonious and loud. For the glorious master, I offer my all, both spirit and flesh. Burn for him, my only light, guiding me forward. As they sang, they formed a line, and the middle-aged bald man walked towards a machine, pressing a switch. A rumbling sound erupted from the machine. For the glorious master, for the eternal existence of the secret realm. The first person in line was surprisingly a middle-aged woman. She shouted and stepped into the machine's entrance. A grinding sound followed. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, these were a bunch of lunatics. Moreover, he finally understood where the unsettling aura was coming from. It was some kind of active substance inside that machine, strikingly similar to the organ deep within the secret realm. Woo-woo. Amid the harmonious singing, a sudden wave of sobs broke out, and the eyes of the young people once again revealed panic and helplessness. Their legs trembled violently, as if they already knew their impending fate. Sing, sing, the middle-aged man shouted frantically. A faint killing intent rising in his heart. These pigs were still not loyal enough, their taming time too short. The drug had already taken effect, and next would be the fresh meat of these pigs. Get in! He grabbed a young man, ready to drag him into the machine's entrance, but suddenly heard a cold shout, "Let go!" Su Chen stepped out from the shadows behind the wall, holding a metal spear. If these young people willingly jumped into that machine, he wouldn't care. However, it was clear that they were filled with fear and obvious resistance. The years of compulsory education and the various situations encountered in the masked martial artist competition in his past life ignited a surge of anger within him. He could not completely ignore such pure cult behavior. Moreover, that machine clearly did not look like a good thing. It was just the right time to figure out what that thing had to do with the depths of the secret realm. If the bald man were a master above level 6, he would turn and leave, but unfortunately, the bald man was not. Dare to interfere with the affairs of the Lord of Glory? The bald man found it hard to see through the strength and intentions of the young people in the distance. However, daring to obstruct the great cause of the Lord of Glory here was punishable by death. Damn the Lord of Glory. Su Chen exploded into action, thinking, I only said 2 words, and you already have killing intent towards me? Today, I'll let you know what quality education is. Su Chen's gaze was sharp as an eagle, and he approached rapidly as if the wind was at his feet, the speed of his lingbo step drawing attention. Suddenly, the tattooed bald man shouted loudly, numbers 2, 3, and 4. With his shout, 3 middle-aged women of level 4 quickly appeared from different directions, each wielding a shining metal long knife, the blades reflecting dazzling cold light under the moon. In his worldview, there was no habit of fighting alone. How could one not take advantage of numerical superiority? If it weren't for the fact that these pigs had no combat power, he would have sent them out, even if it meant expending a bit of energy. In the distance, Anan, who had just gotten up from the ground, witnessed all of this, her heart filled with shock. She was torn inside. Damn it, who is this mysterious young man? How did he end up here? Is he looking for death? Those are the battle maniacs trained by that organization. Moreover, the opponents had numerical superiority and 4 E-grade metal long knives. Before she could think about what to do next, the battle was about to break out. Clang, 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 clang. Su Chen swung his spear, attacking the enemies ahead like a storm, clashing with the opponent's metal long knives, producing a piercing sound of metal collision. He countered with offense, using the D-grade metal to block the first wave of attacks from the 4. In an instant, the wilderness was filled with dust. The metal spear danced in his hand, moving smoothly, the tip slicing through the air with a hint of chill. Su Chen keenly sensed something different. The opponent's attacks came in waves. Although he could crush martial artists of the same level, the combat awareness of these few people was surprisingly not inferior to the top contestants of the masked martial artist competition. More importantly, damn it, they even have a combined attack skill? And Anne's heart was like a raging storm. In the moment of confrontation, she had judged from the force of the collision that Su Chen was merely a level 4 martial artist. But the scene of defeat in her mind did not appear. She had always considered herself a combat genius in the underground world, even looking down on participating in that masked martial artist competition. The brief encounter with the bald man made her realize what it meant to cross levels, like crossing mountains. Yet precisely because of this, the young man with the gun in front of her could still manage to take on 4 opponents. He was not at a disadvantage. It was important to note that among these 4 enemies, there was one genuine level 5 martial artist. The bald man moved cautiously, his mind constantly on high alert. They were using combined martial techniques. After several clashes, this kid's strength was surprisingly on par with his own. There was no time to waste. Explode! He let out a long howl, activating his B-level talent, Moon Bear. His figure instantly expanded, muscles bulging under the moonlight, resembling a giant humanoid bear. Not only was it a natural combat talent, but under the moonlight, it also provided a slight boost and restored stamina. The other middle-aged women also trembled, their skin erupting with a mass of black hair. C-level talent, Black Ape. Their strength was enhanced as well. In an instant, the pressure on Su Chen's spear increased dramatically. Su Chen retreated, greatly shocked. The C-level talent Black Ape was typically awakened by human males, yet it was now appearing simultaneously in these women. Truly terrifying. But he also decided to end this quickly. Good, so it's a battle of talents, is it? Then bring it on. Not far away, Anan also activated her talent, cautiously, moving closer to the battlefield. It was so exciting. This man's spear was so cool, she had never seen such a technique, every move deadly yet utterly unrestrained. Clearly, there were more attackers than defenders. Yet those few women using combined techniques were almost pierced through by a single strike multiple times. If it weren't for that bald man intervening in time, the battle would have already seen casualties. Is this the power of martial techniques? Can one really fight above their level? However, the 4 core members of the Glory organization collectively erupted, dragging the battle into a new realm. After activating their talents, there was at least a burst period, where many martial techniques and killing moves were unleashed. This kid still hadn't activated his talent. Could it be some kind of support talent? Just as she thought, the bald man suddenly mocked, "Heh, still not activating. Your talent? Must be a useless one." He didn't know what Su Chen's talent was, but at this moment, throwing out some trash talk was an important way to provoke the opponent and increase their chances of winning. They had no feelings for each other, but that didn't mean they wouldn't use formulas against their enemies. It might not work against ferocious beasts, but it was tried and true against people. Unfortunately, such words completely failed to provoke Su Chen. Annihilation Spear 5th Form Gale. Su Chen whispered, the spear in his hand spinning rapidly, creating a whirlwind-like technique. The airflow generated by the spinning spear whistled through the air, the spear glinting coldly, directly targeting the 2 4th-tier martial artists with faces full of black hair. The two tried to regroup for a combined attack, but in that instant, they were knocked back, their alloy long knives nearly slipping from their hands. A cold smile flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The spinning spear technique had clearly caught them off guard. The 5th-tier martial artist, the bald man, sensed something was wrong and hurriedly tried to intervene. However, Su Chen had already figured out the weaknesses of their combined martial techniques. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he launched another attack. 6th form, Dragon's Roar. He thrust the spear with all his might, unleashing a sound that resonated like a dragon's roar across the wilderness. It was as if an ancient giant dragon had awakened, its deep and intimidating voice sending a shiver of fear and despair through the eyes of the middle-aged female martial artist facing him. Her knife was only halfway through its swing when the spear tip was already approaching her brow. The penetrating power of the spear was fully displayed at that moment, instantly taking the life of a 4th-tier martial artist.
Su Chen withdrew the spear, the tail of the spear tracing an arc in the air, and then executed the second form, breaking the void. With two loud cracks, the tail of the spear struck the bodies of the other two fourth-tier middle-aged female martial artists like a giant hammer, sending them flying, their bones shattered, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. In an instant of explosive power, 3 fourth-tier martial artists were taken out. The seamless connection of the 3 martial techniques left this 5th-tier martial artist isolated and helpless. The tattoos on his face twisted into a terrifying visage as he let out a roar and lunged at Su Chen. He knew that the young man's marksmanship and martial skills had reached a level he could not comprehend. At this moment he could only pray for the power advantage that talent brought, hoping to crush him in one blow. He unleashed the sea-level martial skill taught by the organization, Overlord Blade. Leaping into the air, the blade glimmered like snow, descending from above, taking advantage of Su Chen's momentary gap after slashing 3 people, ready to secure victory in one fell swoop. What if there were no teammates? They were destined to be sacrificed. In the eyes of the bald man, the long spear in the young man's hand disappeared. Then, he felt a chill in his throat. Was he injured? The blade was still falling, but the momentum had already broken. He didn't understand why he could no longer muster any strength in his body. Anne's figure slowly re-emerged from the wilderness as she had forgotten to maintain her talent. Su Chen's explosive round had shattered her understanding of martial skills like a mountain crumbling. In the final moment, she watched closely from the side. The bald man who had sent her flying with a single slash suddenly bled from his throat in midair as he swung his blade, blood gushed from his windpipe. The person was falling, the blade was falling, and blood was also falling. Before he even hit the ground, most of his blood had already sprayed out. What kind of martial skill was this? Su Chen retracted his spear. Just now, he had used the 7th form of the Annihilation Spear, Shadowless. He swept the long spear horizontally, the tip swiftly slicing through the enemy's throat, and in that instant, his spear's force drew out a large amount of blood from his opponent's body. Competing in talent? This is my talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the SS-level martial skill, Annihilation Spear. What is your name? Su Chen looked at the woman sitting on the ground in the wilderness, unsure of what she was plotting. During the earlier battle, she hadn't been too close, so it hadn't affected him. She had just run out to greet him, probably realizing that he had already been exposed. The spear tip still hovered above her head, although there was no killing intent. He couldn't afford to be careless. None. Su Chen continued to ask, what are you trading, and what are they doing? Trading fresh meat and mixed blood. These need to be sent to the Wang family's new secret realm for use, Anne answered honestly. This man was too terrifying, she couldn't escape at all. What use do fresh meat and mixed blood have? What organization are they? Su Chen frowned, glancing at the blender-like tool. Already guessing what the fresh meat was. They can fix the next appearance location of the secret realm, trying to ensure it appears near this area. They are the Glory Organization, the cult that the Federation has eradicated. And Anne's forehead was constantly sweating, soaking her hair, and her beautiful face now looked pitiful like a little white rabbit. This was not an act. She thought Su Chen looked somewhat familiar. Got it, so it's them. Didn't the Federation say they wiped them out? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The Glory Organization was a cult that had run rampant decades ago, advocating for the evolution of all humanity. It was said to have been heavily targeted by the Federation, and its presence was rarely seen in the 9 domains. Moreover, information about them had been largely sealed off. Even martial artists couldn't find much. However, encountering them must result in either killing or reporting to the Federation, with a large number of points to be gained. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at the girl sitting on the ground. If she was an accomplice, then she had to die. Su Chen's gaze instantly made Anne's heart leap to her throat. They haven't been completely wiped out, their base is outside. I was forced into it because I was once one of them, but I escaped later. They threatened me with drugs. Anne quickly recounted her experiences, genuinely afraid that if she spoke too slowly, Su Chen would take her out with a shot. To increase her persuasiveness, she quickly revealed a crescent tattoo near her collarbone. Look, this is the organization's mark, it can't be washed away. Please don't kill me. If you don't believe me, look at those who died, their chests are the same as mine. Speak properly. Great God, you must believe me, I am truly innocent. Anne's heart finally eased a little. Relying on a woman's sixth sense, she knew that the man before her would not harbor murderous intent for the time being. As for other thoughts, she hadn't really considered them. The underground world was dark and treacherous, and for the sake of her life, sacrificing a little was nothing. Besides, was it really a sacrifice? If something were to happen, it would be a blood profit, wouldn't it? That so-called late-night comfort club, even the top-tier headliners couldn't compare to this great god's looks. Alright, I won't kill you. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. Don't associate with this group of people in the future. Su Chen took a deep breath. Based on the information he had overheard, this woman was most likely telling the truth, and the most important thing was that she had shown no intent to kill him from the beginning. The role of fresh meat and mixed blood was to fix the spatial position of the secret realm, so he couldn't let the Wang family have their way. After all, this thing looked too evil and inhumane.
It might even be connected to those filthy organs deep within the secret realm. Next time he entered the secret realm, he would see if there were any abnormalities. For now, he needed to handle the situation here first. Why is your hair so wet? Su-chan asked Anan, putting away his spear. Hey, haha, great god, I have a hyperhidrosis condition, I sweat easily. Anan touched her damp hair. She was scared, and she had never felt so relieved in her life. Damn it, how could this great god look so much like the one from the interrogation yesterday? It couldn't really be the same person, could it? I must have eaten a few 5th grade black-striped bear hearts and 4th grade spotted leopard gallbladders to dare take this job. Dad, I want to go home. I don't want to kill perverts anymore, it's too perverted. Su-chan walked with Anan to the meat grinder, where the air was still mixed with a faint smell of blood and other foul odors. Can they understand human speech? Su-chan asked Anan. Anan showed a hint of pity and nodded, yes. Su-chan stepped forward and addressed the non-combatant girl who was staring blankly at him. Hello, what's your name? The girl, around 17 or 18, stared at Su-chan in a daze, tightly closing her mouth and not speaking. Anan thought for a moment, rolled up her sleeves to reveal a crescent moon tattoo on her arm, and loudly said, Order, you can speak. Su-chan? Doesn't this arm have a mark too? And Anne's words indeed had an effect. Perhaps it was because she was a bit older. At least the young people's lips were slightly parted now, no longer in that closed state. The girl, who was about the same age as Su-chan, finally spoke. Perhaps due to not speaking often, her words were a bit unclear. Hello, uncle, my name is 0252. Su-chan? He glanced at Anan. They can understand human speech, but look at this, is this human speech? Everyone looked about the same age, and you call me uncle? So this is the true killing move of the glorious organization? It's even more powerful than that. Bald guy's explosive skill damage just now. Anan explained to Su-chan afterward. Because these young people were rapidly matured using some genetic technology by the glorious organization, their actual age was only 7 or 8 years. So when they saw someone, they would directly call them uncle. Moreover, the glorious organization had provided a bit of normal education to this batch of people. This was basically their cognitive limit. After some more time, once their talents awakened, they would filter out the inferior talents and keep the good ones for further brainwashing and training. They would become like those Su-chan had just fought. Su-chan felt a complex mix of emotions. What was wrong with this world? How could such evil and unethical products exist? Is there any hope for them? How many years can they live? As long as I don't take the ripening agent and act like a normal person, but due to genetic defects, my body has side effects, and there are always a few days each month. It's worse than death. And said this while pulling out the small vial she had just received, shaking it slightly, as if recalling some terrifying experience, her eyes flickering with emotion. Su-chan sighed, I'll go clean it up when I have time. I really can't stand this kind of organization. Do you have a grudge against them, big guy? Anan asked, somewhat confused. No, I just find them unpleasant, Su-chan replied flatly, looking at the group of uniformly dressed young people before him. Anan wanted to say, this organization hasn't even been cleaned up by the Federation. You think you can just clean it up? Isn't that a bit overconfident? But thinking of his earlier marksmanship and the things he had done, she closed her mouth. After all, he was someone who dared to kill even the scions of the Federation's noble families. Cleaning up a few glorious organizations wasn't impossible. What should we do with these people? Su-chan asked Anan. He didn't know how to handle it either. He couldn't just kill them all. That would be no different from the glorious organization. But he certainly couldn't just send them back. Who knows when they might end up back in front of this machine again. Moreover, judging by the looks in these young people's eyes, they seemed quite innocent, perhaps a result of their environment. Leave it to me, I'm the second in command of the Qinglong gang. These people can be sent to work, with food and accommodation provided, and they can even go to school. Anan promoted herself. She and her father had escaped from there, and seeing these compatriots, she certainly couldn't let them starve in the wilderness. Besides, as the leader of the Huayu underworld, Su Guofeng could easily arrange for some people. Su-chan couldn't help but glance sideways, surprised that this girl had quite a decent background. What kind of company is the Qinglong gang? I've never heard of it. Are you still hiring? He wondered if he should introduce a job to Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang as well. Anan? She hadn't felt inferior about her ordinary background for many years. Today, it was a reminder. On the 5th day of the Wang family's secret realm opening, Su-chan had returned to the capital, first going back to the apartment to rest properly. The continuous exploration over the past few days had certainly been exhausting. In the end, after exchanging contact information with Anan, he returned alone. He could tell that Anan was quite concerned about that group of kids. Sometimes, she would deliberately say she was tired and then stop to rest, giving those young people who weren't martial artists a break. If only she didn't always take off her top during breaks. Su-chan had asked her about it. She said it was a problem with her constitution. Hot, restless, it was uncomfortable not to take it off. Although Su-chan also enjoyed chatting with these naive kids who had never seen much of the world. Their thoughts were quite simple, and they didn't have much scheming. However, Anan kept taking off more and more clothes, forcing him to leave early.
Dad, here's the situation. The deal didn't go through, but I got the medicine, and then reported her experiences from the trip to Su Guofeng after returning to the unremarkable apartment.
I understand. You did well, Su Guofeng nodded.
Although the business with the Wang family didn't go through, it wasn't a big deal, it wasn't their fault. Moreover, that young man did quite well. He found it quite satisfying to listen to, as the glorious
organization had always been his archenemy. It's just a pity that his strength was still a bit lacking.
Thinking of this, he picked up a walkie-talkie and dialed a number. There has been a change. It's not our responsibility.
The deposit will be fully refunded, and we won't take this kind of order in the future due to the company's transformation.
Then he dialed another number. Cancel the bounty on 3 hua. Just say it has been confirmed not to be a perverted type of bounty. Under his management, the Qinglong gang had already transformed many of its businesses. At least in the assassin business, they would still discern and try to only take orders for perverted murderers. These 6 vials of 6th-tier mixed blood were provided by those perverts we captured, used as blood bags while we tortured them. Quite enjoyable. By the way, Dad, that delivery guy said if we don't engage in any more usury business, he would consider cooperating with us.
And then said while applying makeup in front of the mirror.
Alright, this business will be cut off sooner or later anyway.
Su Guofeng thought for a moment and decisively replied.
Also, this bottle is enough for half a year. I won't take it anymore. Dad, you can use it.
And Anne's words made Su Guofeng shudder.
He knew what this meant and was aware that she needed to break through to an 8th-tier warrior and was willing to endure that kind of pain herself.
Dad, I've had enough of this life and the constraints of the glorious organization. If you can eliminate them, then I will have endless medicine. And Anne's
expression was calm, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her outward composure.
Her eye makeup never seemed to turn out right.
Alright, I'll break through to the 8th tier and eliminate them at the first opportunity.
This matter needs to come to an end.
Su Guofeng was not a hesitant person, and was still too far from the 8th tier, and the resources he had accumulated over the years were only enough for him to break through alone. He picked up the intercom. During this time, the Qinglong gang's business will be reorganized. I will go into seclusion, and all affairs will be handled discreetly. He planned to make a solid push within 6 months.
And then, I've
prepared an identity for you. Go to university like a normal person, and stop with the fighting and killing every day.
Su Guofeng said to An again. An adult warrior class? Come on, Dad, I'm a 4th-tier warrior. If I expose myself, I'll be taken to the suicide squad.
And finally finished her beautiful makeup and rolled her eyes. She planned to study fashion recently, so she would be somewhat prepared if she had the chance to meet a big shot.
Next time.
She didn't know what style the big shot liked. Anything too revealing wouldn't do, as he ran too fast.
Hee, you'll know in a couple of days. It definitely won't expose you. Go to university and date or something. Don't go to that club every day.
Su Guofeng chuckled, pulled out an anonymous card, and tossed it in front of An. And this is all the remaining assets we have. Spend it as you like, and throw money at whoever you fancy.
None. Quickly took it but retorted, how many billions can there be? Didn't you use it all to buy spirit crystal resources?
Su Guofeng turned and opened the bedroom door, and suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy surged
out of the room.
This room was actually embedded with the same special materials for storing spirit crystals as Su Chen's DIY training room, with the floor covered in 1st and 2nd-tier spirit crystals.
There were even a few 3rd and 4th-tier spirit crystals.
They were densely packed, dazzling to the eyes. Over the years, the assets of the leader of the Huayu gang had become quite substantial.
You're not wrong, but there are still 2 billion in the card. After saying that, Su Guofeng closed the bedroom door.
And Anne's beautiful eyes lit up. This amount was already double the 10 billion bonus from the delivery guy. She could be considered a proper rich woman now. With her looks and financial power, she should be able to secure, right? At the Han family manor, in Han Xuanyes' bedroom, various books and some precious ornaments were placed on the smoke-red wooden bookshelf, exuding a faint wooden fragrance. On Han Xuanyes' desk lay several documents, including the harvest from the Han family's secret realm and the development level and results of the Wang family's secret realm.
Han Yenling walked into the
room, sunlight shining on her face, making her look particularly beautiful. Han Xuanyi sat behind the desk, wearing a deep purple silk robe, her silver hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, and a faint smile on her face.
Well done, Yenling. The harvest from this secret realm was indeed excellent.
She had thought her eldest daughter went to the secret realm to relax, but unexpectedly, there was a tenfold harvest, and more importantly, the hidden danger of a 4th-tier fierce beast in the secret realm had been resolved. According to the Han family's contribution rules, I want 1/3 in cash and 2/3 in points. Han Yenling's red lips parted slightly, producing a sound as serene as jade striking stone. With these resources, she could quickly enhance herself and then continue her recruitment plan. That explosive boxer had already contacted her. She needed help to resolve her cash flow issues. Han Xuanyi looked at her daughter's outfit today but said nothing. Today, she wore a light blue long dress, cinched at the waist with a silver belt, perfectly outlining her slender figure. The dress clung to her body, accentuating her proud curves.
Was she going to meet someone? Alright, that's fine.
The Han family has another secret realm. You should visit it before the university starts. Han Xuanyi withdrew her gaze and picked up another
document from the table.
Han Yenling let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was genuinely worried that her mother might disregard her dignity and appear too unrefined. Fortunately, as a level 8 martial artist in the Hua region,
she hadn't behaved outrageously.
Yu Ying watched the mother-daughter pair from the side, her gaze also falling on her young lady. This long dress was a gift from her mother on her 17th birthday, and back then, the young lady had
still seemed a bit naive in it.
Now, the charm had completely transformed. Her chest was firm, swaying slightly with her breath, the fabric clinging to her snow-white skin, revealing a deep cleavage. Too much would be excessive.
Too little would be lacking.
There was no helping it. Heaven was just so unfair, bestowing not only good looks and talent but also a perfect figure.
Truly, unreasonable.
Yu Ying, the statistics for the Wang family's new
secret realm exploration seem incorrect.
Han Xuanyi's brow suddenly furrowed slightly, an invisible authority sweeping over the dazed Yu Ying.
Report, Master, it's correct. It really is that much. Yu Ying quickly replied,
honestly surprised when she first received the data. Each time these noble families discovered a new secret realm and completed the exploration, they would announce the earnings through battle reports. This also serves to showcase
their exploration team's strength. For example, the Han family's exploration team this time had the following earnings: Fierce Beasts, 1 level 4 Fierce Beast, 15 level 3 Fierce Beasts, 24 level 2 Fierce Beasts. Spirit Crystals, 1 level 3 Spirit Crystal, 5 level 2 Spirit Crystals, 12 level 1 Spirit Crystals. Treasure Materials, 1 Ice Snow Lotus, 23 Cold Mountain Drunk. The total earnings were nearly 300 million, almost 10 times the average earnings per exploration.
Han Xuanyi frowned again as she looked at the exploration earnings from the Wang family's secret realm. It indeed bore the Wang family's seal, and to salvage their reputation, it seemed to also state, under
statistics, Fierce Beasts, 85 level 3 Fierce Beasts. Spirit Crystals, 3 level 2 Spirit Crystals, 11 level 1 Spirit Crystals.
Treasure Materials, 5 Electromagnetic Grasses, 21 Thunder Oregon. This is too little, there are no level 4
Fierce Beasts in the new secret realm? Yu Ying, do you have any other news? Han Xuanyi asked coldly.
Yu Ying stepped forward 2 paces and whispered, I heard that this morning, when these exploration teams went out together,
they almost got into a fight.
The former patriarch of the Wang family said that someone must have secretly consumed the treasure materials and insisted on measuring the martial artists' levels, causing public outrage.
Moreover, the Wang family's own exploration team gained nothing, only hunting a few level 3 Fierce Beasts. The exploration rings of the Yi and Shen families have also been checked. Indeed, there were hardly any Fierce Beasts. Now both the Yi and Shen families are clamoring to reclaim their exploration quotas in the Wang family's secret realm. After all, the earnings are too low. Upon hearing this, Han Yenling did not leave immediately. She knew Su Chen had also gone to the secret realm. Sure enough, Han Xuanyi immediately asked, what about Su Chen? Didn't he also go in?
Yu Ying glanced at her young lady, pausing for a moment before saying, Su, the steward, he came out 2 days early, and according to the Wang family, he voluntarily gave up all his earnings.
Han Xuanyi was also taken aback. This kid seemed quite invested in the secret realm before. How could he come back empty-handed? Following the gaze of Yu Ying, she glanced over Han Yenling's face and asked, were you injured? Is it serious? I'm not injured. According to the on-site report, the person is completely unharmed, not even a scratch. Just lost the backpack when entering.
Han Yenling secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, as long as he's fine, resources or whatever, I can take him down the secret realm.
I promised to cover all his promotion resources. As a former empress known for her word, I must keep my promise. Han Xuanyi chuckled lightly and said nothing more.
Young people are always so arrogant. After a few harsh lessons from reality, they'll understand the gap in
strength. Is the resource in the secret realm so easy to obtain? Want to take advantage of me?
Don't dream about it, practice for a few more years, and maybe you won't even last that long.
However, the Wang family's secret realm is indeed too poor. How could there be so few resources?
Thankfully, I sold the spot to Su Chen, otherwise, the Han family would have suffered a huge loss. Mother, I can exchange for the Ice Snow Lotus with points, Han Yenling
suddenly spoke up. Su Chen would be coming over soon, claiming to bring her some delicious food.
In the spirit of reciprocity, she wanted to see if she could acquire this resource. Plus, she could spar with him a bit, making him
rest well at the Han family's sanatorium. He shouldn't just keep running to the secret realm every day. The auction is live. Once your earnings are credited, you can bid yourself. Su Chen should have this card too, Han Xuanyi
said, shaking the black mirror card in her hand.
Han Yenling's long eyebrows twitched slightly, and she took a deep breath before turning to leave.
Han Xuanyi certainly knew that the auction house had higher prices. Seeing her daughter in a bit of a bind, a faint sense of pride arose in her heart. My good daughter, just obediently follow my arrangements. Our Han family is destined to become a cross-domain great family. If you have exceptional talent, there's a chance to elevate you to the heights of the former human emperor. By the way, Master, the Wang family also reported an incident involving the Glory Organization. Their expedition team discovered the bodies of 1 5th-tier warrior and 4 4th-tier warriors on their way back. The clothing and bodies confirmed they were from that organization.
Tell me more. They haven't been completely wiped out, have they? Han Xuany's voice held a hint of curiosity. The cause of death was gun skills. Han Yenling paused her steps but then pushed the door and left. The Glory Organization? In her previous life, that organization mysteriously perished a few years later, for unknown reasons, and the Federation only discovered it over a decade later through a medium-secret realm's ruins. The bodies inside had long been devoured by ferocious beasts, but some instruments and facilities indicated that this organization had a considerable scale here. They had also conducted evil genetic experiments, which caused a huge uproar within the Federation in her last life. Based on the traces of the battle at the scene, experts speculated that internal strife within the organization led to this. At least 1/8 tier warriors' desperate actions caused the aftermath. Therefore, Han Yenling didn't care much and wasn't too concerned. Although she knew the location of that medium-secret realm, it would naturally perish in a few years anyway. Intervening early wouldn't be good. She increasingly understood not to create new ripples due to the butterfly effect. She just hoped that the ripples would mostly be good ones, like Su Chen. What delicious food. I'm really looking forward to it. In the afternoon, in the banquet hall of the Han family estate, Su Chen and Han Yenling sat at a dining table. Currently, it was just the two of them, very quiet. Where's the good food? Han Yenling lightly rested her chin, gazing at Su Chen in front of her. It seemed like he had bulked up a bit after not seeing him for a few days. Could it be that he was secretly eating well behind her back? Su Chen had been quietly cultivating in the apartment these past few days. If it weren't for Han Yenling calling him over, he would have wanted to stay with the spirit crystals and spiritual energy in the training room. However, after receiving the message from Han Yenling, he thought that relaxing a bit during his cultivation journey wouldn't be too bad. He really wanted to see Han Yenling moved to tears by the delicious food he prepared. Oh, the good food has to be made on site. Do you have any cooking utensils? Su Chen asked while looking towards the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, two sneaky figures squeezed in from outside. It was Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao. Han Yuer, needless to say, upon hearing that Su Chen had come to the Han family estate, immediately put on her makeup and dragged her foolish brother over. Her sister's good steward had arrived. She had to keep a close eye on him. What if she could pry him away? A pot? Su Chen would cook for himself? He could cook? Not bad, that's a plus. I don't know, why don't you give the ingredients to the kitchen? They should be able to handle it. Han Yenling blinked her long eyelashes. Curiosity was growing stronger. Su Chen was still hesitating about whether to take out his alloy engineer shovel and perform his culinary skills on site. Would she even eat it? What if that so-called legendary young lady got in a mood and refused to eat? Just as he was tangled in his thoughts, Han Yuer walked over as if no one was around. She was wearing a pink princess dress, made of light, sheer fabric, adorned with tiny silver sequins, and the neckline and cuffs were exquisitely designed with soft lace trim. Unfortunately, she noticed that Su Chen's eyes were firmly captivated by her sister's unfathomably white cleavage. She felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She had miscalculated. It turned out he liked this. Damn it, she had worn too much today. But now, it was definitely too late to take it off. Oh, isn't this Brother Xian, she said in a sweet voice, kicking Han Zhanxiao. Go get a pot. She was eager to see what fun things Su Chen had prepared for Han Yenling. Her Yulu collection might just gain a few more famous quotes. Han Yenling glanced back at her two younger siblings, unsure of what they were up to. She thought about telling them to leave, but it didn't seem necessary, though their thick skin was undeniable. Also, wasn't Han Zhanxiao supposed to have contracted a strange illness during this time in his last life? Throwing up everything he ate, he had become so thin he was unrecognizable, and it took over half a year to recover. Uncle Zhao said it was food poisoning caused by eating the wrong thing while watching the finals of the masked martial artist competition. In this life, he seemed quite normal. Perhaps it was his house arrest that made him miss out on food poisoning. While pondering, Han Zhanxiao quickly ran out and came back with a large iron pot. Sister, let me out. That money has already been paid back by my grandfather. I definitely won't do those things again in the future. Han Zhanxiao was extremely proactive when it came to pleasing his sister. But this time, to be precise, it was Han Zhong who was proactive. At Han Zhanxiao's command, he ran faster than anyone else. No one asked why. They didn't care what he wanted the pot for, and it wouldn't be surprising if he used it for bathing. As the well-known trader in the Han family steward circle, he was now quiet, eager to take on tasks, and working hard to prove his worth. Usually, after finishing tasks, he would study diligently, earning the title of the top student in the steward circle. Steward Wang was waiting outside the banquet hall. While waiting for Han Yuer, she glanced at the yellowed ancient book in Han Zhong's hand. Han Zhong, what are you reading? Ancient martial arts techniques? Han Zhong didn't look up, just slightly raised his hand so that Steward Wang could see the book title, The Inner Canon of the Flame Emperor, Massage and Acupuncture, Volume 1. Steward Wang, can you be any more studious? What kind of atmosphere is this? Han Yenling no longer paid attention to Han Zhanxiao, her gaze fixed intently on Su Chen as he set up his cooking station. Su Chen first laid out a layer of ferocious beast skin on the restaurant floor. Then he gathered a few pieces of ore to use as a stand, set up the large iron pot, and stuffed in some wood to start a fire, all in a fluid motion. Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiu were left dumbfounded. Ha? Are you really doing it on site? At the entrance of the Han family banquet hall, several chefs in white uniforms gradually gathered. Seeing Han Zhong take the iron pot, they felt a sense of unease. This was not the time for meal preparation, so they all came over. What is this kid doing, trying to take our jobs? What kind of hot pot technique is this? Is the young lady testing him in person? I don't know, but his movements aren't too professional. Let's just watch for now, the head chef Wang Fu whispered, refraining from making any hasty decisions. Although he was only a second-tier warrior and not very capable against fierce beasts, he was a professional cook. Being the head chef of the Han family, cooking was definitely his domain, and he ranked in the top 4 in the Huayu Fierce Beast culinary competition. Su Chen gradually took out the ingredients, refined oil, and shook the eggs. The discussions at the entrance grew louder. Damn, that's Fierce Beast material. Isn't he afraid of an explosion doing that? What kind of egg is that? So beautiful, I've never seen it before. Boss, what do you think? Will he fail? Wang Fu's hands trembled slightly. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This kid was really going too far. After confirming that Su Chen was using Fierce Beast materials, he rushed into the hall, shouting, "Stop! Don't!" Su Chen was puzzled but paused his actions. Wang Fu, his chubby face glistening with sweat, quickly explained, Su, butler, it's like this. You might not know, but there are certain incompatibilities between Fierce Beast materials. If mixed randomly, it can easily explode." He pointed at the Thunder Eagle egg in Su Chen's hand and continued, "That egg must be a Fierce Beast egg. The pattern and color are unmistakable. Without a federal certification for the spiritual food recipe, you can't just experiment." His fellow chefs also rushed in, bowing slightly as they whispered, yes, Chef Wang is right. This is also why many Fierce Beast materials are difficult to cook. Random combinations can lead to unpredictable consequences. You might not be familiar with this field, so it's normal not to know. It really is like that. There was another point they didn't mention. If Fierce Beast meat is improperly prepared, it could be toxic. Eating it alone might be fine, but combining it could indeed be deadly. However, they couldn't say that in this situation. It would imply that Su Chen had ulterior motives. Han Yenling was about to wave her hand to dismiss them when she noticed Su Chen's frozen arm and her expression slightly tightened. What? Didn't he know about this? Seeing him confidently take out the Thunder Eagle egg earlier, she thought Su Chen was aware of these rules. This was also one of the important reasons she was fixated on some ordinary food after her rebirth. The higher the tier of the warrior, the fewer Fierce Beast meat dishes they could eat. They were raw and gamey, hard to swallow. Yet, consuming those Fierce Beast meats could enhance physical strength, so they had to grit their teeth and eat. The few relatively tasty Fierce Beast meat dishes were still of lower tiers, providing less enhancement for high-tier warriors. In her previous life, she had indeed eaten quite a bit to become stronger. Su Chen had not been a warrior for long, so it was normal for him not to know. He probably bought this from the dark auction house. It was a good intention. Thinking of this, she still said softly, Fierce Beast ingredients do need to be evaluated and tested by the Spiritual Food Research Lab. It's okay if you don't know. Although this egg has been shaken well, some spiritual food research labs should still accept it. Han Yuer's enthusiasm for Su Chen diminished significantly. She recalled Su Chen's background information and finally realized that he had only attended high school for a few days. There were many common knowledge and facts about warriors and the world that he was unaware of. A lack of education was truly frightening. I almost got poisoned by him. However, Han Yuer's mind was quick. She tried to take this opportunity to gain some favor. Although Su Chen seemed uneducated, he was really handsome. Knowledge? She could wear a teacher's outfit and make him kneel by her high heels to learn. Or they could switch roles. That wouldn't be impossible. They could decide when they got tired of playing. Brother Xian, it's okay, I didn't know either. I didn't pay attention in class either. Han Yenling felt like exploding with Valkyrie talent, wanting to kick her conspicuous little sister out. However, a single sentence from Han Zhanxiu made everyone present unable to hold back. Bro, can you really eat that? I want to try. He didn't know, always playing and eating, how could he understand these laws? He had been cooped up at home for days, and now everything looked fresh and exciting. He wanted to try it all. Especially the egg in Su Chen's hand, crackling with electric sparks, dazzling beyond belief. Han Yenling felt a headache coming on. Both her sister and brother were quite troublesome. One was clearly pretending, and the other clearly had no idea. In her previous life, her sister had also been locked up by Uncle Gong for a while, saying she had played to death the third young master of the Wang family. Uncle Gong's business had suffered a lot because of that. After all, your daughter hadn't even been harmed, yet my son was gone. Who could argue that? But she heard that the Wang family had issued a notice of mourning a couple of days ago, saying the third young master had died unexpectedly. Although this time it had nothing to do with Han Yuer, it still indicated that many fates were predetermined. Why not take Su Chen to another place first? The lakeside should be nice. There are fewer people at this time. Perhaps he could help me with. It's fine, just watch my performance. Su Chen understood that the chef's present meant well, afraid he would make a big deal out of it, but he had already experimented, so he was sure it was fine. The so-called fierce beast spirit food laws could be looked at later. He only believed in the gun in his hand and the Lord. The pot was hot, and he repeated the steps for making electric grass. Thunder flower stir-fried eagle egg. Brother Xian, even though I like you, I won't eat it. Han Yuer had made up her mind. She definitely wouldn't test the poison. Even if Su Chen praised the dish to the heavens, she wouldn't. Take a bite. Han Yanling didn't stop him anymore. Su Chen had his own ideas about what he was doing, and if an explosion really happened, that would be even better. This way, there would be no need for sparring, and they could send him to the Han family sanatorium, as long as he didn't hurt his hands. She still had to practice martial arts tonight. Thinking of this, Han Yanling's eyes sparkled again, looking at Su Chen with anticipation. Su Chen was focused. He felt that Han Yanling seemed to be using a new eye technique on him. He couldn't look. If he did, he would fall for it. When he took out the electromagnetic grass and thunderflower, Wang Fu and the others collectively swallowed hard, scared. Damn, they knew about these two things, but it was the first time they saw them put into an egg. Can that be put in? Never heard of it. Does he want to try making spirit food? No way. Who else would dare to try this besides the spirit food masters from the Tianju domain and Sakura domain? Too rich. Did I just see 10 million torn apart? Han Zhong and Butler Wang couldn't sit still anymore. Isn't that the 7 million per plant thunderflower? Yes, and that electromagnetic grass seems thicker than what we've seen on the market, a mutated variety? Did he just pull it out of thin air? Why does he even have a spatial ring? I don't know, but it definitely wasn't bought with a salary. Han Zhong, are you sure he lived on Garbage Street before? He can't be a hidden aristocratic heir, right? I'm sure, I delivered it that day. Did you deliver it to his doorstep? Butler Wang's eyes behind her glasses hadn't blinked for 2 minutes. She once again realized how vast the gap in the workplace was. Han Zhong stopped speaking because that day he indeed hadn't sent him to the door. He also began to doubt, where exactly did this kid come from? In a flash of lightning, Su Chen's dish was completed. Han Yanling wanted to say something several times, but with so many people present and Su Chen moving quickly, she didn't have the chance and could only watch helplessly as Su Chen tore apart one precious ingredient after another that could enhance his talent. Her heart was bleeding, as if her own money was being wasted. The enticing aroma spread through the Han family banquet hall, accompanied by the sound of people swallowing. Wang Fu trembled as he squeezed forward, looking incredulously at the spiritual food in the large iron pot, murmuring, "No explosion, normal color, fragrant aroma, it worked. Do we in Huayu also have our own spiritual food?" As he spoke, Wang Fu even began to wipe away tears, and the other attendants suddenly became emotionally stirred, as if they were witnessing something extraordinary. Su Chen was bewildered. Was it really that exaggerated? Cooking a dish was a basic operation, wasn't it? These Han family chefs suddenly looked like they were in tears. How could they cry before even tasting it? "Brother, I want to try." Han Zhanqiu looked at Su Chen. If it were any other chef, he wouldn't even ask and would just grab the chopsticks. But Su Chen was different. Not only was he a martial artist, but he also had a good rapport with him. He didn't regard him as just an ordinary steward. His second sister had specifically reminded him when she came not to underestimate Steward Su. He was quite impressive. "Xiangu, can I try?" Han Yuer also felt a bit regretful. It looked quite fragrant. Su Chen thought to himself, "You two really don't consider yourselves outsiders, do you? This dish cost at least 1,000, and I only plan to let Xiao Han have a taste before taking it back for myself. 2 million a bite, no bargaining." Su Chen took out a knife and fork from his spatial ring and portioned the electrograss thunderflower stir-fried eagle egg. Han Yuer and Han Zhanqiu were stunned. What was this? 2 million for a bite? Why not just rob it? No, this is exactly robbing. They still didn't know what Su Chen had put in earlier, but they felt that the food in front of them was exceptionally tempting. Their genes were stirring. Just then, a commotion and low greetings came from behind. "Hello, Patriarch." Han Xuanyi was also startled. Yu Ying immediately informed Han Xuanyi of Su Chen's extravagant behavior. She initially didn't want to pay attention, but unexpectedly, Su Chen was becoming more outrageous, actually taking out electromagnetic grass and thunderstorm flower. These were hard currencies. In the dark auction house, didn't he know that his early exit from the secret realm had already been discovered by them? Did he still want to pretend to have made a great harvest in front of Han Yanling? Too naive. What do you mean it worked? Yu Ying was quick. She dashed from behind Han Xuanyi to Su Chen's pot. She nearly stumbled when she saw the spiritual food in the pot. What luck was this? This is possible? She didn't know how to express herself. She wanted to call the patriarch to stop it, but she didn't expect Su Chen to act so quickly. Han Xuanyi walked over gracefully, but her heart was not as calm as it appeared. With the 5 senses of an 8th-tier martial artist, she had already smelled the enticing aroma when Su Chen completed the electrograss thunderflower stir-fried eagle egg. That was a unique scent of spiritual food, spiritual fragrance. Yu Ying, transfer the money. 4 portions. Han Xuanyi suddenly waved her hand, and a faint cold air spread through the air.
She actually activated her talent, instantly freezing the hands and feet of the Han family chefs present. It seemed she was preventing
them from leaking any information. Yes, master. Yu Ying quickly operated her phone.
Su Chen's phone dinged, and when he looked down, he saw that 8 million had been credited. Very good. Based on the amount he prepared, the
profit margin was at least 100%.
He divided it into 4 portions, handing 2 to Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao, 1 to Yu Ying to take to Han Shuangyi, and the last one he guessed was for Han Yanling, so he added a few more pieces, hoping to electrify this little girl. After receiving the spiritual food, Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao didn't dare to eat first but looked towards their mother. Han Shuangyi took a bite, her expression unchanged, seemingly unaffected
by the electric power of the dish.
Su Chen knew that it was because this powerful martial artist was at too high a level that little electromagnetic attribute had little effect on her.
You all eat. Han Shuangyi carefully
savored it, feeling a slight change, though it was minimal for her.
However, for low-level martial artists, this was a top-tier spiritual food that significantly improved their physique. Her slightly dilated pupils betrayed her calm exterior. This spiritual food recipe was extremely valuable. Perhaps this kid in front of her had no idea. Han Yanling didn't eat but quickly focused on her phone, her long, fair fingers flying across the screen. At this moment, she had no time to pay attention to those around her. She was busy with something. Hurry! Faster!
The official website for the spiritual food patent application was still the same. She had never seen this spiritual food recipe even in her past life, so she had to register first to prevent her mother from snatching it away.
Although she was reborn, the Federation had strict control over spiritual food patents, and many recipes were not disclosed
at all. Even the food made was deliberately stripped of its original material characteristics. Someone like Su Chen, who performed it in front of others, was truly the first. She couldn't evaluate it well, only feeling that her knowledge from her past life was insufficient. Regardless of how effective this spiritual food was, it was best to secure it first.
Ding! Registration successful. Please complete the on-site production assessment within 1 day with the original materials.
Han Yanling saw this message and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, with this record, it at least meant that Su Chen's spiritual food recipe should be secure. She just needed to conduct
the experiment first thing tomorrow.
Now she could finally taste what it was like. She looked up and saw her younger siblings, one blushing and the other with a runny nose, but both were frantically stuffing scrambled eggs into
their mouths. What was going on? This dish didn't have chili, did it? Han Yuer's face was turning purple, but she didn't realize it yet. Waves of electric current were transmitting a tingling sensation from her mouth and throat
to her entire face. This strange feeling made her addicted, causing her to forget her earlier bravado, her mouth continuously murmuring, "Delicious, really, really delicious."
Han Zhanxiao was similar, but the electric current
clearly stimulated his nasal cavity, making him look quite disheveled. However, he wasn't foolish, he knew this thing was indeed good. Han Yanling picked up a piece of golden eagle egg and, under Su Chen's expectant gaze, placed
it in her mouth.
The moment it touched her tongue, Han Yanling's eyes slightly narrowed, her long eyelashes fluttering like petals gently stirred. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her rosy lips, but it quickly trembled, slightly due to the electric current from the food, making her look even more charming. The flavors of the electromagnetic grass and thunderstorm flower burst in her mouth, the electric current dancing on her tongue,
bringing a slight tingling sensation. Ah, it was really delicious.
She didn't cry because everyone's sensitivity was different. Her lips, stimulated by the current, appeared even more luscious and dewy, like flowers just blooming
in spring. Su Chen was furious. He hadn't eaten but felt as if he had been electrified. Damn it, how unfair. She didn't even cry? What a loss. What a waste. Su Chen, how much is this spiritual food recipe? The Han family will buy it.
Han Shuangyi stepped forward, gently pinching Han Zhanxiao's arm, confirming the actual effect of this spiritual food. Being able to instantly enhance the physique of low-level martial artists made it highly valuable, especially for the military. Moreover, if the ingredients are from electromagnetic grass and thunderstorm flower, then it is highly likely that it will enhance the talent level upon awakening, reaching S-level talent.
This is an important resource for cultivating geniuses.
The price is negotiable. We can acquire it at a slightly higher market price for low-tier spirit food recipes.
After Han Shuangyi finished speaking, Yu Ying quickly pulled
up the prices of the spirit food recipes, each one worth tens of billions. The prices are steep, but there are still transactions. After all, selling them could ensure a lifetime of carefree living.
Su Chen, let's go. Han
Yanling quickly stood up, grabbing Su Chen's hand to leave. She also understood the true purpose of this spirit food through the changes in her body, significantly enhancing the physical qualities of low-tier martial artists. She never expected that such an important event would occur in just half an hour.
How could Su Chen have inadvertently produced such a top-tier spirit food recipe? Han Shuangyi was still pretending, but Han Yanling was very clear.
For the military, any spirit food that can enhance mid to low-tier martial artists is an important strategic resource. Many high-tier spirit foods have outstanding effects, but the materials are hard to find, and the fierce beasts
are elusive.
The materials Su Chen just used were still from low-tier fierce beasts. There are many such magnetic storm small secret realms and medium secret realms within the 9 domains, so the materials are not that scarce. Yet, if Han Xuanyi really acquires it, with her means, connections, and selfishness, it will surely become a super cash cow for those old aristocratic families, just like other spirit foods. Who wouldn't want to produce a few more geniuses? Standing from the perspective of the Empress, Han Yenling already had a plan in her heart. The best way would still be to use the spirit food recipe to exchange for military merits or points materials, improving his own talent. Not only could he accompany her further, but the federal army would also become stronger in future battles. Su Chen, what do you think? If you need resources, a Han family can help you exchange. Han Xuanyi continued, feeling a bit at a loss as this kid repeatedly broke conventions and perceptions. She had just been thinking that his trip to the secret realm was like sightseeing, with no gains, which was quite laughable. Yet he unexpectedly produced a spirit food recipe. Could it be that he comprehended it while wandering in the magnetic storm's secret realm? It was absurd yet contained a hint of reason. Su Chen looked down at his left hand, which was being pulled and was now restless, and his heart sank. Oh no! Little left had short-circuited and was no longer listening to commands. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's all good, just a small matter." The people present were like, "Tens of billions, and you call it a small matter? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" But to Su Chen, it was just a spirit food recipe. These tens of billions were nothing, and he currently looked down on them. Once he visits all the secret realms of these aristocratic families, who knows how many spirit food recipes he could create using the all-knowing eye. Moreover, what good is just having the recipe? The materials are the core. By the lakeside of the Han family manor, it was evening, and Su Chen and Han Yenling were sitting by the lake. "I've registered the patent for the spirit food recipe for you. If the Han family makes spirit food privately, I'll help you with the lawsuit in a few years." Han Yenling gently leaned back on the lakeside lounge chair, enjoying the cool evening breeze by the lake, easing the anger in her heart. Here, there weren't so many people, and her discomfort was significantly reduced. Just now, she had parted ways unhappily with her mother. Han Xuanyi was extremely domineering, and she felt helpless. Looking at Han Xuanyi, it seemed she intended to observe the on-site chef and make spirit food herself. In this world, martial artists are respected for their strength, and she didn't have many good options now. She could either blame her own weakness or blame Su Chen for being too careless. Su Chen, that's how aristocratic families are, get stronger. Han Yenling could only sigh and say, only with strength can you protect many things. But Su Chen appeared indifferent. His understanding of this world was much deeper than Han Yenling's. Many things needed to be hidden well, such as his own talent. But some things are irrelevant. Money and such are just external possessions. When his strength reaches its peak, he will use his fists to tell the world what the core values are. Is the Han family's secret realm fun? Su Chen asked. Han Yenling slightly closed her eyes. The secret realm is not fun at all. Without Su Chen, she feels very bored. But when did the secret realm become a playground? Thinking about how Su Chen seemed to have gained nothing in the magnetic storm's secret realm, she still said, "Not fun. In a couple of days, I'll give you a snow lotus, you can eat it." "Why are you giving it to me?" Su Chen didn't understand. Was she trying to bribe him to do something? Han Yenling initially wanted to say it was to help him improve his talent, but thinking of what her mother did, she casually said, "It's nothing, just a gift from a good friend. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Spirit Food Appraisal Center." Su Chen felt very touched. Such a generous friend is worth having, right, Xiao's what and Xiao Yu? "Thank you, Xiao Han. I'll head back now." He prepared to leave. It was a pity he didn't see Han Yenling cry during this visit to the Han Manor. He would come back next time when there's a new spirit food recipe. Wait a minute. Han Yenling suddenly spoke up. The light in the martial arts room underground is broken. Can you help me change it?" Su Chen? A family as big as the Han family needs a butler to change a light bulb? There can't be any conspiracy, right? Han Yenling elegantly stood up, pulling Su Chen towards the underground martial arts room. She found that as long as she held on to Su Chen, he would usually obediently follow her. Very effective. Moreover, this was a scheme she had thought of. First, trick Su Chen into the Han family's underground martial arts room, then under the pretext of sparring, injure one of his legs, so he couldn't escape. After all, making spirit food and giving massages just requires hands. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Han Yenling stood in the center of the underground martial arts room. "Su Chen, we will spar using the strength of a first-tier martial artist." Han Yenling, dressed in training gear, had her chest curve accentuated by the outfit, and her long legs appeared smooth and powerful under the light, full of vitality. She planned to let Su Chen experience the gap in martial skills first. "All right." Su Chen nodded. "The strength of a first-tier martial artist? Just consider it practice for fine motor skills." His gaze was fixed on Han Yenling's thighs. "Why is it a bit dazzling?" Han Yenling was extremely surprised. "How did he know I was going to strike with my leg first? Perhaps Su Chen is a combat genius? Let's see." Han Yenling took the initiative to strike, her movements as swift as lightning, fierce and sharp. Her right leg drew a beautiful arc in the air. quickly approaching Su Chen with strong force. The sound of wind breaking through the air echoed. Even with the strength of a first-tier martial artist, she unleashed considerable momentum. Bang! Su Chen's left arm tensed, blocking Han Yenling's whip kick from the side. His foot shifted, stepping diagonally, predicting Han Yenling's next landing point. His right shoulder sank, and he crashed into Han Yenling's embrace. With just one move, he directly neutralized all of Han Yenling's subsequent attacks, showcasing his understanding of martial skills. 10 minutes later, the sparring ended. Han Yenling's breathing gradually became rapid. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She couldn't fight back. It seemed he knew all her martial skill weaknesses. Without unleashing her talent, she couldn't win at all. He truly is a combat genius. Seeing Su Chen's calm expression, she felt a bit annoyed. She must have been influenced by that combat analysis system, always thinking of using her legs, and her true strength didn't come out. Otherwise, how could she lose? She still needed to continue training hard. At this moment, she must eliminate all distractions and strive to become stronger. Now, if she couldn't even defeat Su Chen, how could she face those powerful alien races beyond the stargates? Han Yenling's strong competitive spirit surged as she took a deep breath, lay back on the nearby lounge chair, removed her shoes and socks, and coldly said to Su Chen, "First, knead my legs. We'll continue sparring later." Su Chen? What? Didn't you lose? Why do you look like a winner? Nevertheless, his hands quickly got to work, massaging Han Yenling's smooth and tender thigh skin while loudly proclaiming, "This is the reward for the winner." On the outskirts of Huayu's capital, there was an experimental base. This was the Federal Huayu's Spiritual Food Identification Center. Today, Jack and Alice, who hadn't been to work for a long time, were sitting in their offices, waiting for the spiritual food identification that would take place later. Both of them felt uncomfortable. Damn it, how could those trash Huayu people possibly develop a new recipe? Today is probably going to be another wasted day, Jack complained, crossing his legs. Usually, at this time, he would be in bed, cuddling with the 3 women at home. Oh Jack, ordinary food from Huayu is still tastier than that from Eagle Domain. Besides, what if they really come up with a spiritual food recipe? Alice yawned, having become quite lazy since coming to Huayu and had gained quite a bit of weight. There was no helping it, the work was too easy. This table is covered in dust. Mr. Wang Chen, come over and help us clean it. Jack called to the ordinary federal civil servant, Wang Chen, in the office. Wang Chen, who was called out, felt extremely displeased but still got up to help their director with the cleaning. Huayu hadn't developed a new spiritual food recipe in many years. So even the director here was a slacker who had been parachuted in from another domain, not only enjoying an easy job but also often mocking this group of Huayu subordinates. The core of their taunts was just a few phrases. Huayu doesn't have its own spiritual food recipes, it doesn't deserve to exist. If it weren't for the federal allocation, who would come here to retire? There are many scammers in Huayu. There are often people coming here to try their luck, wasting time. Wang Chen and the others knew well that this was unavoidable. The prices of precious materials in Huayu's secret realms were exorbitant, and these few families couldn't even afford to eat, let alone conduct spiritual food experiments. The other domains had accelerated their development of secret realms and caves in recent years, which was also the reason for the surge in spiritual food recipes. With spiritual food recipes, low-level martial artists became stronger, and the speed of secret realm exploitation increased, forming a virtuous cycle. Sigh, I wonder if there will be any surprises later, Wang Chen prayed as before. Boss, 2 young people from the front desk have arrived with the spiritual food identification application submitted yesterday. Su Chen and Han Yenling had arrived early at the office before the door opened. Although Huayu hadn't discovered any new spiritual food recipes for many years, as an official federal organization, the infrastructure was still quite modern. The hall was spacious and bright, with various exotic ingredients and spiritual herbs displayed around, and the air was filled with a faint scent of medicine and flowers. Su Chen inhaled gently, feeling a sense of tranquility and mystery. Han Yenling was wearing a well-tailored white shirt today, adorned with exquisite silver buttons that outlined her elegant figure. She wore a black high-waisted skirt that reached just to her knees, perfectly showcasing her long legs. On her feet were a pair of black high heels, making her posture even more upright. Su Chen, try to exchange the spiritual food recipes with the military, that way you can earn merit points in advance, Han Yenling said coldly. Not only will you have the chance to enter the core military camp, but you can also exchange for some rare materials from the 9 domains. Su Chen didn't respond but nodded. He looked down at his phone, checking the dark auction house where the prices of electromagnetic grass and thunderstorm flower had already surged by over 20% overnight. A single young electromagnetic grass had reached 6 million. Meanwhile, the even rarer thunderstorm flower from the magnetic storm secret realm had also reached 8 million per piece. Su Chen, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Han Yenling noticed Su Chen looking at the dark auction house. She still didn't have that card. Su Chen handed over his phone, and Han Yenling quickly searched Thunder Eagle Egg. There's a problem, Su Chen. The price of the Thunder Eagle Egg in the Eagle domain has surged threefold today. It's almost 100,000 each now.
Han Yenling's delicate brows furrowed. She
suspected her mother had acted in advance, hoping it wasn't the worst-case scenario. At that moment, Wang Chan and a large number of Hua domain staff emerged from the depths of the hall at 8 a.m.
Welcome, please follow us to the Spirit Food Production Room.
They should have come out earlier to receive them, but they suddenly received an order from Adam to only come out during official working hours.
Su Chen and Han Yenling nodded. They both sensed something was off.
Sure enough, the door to the Spirit Food Production Room in the depths of the hall wouldn't open. Oh dear, sorry, I forgot to bring the key before I left today. Adam rushed over wearing a white coat. Wang Chen and Yuan Shi, who were also grassroots officials of Hua Domain, clenched their fists on the other side, their faces turning red. You all rest for 20 minutes, I've already sent a driver to get it.
Wang Chen, go pour 2 cups of spirit water, Adam said with a grin.
Just now, he received instructions from his family to delay for 20 minutes here, and once the task was completed, he would be transferred from Hua Domain to take up a lucrative
position in Eagle Domain. He certainly wanted to seize this opportunity.
Han Yenling bit her silver teeth, about to question him, when she felt Su Chen gently hold her hand.
Su Chen traced a no in her palm with his finger. Han
Yenling took a deep breath, her mood gradually calming. The elegant curve of her neck, with a pair of silver earrings dangling from her earlobes, swayed gently as she nodded slightly.
Su Chen led her to sit in a nearby lounge. Wang Chen and Yuan Shi each brought over a cup of tea that faintly emitted spiritual energy.
They set down the cups, nodded, and stood to the side, chatting quietly as if intentionally letting Su Chen and Han Yenling overhear. Sigh. The door was still open earlier, I don't know why the key got lost. Don't mention it, it's really strange. The door closed while I was in the restroom, blown shut by the demonic wind in the hall.
With the spiritual energy
revival, we should stop with all this weirdness, if you ask me. Han Yenling knew it was likely her mother's doing. Sure enough, the live broadcast screen in the hall suddenly switched to the Spirit Food Production Room in Eagle Domain, where someone was identifying a spirit food formula.
It prominently displayed, secret, enhanced physique formula.
Several experimental staff from Eagle Domain were urgently preparing, and the 3 core materials on-site had been blurred out, making it impossible to tell what they were.
But Han Yenling knew that it was definitely the formula Su Chen had from yesterday. Her mother had immediately switched to the Eagle Domain institution.
While they were delayed in identification here, the other side had completed development ahead of time. This way, they could create a time difference. Although she had applied in advance, Han Xuanyi could easily use another
new name in the new laboratory. If Han Xuanyi wanted to identify in Hua Domain, under the same materials, the Federation regulations would certainly require Han Yenling to identify first. But if Han Xuanyi chose to identify in another domain, she perfectly circumvented the loophole in the Federation's established rules, revealing the dark operations of the aristocratic families. Han Yenling was preparing to take Su Chen away, but Su Chen was instead eagerly watching the live broadcast screen. Due to the hype in Eagle Domain over the past few years, every identification of a spirit food formula was chosen to be live-streamed online, helping ordinary people and martial artists feel more involved. The immense wealth would also encourage ordinary retired martial artists to actively sign up for the development of medium to large secret realms. After all, while higher-level martial artists were restricted from entering medium-sized secret realms and above, lower-level martial artists were not. The commentator began to introduce simply, "Hello everyone, this is the Eagle Domain Spirit Food Identification Center, and today a new formula may be born."
An anonymous source has provided information that an experiment has been conducted to ensure a physical enhancement effect for low-tier martial artists. The excitement in the live stream room
gradually increased. Is that true?
As expected of our Eagle Domain, always representing advancement and openness. Heaven bless the Eagle Army. If I were the mysterious person, I would offer it to the military at the first
opportunity for the great rejuvenation of humanity. The neighboring Sakura Han Domain has sent their congratulations in advance. The neighboring Tianju Domain is celebrating early. Han Yenling felt even angrier upon seeing this. She knew her mother was using the connections of the Eagle Domain to orchestrate this, and the biggest victim in this was still Su Chen. She turned to look at Su Chen, contemplating how to comfort him later that night. Su Chen stared at the screen, silently sneering to himself. He had long realized that Han Xuanyi and Han Yenling were not on the same side. After the expedition to the secret realm, his mindset had changed. Many things that he had to passively accept in the past could now be gradually taken into his own hands. Moreover, he could bully little Han, but others could not. As time went on, the staff of the Eagle Domain began to conduct the experiment step by step. In Han Xuanyi's office, she felt a bit tense. After all, she had used a lot of resources this time, and the night was far from as calm as it appeared. So even she couldn't help but quietly ask Yuying, the chefs and Han Yuer have all confirmed the steps and materials, right? Yes, master. Yuying felt a pang of emotion. Her master had spent the entire night acquiring materials, and in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation to monopolize this formula. However, without this "I want it all" mentality, the Han family wouldn't have been able to achieve such greatness. Hopefully, the young lady would understand. In the Eagle Domain's Spirit Food Production Room,
The process was proceeding in an orderly manner according to the materials and steps provided by Han Shuangyi, and the spirit food production was nearing its conclusion. I'm really sorry, the key has been found, you can go in.
Now, Adam entered to personally apologize, though there was no hint of sincerity in his eyes. He had certainly guessed that it was an internal issue within the Hua domain, but he hadn't expected that someone in Hua domain was actually developing a spirit food formula, which made his sense of superiority feel quite uncomfortable. However, even if Su Chen and Han Yenling started now, it would be too late. The experiment on the Eagle domain side was about to succeed, and he had successfully delayed them for 20 minutes.
No rush, let's finish watching first, Su Chen said calmly. Alice also came over. She had received orders from her family but had stayed hidden in the office. The commentators in the live stream room were becoming increasingly excited. Next, we will add the final ingredient. Let's look forward to the birth of a new spirit food formula. Accompanied by his voice, a thick black smoke suddenly erupted from the central position, quickly spreading throughout the laboratory and obscuring the view. The screen began to shake violently, followed by a deafening boom, as if the entire space had been shaken at that moment. The camera shook so violently that one could feel the power of the shockwave penetrating everywhere. Several experimental personnel close to the explosion center were thrown away by the powerful shockwave. The screen showed their bodies flipping in the air, crashing into surrounding equipment and walls, producing dull thudding sounds. Although they were all well-trained martial artists with physical qualities far beyond ordinary people, the power of this explosion clearly exceeded their expectations. A few of them fell heavily to the ground, and the screen froze at the moment they struggled to get up, their faces showing pain and surprise. The live stream screen was filled with question marks. The audience in the Eagle domain was stunned, and a few early comments of congratulations felt particularly ironic. Adam and Alice both gaped. Failed? Could it be an internal power struggle within the Hua domain? The two looked again at the calm expressions of Su Chen and Han Yenling, their hearts filled with increasing confusion. Indeed, the people of Huayu are quite cunning. Wang Chen and Yuanqi couldn't help but laugh. Ha, that's great, they deserve it. Ha, truly reaping what they sow. At the Han family manor, Han Shuangyi suddenly stood up from her chair, her blue eyes fixed on the screen, speechless. Failed? Why did it fail? Tens of millions worth of materials wasted, all the connections and resources used in vain. Where did the problem lie? Why could Su Chen succeed on the first try? Was it just a coincidence? Han Yenling was also surprised, but looking at Su Chen's calm expression, a strange emotion rose in her heart. Did he somehow predict this outcome? That's right. Su Chen certainly knew where the problem was, because for the material, electromagnetic grass, he used a mature plant, while the auction house in the 9 domains was only selling seedlings. Of course, it would explode. Sorry, I don't want to give it away. You can't even steal it. Can't you learn a thing or two from little Han? If you want something, just say it directly or offer an equivalent exchange. We can start now, let's go. Su Chen stood up, signaling Adam to lead the way. What? Adam was a bit confused. Wasn't this spirit food recipe fake? Why continue? However, since Su Chen had spoken, they could only take him to the laboratory. They wouldn't participate in the production part, but they needed to confirm that Su Chen completed the production inside the lab. They would be responsible for verifying the spirit food produced on the spot. In the changing room, Su Chen and Han Yenling also put on special clothes. On the light screen at the door, 2 options caught Su Chen's eye. Option 1, submit the spirit food recipe to the federal military for merit points or credits. Option 2, do not submit the spirit food recipe, no rewards. Submission recommended. From a long-term development perspective, it's more appropriate to give it to the military. Han Yenling, wearing a mask, sounded less cold than before. Perhaps it was just the presence of Su Chen, or maybe the layer of covering reduced her social anxiety. What's the use of merit? Su Chen asked. To become a 4th-tier warrior, you must enlist in the military. With more merit, you can directly become an officer, exempting you from the mandatory 3-year boot camp. Han Yenling tapped her mask. It was a novel experience, quite interesting. This is actually an invisible benefit. The Huajun encourages everyone to submit spirit food recipes, especially the aristocratic families. After she finished speaking, she felt that this regulation was rather pointless. After joining the military, Han Zhanxiao made a small achievement within a few months and became an officer. As for how he achieved that? No need to think, it was definitely due to the Zhao family's influence. Su Chen pointed out the problem directly. If the aristocratic families have ways to directly become officers, then this regulation is a waste of effort. Then if you were the rulemaker, what would you do? She had reformed in her previous life, but it yielded no benefits. She wanted to hear Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen pushed open the changing room door and said, first, become the rulemaker. Han Yenling, behind her mask, pouted slightly. Her ambitions were quite high. But how could you become the rulemaker if you can't beat me? No, he did win last night. But that was because I let him win. After all, my talent is useless. And I'm only a 2nd-tier warrior. The news of the explosion at the Eagle Domain spirit food production site shot to the top of the trending list. Other domains were watching the spectacle, especially since Eagle Domain netizens
often flaunted their superiority, claiming that even the air in their domain was fragrant. Now, a major accident had occurred. They couldn't pretend anymore. The online chatter erupted. Euro domain netizens, is anyone from Eagle Domain here? Please give us another live explosion performance. Sakura Han domain netizens, failure is the mother of success. We must remain optimistic and prepare for the next success. Eagle domain people, don't give up. Eagle domain netizens, even if we fail, we still have many spirit food recipes, unlike certain domains. Hwayu domain netizens, damn, getting hit by the stray bullet. The netizens of Hwayu were all very angry, but there was nothing they could do. What was said was the truth. Moreover, in recent years, there had been news that some spirit food formulas were clearly developed by Hwayu. As a result, they ended up in laboratories in other domains, because the rewards there were more generous. In fact, as long as the spirit food formulas were contributed to the federal military, ultimately every soldier in each domain could benefit, but there was still a difference in reputation and information advantage. Especially since the Eagle Domain laboratories always liked to release formulas right after military exercises, using the spirit food formulas to prioritize the cultivation of combat talents, creating an information advantage. Therefore, there was a lot of discussion in the Hwayu Martial Artists Guild app, with many believing that the leaders of the Hwayu Federation were not taking action. The news also reached the frontline military camp of Hwayu. In a spacious portable alloy panel room in the frontline military camp of Hwayu, a stern voice rang out, "Notify the high-ranking martial artists of the Hwajun to hold a meeting." Zhao Wushan, what's the matter? A few minutes later, several active 8th-tier martial artists from Hwayu gathered in Zhao Wushan's room. You should know about the spirit food formulas. The rules are uniformly set by the Federation, and we can't change them. Think of other ways. Zhao Shanhai was an old-school 8th-tier martial artist, the current leader of the Hwajun, also known as the martial god. Now nearing 70, his physique was still extremely strong, so he did not appear old, instead exuding an aura of unyielding authority. You all know that some spirit food formulas from other domains were actually developed by us in Hwayu, but now, we find out about the spirit food formulas too. Late, the materials have already been quietly taken away by others, which puts us at a disadvantage. Zhao Lao, our Hwajun's performance in military exercises has been poor in recent years, and the soldiers have a lot of complaints. The brothers' martial skills are quite proficient, but the other old domains have spirit food enhancements, so their physical qualities can't compete. Those damned consciousness splitters always resort to such petty tricks, Li Tianquang said with a frown. He was an 8th-tier martial artist from a commoner background, a benchmark for many young martial artists. Representing the voice of many new martial artists, he added, how about we deduct a portion from the merits of us generals as a reward? I heard that other domains do this, and they even secretly add more money. After saying this, his gaze kept drifting towards a man and a woman on the other side. These two 8th-tier martial gods were representatives of the aristocratic families, one from the Yi family and the other from the Chen family. Coincidentally, the talents in the Spirit Food Research Lab were all their people, and it was the same in every domain. After all, the aristocratic families had a large number of secret realms and caves privately. They had a tight grip on these production materials. Hwayu's slow development of spirit food formulas in recent years was not without their responsibility. I say, let's not worry about public opinion. Our Hwajun has quite a few spirit food formulas for mid-tier martial artists, Euphoming said, narrowing his eyes and shrugging. There. Small secret realms are developed by derivative beings. You all know that we can't compete, which is normal. I agree, the number of mid-tier martial artists in the army is still quite large. Chen Yanwu, an 8th-tier female martial artist of the Hwajun and the current head of the Chen family, said. Her age and strength were similar to Han Xuanyi, though she was slightly less attractive. She was a martial arts enthusiast fond of fighting on the front lines. She didn't manage family affairs, her younger brother took care of that. Except for those like Han Xuanyi, who had physical ailments, or those like the old Wang family elder who were too old, or those with specific positions, other high-tier martial artists were required to be stationed on the front lines. Even Gong Guofu had to pay a huge amount of taxes to the Federation every year to stay in the rear. Hee, little Yi, little Chen, you can't say that. You and Tianquang are both 8th-tier martial artists, but your strength and points are considerably higher than his. Is it that Tianquang's effort is less than yours? Or is his martial skill proficiency lower than yours? The reason is still that when he was a low-tier martial artist, his physical enhancement was much greater. Zhao Lao's words left Li Tianquang silent, but he knew Zhao Lao was speaking the truth. The overall strength of the Hua army had declined in recent years, starting from the lower-tier warriors. Those old-timer domains had already begun training lower-tier warriors in advance, preparing them for military service. The gradual accumulation of advantages was one of the root causes of the current weakness of the Hua army. Let's do it this way. We can't change the rules of the Federation, but we can deduct the extra merit points for the spirit food formulas from us generals, without adding any money. After all, you can't use your merit points right now. Zhao Wushan thought for a moment and made a decision. For any spirit food that helps lower-tier warriors, an extra reward of 100 merit points will be given for each formula.
The Hua army cannot remain so sluggish any longer.
Li Tianquang was suddenly startled. Zhao Lao, this might be too high. The counting unit of merit points is different from the beast points. These points can only be earned through participation in major battles and making outstanding contributions to the army. Moreover, the ways to earn merit points vary for warriors of different tiers. With 100 merit
points, one could be directly promoted to squad leader, while a normal recruit would need to fend off 10 small-scale beast tides to be promoted. Yi Fengying also spoke up. This doesn't seem appropriate, Zhao Lao.
Let's do it.
This way, unless you have a better solution. Zhao Wushan tapped the table and opened the Federation system, inputting commands. The mid-tier brothers are fighting hard on the front lines. Many of them will never return once
they join the army.
You all know better than anyone how the waves of ferocious beasts have been stopped. If morale is lost and strength is gone, our Hua army will also be merged and managed by other domain armies.
In recent
years, the beast tides have decreased, and the pressure on the front lines is not as great, but the division within the Federation has become more serious. Since they like to play this way, we will play along with them. The other three in the room remained silent, and some comments from netizens in the Eagle domain reflected the current situation. Hundreds of years ago, the major domains united to resist the beast tides, and humanity worked together to build the super city wall of the continent Athena.
However, in recent decades, the outbreaks of beast tides have become less frequent, and humanity has begun to divide. Many people no longer think about how to occupy Blue
Star but believe that it is enough to defend the 9 domains. There were proposals to reduce military spending and allow more mid-tier warriors to return to society. There were also suggestions for each of the 9 domains to
manage themselves.
As top-tier warriors, they also had their own concerns and information silos. Even the netizens from the Hua domain did not expect that half an hour later, another piece of news would quickly overshadow the previous trending topic. For the first time in 20 years, the Hua domain successfully developed a new spirit food formula, Super Enhancer for lower-tier warriors. In an instant, the previously sluggish netizens from the Hua
domain turned the tide. Hua domain netizens, speak up. Blackie, speak up. At Eagle domain netizens, Euro domain netizens, oh my god, an unbelievable miracle. Black domain netizens, incredible, this news is really juicy. Sakura Han domain netizens, Private Marseille, the Hua domain has so much talent. Han Xuanyi looked at the mess in the Han family's kitchen, deep in thought.
Just a moment ago, she, who had been skeptical, led Chef Wang and the others to recreate the dish. She believed that neither they nor Han Yuer would make mistakes in the steps. But once again, over 10 million materials turned to dust. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, she felt a hint of helplessness rising within her. Many things truly cannot be solved merely with brute force. Killing a few ferocious beasts is manageable, but when it comes to scientific research, she wasn't cut out for it.
She even pondered whether to
include an option for a research personnel in the future marriage arrangements for Han Yenling and Han Yuer. Just as she was deep in thought, Yu Ying said incredulously, "Master, the Hua domain has released a new spirit food formula, and its effects are the same as yesterday's." In an instant, Han Xuanyi felt a pain in her chest, sensing that her previous old injury was showing signs of reigniting. She knew she couldn't get angry, or it would only make things worse. She could only take a deep breath and say, "Let's leave it at that." Yu Ying saw the back of Han Xuanyi and felt that the clan leader seemed to age 5 years in an instant. She couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If she had listened to the young lady last night, perhaps it wouldn't have come to this. The master hadn't been like this in the past. Perhaps it was because she had been away from the front lines for too long, becoming more cautious about her life. Zhao Wushan, Li Tianquan, Yi Fengying, and Chen Yanwu looked at each other, glancing at their phones. The decrease in merit points indeed indicated that the spiritual food recipe was successful. But this was too fast. Although it was somewhat coincidental, it was ultimately a good thing. Let's disperse, we'll execute this plan. We all have over 10,000 merit points. At the commander level, we can easily earn this back in one beast tide. Zhao Wushan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Merit points are distributed uniformly by the Federation with a certain balance mechanism, so any extra rewards must come from their own pockets." The pressure was not too great when shared among the 4, otherwise they wouldn't be willing to promote their relatives to the commander level. After all, the difficulty of obtaining merit points at each rank is the same, and everyone has to work hard for it. That's right, the spiritual food recipe isn't some common item. Li Tianquang added. Yi Fengying nodded as well. We should indeed take some responsibility for our contributions to the Huajun. After saying this, she provocatively glanced at Li Tianquang. Although they represented the aristocratic families, they were indeed sharing the deduction of merit points this time. Chen Yanwu wasn't very talkative, but she was also quite surprised. There is indeed one more person among the commanders, Su Chen, a tier 3 warrior. Yi Fengying glanced at her phone. Although he has become a commander, he hasn't joined the army yet and has no subordinates. It's not easy to be a tier 4 warrior commander. The 25 merit points deducted earlier made him feel quite pained. For someone at his warrior level, every merit point represented the work of resisting large beast tides and exploring large secret realms. Even Tier 8 warriors need to accumulate slowly, just slightly stronger than lower tier warriors. He was currently in a comfortable position, no longer needing to fight on the front lines. After all, even someone
as strong as Han Xuanyi from the Han family could be seriously injured at the Tier 8 warrior stage.
Yi Fomying just wanted to conserve strength. The Yi family had only risen in recent years and didn't have a solid foundation. Yet, his two sons were still very young. Let's see what materials are needed. Huojun can also purchase them in advance.
Zhao Wuxian looked down at his phone and slowly read out Thunderstorm flower?
The military warehouse has quite a few of these. Thunder Eagle eggs, those are easy to get. We can send a few vanguard teams to handle it.
Electromagnetic grass. This material is quite common, but why emphasize mature plants? Tianquan, do we have mature electromagnetic grass in the warehouse?
Zhao Wuxian quickly asked, as he had already received the preliminary testing report of the spiritual food, and there was an unmistakable joy in his expression.
Yes, Zhao Lao. I've seen this type before, Li Tianquan said excitedly. Great, how many do we have? 3. Zhao Wuxian, what are you so happy about? This amount is only enough for 3 people.
Yi Fomying looked at the report and was also greatly surprised. There was an important piece of information inside. There is a chance to increase the awakening talent level after consumption.
This inference was quite simple, as electromagnetic grass itself could enhance talent, which everyone knew.
Therefore, the effects of this spiritual food recipe must also contain similar components. Finding a few preparatory disciples who are not yet warriors to try it out would reveal the truth. Purchase these materials in bulk to increase the frequency of developing magnetic storm-type secret realms in the military. Orders were quickly issued.
Early cultivation meant there could be a few more young geniuses.
Perhaps there was even a chance to produce a few S-level talents. Meanwhile, at the Spiritual Food Appraisal Center, Su Chen also received a piece of information. Ding dong, congratulations, you have received a reward of 100 merit points and have automatically been promoted to squad leader. But Su Chen didn't pay much attention. He was more concerned about the number on the instrument in front of him, 5%.
This instrument basically represented the highest technological level of the Federation at this stage.
It could detect the enhancement effect of spiritual food on the body.
However, it only worked for low-level martial artists. Su Chen realized that each time he
consumed this spiritual food, the enhancement effect on his body was about 5%. However, after consuming it several times over the past 2 days, he found that the enhancement effect was decreasing, and after about
3 times, it became negligible.
It was likely that the enhancement had reached the limit of stimulation, and to continue enhancing, he would need to consume other spiritual foods.
On the other hand, Han Yenling was quite shocked.
If low-level martial artists could significantly enhance their physical qualities early on, then growing to mid-high levels would also provide considerable benefits, especially for combat and enhancement-type talents. She needed to find a way to make money and try to enhance her body a couple more times before reaching level 4.
If she didn't have enough money, should she borrow some from Su Chen? What could she use as collateral? She hadn't thought it through yet. Su Chen returned to his apartment and opened the dark auction house. Sure enough, there was now an option for a mature electromagnetic grass.
The price shot up to 15 million.
Basically, as soon as it was listed, it was snapped up immediately.
With that, Su Chen recalculated his total earnings from this secret realm. The earnings from electromagnetic grass reached 7.56 billion, the earnings from thunderstorm flower were 8.136 billion, and the total earnings from spirit crystals were 84.38 billion. A brand new exploration of a small secret realm yielded around 100 billion Federation coins.
Su Chen understood.
Indeed, this was the correct way to unlock the
universe's unique talent.
Next, he would continue exploring the secret realm caves. Then he would cultivate and raise his strength as soon as possible.
Su Chen opened Han Xuanyi's secret realm exploration schedule the day after. Tomorrow was the opening day for the Han family's small secret realm.
In less than half a year, he could explore all these secret realm caves. He hoped that each exploration would yield as many rewards as this one. Tomorrow, he could first go to the admissions office of Longhua University to register.
He needed to lay the groundwork for a medium-sized secret realm. He wondered if he would make it in time. Su Chen was quite focused on becoming stronger.
He had never forgotten the encounter on the lowest floor of the Martial Artist Guild building. If it weren't for his talent, even with perfect-level martial skills, being attacked when one is most relaxed would be quite
distressing. He might not necessarily die, but he would definitely get hurt.
Although he had left the Dragon Palace, he had always remembered this grudge. And then there was the Yi family. He had heard that there was an 8th level martial artist backing them, representing the Federation's top combat power. If he wanted to seek justice for himself, he had to grow stronger first. Ding dong, his phone rang, but he didn't look.
He guessed it was probably Han Yenling looking for him again.
Right now, he was holding a 5th level spirit crystal and absorbing it frantically, unable to be distracted. The energy value was rising rapidly, 15,178. 15179. This was the benefit of having abundant resources. Even becoming a 4th level martial artist could lead to rapid growth. Han Yenling held her phone, the screen displaying the message she had just sent. Let's go to Longhua University together tomorrow. 1.
Hong has something to do. Su Chen did not reply.
She assumed the message had been received.
Since this kid had money, it seemed he was responding less quickly.
Now she couldn't use her position as a steward to restrain him, because what if he returned 3 first-level spirit crystals? What would she do then? Not only would she lose someone to talk to, but also the masseur.
Annoying. Time to take a shower. Han Yenling put down the alloy whip in her hand
and entered the bathroom. Water splashed from the showerhead, falling gently and densely on Han Yenling's body, like a soft caress. The water flowed over her proud peaks, outlining enchanting curves, continuing to glide over her
smooth, flat abdomen, as if painting a stunning masterpiece.
Then, it followed her long, straight legs all the way down, finally gently falling from the delicate gaps between her white toes and ankles. The fragrant foam lingered greedily on this perfect body, seemingly reluctant to fall, as if engaging in a final intimate contact with her skin. Han Yenling looked at herself in the mirror, the warm steam swirling around her, making her beautiful cheeks
blush radiantly.
A hint of tranquility and anticipation shone in her eyes, complementing her poetically beautiful visage.
Su Chen still hadn't replied to her. She didn't know what he was off doing again. They say that when men
have money, they turn bad, and it seems to be true.
She needed to think of a way to swindle all his money.
First, she would reach the 3rd-tier martial artist level as soon as possible, and then challenge him to a
sparring match again.
With the strength of a 2nd-tier martial artist, she would injure him. Han Yenling dried her body, holding the gradually dimming 4th-tier spirit crystal, and entered a state of absorbing spiritual energy.
By the
speed at which the spirit crystal was dimming, she predicted that she would soon break through to the 3rd tier.
The next day, Su Chen stood at the entrance of Longhua University. As one of the top universities in the 9 domains, the scene at its entrance was particularly spectacular. The gate towered into the clouds, intricately carved with dragon patterns made from the horns of numerous 6th-tier ferocious beasts. The white pattern rhinoceros, located on the eastern side of the city, it stood independently outside the capital circle, covering a vast area. It was a comprehensive institution that integrated martial arts, academics, and research, gathering all young martial artists from the Huayu region. Wild martial artists like Selena and Fenshin, who had missed the age threshold, still had to enter the wilderness and fight ferocious beasts, but if they were admitted through the federal high school system, all cultivation resources before becoming a 4th-tier martial artist would be provided by the university.
On one side, they had to earn it themselves, and on the other, it was obtained for free. The gap was
evident.
The adult class that Su Chen was about to enroll in required self-funding, along with an additional tuition fee. In fact, his age met the requirements, but unfortunately, due to his family's circumstances, he had dropped out early and did not complete his high school education, so he could only enter Longhua University this way. Su Chen walked through the wide tree-lined avenue, with towering trees on both sides lush and green, casting dappled
shadows. Students dressed in uniform training outfits walked in groups along the path, exchanging cultivation insights. It was a scene of harmony.
Hello, I would like to inquire about the adult martial artist class.
Hello?
Su Chen knocked on the table, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was still catching up on sleep.
Wang Qijuan, the admissions director for the adult martial artist class, woke from his beautiful dream and looked up to see a handsome, young Su Chen standing before him.
Sorry, the adult martial artist class is already full this year.
Wang Qijuan shook his head, thinking that this student was really quite bold. The enrollment activities had ended 2 days ago. Didn't he check the information? Longhua University isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. Oh, a beautiful woman. Wang Qijuan quickly put on his glasses, looking at the stunning figure that appeared behind Su Chen. Su Chen frowned. He really hadn't expected this. However, it wasn't a big deal. If he couldn't enter the university, he could wait until he became a 5th-tier martial artist and then look for other ways to enter a medium-sized secret realm.
Turning around, he encountered an acquaintance.
Hello, big shot. Anan was passing by, holding a pile of documents.
Upon seeing Su Chen, she hurriedly came over to greet him.
Anan, you work here?
Su Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Anan to be working at Longhua University.
She was actually an intellectual.
Well, I'm not, and Anne's face turned red. She hadn't expected her father to arrange such a
thing for her.
However, she could only accept it, as this was the only way to avoid the instrument detection.
I'm studying here while working part-time,
Anan said, then quickly extended an invitation. Have you had breakfast, master? Let me treat you. Wang Qijuan swallowed hard. How nice it would be if this invitation were directed at him, even though it was already noon.
Su Chen shook his head. I've eaten. You go ahead, I'm leaving. Anan hurriedly asked, have you had lunch? Let me treat you.
She noticed Su Chen's position and thought he was probably there to sign up for the adult martial artist class, likely with a similar background to hers, perhaps also aware of the oversights at the Federation's Level 4 martial artist equipment testing point.
Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Su Chen, come to the Wanhan laboratory at Longhua University quickly. It was from Han Yenling. She had been
waiting for him downstairs at the Martial Artist Guild all morning, and they had just parted ways.
Anan, do you know how to get to the Wan Hong laboratory? Su Chen asked, clearly aware of Anan's little schemes. However, for a man focused on becoming stronger, how could he be distracted by women? Just follow me, it's on the way.
Anan seemed a bit surprised but was also somewhat pleased. Great, she would have another chance to be alone with the master. Maybe they could find a place to rest for a bit. What color was she wearing today? It seemed to be deep blue, queen style. Along the way, Anan took 3 breaks. But Su Chen also went to the restroom 3 times. He didn't give Anan a single chance to showcase herself. He could tell that Anan definitely had ulterior motives. That organization had some issues. They were always thinking about making others bleed or something. Finally, they arrived at the Wan Hong laboratory.
Su Chen pushed the door open.
All 4 of them were stunned.
Anan, who is this woman? How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Oh no! Han Yenling, why is Su Chen coming in? With another woman? No way! Wan Hong, Anan, weren't you supposed to deliver materials? Why are you back? Su Chen, this laboratory is such a mess.
After Anan left, Wan Hong asked Han Yenling, is this the contributor of the
level 3 rare beast, the white demon horned deer? Han Yenling nodded expressionlessly.
She felt a bit uncomfortable, unable to articulate it, just sensing that something important was being targeted. This was the 6th sense she and her sister had developed through years of wits and courage. Wan Hong looked at Su Chen and said, the A-level alloy material has been successfully developed. You should have received the points, right?
Su Chen replied, I have.
Wan Hong continued, however, this laboratory is going to be disbanded, so the priority for the A-level alloy materials we promised you might be lost. This is the reason I called you here, Wan Hong continued. She already knew Han Yenling's identity, but she didn't want to rely on a scion of a powerful family. She didn't want places like Longhua University to be gradually infiltrated by aristocratic families like those in the outer domains. This was her principle and bottom line. So even when Han Yenling immediately offered to fund her, she did not agree. It wasn't a matter of distrust in Han Yenling, but rather in the aristocratic families. She only asked Han Yenling one question: can you represent the Han family? Can you guarantee that they will never interfere with the laboratory's research freedom? Han Yenling had not answered earlier because she indeed had no say at home. This matter could only be brought to Su Chen. Su Chen entered the laboratory, picked up several documents piled on the sofa, and placed them on a nearby table. He sat down and asked, can you explain the reason? Perhaps I can help. Wan Hong frowned. She didn't want outsiders to disrupt the items in her laboratory. Although it was messy, she could precisely find everything she needed. When Anan first arrived, she had at least suggested cleaning the laboratory 5 times, all of which were rejected. She had finally managed to clear a spot for Han Yenling to sit, but unexpectedly, this kid would find a place to sit. Considering the provision of materials, she pushed her glasses and continued. The A-grade alloy requires too many materials. Although our laboratory has completed the synthesis, we lack the funds to proceed to the next stage of research. To expedite the direction of R&D, our laboratory has set a military order to provide 2 sets of A-grade combat suits and weapon materials within 6 months. However, we are currently facing internal obstacles. Materials have been preemptively taken away, resulting in a very slow synthesis progress. The cost of the military order is severe, and we cannot afford it. We can only disband the laboratory. Other laboratories will take over the R&D of A-grade alloy materials. This means that the priority for providing alloy materials when signing contracts will be lost. I must inform you of this in advance. Su Chen nodded. It seemed that Wan Hong was not doing well, which aligned with his judgment of the power structure in this world. The interference of the powerful families permeated every aspect, suffocating. Even in the era of martial power with the revival of spiritual energy, the concept of class had not been broken. In fact, Su Chen didn't even ask why there were internal obstacles. Intrigues existed everywhere. Researchers like Wan Hong, with such outstanding abilities, were still stuck in a small laboratory, which directly indicated the problem. What is the funding gap? Under what circumstances is investment allowed? Su Chen's expression became serious, taking control of the conversation. In the past, his casual demeanor was a disguise, a form of protection. It was only after the exploration of the Wang family's new secret realm that he truly grasped some resources, gaining the confidence to no longer pretend. When he had nothing, confronting the heavens, the earth, and the air could only be described as living in a dream. Wan Hong was taken aback. Despite Su Chen's young age, there was a sense of maturity in his demeanor. However, maturity could not solve the problem. She glanced at Han Yenling and continued, we do not accept investment from powerful families unless a non-interference agreement is signed, and the laboratory's profits are distributed according to federal regulations. Also, the funding gap is at least 10 billion. Han Yenling understood that this condition was something she could not provide. If she sought her family's help, it would be impossible to sign a non-interference agreement. Otherwise, with just the A-grade alloy materials, Wan Hong could secure countless investments.
Won Hong seemed to have resigned to her fate, sighed, and added, furthermore, before any dividends, we need to continue injecting 1 billion every 6 months. Before she could finish, Suchen interrupted. I'll invest. Won Hong? She was stunned. Kid, did you mishear? That's 10 billion, what does that even mean? Even the top families in Huayu capital, like the Han family, would fall silent at that price, and you just say you'll invest? Han Yenling knew that aside from lending money to her mother, Suchen had another sum of money. However, she didn't expect him to be so decisive, even cutting her off before she could finish mentioning the continuous investment amount. But she still reminded him, Suchen, don't act on impulse, you'll need to inject 1 billion every 6 months. Won Hong also coldly added, we need cash, not collateral, research is very costly. This kid's surname is Su, not a family name, which is commendable courage. However, he had no idea how much sunk cost was required to invest in a laboratory. With so much money, he could buy resources to enhance his own strength. How could he engage in R&D? This was also the core reason why laboratories were all part of the federal official institutions. When their laboratory was about to disband, many private lending organizations approached them, but the conditions were numerous and she rejected them all. The only one she accepted was a channel that offered free investment, hoping to get through this month, but that investor still tried to arrange for someone to come in. That's right, it was an. So, she was in a very bad mood at that time. But fortunately, the requirements of that investor were not excessive. She felt she could accept them, and this girl, Anan, had a very high emotional intelligence. After spending these days together, her impression of her had changed quite a bit. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, her full chest slightly rising and falling, but her expression shifted from aloofness to a faint melancholy. Forget it, having money alone isn't enough. Once the laboratory accepts private funding, many internal materials from Longhua University will no longer be usable. And with the current situation in the laboratory, even if we have the money to buy materials, we might have to wait in line. She didn't elaborate on why they would have to wait, but she knew Su Chen had already grasped the implication behind her words. It was that group of influential families causing trouble from behind the scenes. That's fine, I can provide the materials, Su Chen nodded. If he could invest in this laboratory, then surely he wouldn't lack for alloy materials in the future. He needed to gradually cultivate his own power. Many things couldn't be accomplished with just passion. The resources collected had to be quickly transformed into strength. It was a matter of strength in all aspects: rank, martial skills, equipment. Won Hong still didn't believe it. After all, who could believe that this student, who looked about the same age as a freshman, could be so wealthy? For a moment, she hesitated. Seeing this, Suchen understood Won Hong's doubts and took out a pure black card from his spatial ring, waving it in front of her. Won Hong? Could this be the black crystal card issued by the Federal Financial Institution? The one that was said to be issued only to those with a net worth of over 30 billion? It couldn't be wrong, that logo couldn't be faked. This meant that the young man in front of her was indeed a wealthy person, one of the richest in the world. Ah, the laboratory was really saved. Won Hong instantly switched her expression, excitedly shouting, Daddy, Su Chen and Han Yenling? Sister, is this your rebellious nature? Ding. Contract signed. Su Chen's account was reduced by 11 billion in cash. Won Hong felt incredibly elated at this moment. The suppressed feelings of many days were completely released. With this money, her research speed could be restored. Although buying materials from the market might be a bit more expensive, as long as she could buy them, it was no problem. Great. So great. She almost wanted to hug Su Chen and give him a couple of kisses. The more she looked at Su Chen, the better he seemed. He was her own fortune god. Han Yenling also felt a surge of emotions. She sensed some changes in Su Chen, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Was he more proactive, or was he attracting more attention from the opposite sex? This was not good. Su Chen, let's go. Han Yenling prepared for a tactical retreat, vaguely sensing Won Hong's almost predatory gaze. Su Chen stood up and asked another question. Master Won Hong, do you have a channel to arrange for me to enter Longhua University? Won Hong was taken aback. Are you a martial artist? You can join the adult martial artist training class. With your wealth, do you still need to find me? Oh, this year is full. I missed the application period, Su Chen explained, but when he saw Anan coming in, he speculated that Won Hong might have a way. Won Hong frowned slightly and asked, do you have any requirements? It might be difficult for formal students. Han Yenling's heart sank as she realized she had forgotten about this matter. She subconsciously still thought of Su Chen as her classmate, who had already received an admission notice. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Just like the adult martial artist class, no need for formal enrollment. Won Hong quickly nodded. That's fine. If that's the case, we have one spot available in our laboratory, but the name might not sound very good. Su Chen didn't mind at all. He was entering Longhua University to obtain the qualification to enter the medium to large secret realms. That's fine, the name doesn't matter. I'm just a person who loves to learn. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he saw Won Hong start tapping on the screen on the table. Then the phone received a notification. Longhua University Won Hong Laboratory invites you to become a research staff member. The rest of
The text was cut off due to the small screen. However, when Suchen saw it, he thought, oh, an assistant to a research staff member, that's really nice. In his previous life, his childhood dream was to become a scientist. For a time, he idolized those dressed as researchers, especially the scenes in movies and TV shows where they analyzed experiments with instruments. He never expected that in this life he would actually fulfill that dream. He clicked to accept. Congratulations, you have become a human test subject for the Wanhon Laboratories research staff. Suchen? Goodness, so it turns out he was the one lying on the table. After Wanhon's explanation, he finally understood. It turned out that Manhwa University offered benefits to martial artists willing to participate in human experiments to recruit some volunteers. Not only could they attend classes and learn like normal students, but they also had the same rights. However, the experimental requirements varied by laboratory. Some might require blood samples, while others might need regular testing. There wouldn't be any excessively harsh human experiments, as they didn't align with the mainstream values and ethics of human society. The human test subjects in the Wanhon laboratory mainly wore alloy gear to test the quality of the alloy materials, which was considered a very light experimental project. Just then, Anan returned. Anan, this is your new junior, Suchen. Anan felt that happiness had come so suddenly. Before she could speak, Wanhong added another sentence that sent her good mood crashing down, but his work is still yours. Anan? What the heck, you recruited someone and I end up doing double the work? What kind of laboratory is this? The Qinglong gang's underground sweatshop, isn't this exploitative? When Su Chen and Han Yenling were about to leave, Anan suddenly stopped Su Chen, saying she had something to discuss. The two of them walked to a small corner of the corridor and began whispering. In the distance, Han Yenling stood quietly at the laboratory door, waiting. But she also wanted to know what they were talking about, curiosity gnawing at her like a little cat scratching inside her heart. Her cold, perfect features had already attracted the attention of passing researchers. In just a short while, 7 or 8 male researchers had intentionally dropped their documents nearby, picking them up while stealing glances at the stunning beauty. They had originally been passing by to look at Anan, only to discover someone even more beautiful. Big shot, we're on the same side, let me be honest with you, Anan said seriously. You're the delivery guy, right? There's a bounty of 3 billion on you in the 9 domains underground city. How do you know that? Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Wasn't the information about the masked martial artist competition supposed to be opaque? Anan pondered for a moment before saying, when you signed up, that recruiter remembered your appearance. I was actually planning to take the bounty myself. That day was just a coincidence. Later, after getting to know you, I realized you weren't a psychopathic killer, so I had my dad withdraw the bounty in Huayu. However, I've heard that many assassins from other domains have already taken the job, so. Su Chen frowned. Thanks for the warning. Are there high-level martial artists? Anan nodded. Yes, and quite a few of them. I suggest you seal that staff member's mouth first. If it's inconvenient for you, I can help. Su Chen shook his head. I'll handle it myself. Just send me that staff member's information. He basically understood the situation. The characteristics of what he wore that day were too obvious, and starting from that angle, it was indeed possible for them to know his appearance. After all, this was a world of martial artists with many bizarre talents. Who put up the bounty? Why is the amount so high? Su Chen was still unclear about the consequences of what happened that day. The Yi family couldn't possibly be hanging such a high amount, could they? I heard that many aristocratic families are involved, saying you are a perverse murderer who hates the rich, driving unarmed ordinary people to the beasts to be devoured. Anan thought for a moment and said, but I believe you are not that kind of person, because truly cold-blooded people wouldn't choose to save someone from that organization. Alright, I understand, thank you. Are those kids doing okay? Su Chen mentally drew up a death list for the aristocratic families. Good. You want to kill me, huh? Then be prepared. Just right, I find you all unpleasant. They're all doing quite well. Every day, aside from classes, they work, but there are a few days each month that are quite painful. And inside, those days were also her difficult days. She just hoped her father could successfully advance and eliminate that organization. Send me the address of that organization too, I might have a chance to take a look. I heard it's a medium-sized secret realm? Su Chen's interest in the Glory organization was a bit higher. In the past couple of days he had a speculation. If the secret realm could be located through mixed blood and fresh meat, it would mean that both the secret realm and the cave were artificial products. Judging by the intent to kill, such behavior would likely accelerate some unknown danger. His current strength was still relatively weak, but he understood that under the circumstances, there was no way to have a complete egg. Therefore, from the perspective of development, he also had to consider preemptively eliminating unknown risks. Big guy, I've sent you everything. The Glory organization has 8th tier warriors. We once provided information to the Federation through some channels, but it came to nothing. In fact, that channel was directly destroyed by an unknown force. We speculate that there is a high-ranking member of the Glory organization within the Federation, but we don't know who it is. And Anne's meaning was also very clear. Don't try to resolve this through official channels anymore, or it might backfire. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Keep it up, Su-chen encouraged as he patted An's shoulder. I'm leaving now. An was taken aback. Aren't you my junior? But thinking about him being the behind-the-scenes boss of the lab, she said nothing. Han Yenling saw Su-chen walking over and coldly asked, "What did you say?" She couldn't help it, she saw Su-chen interacting physically with that girl and she felt a bit displeased. Deciding not to hold that hand today, Su-chen walked while saying, "I need to delegate some work, I have something to do later, so I won't go to your place for now, but I will go to the Han family's small secret realm tomorrow." Han Yenling lightly snorted. That was more like it. In the distance, and inside. It's over, there's no hope. The big guy not only has money but has also been taken away by someone. Damn it, even after putting on makeup I can't compare to her natural beauty. How can I compete? In the third ring of Huayu capital city. Inside a high-end apartment building, Su-chen walked slowly toward a room. Just now 3 fifth-tier warriors had left from here. Su-chen remembered their spiritual energy fluctuations. After returning from the secret realm, as his own spiritual energy value increased, the sensitivity of spirit heart enhanced again, and he no longer needed spiritual crystals to remember the characteristics of warriors. Opening the door, a pungent smell of blood rushed at him. A gruesome corpse lay in the center of the room. Sitting in a chair, unrecognizable, was the warrior guild recruiter Shaoli who had brought him in that day. He had suffered immense pain in life, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, a reflection of his desire for death. Su-chen sighed. He was late. He had originally planned to give Shaoli some money to hide for a while. Unexpectedly, these assassins acted quickly. As expected, this group of mid-tier warriors who could hide under the Federation's detection instruments all had their own means. There are very few mid-level martial artists in the Federation, most of whom are on the front lines fighting against the beast tide. Those visible are either severely injured or special talents. Su-chen first reported the incident using Shaoli's phone and then left the scene. It was still unclear whether his information had been leaked. However, he had to deal with those 3 people first. After Su-chen left, the Martial Control Bureau arrived, and the gruesome scene made several newly hired junior officers vomit uncontrollably. Given the state of the bodies, they chose to report to their superiors. Shortly after, the Federal Special Investigation Team rushed to the scene. "Morgan, any findings?" Ellie asked, as the deceased were members of the Martial Artists Guild, and she immediately thought of the previous case. She vaguely felt there might be a connection. "No, the method is clean, and no other evidence was left at the scene," Veteran Morgan replied. "From the traces, there were 3 assailants, one of whom is left-handed," Sakura added. 3 organs are missing from the bodies. Besides the heart, there are 2 other locations, not the heart-extracting demon. Ellie sighed. "Let's record this for now. It's likely a case of hired killers, those damned pests." In this regard, she felt powerless. There were many similar cases in other domains, even more so. And for cases without obvious motives, there was little they could do. "Should we contact the underground city in Huayu?" Morgan suggested, pointing downwards. They had arranged spies in many domains who could provide information at critical times. "Not yet, let's wait a bit longer. Our focus is still on that serial perverted killer martial artist." "Understood." "Okay." Outside the 5th ring of Huayu's capital city, in a dark, damp alley, a figure squatted in the corner eating, seemingly unconcerned about the large rats scurrying around. After the revival of spiritual energy, animals had grown in size. Once palm-sized rats, not counting the tail, could now grow to half a meter in the sewers. Tap tap tap, a footstep approached. The 5th-level martial artist killer quickly discarded the bloody food in his hand and stood up alertly. "Hello, I heard you were looking for me?" As the leader of the infamous Eater trio among the Eagle Domain assassins, Heart Eater, he was known for his sharp instincts. Being discovered at such a close distance meant either the opponent had exceptional movement skills or his B-level talent, the demon fish tentacle, was being countered. His talent had a passive ability that allowed the hair on his body to sense changes in the spiritual energy of nearby martial artists or fierce beasts at any time. Although the distance was not far, it was still a passive ability which had proven extremely useful, helping him evade capture multiple times. "Who are you? What do you want?" Heart Eater drew a metal western sword from his spatial ring, blood still slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't care. This was his territory. Even in a foreign place, he would choose narrow terrain for every resting spot. The newcomer did not seem friendly, dressed in a black robe, with their head lowered, obscuring their face. "Aren't you looking for me?" Su-chen took out a metal spear, raised his head, revealing a clean and handsome face that clashed with the dark environment. Although his opponent was 5th level, the malice radiating from them made him feel nauseous. Such a person was a cold-blooded killing machine devoid of emotions. A flash of cold light suddenly shot out, accompanied by a whistling sound, piercing straight towards the killer's chest. Heart Eater was still puzzled about how the other knew he was looking for someone. Also, who was he, and using a gun in this terrain? But Su-chen's speed was extremely fast. Heart Eater had no time to think and hurriedly retreated, his western sword changing direction in midair to block Su-chen's attack. The power hasn't
exceeded 5th level, but it's extremely troublesome. The more Heart Eater fought, the heavier his heart felt. The man suddenly attacking before him was not high in rank, but his martial skills were exceptionally proficient, and he was being completely countered in weaponry. If it weren't for the limitations of this narrow alley on the long spear's performance, he would have been even more passive. Demon Fish Tentacles. He decisively activated his talent's active skill, and in that instant, the bones in his arms softened and strengthened, while his speed increased dramatically. Combined with his martial skills, the alloy rapier in his hand thrust out after images. In a moment, he unleashed astonishing power, a unique skill he possessed in the underground world. C-class martial skill, Phantom Sword. In the cramped alleyway, a dazzling silver light flashed, the sword tipped dreamlike and ethereal, carrying a heavy killing intent as it stabbed towards Su Chen's face. Opportunity. Shirshin noticed that Su Chen's eyes seemed unable to see through this martial skill that matched his talent perfectly. This moment of explosion made him see victory within reach. Unfortunately, the next moment, Su Chen's cold and ruthless voice rang out. Annihilation Spear Breakthrough. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the spear colliding with the rapier was like thunder, and with Su Chen's sweeping spear, Shirshin's phantom sword was completely intercepted. How is this possible? Shirshin couldn't believe it. His renowned martial skill had reached perfection, yet he couldn't even break through his opponent's defense. It was in this alley. He didn't understand, and his confident mindset crumbled in an instant, turning to flee. Su Chen quickly seized the opportunity, thrusting the spear forward. Bang! A sudden pain shot through his back, and Shirshin's entire body uncontrollably soared into the air, crashing heavily against the wall beside him. With a crash, he knocked over the pile-up debris in the alley. Put! Shirshin spat out blood. If he hadn't been wearing an E-class combat suit, this blow would have cost him half his life. Ah! Who are you? Shirshin felt like he was going crazy. This boy had no grievances with him, so why did he start fighting over a mere disagreement? Slap! Su Chen's alloy spear shaft whipped like a whip, striking Shirshin's face at high speed. A mouthful of blood mixed with 7 or 8 teeth was once again drawn out, falling beside a half-eaten heart. Woo woo! Shirshin could no longer speak. Put! Put! For consecutive sounds, all the tendons in his hands and feet were severed by Su Chen. He took out his phone and dialed a number, one that Anan had given him before leaving during the day. When dealing with perverts, they had even more perverse ways to handle them. That was to turn them into blood bags. A warrior's life was powerful, and blood had many uses. Su Chen thought this method was quite good. From the questions and expressions of this perverted killer, he knew that Xiaoli hadn't revealed his identity. That's why he was being tortured like this, which made Su Chen's mood quite complicated. In the morning, when he learned that Xiaoli had been tricked by Anan into revealing his portrait, he thought it was due to Xiaoli's lustful heart, but now it seemed An's methods were brilliant. At the very least, facing the torment of these few killer warriors, he had truly gritted his teeth. What supported him to do this, he didn't know, but he had to take revenge. To repay kindness with kindness, and to repay hatred with hatred. 10 minutes later, 2 men in black got out of a black car, bringing a black sack to collect Shirshin from the depths of the alley. Although they were only second-tier warriors, their movements were efficient, clearly having done this kind of thing many times. However, upon seeing Shirshin, they still trembled in their hearts. How the hell does this look so much like the leader of that perverted killer group from the Eagle Domain? Who did he offend to be beaten so badly? Indeed, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. You are a dragon, but you must lie low in the Hua Domain. The boss is really impressive. I wonder where he hired such high-level killers, or did he personally take action? After the two drove away, Su Chen collected Shirshin's spatial ring and left from the side, heading to the next location. Boss, a bowl of stir-fried kidney noodles. At the entrance of a nearly closing roadside stall, stood a blond man from the Eagle Domain, dressed in white. He had no accent and seemed very familiar with the Hua Domain. It was already late at night and there were hardly any customers left, just the food stall owner, Wang Chang, finishing up his work. He had intended to close the shop and rest, but seeing the guests' attire, it was clear they were of high status, perhaps even a martial artist. He knew he had no power to refuse. He could only call out softly, "All right, please find a seat, I'll have it ready soon." He didn't even dare to ask how much the kidney noodles would cost. Smack! 2 bloody, mangled pieces were placed on the counter. "Boss, use this." The blond man opened his mouth, his uneven teeth making his smile particularly twisted. This isn't appropriate, is it? Wang Chang had built this food stall from scratch, so he had been both chef and waiter in his earlier years. Those 2 pieces were definitely not the usual pork kidneys they used. He didn't dare to think deeper. His hands trembled for a moment. "Just use this, it's fresh." The blond man seemed even happier, shoving the 2 pieces into Wang Chang's hands. He hadn't received any news today and was quite displeased. He wanted a good meal. The 3 siblings had paid a hefty price to get information from Xiaoli. In the end, that kid stubbornly refused to say anything, insisting, "It's against the rules, I can't say." Now, this was the consequence of opposing them. He never understood what the true rules of this world were until his death. The size of one's fist was the rule. Wang Chang, trembling, went into the kitchen.
As soon as he entered, he opened the fridge and took out 2 fresh pork kidneys. He quickly got to work. He was determined to use plenty of seasoning so that the martial artist wouldn't be able to discern the taste. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Chang brought out a steaming bowl of stir-fried kidney noodles. Your noodles are ready. In the large bowl, the kidney slices were evenly cut, of moderate thickness, each piece perfectly stir-fried, slightly curled at the edges, exuding a unique freshness. The noodles were golden and chewy, mixed with a rich sauce that released a strong aroma. A layer of finely chopped green onions and thin red chili strips was sprinkled on the edge of the bowl, adding a vibrant and enticing color. The blonde man, codenamed Food Kidney, had tasted the delicacies of Huayu in his earlier years and had always harbored a wish. Now, he picked up a slice of kidney and carefully chewed it. Then, with a pop, the food mixed with saliva sprayed all over Wang Chang's face. He, quite bold, aren't you? Due to his talent, his sense of taste was powerful, and Wang Chang's substitution allowed him to easily discern the flavors. He couldn't stand the fishy taste of fierce beasts, which was why he had taken this path. At that moment, he had already decided to personally taste the organs of this brave Huayu man. Wang Chang knew his actions had been discovered. He saw the blonde man stand up, one hand patting his shoulder, a small silver knife wedged between his fingers pressed against his neck, signaling him to move into the room. The cold touch of the metal made him too afraid to scream, doing so would only hasten his death. Fortunately, his daughter hadn't come to help today due to some matters. A sliver of relief emerged in his heart. So be it. Wait a moment. A young voice rang out. Food Kidney turned around and saw someone approaching, walking steadily. It was a martial artist. Mind your own business. Food Kidney's eyes flickered. He had carefully selected this place, which not only lacked surveillance but also had few people at this hour. This Huayu youth didn't seem like a coincidence. Su Chen smiled. Thankfully, the light shuttle motorcycle was fast, otherwise he might not get to enjoy such delicious street food in the future. Based on the aroma, he judged this was another small shop with good skills. Boss, make me a bowl of noodles the same as his. Wang Chang felt the discomfort around his neck disappear, realizing he had narrowly escaped with his life, and hurried back to the kitchen. Food Kidney let go, as he couldn't afford to be distracted. The young man exuded an intense pressure from the moment he began to speak. But he was ready to unleash his talent and end things quickly. B-level talent, Blackthorn Frog. The talent of the Blackthorn Frog, which devours kidneys, was also quite remarkable. It granted him unimaginable explosive speed. Beneath his pant legs, his leg muscles appeared exceptionally strong under the enhancement of his talent, as if they contained boundless power. Shirshin sneered, the dagger in his hand glinting coldly under the dim light, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking onto Su Chen's figure, looking for death. In the next moment, like an arrow released from a bow, he charged towards Su Chen in an instant. The speed was unbelievable, as if the air itself was being torn apart. He dared to use a short dagger, naturally confident in his abilities. Within 3 meters, the advantage of weapon distance no longer existed for him, because he had mastered a rather rare martial skill from the eagle domain. Alliance to a high-level, sea-level martial skill, butterfly step. Shirshin's figure suddenly became erratic as he advanced rapidly, like a butterfly dancing gracefully in the air, making it difficult to catch. Each step was light and swift, dazzling to behold. The dagger danced in his hand, striking directly at Su Chen's vital points like a venomous snake. Interesting. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He did not draw his alloy spear. In this somewhat cramped terrain, the spear was no longer suitable. Su Chen's figure moved quickly and gracefully, as if walking on water, light and unrestrained. In Shirshin's view, this figure actually circled around him at the same speed. Every movement was filled with coordination and beauty, easily dodging his dagger attacks. Impossible. Shirshin was shocked. His movement technique combined with his talent might be ineffective against the tough-skinned beasts, but it was extremely restrained against humans, especially in such an environment. The room was small, and the two figures continuously intertwined within it, like two swift bolts of lightning chasing each other in the narrow space. Each time Shirshin's leg muscles exerted force, he could instantly close the distance to Su Chen. Whenever he felt that the dagger in his hand was about to achieve its purpose, his opponent always managed to evade at the critical moment. This gradually gave rise to a sense of foreboding in his heart. Shirshin suddenly stopped, taking the opportunity to step back half a pace, his chest heaving violently. He stared intently at the young man before him. His movement technique was even stronger than his own? In that moment, he recalled the video he had watched repeatedly. "Huh, are you a delivery guy?" Su Chen grinned. "Guess right and you win a prize." Suddenly, he transformed from passive to active, closing in and turning defense into offense. His steps fluctuated between fast and slow. From their earlier exchange, he quickly grasped the intricacies of his opponent's martial skill. Now was the time to integrate and apply it. Shirshin's arm swiftly slid horizontally, attempting to use the sharp alloy to prevent Su Chen from getting closer. In an instant, in the cramped room, the two figures intertwined once more, their speed so fast that it was almost impossible to catch their movements. Suchen no longer held back. His speed erupted again, his formidable physical prowess translating into a multitude of advantages.
He successfully overpowered the 5th-tier warrior from the Eagle Domain.
The first palm struck heavily against Shurshin's dagger, producing a crisp metallic clash. Shurshin felt a powerful force travel through the dagger, numbing his wrist and nearly causing him to
drop his weapon.
Before he could react, Suchen's second palm followed closely, striking towards his ribs from the side, the wind from the palm fierce and the force immense. Shurshin hurriedly sidestepped to evade, but still felt the wind graze him, causing him to stagger back several steps. Suchen seized the opportunity, the third palm accompanied by a fierce whoosh, striking heavily against Shurshin's chest.
Bang! A dull thud echoed in the air, and Shurshin felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if struck by a massive boulder. He was sent flying by the tremendous force of the blow, crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to stand again. Cough, cough.
Shurshin lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, a manifestation of his fear that had plagued him since childhood, something he hadn't experienced in many years.
Hiss, hiss. He knew he was done. For his opponent wasted no words and simply severed the tendons in his hands and feet,
even striking a pressure point on his body to render him voiceless. What awaited him was endless darkness and torment.
After dealing with the second assassin, Suchen continued to dial the phone.
At the same time, he reviewed the footwork he had just stolen from his opponent, pondering it repeatedly in his mind, believing that soon he would comprehend a new martial skill. 10 minutes later, the same two men in black appeared, this time in a different black car. They used a black sack to carry Shurshin away. In the car, the two men in black couldn't help but whisper to each other.
Damn! This seems like the second member of the Eagle Domain Mo trio.
Less chatter, get to work, you've got a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth. Sigh, I just took a bite of food before getting this mission, no choice.
I was just about to take a nap on the couch. At this rate, we might have more work tonight, don't sleep. I've got a bottle of Red Bull here, want some? Thanks.
But they waited until dawn.
The two still hadn't received
a call from Suchen. In the new district of the capital city of Huayu, at a vegetable market, a tall, thin woman with a gaunt face was swiftly weaving through the crowd. Unlike the middle-aged women around her who were meticulously selecting vegetables, she appeared anxious, constantly scanning her surroundings with her eyes. She was the last member of the Mo trio, Gone. Unlike her two companions, she had a stronger sense of ritual. She preferred to pair her meals with some vegetables. Thus, she chose this chaotic market without any screening equipment, preparing to select some fresh produce.
An hour ago, she had sent an emoji in a small group. The other two had not replied. She knew something was wrong.
So, she quietly activated her B-level talent, Dark Spot Lizard, which allowed her skin to secrete a special substance, emitting a peculiar scent that reduced the attention of surrounding creatures towards her and enhanced her skin's defense. It was a great talent for assassinating fierce beasts. She had relied on this talent to enter the special operations team in the Eagle Domain. However, later on, during a mission, she was captured by a type of fierce beast that was particularly effective against her, nearly losing her life. Since then, she had suffered from severe post-traumatic stress, fleeing the military camp to become a member of the Mo team. They could thrive in the assassin circles of the Eagle Domain with their 5th-tier strength, thanks to her command and counter-surveillance tactics. Originally, they had decided to finish this job and disband. Unexpectedly, they encountered a setback just one day after arriving in Huayu. Not only had they failed to obtain the information, but her two companions had also gone silent, likely facing dire consequences.
Now she had a strong premonition that those tracking her were nearby.
However, she felt less panicked. As long as her talent was effective here, she could escape in no time.
Sure enough,
it seemed as if the people around her couldn't see her at all, brushing past her one by one, and a few times she almost collided with them head-on. Gone's movements were agile as she swiftly navigated through the crowd, disappearing. In the crowded vegetable market, mixed smells and noisy sounds filled the air. Gone tightly wrapped her coat around herself, keeping her head down, blending into the crowd. The vendors in the market were calling out, customers were selecting vegetables, and the entire market appeared extraordinarily lively. The sky had not yet brightened, but these ordinary people had risen early because the vegetables here were both fresh and cheap, and Gone moved like a shadow, silently traversing through the throng, drawing no one's attention. As she walked out of the vegetable market and entered the underground station, the flow of people surged like a tide. The noise of the subway station and the crowd's density gave her a fleeting sense of security. Have I succeeded? Here, she could evade the instruments tracking from a certain angle, a skill learned in the military. However, every time she looked back, she could always sense a shadow lurking just out of sight. Years of being pursued had honed her strong sixth sense. Something felt off, as if she hadn't shaken them off yet. Logically, the more people there were, the safer she should be. Yet, the clamor of the subway station did nothing to mask the fear within her. The morning rush and the crowd finishing their night shifts bustled about, continuously supplying the Federation and humanity with precious yet meager strength. She activated her dark-spotted lizard talent, trying to escape detection by altering her scent and appearance. But no matter how she hid or disguised herself, Su-chen, with his spirit heart talent, always managed to follow her like a shadow. This silent pursuit felt like an endless nightmare, bringing her immense psychological pressure. Her heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, suffocating under the weight. The sounds of vehicles on the street, the bus announcements, the rumble of trains arriving, and the chatter of the crowd mixed together, yet in her ears, it seemed there was only the sound of her rapid breathing and heartbeat. The silent fear and tension brought her mind to the brink of collapse. No, I must leave Huayu capital. The figure of Shirgan weaved through the crowd, heading towards the towering city walls at the edge of the city. Finally, she felt she had shaken them off. Before her stood the towering city walls, blocking off a multitude of low-tier ferocious beasts. As long as she found that spot and slipped through, she could enter the wilderness and fight her way back to the Eagle Domain. For a level 5 warrior, she no longer regarded the beast horde within the domain as a threat. It was already morning, with the sky faintly brightening, and the outline of the city walls appeared exceptionally clear in the darkness. Her steps lost their usual steadiness, her breathing quickened, and sweat soaked her combat suit. But as she approached the city wall, she saw a figure that filled her with despair. Su-chen stood by the wall, quietly watching her, his expression cold and resolute, as if he had already anticipated her escape route. Who are you? Shirgan drew a metal long knife from her spatial ring, trying to argue. Why are you tracking me? Su-chen smiled slightly. Aren't you looking for me? Why does everyone ask that? Shirgan's heart sank. Everyone? It seemed those two had been dealt with by him. How did he discover her? How did you find me? Su-chen did not answer. Instead, he gently rubbed his nose. Your talent is quite interesting. It seems your scent contains some kind of component. He had lost her at the market. Moments later, he noticed something was off. Fortunately, the coverage of his spirit heart was already extensive. To avoid any anomalies during the upcoming battle, Su-chen took a gas mask from his spatial ring and put it on. Why are you wearing that? Shirgan felt a bit overwhelmed. She had seen people who often wore masks, but never someone who carried a gas mask with them. Su-chen pulled out a metal long spear, its body gleaming silver, and charged directly at Shirgan. This woman talks too much. The two quickly engaged in combat. Su-chen's spear striking like lightning, swift and precise. Shirgan attempted to counter with her long knife several times, but the gap in their martial skills left her feeling deeply powerless, knowing she was no match for Su-chen in a direct confrontation, yet a cunning glint flickered in her eyes. She had other plans. After a few exchanges, Su-chen's spear suddenly unleashed a powerful force, the spear's might crashing down like a storm. Shirgan was shaken by this overwhelming power, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Gritting her teeth, she quickly stripped off her clothes, revealing her graceful figure. The liver-eating woman lay bare, deliberately striking an alluring pose, her eyes filled with seduction as she softly said, "Hee hee, handsome boy, can you let me enjoy myself a little before I die?" She tried to tempt Su-chen with her beauty, hoping to find a glimmer of hope through it. Her voice was sultry, but to Su-chen, it sounded like the hissing of a snake, making him even more alert. "You can tie my hands and feet, I won't resist at all." Su-chen's gaze coldly swept over the woman's exposed body, but his expression showed no sign of wavering. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, but Su-chen's nerves were highly strung. He could sense the darkness and murderous intent deep within her heart. Put! Ah! The scream abruptly stopped as Su-chen swiftly completed his previous action, rendering the woman completely paralyzed and voiceless. He never held back against clear enemies. While dialing a number, Su-chen began to tally the 2 space rings he had received that night. Before opening them, he was filled with anticipation. These were space rings from 5th-tier powerhouses. As killers of this caliber, they must have considerable private wealth. The woman watched helplessly as Su-chen took out the space rings belonging to her and her partner. A surge of immense anger filled her heart. This was the hard-earned bounty from their trios. Life and death struggles, their blood-soaked endeavors, and their constant fears. At this moment, it had all fallen into the hands of this man. More critically, he was inspecting them right in front of her. This was an enormous humiliation for her. Su-chen's heart sank as he examined the contents of the space rings. Without a doubt, they were filled with a large amount of living supplies and valuable beast materials, with several beast materials clearly around the 5th tier, each worth over 1 million. However, Su-chen felt a stir. Although the unit price of the beast materials was high, the quantity was not large, so the total value wasn't much. As 5th-tier powerhouses, it seemed unreasonable for them to have only this little material. Then, his gaze shifted, and he spotted 2 spirit crystal boxes in the space ring. Great! Their assets should be stored in spirit crystals, just like his. Excited, Su-chen took out the spirit crystal boxes and opened them under the woman's furious gaze. Indeed, these were all the fruits of their hard work over the years. There were a total of 5 third-tier spirit crystals and over 20 second and first-tier spirit crystals. Su-chen removed his gas mask, his face darkening as he turned to the woman and asked, "Why are you all so poor?" The woman? Is this the legendary act of killing and striking at the heart? The woman was furious. The 3 of them were part of a well-known killer group in the Eagle Domain, formed out of shared interests. Because they operated as a group, they had completed many expensive and difficult assassination contracts.
standing out even among many sixth-tier killers. Thus, their fame and wealth were not insignificant. Now, they were actually looked down upon by this young man for being poor? However, judging by Su Chen's expression, he truly looked down on this little wealth, just like the owner of the underground city in the Eagle domain she had had the fortune to serve. Perhaps she would spend the rest of her life repeatedly savoring that disdainful look from Su Chen, enduring a double torment of body and soul. After confirming that the woman was also taken away in a sack, Su Chen drove to the Han family manor. This time, he did not enter again. Han Xuanyi was likely still angry and probably wouldn't take the initiative to find him. But it wouldn't be wise to bounce back in front of her now. This logic, he believed, little Han should understand as well. Su Chen sighed in relief. Good. He no longer had to go to that underground training room, which had been an obstacle to his growth. In the secret room where Su Guofeng was located, he received 3 messages. The first read: the Wang family's new secret realm was re-explored, encountering a magnetic storm disaster, with no gains. The second, 3 new 5th-tier blood pack suppliers added, channel, and N. Su Guofeng was surprised. Blood packs were very popular in the black market, and suddenly adding 3 was a significant gain. To know, their Qinglong gang has requirements for the source of blood packs. Every time a supplier appears, it significantly increases the cohesion of the underground gang. It seems Anan has really grown. Even in this messed up world, she can survive despite the unexpected this time. A sense of comfort surged in his heart. The more he practiced, the more he could feel the abnormalities in his body. He never expected that the organization could bypass the restrictions of the medium-sized secret realm on martial artists' ranks by altering their bodies. This allowed high-ranking martial artists to easily enter the medium-sized secret realm and complete in-depth development. He felt endless anger towards the Glory organization in his heart. When I reach the 8th rank, all the grievances I've suffered over the years must be repaid in blood. He then opened the last message. Dad, focus on your training, no need to worry. I found a strong backing. The Qinglong gang will keep running even without you. Su Guofeng? What's going on? I've only been training for a few days. What do you mean by that? Although the Qinglong gang was originally meant to be left to you. But why does that sound so uncomfortable? At the entrance of the Han family manor, Han Yenling, dressed in a black combat suit and carrying a large backpack, walked out of the Han family manor. Today, she was going to explore the Han family's second small secret realm, Frost of Dawn, with Su Chen. This small secret realm is very famous in Huayu because it is home to a large number of Han Zue pine trees. Each branch of the Han Zue pine may bear a new tender leaf, known as Han Mountain Drunk. This tender leaf can be processed into spirit tea, which can improve one's talent with long-term consumption. Moreover, after a long period of exploration in the secret realm, the Han family concluded a rule: the closer to the frost disaster, the greater the probability of Han Mountain Drunk production. Let's go. Han Yenling took off her backpack and handed it to Su Chen, then climbed onto the back seat of Su Chen's light shuttle motorcycle. Su Chen, are we riding this? Pointing at the light shuttle motorcycle. What else? Han Yenling rolled her eyes but explained, this time it's just the 2 of us exploring. I didn't call any members of the Han family adventure team. The reason was simple: she knew that the Han family's small secret realm was about to face a frost disaster in 10 days. Coupled with this news, it meant that she could harvest a large amount of Han Mountain Drunk during this exploration with Su Chen. Plus, Su Chen had a space ring and full profit rights. So, of course, it was better for the 2 of them to go secretly. Su Chen took the backpack and placed it in the space ring. With a thought, he saw that the backpack was filled with clothes. All were winter clothes. It seemed Han Yenling was well prepared. The location isn't too far, ride a bit lower on the way, Han Yenling instructed. If there are flying ferocious beasts, we'll stop. Alright, then hold on tight. Su Chen started the light shuttle motorcycle. Now, he was a 4th-rank martial artist, and no blind 3rd-rank ferocious beast would dare to mess with him. Hey, sorry for you, little Han. Su Chen felt it was unfair for the single light shuttle motorcycle. V-room. The light shuttle motorcycle accelerated, and Su Chen felt a tightness in his waist. His back softened, and 2 arms tightly hugged him from behind. Han Yenling on the back seat had a flushed face. Damn it! She had never ridden this thing before. How was she to know it was this fast? This guy accelerated and almost threw her off. Luckily, she was quick-witted and grabbed Su Chen's waist. So angry, she had made an enemy of him. After stabilizing herself, she pinched him hard. The strength of a 2nd-rank martial artist erupted directly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Su Chen, riding the motorcycle, felt a piece of flesh on his waist being pinched by Han Yenling, causing him to gasp in pain. Wrong, wrong. Han Yenling snorted coldly, slowly easing her grip. The June sunlight was warm and bright, spilling over the streets and alleys of the capital, bringing life and vitality to every corner. The light shuttle motorcycle emitted a low rumble as it swiftly traversed the streets of the capital, heading towards the city wall. In order to avoid trouble, Su Chen chose an exit point that had no guards, only detection equipment. After all, Xiao Han was only at the 2nd tier. Han Yenling's long hair danced in the wind, sunlight filtering through her strands and casting a gentle glow on her cheeks.
She felt the slight vibrations of the motorcycle and the gentle caress of the wind. Looking up at the sky, a wave of inexplicable excitement and exhilaration surged within her. At this moment, all worries and troubles were cast far away. In the wilderness, the endless grasslands shimmered with golden light under the sun, the distant mountains rolling in waves, and the sky was a deep blue, occasionally interrupted by a few birds soaring by, leaving graceful arcs in their wake. The light shuttle motorcycle sped through the air, like a light swallow, freely weaving through the boundless beauty. Han Yenling sensed the fragrance of fresh grass in the air and the howling wind by her ears. Her gaze swept across the vast grasslands, the distant mountains, and the azure sky. At the same time, she could also feel Su Chen's body warm. A feeling of unprecedented emotion and love surged within her. So beautiful, Han Yenling whispered softly. She wanted to protect this world, but she felt powerless. Su Chen's heart stirred. He sensed that the stunning girl behind him had suddenly revealed her softest side. It was as if she was crying. Su Chen didn't ask or say anything, just slightly slowed down the speed of the motorcycle. They quietly enjoyed their exclusive world together. After a moment, Han Yenling regained her composure and quietly asked a question. Su Chen, if the world were about to face a catastrophic disaster, what would you do? Su Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking the answer in his heart. A world without hope might just deserve to be destroyed. Han Yenling didn't expect Su Chen's answer to be so cold and ruthless. She wanted to retort, but then she thought that for someone like Su Chen, who had struggled at the bottom, they might have never experienced the beauty of life. Perhaps, as he said, this world was too rotten and deserved to meet its fate of destruction. However, Su Chen increased the speed of the motorcycle again and said, if there are people I love in this world, I would take action. Han Yenling didn't expect Su Chen to be so confident. Instead, a sense of clarity rose within her. That's right, it was courage. Perhaps, this is the preciousness of humanity. Knowing it's impossible yet still trying. Wasn't her self-detonation in her previous life a bit too hasty? Maybe she should have fought a little longer. But then again, it was also quite good. If she hadn't self-destructed, she wouldn't have met Su Chen. Su Chen and Han Yenling arrived at the 1017 hunting point. Miss. A few third-tier warriors stationed here, guardians of the Han family's small secret realm, greeted them. There was a removable alloy cabin to prevent other wild warriors from entering the secret realm. A few days ago, they received a notice that the young lady of the Han family was coming here, and they had already made preparations. Han Yenling nodded gently, signaling Su Chen to present the full harvest pass. Miss, all the ferocious beasts in this secret realm have been cleared out, but you need to pay attention to environmental changes, the guardian at the entrance, Zheng Chang, reminded. If there are signs of a change in the weather, you must return within a day. The frost disaster can be deadly. Also, do not approach the Han pool. Han Yenling nodded. She handed these guardians a message sealed in a letter, which was entrusted to her by Yu Ying to carry along. The Han pool was deep within the Dawn Frost secret realm, where the liquid temperature was extremely low, seemingly breaking the definitions of physics, as it didn't appear to be water element. Scientists had studied it several times, but with no progress. After each frost disaster in the Dawn Frost secret realm, a large number of ferocious beasts would emerge, but they would be quickly cleared out by the Han family's exploration team through thorough searches. Because the price of Han Mountain Drunk was relatively high, the costs could be covered. Relatively speaking, the danger level of this secret realm is extremely low, which is also the reason why Han Xuanyi dared to let Han Yenling come here alone. After all, an SSS level talent is not just for show, one wouldn't joke with their own life. As for Han Mountain Drunk, its output is quite random, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not, but the yield tends to be higher before a frost disaster. Let's go. Han Yenling entered the secret realm together with Su Chen. After the two entered, a guard left to report the situation. Do you think the young lady will gain anything this time? I don't know, didn't they set a record? Exploring another secret realm? This time should be no different. The young lady is really beautiful, but her personality is too cold, just like the air in this secret realm. Alright, let's focus on our own tasks and check the environment every 3 hours. If there's anything unusual, we must organize a rescue. Don't jinx it, the next frost disaster is at least half a year away. One of the guards opened the news brought by Han Yenling and chuckled. The Wang family's new secret realm has a magnetic storm disaster. They deserve it. Haha. Last time their expedition team didn't gain much and even cursed our Han family's secret realm for being poor. They really are unlucky. As soon as Su Chen and Han Yenling entered the secret realm, they immediately felt an overwhelming cold. Fortunately, both were prepared and quickly changed into warm clothing. Su Chen noticed that his number of spirit crystals also decreased as the system automatically deducted them. The Frost of Dawn secret realm resembled a vast winter ice and snow forest filled with numerous Han drunken pines. Each tree stood tall and straight, its trunk covered in thick frost, and its branches adorned with sparkling snowflakes that glimmered softly. The sky of the secret realm was gray and hazy, with snowflakes gently falling from above like countless little fairies dancing in the air. The distant mountains were blanketed in thick snow, appearing particularly solemn and mysterious.
Su Chen and Han Yenling, dressed in warm clothing, stood in this ice and snow forest. Their clothes were thick and warm, shielding them from the biting cold wind. Han Yenling's cheeks were slightly reddened from the cold, and the white breath she exhaled quickly condensed into frost in the air. However, Su Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. Damn it, there's still killing intent. The entire space was still filled with a strong sense of killing intent under the perception of spirit heart. What on earth is going on in this world? It seems like a place of opportunity, yet it hides immense malice. Could it be that this is truly a trap aimed at humans? Let's go, we'll head this way. Han Yenling felt her hands were a bit cold. Her second-tier warrior body still couldn't quite handle it. She instinctively reached out to take Su Chen's hand. His hand should be warmer, right? But unexpectedly, Su Chen took out 2 hand warmers from his spatial ring and directly stuffed them into her hands. Use this, Su Chen said, earnestly. What if holding Han Yenling's hand slowed down the collection of spirit crystals? Also, let's go this way. Su Chen prepared to continue his thorough search. Han Yenling tried to assert her voice in the team. There's something over here. Su Chen replied, this side has a nice view. Han Yenling, are you here to play? But thinking that it was just the two of them here, it didn't seem too bad. Alright then. This time, Su Chen's exploration speed was not fast because he had a deadweight with him. Aside from the surface spirit crystals, he temporarily avoided touching the underground ones to prevent Han Yenling from noticing anything unusual. However, even so, his gains were quite impressive. Because the Han family's secret realm had a lot of accumulated snow, the spirit crystals were hidden beneath it. For a time, he was happily picking them up. Han Yenling saw Su Chen running around and didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just playing around. After all, she had also played in the snow for half a day when she first entered the Han family's secret realm. Besides, what if he happened to comprehend a new spirit food recipe while playing? Wouldn't that be a blessing for humanity? Su Chen, there's a batch of Han mountain drunkenness that is about to ripen. Han Yenling called out to Su Chen under a Han drunken pine. Su Chen had no choice but to go over and take a look. Ding! Detected spiritual energy plant. Would you like to spend 10 second-tier spirit crystals to enhance all-knowing eye for in-depth identification? Identify. B. Detected, planet-level, spirit seed plant Han drunken pine, mature. Information, grows in extremely cold environments. Mature plants have fresh tender leaves that can improve physical constitution. Characteristics, mature plants can grow pine cones under frost disasters, which can enhance biological talent effects. Weakness, pine cones will quickly dissolve in non-frost disaster environments, and Han drunken pine cannot grow outside of extremely cold environments. Su Chen thought to himself how unfortunate it was. This Han drunken pine was too large to be transplanted. It wasn't appropriate to dig up someone else's secret realm plants in front of Han Yenling. Moreover, it was too obvious. Once he did it, even a fool would know it was him. Su Chen climbed the tree and picked a few leaves of Han mountain drunkenness. You should eat it first, it can improve your constitution. Han Yenling's big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Chen's talent level wasn't high, it would be great if he could improve to be level. Let's eat it after we go out. Su Chen didn't know if Han mountain drunkenness would become part of some spiritual food recipe like electromagnetic grass, so he wasn't prepared to waste it. Han Yenling had good intentions towards him, and he was well aware of that. This made Su Chen, who valued gratitude and reciprocity, set a goal in his heart to find a way to help Han Yenling level up in the future. She was too weak now. She couldn't help him at all. Every day, she would only hinder his growth. Due to the scarcity of fierce beasts, their exploration journey was particularly easy, really like a young couple on a picnic in the wild. Han Yenling also enjoyed this undisturbed time, and time flew by. However, as Su Chen continued to collect spirit crystals, the weather in the secret realm began to change quietly in unknown ways. A day later, when the two were close to exploring the depths near the cold pool, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The surroundings darkened in just a few minutes. Gray clouds rolled in, quickly covering the entire sky. A fierce wind howled from nowhere, sweeping in with a bone-chilling cold, freezing every drop of moisture in the air into ice crystals. Han Yenling's expression changed, and she shouted to Su Chen not far away, "Oh no! Su Chen, it's a frost disaster. Not good, Su Chen, let's hurry." Han Yenling was extremely anxious. The information gap from her previous life made her overly confident. She never expected that the frost disaster in the Dawn Frost secret realm would occur ahead of schedule. Logically, this frost disaster was supposed to arrive in 10 days. Su Chen was also very surprised, but he quickly deduced the cause. It was most likely due to his collection of a large number of spirit crystals. This place was different from the Wang family's new secret realm, so it didn't seem to be as stable. He hurriedly moved closer to Han Yenling. Little Han was only a second-tier warrior. When the frost disaster struck, the temperature would be very low, and she might not be able to withstand it. The accumulated snow on the ground was whipped up by the fierce wind, forming walls of snow that obscured their vision. However, in Han Yenling's eyes, the short distance of just a few meters instantly became an insurmountable chasm. Su Chen's figure quickly disappeared in the wind and snow, and in that moment, she felt a strong sense of loneliness.
She hurriedly moved forward, trying to reach Su Chen. But to the side, a huge Han drunken pine suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash, instantly blocking the two of them.
Oh no, Han!
Yenling's body temperature was rapidly dropping and her mood felt like it was plummeting into an abyss. Her voice was swallowed by the howling wind, her vision was blocked by the blizzard, and her only companion had suddenly
vanished. Moreover, the temperature continued to drop.
The first life and death crisis since her rebirth unexpectedly appeared in this seemingly harmless little secret realm. She forced herself to suppress her panic and think of a
countermeasure.
But before she could come up with a plan, her hand was suddenly grasped by someone.
It was Su Chen.
No matter how fierce the wind and snow were, they couldn't block the probing of Spirit Heart.
He easily circled
around the giant tree and found Han Yenling.
Great!
Han Yenling felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. She still didn't understand how Su Chen had found her, but in that moment she experienced what it meant to feel at peace. However, a new crisis continued to emerge, and at that moment she felt a bone-chilling cold seeping into her body. This was a sensation she rarely experienced since becoming a martial artist.
The snowflakes no
longer fell gently but instead struck her face like sharp blades, mixed with ice crystals, bringing a sharp stinging pain. Su Chen, let's put on our winter gear quickly, Han Yenling shouted, tugging at Su Chen's ear.
We'll go out once the frost disaster eases a bit. 3 minutes later,
Han Yenling was wrapped in heavy winter gear, resembling a giant rice dumpling.
Su Chen had put on all the winter gear she could wear, leaving only her 2 eyes exposed.
Han Yenling tried to take a couple of steps but found she couldn't move at all. Confusion filled her beautiful big eyes.
Is he trying to tie me up here? But I could freeze to death here too, right? Yet she could indeed
feel Su Chen's concern, as he had done all the winter gear for her. From Han Yenling's perspective, Su Chen first looked around, then seemed to make a decision.
What is he going to do? Dig a hole? Su Chen, don't dig. This is frozen soil.
You can't dig it, don't waste your energy, Han Yenling hurriedly shouted. It was unclear whether Su Chen didn't hear her or simply ignored her. His figure flickered in and out of sight in the blizzard.
Su Chen
paid no attention to Han Yenling. He pulled out a metal shovel from his spatial ring.
Frozen soil? That's exactly what he was digging.
When he made the metal shovel, he had specifically researched various soils and rocks in the
secret realm. It was to avoid situations like this where he couldn't dig. Finally, Han Yenling noticed something unusual. Wait, when did this guy get a metal shovel? It seems to be made of E-grade alloy material. My goodness.
He's being so extravagant.
My whip is only made of E-grade alloy material. How much did this custom shovel cost him?
However, a sense of relief arose in her heart. Thankfully, Su Chen got a metal shovel, otherwise, the two of them
would freeze to death in this environment.
More than 10 minutes later, Han Yenling was moved into the hole Su Chen had dug. The frozen soil around was smooth and hard, and the hole was small but enough to accommodate 2 people. At this moment, the weather outside was even worse. The entire Frost Dawn secret realm was engulfed in a white chaos, with howling winds and swirling snowflakes, as if the whole world had been swallowed by ice and snow.
Su Chen
temporarily sealed the entrance of the hole with a few wooden boards to reduce the cold wind's intrusion. He then took out some fuel from his spatial ring and piled it together, but these flammable materials had become stiff from the extreme cold, with a thin layer of ice crystals forming on the surface. Su Chen tried to ignite it with a lighter, but as soon as the flame touched the fuel, it was extinguished by the biting cold wind.
Forget it, Su
Chen, the frost disaster makes it impossible to ignite, Han Yenling said, shivering. Cold, still cold. Even in the hole, the coldness from all directions continued to assault the two of them. This was the cruel reality of the secret realm. When disaster struck, even martial artists found it hard to endure. When a frost disaster like this suddenly occurred, even a third-tier martial artist could perish. Such irregular situations were rare, though. Su Chen reached out and held Han Yenling's hand beneath the layers of winter gear. At that moment, her body temperature was still dropping.
Her once warm jade-like hand was now icy cold. Su Chen, you should go.
Don't worry about me, Han Yenling said, already a bit dazed from the cold. She had no time to think about why Su Chen's body was so warm, but she knew she was unlikely to make it out of this secret realm.
She began to ponder.
Perhaps everything since her rebirth was just a dream. It must be the moment of her self-detonation's deduction. It gave her a chance to make up for the regret of having no friends in her previous life. These past 2 days, she has been very happy playing with Su Chen in this secret realm every day, without any pressure at all.
Su Chen's heart began to grow anxious.
He was not only a 4th-tier warrior, but his physical quality, enhanced by his talent,
far exceeded that of others at the same level.
However, he did not expect the environment of this secret realm to be so harsh. He could indeed endure it, even handle it with ease.
However, Han Yenling was truly struggling.
After hiding in the cave, her vitality continued to weaken, and the soil of the secret realm could not retain warmth, making it still too cold.
A solution must be found.
Su Chen quickly rummaged through his spatial ring, his thoughts racing through various beast corpses, when suddenly an idea struck him. He took out the metal shovel again and quickly expanded the cave's area, then retrieved a 5th-tier beast corpse with thick fur from the spatial rings of the 3 food demons to block the cave entrance. Sure enough, the beast's skin was much stronger than the soil. The cold air in the cave no longer flowed in continuously. Then, following the same method, Suchen took out a large number of high-tier beast corpse materials from inside and piled them in the cave. Finally, the temperature stopped dropping drastically. But when he turned to look at Han Yenling, he found that she had unknowingly closed her eyes, her hair covered in frost. Not good. Suchen hurriedly unfastened Han Yenling's thick clothing. There was still a faint pulse, but her whole body was already icy cold and half a foot had already stepped into the gates of death. Han Yenling, amidst Suchen's efforts, woke up again, her lips, now purple from the cold, gently parted. Suchen, I'm so hot. In the extreme cold, her surface temperature had become disordered, unable to distinguish between hot and cold. She had just tried to activate her talent to resist the severe cold, but it had only worked for a short while before losing its effect. Just as her consciousness was about to fade away, she suddenly felt so warm, as if embraced by a warm furnace, unable to help but murmur, warm, so warm, am I going to die? It was unclear how long it had been. Han Yenling finally regained consciousness. The first sensation was warmth and comfort. Suchen's warm hands were constantly moving across her back and thighs, bringing waves of unusual comfort. Apart from her underwear, everything else had been removed by Suchen, and she was actively curled up in an octopus-like position in his embrace. Their skin was tightly pressed together, surrounded by thick winter clothing. The second sensation was peace of mind. No matter how dull her emotions were, she understood that she could not be separated from Suchen. The feeling of her heartbeat was not lying. Suchen knew Han Yenling had woken up because her heartbeat was quickening. He felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Just a moment more, and Han Yenling would have been taken away by the bizarre low-temperature environment of this secret realm. This trick was something he had learned from his memories of his previous life. Why aren't you affected by the temperature of the secret realm? Han Yenling suddenly spoke, her breath brushing against Suchen's chest, making him feel a bit ticklish. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her slightly trembling eyelashes and those clear eyes revealed a hint of shyness. Suchen replied, because I'm strong. Han Yenling's hair carried a faint fragrance as she leaned against Suchen's chest and continued to ask, when did you become a 3rd-tier warrior? Suchen thought for a moment and said, actually, I have a hidden talent, so I level up quickly. Also, could you please loosen your legs? I'm having a bit of trouble breathing. I won't loosen them, I'm cold. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Han Yenling's mouth, indicating that Suchen's own talent had likely upgraded, perhaps granting him some unknown ability. The Federation discovers some new talents every year, so hidden talents weren't too strange. Moreover, she suddenly realized that her own talent seemed to have changed a bit. Valkyrie. Suchen noticed that a faint blue halo was slowly appearing on Han Yenling's surface, which was a manifestation of her activating her talent. Oh, Han Yenling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Suchen, it seems my talent has evolved. Suchen? What the heck? How did freezing once lead to an evolution of talent? What kind of luck is this? Could she really be the legendary daughter of destiny? Han Yenling bit her lip tightly, but the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable. I understand now, if the Valkyrie's talent recovers at the brink of death, it will strengthen itself. In her previous life, she hadn't experienced many life and death battles, so she hadn't triggered this special effect. Unexpectedly, this time, misfortune turned into fortune, and she had evolved her talent ahead of time. So do you know what your new talent does? Suchen asked curiously. If an SSS-level talent evolves, it should become an X-level racial talent. I feel like the Valkyrie's amplification effect is still there, and the lower my health, the stronger the amplification effect. Han Yenling continued while holding onto Suchen's body. In truth, she was no longer that cold, but being held felt really comfortable. She could feel Suchen's heartbeat through their closely pressed skin. If I were to name it, it should be X-level talent Phoenix. Suchen was speechless. It was indeed a combat amplification type talent. In other words, either she would be taken out in one hit, or the more she fought, the stronger she would become. Truly a racial level talent. They would have to think of a way to manage family status in the future. Suchen, I'm actually a reborn person. Han Yenling initially wanted to tell Suchen that a great disaster would occur in the future, but she thought that since her talent had evolved, she should be able to withstand the invasion of other races in the future. Suchen nodded perfunctorily, aha, I'm actually a transmigrator. Han Yenling snorted coldly, another transmigrator, he must have read too many novels. Suchen thought similarly, feeling that her brain had frozen. Didn't a reborn person know about the frost disaster here? However, this unexpected close contact clarified their relationship. Han Yenling traced circles on Suchen's back with her finger, unable to help but ask, what is your talent? Suchen, while caressing her warm body, replied, support type, spirit heart. It finds resources faster. Han Yenling thought to herself, great, this way he would be responsible for finding resources and she would handle the fighting. The Empress must hold the initiative in the family. If he disobeys, she would just beat him up. Suddenly, she felt a wave of heat below her hips and hurriedly blushed as she twisted Suchin to quickly put on his cold-resistant clothing. In the end, he was still wrapped up like a dumpling. However, after the talent evolution, she could withstand extreme cold temperatures now. This was also thanks to Suchin filling the cave with beast materials. You stay here, I'll go out for a bit, Suchin instructed, and collect some resources while I'm at it. Spirit Heart had already detected that under the frost disaster weather, a large number of beast fluctuations had appeared not far away in the cold pool. They were continuously crawling out of the cold pool, moving closer. Tier 3, Tier 4, and even Tier 5 beasts. It seemed that under the frost disaster environment, the secret realm still had unknown changes. Okay, then be careful, Han Yanling's voice came from beneath layers of clothing. She was still a bit dazed. It was her first intimate contact with the opposite sex in 2 lives, and she felt somewhat bewildered. In terms of emotions, she was a complete novice. After Suchin left, she slowly steadied her thoughts. Suchin had many secrets, she knew. For example, how that rare Tier 3 white demon horned deer was obtained. Or how she knew the delivery guy had won the championship, etc. Delivery guy? Wasn't he just delivering food before? So that's how it is. No wonder the delivery guy's martial skill proficiency was so high. It turned out to be you. He had kept this from her for so long, he must be punished with a massage. Han Yanling took a deep breath, looked around, and suddenly froze. Wait a minute, what kind of beasts are these? Tier 4 Purple Lightning Plasma Wolf King? This is just Tier 4 Top Tier Beast Thunder Frenzy Lizard? At the entrance, there seems to be a 5th tier ferocious beast, the Storm Bear. Su Chen, is he really an auxiliary type talent? Next time during the spar, I'll try using my talent. Outside the Frost Dawn Secret Realms cave, the wind howled and snowflakes raged. In such an environment, even if a martial artist could withstand the cold, they would be unable to fight. There was nothing to see. However, Lingxin told himself that not far away, a large number of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts were charging towards him. Due to their numbers and the weather's influence, they seemed no longer afraid of equal tiers. Su Chen stood in the icy forest of the Frost Dawn Secret Realm, gripping a metal spear. The battle erupted instantly in the dense blizzard. It was a group of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, the snow apes. They were much larger than ordinary apes, covered in thick white fur, appearing exceptionally fierce. Each snow ape's eyes glimmered with a cold light filled with ferocity and wildness. Their roars were deafening like thunder, and their claws sliced through the air, reaching for Su Chen. Su Chen's spear clashed with the snow ape's claws, producing a crisp metallic sound and a dull thud of flesh colliding. As he swung the spear, snowflakes and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, numerous snow apes fell dead. However, this was merely an appetizer for the frost disaster of the Frost Dawn Secret Realm. Soon, 4th-tier ferocious beasts rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen finally realized that during the Secret Realm disaster, a new passage would appear in this space, continuously allowing ferocious beasts to surge out. A small portion remained, becoming the guardians of the Secret Realm, while most would leave as the disaster dissipated. However, right behind him was the cave where Han Yanling was located. He would not retreat. In the extreme cold of the frost disaster, the Frost Dawn Secret Realm instantly became even more chilling and dangerous. Dense snowflakes floated in the sky, the wind howled, and the cold was bone-piercing. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of numerous ferocious beasts' footsteps penetrated the heavy snowstorm, approaching Su Chen's location. Su Chen's metal spear pointed forward, the blood on the spear tip had instantly frozen. One by one, 4th tier ferocious beasts gradually came into view. It was a tide of beasts composed of numerous frost giants, snowfield white tigers, and ice pythons. Roar, roar, roar. The frost giants were massive, standing over 4 meters tall, covered in thick white fur. Their claws were sharp as knives, capable of tearing through rock and steel, and their strong limbs caused the ground to tremble with each step, each attack carrying immense power. Their eyes sparkled with a cold blue light, exuding endless ferocity and wildness. They roared as they charged towards Su Chen. More importantly, not far away were the snowfield white tigers, their fur billowing in the wind, appearing exceptionally fierce. Ice pythons coiled in the snow, their cold scales glimmering with a chilling light, their massive bodies radiating a dangerous aura. The battle was about to erupt. Su Chen executed the wave step, swiftly dodging the frost giant's heavy strike, and with a swing of his spear, he aimed for the giant's abdomen. The giant roared in anger, its claws slamming down, but Su Chen turned his body, using the butterfly step he had just learned to nimbly evade the attack, instantly moving to the giant's side. Annihilation Spear First Form, Shadow Pursuit. The giant roared repeatedly, but Su Chen quickly followed up, the spear tip piercing straight for the giant's heart. With a mournful roar, the giant fell, crashing heavily into the snow. However, new frost giants quickly filled the gap. Su Chen's figure moved rapidly, weaving between the giants, using his agile movements to take the lives of the 4th-tier ferocious beasts. In the continuous evasion and attack, Su Chen gradually merged the lightness of the wave step with the agility of the butterfly step. The figure in the black combat suit seemed like a black storm in the snow, swift and elusive, each movement carrying a delicate rhythm. His actions became increasingly fluid, gradually forming a new martial technique, combining the elegance of the wave step with the flexibility of the butterfly step. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering B-level martial skill, Flowing Cloud Step, minor achievement. Whoa! Finally, the white tigers on the snowy plains nearby could no longer contain their bloodthirsty instincts, and pounced fiercely into the battlefield, moving as fast as lightning. Annihilation Spear, third form, Cold Star. The spear tip glowed with a blinding cold light, instantly piercing the head of a white tiger, the immense force shattering its skull. Hiss hiss hiss. A frost serpent lunged from behind, its massive body attempting to coil around Su Chen, trying to strangle him. Su Chen utilized his new footwork technique, skillfully weaving between the serpent's body, avoiding its constriction while simultaneously executing the fifth form Gale, the spear spinning like a whirlwind, tearing through the frost serpent's scales, ultimately piercing its head with a single thrust. In that moment, Su Chen pushed his learning to the limit. The vibrations from the spear resonated through him, each impact against the ferocious beasts causing his arms to tingle slightly, but his will remained steadfast, unwavering. If it weren't for Han Yanling, he might have chosen to use his talent and the terrain to slowly maneuver. But at this moment he was not prepared to let a single beast get behind him, even as the beasts continuously surged from the cold pool nearby, seemingly endless. For the first time, Su Chen felt the vast gap in numbers between humans and ferocious beasts. Kill kill kill. The sounds of intense battle echoed in the air, the roars of the frost giant bear, the growls of the white tigers, the hissing of the frost serpent mixed with the sound of Su Chen's spear swinging, creating a symphony in the snow and ice. Su Chen's figure moved swiftly through the snow, the spear trailing streaks of cold light flashing amidst the wind and snow. Each attack was precise and lethal, the blood of the beast staining the white snow. The fierce sounds of battle even reached the cave where Han Yanling was. The ice and snow in the cave trembled slightly. Han Yanling's heart was filled with worry and anxiety, but she knew that she couldn't go out to help Su Chen now. Resisting the cold had already exhausted her, and going out now would be tantamount to seeking death. She sat in the cave, holding a fourth-tier spirit crystal, striving to absorb the spiritual energy within, hoping to break through in the heat of battle. The evolution of her talent allowed her to absorb spiritual energy at a faster rate. Once she became a third-tier warrior, combined with the explosive power of her talent, she would also have the courage to fight above her level. Han Yanling's heartbeat quickened as she closed her eyes, concentrating her mind, the spiritual energy within her rapidly circulating under the influence of the spirit crystal, her cultivation gradually rising as she attempted to break through her current realm. Faster, just a bit faster. Su Chen finally killed the last fourth-tier beast, standing on the blood-red ice, breathing heavily. Ha, ha! He used his spatial ring to store a large number of beast corpses. In this round, he had killed at least 154th-tier beasts. In the center of the storm, his vision blurred, snowflakes striking him like blades. Unlike the last time in the Wang family's new secret realm, the beast tide formed by different ferocious beasts significantly increased the difficulty of his slaughter. His stamina was also rapidly depleting. However, now was not the time to rest. In the distance, more than 10 fifth-tier beasts were approaching. In the secret realm, where the cold wind raged, the snowstorm momentarily calmed, the silhouettes of the beasts appearing and disappearing, their roars echoing in the howling wind. Because of this, Su Chen also noticed the beast tide ahead composed of powerful beasts, the frozen giant crocodile, frost poison toad, and extreme cold lizard dragon. The frozen giant crocodile was enormous, its skin covered in solid ice, shimmering with a cold light. Its teeth were incredibly sharp, and its massive tail could easily sweep away the frost-drunken pine. Each bite and tail strike could inflict severe damage, accompanied by bone-chilling cold. At the same time, the frozen giant crocodile had extremely strong defenses, with tough skin and thick flesh, making ordinary attacks ineffective. Beside it were the long-bodied extreme cold lizard dragons, covered in hard ice-blue scales, with strong limbs and agile, powerful tails. Their eyes were like cold stars, emitting a ruthless light. This is troublesome, Su Chen whispered to himself. The extreme cold lizard could unleash a frosty breath, possessing a strong freezing effect. Moreover, they were incredibly fast. However, what worried Su Chen the most was the third type of ferocious beast, the frost poison toad. The frost poison toad was massive, its skin covered in a layer of ice-blue venom. This venom had a strong corrosive and freezing effect, capable of quickly eroding and freezing its enemies. To put it bluntly, it was a rather disgusting beast. If one got too close, they could easily be harmed by the venom. At this moment, Su Chen faced an important choice: leave or continue fighting? Unlike the one-on-one skirmishes with a fifth-tier warrior, this time, Su Chen was up against over a dozen fifth-tier ferocious beasts. Each one was more powerful than his own aura. Furthermore, the terrain and weather were extremely unfriendly to Su Chen. He took a deep breath. If he left now, he could easily save himself, but Han Yanling would surely die. If she truly was a reincarnator, then the anomaly in his system might have been brought about by her. Also, he had just fulfilled a long-held wish. It was time to contribute a bit, right? Little left and little right? Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk. A surge of ambition welled up within him. Throughout this journey, he had only engaged in overwhelming combat. If it continued like this, it would be too boring and a waste of his martial talent.
Come on.
Amidst the roar of the extreme cold storm, Su Chen made his decision. The gears of humanity's fate began to shift once more under his choice.
Influenced by Han Yanling, Su Chen embarked on a new battle.
Unlike before, this time, he had no guarantee of victory. One could even say he harbored a sense of mutual destruction. The massive body of the frozen giant crocodile resembled a small iceberg, its scales shimmering with a cold light. Its thick tail swung like a giant hammer, crashing towards Su Chen. He quickly dodged, his spear slicing through the air, aiming for the giant crocodile's scales. Clang! The previously unstoppable spear force was unexpectedly blocked by the thick scales.
No good, the D-grade alloy material is already starting to weaken. Su Chen's heart sank. The D-grade alloy was still usable, but he needed to strike at the vital points of these high-defense beasts.
The frozen giant crocodile and frost-poisoned toad gradually surrounded
him. They seemed like tanks, using their massive bodies to block Su Chen's movements.
Especially the frost-poisoned toads, their bodies covered in highly toxic ice blue venom, their tongues lashing out like whips towards Su Chen. He used his spear to block, but the venom dripped onto the spear, emitting a piercing sizzling sound.
The D-grade alloy was even slightly corroded. Damn it!
Su Chen noticed that as the tier of the ferocious beasts increased, their coordination became more and more seamless.
The fastest extreme cold lizard was actually moving through the wind and snow not far away, its ice blue scales flickering in the white environment. Su Chen relied on the flowing cloud step to maneuver around these beasts.
The lizard suddenly unleashed a frosty breath. Su Chen quickly rolled to avoid it, but one leg was still affected by the frost, instantly feeling intense pain and numbness.
This is bad.
Su Chen gritted his teeth, using his spear to support his body, continuing to fight fiercely against the beasts.
Bang!
The tail of the frozen giant crocodile struck again. Su Chen blocked with his spear, but the immense force still pushed him back several steps. He couldn't delay any longer. Su Chen knew that the longer he dragged it out, the worse it would be for him. He had to deal with the ranged attackers first.
Annihilation Spear, 8th Style, Raging Sea. Su Chen began to unleash his remaining energy, the spear sweeping left and right like the raging waves of a storm, unstoppable.
His entire body's spiritual energy surged through his arms, compressing and exploding. To unleash even greater power, the theory of unified force waves flashing rapidly in Su Chen's mind. At this moment, Su Chen's body beneath the combat suit was covered in numerous bloodstains caused by a surge of spiritual energy stimulating his blood vessels. The effect was immediate. The spear surged forward like a raging wave, violently crashing against the frozen giant crocodile and the frost-poisoned toad.
The tremendous impact pushed them back, giving Su Chen a brief moment to catch his breath. But instead of retreating, Su Chen charged forward into the snowstorm towards the 3 lizard dragons in the distance.
Annihilation Spear, Night Style, Heavenly Punishment. The spear, glinting with a sharp cold light, lunged towards the distant frigid lizard dragon. Despite one of his thighs being injured, his spear technique remained swift and precise. This move was the ultimate strike of the Annihilation Spear, a perfect combination of power and speed.
The spear tip carried the force of thunder, as if divine punishment was descending, aiming directly for the vital points. Put, put, put. With 3 consecutive strikes, without a moment's pause, Su Chen unleashed a power that was incomprehensible to the lizard dragons, breaking through and achieving a quick kill. Who? Su Chen's breathing grew increasingly rapid, every part of his body protesting he had reached his limit. Bang, bang, bang. The giant crocodile swung its tail, scattering a large amount of blood, and charged back towards Su Chen. Even Su Chen felt a wave of despair, but he was unwilling to give up. Gripping the spear tightly, he prepared to fight to the death. But just then, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed a new opportunity. I did it! Not far away in a cave, Han Yanling had finally succeeded in her breakthrough, advancing to a Tier 3 warrior. Her talent in cold-resistant suit allowed her to move for a short time in the extreme cold storm. The violent aftermath of the battle outside the cave filled her with worry. Su Chen only had a support-type talent, and she should be standing in front of him. Han Yanling dashed out of the cave, but the cold of the frost calamity still splashed cold water on her. However, the X-level racial talent, the Phoenix, displayed its power at this moment. Ha! A brilliant blue light surrounded Han Yanling, flickering like flames, as if it were a protective membrane, isolating the cold air outside. Her black hair quickly turned sky blue, and, as the light flowed, it appeared exceptionally dazzling. Her eyes also changed, with deep sky blue pupils that seemed to shimmer with stars. Only about 10 minutes. Han Yanling knew her burst of power wouldn't last long. The battle had to be quick. But the surging power within her filled her with immense confidence and courage. Although the cold air was still bone-chilling, she knew her talent would help her grow braver with each fight. Just as Han Yanling was about to charge into the battlefield, Su Chen, exhausted, burst out. His face was smeared with blood and sweat, his eyes filled with fatigue and urgency. He grabbed Han Yanling's arm, his tone hurried. We need to go. But inside, he felt a jolt. Damn it. People die comparing to each other. How does her talent come with a flashy skin effect? Han Yanling paused for a moment, looking at Su Chen, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She could sense Suchen's exhaustion and determination, but she wanted to try.
Suchen, I can fight. My talent. Suchen quickly interrupted her. This is not the time to show off. There are too many ferocious beasts. We must retreat.
Fight?
You're a tier 3 warrior. What can you use to fight against a tier 5 ferocious beast?
Tactical retreat is the way to go. You want to gang up on me? Just wait until I've rested, then you'll know what true cruelty is. Not a single one of you will escape.
He held Han Yenling's hand tightly, leading her quickly away from the cold pool. Before leaving, Han Yenling turned back to glance at the storm. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and through the storm, her sky-blue pupils caught sight of a ferocious beast. With a menacing icy armor and a fierce gaze, if she wasn't mistaken, it should be a tier 5 ferocious beast, the frozen giant crocodile.
Han Yenling? She quickly turned and ran alongside Suchen. Ah, that was close. I almost met my end. At the entrance of the Han family's small secret realm, Frost of Dawn, 2 guardians entered the secret realm on schedule to check for environmental changes. However, they returned in a panic just a few seconds later. Damn, is this the Frost Calamity? Guardian Tian Yongji stammered.
In those few seconds, he nearly got swept away as an old-school tier 3 warrior. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pulled Xiao Wu out with him. It's over, the Frost Calamity has come early, the young lady is dead. Xiao Wu's face was filled with despair, and in just a few seconds, his hair and eyebrows turned completely white. Luckily, he had been wearing warm clothing for years, otherwise, his skin would have been easily frostbitten. He was also a tier 3 warrior and knew that in this environment, the young lady probably wouldn't last even 5 minutes. You hurry back to report, call the expedition team. I'll wait here for a bit. If the frost disaster ends, I'll go in to rescue her, Tian Yongji instructed urgently. However, he knew very well that the hope for a rescue was extremely slim. The Frost Calamity actually had signs. The sky had been gloomier for the past few days, and the yield of frost-drunk pines had increased significantly.
But no matter how one thought about it, the Frost Calamity shouldn't have suddenly appeared at this time. Just 3 hours ago, everything was fine. How was he supposed to explain this to the clan leader? Tian Yongji felt a wave of panic in his heart, but he had been with the Han family for many years, and even his wife worked as a maid in the Han estate, so there was no escaping it. Sigh, he thought to himself. How could something so good just vanish? Was it heaven's jealousy? Of talent? Inside the Frost of Dawn's secret realm, Suchen had dug a new hole. He and Han Yenling were leaning against each other. Why is the hole you dug this time so small? Han Yenling couldn't help but ask, carefully wiping the sweat off Suchen's face with her sleeve. Are you too tired? Suchen nodded, yes. It was really exhausting to deal with a tier 5 beast. He barely had the strength to dig, otherwise he wouldn't have to stick so close to Xiao Han. Han Yenling looked at Suchen's profile and felt a surge of emotion thinking about how he dared to confront a tier 5 beast for her. However, recalling her family situation, she put on a serious face and said, You know my family situation. After I awakened my talent, I signed a betting agreement with my mother to break through to tier 3. As she spoke, Han Yenling took out a dim 4th tier spirit crystal as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. I exchanged this 4th tier spirit crystal for the right to choose my spouse. For me, this is the fastest way to gain resources. Suchen nodded. His mother-in-law's offer was indeed low, but he didn't say anything, wanting to hear what Xiao Han thought. Han Yenling pondered, if I win the individual championship in the Joyu University League 6 months from now, she will allow me to choose my spouse freely. Suchen interrupted directly. Do you think that's possible? He was quite clear about what Han Xuanyi was planning. Han Yenling's unexpected breakthrough to tier 3 was inseparable from the evolution of her talent. It could be said to be a rebirth. Under normal circumstances, it would be impressive for her to reach tier 3 before the competition. Even Suchen knew that many competitors only advanced to warrior status right after the competition started. In the last session, it seemed that the finals were fought between 2 tier 4 warriors. The newly promoted tier 3 Han Yenling facing off against seasoned tier 3 and even tier 4 warriors had very slim chances of winning. However, Han Yenling spoke with confidence. Even if I'm only tier 3, with the explosive power of my talent and the accumulation of martial skills, I have a great chance to compete for first place. Moreover, regarding the right to choose a spouse, I am growing rapidly. She won't force me to marry. This was her thought process and plan. The world of martial artists is quite simple. When her mother couldn't defeat her, she gained the upper hand. Suchen continued to pour cold water on her. Naive, since she made this bet with you, she must be betting that you won't be able to complete it. Moreover, let's not even talk about whether you can beat those competitors. Before the competition, your mother could knock you out, making you miss the match. Wouldn't you? Han Yenling was taken aback. This scenario was indeed possible. Her mother, driven by power and interests, could very well do something like that. After her rebirth, she had only thought about quickly becoming stronger, and with the uncertainty of the results of the Joyu University League, she hadn't considered this other possibility at all. That is, her mother could directly intervene. What should I do then? Han Yenling blinked, looking at Suchen, her thick eyelashes filled with worry. After the effect of the X-level talent Phoenix faded, her hair and eyes returned to black. It's simple, you give this 4th grade spirit crystal to your mother and say you're not betting anymore. Su-chen pulled out a 4th grade spirit crystal from his pocket. After thinking for a moment, he took out another 4th grade spirit crystal. If your mother doesn't agree, you give her another one. Han Yenling tightly grasped the 2 4th grade spirit crystals, shaking her head seriously. No, we need to keep these, we have to get stronger. We can't give them to her. She thought about how she couldn't protect Su-chen if she didn't become stronger quickly. Su-chen frowned. The silly wife was still arguing over spirit crystals. He could only say coldly, you focus on your training, I have plenty of spirit crystals. Han Yenling naturally disagreed. She thought Su-chen had bought the spirit crystals himself. Su-chen could only sigh. Forget it, my talent allows me to find spirit crystals, so our family won't lack them. While saying this, he took out a spirit crystal box from his bosom and handed it to Han Yenling. This contained all the spirit crystals from the food demon trio plus a little of his own savings. Han Yenling's eyes were deep, but her heart was filled with anticipation and curiosity. She didn't know what kind of surprise Su-chen could bring her. She wasn't someone who had never seen the world. Yet, Han Yenling still pretended to carefully open the spirit crystal box. The moment the box was opened, it emitted a slight crackling sound, and the energy inside the spirit crystals seemed to vibrate slightly, producing a faint humming sound. A weak blue light emanated from inside the box, instantly illuminating her beautiful face. Her black hair turned back to sky blue, reflecting the glow of the spirit crystals, making her even more enchanting. Ah, so many! She couldn't help but exclaim. This time it was genuine. Inside the spirit crystal box, 10 4th grade spirit crystals and 53rd grade spirit crystals were neatly arranged, radiating a dazzling blue light. These spirit crystals were crystal clear, each one like a precious gem. The blue light appeared particularly bright in the cold cave, as if a starry sky had descended. For a moment, all her thoughts were captivated by these spirit crystals. With so many spirit crystals, she could do a lot of things. She could quickly advance to a 4th grade martial artist and enter the military early. Too many plans could be initiated ahead of time, and perhaps she could even uncover the secret behind the gradual decline of human strength. Meanwhile, Su-chen was anxiously thinking beside her. A man keeping a little pocket money isn't too much to ask, right? I'll keep these, the rest is for you. Han Yenling took out her spirit crystal box and put half of the spirit crystals into her own box. You take them all, hurry up and advance to 4th grade. I still have some. Su-chen stammered. Han Yenling's skin appeared even more translucent under the blue light of the spirit crystals. You train here, I'll go out and gather some resources. Su-chen knew that managing a household wasn't easy, so he pinched Han Yenling's cheek and went out. For Han Yenling's safety, he decided to stay nearby first, waiting until he had killed all the 5th grade beasts in the secret realm before letting her out. Wait a moment. Han Yenling grabbed Su-chen and earnestly advised, Su-chen, I know you are very strong, but you must know these pieces of information. She then recounted the story she had heard from Zhao Yangfu to Su-chen. Su-chen immediately thought of the organ he had seen deep within the Wang family's magnetic storm secret realm. It was clearly a non-natural, manufactured object. To confirm his thoughts, Han Yenling continued to share the information she had gathered from her past life. Also, the secret realm and the cave are most likely traps set by other star realm civilizations. So, you must be extremely careful. Su-chen nodded. After a period of rest, he had regained a significant amount of stamina. Now was his time to hunt. Put. A frost poison toad was pierced through and killed by a falling alloy spear. The cold wind was biting, and dense snowflakes danced in the air. Su-chen then dropped down from the cold drunk pine and cypress trees. This was already the 8th 5th tier beast he had killed. With the help of spirit heart, he quickly completed the cleanup. He still couldn't contend with the beast tied beyond his level, but a lone 5th tier beast was merely a target for him. It was a satisfying relief from the frustration of being besieged. Earlier, after storing the beast's corpse, Su-chen looked at the cold drunk pines and cypresses beside him. The cold drunk pines stood tall and straight, their trunks covered in thick frost, and their branches and leaves adorned with crystal-clear ice crystals. As the temperature dropped sharply, the cold drunk pines began to bear a rare spiritual fruit, pine cones. These pine cones glowed with a blue light, their shapes exquisitely like ice sculptures, exuding a faint chill. Su-chen picked a pine cone and looked at the system. Ding! Detected, planet level, spirit seed plant, cold drunk pine cone, seed. Data, cold drunk pine spirit seed. Features, when consumed with cold drunk pine leaves, and frost poison toad venom, it can slightly alter biological constitution. Su-chen was taken aback. What? The venom of the frost poison toad was actually part of the spiritual food recipe? Damn it, who would dare to try such a thing without the all-knowing eye? No wonder spiritual food recipes were so rare. It seems it wasn't that scientists weren't trying hard, but that no warriors dared to test the poison. He would let Xiao Han try it first. Su-chen didn't know how long the frost disaster would last, but there was no time to waste. Now was the perfect time to harvest cold drunk pine cones. These pine cones were extremely precious spiritual plant resources capable of providing immense energy and improving physical quality. Su-chen quickly climbed up the tall trees, carefully picking these pine cones at the treetops and placing them one by one into his spatial ring.
He relied on the spatial stasis property to lock in the freshness of the cold-drunk pine cones. Just as he was rapidly harvesting, a wave of spatial fluctuation surged from the depths of the cold pool. But Su Chen was still unaware. He adhered to the Su family's carpet collection philosophy, not letting a single, cold-drunk pine cone go to waste. The reconnaissance he had done a few days prior allowed him to collect at an incredible speed. Suddenly, Su Chen stopped, his eyes fixed on the depths of the Dawnfrost secret realm. Under Spirit Heart, he sensed a strong fluctuation. Damn, there's a cheat. It's actually a 6th tier. Even he couldn't help but complain, thinking he had become the strongest in the secret realm with the system's help. Instead, he was slapped in the face. What the hell was going on? Su Chen quickly halted his collection and stealthily moved toward the direction of the cold pool. Under the ravages of the frost disaster, the entire Dawnfrost secret realm was engulfed by ice and snow, with howling winds swirling. Su Chen cautiously lay in wait at a distance from the cold pool, his breath condensing into white mist in the frigid air. The distant snow wall completely obstructed his view, but he only knew that the 6th-tier creature had not moved. Can't see clearly? I can only try this method. Su Chen concentrated, his spiritual energy in his eyes. Enhance all-knowing eye. Su Chen's eyes instantly became deep, with a faint blue light flickering in his pupils. His vision rapidly expanded, as if the entire world had turned transparent. Accompanied by a strange surge, the surface of the cold pool began to churn violently, splashing water everywhere, and a tall figure slowly emerged from the liquid. What the hell is this? Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. This creature stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body covered in blue scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, each scale resembling a finely crafted work of art, the surface adorned with intricate runes. Its long, powerful arms ended in sharp claws, exuding an aura of ferocity and danger. Humanoid creature? Is it really a being from a higher civilization? The humanoid creature had a head similar to that of a human but lacked distinct facial features, possessing only 2 eyes that glowed with a ghostly blue light, its gaze cold and piercing. A lightning-shaped symbol adorned its forehead, emitting a faint blue glow. At the creature's chest was a core, resembling an energy source, radiating intense 6th-tier fluctuations. Should I retreat? Or take a closer look? Su Chen's gaze remained sharp, focused on recording every detail. Utilizing the far-reaching vision provided by the all-knowing eye, he noticed that the creature stumbled as it moved on the snow, nearly falling. Each step appeared stiff and unnatural, as if it had just learned to walk. Its arms also seemed uncoordinated as they swung, each step taken with caution, even needing to brace itself against nearby tree trunks to maintain balance. Although its movements were slow, they gradually became more adept over time. Moreover, as Su Chen's gaze fell on the details of the creature's head, he discovered that its face lacked distinct features, with only 2 ghostly blue eyes that did not reflect any spark of intelligence. While the creature's movements were becoming more skilled, they still appeared mechanical and stiff. A hypothesis gradually formed in Su Chen's mind: this creature's movements are so awkward, it clearly doesn't resemble an intelligent being. Its behavior is more akin to some sort of mechanical or biosynthetic creation, seemingly learning how to move. With this hypothesis taking shape, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Despite the creature's strong energy fluctuations, it did not possess the threat level of an intelligent being. This made Su Chen feel somewhat reassured, knowing that the enemy he faced was not as terrifying as he had imagined. What is it doing? Holy crap, is it climbing a tree to pick pine cones? As its movements became more proficient, Su Chen discovered that the creature was attempting to climb a cold-drunk pine, reaching out to pluck a pine cone that shimmered with blue light. Subsequently, the creature brought the cold-drunk pine cone to its chest. The energy core in its chest emitted a faint blue light, as if responding to the energy of the pine cone. It slowly placed the pine cone into the fluctuations emanating from its core. The moment the pine cone made contact with the core, it emitted a bright glow and was instantly absorbed. Wait, it's not absorbing it, it's taking it away. Su Chen suddenly realized that this creature was most likely harvesting the cold-drunk pine cones in the frost disaster. Environment. Interesting, the secret realm seems to be some sort of plantation for a certain existence? Since there was no danger, Su Chen acted quickly, using his agile skills to harvest all the pine cones from the cold-drunk pines near the cold pool. He noticed that this creature seemed to lack detection capabilities, perhaps that previous wave of beasts was the cleaning method. Damn it, trying to steal my fruit? You can pick one more, and I'll take your surname. While using the Heart of Spirit to probe the creature's direction, Su Chen anticipated its harvesting. Finally, the creature noticed something was off, as every cold-drunk pine it climbed had no cold-drunk pine cones. The commands within it prompted a change in direction. However, it was futile. Su Chen had already completed the harvest a step ahead. The frost of dawn isn't too heavy, but it benefits from the dense, cold-drunk pines and cypresses, resembling a deep mountain forest. This is also an important source of wealth for the Han family. Every year, many low-tier martial artists invest their lives within each tender leaf of the cold mountain drunk can be sold for millions at a high price, serving as hard currency for the aristocratic families in the 9 domains to cultivate their descendants. Han Yenling herself admits that if it weren't for consuming a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures since childhood, she wouldn't have awakened her SSS level talent. Su Chen's movements became increasingly swift. In less than a day, he had climbed every cold-drunk pine and cypress in the frost of Dawn's secret realm. He discovered that the creature seemed to be encountering some kind of obstacle. After half a day, it had been circling in one spot, seemingly unable to decide which direction to take. The last scene Su Chen saw was it using its two long arms to circle around its head, while its core in the chest kept flickering. Just ignore you for now, as long as I stay away from the cave. Also, this secret realm's 5th tier spirit crystal is actually under the cold pond. Su Chen stood by the cold pond, pondering, and gently tested the temperature of the liquid in the pond. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I'll let this spirit crystal go for now. What about that creature? Although Su Chen felt a bit inflated, he still had self-awareness. Fighting a 4th tier against a 6th tier, even if the opponent seemed not too bright, it would still be quite uncomfortable if they had some hidden trump card. Not to mention, if this creature was a subordinate of some higher existence, it would be irrational if it sensed him during the confrontation. First develop, then properly nurture little Han. After making his decision, Su Chen began the final finishing work, alternating between a metal shovel and a metal pickaxe. The underground spirit crystals of the Han family's secret realm were gradually being excavated by him. Just as he was about to put the last 3rd tier spirit crystal into his spatial ring and prepare to leave, he noticed that the humanoid creature in the distance had completely stopped moving. What's going on? Su Chen was still a bit curious, so he hid in the distance to observe secretly. Suddenly, the humanoid creature's deep blue eyes flickered with unusual light. Its energy core in the chest began to fluctuate violently, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. The creature's scales gradually cracked open, releasing a strong blue light from within, as if it was about to unleash some enormous energy. Oh no, is it about to unleash a big move? The creature's body began to tremble, its limbs stiffly spreading out, as if fixed by some force. The energy core in its chest grew brighter, the blue light illuminating the entire nearby area. Damn, no, it's going to self-destruct. Su Chen realized the situation was dire and quickly retreated, distancing himself from the creature's explosion range. The creature's energy fluctuations rapidly reached their peak. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid creature's body suddenly exploded, releasing a blazing blue energy. The intense blue light consumed everything in an instant, and the nearby scenery became blurred in the strong light. Fuck, can't play this game. Su Chen hid behind a slope, his vision filled with overwhelming blue light, and his surroundings surged with a chaotic sea of spiritual energy. Soon, the blue light gradually dissipated, and Su Chen saw a completely different world. Ha! It's actually replenishing. Spiritual energy? At the center of the explosion, the remains of the humanoid creature were scattered all over, and the blue energy fluctuations gradually faded. Su Chen was astonished to find that the explosion not only did not destroy the secret realm but instead caused a strange change in the surrounding environment. The cold-drunk pines and cypresses appeared even more verdant, with the leaves on the branches shimmering in a brighter green. The air was filled with a rich spiritual energy aura, as if the entire secret realm's spiritual energy had been replenished. The violent shock caused the cave in the distance to shake. Just as Han Yenling was about to be hit by the falling frozen soil, as if by instinct, a flash of blue light enveloped her body, isolating and incinerating the falling soil. Is this an attribute attack? Han Yenling was pleasantly surprised to discover another active effect of her new talent, controlling a layer of ethereal flames to appear on her skin, allowing her attacks to carry both freezing and burning attributes. As she pondered over its usage repeatedly, she continued to absorb spiritual energy. What's going on? The spiritual energy seems to be more abundant? Just then, Su Chen returned. Han Yenling opened her eyes in the cave, a flicker of ghostly blue flashing through her gaze. In just one day, stimulated by the spiritual energy in the secret realm and the 2 4th-tier spirit crystals in her hand, she felt her internal spiritual energy surging. At this rate, she feared she might reach the 4th tier in just a few months. Xiao Han, I found a new creature, Su Chen said as he crawled into the cave. He then recounted what he had just seen to Han Yenling. It could be a puppet of an otherworldly creature. Should we hide a bit further away? Han Yenling felt a bit nervous. I should be able to use my talent to move under the frost disaster now. Su Chen waved his hand casually, saying, it's fine, it has already self-destructed. What a waste. Su Chen continued with a smile, it's so ridiculous, I was even ready to give it a couple of punches to test its quality. He then received 2 light punches from Han Yenling. Su Chen? Wait a minute, which side are you on? Less chatter, stay here and train with me. Han Yenling retracted her fist, huffed, and pouted. A set of slightly annoyed yet tsundere expressions came naturally to her. Seeing this made Su Chen's heart itch. Women are truly terrifying, they are indeed the biggest stumbling block on my path to becoming stronger. Su Chen, I'm a bit cold. Han Yenling's face was as exquisitely carved as a sculpture, her beautiful lips slightly parted, exhaling a hint of warm fragrance. She was quietly calculating. Didn't you evolve your talent? Why are you still cold? Su Chen asked, puzzled, but when he touched Han Yenling's hand, he found it was indeed a bit cool.
He hurriedly took off Han Yenling's boots and gently placed her snow-white, icy-cold feet on his warm chest. Han Yenling's cheeks flushed slightly, her feet were warm, and her heart felt sweet. Oh, is this the correct way to activate the talent's effect? Seeing Su Chen close, his eyes to rest, Han Yenling tapped his chest with her toes. Su Chen, what are you planning to do next? What to do? I haven't thought it through yet, but I want to explore the Huayu underground secret realm first, Su Chen said after some thought. We need to figure out what's going on with these otherworldly creatures. He didn't like the feeling of fate being in someone else's hands, especially after combining his discoveries in the secret realm, the Glory Organization, and the information provided by Han Yenling. He vaguely felt that something was off. Then you must remember, try to avoid entering medium to large secret realms. I never felt comfortable every time I went in before my rebirth, Han Yenling said softly, but she knew that since Su Chen had a supportive talent, such adventures were inevitable. His rapid growth surely depended on abundant resources. Since she had decided to be with him, she might as well lay everything on the table. Moreover, in 5 years there will be a massive beast tide, and in 7 years, a great disaster for humanity. I was reborn after self-destructing at that time. Han Yenling lowered her head, her voice becoming even softer. 5 years? That's fine. Su Chen had already believed about 80 to 90% of what Han Yenling said. It had been less than a month since he awakened. In 5 years, who knows who would be fighting whom? I can quickly break through to the 10th tier and then take you to escape from Blue Star. Han Yenling's eyes sparkled like a deep starry sky, shining with endless brilliance. Escape? Not a chance. You won't care about the other humans? However, Su Chen was curious. He felt that Han Yenling didn't seem like such a heartless person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have contacted the crazy legs in the explosive fist. I want to manage it, but I can't, say. She slightly lowered her head, her long and thick eyelashes fluttering gently, adding a touch of helpless charm. Xiao Han, I haven't read much and I'm not very familiar with human history. Since you are a reborn person, you should know a lot of information, right? Su Chen wanted Han Yenling to talk about the situation from her previous life. He reached for his already warm slender feet on his chest. The Su-style massage began to work automatically. Han Yenling let out a soft hum. It felt really comfortable. 300 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, the 9 domains united in a moment of crisis to establish a federation. At that time, humanity was united, building the walls of the 9 domains. They successfully resisted the first wave of the super-large beast tide, the Trehai beast tide. Back then, all the armies were the 9 domains allied forces, managed uniformly, and their combat power was very strong. Su Chen quickly interrupted, wait, since this part of history is so important, why wasn't it taught in elementary or middle school? Han Yenling recalled that in her previous life, some scholars seemed to have mentioned similar suggestions. After pondering for a moment, she continued, I'm not too sure about this reason either. I was too focused on getting stronger before. Moreover, I only stumbled upon this information when I was looking through my father's materials at the end. 200 years ago, humans began large-scale development of secret realms and caves, and individual strength started to enhance in a new wave, with a large number of spirit crystals being discovered. 100 years ago, the frequency of beast tides decreased, and the 9 domains military was managed separately. The Federation also began to gradually split at that time. Su Chen nodded. It was normal for internal chaos to erupt when external pressure was insufficient. He then asked a crucial question that Han Yenling had not considered. When did the aristocratic families start to rise? About 100 years ago. Han Yenling tilted her head, unsure why Su Chen asked this, but still answered truthfully. Also, what is the highest level of the 9 domains allied forces? Is it level 8 or level 9? If it weren't for awakening memories from 2 lives, Su Chen wouldn't have noticed the abnormal state at the bottom of this world. It was filled with despair and strict class barriers, with no active detection for talent awakening. Han Yenling stopped her training, her clear voice echoing in the cave. This information is even more secretive. Over 200 years ago, there were 9 level 9 powerhouses in the human coalition, known as the 9 sovereigns at that time. Back then, human strength developed rapidly, and many martial artists died in the beast tides, but high-level martial artists became stronger and stronger. They were originally prepared to expand beyond the 9 domains. However, suddenly after an incident with a beast tide, the 9 sovereigns disappeared collectively. To avoid causing an impact on the world, it was said that they were all in seclusion to break through. The news was also sealed by the higher-ups. However, I was previously level 10. Han Yenling confidently spoke of her past glory. But Su Chen remained silent, his unease growing stronger. It was possible that Blue Star had also been infiltrated. After communicating for a while longer, he asked a heart-wrenching question. In your previous life, you said you were the strongest on Blue Star, but when the Stargate opened wide, every alien creature was stronger than you. Yes. So weak, no wonder. Hiss. Su Chen felt a pain in his chest. Han Yenling pinched him with her agile toes. If spirit crystals are obtained in large quantities from the cave's secret realms, how did the 9 sovereigns cultivate? Was it solely based on talent? Su Chen scratched the sole of Han Yenling's foot, continuing to press for answers. Mid to high-level martial artists also rely on beast cores for cultivation, which only level 6 and above beasts possess. The effects are definitely not as good as spirit crystals, and prolonged use can gradually distort the mind into beastification, so a certain time interval must be maintained. That's why everyone prefers to absorb spirit crystals that have no side effects, but so far, humans have only discovered one level 6 spirit crystal in the secret realms. And the advantage of SSS level talent is that it is not affected by beast cores, which is why I can be so strong. Han Yenling clenched her small fist. Now I understand. Suchen finally completed the information puzzle. Once he was at the bottom of society, unable to know everything, especially since much information was deliberately hidden by the Federation. Combining Han Yenling's information, he roughly summarized 3 key points. The first is that humanity's overall strength is actually weakening, but the frequency of beast tides has decreased, so the grassroots perception within the domain is not deep. The second is that human history has been secretly influenced and blocked by some force, leading to a strong information cocoon. The third is that the secret realm caves have some kind of influence that is actually weakening and consuming human strength and potential, though the exact method is still unclear. As for these aristocratic families, they are likely unwittingly becoming pawns and promoters in weakening humanity's overall strength. Su Chen had an epiphany. Han Yenling was likely a combination of talent and her solitary nature, rarely venturing into secret realms for adventures. That's why she became the last hope of Blue Star. Since he knew the secret realm was dangerous, he decided she should not continue to take risks. You shouldn't enter the secret realm caves anymore. There may be greater dangers. There might even be some kind of interference. You don't have to worry about me. I'm currently unaffected. Okay. Su Chen's speculation and advice sent chills down Han Yenling's spine. She had never thought so much before. However, the feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Then I won't go. I'll focus on preparing for the 9 Domains University League. Han Yenling was full of confidence. What rewards are there for this league? Su Chen asked. The top 10 will receive a special food that improves physique and talent from the school, along with unlimited exploration rights in small secret realms across all universities in the 9 domains. The top 5 will receive an additional reward of 1 4th tier spirit crystal. The top 3 will receive an additional reward of 3 4th tier spirit crystals. The first place will receive an additional reward of 1 A grade martial skill. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was excellent. I must participate. Han Yenling was a bit flustered, her palms sweating with nervousness. What would happen if he got first place? Outside the cave, the frost disaster was still ongoing. The wind and snow ravaged the small secret realm space. Somewhere in the unknown universe outside the secret realm, a piece of obscure information. Base 564 had no harvest, and the insufficient spiritual energy had been replenished. Then, like other pieces of information, it faded away, inconspicuous. Deep within the cave of the secret realm, Su Chen was focused on tallying the gains from this Han family's small secret realm. 976 first-tier spirit crystals, 254 second-tier spirit crystals, 121 third-tier spirit crystals, and 32 fourth-tier spirit crystals. The total yield was approximately 47.616 billion, which was significantly lower than the new secret realm developed by the Wang family. However, Su Chen was very satisfied. Spirit crystals were indeed the most precious cultivation resource on Blue Star, and they seemed to have no side effects. No wonder these aristocratic families had little net worth. Most of it was used to buy spirit crystals and spirit plants to enhance their overall strength. A portion of their foundation also depended on the number of high-tier martial artists and the potential talent of their descendants. What Su Chen was most concerned about was still the batch of cold drunken pine cones piled together in the spatial ring. He had harvested the entire cold drunken pine forest. In the 100 square kilometers of secret realm space, there were about 20,000 cold drunken pines growing. Under this round of frost disaster, he had harvested 12,576 cold drunken pine cones. Moreover, beneath each cold drunken pine cone there were 1 or 2 cold mountain drunken leaves. The biggest problem at the moment was that he didn't know the actual value of the cold drunken pine cones. After all, even the dark auction house opened by the Federal Bank for him didn't have this item. After all, this was a product of the frost disaster. An ordinary third-tier martial artist entering the secret realm in this environment would truly be going to their doom. Forget it, let's try that spirit food recipe first. Su Chen took out a cold drunken pine cone from the spatial ring and examined it carefully. Suddenly, Han Yenling, who was meditating and cultivating, caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Chen holding a deep blue chi fruit the size of an apple, its surface covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, sparkling and translucent. Su Chen, what is this? Cold drunken pine cone. It grows on the cold drunken pine, and I'm studying how to eat it, Su Chen said seriously. Why don't you try it first? Han Yenling's eyes instantly lit up, her gaze curving into a beautiful arc, as if she had been illuminated by something, exuding an irresistible charm. Sure, I'll give it a taste. After all, she had the phoenix talent. As long as the poison didn't kill her in one hit, it should be quite safe.
It was just right to help Su Chen test if it was poisonous. Taking the cold drunken pine cone from Su Chen's hand, it felt cool and solid, the scales of the pine cone arranged neatly, each scale resembling a finely carved gem. Unable to resist the temptation of food, she opened her lips, revealing her white, even teeth, and bit down on a piece of the pine cone. The juice of the fruit burst in her mouth, bringing an indescribable refreshing sensation. Delicious. As the cool essence of the fruit spread in her mouth, her eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a satisfied smile at the corners of her lips. With years of experience in eating, she determined that this fruit was definitely non-toxic. Just as she was about to hand it to Su Chen for him to try, she saw him seriously wiping his hands. Her feet, still in his arms, instinctively shrank back. Han Yenling. Activate talent. Phoenix legs. In the end, Su Chen still ended up with a mouthful of pine cone. However, he had already washed his hands. He had quietly demonstrated it to Han Yenling earlier. No more fooling around. Xiao Han, let me make you something delicious. Su Chen stopped the playful banter with Han Yenling. He took out a leaf of cold mountain drunken leaf, its surface covered with tiny ice crystals, emitting a faint herbal aroma. Su Chen placed the leaf and the pine cone on a flat ice stone, preparing to mix them. Han Yenling felt a surge of emotion. Su Chen was really nice, not only giving her a massage but also preparing delicious food. This feeling of being pampered was truly wonderful. Ally materials will be corroded. Su Chen said something Han Yenling couldn't understand, expanding the area of the pit a bit more, instructing, stay back. He took out the corpse of a frost cold toad, the pit filled with a pungent odor, its surface covered with a thick layer of venom. Ah, this is a frost cold toad. Han Yenling couldn't help but exclaim. She truly hadn't expected Su Chen to be this strong. The wound was clearly pierced by his alloy spear. From the angle, it was a fatal blow from above. Truly a combat genius. Waves of competitiveness stirred in Han Yenling's heart. Her desire to win wouldn't allow her to fall too far behind Su Chen. At that moment, she decided to retreat and cultivate in seclusion as soon as she returned. Before she could finalize her training plan, she saw Su Chen placing the cold drunken pine cone on the toad's corpse, letting the cone soak in the venom. The venom quickly began to corrode the surface of the pine cone, emitting a sharp hissing sound, with wisps of green smoke rising from it. This time, Han Yenling could no longer sit still. Wait. Su Chen, this fruit, never mind, you do it. She could sense the energy of the pine cone rapidly circulating within her, even subtly enhancing her body and talent abilities. Undoubtedly, it was a highly valuable spiritual plant resource. It was easy to assess that its true value was not inferior to that of mature electromagnetic grass. However, Su Chen was too quick. Before she could organize her thoughts, he swiftly completed the destruction of the pine cone. Then, she saw Su Chen throw the hissing pine cone into a wooden container and add 2 leaves of cold mountain drunken spendthrift. Han Yenling labeled Su Chen with that tag and decided she would handle the finances from now on. Such a precious spiritual plant resource as cold mountain drunken, and he used it so casually. The flesh began to emit a faint blue glow under the corrosion of the venom. The corroded pine cone mixed with the leaves of the cold mountain, and the juice quickly fused with the flesh of the pine cone, forming a viscous liquid. The liquid presented a deep blue color, not only thick but also exuding a unique aroma and a hint of coldness. So, would you like a cup? Su Chen awkwardly looked at the liquid in the cup, feeling a bit anxious compared to the last time he made fried thunder eagle eggs. This time, the appearance of the spiritual food was indeed terrible, but he knew it had to be successful. It just looked too disgusting. Han Yenling's beautiful pupils kept dilating. She thought Su Chen must be crazy. Her immortal bird was indeed resilient, but was he really challenging the limits of his new talent by directly feeding me the venom of the frost toad? What kind of behavior is this? Is he really spoiling me? Before she could make up her mind, Su Chen tilted his head and drank the liquid in the cup. Under Han Yenling's shocked gaze, the temperature of the viscous pinecone juice gradually rose in his mouth, the seemingly cold liquid becoming warm, even a bit scorching. The liquid flowed over his tongue, bringing a strange sensation, as if there were pulses surging within. Warmth gradually spread from his throat, first to his chest, then quickly radiating to his limbs. This energy flowed like a gentle stream, bringing waves of warm sensations, as if every cell was cheering with joy. Moreover, as the energy flowed within him, Su Chen felt the originally bone-chilling coldness becoming much milder. The surface of his skin seemed to be covered by an invisible barrier, resisting the cold from the outside. Ha! Physical enhancement by 4%. 3 times. Plus cold resistance. Su Chen was greatly surprised. First, he speculated that the reason the enhancement effect of the viscous pinecone juice was not as good as that of the electric grass thunder flower egg was due to drug resistance. Secondly, he quickly calculated his body's overall condition in his mind. If the enhancement effect of a single spiritual food was 5%, then considering the diminishing effect of drug resistance, he could consume a total of 5 low-tier spiritual foods. If each spiritual food had an enhancement effect of 3 times, once he found 5 low-tier spiritual food recipes, his overall enhancement effect would actually be 0.5 times. What does this mean?
Han Yenling's SSS level talent, Valkyrie, only provides a comprehensive enhancement effect of one time during battle.
However, this enhancement effect of spiritual food is always present.
Moreover, let's not forget about the mid-tier and high-tier spiritual foods.
Su Chen's original physical quality was already strong, and this enhancement was an additional boost on that foundation. Eating this way, the future growth enhancement speed would be exponential. It's similar to the concept of compound interest.
This is the terrifying aspect of spiritual food. Who would refuse to become stronger? Su Chen quickly prepared 2 more cups and gulped them down. Finally, Han Yenling couldn't hold back any longer. I want to drink too. We'll die together. Su Chen? What is she talking about? Why does it seem like my wife isn't very bright? Han Yenling had a whirlwind of thoughts just now, and several ideas appeared in an instant.
In short, if Su Chen died, she didn't want to live either.
Whether humanity perished or not was irrelevant.
With her personality, perhaps she was never suited to save the world. While Su Chen digested the viscous pinecone juice, he quickly prepared 3 new cups.
Han Yenling's cheeks puffed up in anger. 1 cup would be enough. Afraid I wouldn't be fast enough to catch up with you, huh?
With her beautiful eyes wide open, she intended to drink it all in one go, ready to face death.
Just as she was about to drink the 2nd cup, Su Chen stopped her. Wait, digest it first. Han Yenling? She was stunned. Do you need to digest poison?
However, soon after, she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The potency of the viscous pinecone juice began to manifest in her body. The warm energy had begun to continuously transform her body. At that moment, she finally understood that Su Chen had indeed developed a new spiritual food recipe again. Or rather, it was a success. It was hard to comprehend, and Han Yenling could no longer organize her thoughts. All she wanted now was to quietly digest it all. A day later, in the circles of the aristocracy of the capital, news spread like wildfire about the early arrival of the frost-cold disaster in the Han family's secret realm and the disappearance or possible death of the eldest daughter of the Han family.
Han Xuanyi looked grimly at the various data and information provided by Yu Ying.
All signs and data indicated that the frost-cold disaster could not have come so quickly. Yet the reality was just that, and even an 8th-tier warrior could only passively accept it. Humanity was so fragile.
Becoming a warrior could lead to a fall at any moment.
Perhaps humans had never truly been safe. Han Xuanyi gazed at a photo of Han Yenling, her eyes reflecting a hint of fluctuation, covered by a layer of mist.
The eldest
daughter combined all the physical advantages of herself and that man. She had once doted on the little one in swaddling clothes so much. However, later on, it seemed she had become more concerned about her own injured body.
When did the change begin? Was it when Han Yenling's father left? Or was it during their great exploration of the secret realm?
Forget it, the person was gone. She should focus her energy on Hanuer from now on.
The mist in Han Xuanyi's eyes quickly dissipated, her voice steady and cold. Yu Ying, hold a press conference. I won't participate. The exploration team will search for 5 days and complete the cleanup of the frost beasts, ensuring the
next batch of Cold Mountain Drunk production.
Yu Ying seemed not to hear, standing dazedly by the wall. Yu Ying?
Here.
After Han Xuanyi emphasized again, she quickly nodded. Han Xuanyi's rapid response left her a bit bewildered. Was her master so rational even after her daughter's death? When the day came for her to leave, would she also have no trace of sorrow? Is this the ruthlessness of the imperial family? At the entrance of the Han family's Dawn Frost secret realm,
the figures of Su Chen and Han Yenling appeared before the crack, their bodies covered with a thin layer of frost and snow. Tian Yangji rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that his prayers
had been answered by the gods?
Ah! Young lady, before Tian Yangji could finish his sentence, he was coldly interrupted by Han Yenling. We'll go back ourselves. We're not going in now.
The frost-cold disaster isn't over.
Han Yenling's long hair fluttered slightly in the warm wind outside the secret realm, the tiny traces of ice and snow on her hair quickly melting away. After giving her orders, she and Su Chen rode the light shuttle motorcycle
straight into the sky. 2 days later,
news of Han Yenling's talent evolution in the Huayuhan family dominated the headlines in the military, universities, aristocratic circles, and among the general populace of the 9 domains.
The Federation also confirmed and updated the talent levels. An additional X-level talent classification was added. This greatly boosted the confidence of the grassroots populace in the 9 domains to resist the beasts. The people of Huayu were abuzz with discussion, and all entertainment channels were writing on Han Yenling's popularity. Major entertainment programs and agencies attempted to invite Han Yenling for interviews, but she directly refused. It was a joke to ask someone with social anxiety to participate in a variety show. That was scarier than experiencing another disaster in the secret realm.
Since most of them did not know what Han Yenling looked like, they only knew she was a talented young girl from an aristocratic family. However, the legendary experience of surviving a disaster in the secret realm was still a topic of great interest. Thus, unbeknownst to Han Yenling, she gained several folk titles: Sister of Blessings, Sister who survived great calamity, the last glory of humanity. The only thing Han Yenling informed the outside world was that she would participate in this year's 9 Domains University.
League, aiming for the championship. This news directly led to swift decisions being made in the hall of the Nine Domains University Union. Soon, a new headline emerged: this year's Nine Domains University League will start a month early. The news sparked significant discussions within the Nine Domains Society, leading to dissatisfaction and protests among the people of the Hua Domain. However, through a series of measures, the turmoil gradually subsided. The people of the Hua Domain slowly accepted this year's focus on participation. In the Sakura Cold Domain, the door of a secret room was knocked on. Young Master Hua, the clan leader, sent me to inform you that the Nine Domains University League has started early, but the conditions between you remain unchanged. A lazy voice asked, why the early start? Because, this year, the first-year student Han Yenling from the Hua Domain has evolved to X-level talent. The tone shifted from casual to somewhat serious. Do those old domains really resort to such tactics? They are afraid, but I am not. Tell my father that if I take first place, he must allow me to be with Xiaoying. Yes, young Master Hua. The clan leader also said that your brother Hua Zekuangxi has broken your record for a third-tier warrior, and it's not a support-type talent. If he surpasses your rank, you can only become his shadow guard, right? Just like you. After the door to the secret room closed again, the dimly lit space echoed with the sounds of breaking air, the noise of martial arts training. X-level, huh? Sorry, I am too. For love, he hid his talent for 2 years, just to make a name for himself in this year's competition and completely escape the fate of becoming the Genius Brothers' shadow guard. Once he became a shadow guard, he would be forbidden from love and would have to dedicate his life to the clan leader. The twin fate of the Sakura Cold Domain would be unraveled by him. However, he never expected that there was someone else like him, also at X level. Doesn't she understand the ancient Hua Domain saying, a tree that stands out in the forest will be toppled by the wind? In the Black Domain, a young black man was standing in the ferocious beast scenic area of Luokai University, basking in the sun while waiting for tourists. Being a rickshaw tour guide was just his hobby because he loved the feeling of running under the blazing sun. Today, the flow of visitors was not large, and he was about to take a nap when he heard a familiar voice, noisily, take me for a run. At some point, a black woman appeared in the rickshaw, lazily leaning against it, and the bag she casually dropped turned out to be made from the skin of a 6th-tier rare ferocious beast, the Diamond Rabbit King. Sister Limai, what brings you here? Nuzali quickly harnessed the rickshaw, using his legs to propel himself while asking. No one would have guessed that this simple-dressed sunny boy was actually the strongest fighter at Luokai University. With a commoner status, but thanks to his SSS-level talent and exceptionally high martial arts proficiency, he had dominated all the talented families in the Black Domain for 2 consecutive years. Nuzali, how long until you reach 4th-tier warrior? The woman in the rickshaw did not answer the question but instead focused more on Nuzali's training progress. With normal training, it should take about 2 more months. The Nine Domains University League starts in a month. Your sister's illness cannot be handled by the Black Domain at the moment, but the school has contacted experts from the Eagle Domain. Only if you win the championship can. Sister Limai, don't worry, I will definitely win the championship and bring glory to the Black Domain. Nuzali hurriedly said. Remember, you only have this one chance. Here are 2 4th-tier spirit crystals, train well. Nuzali's steps faltered slightly. He knew the school would not give him such precious resources. This was most likely resources that the sister had obtained herself. Just as he was about to make a grand declaration, he turned around to find that Limai had already disappeared, and the weight in the rickshaw seemed to have remained unchanged. Such scenes occurred almost simultaneously across various domains, as Han Yenling's early participation disrupted quite a few plans. All the 9 domains universities were in a state of hidden turmoil. After learning that Han Yenling had returned safely, Han Xuanyi did not provide much feedback and remained as usual. However, the Han family's business rapidly expanded due to Han Yenling's rising fame. As Gong Guofu put it, having a daughter like that means counting money while lying down. Wealth flowed continuously as Han Xuanyi exchanged it for various precious materials, enhancing the Han family's foundation. Time passed swiftly. Longhua University started its semester early and began the voting selection for the 9 Domains University League. Han Yenling stood proudly as the representative of the freshmen, the first among the crowd of students. Her cold gaze swept lightly over her surroundings, but Su Chen was not there. At that moment, Su Chen had just arrived at the Wan Hong laboratory. He frowned as he looked at the messy experiment table, where reagents, bottles, tubes, and pipettes were haphazardly placed. In the corner lay a pile of shredded beast skins, materials, and some remnants of blood, making it almost impossible to find a place to step. In this chaotic laboratory, it was hard to find a trace of order and organization. Yet, the most advanced alloy materials in the 9 domains were developed from this disordered lab. Hey, Boss Su, what brings you here? Wan Hong raised her head from a pile of heavy materials, her eyes red. Anan, go pour a cup of tea for the boss. Anan pouted, thinking that if she wanted to dismiss me, she could just say so. Why bother with tea when our lab doesn't even have a teacup? But in this lab, Wan Hong was the biggest authority. Over the past few days, Wan Hong had exemplified what it meant to be focused and dedicated as a researcher. Aside from eating, drinking, bathing, and sleeping, she was basically immersed in this laboratory. Su-chen took a deep breath, the air mixed with a somewhat pungent smell and a hint of blood. Master Wan Hong, can you synthesize B-grade alloy materials here? Yes, what do you need it for? Wan Hong pushed up her glasses, puzzled. My gun is broken, I want to replace it. Su-chen took out a long alloy spear from his backpack. Corroded and pitted. Making weapons requires a lot of beast materials. Wan Hong shook her head. This was a laboratory, not a factory. If it weren't for the fact that A-grade alloys couldn't be mass-produced, she wouldn't have been so anxious before. Moreover, just having materials isn't enough. I can't forge weapons. Wan Hong shook her head again. Su-chen pondered. It seemed that he couldn't rely on Wan Hong's lab in the short term. He needed a new alloy gun, which required a qualification of level 4 or above as a warrior. He also learned that the first purchase was unrestricted, but subsequent purchases of D-grade weapons were quite troublesome. Aside from military channels, there were basically no purchasing avenues. This was also a means for the Federation to prevent high-level, high-power weapons from circulating within the domains. The black market certainly had them for sale, but they were too expensive. Su-chen was also not at ease. However, if you have a complete rare beast corpse, I can make a temporary enhancer. Wan Hong suddenly spoke up. This was her new project. What do you mean? Su-chen was quite surprised. Look here. Wan Hong picked up a tube of deep red reagent from the messy experiment table. Shaking it gently, she explained, this is an active substance extracted from the corpse of a rare beast. It is one of the core materials for making A-grade alloys. But I discovered in the past few days that this active substance can also enhance the strength of ordinary alloys. However, it's somewhat wasteful. Because it is an active substance, the enhancement effect will disappear after a year. Su-chen's eyes immediately lit up. So how effective is the enhancement, and is it troublesome to enhance? Not troublesome. How can I explain it to you? You know that B-grade alloy is also called memory metal. The active substance is actually quite similar to memory metal. After being integrated into a lower-grade alloy, it not only gives the metal self-repairing capabilities but also significantly increases the alloy's strength. Moreover, there's another benefit. If you have a lot of this substance, you can enhance it multiple times, resulting in a cumulative qualitative change. How many times can it be enhanced? Theoretically, it's unlimited. And in practice? Su-chen felt a bit overwhelmed at the mention of theory. Wan Hong smiled and put down the vial of reagent. My guess is that after enhancing it more than 10 times, the success rate drops to only 10% and it continues to decrease from there. I don't recommend you do this, because it might be better to wait and buy an A-grade weapon. Also, do you really think rare ferocious beasts are everywhere? Take the D-grade alloy in your hand as an example. After 3 enhancements, its strength is equivalent to C-grade alloy, and after 9 enhancements, it's equivalent to B-grade alloy. For your gun, enhancing it once requires about 1 vial of reagent. I advise you to use that broken gun first. Moreover, Manhwa University has been secretly acquiring rare ferocious beast corpses lately, sparing no expense to scrape the stock from the families in the 9 domains. But the news leaked at some point and they only received a few corpses. After saying this, Wan Hong sat down again to continue her research, mumbling, a medium-sized rare ferocious beast corpse only yields 1 vial of reagent. If it weren't for that large ferocious deer of yours, we might not even be able to research A-grade alloy. Hearing this, Su-chen already had a plan in mind. It seemed that hunting rare ferocious beasts needed to be put on the agenda. If enhancing 10 times could reach the strength of B-grade alloy, that would be a huge temptation for him. As long as there are rare ferocious beast corpses, can you refine this reagent? Su-chen confirmed one last time. Yes, and the more, the better. Wan Hong smiled. Such materials were certainly better in abundance. By the way, the laboratory is also short on ordinary ferocious beast materials. I heard you come from a mercenary group. Can you help collect some? Coincidentally, Anan returned at that moment. She was holding 2 cups of quite appealing milk tea, which she had her little brothers from the Qinglong gang buy. With 100 little brothers, each was to buy 2 different cups, no duplicates allowed. They completed the tasting selection at lightning speed, picking out the 2 best and most complimentary cups. Anan had decided, one for herself, one for the great god. She was determined to taste the sour smell of love today. Hearing Wan Hong's request, she quickly volunteered, Director Wan, I also have ferocious beast materials. My dad left me a lot. Wan Hong looked at the milk tea and quietly swallowed. Really? That's great. 100 corpses of 3rd tier, 50 of 4th tier. You can buy them with laboratory points and funds. Recently, she had discovered that this lab technician was a rich 2nd generation. Not only did she spend money like water, but she also had a lot of little brothers. If it weren't for Longhua University prohibiting some unsavory characters from entering, she believed her experiments could be conducted just by talking, if only she were given a chance. However, these 2 cups of milk tea looked like high-end goods. She had never tasted them and wanted to try. It should be one for her and one for Su-chen. And then suddenly halted. Her confident steps upon hearing the news. The icy beauty makeup she had just applied instantly turned into a fiery blush. Do we need so many? Oh no, she had boasted too much, especially in front of the great god. Her father had left her some family assets, but ferocious beast materials were not that easy to obtain. After all, their Qinglong gang was an underground force, not meant to be seen in the light. They had some ferocious beast corpses, but certainly not that many. Not to mention, they didn't have secret realms or caves to conjure up so many 4th-tier ferocious beasts. I only have 10 corpses of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. And Anne's confidence was instantly shattered by the large demand for research materials in the laboratory. Wan Hong smiled. This girl was a bit naive. If it weren't for that, would she be so eager to seek funding? Alright, bring over whatever materials you have. Even a mosquito is meat. After learning that Wan Hong's laboratory was funded by private capital, many of her material sources had hit a bottleneck. It was easy to guess that several family laboratories had joined forces to try to squeeze her lab out and then share the formula for A-grade alloy. The more precious the information, the greedier they became. The only benefit was that it helped her block some infiltration from other domain forces. Until now, Wan Hong realized she had underestimated the situation. The invisible pressure made it nearly impossible for her to move. The despicable tactics of the aristocratic families were endless. Forget it, she would throw the problem to her boss. Wan Hong circled around the experimental table and reached for a cup of milk tea, only to find that 2 cups had already vanished from Anan's hands. Su Chen had already snatched the milk tea away. Wan Hong? Anan? Shouldn't there be a cup for me? Where do we put the beast materials? Should I lend my space ring to the lab first? Su Chen held a space ring in his hand. Wan Hong glanced at it enviously. Her 2 students were wealthier than each other, which was quite frustrating. Follow me to our lab's dedicated storage. She led Su Chen and Anan through a maze of corridors to the bottom of the building. Here, a bit of space ring technology had been used to transform it into a massive partition storage area, with each lab having a 50 by 50 by 50 space specifically for various materials. The area was large, but the consumption of spatial stones was relatively low, separated by a transparent material board. Inside, one could see slightly shrunken items, which was quite magical. This space warehouse, after all, was in a fixed location, and its value was much lower compared to movable rings. This place could also be called the safest spot at Longhua University. Su Chen nodded. Along the way, there were at least 3 hidden sentries, each position guarded by a 6th-tier warrior. The foundation of Longhua University was evident. You can put the materials here, don't worry, only I and the warehouse manager can open it. We're all on the same side. Wan Hong confidently patted her ample chest. However, after glancing at the empty space, her momentum diminished considerably. The research had indeed consumed a lot of materials recently, and now this place could be described as exceptionally clean. And then immediately transferred about 10 beast corpses from her space ring. They were all 3rd tier, including a few terror wolves, several vipers, and striped sheep, but the corpses were all shriveled. Ding, a total of 12 3rd-tier beasts, overall quality 79%. The scanner at the warehouse entrance announced. And then, next time, don't bring back creatures drained of blood, but it's fine, the points will still be calculated this time, Wan Hong said seriously, frowning. She knew Anan meant well, but as a researcher, she was quite particular about this aspect. Materials without beast blood had lower utility, and she didn't want to pass off subpar items. Okay, teacher. Anan pinched the hem of her clothes, feeling as if she was being looked down upon. She really shouldn't try to show off next time. Some things, if they're not there, they're just not there. It's okay, you did well, Wan Hong encouraged Anan before suddenly changing her tone, speaking gently. Boss Su, you can let it go, the quantity doesn't matter. At the same time, she changed the scanning mode to scan individually. She had seen this from other colleagues who said it helped improve the investor's image, even if it was a dozen, reporting them one by one would definitely yield better results. She was also trying to learn to change her way of handling things. There was no choice, it was all driven by resources. Anan was taken aback. Was this the charm of being a boss? It seemed that even letting Su Chen put in a few 2nd-tier beasts would earn him praise. Su Chen looked at the empty experimental warehouse in front of him and then began transferring the 3rd-tier beast corpses he had hunted recently, one by one, from his space ring. Ding! 1 electric wolf stored. Ding! 1 lightning lizard stored. Ding! 1 snow. Ding! 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 The system's announcement was continuously interrupted by Su Chen's rapid storage operations, unable to complete the normal reporting. Most of these beast corpses were intact, still retaining the fierce aura from their lives. The lower space was slowly filling up. Some ferocious beasts have claws as sharp as knives, some have huge fangs, and others are covered in thick scales. Wan Hong stood to the side, her mouth agape, her eyes filled with shock. As the head of the laboratory, she was well-versed in many things, but the sight of these ferocious beast corpses being displayed so rapidly still left her stunned. Carefully observing each 3rd-tier beast corpse in the warehouse, her eyes sparkled with professional brilliance. As she murmured, "Beautiful, so beautiful." At that moment, the warehouse scanning system announced, "Ding! A total of 100 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, overall quality 98%. Initially, she didn't care much about how many beast corpses Su Chen could bring back. Unexpectedly, there was a big surprise. And a new member of the laboratory, could hardly believe her eyes at the scene before her, stammering, "Master, did you go into a beast den?" This was not the front line. Usually, a large number of beast corpses would only enter the laboratory after a beast died. After all, these materials represented money and resources wherever they were placed. "Is it enough?" Su Chen turned to ask Wan Hong. "Enough, enough," Wan Hong replied, her face flushed with excitement. With so many third-tier beast materials, she could indulge for a while. "Do you want high-tier ones?" Su Chen continued to ask. "Yes." Su Chen then took out fourth-tier beast corpses from his spatial ring. He was worried that his spatial ring was filled with these materials, so it was just right to give them all to Wan Hong, not only earning points but also reducing his risk of exposure. After all, many of these beast materials had a strong correlation with certain secret realms. Exchanging them at the Warrior Guild could easily lead someone to trace it back to him. Beep beep beep. The warehouse scanning system continued its stuttering announcements. "Go!" Wan Hong and watched as fourth-tier beast corpses quickly filled the laboratory warehouse, swallowing hard in unison. This young man was somewhat terrifying, his depth unfathomable. These were all fourth-tier beasts. Normally, they would have to be transported from the front line. Although there were quite a few mid to high-tier beasts on the front line, the military also needed to use them for consumption. As they would say, these were all fought for by soldiers, and without some meat to replenish their energy, they simply couldn't hold up. The significant change in the weight of the warehouse and the simultaneous announcements caught the attention of the warehouse's overall supervisor. Ahem! Wan Hong and withdrew their gazes, turning to see an old man with disheveled hair standing outside the door. "Master Dingu, why are you down here?" Wan Hong quickly opened the door, inviting the elderly man in, whose white lab coat was somewhat yellowed. "Xiao Hong, what's going on?" "These materials." Dingu looked at the continuously filling beast corpses in the warehouse, hurriedly putting on the glasses hanging from his chest, and then instantly changed his expression. "Foolish. Wan Hong, how could you do this? Oh dear. Aren't you the one who hates this kind of secret material transfer the most?" he said, sighing heavily, pacing back and forth with a look of disappointment. "Oh dear, master, you're overthinking it," Wan Hong quickly explained. She then introduced Su Chen and Anin to him. At that moment, Anin and Su Chen finally understood the old man's anxious demeanor. It turned out he was Wan Hong's mentor, belonging to the same Wild Academy faction. They had just made progress on the A-grade alloy materials that Wan Hong was overseeing, but their insistence on not accepting interference from the aristocratic families led to Dingo being reassigned from the laboratory, becoming the overall supervisor of the warehouse. His position was elevated, but he lost his research authority. Even more disgusting was that the aristocratic family's research room deliberately placed a large amount of beast materials in the public space managed by Dingu. Meanwhile, they obstructed Wan Hong from obtaining materials. The goal was to force the master and apprentice to violate regulations and then report them to take over Wan Hong's laboratory, which was why Dingo had misunderstood earlier. After all, such a large number of beast materials is no small matter. "This is the new boss of my laboratory, Su Chen." "Oh, hello, young Su." Old Dingo shook Su Chen's hand perfunctorily before letting go. Now he had begun to carefully examine the beast materials that Su Chen had brought in, his expression one of obsession and focus. However, Su Chen didn't mind at all. He knew that people who are deeply engrossed in research are often insensitive to social niceties. They are solely focused on their studies, which is also why the voices from the family-run laboratories have been growing louder. The principle of bad money driving out good exists in every world. Not bad, this is really great." Dingo nodded repeatedly, extremely satisfied with this batch of beast materials. Unfortunately, there haven't been many beast tides in recent years, and high-level materials are becoming increasingly scarce. We can only synthesize upwards using low-level beasts. "Sigh, it's all my fault, otherwise, you wouldn't be so constrained," Wan Hong quickly said. "Master, if it weren't for your low-level synthesis theory, the Federation wouldn't have enough C-level and B-level alloys right now." Dingo shook his head and sighed. Precisely because of this, the experimental materials at various universities are now insufficient. Wan Hong fell silent. This outcome was something his master hadn't anticipated years ago. After the low-level beast materials became scarce, the speed of many research projects began to decline, as if an invisible hand was interfering with the progress of human research. "It's fine, you all continue. I'll go back and have some tea." Seeing that things were clear, Dingo prepared to leave. "Master Wan Hong, how is old Ding Ji's research level?" Su Chen urgently needed to cultivate his own power now. "He is my master, what do you think?" However, he has always had a mental block, wanting to develop new materials with the least amount of beast materials. Wan Hong sighed as well. Her master hadn't produced anything new in many years, and this project was led by her, so Dingu also had the intention of stepping back. However, thinking of his situation, she added, "He is actually stuck in a bottleneck. How can one do research without materials?" Su Chen thought for a moment and then placed a large number of beast corpses, since he currently had no use for them anyway. Moreover, in a few days, he would be going to the Chen family's secret realm, which should yield some good results as well. Feel free to use them, I have plenty here. Wan Hong was completely stunned this time. No way. Are you wholesale here? And then weakly said from the side, Big God, your family isn't running a beast breeding farm, are they? In Ding Ji's office. You want my internal recommendation qualification? Ding Gu was very surprised. Su Chen had just approached him, saying he wanted the competition qualification for the Jiuyu University League that he held. This qualification was specifically prepared for the students of their laboratory, with one available for each session. However, Longhua University had never used it. After all, as a tested martial artist, there is still a considerable gap compared to genuine high-level talent students. First, internal competitions at the university can easily be dominated by high-level talent students, which is why a special direct recommendation qualification was retained. At the same time, their identity as experimental martial artists would definitely be subject to criticism. It was originally going to be cancelled. The change came when the experimental martial artists from Eagle Domain University began to achieve good results a few years ago. That's when it was retained. That's right, Master Dinga, I just want to broaden my horizons. Su Chen humbly said his goal was the top 10 and he would figure things out once he got into these secret realms. How could he compete with Xiao Han for first place? Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu were the first to disagree. Alright, this year the laboratory only has you registered, I'll help you input it into the system. Ha, why can't I record it? It seems like it hasn't even started yet, so annoying. Ding Gu began fiddling with the screen, and after a flurry of taps, he proudly said to Su Chen, I made a script and when the registration starts, your name will automatically enter the system. Su Chen, feeling a bit guilty, replied, I'm not in that much of a hurry. How about I come back later? No worries, no worries. I was the champion of the first hacker competition at Longhua University back in the day. You should hurry up and go. I don't like doing things twice, so don't bother me. Ding Gu picked up his teacup, looking confident. Ha! With their IQ, they won't even be able to detect my CRT script implantation. When I make a move, I must succeed. Su Chen quickly gave him a thumbs up. Master Ding Gu, professional. On the playground, thousands of new students from Longhua University gathered here. On stage, Principal Lu of Longhua University was making a speech. I know you are all puzzled about why the school year starts early this year. However, all 9 domain universities are doing the same because the 9 Domain University League is about to begin. As the new students of Longhua University, you are fortunate. As the saying goes, thousands of troops cross a single log bridge. You have successfully received an invitation to enter Longhua University through your hard work and talent. And you will be in the same cohort as the most brilliant geniuses of Huayu. Principal Lu smiled as he looked at Han Yinling in the audience. For the past few days he had been waking up smiling from his dreams. Because Huayu had produced an X-level talent prodigy and she was just a freshman. The most crucial part was that she was already a third-tier warrior and had strongly requested to participate in this year's 9 Domain University League. All the students below fell silent. Indeed, Principal Lu's words were correct. Many of them weren't even warriors yet. Some students from other high schools in the capital were the pride of middle-class families in the city. But the reality was too harsh. A few days ago, they had learned that a top genius had emerged from the Huayu family, someone their age, yet already a third-tier warrior. The gap was too vast for even jealousy to arise. Ha ha, Chen Xiao, feeling the pressure? On one side of the playground, a few students were watching Principal Lu's speech with their arms crossed. They should have been in their dorms watching the live stream, but due to their special status, they could come to the playground early. No pressure, just a third tier. Chen Shu, the eldest son of the Chen family, replied calmly. He had already started gathering information on competitors from other universities in the 9 domains. He didn't take Huayu's competitors seriously at all. The ones he was training with were all 4th-tier warriors now. Han Shuimei is really beautiful. Should I get her contact information? Wang Mo, who was beside Chen Shu, excitedly suggested. He was the rookie king from the previous year at Longhua University. Just a few days ago, he had just broken through to a 3rd-tier warrior and was preparing to compete this year, as he might be a main force next year. Not interested, I prefer to focus on martial arts, Chen Shu said, fully devoted to martial arts, even going so far as to ask his family to help him enhance his talent. No matter how beautiful a woman was, to him, they were just vases. He had sacrificed too much in his world and could not allow any other distractions now. The voting segment is coming up soon. Let's see who gets more votes, Wang Mo said gleefully. This statement did put some pressure on Chen Shu, as Han Yenling was too beautiful and naturally attracted votes. He was confident in himself, but he truly lacked confidence against the male peers of Longhua University. The list of participants from Longhua University for this year had already appeared. On the screen behind Principal Lu, 9 contestants evaluated by school leaders, teachers, and students, with the most popular voter as the captain. Besides the top X-level talent Han Yenling, the others were also marked with their warrior tier, talent level, and martial skill proficiency. Strength could not be faked, the worst was at least S-level talent. In this world, being weak is the original sin. If someone were to take you down on the spot, you wouldn't even be able to continue your university studies. The students with the highest votes are usually the ones who excel in both strength and looks. They represent the face of Longhua University and even the entire Huayu region. If the masked martial artist competition is a small contest that doesn't consider looks, then the Joyu University League is comparable to the Olympics of the former Blue Star. Many resource allocations in Joyu depend on the outcome of this competition. Before Han Yenling arrived, Chun Chusheng was undoubtedly the top person at Longhua University. Now, it's hard to say. In the second-year dormitory of Longhua University, Wang Xiao was seriously staring at his phone screen. He kept muttering, so beautiful, how could it be this beautiful? Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The dormitory door was pushed open, and a 2-meter-tall muscular man walked in. Xiao Ge, have you seen that legendary super top junior sister yet? His expression was filled with barely contained excitement. I'm watching, you idiot, don't talk, I'm recording the screen. Hee, did you hack the teaching system again? Wu Su scratched his head and asked quietly. I'm recording the screen, you fool. Wang Xiao was speechless, his roommate was good at everything except being dense. This can only be shared among us, leaking student information from Longhua University is prohibited. Wu Su chuckled foolishly, aren't you the new hacker champion? I trust you, let me see it too. Wang Xiao moved his phone screen a bit. This X-level talent junior sister is truly stunning. After seeing her, all other females look like rotten melons. Hee, I'm definitely voting for her later. Wu Su's face was getting closer to the phone screen. By the way, Xiao Ge, can you change the vote count? Give her a few more votes. No, the voting system can't be altered, stop dreaming. Wang Xiao sneered, besides, do you think it needs changing? She's definitely first. True, hee. Watch it, you're about to drool. Slurp. As expected of you, Xiao Ge, only this angle can let me see her beauty in advance. Before Su Chen left, he was stopped by an again. Big shot, you need to keep a low profile lately. What's wrong now? Su Chen felt. He had been quite low-key. A few days ago, there was an explosion at an underground factory of the Qinglong gang, and the workers inside were those glorious organization kids you saved. They're all safe, but during the evacuation, it was found that 2 of them were still in a coma. I suspect there's a high possibility it's related to the glorious organization's actions. You've likely been exposed and might face a manhunt. After Renan finished speaking, she noticed Su Chen frowning. Wait a minute, why is it that every time you tell me something, it's about someone wanting to hunt me down? And Anne's face turned a bit pale. Coincidence, purely coincidence. Su Chen's head ached. The aristocratic families, beast tides, and alien races outside the Stargate were already enough of a headache. Now the glorious organization was also popping up. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about the bounties from the aristocratic families for the time being. I got it, thanks. I hope to hear some good news from you next time. Su Chen turned and headed to the playground, where Han Yenling said they would gather shortly. Han Yenling looked at the screen behind Principal Lu. Ever since her X-level talent was exposed, media interviews, school research, and military invitations had been pouring in. She had basically refused everything she could. However, there were some key pieces of information that had to be disclosed, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense how she and Su Chen came out of the frost-cold disaster. For now, she was in the light and Su Chen was in the dark. This was also the plan they had discussed before coming out. In Su Chen's words, there are ghosts in Blue Star. We need to catch the ghosts first, then infiltrate in reverse. Han Yenling didn't want to complicate things. According to her character, she planned to take little Su directly and run away from Blue Star. But Su Chen still analyzed the pros and cons with her. First of all, there is strength in numbers. What kind of creatures and forces are lurking outside the Stargate is still unclear. At this stage, it is not yet time to give up completely. A world where spiritual energy has revived does not mean there is no technology, and technology is precisely their weak point. There are still many scientists like Wan Hong on Blue Star, and they can unleash even more powerful effects at critical moments. Not to mention, at least Su Chen has high-level weapons that can exert more strength. Moreover, this time's Beast Tide incident in the secret realm has made Su Chen realize that personal combat power has its limits. He can fight beyond his level now, but real enemies often do not play by the rules. When you are at level 1, if the enemy sends a level 2 subordinate, that's just to give you experience points. The reality is often that when you are at level 1, the enemy will directly send a level 10 expert to completely crush every cell in your body. If they disregard martial ethics and send someone of a higher realm to capture and imprison you, leaving you unable to self-destruct, that would be truly tragic. When Su Chen mentioned this, Han Yenling's expression had already changed. He still had one thing left unsaid. If we are truly the ants of Blue Star before the revival of spiritual energy, then the best hiding method is not to escape but to blend in with the ant swarm, and when the enemy lets their guard down, deliver the most lethal poison.
Therefore, she needs to attract the attention of all visible and hidden forces as much as possible,
protecting Su Chen's undercover investigation. With this thought, a hint of determination appeared between Han Yenling's brows.
Next, please welcome this year's freshman representative, classmate Han Yenling, to speak. Han Yenling took a deep breath. She had often experienced such occasions in her
previous life, and she really wouldn't know how to say anything beautiful under the gaze of so many people.
But she also had her own unique coping methods, which had proven effective time and again. At this moment, the spotlight from the drone in midair shifted from Principal Lu on stage to Han Yenling below. The camera gradually focused, and all the seniors watching the live broadcast from Longhua University began to gasp.
Most of the boys in the dormitory
exclaimed, "If time could stand still, I would have no regrets in this life. If the screen could take a screenshot, shut up. If you dare to tarnish the fortune goddess, Yang Daong, will take you down today. It's over, it's over. Jean Jiawei has fallen in love again today. Please don't pull me out. Just let me drown in the river."
Glug glug. The brother group in the boys' 6-person dormitory. 6 Everyone vote for the junior
sister later. Let's take down Shen Xiaoqiao. I'm so annoyed by his face every day.
Okay, that's exactly what I mean. As expected of my brother, we think alike. Father is awesome. Can you bring us some food after voting?
No problem. As long as the junior sister represents us from Longhua, I'll provide food for all the sons here for 30 days.
Father, Dad.
In the girls' dormitory, however, there was mostly a wail. Heaven is blind. If only you had given me one of Han Yenling's features, I wouldn't have been single for 4 years.
Wow, so beautiful, huh? Why can't I take a screenshot on my phone? I'll definitely get plastic surgery like this after graduation.
And marry into a wealthy family. It's over, it's over. Jingu must be watching the live broadcast. He hasn't replied to my messages. Damn it, my boyfriend is also unresponsive. Like a dead pig, he must be looking at his phone. 2. At this moment, the 12 groups in the girls' 6-person dormitory began to forward the same message. Longhua sisters, don't give up. Vote for senior Chen Shusheng later.
Good sisters group 5 okay.
Beautiful sisters group 5 received.
5-person life group 4 add 1.
In the center of the playground, under the illumination of numerous drone lights, Han Yenling finally moved.
Lightly treading on
the lawn, she leaped from the stage, her movements like a flying swallow darting through the air, landing without a sound.
The entire playground fell silent in an instant. Principal Lu's smile widened. Han Yenling was indeed a
third-tier martial artist. At this moment, standing beside Principal Lu, Han Yenling officially became the center of attention. In front of her, at the central entrance of the playground, Su Chen, like other new students from Longhua, quietly watched the stunning girl on stage. Today, Han Yenling wore the unique summer uniform of Longhua University, but after modifications from the Han family's clothing studio, it appeared exceptionally different. The top was tailored to accentuate her slim waist, her legs were fair and straight, full of vitality. Despite her social anxiety, under the gaze of the crowd, she maintained an aloof and proud expression. This was her armor, her
weapon, talent, Phoenix.
The instant explosion of her X-level talent seemed to stun the air around her, subtly stirring a breeze. Her hair transformed into a sky blue in an instant, flowing back like a waterfall, shimmering with brilliant light, resembling the Milky Way in the sky, exuding an ultimate beauty. Han Yenling's gaze swept over the crowd below, landing on Su Chen in the distance. She extended a finger, her movement elegant yet resolute,
as if declaring her determination and goal. In this life, I will protect you.
Under the illumination of the lights, Han Yenling's figure stood exceptionally straight, radiating a powerful aura that seemed to say, "Who else
but me?"
Accompanied by her silent actions, she completely captivated all the new students below, who began to raise their arms and cheer, "Champion!
Champion! Huayu, champion!"
In the command center of the Huayu military district, several figures mingled over drinks, but the meat on the table was all from ferocious beasts, exuding a strong, fishy odor, with some containing spiritual energy that was completely unprocessable.
Damn, this girl is quite impressive. Old Zhao, let's have a toast. Li Tianquang raised his cup. Not bad, this year has some highlights. Old Zhao nodded, his ungrateful son infatuated with beauty,
insisting on marrying into the Han family. This made him somewhat biased against the Han family and not too optimistic about Han Yenling. After all, she had just reached the 3rd tier. However, her performance had changed his view on the Han family somewhat.
Old Chen, how's your nephew doing?
Yi Fengning squinted her eyes, taking pleasure in Chen Yenwu's misfortune, as this competition seemed unrelated to their Yi family.
First of all, I'm not old. Secondly, open your eyes before you talk to me. Chen Yenwu retorted unceremoniously.
Although she wasn't young anymore, she had already decided to pull old Yi aside for a spar later. Truly a personality that can't be comfortable without stirring trouble.
Ha ha ha, old Yi, you
really need to change that squinting habit. Li Tianquan took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire.
Get lost, my eyes are just small,
Yi Fengning said while biting into a piece of beast meat.
Pa, this is really the most disgusting thing ever.
Eat up, Xiaoyi, you still have to go to the Great Secret Realm next month. Your vitality is very important. Zhao Shanhai raised his cup. Don't forget, the ranking of Longhua University determines The allocation of low-tier spiritual plant resources in the Great Secret Realm. The cultivation of mature electromagnetic grass has made recent progress, you must keep a close eye on it. The intelligence team says that the Eagle Domain and the new Orchid Domain seem to be planning something. Don't worry, old Zhao, I'll definitely pay attention to this. Yi Fengying nodded. Although he was a newcomer from the Huayu family, he had feelings for the Huayu military. It all depends on the performance of these little guys. In a laboratory representing the top-tier Fusey University of the Eagle Domain, a tall, muscular young man from the Eagle Domain was focused on the screen. Beside him, the image finally freezing on Han Yanling's figure. Sanders, are you ready? The voice of inquiry came from the middle-aged woman in a gray shirt beside him. Although she was nearing middle age, her figure was still exceptionally well-maintained. Her long legs were wrapped in ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, and the black high heels made her appear even more capable and composed, exuding a charm that was both sexy and full of the allure of a career woman. Aunt Reggie, I'm ready, Sanders said with a smile, retracting his gaze along with the unmasked heat in his eyes. Call me sister, really, how many times have I told you? Reggie gently stroked Sanders' muscular arms, her tone slightly playful. Sanders, the success rate of this project is only about 30% and failure means death. Are you really not going to reconsider? Even if, waiting for the reagent's components to stabilize a bit more might increase the success rate. Sister Reggie, although I can break through to the 4th tier at any time, her talent is indeed very strong. Only by advancing to SSS level talent do I have confidence in winning. You know, I have no way out. For me, living has only that one goal. After saying this, Sanders lay on the experimental table in his shorts, preparing to face the final test. Well, fine then. A hint of reluctance flashed in Reggie's eyes. Not only did Sanders cooperate with all her experiments, but he also often provided her with comfort. When he truly called her sister, it meant he had given up all distractions. Sanders was this year's experimental subject in the Eagle Domain and also the designated contestant from Fusey University in the Eagle Domain. Unlike other contestants, Sanders was actually the illegitimate son of a high-ranking captain from an old, noble family in the Eagle Army, constantly vying for resources with his legitimate brother. The sudden emergence of Han Yanling caused quite a stir within the Eagle Domain, putting immense pressure on the old noble families. So they promised that whoever won the championship would become the next clan leader. His brother was this year's ace contestant from Fusey University, Cadden, who possessed the SSS-level beast mimicry talent, Black Sword Kingfish, which had been kept under wraps by the Eagle Domain. For Sanders, the hope of winning with an SSS-level talent was extremely slim. Reggie kept tapping on the screen beside her, her thoughts swirling, but she did not offer further advice. Everyone has their own fate, how was she any different? Click. A mechanical arm beside the experimental table slowly retrieved a metal box that was continuously emitting cold air. With a click, the box opened, revealing a vial of potion radiating a purple-black glow. Grim Reaper's smile. Reggie put on gloves, picked up the potion, and slowly pushed it into Sanders' heart under his calm gaze. An ordinary person would have died long ago in such a situation. When Sanders first awakened, his talent was only S-level ice blue jellyfish with extremely high cellular activity and excellent healing abilities, which made him an excellent experimental subject. Over the past 2 years, he had completed numerous high-risk live experiments in collaboration with the Eagle Domain Laboratory, significantly advancing the research progress of the Eagle Domain. As a result, he had evolved his talent to reach SSS-level venomous jellyfish. Grim Reaper's smile was developed by the Eagle Domain by adding a small amount of rare beast active materials to a high-level spiritual food formula, and it was being tested on a 3rd tier martial artist for the first time. It was a new attempt in the Eagle Domain's biochemical project. If it weren't for Han Yanling's sudden emergence, Sanders wouldn't have made up his mind. The burly body on the experimental table finally began to react, and Reggie had retreated outside the laboratory, with various instruments and mechanical arms retracting out of sight. Sanders began to convulse violently, his bulging muscles spasming. Involuntarily, a purple glow faintly emerged beneath his skin. Blood vessels writhed beneath the skin like spreading venomous snakes. As the potion spread, Sanders' bones began to emit terrifying cracking sounds. His body twisted and contorted, bones breaking and reassembling one by one, as if an invisible hand was rearranging his skeleton from within. Each reconfiguration of his bones brought excruciating pain. Ha! His throat emitted a low growl, his eyes filled with despair and pain. This is bad, it's a collapse at the genetic level. Reggie's forehead was also drenched in sweat. She knew all too well what lay within the smile of death she had developed. Inject stabilizers. Maximum dosage. Triple it. Reggie, ignoring her heartache, began to operate and record quickly outside the laboratory. Mechanical arms descended rapidly from the ceiling, injecting 3 vials of milky white serum into Sanders' body. This was the stock from Reggie's lab, each vial requiring a large amount of spirit crystals and spirit plant resources. Hold on, Sanders. Reggie knew that in the end, it was still a battle of willpower. If he could endure, he would be reborn like a butterfly. Otherwise, he would end up like his past fate, forever the illegitimate child of a family that could not acknowledge him.
After the gene stabilizer was injected, Sanders' skin began to undergo dramatic changes, gradually becoming transparent, glowing faintly like a jellyfish.
His muscles were constantly reorganizing, becoming tougher and stronger, but each change brought intense pain. Moreover, tentacle-like organs began to grow on the surface of his body, moving slowly as if they had a life of their own.
Come on, it's a beast-like talent.
The effects of the serum penetrated deep into his nervous system, greatly enhancing Sanders' perception. He could feel every change in pain at the nerve endings. His eyes became exceptionally sharp, blood vessels filling the whites of his eyes, as if he could see minute details invisible to the naked eye, including the seams
of the alloy ceiling.
But this heightened perception also brought endless agony. Each nerve reorganization felt like being cut by a knife. Finally, after 3 hours, the torment began to dissipate. Reggie excitedly waved her arms. It worked! Sanders' body had completely mutated, and he sat up from the experiment table.
Talent!
In an instant, his skin became completely transparent, with internal organs and blood vessels clearly visible, emitting
a strange glow.
At the same time, his limbs became long and powerful, and huge tentacles sprouted from the ends of his limbs, covered in sharp barbs and poisonous stingers. Reggie's uncontrollable excitement echoed from outside the
lab. Sanders, you did it! It's the SSS-level beast-like talent overlord jellyfish.
Sanders retracted his talent, and his limbs returned to normal as they wriggled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you, Aunt Reggie. Reggie turned off the camera device and rushed into the lab.
After a passionate embrace, Reggie asked, if you compete this time, what are your chances?
My talent counters Cadden extremely well, so if we meet in the finals,
I have a 90% chance. What if it's Han Yenling? Hua domain? 99%, I guess. Hee, quite confident, huh? Ah.
Reggie looked at Sanders' face, her thoughts racing.
If Sanders won the championship,
his long-held wish to return to the family might truly be fulfilled. After all, it was one of the oldest families in the Eagle domain. At that time, he could really soar to great heights.
As an illegitimate child, Sanders had
no cultivation resources now, and S-level talent was truly insufficient in that family. He had come this far solely by his desperate gamble. Now, it should be stable.
Moreover, this year, regardless of the opponents, there were 3 SSS-level talents among the competitors, all capable of advancing to the 4th tier at any time.
The Eagle domain would definitely once again prove to have the strongest paper strength.
Longhua University. Han Yenlings. Votes were rapidly increasing thanks to the efforts of the seniors.
However, the second-place Chen Shusheng was closely following, and all the senior sisters were united, determined to succeed.
This was their only chance to defeat Han Yenling.
10 minutes later, the representatives of Longhua University would be announced. Xiaoge, I feel a bit unstable, Wusu said nervously, staring at the closely contested vote count on the screen.
Indeed, those damn girls are going too far.
Wang Xiao no longer had the confidence he once did. His hands began to tremble as they reached for his prized possession, the mechanical keyboard. This was an old antique he had salvaged. While everyone else was using touchscreens, he preferred the crisp sound of the old-fashioned keys. No, I'll try to cast 100 votes first. Wang Xiao couldn't help himself and started to operate, creating 100 virtual IDs,
secretly voting for Han Yenling using the information of former students he had graduated with.
Longhua University paid close attention to the gender ratio during admissions, so the male-to-female ratio was generally equal each year.
Wang Zhao's covert actions caused a ripple effect, and Han Yenling's vote count began to gradually pull ahead.
However, since votes could be retracted and recast before the end, the senior girls at Longhua University unleashed
their ultimate moves. At this moment, the boys' dormitory erupted with cries of despair. Ah, damn it, my girlfriend told me that if I vote for Han, she'll break up with me. Screenshot as proof mine too, I can't believe it.
Can't I just appreciate her? I swear on my conscience I have no ulterior motives towards Han.
For the sake of love, I have no choice. I'm sorry Han, my conscience is hurting. Chen Shusheng's vote count rose mysteriously, while Han Yenling's began to decline.
Even the votes for other contestants were dropping, supplementing the pools for Han Yenling and Chen Shusheng.
Su Chen looked at the screen, secretly astonished. He hadn't expected
that just after the semester started, little Han would be so popular.
Also, what did her raised finger mean earlier? Was there a mole at Longhua University? As a reborn person, she wouldn't just remember such important information, would she?
Really foolish, no wonder she was forced to self-destruct in her last life. Next time, he should just call her Hondays. He opened his phone and entered the Longhua University forum, where there was an entry for
voting for popular contestants in the 9 Domains University League. 1 vote per person. Chen Shusheng, 2,789 votes. Han Yenling, 2,776 votes.
He decided to contribute a precious vote for Han Yenling and his black light duo.
Search, Su Chen, select vote, confirm. Ding, Su Chen, 1 vote, very good. Su Chen nodded, he finally had a fan, even if it was himself.
Ding, Su Chen, 2 votes. Han Yenling put down her phone. At that moment, she was sitting in a
chair next to Principal Lu. Han, this year you should focus on participation and familiarize yourself with the process. Principal Lu chattered beside her. Han Yenling remained silent, merely nodding lightly. So tired, so annoyed, she just wanted to finish quickly and find Su Chen. Finally, the voting time was nearing its end. In the end, Han Yenling still led Chen Shushang by a considerable margin. Of course, this was the result of Wang Zhao's secret voting. Just as Principal Lu was about to announce the voting results and record the top 9 contestants, the head of the admissions department suddenly jogged over and whispered to Principal Lu, "Principal, that Han Yenling might have cheated. We admitted 2,242 students this year, and the total votes are over 8,000. Principal Lu remained unperturbed, slightly raised his hand, and quietly replied, "No problem, Han has that qualification." The admissions head quickly nodded and went off the stage to help with the aftermath. Principal Lu also turned off the vote count to prevent too many people from noticing the issue. Meanwhile, he unleashed his 8th-tier martial artist strength and declared loudly, "Students, the representatives for Longhua University have been successfully selected. After 8 years, will the Jiulong Cup be brought back to Huayu by them? Let's wait and see." After saying this, he pressed down with both hands, and the screen behind him switched to the pre-prepared interface for the representatives of the 9 domains university. The media outside the backstage all stood up, starting to capture this moment. It was believed that the major news and entertainment sections in Huayu would once again be dominated by the name Han Yenling. "Hey, sisters, we did our best." I and the girls' dormitory group, the figures were all exhausted. There's really no way around it. One cannot fight against fate. She's so beautiful, she must have saved the world in her past life. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Whoever can defeat her, I'm willing to marry him, Su Dandan said sadly while fanning herself. Her boyfriend from a prestigious family had just broken up with her, claiming he had found his true love. She wasn't sad at all. After all, as a member of the campus beauty dormitory, she had plenty of admirers. This was just a joke, as the situation was already set in stone. "I see you're still hung up on Senior Chen. Give up on that. Doesn't he prefer men?" The other girls in the dorm mocked mercilessly. Chen Shushang was famously uninterested in women. The more they said this, the less they wanted to give up. Top-tier family plus tall, handsome plus strong abilities, no girl could refuse. Even though many had turned off the live stream, there were still some willing to watch until the end. The boys in the dorm were all excitedly watching the screen, ready to celebrate their victory. Wang Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had just messed up, casting nearly 2,000 votes. This thing was too addictive. He quickly tried to erase the traces of his actions. Wait, are there still experts? How did a CRT script get hidden here? Damn, this ancient yet impressive technology. What? The parameters can be manipulated like this? So that's how it is. Interesting. Deletion failed, crash, chaos? Wang Xiao didn't realize that his actions had triggered new problems, like a haphazardly built tower of blocks, redirecting the voting results to another outcome. With Principal Lu raising his arm, the big screen displayed the name of the representative from Longhua University, Su Chen, A-level talent 3rd. Rank warrior experimenter, internal recommendation, 2 votes. Su Dandan? What the heck, is this a heavenly husband? All the faculty and students of the school and Huayu media? Who is Su Chen? Is there a bug? Su Chen himself was also stunned. Good, Master Dinga, is this what you meant by no one being able to find out? Indeed, the words of an old man in research are all lies. Half a day later, in the highest level training room of Longhua University, Principal Lu looked grimly at the 10 participating students in front of him. More specifically, he was looking at Han Yenling, who stood on the far left, and Su Chen beside her. The earlier incident had been translated by him into a new tactic for Longhua University. It was beautifully named the protection of first-class player information, but this move had set off a flurry of negative news from the other 8 domains. Within 5 minutes, a mountain of negative news about Longhua University in Huayu had already emerged. But at this point, he had no other choice but to endure the bombardment from the big shots of the Huayu Federal Public Opinion Department. However, before entering, he had confirmed the specific situation with his old roommate Dinga. Su Chen's information was indeed recorded by the Wan Hon Laboratory. His strength was unclear, but he was very wealthy. At least Su Chen's participation was in accordance with the regulations. After the competition list was submitted, I learned the venue information through certain channels. The rules do not allow me to disclose this to you, but I can help you formulate some tactics. Su Chen, Principal Lu called out sharply. Here. Su Chen stepped forward half a step, feeling a bit nervous, but the 8th-ranked big shot in front of him had a gentle gaze, seemingly filled with affection. Student Su, what is your talent? Report, Principal, I have an A-level auxiliary talent, Frost-Nosed Bat. This was a new talent identity tailored for Su Chen, suggested by Xiaohan. This talent, when activated, had ultrasonic sensing abilities which were quite rare and similar to his own spiritual sense. The key was that it had no obvious characteristics and no combat power enhancement. It was both low-key and safe, an excellent talent for hiding one's strength. What?
Principal Lu suddenly stepped forward, grasping Su Chen's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he choked out, "Heaven bless Huayu, heaven bless Longhua." The other 8 students were all stunned, especially those few aristocratic competitors who were ready to watch the show. Their lips had just curled up in a smirk before they quickly retracted it, feeling quite uncomfortable. Only Han Yenling almost laughed out loud in her heart. This year, the venue for the first round of the 9 Domains League had changed from the medium-sized secret realms of previous years to a newly discovered medium-sized cave in the European region. This meant that this year's terrain was foggy, and Su Chen's talent vest was certainly at a significant advantage. The rules for the first round were also very simple. Each university formed a team. Over 10 days, they would explore a medium-sized foggy cave the size of a province, collect spiritual plants, and hunt ferocious beasts. The final score would determine the remaining competitors for each family in the second round of the defending battle. The more points a team earned in the first round, the more players they could retain for the next round to exhaust the stamina of the opponent's ace defenders. The top 32 players in the defending battle would advance to the third round for a draw knockout tournament. Since team points could be transferred, strong universities could hide their seed players, preserving enough stamina to push for the top 10. The competition was tightly interlinked, making the first round team competition crucial for every university. Longhua University had suffered in the first round for the past 2 years because several established strong domains had made faster progress in theoretical data on ferocious beasts, giving their competitors an advantage in understanding these beasts. Su Chen's ultrasonic talent was practically tailor-made for this cave exploration, not only rare but also highly compatible. Principal Lu was explaining the rules and background of the competition to the new participants. You all know that this year's competition venue is a medium-sized cave. The average level of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of ordinary students, and this is part of the test. Casualties are also permitted. Quoting the classic words of the human emperor, should high-talent warriors who have not experienced life and death trials be sent to the front lines to be treated like lords? Principal Lu paused here, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the young people before him. Han Yenling was also reflecting on the glorious past of humanity. After the human emperor, there were still 9 others, a true gathering of stars. When spiritual energy first revived, human warriors were far inferior to ferocious beasts, and it was the battles fought by generations of predecessors, risking their lives, that burst forth with dazzling brilliance, establishing the current 9 domains. The competition for exploring high-level secret realms had always been preserved, but it was precisely this regulation that allowed competitors to break through to Level 3 after signing up, joining the military only after completing their studies, and even those who performed exceptionally could gain early recognition from the army. Han Yenling also knew that the strength of competitors from various domains was very strong each year, and this year could be said to be the strongest generation of newcomers in the 9 domains, with each having the strength to fight beyond their level. With Su Chen at Longhua University, it was equivalent to having early awareness of the movements of high-level ferocious beasts in the foggy cave, and the advantage was needless to say. However, the reason for Principal Lu's excitement was not just this. Due to the recent live broadcast incident, several major sponsors of Longhua University suddenly withdrew their support, which made him extremely anxious. Over the years, many talents from the Huayu region had been attracted to study at universities in other domains due to high rankings and publicity. This was also the reason he kept slightly leaning towards the aristocratic families to exchange for resources. Hearing from his old friend Ding Daisy that Su Chen was financially unfathomable, he thought that with a little maneuvering, the sponsorship fees could be secured. The more he looked at Su Chen, the more he found him pleasing. This handsome young man was simply a blessing for Longhua University. Wealthy and capable. Student Su, you must rest well and maintain your stamina before the competition. You are our true trump card. Principal Lu said with a smile. It must be tough for the experimenters. Do you want the school to help you change to another dormitory? Concern was evident in his words. Thank you for your concern, Principal, but I don't need it. Su Chen didn't want to squeeze in with others, wasn't it nice to live alone in the newly changed 400 square meter single apartment? Principal, I refuse to accept this. I want to challenge Su Chen. Chen Chusheng is the ace of Longhua University. Finally, someone with a stubborn head couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Mo shouted. As he yelled, he looked at Principal Lu, but unexpectedly collided with Han Yenling's icy gaze, and the pressure hit him hard. Then, Han Yenling is fine too, Wang Mo quickly added, realizing this junior had quite the presence, mainly because she had too many fans to provoke. Get out of the way, Principal Lu said impatiently. What the hell, sparring? What if this rare support talent warrior and the god of wealth got injured? Wang Mo's face turned red, but he didn't dare to say another word. He was starting to suspect that Su Chen was actually a direct relative of Principal Lu. Principal Lu continued, remember, from now on, you are a team, and there must be only one voice in the team, understood? In the highest level training room of Longhua University, the walls were covered with various high-tech equipment. The floor was made of special materials that could withstand high-intensity training impacts. The other smart individuals present had already inferred from Principal Lu's attitude that Su Chen's talent was likely very compatible with the first round of the competition venue. 9 combat personnel paired with 1 support were theoretically tailored for exploration. However, due to the competition and time limits, the intensity and frequency of battles were particularly high, especially in various medium-sized secret realms. Lacking even 1 combat personnel significantly weakened the overall strength. Because low-tier support talent warriors didn't have strong self-protection abilities yet, their talents couldn't enhance their combat power. This inevitably required personnel protection during battles to avoid being hunted by fierce beasts, leading to a severe decline in the team's overall strength. Only special military teams would assign support talent warriors with decent combat skill proficiency among mid to high-tier warrior teams. Moreover, the environmental differences in different cave secret realms were vast, imposing requirements and restrictions on different support talents. For instance, a support talent with plant affinity would be eliminated in a desert secret realm. Therefore, having support talent students was a gamble, betting on the environmental conditions of the cave's secret realms. Previously, in the European region, there was a spur-of-the-moment decision to pair a renowned support talent, but the score in the first round turned out to be quite dismal. As an established stronghold, that competition didn't even secure a spot in the top 10, serving as a cautionary tale. Su Chen, I see you are very composed. You should be the captain. Principal Lu held Su Chen's hand and then loudly addressed the others. In the first round, listened to Su Chen. Chen Shusheng took half a step forward, his gaze fixed on the wall ahead. Principal Lu, what about after the second round? Of course, still listen. Principal Lu paused, thinking about Chen Shusheng's strong-willed nature, preparing to organize his words to comfort this young and impetuous guy. Suddenly, a voice as cool as a mountain spring rang out. Listen to me. At that moment, a tense atmosphere instantly filled the room. Han Yenling's gaze was resolute, her posture elegant, exuding a cold and proud aura. Chen Shusheng crossed his arms, a slight smile on his face, confident and relaxed. Sorry, I can't accept that. Facing Chen Shusheng's challenge, Han Yenling did not back down, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Then let's give it a try. Principal Lu looked at the two who were on edge and could only say in a deep voice, in that case, you two can spar amicably. But remember, you are only allowed to use tier 3 strength and no talents. He felt somewhat satisfied. If they didn't have this bit of spirit, they might as well not compete, and it was a good opportunity to see Han Yenling's combat skill proficiency. However, he still confirmed once more, do you both agree? Sure. Good. The others slowly stepped back, leaving the stage for Han Yenling and Chen Shusheng, and began chatting with familiar competitors. Su Chen knew that this should be the internal ranking competition. It would determine the ace player for the second round of defense. Captain Su, I heard you have a good relationship with Junior Han. How skilled is her martial arts? By the way, I'm Wang Long, SS level talent, explosive flame armored dragon. A guy with short black hair next to Su Chen suddenly struck up a conversation, fully displaying his social butterfly nature. Hello, little fire dragon. Junior Han's martial arts proficiency isn't too high. My assessment is slightly above average. I'm Wang Long, not little fire dragon. It's fine, it's easier to remember. Little fire dragon. Wang Long was speechless. Damn, who's the real social butterfly here? Captain Su, I'm Yi Tong, SS level talent, Ice Phoenix. I agree with your view. Senior Chen Shusheng's martial arts proficiency is very high. Although his talent is 2 tiers lower than Junior Han's, his actual combat power is extremely strong. A petite girl with a sweet appearance also came over, thinking Su Chen was very handsome and wanting to get his contact information. If I didn't rely on my talent, I might not last 10 moves. Are you related to the Yi family? Su Chen asked cautiously. He didn't want to be associated with the Yi family. No. I'm just from an ordinary family, Yi Tong hurriedly replied. Tong, you're from a well-off family. How can you say you're ordinary? A cold voice interjected as a tall, muscular mixed-race girl leaned in from behind Su Chen. Her facial features were sharp, likely of European descent. Every time you spar with Senior Chen, you deliberately hold back. Don't think I don't know. As she spoke, she separated Yi Tong and Su Chen like a protective hen. Her eyes were filled with a sense of protectiveness. It's fine, Libuna, after all, Senior Chen is very handsome, Yi Tong muttered discontentedly from behind, thinking the junior was also quite handsome and she could hold back during their sparring too. The remaining few boys, led by Wang Mo, gathered together, clearly from families with better conditions, the elite participants. While everyone was chatting, Han Yenling and Chen Shusheng each picked up the weapons prepared in advance in the training room. Chen Shusheng wielded a long sword, his movements smooth and stylish. Han Yenling held a whip, her posture agile and graceful, like a dance, pleasing to the eye. Neither of them wasted words. At Principal Lu's command, they entered into a fierce standoff. In fact, Principal Lu and the other students were not very optimistic about Han Yenling because she was still too young, while Chen Shusheng was well known for his diligence at Longhua University. He often practiced martial arts alone in the training ground until late at night. However, Han Yenling's performance still surprised everyone, utilizing the whip's attack range and Her agile leg techniques, she maintained a certain distance from Chen Shusheng. The whip moved like a swimming dragon, sometimes swift, sometimes gentle, striking at Chen Shusheng from various tricky angles. Chen Shusheng attempted to close the distance multiple times but was cleverly pushed back by Han Yenling. Each of her attacks was precise and quick, as if she had already predicted Chen Shusheng's movements. Captain Su, this junior Han's martial arts proficiency is at least all minor successes. Is that what you call not high? Wang Long put away his relaxed expression, feeling the pressure instantly. He was from a common background and had long seen that Su Chen, like him, was not from any high-ranking family or wealthy household. That's why they huddled together to chat. Among everyone present, aside from Chen Shusheng, he actually didn't respect anyone else. But Han Yenling's weapon was indeed very troublesome. He couldn't handle it. Damn, what a monster. This combat experience doesn't seem like that of a freshman just entering university. Wang Mo and his group were all astonished. They had initially looked down on Han Yenling, thinking she was just riding on her looks. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. Han Yenling was at least on the same level of strength as Chen Shusheng. It could even be said that Chen Shusheng was being pressured by a freshman? Principal Lu's surprised expression concealed a hint of seriousness. He understood much and saw far. Han Yenling's weapon indeed had the upper hand. On the surface, it seemed ineffective against the tough-skinned beasts, but once the weapon's strength was extremely high or had additional attribute attacks, the effect was immediately different. It could be said to be a ranged weapon in close combat. Although women seemed to lack an advantage in strength, Han Yenling previously had the SSS-level Valkyrie talent, and her only shortcoming had been smoothed out. Not to mention her new talent after evolution. She was practically born for battle. Indeed, the rumors were true. Every X-level talent could potentially be humanity's savior. No wonder the Huayu Dark Blade organization had kept those few ordinary-born young people under wraps. If it weren't for his special identity, he wouldn't have known about that plan at all. Han Yenling came from a prestigious family, and the organization's resources for guardians were insufficient. Being pushed out now could be seen as a fishing operation to see if they could catch that ghost among the Huayu high-ups. Sigh, but if Han Yenling were to fall prematurely, would the cost be too great? He could only try to maneuver things himself. Han Yenling's performance made everyone reassess her strength and potential. Chen Shusheng also had an exceptionally high battlefield reading ability. He knew that continuing would undoubtedly lead to defeat. He could only leverage the environment and take a gamble. In the next block, it seemed he was momentarily careless, allowing Han Yenling's whip to wrap around the sword body and graze his body. But he seized this opportunity, twisting the sword hilt to lock onto the whip's retraction. Although the grazed area burned fiercely, he had no time to care about the pain and unleashed his signature C-level martial skill, the Splitting Cloud Sword. His swordsmanship had been honed to a minor success level, even touching the threshold of major success. He quickly closed in on Han Yenling, the sword energy pressing forward. The footwork inherent in his sword technique gave him a significant advantage in the martial arts sparring. Smack! Smack! Han Yenling was not flustered. Her figure moved like a startled swan, using the whip handle to block Chen Shusheng's attacks. Her footwork seemed completely unaffected by the close-range attacks. The spar with Su Chen had allowed her to grow rapidly. In the intertwining of sword light and whip shadows, the battle reached its climax. Alright, stop! Principal Lu suddenly exerted his aura, the solid presence of an 8th-tier powerhouse suppressing both Chen Shusheng and Han Yenling. He could see that the two were currently at a similar level, and continuing would only lead to injuries. He already had a candidate for the team leader in mind. Huff, huff. Both Chen Shusheng and Han Yenling were panting heavily. Without using their talents, it was indeed a draw, but neither of them was satisfied. Chen Shusheng sheathed his sword and walked towards Wang Mo and the others, his thoughts swirling. If I unleashed my SSS-level talent, Wind Sculpture, my speed would be even faster. If it were a life-and-death struggle, the 6th form of the Splitting Cloud Sword could determine the victor with a single strike. However, he also knew that the earlier assumption was impossible. Han Yenling had no enmity with him, so how could she go all out during a spar? This move could only be kept as a trump card against other domain competitors. I can use my X-level talent, the Phoenix, with freezing attribute attacks. Within 3 moves, his speed would definitely be affected. If I weren't hiding my strength, I could use even higher-level martial skills. Han Yenling coldly snorted in her heart and turned to walk towards Su Chen. Another reason she didn't want to fight was that there were 2 girls standing next to Su Chen. Principal Lu was preparing to announce the results. Through his gaze, everyone had already guessed his answer. It must be Han Yenling. After all, she had both looks and strength. Then the team leaders for the 2nd and 3rd rounds will be chosen. Su Chen. The other 10 contestants present? Was that just a performance? It's decided just like that. Principal Lu continued to arrange. The 2 new students may not be aware that some seasoned competitors from established domain schools will continue to evolve after their talents awakened by consuming spirit food or other factors, just like classmate Han. So in terms of talent, our competitors from Huayu may not have the advantage, but talent does not equate to combat power. Martial skills have always been our strength at Longhua University.
After special training, we will decide the order of appearances for the second round of the arena competition. I hope that in 5 days, everyone's martial skills can improve a notch. Upon hearing Principal Lu's words, everyone groaned in despair. Ha! Master Yi's devil training? We're doomed, at least we'll shed a layer of skin. Damn, is it too late for me to withdraw now? This arrangement even made Han Yanling's expression change. Tian's devil training is quite famous. He is the ace martial skills trainer at Longhua University. Not only does he have a high understanding of low-level martial skills, but he has also honed several B-level and C-level martial skills to great success, and it is said that one of his martial skills is close to perfection. Moreover, his training methods are unusual. Participating in one session of devil training is said to shed several layers of skin. She knew that other established domains also had SSS-level talent students who had fallen one after another during military service amidst beast tides and secret realm explorations. The current time period should not be underestimated, especially that one from the Sakura Han domain named Hanzei or something. It seems he also has an SSS-level talent that enhances human combat power. She stood beside Su Chen, recalling some fragmented information from her previous life. After all, it had been a while and she hadn't paid much attention, so there wasn't much useful information. Principal Lu stood in front of the students, his figure tall and straight, his gaze revealing authority and wisdom. With his hands clasped behind his back, he scanned each student before finally walking up to Su Chen. Su Chen, you don't have to participate in the devil training. But as the captain, you need to understand more about ferocious beasts and talents. In the next few days, I will arrange for you to meet with a federal special professor, Yin Tian, to supplement your theoretical knowledge. I believe you can be a good captain for Longhua University. Get to know each other. I will take my leave now. Principal Lu leaned closer to Su Chen and whispered, after this, come to my office, I have something to discuss. After saying that, he patted Su Chen on the shoulder, smiled, and walked out of the special training room, leaving the remaining time for everyone present. Phew, the principal is finally gone. Wang Long wiped his sweat, his eyes constantly glancing at Han Yanling, who was so beautiful he couldn't help but wonder how Su Chen knew her. Junior Han, the three of us girls should be in the same dormitory. I'm Yi Tong, and she is Li Bina. Yi Tong extended her small hand, wanting to get to know Han Yanling. Han Yanling's footsteps shifted slightly as she hurriedly moved behind Su Chen. However, she still nodded coolly. She felt that in this situation, it was more exhausting than sparring with 3 Chen Chushings at the same time. Senior Yi, she is not good at socializing, please take care of her. Su Chen took out 2 cups of milk tea from his spatial ring, handing one to Han Yanling behind him, and the other to Yi Tong. It was a way to help Han Yanling out of the awkward situation, one of the cups he had bought earlier. Han Yanling's previously aloof expression suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Hey, this cup looks obviously more delicious. After receiving it, she immediately started drinking. Yi Tong, however, looked confused as she took the milk tea. Wait, where did he conjure this milk tea from? Meanwhile, on the other side of the special training room, a small team from a prestigious family also began to chat. What's the deal with Su Chen? Why did the principal let him be the captain? His talent is perfectly suited to be an advisor. Gu Yu, a competitor next to Wang Mo, said. He came from a medium-sized family in the capital and his father still held a high position in the military. He himself had a decent S-level talent, but he was quite arrogant. I don't know, maybe his talent is more suited to the first-round environment. After all, someone from our circle can't just be a bumpkin and expect to stand on the stage. After he finished speaking, a few people around chuckled softly. Wang Mo had just been reprimanded by Principal Lu, so he was in a bad mood and naturally a bit sarcastic. However, he deliberately lowered his voice and didn't actively seek out Su Chen's displeasure. Wang Mo had heard from his elders that Principal Lu had always maintained neutrality at Longhua University, not taking sides. His backing was quite formidable, with close ties to several federal legislators. Causing internal strife at this time would be unwise. What Brother Wang said is absolutely right. Without financial support, we'll only be left behind. Exactly, in the third round, we still have to rely on young Master Chen to fight for rankings. I just hope he doesn't hold us back. It's a pity that Junior Han isn't on our side. She's also from a prestigious family, what a shame. Although Chen Shuxing didn't participate in the conversation, the pride in his eyes was hard to hide. The few present were all from distinguished families, and their backgrounds were certainly more profound. At that moment, they suddenly heard a gasp. Captain Su, I'm not mistaken, right? You have a space ring? It was Wang Long who couldn't help but exclaim. This thing costs over 200 million. He had only heard of it before and didn't expect someone nearby to have one. Ah, Captain Su is so rich, I want to. Yi Tong's eyes sparkled. Li Buna looked incredulous. It turned out Captain Su wasn't from an ordinary family at all, not at all arrogant. He was completely different from that group of 5 with their noses in the air. Chen Shushang and his group fell silent. Space rings were common in their families, but they had important uses, and although they were privileged descendants, they weren't yet qualified to carry them around. That was a crucial tool worth up to 200 million. Now, it was clear, they had just said they weren't in the same circle as Su Chen, only to find out they truly weren't in the same circle. They hadn't even started the devil training yet, and their faces were already swollen. Su Chen suddenly turned to Han Yanling and said, "Little Han, your third style of the Hanman whip is powerful enough, but it lacks flexibility. Next time, if you coordinate with your footwork, you can unleash 2 more variations. In the second to last round, if you step left half a position, your opponent will miss at least 2/3 of their sword rain, giving you the initiative. Also, why did you choose to retreat after getting close? Your thrusting leg has considerable attack power and could catch him off guard." Han Yanling blinked her beautiful big eyes at Su Chen while nodding. But what she was really thinking was, "This milk tea is really delicious." Han Yanling's reaction made Wang Long's eyes flicker. Could this be the real reason Principal Lu made him the captain? Was Su Chen actually a martial arts genius who kept a low profile? It seemed the principal was indeed far-sighted. He also had a strong desire to improve, and wouldn't miss any opportunity to enhance himself, so he humbly said, "Captain Su, I have a few martial arts techniques I'm not very familiar with. Could you help me take a look? Can we spar without relying on talent?" He was determined. If he couldn't beat Su Chen, he would surely gain insights into martial arts. If he could beat Su Chen, he would intentionally make a mistake at a critical moment, completing a social maneuver to win Su Chen's favor. He wanted to avoid being sent out as labor in the second round of the arena competition. "Sure, little fire dragon, let's practice." Su Chen nodded and walked to the center of the arena. "I also want to try with Captain Su." Yi Tong quickly raised her hand, ready to give Su Chen a little leeway to enhance her influence. Li Buna pouted, "I'll pass. I'm afraid I won't control my strength well." She wasn't as skilled in social maneuvering, so she stood aside with her arms crossed. Su Chen didn't mind. In fact, these few people around him could be considered his future followers, so it wouldn't hurt to give them some guidance. "Why don't you two join in as well?" Su Chen stood in the center of the arena. Wan Long and the other 3 were all dumbfounded. "What? You want us 3 to fight you at the same time? Isn't this a bit over the top? Let's go." Chen Shusheng couldn't watch any longer and turned to leave. He guessed that Wan Long and the others were just putting on a show to create momentum for Su Chen. Yi Tong knew she had strength, she was holding back, but wasn't he doing the same? The other students from the aristocratic families scoffed and shook their heads as they left. They were preparing to go home to have the butler pack their bags for tomorrow's closed training session. People are strange like that. They can act pretentiously themselves but can't stand to see others do the same. After the aristocratic students quickly walked away, Wang Long and Yi Tong stood opposite Su Chen, each selecting their E-grade alloy weapons. They were still students, and their weapons could only be from the school. Su Chen also chose an E-grade alloy spear. "You'd better go all out, otherwise, you won't see the problem." Li Bina was provoked by this statement and entered the arena. She was straightforward and wanted to see if Su Chen was really just putting on an act. She didn't want to hold back. It seemed she noticed the nonchalance of the few people opposite her. Su Chen slowly raised his spear, the tip pointing straight ahead, the starting pose of the annihilation spear. As he moved, the spear seemed to come alive in his hands, glinting coldly, as if the air itself became heavy due to his presence. Wang Long, Yi Tong, and Li Bina's expressions turned serious the moment they saw Su Chen's starting pose. Their previously relaxed expressions vanished, replaced by deep vigilance and focus. Han Yanling beside them was taken aback. This was completely different from the atmosphere during their sparring. Han Yanling's speed of sipping her milk tea slowed down, her full, rosy lips pressed together, looking particularly tempting. A hint of tension shone in her clear eyes, and her slightly furrowed brows added to her beauty. "Su Chen, has he become this strong already? Come on." The 4 of them almost simultaneously launched their attacks, filling the training room with the sounds of clashing weapons. Wang Long wielded dual blades, moving them like a dancer of flames, his movements agile and swift. Once his talent was unleashed, each attack could carry the power of fire. As a top student of Longhua University, he had learned the C-grade martial art, flame dual blades in advance, mastering it to a small extent, making his attacks fierce. This is the advantage of attending university. Wild warriors have to risk their lives hunting ferocious beasts to exchange for points, but top students at Longhua University can learn in advance. Although Yi Tong was petite, she wielded a heavy war spear, each strike of the frost spear technique carrying a chilling force, tracing a cold trajectory in the air. Her grand and sweeping movements, combined with her delicate shouts, created a striking contrast. This weapon pairing was quite meaningful. The power of ice elements could continuously slow down the opponent's speed during combat. Using the war spear could increase attack power. The Ice Phoenix talent also provided a decent strength boost, possessing both speed and power advantages. However, Su Chen quickly took control of the situation, his rapid attacks forcing Wang Long and Yi Tong to retreat continuously. Both were internally exclaiming, "Master!" Li Bina also charged into the battlefield with her heavy sword. The Wind Thunder sword technique carried the power of wind and thunder with each swing, the sword shadows cutting through the air like streaks of wind and thunder. She was an SS-grade talent, Thunder Dragon, possessing immense strength despite being female. Her heavy Sword resembled a giant dragon of wind and thunder, each slash carrying the aura of wind and thunder. Clang! Suchen blocked Wan Long's dual blades with his spear while skillfully dodging Yi Tong's war spear. Like a swimming dragon, he countered with piercing cold light amidst their encirclement, forcing Li Bina to raise her sword defensively. As the battle progressed, the attacks of the four became increasingly fierce. Wang Long, Yi Tong, and Li Bina were all very proud students. They held themselves to high standards, and they couldn't accept the situation, making their attacks even more intense. The battle situation instantly reached a boiling point. Ha! Su Chen's Annihilation Spear technique displayed unparalleled precision and speed, forcing the three to stay at bay with each thrust. He deliberately suppressed his physical strength, only using the power of a third-tier warrior, so even facing the three's onslaught, he could still feel a hint of pressure. However, such battles greatly enhanced his martial skills and understanding. Facing the three-person assault, Su Chen gradually got into the zone. The flowing cloud step became more agile and unpredictable in combat. His figure glided like water waves, leaving the three of them at a loss. Finally, Su Chen leveled his spear and delivered a breaking void strike, sending all three flying, and ending the sparring session. The training room fell silent as Wang Long got up from the ground, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with fervor. Captain Su, amazing. So powerful. Yi Tong's cute face also glistened with fine beads of sweat, her eyes still somewhat incredulous. The most impacted was Li Bina. She never expected that, despite her strength, she would feel such depth in the clash of power for the first time. Her rapid breathing took a long time to calm down. Su Chen set down his spear and summarized briefly, Little Fire Dragon is very fast but needs to be more adaptable. The dual blade slash can strike down three paths, making it harder to predict. I've learned a lot, Captain Su. Wan Long nodded quickly, strength spoke for itself, and Su Chen's martial skills were indeed exceptional. He couldn't even imagine how he would win if Su Chen had the same talent as him. Yi Tong's agility isn't enough, you should practice a body technique when you have time, but your spear technique is well honed and fits well with your martial skills. Okay, Captain Su. Yi Tong wanted to act cute again, but seeing the stunningly beautiful Han Yenling behind Su Chen, she gave up. Little Na is too confident in her strength, you can spar more with Little Fire Dragon. You haven't fully utilized the advantages of the heavy sword in defense. Li Bina pouted, instinctively puffing out her chest. How am I small? But she didn't take Su Chen's advice to heart. Once she unleashed her Thunder Dragon talent, she could take on even SSS level talents. I'm leaving first, I'll leave little Han in your care. Su Chen waved his hand and headed towards the principal's office. After observing the match, Han Yenling entered a training state as if no one was around. She realized that, without unleashing her talent, she still couldn't defeat Su Chen. She could only wait until her rank was higher, her physical strength greater, and she unlocked more powerful martial skills from the past to try again. Her strong, competitive spirit wouldn't allow her to keep losing to Su Chen. As a fourth-rank martial artist, she had to defeat Su Chen. In the principal's office, Principal Lu repeatedly reviewed the details of the match between Su Chen and Wang Long on the light screen, his expression serious and focused. He hadn't expected Su Chen's martial talent to be so high. The good news was that it increased the chances of winning the first round. The bad news was that it would be hard to ask for money later. After all, he earned the captain position through strength, so why should he pay for sponsorship? This was a dilemma. Should he pretend not to see? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. Principal Lu hurriedly turned off the light screen. Hello, Principal, is there something you need from me? Have a seat. Principal Lu first tried to PUA Su Chen. I chose you as captain this time, and I'm under a lot of pressure, so. Su Chen interrupted directly. Principal, I admit there was a bug in the voting. Just choose Han Yenling. I have no objections. Chen Shusheng is fine too. No, it has to be you. Why? Principal. Lu looked at Su Chen, who seemed indifferent, and had to lay it all out. The school has been tight on funds recently. Sponsorship has dropped significantly. Can you help solve this? Su Chen was so amused he almost laughed. Principal, our Longhua University is such a large school, do you think it's reasonable to be tight on funds? Principal Lu's face turned awkward, and he could only explain, well, the federal funding actually has fixed uses, and the expenses for martial artists are high. With over 10,000 martial students, not yet in the military, it's a negative expenditure every year. Hundreds of billions can be completely consumed. Not to mention research, other universities have received quite a bit of funding from prominent families in recent years, making quite a splash. Here at Longhua University, I manage things more strictly, so we actually have a funding shortfall in this area. You know, the larger the organization, the more places there are to spend money. As the principal, I think about raising funds every day. Su Chen couldn't help but retort, Principal, doesn't Longhua University have quite a few medium-sized secret realms and caves? We could let the students enter for training. Nonsense. Principal Lu's expression changed. Do you think all the other students can fight above their level like you? What if they encounter a disaster in a secret realm? The losses would be too great. The Federation has worked hard to cultivate them to exert greater power on the front lines, not to help us make money. What about the small secret realms and caves? Su Chen continued to press.
Some have been reclaimed by the Federation, and the ones with harsher environments are given to the families for profit sharing because there have been several disasters before, and the parents of the deceased students have raised strong objections, saying the school is unscrupulously trying to make money.
Principal Lu brushed it off. After all, not all secret realms are as wealthy as the Han families.
Moreover, promoting such things is not allowed to use internal funds. He sighed. There are some regulations that Principal Lu had to abide by. As a martial artist like him, if he wanted to continue improving, he had to regularly go to the front lines or hunt fierce beasts outside the 9 domains to replenish beast cores and beast meat. Otherwise, the salary provided by the Federation was only enough to maintain his rank, and he couldn't afford to supplement himself.
High-level martial artists require even more expensive materials. How much do you need? Su Chen roughly understood Principal Lu's predicament. Someone like Principal Lu, who is not from a prominent
family and has no business of his own, would inevitably be tight on funds. After all, not everyone is like him, with a talent for making money.
Sponsorship fee 3 billion. Principal Lu actually only needed 500 million. The promotion didn't require too much money.
After all, no one's money comes easily.
However, asking for a bit more could help some laboratories buy better materials.
For this, he began to help Su Chen build a persona. Just think about it, a university in the 9 Domains League, the representative and captain of Manhwa, making a name for himself, truly a hero emerging from youth.
Su the hero. In this competition, the champion would only receive
a few 4th-tier spirit crystals. Many companies without some strength would suffer greatly if they only did promotion. He certainly understood the principle of asking for a high price first and then negotiating.
That's too expensive. It's not worth it for the sake of reputation. Let anyone else be the hero. Su Chen didn't care about fame. 2.5 billion. It can't be any less. Principal Lu caught the implication in his words. Su Chen said it was expensive,
rather than unaffordable, indicating that he really had money, a lot of it. Principal, I'm just a small A-level talent martial artist. This fame is truly useless to me. Let me off the hook.
Su Chen's tone was resolute.
He wouldn't be a fool with money. He was wealthy but couldn't spend it recklessly.
Then how much do you say?
Principal Lu was out of options. The director of the publicity department had already submitted his resignation.
If Han
Yanling were to step in, there might still be some hope, but now those cross-domain clothing, lingerie, and jewelry sponsors had all run away. Principal Lu, I'm curious, how much do we pay for the small secret realms to the
families? Why do you want to know that?
The ones with harsher environments are 50 million a year, and a third of the harvest has to be submitted.
Oh, how many are still available? The Han family wants to buy, let me ask.
Of course, if there's an opportunity for cooperation, I can consider the sponsorship aspect. Su Chen chose not to reveal himself, but he had already begun to plan in his heart. Once he obtained the development rights to the secret
realms, wouldn't the spirit plants flow in endlessly? The alien races are too strong?
Just let them eat spirit food to strengthen themselves, and then we'll see who fights whom.
Manhwa University still has 3 small secret realms. How about a sponsorship fee of 2 billion and I'll give you the development rights for free for a year? How does that sound?
Principal Lu instantly understood that Su Chen had a close relationship with the Han family. But he was different from Wan Hong and Dingu. He belonged to the type of person who could be slightly flexible for the sake of a goal. Those 3 small secret realms had poor environments and scarce resources. No one would
want them even if they were given away. Selling them would be a huge profit. 1 billion. Su Chen decisively cut down by 50%. After all, could he really lose by entering the secret realm?
His target price was 1.5 billion.
Saving 500 million was still 500 million. Deal.
Principal Lu immediately beamed with joy. Earning 500 million for nothing was still 500 million.
Su Chen? Damn it, I really can't use a knife. I completely failed to grasp the essence of the dragon-slaying blade and got tricked by this old fox.
After signing the agreement with Principal Lu, Su Chen was promptly kicked out, and Principal Lu successfully demonstrated what it meant to turn
against someone. This old fox, I really need to be more careful next time I deal with him. Su Chen walked towards the teaching building of Manhwa University, where Professor Yen had been arranged for him by Principal Lu.
He understood the importance of knowledge. Such opportunities for special guidance were rare.
Isn't this Han's? Why is it still signed under Su Chen's name?
Principal Lu looked at the contract, somewhat puzzled, but it
didn't matter. The money had already been transferred.
He had the secretary send those 3 coordinates to Su Chen. And then, help me keep an eye on these 3 locations. They are small secret realms with harsh environments.
And the guarding price is negotiable. Got it, great God. The Qinglong gang is at your service for free.
After Su Chen provided 3 blood packs, Anan had successfully become Su Chen's diehard fan, especially since she was
currently managing the Qinglong gang.
A few days later, Su Guofeng received 2 messages in the secret chamber. The Qinglong gang has added 3 small secret realm guarding services, channeling through General An.
Dad, focus
on your cultivation. The Qinglong gang is thriving under my management and has successfully transformed.
Su Guofeng felt a mix of emotions. What was going on? It seemed like his presence was hindering the development of the Qinglong gang.
In a small classroom, the walls were adorned with various academic charts and research images. In the center of the classroom stood a large table piled with various research equipment and specimens. Some were of fierce beasts, others of humans. You are Su Chen? Professor Yen sat at one end of the table holding a thick research notebook with several fine old-fashioned pens beside him. He still had a few papers to revise. His gaze was fixed on Su Chen, carrying a hint of sternness. Old Lu said this kid was a rich heir. He didn't look like it. On the way here, Su Chen did a bit of research. This elderly scholar, over 60, was quite famous in the academic circle. His most notable experience was during a public speech in the Eagle domain, where a distinguished professor from Fusey University accused him of having loopholes in his theory of infinite evolution of talent. The two debated on the spot. In the end, Professor Yen used several military examples to leave the other speechless, even causing him to withdraw from the academic circle and retreat to the second line. However, since then, Professor Yan's reputation had also been somewhat affected, and he rarely participated in public activities. Hello, Professor Yen, I am Su-chan. I am grateful for your guidance, Su-chan said politely, offering a cup of tea brewed from the tender leaves of. The fragrant aroma of the tea brightened Professor Yan's eyes. For these researchers, the uplifting effect on the spirit was more relied upon than increasing martial artist ranks, helping them tackle research challenges. The refreshing scent eased his long-tired nerves considerably. Please sit, it's thoughtful of you, but this tea is too precious, I can't drink it, just set it aside for now. Professor Yen was slightly thin but full of spirit. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his sharp eyes behind the lenses softened a bit as he looked at Su Chen. This kid was quite polite, not annoying at all, and indeed a wealthy person. A cup of tea worth hundreds of thousands didn't even make him blink. All right. Su Chen didn't press the issue. Such professors were valuable talents for humanity, and they had their own ways of doing things. Professor Yan's hair had turned gray, yet it was neatly combed back, giving him a very orderly appearance. His dark suit, paired with a tie, and his upright posture exuded a scholar's unique rigor and authority. Principal Lu asked me to share everything. I know, and of course, I will do my utmost to fulfill that trust. However, there are some viewpoints you may not agree with, but please do not refute them. I don't like nitpickers. Understood. Professor Yen began his lecture directly, causing Su Chen to fall into deep thought. According to the latest theory from the 9 domains, human talents are divided into 2 states and 3 categories. The 2 states refer to human form and beast mimicry. From a superficial analysis of blue star genetics, it relates to the history of species evolution. With the revival of spiritual energy, the prominent features of deep-level genes differ, resulting in various talents. The reason I say it's a superficial analysis is that some talents resemble the new types of ferocious beasts emerging from spatial rifts, being stronger than the mutated native creatures of blue star. Most C-level and D-level beast mimicry talents are predominantly based on native blue star creatures, for example, the C-level Tyrannosaurus, while B-level and above beast mimicry talents are mostly from foreign ferocious beasts, for instance, the A-level stone-armored bear. As for human form talents, only those above S-level possess them. For example, the current head of the Han clan, Ms. Han Xuanyi, has an S-level talent, Ice Woman. The 3 categories refer to talent types, support type, combat type, and the strongest, combat enhancement type. Su Chen whispered to himself. No wonder classmate Han was so confident, claiming that her previous rise to the position of Empress was largely due to her talent. The combat enhancement type is surprisingly powerful? What category does my talent fall into? Money-making type? Is it because I was too poor before awakening that the system provided compensation? Professor Yen, please have a sip of tea to moisten your throat. I have a small question. Go ahead. Professor Yen ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of Han Mountain Drunk, lifting his teacup to savor it carefully. Which is stronger, human form or beast mimicry talents? Professor Yin set down his teacup and tapped the light screen projected from the table a few times. I'm not a combat personnel, so it's hard for me to assess, but researchers prefer to let data speak. Just from the data of past 9 Domains League champions, human form talents have won more championships. Su Chen saw the table on the screen. Indeed, most of the previous champions were SS-level human form talents. However, if I had to choose, I believe that combat enhancement type talents have won more championships. With Professor Yan's viewpoint and finger movements, the charts on the screen displayed different changes. What makes combat enhancement types strong? Su Chen always felt that Han Yenling must have been deceived in her previous life. Her empress status seemed to have a lot of exaggeration. She didn't seem to know many martial skills. Let me give you a very simple example. You know about the weightlifting competitions before the revival of spiritual energy, right? There was a very important limitation. Professor Yen pretended to pause. I know. The competitors must be of the same weight class, Su Chen added. Professor Yen was taken aback. How did this kid know such obscure knowledge from over 300 years ago? He had just wanted to show off but made a mistake. Instead, one must be humble in research and not act pretentiously, almost causing a blunder. That's right, they must be of the same weight class. For example, in the finals of weightlifting, the total weight difference for Male competitors of 150 pounds does not exceed 5 pounds. The same goes for human martial artists, even if everyone is a 5th-tier martial artist. Although the effects of talents differ, the overall physical quality gap is not significant. Without consuming spiritual food or plants to modify the body, there won't be a multiple difference between SS level and A level talents. However, taking the unique talent of the human race, the SSS level Valkyrie, as an example, once the combat enhancement type talent is activated, all-around physical quality is doubled. It's as if everyone is in the same weight class. While you struggle to lift 200 pounds, I can lift 400 pounds, and at the same time, I can run twice as fast as you and react twice as quickly. Professor Yen took a deep breath and sipped his tea, saying, "Do you understand this gap now? Comprehensive improvement is the chasm of strength disparity. When talent erupts, it can basically annihilate opponents of the same rank. When crossing ranks, it's about understanding martial skills. Think about it, the differences at lower ranks aren't obvious, but what if one grows to rank 9? How many experts who can annihilate those of the same rank can actually do so? Wouldn't the simplest kite-flying technique work?" Su Chen nodded, realizing that Xiao Han's true trump card was the eruption of talent. No wonder he always looked victorious after sparring. It seemed he was confident that he could rely on his talent when it erupted. "Professor Yen, if SSS level talent is so powerful, why does it seem that the federal high-ups don't value it enough?" Su Chen was still puzzled. If SSS level talent was so formidable, it should be heavily protected, so why was it treated so carelessly? In his previous life, only Han Yenling had become a rank 10 empress. "You've asked the right person. If it weren't for me writing that paper on infinite evolution of talent, I wouldn't have known this background. It all goes back to the Petri dish project in the Tianzhu domain over 100 years ago, which you wouldn't find out about without spending time, as it's considered a great humiliation by the Tianzhu domain." Professor Yen sighed and added some hot water to his teacup. At that time, a young genius with SSS level talent named Xinggu emerged from the noble Kshatriya family in the Tianzhu domain. To protect his growth, countless resources were spent. Nearly the entire clan's strength was used to cultivate him to a rank 8 warrior, consuming vast amounts of spirit crystals and beast cores. Su Chen keenly noticed Professor Yan's key term, warrior, not strong person. After becoming a rank 8 warrior, Xinggu was full of confidence and attempted to tackle an 8-rank beast outside the domain wall, the Kuwaisong white-toothed bull. However, he hadn't experienced much combat and was a true greenhouse flower. So, even when his talent erupted, he only lasted 7 or 8 rounds before being devoured by the Kuwaisong white-toothed bull. Not only did the years of effort from the Tianzhu domain go to waste, but more terrifyingly, after the Kuwaisong white-toothed bull consumed Xinggu, it evolved into a rank 9 Beast King, the Kiza Divine Bull. "Ah, so weak?" Su Chen was also shocked. I didn't expect it either, but it was after that incident that the Federation realized a high-talent genius who hasn't experienced battle is just a meal for the beasts. Some things are like that. Theory and practice are ultimately two different concepts. Xinggu probably didn't even realize the vast disparity in overall strength between him and the beast before he died. He had mastered several martial skills, but the records say he didn't use a single move. If it weren't for the family's high hopes and years of brainwashing, he might have fled in disgrace. An 8-rank beast is already quite large, almost the size of a 10-story building, and with the beast's aura, it's normal to be afraid. Su Chen stood up to add some hot water to Professor Yan's teacup and casually placed a piece of Han Mountain drunk beside it. "Professor, what is the beast's aura?" "Similar to killing intent, high-rank beasts possess it, and it has different attributes. Beasts of the same rank are much stronger in overall quality than humans. Without matching martial skills and mentality, it's obviously not feasible." So even with SSS level talent, the Federation won't give special treatment. Instead, they hope to send them to the battlefield to grow and forge enough strength and spirit. When Professor Yen picked up the teacup, he noticed an extra leaf and smiled. Especially since talent can evolve, while SSS level talent is rare upon awakening, it doesn't mean it will always be rare. Su Chen understood. What's truly rare is SSS level talent that becomes a high-rank powerhouse. Exactly. So, does that mean there are actually many SSS level talents? Su Chen suddenly felt that Han Yenling might have exaggerated her role in her previous life for the sake of face. She can't be completely unaware, like a naive and foolish empress pushed out by others, can she? There are many, but there are basically none who can survive to the 7th rank. Professor Yen intended to pick up his teacup, but as if recalling something, he heavily set it down again. Professor Yan's expression was serious. "Since you were recommended by Principal Liu, I can show you a set of data. This is what I've gathered in recent years. To be honest, if I hadn't done it myself, I wouldn't believe it at all." As Professor Yen operated, a few words on the light screen startled Su Chen. Distribution chart of SSS level. Talent falls every 10 years since 50 years ago. The ranks have shown a cliff-like drop. The number of SSS level talents is increasing, but in the past decade, there have been very few martial artists who have grown to the 6th rank. The causes of death are all beast tides and disasters in secret realms. Isn't this data quite exaggerated? Professor Yen seemed to understand what Su Chen was thinking. Longhua University has also reported this too.
The higher-ups, but even the Federal Ace Special Investigation Team confirmed it as an accident after their personal investigation. After all, geniuses from various domains will die. It's not like internal strife. Moreover, dying in a beast tide is a normal occurrence. If it were to be blown out of proportion just because of SSS-level talent, it would be quite unfair to the other soldiers risking their lives on the front lines. Yes, it's not about the scarcity but the inequality. Su Chen also agreed with this reasoning. Everyone is risking their lives. Why should those with high talent hide in the back and be protected? Professor Yen concurred, not to mention the lower secret realms themselves come with the risk of natural disasters. It's reasonable to die while trying to improve oneself and obtain resources, but the number of deaths is indeed a bit excessive. Perhaps it's the heavens being jealous of the talented. Su Chen understood that the Federation did not yet know that the Stargate would open in 7 years, nor that alien races would appear, so the lack of investigation results was quite normal. Professor Yen extended the timeline on the data chart and continued, aside from some anomalies in the data, there really aren't any other issues. One more thing, since the 9 Domains Federation took over, many SSS-level talent martial artists have not reported, keeping it as a trump card. So, it's also possible that my data isn't comprehensive enough. That could be the case. Su Chen nodded in agreement on the surface, but internally raised the alarm. No wonder SSS-level talents are so scarce on the surface. The first reason is that they die too quickly, all passing away prematurely. The second reason is that they prefer to keep things hidden. It's possible that someone has already noticed the anomalies. But this is not a good thing. If the Federation's higher-ups can't handle it, it indicates that the enemy is deeply hidden. How did they get in? What means did they use to infiltrate? No wonder Han Yenling said that before the Stargate opens, she is the only 10th rank powerhouse. It turns out Rarity is here. She is most likely the one who has lived to the 10th rank on the surface. It's really strange. With Han Yenling's personality, could it be that she has survived to the 10th rank because she is not good at socializing? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A person who doesn't like to go out, doesn't enter secret realms, doesn't appear in public, and practices martial arts in the training room every day is indeed hard to target. Perhaps when the Stargate opens, Han Yenling will even startle the alien races on the other side. Looking at it now, little Han's choice to expose herself early will definitely lead to danger. It just depends on how she responds. Bang! Professor Yen suddenly slammed the table. If you ask me, Han Yenling should be hidden away. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. He mumbled a lot more, but Su Chen couldn't catch a single word. However, based on lip reading, he could roughly guess snippets. What's wrong with the aristocratic families? They're all humans, yet they fight among themselves every day. Such a good talent is really gone. I won't do it anymore. After calming down, Professor Yen continued to explain to Su Chen, forget it, let's change the topic. We are both a scholar and an A-level talent, purely worrying for nothing. Next, let me talk about the theory of talent evolution. Although you only have an A-level talent, there is still a chance for you to rise further. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Professor Yen pulled out a few images. These low-tier spirit plants can improve low-tier talents after use and can evolve multiple times. You know that, right? I understand. This was mentioned in your earlier work, The Infinite Evolution of Talent. Su Chen recalled the introduction of the all-knowing eye, which included entries on improving talent. He still didn't know how to use those spirit plants. However, Professor Yan's tone was filled with regret. Although the military will collect resources in the secret realm for a long time and attempt to cultivate spirit plants to enhance the overall quality of martial artists, unfortunately, these resources are still too scarce and will temporarily favor those with good martial skills. Su Chen could only nod in agreement. Taming spirit plants is the right path. Grassroots martial artists are the main force of humanity. Professor Yen increasingly felt that Su Chen's responses were very logical and admired him greatly. Unlike many of his other students, who were respectful to him, they often looked down on those with lower-tier talents due to their own high talents. But how many fierce beasts can high-talent martial artists kill? After losing powerful firearms on a large scale, both fierce beasts and humans ultimately compete in quality and quantity. You are absolutely right. The rise of low-tier martial artists is the key for humanity to defeat fierce beasts. However, the domestication of spirit plants in the secret realm has been too long and arduous for over 100 years. Humanity has even given up several times along the way because, under the dual threat of natural disasters and fierce beasts, too many scholars and martial artists have died. This return on investment seems unprofitable. The core reason is that the natural disasters in the secret realm are too unpredictable and precision instruments become ineffective there, making the cost too high. Many phenomena require first-hand data, and today's scholars have lost their spirit of exploration. Once I complete my other research, I will stay in the secret realm to figure it out. The improvement effect of spirit food is stronger, but it is basically monopolized, and the materials are scarce. Only some descendants of old prestigious families can afford it. Professor Yen finished his tea. In light of this cup of tea, I will say a bit more. To break through talent, the most crucial thing is to face life and death tests. When the body is on the brink of danger, it will secrete a certain substance. Once you survive, you can complete the talent evolution. This is my speculation based on Han Yenling's report. However, this substance cannot be detected at all, it only exists in conjecture. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Professor Yan looked at a human specimen beside him. The missing parts indicated it was taken from a fierce beast. This was his close friend. That time, in order to escort him to find materials from outside the domain, a special operations team almost suffered total annihilation. A team of average 6th-tier martial artists was chased by an 8th-tier fierce beast for 2 days and nights, trapped in a cave. At the brink of total annihilation, the heavily injured captain used spirit plants to recover his strength and unexpectedly completed a talent evolution, successfully rising from A-level talent to S-level, driving the fierce beast away. But the captain was also severely injured and couldn't hold on until help arrived. Before dying, he even voluntarily offered his broken body, asking Professor Yen to investigate the truth of human talent evolution. Professor Yen had been trying continuously but could never detect that substance. Unlike other domains, the Hua domain prohibits human experimentation, so he still didn't know that the Eagle domain had already succeeded in experiments and had not reported it to the Federation. Next, Professor Yen explained some talent restraint relationships to Su Chen, which would help him arrange the order of appearances for the upcoming defense competition, avoiding any loopholes that other domain captains might find. These lessons were mostly what one would learn in university, and Professor Yen was teaching them in advance. Su Chen's learning speed still surprised him. He felt a sense of closeness to Su Chen, even though he was teaching on an empty stomach. One was willing to teach, and the other was even more willing to learn. Until dawn, the crisp chirping of birds echoed through the campus woods. The originally 5-day course was fully mastered by Su Chen, and he felt immensely grateful to Professor Yen. This saved him a lot of time, allowing him to hunt rare, ferocious beasts and strengthen his weapon before entering the medium-sized cave. One must repay kindness. Thank you, Professor Yen, for your guidance. Please accept this small token of appreciation. A small wooden box carved from the wood of the cold-drunk pine and cypress, exuding a faint scent of pine, was placed on the table by Su Chen. Speaking of which, I seem to have taken advantage of you. Professor Yen quickly stood up, refusing Su Chen's gift. These 2 pieces of Cold Mountain Drunk are of excellent quality. My spirits have improved significantly, and I won't tire even after a week of continuous research. You young people need these resources to improve your health even more. Su Chen did not engage in a tug-of-war with Professor Yen. He activated his movement technique and swiftly appeared at the classroom door. Goodbye, Professor Yen. I hope to seek your guidance again when I have the time, and I hope you won't refuse then. He then flashed a brilliant smile and left behind a parting remark. Professor, knowledge is truly priceless. Professor Yen paused, shaking his head with a smile. It's the first time I've seen someone use movement techniques to give a gift. He then picked up the small wooden box left by Su Chen. He guessed that Su Chen must have sent him 2 pieces of Cold Mountain Drunk again. To be honest, if Su Chen had sent something else, he would have many ways to refuse. But the invigorating, Cold Mountain Drunk is indeed the favorite of all researchers. This was truly hitting the nail on the head, perfectly aligning with his preferences. Without the qualifications for the Dark Auction House, Professor Yen rarely obtained the expensive Cold Mountain Drunk. If it weren't for the tea leaves Su Chen had placed himself, he usually only put in half a piece at a time. Wait a minute, this seems to be wood from the cold drunk pine and cypress. Professor Yen quickly put on his glasses to examine it closely. The surface of the wooden box was smooth and delicate, with natural and beautiful grain. Every line appeared exquisitely crafted, as if it were a natural masterpiece. Could it be that this is the real gift? It seems I was overthinking. Professor Yen felt a twinge of disappointment. This type of wood is quite precious, only occasionally released from the small secret realm of the Han family, highly sought after by noble families. The wood could be made into various exquisite small furniture pieces for collection, adding to the family's heritage. Just a small wooden box could nearly equal half a month's salary for him. I'm not one to show off. Su Xiaoyu is still too young. However, he still gently opened the lid of the box, and a refreshing tea fragrance wafted out, instantly filling the entire classroom. This, so much? Professor Yen trembled as he placed the wooden box back on the table, fearing that the violent shaking would spill the rare tender leaves inside. The box was filled with tender leaves of Cold Mountain Drunk, their color a vibrant green, curled in shape, exuding a rich aroma. Each tender leaf seemed to radiate a chill, crystal clear, as if covered in frost. They were neatly stacked in the box, resembling layers of green velvet full of life and vitality. 1, 2, 3, 30 pieces? Professor Yen counted again and again, suddenly laughing like a child. Let me count again. I'll go show off to old Zhang first before returning it. Professor Yen packed up the box and rushed towards his old friend's dormitory, ready to put on a grand display. After all, that old fellow always boasted about his special channels for spiritual plants. The desire to show off is universal, and Professor Yen found himself no exception. But all the while, he kept muttering, this silly kid must have taken the wrong box. Who sends so much for a small token of appreciation? Not even 3 daughters are worth this price. On the outskirts of the capital city, In a high-end apartment, soothing music and vibrant voices filled the room. Stretch your shoulders and neck, take a deep breath. Alright, today's devilish aerobic training is over. For all the sports-loving darlings, remember to 1-click-3, smack. Zhao Xiuyan turned off the holographic projection and sound, struggling to get up from the 3-meter-wide bed and changed into her workout outfit. Good, today's training is done.
Although her body didn't move, her brain went through the routine 3 times.
Next, it was time to search for delicious food. As a wealthy person, she felt not a shred of boredom with this mundane life. Of course, if it weren't for her mother's relentless marriage pressure every day, she could be even happier. Xiuyan, is your workout over today? I've prepared breakfast for you, come eat.
Zhao Xiuyan picked up a small water gun at the bedroom door, splashed some water on her face, then pushed open the door and plopped down in a chair. Looking at the fat-reducing meal on the table, a piece of chicken breast, a few leaves of vegetables, and a small handful of whole grains, she wailed, "Mom, why do you have to serve chicken feet and chicken together?
Can't you wait until it's finished before bringing it out?
I have a round face, inherited from my dad, I'm really not fat."
Less nonsense, eat up. Your Aunt Sue introduced me to a high-quality matchmaking event, I signed you up. And don't mention your dad, when can he throw away that bag of dung balls? It stinks to death in that small room.
Wang Fengrui picked up a mirror to check her new hairstyle, which the hairdresser said was the trendiest cold style.
Right now, something like the Valkyrie look. Mom, you've changed.
Ever since our family got rich, you've started to disdain my dad's collection of over 10 years.
Who was it back then that said as long as I live a day? I won't forget the taste of his struggles.
Zhao Xiuyan forced down her desire to vomit while finishing the fat-reducing meal. She had said countless times that martial artists wouldn't gain weight from eating ordinary food, but
her mom just wouldn't believe it.
It was all because of that owner group she recently joined.
That Aunt Sue was her new friend.
Alright, you clean that room yourself, I don't want to go in there again.
Wang Fengrui interrupted, putting down the mirror.
Times have changed, we've endured hardships together, you don't have to struggle in the wild anymore. While you're young, find a good guy to marry into the family, so I don't have to worry
about you every day.
Your Aunt Sue is right, a daughter should enjoy life. I want to hold my grandchild soon.
Mom, ordinary people are fine, but martial artists should have some aspirations, right?
Zhao Xiuyan said helplessly. She was lazy, but she still understood the basics of being human. If one really lies down, it's just a matter of choosing which beast to be eaten by. However, her mother was in a good mood lately, so she decided to wait until her emotions stabilized. She wanted to explore other domains. To fulfill her long-hidden collecting hobby, rare beast poop wall,
crushing her father's beast poop bag. You go to the matchmaking event first, this time it's a
wealthy female gathering, with handsome, high-educated guys to choose from. If nothing else, just consider it a chance to admire some handsome guys.
Wang Fengrui cleared the plates, got dressed, and left the house, reminding loudly before she left, "I've paid, you must go," at the top of the Jingcheng Miao Hotel, Yunggui Garden. Got it, this is the last time.
Zhao Xiuyan slowly entered the changing room to pick out her clothes.
What a hassle.
It's more comfortable to wear combat gear, safe and cozy. Zhao Xiuyan casually put on some makeup, grabbed her small handbag, and headed out. After all, it was a wealthy female gathering, with her worth, even at 200 pounds, countless sunny, handsome young men would still flock to her.
Too many people didn't want to struggle. Of course, except for the handsome, wealthy, and hardworking captain.
Zhao Xiuyan hailed a luxury car to the matchmaking venue. As she watched the cars come and go, she fell into deep thought. Sigh, where has the captain disappeared to lately?
Is the rare mercenary corps really on the verge of extinction? I've only been to the wilderness once and managed to hunt a rare beast. Not a single paycheck has been issued, yet the members are financially free.
Speaking of which, it was much more thrilling to roam the grasslands with the captain. I miss the faint smell of dung in
the wilderness. Sigh, I'm really becoming more and more perverted. The driver was startled by Zhao Xiuyan's sudden lament, instantly clenching his buttocks. Damn, could it be that a pervert really did something? I heard on the news that there's a perverted murderer in Huayu, specializes in digging out hearts to eat. Could it be a woman? Federal Armed Forces Bureau. In an office, this is the temporary workspace of the Special Investigation Team. Captain, the news has been released. When are we returning to headquarters? Morgan asked.
The heart-digging demon case has yielded no clues despite their long search. Investigations revealed that over the past 2 years, more than 30 people have died in Huayu and Yingyu, and they didn't inform the media earlier to avoid causing public panic.
The deceased included men, women, and children, with no discernible pattern.
Criminal psychology seems utterly ineffective in the face of the perpetrator. They wasted too much time traveling from Yingyu to Huayu, and are now ready to give up.
We'll head back tomorrow. Today is a holiday. Are you two coming shopping with me or going your separate ways? A hint of worry lingered in Ellie's brow.
The real reason for her reluctance was that the death times of the 2 recent victims were alarmingly close, yet the distances were quite far apart.
It's very likely they are connected to the 3-man cannibal group from Yingyu. A gang operation. Their team probably can't handle it.
They'll have to let the Huayu Armed Forces Bureau figure it out themselves.
Hopefully, they can find an unexpected resolution like in the cannibal case. With that thought, Ellie turned to the team member who was changing clothes and getting ready. By the way, Sakura, we don't need to pursue the cannibal trio case anymore. The Hwaju Armed Forces Bureau said they've already caught all three. Ha! Hwaju is amazing. I didn't expect the perverted trio that roamed in you to be caught in Hwaju. Xiaonai Sakura quickly finished her transformation in the office, turning into a cute and adorable girl. No one would guess that such a lovely girl was actually a level 6 martial artist. The metal pieces they carried ensured that they wouldn't trigger alarms when scanned by martial artist level scanners. Captain, I've made plans with a good friend from Hwaju, so I'm off. Go ahead, forget about work and enjoy a sunny day. Ellie smiled as well. The long hours of surveillance had left her feeling exhausted, and she needed to relax. Old Wang, let's go out for drinks. Morgan also began to gather his friends from Hwaju. At the top floor of the 7-star Honeydew Hotel in the capital, a high-quality matchmaking event was underway. The environment was pleasant, filled with floral scents, surrounded by various rare flowers and greenery, creating an elegant and private atmosphere. The entire venue was luxuriously decorated, with soft lighting, resembling a fairyland from a dream. After Zhao Xiuyan presented her identity card, she entered the venue. Phew, so many handsome guys. A variety of charming men gathered, some refined and gentle, others tall and handsome, all showcasing their charm to the women present. Since it was a wealthy female event, the women were the selectors. Some were looking for lovers, while others hoped to find suitable partners. Zhao Xiuyan appeared particularly young here, her doll-like face still carrying a hint of youthful innocence. But because of this, she became the center of attention, attracting the interest of many handsome men who eagerly handed over their business cards and introduced themselves. Some were executives from well-known companies, exuding an elegant demeanor. Others were low-level martial artists with excellent physique, radiating strong masculine charm. At first, Zhao Xiuyan appeared somewhat flustered. Faced with so many strangers, even as the online queen of verbal battles, she felt a bit at a loss. But soon, she adjusted her mindset and gradually adapted to this shift in identity. There's no helping it, I'm rich. I can choose freely. Among the many handsome men, two particularly caught Zhao Xiuyan's attention. One was a cold-faced hunk, tall and imposing, with an air of indifference that seemed to greatly stimulate the conquest desires of certain wealthy women. The other was a strikingly beautiful young man, exuding a rather lazy charm, which made him irresistible to some of the women present. These two became the focal point of the event, with many wealthy women even inviting them to their private gardens for a chat, but they both shook their heads in refusal. They sat on opposite sides of the garden, gazing out at the scenery beyond the building, appearing exceptionally unique. Damn, he's so handsome, he's almost on par with the captain. Listening to Mom was indeed the right choice. The quality today is indeed very high. Zhao Xiuyan was self-aware enough to know that these two were not ordinary men, and her modest wealth couldn't afford such handsome guys. So she walked to her little garden booth, and as she entered, a long line gradually formed at the entrance, with men waiting eagerly to talk to her. Young, wealthy, and not bad-looking. 1,000 times better than those wireball guys next door. Hello, beautiful Zhao. My name is Chosen. I'm 26 years old, and I serve as the director of the catering department at the Yi family group. Next, Zhao Xiuyan had little interest in blind dates, simply passing the time. Throughout this process, she maintained her politeness. Moreover, with a woman's sixth sense, she noticed a gaze watching her from outside the booth. One of the two particularly outstanding men. Soon her intuition proved correct. It was the cold hunk, tall and upright, with a stern and determined expression. As he walked to the back of the crowd, several men in front actually left voluntarily, seemingly aware they couldn't compete. The wealthy women in the neighboring gardens had twisted smiles. Alright, we invited you, and if you don't come, that's fine. Now you're actively intruding into someone else's garden, clearly an invisible harm to our age. Hello, my name is Shang Rui. Sure enough, his voice matched his appearance, a deep tone stirring Zhao Xiuyan's heartstrings. Ah, hello, my name is Zhao Xiuyan. Miss Zhao, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight? Zhao Xiuyan was taken aback, feeling both surprised and delighted. She had been single her whole life and had never received such an invitation. This was a highlight of her life. Faced with Shang Rui's invitation, she felt a flutter of excitement. After a slight hesitation, she finally nodded. Sure, having a meal is fine. Great, see you in a bit. Shang Rui nodded, squeezed out a faint smile, and turned to leave. With years of experience in online interactions, Zhao Xiuyan felt a strange sense of incongruity. Before she could react, another elegant and laid-back figure walked in. Hello, my name is Bai. Boo. The unrealistically handsome young man, with a lazy demeanor, seemed indifferent to everything. His appearance brought significant dissatisfaction to the blind date event. Several wealthy women angrily left in groups, while the organizers responsible for interviewing male guests scrambled to explain this was purely an accident. These two male guests were photoshopped. Hearing this explanation, the wealthy women became even angrier. Alright, so, we're not worthy of such handsome guys? Zhao Xiuyan in the garden room didn't expect this handsome guy would also come to find her. Bai leaned lightly against the door, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Miss Xiao, I wonder if you have time to have dinner together tonight? Zhao Xiuyan was momentarily stunned. Could it be that one day, a scene from a TV drama would happen to her? Indeed, being wealthy is wonderful. But she also knew her own limitations. This emotional battlefield was something she probably couldn't handle. She then shyly said, "Thank you for the invitation, but I already have an appointment with that." Shang Rui, Bai Bu, unfazed, still wore that confident smile. "No problem, I'll join too. How about giving me a fair chance to compete?" Zhao Xiuyan was completely taken aback. Had they already reached the stage of fair competition? His words left her momentarily speechless, but looking at Bai Bu's determined gaze and handsome face, her heart began to waver. Why not give it a try? After all, it was just a meal, not anything else. Which restaurant would be better for a show? At that moment, her phone rang. Ding dong, a special contact has sent you a message. Su Chen, where are you? Zhao Xiuyan's thoughts surged in an instant, happiness rushing to her head. Today, Zhao Xiuyan also had her moment. Was she really going to gather all three handsome guys? She quickly replied, at the top floor of the Miao Grand Hotel, in the Yungue Garden. Is the captain busy? Su Chen, are there still fools going on blind dates these days? Meet at the East Gate, hurry. Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. How did the captain know this was a blind date? And who did he call a fool? Although she felt a deep reluctance, the bread and butter was more important. When she had money, would there be a shortage of handsome guys? Besides, her own captain was also handsome and pleasing to the eye. Zhao Xiuyan put away her phone. Sorry, Mr. Bai, I have to leave for something. Let's definitely meet next time. Bai Bu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes but shrugged and stepped aside. Zhao Xiuyan politely reminded Shang Rui, who was waiting at the bar, before leaving, Mr. Shang, I have something today. Let's reschedule for another time. All right. Shang Rui responded coldly but with good manners, escorting Zhao Xiuyan to the lobby door and even thoughtfully handing her his metal business card before she left. After leaving the hotel, Zhao Xiuyan headed straight for the city gate, not even going home. After all, with the captain around, she didn't need to take action. With her limited skills, it was as if she had no combat gear at all. After she left, Shang Rui also disappeared. But he didn't exit through the hotel's main door. Bai Bu leisurely continued to sip his drink and play on his phone on the top floor, and shortly after Shang Rui left, he too vanished without a trace. The high-quality blind date event at Yungue Garden continued, gradually returning to normal. On the eastern city wall of Huayu capital, Zhao Xiuyan successfully met up with Su Chen. As night fell, the evening glow painted half the sky red, and the surroundings gradually enveloped in soft twilight. Su Chen stood beside a brand new rapid battle vehicle specifically designed for traveling through the wilderness. It was the best battle vehicle that a third-tier warrior could buy, priced at a staggering 100 million, far exceeding that of ordinary multi-person battle vehicles. Its appearance resembled an old-fashioned off-road vehicle from Blue Star, but its design was more streamlined, filled with a sense of technology and power. The vehicle's body was sleek and black, reflecting the glow of the evening sky, making it particularly eye-catching. The front of the vehicle had a sharp design, equipped with high-performance LED headlights that emitted a cold light, as if they could pierce through the night. The advantage was its speed, but the downside was that it couldn't carry beast materials in the cargo area. Wow, our team has a battle vehicle. Now, Zhao Xiuyan excitedly touched the vehicle's body, fantasizing about sitting in the passenger seat, but unfortunately, after pulling the door 3 times without it opening, she could only regretfully sit in the back seat. Damn it, the captain must have done this on purpose. Had the rare mercenary group been recruiting new members these days? By the way, Captain, how did you know that was a blind date? After getting in the car, Zhao Xiuyan couldn't wait to ask. Oh, I used to work there as a waiter. Then why did you stop? I was fired. They said my presence lowered the success rate of high-quality male blind dates. Zhao Xiuyan? The captain truly has a tumultuous fate. Fortunately, he persevered for his dream of becoming a warrior, otherwise he would have already become the plaything of some wealthy woman in the capital. The speedy war vehicle burst out of the wilderness under the envious gazes of the soldiers at the city gate. With the latest engine and suspension system, it could swiftly traverse the wild, easily handling both flat grasslands and rugged mountains. Its speed could exceed that of ordinary war vehicles by more than double, giving warriors an added advantage while driving through the wilderness. After communicating with Professor Yen, he chose not to travel in a light shuttle vehicle because it was too ostentatious. Although he was unafraid of fierce beasts, he worried about the presence of even more dangerous high-level warriors. This speedy war vehicle was quite expensive, but its excellent performance and efficient speed made him very satisfied. Although its cargo capacity was limited, for him, being able to quickly traverse the wilderness in search of fierce beasts was sufficient. 3 space rings awaited his filling. By the way, you mentioned last time that you know all the fierce beasts around the capital? Is the sniffing mouse talent really that powerful? That relies on my father. He was a hunter-warrior before, specializing in traditional tracking. He could determine traces based on the freshness and residue of fierce beast droppings. So he collected quite a bit of material, and I learned a lot from him since I was young. After awakening my talent, combined with the sense from the Fierce Beast Museum and my studies, I now understand all the fierce beasts in the vicinity.
This information was originally learned to avenge her father, but unexpectedly she became very interested herself, a combination of talent
and interest. So how do you discover rare fierce beasts? Su Chen asked curiously.
Zhao Xiuyan pushed up her glasses. Oh, because rare fierce beasts are a variant of fierce beasts, but strictly speaking, they are still that
type of fierce beast.
For example, the white magic horn deer from last time is a mutated variety of the red horn deer.
It's hard to explain to you, but I can tell just by the scent.
Zhao Xiuyan rubbed her nose, opened the car window, and breathed in the familiar scent of the wilderness.
Captain, what's the occasion today? Are you taking me out for a joyride? Su Chen took a small box from his space ring and handed it to Zhao Xiuyan. It's still about hunting rare fierce beasts.
These are a few high-level ant honey. Hurry up and use it, old Zhao.
Ha, so many? One is enough.
Zhao Xiuyan opened the box in surprise, subconsciously ignoring Su Chen's address for her.
The
crystal and yellow particles emitted a sweet fragrance that made her unable to resist eating one.
Wow, so sweet you keep it.
We have a lot of work in the next few days, and our goal for this trip out of the city is quite
ambitious.
For the people to eliminate the rare fierce beasts at the city's edge.
Captain, did you forget to take your medicine before going out today? Zhao Xiuyan began to tease.
Their captain was truly reckless.
They had searched half the night for the white magic horn deer last time, and now he dared to make such bold claims?
Less nonsense, report the location. Northeast direction, about a 30-kilometer range, there's a breath of a
frost split horn beast, a first-level rare fierce beast.
Zhao Xiuyan's nose was already turning red, but she still didn't believe Su Chen. After all, that range was quite large, and fierce beasts didn't just stop moving after they relieved themselves, otherwise, her talent would have long made her a sought-after figure in the Federation.
Su Chen's confidence stemmed from 2 points.
The first was that the speedy war vehicle could increase search efficiency. The second reason was that after his spirit heart talent became a 4th-level warrior, its range expanded, and he could now perceive the spiritual energy fluctuations of fierce beasts more keenly. Rare fierce beasts were
slightly stronger than ordinary fierce beasts, allowing for quicker filtering.
As night fell, the wilderness was silent, with only the sound of the breeze rustling through the grass. The starlight in the sky was faint, dimly illuminating the vast land. Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan became the most concealed hunters in this mysterious wilderness. Captain, stop the car first. I need to collect a few things. Zhao Xiuyan excitedly took out an empty bottle from her bag, and under Su Chen's shocked gaze, she dug up a clump of dark, sticky substance from the grass.
Let's go, Captain. What are you doing? Su Chen expressed his disdain, but fortunately, Zhao Xiuyan had sealed it quite tightly. You don't understand, this is my collection. Zhao Xiuyan got into the car. Su Chen?
He always felt that his team member was a bit unusual. Could she be a pervert?
Glancing at the plains behind them, he drove northeast.
A faint difference in energy fluctuations allowed him to keenly detect a first-tier ferocious beast in the distance. As Su Chen passed an open area, he suddenly thrust his spear into the air beside him.
Put.
A creature the size of an ordinary leopard, a frost-split horn beast, was pierced through the head by Su Chen's spear. As a low-tier rare ferocious beast, the frost-split horn beast did not understand how it had been discovered by
this human despite hiding so well.
Higher-tier humans had passed by it before without ever noticing its presence. After the beast was completely dead, its true form gradually revealed itself, covered in ice-blue scales, with sharp
ice horns on its head that could release a chilling breath to freeze small prey.
Interesting, no wonder it's hard to kill. It really is difficult to detect.
Su Chen shook his head and stored the corpse away. Back in the car,
Zhao Xiuyan did not ask about the result and continued to report the location. In the northwest, there is another devouring shadow snake, a 3rd-tier ferocious beast.
Let's go east first, Su Chen interrupted. Ah, okay, in
the due east direction, there is a shadow-scale giant python, also a 3rd-tier ferocious beast.
V-room.
The faint sound of the engine, the rapid war vehicle sped away from the area.
After a while, another camouflaged
war vehicle stopped here.
Shang Rui, dressed in a D-tier combat suit, got out of the vehicle holding a strange radar-like instrument. The last positioning showed it was here, but the target was moving quickly. He could only reposition. Each 3 attempts at positioning cost a 1st-tier spirit crystal.
Beep beep beep.
Due east, huh? Cunning little rat. Su Chen and Zhao Xiuyan drove to the edge of a dense forest.
The foliage was lush, the trees towering, and the air was filled with a damp scent. Hidden within the forest were numerous 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, the grayscale giant pythons, whose gray scales blended seamlessly with the tree trunks and soil, making them extremely hard to detect. However, their target was the most ferocious and elusive of them all, the shadow-scale giant python.
Captain, you can throw out some beast corpses to attract them.
No need, just wait. Here, Su Chen interrupted. He had already sensed several unusual auras. With his agility, he could easily find the shadow-scale giant python among them.
Captain, I want to go with you, it feels safer. Zhao Xiuyan was very
nervous. The dense forest looked terrifying, usually a standard setting for horror beast films, but she decided to take the risk for the sake of collecting feces.
All right.
A few minutes later, Zhao Xiuyan stopped again.
She found
the source of the smell, and her collecting obsession kicked in.
A fresh pile of beast feces, about half a meter long and evenly thick. The surface was covered with a layer of slime, making it look somewhat smooth. Wait just a moment. Su Chen covered his nose, patiently waiting for Zhao Xiuyan to finish her collection work. At first, he didn't understand, but since his team member had a decent living condition, the most likely reason she continued to pursue this was to satisfy her spiritual needs. After walking a bit further, he said, "You stay here, don't move." Su Chen looked up, using his spirit heart to sense that the massive shadow-scale giant python was coiled around a large tree ahead, its body blending into the trunk, making it hard to distinguish. Gripping the alloy gun tightly, he detached the muzzle and skillfully transformed it into a club shape, striking forcefully against the tree trunk. The trunk vibrated, and the body of the shadow-scale python was jolted free, revealing its form. Once discovered, the shadow-scale python let out a tremendous hiss and quickly coiled towards Su Chen. Su Chen adeptly utilized his agility, swiftly dodging the python's constricting attack. His movements were as light as flowing clouds. While evading the attack, he quickly adjusted his stance, gathering all his strength to smash the alloy club fiercely against the python's head. Crack! Under the impact of the unified force wave, the shadow-scale python was violently sent flying, its body trembling violently, and then it was struck repeatedly by Su Chen in vital areas. It was utterly doomed. Not far away, Zhao Xiuyan was once again shocked. Wasn't the captain using a knife before? He switched to a gun so quickly, but it was still very cool. She should have recorded it to show off on the Warrior Guild app, but unfortunately, he was too fast. Let's go, next location. Su Chen stored the corpse and continued moving with Zhao Xiuyan, their efficiency greatly enhanced by the rapid battle vehicle. Wait, drive a bit further. Got it. The eastern direction should be the Black Steel Horn Sheep. Zhao Xiuyan leaned out of the car window, taking in the air of the night wilderness, her full chest rising and falling rapidly, her nose surrounded by redness. Let's not go east, let's head north, Su Chen suddenly said. Okay, you're the captain, you decide. North, there's a high probability of encountering a Tier 2 illusion tail red fox. Su Chen slammed the accelerator, and the rapid battle vehicle dashed north. For the rest of the night, Su Chen kept changing positions in the wilderness, circling the capital to hunt rare ferocious beasts. South, Tier 3 steel armored battle ape. West, Tier 3 poison shadow stinger scorpion. Northwest, Tier 3 blazing dragon lizard. One by one, the rare beast corpses were stored in Su Chen's spatial ring. While driving, Su Chen felt ecstatic. Great, my weapon is about to be significantly enhanced, and when the time comes, every shot will deal real damage, piercing them through with one shot. Zhao Xiuyan looked excitedly at her luxurious little handbag. The bottle that previously held cosmetics was now filled with all sorts of excrement, in colors of red, yellow, purple, and green. This feeling of collecting is just too exhilarating. Shang Rui had not slept for a day and a night, and as a Tier 5 powerhouse, he was full of energy. However, his spiritual crystal reserves were running low. As the most outstanding mid-tier hunter in the organization, he had handled countless tasks, including disguises, killings, tracking, and seduction. He could complete them all well. This time, he knew he had made a mistake. The positioning was clear, yet he couldn't see a shadow. If it weren't for the fresh tire tracks on the ground, he would have thought the instruments had malfunctioned. However, he did not actively give up his mission authority. The instruments could still be used 3 more times. Again, this. After getting out of the car, Shang Rui noticed the pungent smell in the air. He carefully avoided a pile of particles underfoot. He knew this was some kind of beast's excrement. He even seriously suspected that the target he was tracking had deliberately led him to such a place. Was it to disgust him? 2 chances left. Shang Rui saw the instrument in his hand, the bright spot indicating the eastern direction of the capital. When he drove to the coordinate point, unsurprisingly, he found nothing again. 1 chance left. But when he pressed the button, the screen went blank. The bright spot had disappeared 5 minutes ago. After storing the rare beast corpses, Su Chen said calmly, "Drink some water, and let's continue." "Captain, I swear on my life, there's definitely nothing left." "Really? We worked hard for 2 days and only killed 13 beasts." Su Chen opened the ant honey box, looking sincerely at Zhao Xiuyan, whose face was swollen. "Ugh, I really can't eat anymore. As a second-tier warrior, my abilities have reached their limit." Zhao Xiuyan kept waving her hands. She didn't dare look in the mirror anymore. With so much energy explosion, how many devilish aerobic exercises would she have to do to lose it? The team leader was definitely a demon. And those were 13 rare ferocious beasts, rare. Even the top hunters take 3 years to kill one, and you killed 13. Just 13? Are you speaking human language? Alright, here are 3 spirit crystals. Take them and train hard, aiming to reach 3rd tier as soon as possible, so your face won't get puffy. Su Chen could only give in. 13 was acceptable, and a few of them were quite large, so the special enhancers should yield many bottles. Zhao Xiuyan's talent was quite helpful to her, and her strength needed to be raised quickly. "Oh, thank you, team leader, huh?" 2nd tier. Zhao Xiuyan let out a sharp scream upon seeing the 3 brilliant blue crystals in Su Chen's hand. She had seen first-tier spirit crystals before, but she didn't expect the team leader to be so generous. Team leader, you're really nice. Zhao. Xiuyan's round face turned red with excitement. Wow, this ant honey was definitely worth it. Some rare ferocious beasts had low ranks and didn't have shiny fur like the black crystal leopard, so their prices weren't that high. The total value of so many rare ferocious beasts wouldn't exceed 100 million, which meant Su Chen was essentially giving her 30 million directly. What is a wealthy person? When they act, it's double their worth. Damn, if he's this generous, he must have hundreds of spirit crystals in his pocket. Last time, someone mocked me for not being harsh enough. Hee, next time I'll say my team leader has thousands of spirit crystals in his pocket, and the team members' salaries are all at second tier. Let me see your bag. Zhao Xiuyan handed over her small purse. After rummaging through it, Su Chen pulled out a golden card. On the front, it read, Shang Rui. On the back, it read, General. Manager of Wang's United Enterprises Organization Department. Smash. Smash. Su Chen forcefully broke the card in half. When he realized he was being followed, he immediately activated the all-knowing eye and discovered that Zhao Xiuyan had 2 electronic devices on her. Let's go check the situation. Someone is following you. What? Zhao Xiuyan was taken aback and quickly crouched down, noticing a layer of metallic patterns at the center of the card. Team leader, save me. I don't want to die yet, I still have dreams to fulfill. Zhao Xiuyan's emotions were a roller coaster. Having offended too many people online, she instantly imagined being cornered by netizens. At her home, she collapsed onto the grass and began to cry loudly. Sister Zhao, can you be a bit more normal? We're a rare hunter team, not a bunch of lunatics. Su Chen didn't expect Zhao Xiuyan to react so strongly. She was just a 5th-tier warrior. Was it really that serious? Zhao Xiuyan instantly held back her tears. That one sister Zhao almost made her determined to go solo against Su Chen. Let's go. Get him. Wiping her tears, Zhao Xiuyan regained her confidence. With the team leader around, she wasn't afraid. Exactly, this team leader will help you solve the problem. Just a mere 5th tier. Su Chen locked the car doors, pressed the accelerator of the rapid battle vehicle, and the engine roared to life, producing a strong buzzing sound. He headed straight for Shang Rui's location. 5th tier? Let me out of the car. Zhao Xiuyan regretted it immensely. She never expected there would actually be a 5th-tier expert among the netizens. Also, how did the team leader know the opponent's rank? Could it be some hidden talent? Shang Rui had been studying in place for a long time, and even after using up his last first-tier spirit crystal, he still hadn't found any issues. The instruments should still be fine. But the coordinate card was broken. Was it man-made or just a coincidence? This mission had failed, and he was preparing to return to the capital. He hadn't completed his work in the past few days, and his phone was probably about to explode with calls from his superior. First, he needed to drive this battle vehicle to the supply point in the wilderness. The tank's tires instantly gripped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scenery around them was left behind, but the speed had slowed considerably. As they were about to reach the supply point, he noticed that another tank was following closely behind. The supply point must not be exposed. Shang Rui slammed on the brakes, stopped the vehicle, took off his sunglasses, pulled out a D-grade alloy long knife, and swiftly got out of the car. The opposing tank also came to a slow stop. Bang! The car door opened, and a person stepped out. Shang Rui squinted his eyes. The dust from the rear of the vehicle slowly settled, and the figure gradually became clear. A lazy yet charming voice rang out. Hee, finally caught you. Baibu had a face as beautiful as a rare beauty, dressed in a white combat suit, with a slender figure, wielding a silver double-edged alloy short sword. He had been tracking Shang Rui for the past 2 days, initially feeling delighted that he could unleash his full force in the wilderness without worrying about damaging public property. However, the movements of the opposing tank were strange, and he lost track of it several times. Fortunately, the organization's external personnel had left some traces on the opposing tank in advance. Shang Rui was tall and imposing, exuding a strong sense of pressure. As an S-grade combat talent warrior, he was one of the aces within the walls. After years of lurking, he suddenly received a single-line order to eliminate a person based on a portrait. Through various investigations, he learned that the person was named Su Chen. The person he could infiltrate was his team member, Zhao Xiuyan. This led to yesterday's blind date event. As for the person in front of him, he still didn't know why they wanted to capture him. But in the wilderness, as long as they weren't a 7th-tier warrior, he had confidence in fighting back. Without hesitation, Shang Rui charged at Baibu, his knife sweeping like a wave, his momentum like a rainbow. Baibu quickly drew his double-edged short sword, nimbly meeting him head-on. Their weapons clashed in the air, producing a piercing metallic sound. Ding! Shang Rui, 5th tier, can kill. Baibu, as expected, only 5th tier, must kill. Each swing of Shang Rui's long knife carried immense power, accompanied by a howling that tore through the air. Baibu was extremely agile, his double-edged short sword quick and precise, each attack searching for Shang Rui's flaws. The two exchanged blows, their moves sharp and fierce. B-grade martial skill, see Swallowing Blade. Shang Rui swung his long knife horizontally, the force steady and powerful, wide and sweeping.
But Bai Bu skillfully leaped aside, darting like a ghost across the battlefield. The double-edged short sword took the opportunity to stab at Shang Rui's side, the cold glint sending chills down his spine. C-grade martial skill, butterfly stabbing double blade. Shang Rui quickly returned his knife to block, their weapons clashing again, sparks flying. Before using their talents, their overall strengths were evenly matched and the battle fell into a stalemate. In the distance, Su Chen lowered his binoculars. He was puzzled as to why the two were fighting. When he approached Shang Rui's tank and noticed another person following closely behind, he had already slowed down, keeping his distance. After both sides converged, he relied on the distance advantage of Lingxin to observe from afar. Both are very strong, he evaluated in his mind. Although they hadn't engaged yet, both had mastered their martial skills, their movements smooth and fluid. Judging by the intensity of their attacks, they were both super experts among the 5th tier, far stronger than the 3 ogres he had killed last time. Explosive Fire 8. Shang Rui suddenly unleashed his S-grade combat talent, his cold face covered in blazing red fur, resembling a frenzied crimson ape. Waves of heat from the fire element erupted from his combat suit, distorting the surrounding air, the intense energy adding a powerful flame. Attribute attack to his knife techniques, each strike accompanied by fierce flames, greatly increasing their power. Shang Rui thought he must end the battle quickly, the opponent's agility was quite restraining for him. Bai Bu remained calm in the face of Shang Rui's outburst. His gaze was steady, his movements agile, attempting to use his speed and flexibility to evade Shang Rui's fierce onslaught, waiting for the opponent's explosive phase to pass. However, Shang Rui's offensive was too fierce, each strike accompanied by blazing flames, the air filled with a scorched scent. Damn it, his talent boosts his strength too much. When did that organization start having such talents? Bai Bu had to change his strategy. He knew that dragging this out was too risky. He immediately unleashed his SS-level humanoid combat enhancement talent, Son of the Storm. His black hair instantly turned a grayish-blue, his speed increasing by a third, the tip of his blade wrapped in sharp wind elements, each strike carrying a cutting sharpness. Bai Bu's assault instantly pushed back Shang Rui, swift as the wind, the blade piercing through the flames, directly targeting Shang Rui's vital points. Sizzle! Under the fierce onslaught, multiple wounds appeared on Shang Rui's body, blood flowing down. He realized that if this continued, the outcome would be dire, but he did not intend to sit back and wait for death. Taking advantage of a brief pause, he quietly shattered a piece of equipment, sending out a signal instantly. They were very close to the supply point and the opponent was alone, a high-talent human. All he had to do was wait for reinforcements to arrive. Now, focus on stalling. Sizzle! Bai Bu left a few more wounds on his opponent, relishing the feeling of cutting flesh. Hee, you've never experienced the taste of blood running dry, have you? No, the red side is stalling. Su Chen, through his binoculars, noticed something unusual in Shang Rui's movements. Many times he could have counterattacked, at least had the chance to trade injuries, but he directly gave up, instead opting for less damaging responses. In the face of a talent explosion, with a clear disadvantage in strength, the only explanation was, he has reinforcements. The same thought surfaced in Bai Bu's mind. This is bad. He had been tracking the guy with the codename 13 for a long time, deeply infiltrated. If it weren't for the sudden abnormal behavior, the organization would have had a hard time locking onto him. If he escaped this time, the next opportunity would be incredibly difficult. Double-blade butterfly stance 5th form, dance among the flowers. Bai Bu tightened his grip on the double-bladed short swords, his figure like a light butterfly, instantly dancing gracefully across the battlefield. His body, enhanced by his talent, became even more agile, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, movements elegant and swift. The double blades in his hands shimmered with cold light, tracing brilliant arcs in the air. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Shang Rui, without hesitation, used the only defensive technique in his martial arts, the 4th form of the swallowing. Sea blade, calm waters. All his strength concentrated on the blade, his expression serious and focused. If he had a water attribute talent, this move would have been even more defensively powerful, but it was sufficient for now. Clang, clang, clang. The blade spun, protecting his vital points, under his single-minded defense. Although Bai Bu continued to leave more scars on him, none were fatal. Retreat! A strange light flashed in Bai Bu's eyes as he made the decision to withdraw. His life was more precious than his opponent's. Stay! Although Shang Rui was covered in blood, he surprisingly turned defense into offense. If Bai Bu focused solely on escaping, it would play right into his blade techniques. Although his talent granted him a speed boost, Bai Bu would not easily turn his back on his opponent. Especially not with such reckless slashing despite his injuries. Damn it! These despicable guys, who feel no pain. He could only continue to turn back and entangle, trying to slay Shang Rui. Shang Rui remained calm in defense, as if a machine devoid of emotion, quickly executing the optimal judgment. Disgusting! 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 Bai Bu's swordplay nearly faltered due to his own mindset, but he knew that now he could only gamble on whether his double blades were faster or if the opponent's reinforcements would arrive first. Unfortunately, he lost the bet.
Reinforcements are coming. 3 level 5, 9 level 4. The one tracking Zhao Xiuyan is the Glory Organization? I've exposed myself after all. Su Chen put down the binoculars and glanced back at Zhao Xiuyan, who was still enjoying the scenery on the battle vehicle. As expected, and Anne's intel was correct, the Glory Organization had indeed found him. Fortunately, it was through Zhao Xiuyan. It seems that avoiding contact with Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang was the right choice. Any interaction would leave traces which could be uncovered by hidden enemies. He picked up the binoculars again, and in the distance, 3 squads in white uniforms had completely surrounded Bai Bu. The killing intent was palpable. Su Chen was deep in thought. Was the one wielding dual swords an enemy or a friend? To save? Or not to save? Is this all there is? Bai Bu looked at the 3 combat squads of the Glory Organization around him. If it were just these few people, he wouldn't be afraid. There was still Shang Rui. Glug glug. At that moment, Shang Rui, who was severely injured and sitting on the ground, suddenly took out a white bottle and drank from it in front of Bai Bu. To his surprise, the bleeding from multiple wounds gradually stopped. Taking advantage of this brief respite, he was recovering his body and increasing his chances of winning. Bai Bu certainly wouldn't sit idly by. His physical condition was much better than Shang Rui's, and there was still a glimmer of hope for a breakout. Let's perish together. He unleashed his martial skills once more, looking like a madman as he charged towards the resting Shang Rui in the distance. The 3 formations indeed moved in response, but midway he pivoted on his toes and thrust his dual blades at a mediocre-looking female warrior with golden hair from the 5th rank. Swish! This was his feint. 3 minutes. Bai Bu was covered in blood, gasping for breath. The wind elements around him began to weaken, and his hair was a mix of dark and light shades. On the ground lay 1 5th rank corpse and 3 4th rank corpses. Although the enemy lacked top-tier experts, the 3 combat squads had been reduced to 2. However, the pressure remained unrelenting. Shang Rui was still recovering, seemingly indifferent to the deaths of his companions. Should I use that move? Bai Bu's limbs ached, and the wounds were constantly irritating his nerves. I really don't want to. He clashed his 2 wrists together, and white fabric strips shot out from the cuffs of his white combat uniform, tightly binding his hands and the alloy short swords. He needed a bit of extra help to complete this move, which he had originally intended to save for Shang Rui when he joined the battlefield, because once used, he would be unable to move for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, Shang Rui had yet to arrive. Then it will have to be this way. Butterfly duel. Blades 10th style, burial of flowers. Bai Bu slightly bent his body, crossing the dual short swords in front of his chest, his gaze sharply locking onto the 2 5th rank warriors of the Glory Organization. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, his body gracefully leaped into the air, continuously changing shape as if drawing a blooming flower in the sky. The dual short swords struck alternately, their glimmering blades dancing like butterfly wings, dazzling to behold. Clang! Put! Amidst the rapid changes in his footwork, Bai Bu suddenly accelerated, thrusting the dual short swords forward and backward with ferocity, like a butterfly flitting through flowers. The sword tips aimed directly at a 5th rank warrior's vital points. Then, his body spun rapidly, the sword light scattering like petals, forming a brilliant shadow of blades that blocked the combined attack of the other warriors. Unfortunately, the significant drain on his stamina limited him to this. Such opponents were ruthless, and teammates were merely tools. Battles were always fought at the lowest cost to achieve victory. He now felt his vision darkening, on the verge of collapsing. An alloy long sword pierced his body, and with his last ounce of strength, he twisted to avoid the vital strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the sharpness of a second alloy long sword. Goodbye, mentor. Goodbye, blue star. However, the attack he had anticipated did not come. In the wilderness, the remaining 7 warriors of the Glory Organization collectively turned to look behind him. Even Shang Rui, who had been recovering in the distance, stood up and joined the combat squad. Is this my reinforcements? Bai Bu bitterly smiled in his heart. What reinforcements did he have? But he knew that the scene before him was not an illusion. The only explanation was that someone had arrived, and it was a warrior with extremely high agility. He couldn't hear any footsteps. Hey, are you still alive? If you are, make a sound. Su Chen, holding an alloy spear and dressed in a black combat suit, appeared behind Bai Bu. In the end, he decided to eliminate these warriors from the Glory Organization. At least his goal aligned with this person's for the time being. He had spent some time on the road. There was no choice. He couldn't bring Zhao Xiuyan along, or he would have to split his focus on protection. This person in front of him seemed to have just been stabbed, and he wasn't sure if he could hold on. Bai Bu didn't know how to respond. He wouldn't allow himself to make a squeaking sound like a mouse. Seeing that Bai Bu didn't move, Su Chen, exuding an air of a master, asked, "Brother, can you still fight?" He had greatly admired the martial skills displayed earlier. They were impressive and he wanted to learn. Cough, no, get lost. Bai Bu coughed up blood, his voice hoarse. He didn't even have the strength to turn around. Damn, judging by the voice, it was probably a young colorful pen. It was already good enough that I could stand. How could I still fight? Getting beaten up would be more like it. I hope I can scare him off so I don't die here. I really don't want to lie down with a stinky man. Su Chen? Alright, so the mouth is the hardest part of you, huh? He walked in front of Bai Bu, raised his damaged alloy spear, and pointed it at Shang Rui, saying, "Are you looking for me?" Shang Rui's expression was emotionless, his eyes flickering as he revealed his alloy long knife. Su Chen. What a stroke of luck, finding him here without any effort after searching for Zhao Shouyan for 2 days. This is the guidance of the glory god. Kill. 8 warriors charged collectively, kicking up dust from the ground. The setting sun painted the wilderness red, and the distant hills appeared particularly desolate. In the afterglow. In this open area, Su Chen stood still, gripping his D-grade alloy spear, which was covered in battle scars. He was still a 4th-tier warrior, facing 2 5th-tier warriors and 6 4th-tier warriors. The key was their teamwork. However, his physical condition was already on par with an ordinary 5th-tier warrior, so he could definitely fight. Bai Bu, severely injured and unable to move, had a twisted mindset. First, he noticed Su Chen's youth and handsomeness, feeling a twinge of selfish satisfaction. If he had to die, having someone like him as company wouldn't be a bad ending. Although Su Chen's combat suit and weapon were both D-grade alloy, the weapon was too damaged, so he didn't hold out much hope. Whoosh! As both sides closed in, Su Chen's spear shot out like a dragon, accompanied by a sharp whistle, aiming directly for the opponent's vital points. In an instant, the 4th-tier warrior from the Glory Organization was caught off guard and pierced through the chest by the spear, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining warriors quickly reacted, forming a siege, and amidst the flashes of blades, a fierce battle erupted instantly. What the hell? So strong? Bai Bu was dumbfounded. Su Chen's decisive martial skills sparked a glimmer of hope in him, perhaps he could survive this time. But the subsequent clashes gradually made his heart sink. It seemed that they were just 5th-tier warriors, not using their talents, and it was possible they didn't even have combat-type talents. Not only were there many of them, but they also had combined martial skills. The hope was slim. Wait, this movement technique is so powerful. No, it's ridiculously strong. Su Chen's successful strike was undoubtedly due to his previous encounter with the Glory Organization. His sensitivity to martial skills allowed him to identify many flaws in the combined martial skills of the Glory Organization during his review. Thus, he gradually took the initiative on the battlefield. The B-grade martial skill, Flowing Cloud Step, was like adding wings in a multi-person battle, and Su Chen began to slay like a dragon across the entire wilderness. Thud! Under a trajectory of the spear they couldn't comprehend, Su Chen broke through the blockade of their combined martial skills, killing another 4th-tier warrior. Shang Rui let out a long howl, and the remaining 6 members of the Glory Organization collectively unleashed their talents. It should be noted that they had just used it once when fighting Bai Bu. Repeated use of talents can increase the burden on the body and shorten one's lifespan. The battlefield once again tilted towards an unfavorable side for Su Chen. Annihilation Gun 5th Form Gale. Su Chen spun the gun, sending several 4th-tier warriors around him flying, and used the tail of the gun to block Shang Rui and another 5th-tier warrior's martial skills. Clang clang. The intense sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Sweat gradually covered Su Chen's forehead, yet the smile on his face grew brighter. Only in such battles could his martial skills grow faster. Come on. Su Chen surprisingly chose to take the initiative. Bai Bu trembled all over, unable to believe that this kid, without using any talents, could create such a situation against 2 combat formations of the Glory Organization, especially since he took the initiative. I'm going crazy. How can his understanding of martial skills be so strong? Su Chen spun the gun again, sending several 4th-tier warriors flying, and used the tail of the gun to block Shang Rui and another 5th-tier warrior's martial skills. Clang! Clang! The intense sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Sweat gradually covered Su Chen's forehead, yet the smile on his face grew brighter. Only in such battles could his martial skills grow faster. Come on! Su Chen surprisingly chose to take the initiative. Bai Bu trembled all over, unable to believe that this kid had not yet unleashed his talent, yet could create such a situation against 2 combat formations of the Glory Organization, especially since he chose to take the initiative. I'm going crazy. What kind of understanding of martial skills is this? Su Chen's alloy spear became increasingly damaged in the clashes. However, he didn't care, as long as it wasn't broken, it was fine. Shang Rui gradually discovered something unusual during the repeated joint attacks. His strength was far above that of the ordinary 5th-tier warriors in the organization, and the joint martial skills of the Glory Organization should theoretically assist him in exerting even greater power. Yet fighting against Su Chen made him feel somewhat restrained. Sometimes, when he swung his blade, he almost injured his teammates. Although he had no feelings for his companions, he couldn't let the enemy take advantage of him and harm his own strength, so he fought very uncomfortably. Although Shang Rui and his group were numerous and powerful, they felt somewhat powerless against Su Chen's agile fighting style. Fortunately, the eruption of talent allowed the situation to return to their control, and Su Chen's maneuvering space was continuously decreasing. It seemed that victory was just around the corner. The damaged spear traced beautiful arcs in the air.
The smell of blood in the air was swept away by the wind, and Baibu silently relieved his muscle tension beside him. If he survived this calamity, he felt he had hope for advancing his talent. While watching the battle, he gradually noticed something unusual. Could this be the rhythm of battle that the mentor spoke of? On the surface, Su Chen was still being pressured and attacked by 6 warriors from the Glory Organization, their coordination tighter than ever, seemingly not giving Su Chen any chance to exploit. But Su Chen was not anxious. With a gun thrust to the left and a sweep to the right, even a seemingly powerless jab could disrupt the rhythm of their joint attacks. His breath was steady, as if he could fight them for a day and a night. Moreover, Baibu, who had studied footwork a bit, noticed that Su Chen's steps were not only steady but even more concise and graceful. In a few steps, he even saw his own burial of flowers? Damn it! I must be seeing things. Is that all? Su Chen suddenly began to taunt, feeling that the pressure from the opponents was still insufficient, and he was just a bit away from that threshold. Shang Rue and the others seemed to not hear him at all, completely unaffected. If this is all the strength you have, then I might have to use my talent. Su Chen's words indeed caused ripples. Shang Rue and the others knew that Su Chen had not yet used his talent, and such a warrior without a combat-type talent was hard for them to believe. Moreover, the most important thing was that if this dragged on, their talent time would also come to an end. Change formation. Shang Rue suddenly broke away from the formation, charging alone towards Su Chen, while the other 2 4th-tier warriors merged into another formation, employing a 5-person combined attack technique. This maneuver seemed to heighten Shang Rue's risk, but it also allowed his strength to fully erupt. He realized that the tried and true combined attack techniques were useless against Su Chen. See Swallowing Blade, 6th style, back wave. The explosive fire elements combined with the progressively layered sword techniques instantly withered the grass around the wilderness. Shang Rue's relentless attack surged towards Su Chen. He was a master capable of battling 6th-tier warriors, and even in a less than optimal state, he still possessed tremendous power. It's best to withdraw this move. What? Baibu squinted, his eyes filled with confusion. Although Shang Rue's strike appeared to be stacked layer upon layer, his body was also in a state of exhaustion, and retreating from the sharp edge was the best combat choice. Yet this handsome guy, who was even smaller than himself, actually chose to go against the grain, seemingly preparing to take it head-on. Kill. From the side, the 5-member team of the Glory Organization also circled behind Su Chen, ready to intercept. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn. Baibu had already declared Su Chen's inevitable death in his heart. He could tell that even with Su Chen's impressive agility, this kind of pincer attack had exceeded his current limits. Su Chen's movements were no longer fluid, they appeared somewhat sluggish, sweat beading on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Shang Rue's S-level talent erupted, and waves of fiery heat swept in. The combat team of the Glory Organization attacked from all directions, the clash of blades and swords intertwining, forming a merciless killing array. Here it comes. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. This was the feeling he wanted. Just as he was about to be struck, a thought flickered in his mind, as if a spark of inspiration had flashed by. He sensed a peculiar opportunity, and his body no longer obeyed his conscious control, instinctively taking a step forward. This step seemed to move him forward, but in reality, it was a retreat, the movement strange yet natural, imbued with an incredible agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host, A-level. Martial skill, Flowing Cloud Step proficiency has reached mastery. It worked! Su Chen felt a surge of joy. The Flowing Cloud Step had finally broken through its bottleneck under immense pressure, advancing from minor success to major success. His movements became lighter, like flowing clouds and flowing water, free and unrestrained. Each step carried endless variations, as if blending into the thin clouds of the world, becoming elusive. Shang Rue's pressure surged instantly, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, his breathing becoming erratic. Impossible, how could he suddenly become so strong? What is this? A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Baibu's mouth fell open in shock. What kind of luck was this? No, wait. It wasn't a breakthrough in warrior rank, it was a breakthrough in martial skills? This was possible? Baibu felt a wave of envy rise in his throat. Every martial skill required a tremendous amount of effort to improve proficiency. Yet there were always prodigies who, in the heat of battle, found inspiration and achieved breakthroughs. It was like going to a lottery station with friends to play scratch-offs. You win $20 and feel great. But then you turn around and find your friend won $5 million. You'd want to strangle him on the spot. With the perfect combination of Flowing Cloud Step and Annihilation Spear, Su Chen's offensive surged like a storm. The spear darted between enemies, stirring up gusts of chilling wind. Under his onslaught, Shang Rue and the Glory Organization's combat team gradually crumbled, falling one after another. The rhythm of this battle is so captivating. Baibu's anxious heart finally began to relax. Su Chen's calm and unhurried style even made him feel a hint of enjoyment. Although both were 5th-tier warriors, Su Chen handled many details with far more finesse. In his prime, he might have achieved the same kill count, but his stamina expenditure would have been greater. Thunder! In the end, Su Chen leaped into the air, his spear aimed directly at Shang Rue's heart. Shang Rue tried to resist, but it was too late. The spear pierced through his body, taking away his last breath of life.
As he slowly knelt down, blood spattered from his mouth. Cough, cough. What is your talent? As the fire of life was about to extinguish, Shang Rui already understood why the organization wanted to eliminate him. He was nothing less than a genius of the federal humans. The level of difficulty was even greater than that of the person hunting him. After a long period of lurking, he finally felt a hint of unwillingness. The opponent must have used their talent, but the characteristics were not apparent, and everyone had been deceived by him. Perhaps the opponent had unleashed their full power from the very beginning, and their battle had always been led by the nose. Cough, cough. What talent do you have? He wanted to know before he died what talent he had lost to. Su Chen withdrew his gun, blood slowly dripping from the tip. Although the gun was about to break, it had still completed this battle. Not far away, Baibu also perked up his ears, certain that even the well-informed mentor would be quite curious. This talent had no outwardly visible characteristics, but it had a significant impact on the battle. I won't tell you. Su Chen was not prepared to let the other party understand everything. Shang Rui's eyes widened, gasping, unwilling to die. Su Chen began to clean the battlefield, collecting the opponent's alloy weapons and a small space ring. Unfortunately, the space ring was mostly empty. As for the person still standing motionless, he remained cautious. But he did not engage in further conversation. When he was about to leave, the other party spoke. Su Chen, Baibu's physical condition was very poor, unable to move, but he could still speak, albeit intermittently. You need to dig out their hearts before you go. Su Chen stopped, puzzled. Why? The people of the Glory Organization will use special technology to recover talents. As long as their hearts are intact, they can cultivate higher-level combat personnel. Su Chen's lips curled. This organization was truly perverse. After thinking for a moment, he said, I don't want to get involved in trouble. In your condition, you should be able to regain your mobility after a while. Let's just pretend we never met. Baibu was silent for a moment but continued. Cough, cough. It will take me at least 20 minutes to recover in this wilderness. There's a supply point near the Glory Organization, and there's a high probability that there are still personnel stationed there. Anyone could come and kill me. I don't care if I die, but you wouldn't want the other side to be stronger. It's best to do it that way. He could have chosen to ask Su Chen for help, but his prideful and stubborn nature made him prefer to die rather than beg anyone, except for his mentor. Su Chen pondered in silence but ultimately chose to trust Baibu's words. He used an alloy knife to extract all the hearts from the corpses present. These organs were covered with thick blood vessels, looking no different from those of ordinary people. After Su Chen finished these tasks, Baibu let out a sigh of relief. Great, this mission was considered complete. Now it was a gamble whether the Glory Organization's reinforcements would arrive. Su Chen had already walked far away without him noticing. Baibu silently sighed in his heart. His mentor always urged him to change his personality, but he couldn't do it. If he changed, he wouldn't be himself anymore. He could only hope that the bleeding would slow down. A few minutes later, he heard the sound of tires approaching from afar. However, it was coming from behind him. Su Chen and Zhao Shoyan drove up. Su Chen's familiar voice came from behind, lighthearted and filled with a strange tone. Go ahead, Sister Zhao. Here's your chance to save a handsome man. You should cherish it. He didn't expect another voice, also familiar and gritting teeth. I'm only 22 years old. You're really something, Captain. In the speeding vehicle, Zhao Shoyan was helping Baibu with a simple cleaning and disinfection of his wounds. When Su Chen arrived, he explained the situation to her. It was only then that she realized she had been followed by that cold, handsome man, Shang Rui. But what she didn't expect was that Baibu's target was actually Shang Rui. Indeed, her worth was not enough to attract such a beautiful man. Saying he wanted to have dinner with her, it turned out he was looking for another man. A man's words are deceiving. The captain was right, only a fool would go on a blind date, as true love often requires enduring hardships. Thinking of this, her movements became even gentler. Su Chen was definitely out of the picture. The competitor was not a person, but a celestial being descended to Earth. How much do you know about the Glory Organization? Why are you hunting down its members? Are you a federal spy? Su Chen asked while driving, probing for information. No comment. Baibu suppressed the discomfort in her heart and still let Zhao Shoyan finish the bandaging, her mouth remaining stubborn. Sister Zhao, later, from head to toe, make 108 cuts, and then apply your special collection and ant honey on the wounds. We're about to reach the gathering place of the second-tier ferocious beast, Xiang Chou Heizhu. Let this friend experience the hunting methods of a rare mercenary group. Su Chen specialized in various forms of defiance. Baibu's face turned pale. This kid was a demon and had completely hit her sore spot. She wasn't clear on what this woman's collection was, but it definitely wasn't anything good. As the saying goes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. He quickly made a decision. I'm not an official of the Federation, I'm an enforcer of the Dark Blade Organization. Our primary task is to hunt down the members of the Glory Organization that have infiltrated the Federation. There's a lot of information about the Glory Organization. What do you want to know? The reason Baibu gave up resisting was that this kid was decisive in killing, and it was easy for him to do such things. Moreover, his strength already met the standards for entering the organization. He had not completed the recruitment
criteria with his mentor, so it was worth a try.
Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror, his gaze sharp. Isn't the Dark Blade that anti-Federation organization? We were once a deeply hidden espionage department of the Federation, used to deal with the voices and small actions of division within the 9 domains.
Bai Bu's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, it still hurt a lot.
Later, the 9 domains still split, and the Dark Blade organization was once disbanded. Then why are you hunting down the Glory organization? Zhao Xiuyan asked. She had just heard the captain say that the Glory organization was causing trouble for him, and she was caught in the middle. But it was also the first time she heard that the Dark Blade had once been an official organization of the Federation. Bai Bu took a deep breath. He had asked this question to his mentor when he was just a child. The Dark Blade has been re-established. A Radiant-level enforcer once discovered the remnants of the Glory organization in an extremely dangerous medium-sized secret realm. Based on the clues, he deduced that a large number of Glory organization personnel had infiltrated the Federation. The split of the 9 domains might also have been orchestrated by the Glory organization, but after the intelligence
was reported, the higher-ups said it violated peace, and the remaining personnel of the Dark Blade were instead eliminated. The Dark Blade was also classified as an anti-Federation organization. It was at that time that the Dark Blade members realized that the Glory organization had already infiltrated the upper echelons of the Federation, and not only were they cunning, but they also aimed to eradicate them completely. The remaining members, to survive, could only lurk in the shadows, gather together, and re-establish a new Dark Blade. However, this time, the purpose of existence changed to hunting down members of the Glory organization within human society. Su Chen turned the steering wheel, bypassing a small hill. It seemed he had saved the right person this time. Indeed, the upper echelons of the Federation had been infiltrated, and it was by members of the Glory organization. He wondered what the relationship was between the Glory organization and the alien races outside the Stargate. Thinking of this, he smiled and retorted, while you're dodging the Federation's pursuit, you also want to hunt down the Glory organization. Your ideological awareness is so high? Bai Bu pondered for a moment and said, if you're willing to join the Dark Blade, I can tell you the truth. Otherwise, even if I'm eaten to death by those ferocious beasts, I won't utter a word. How strong is your organization? Su Chen smiled, gently lifting his right foot as the car gradually slowed down. The Dark Blade's enforcers have 4 ranks: Li Qing, Zipa, Shijin, and Yao Bai. Li Qing is rank 5, with a total of 26 members. Zipa is rank 6, with a total of 7 members. Shijin is rank 7, with 3 members. Yao Bai is our leader. Everyone has at least an S-level combat talent, and they generally possess the strength to fight above their rank. As Bai Bu spoke, a hint of pride appeared on his face. As an enforcer of the Dark Blade, he truly felt honored. Su Chen slowly stopped the car. This organization was very powerful. Not only having a top-tier rank 8 expert but, more importantly, without substantial resources backing them, they could never have reached such a scale. It seems there are indeed clever people within the Federation who have noticed some clues. However, in Han Yanling's previous life, they had not surfaced. So, you Dark Blade have people within the upper echelons of the Federation. He Bai Bu scoffed but unknowingly clenched his jaw tightly. Damn it, how did he know? I shouldn't have leaked anything. Ha? Why, Captain? Zhao Xiuyan gasped. As a rank 2 novice warrior, she was suddenly hearing these secrets. It was completely indigestible, and her mind was filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even hearing? How did the Glory organization become part of the Federation's upper echelons? Didn't the Federation say they had been completely eradicated? How come the Dark Blade organization is sometimes official and sometimes anti-official, and now there are people within the official ranks? Su Chen continued, to be precise, it should be that a certain faction within the Federation has re-established contact with you and secretly provided a lot of resource support. And combining this with the information from Han Yanling's previous life, the internal factions of the Federation can at least be divided into 3 groups: the aristocratic faction, the Glory organization, and the faction supporting the Dark Blade, which we can tentatively call the new faction. The new faction is the weakest, so they can only secretly fund the Dark Blade organization, trying to find remnants or spies of the Glory organization. Otherwise, the Dark Blade could not afford so many experts. The aristocratic faction is the strongest but has been quietly consumed by the Glory organization faction. Han Yanling's ascension to Empress in her previous life was the result of the combined influence of the aristocratic faction and the new faction. The Glory organization faction must have hoped for Han Yanling's sudden demise, but they never succeeded. Bai Bu was too scared to speak. Indeed, too much talk leads to mistakes. This kid had basically guessed most of it. If things go wrong, he could very well become a sinner of the organization. You wait for me here. Su Chen suddenly parked the car and got out, walking towards a small hill ahead. The tire tracks of the Glory organization disappeared here, showing no signs of anything unusual. However, the Ling Xin detected several martial artists and spiritual crystal fluctuations over 200 meters underground, all at low ranks. This indicated that the supply point of the Glory organization was right here.
Hey, Captain, what if he tries to run? Zhao Xiuyan asked, leaning out of the car window. It doesn't matter, do as you wish. Su Qin shrugged. Bai Bu wasn't an enemy. Moreover, in his current state, Zhao Xiuyan could easily take him down in one go. Zhao Xiuyan nodded. I'm not running. Bai Bu felt very anxious. He was in such discomfort that he couldn't muster any strength in his muscles. This woman wouldn't do something impulsive, would she? Zhao Xiuyan glanced at Bai Bu, opened her small handbag, and began to fiddle with her recent collection. After Su Chen walked away, Bai Bu tried to communicate with Zhao Xiuyan as he had some knowledge of cosmetics. Miss Xiao, the lipstick you have there, judging by the color, it should be a fake. Zhao Xiuyan? This supply point was hidden deep in the wilderness and the surrounding environment was extremely complex. But Su Chen, with the eye of all-knowing, successfully avoided all traps and hidden sentries. Interesting, a collective operation? As time passed, Su Chen sensed the fluctuations of several martial artists gradually approaching from underground to the surface. Based on their trajectory, he preemptively arrived at the exit and chose a concealed position to lie in wait. As soon as the martial artists from the Glory Organization appeared, Su Chen launched a sudden attack, his spear thrust out with the force of thunder. The few martial artists in white uniforms had yet to react before they fell under Su Chen's spear, their screams echoing. In a flash, he swiftly eliminated all enemies, each strike lethal, leaving no survivors. After the battle, Su Chen entered the underground supply point of the Glory Organization. The ramp extended downward, leading into a dim underground space. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. At the end of the ramp were two small garages, one of which resembled a vehicle from an ordinary mercenary group clearly meant to conceal their activities. Passing through the garage, Su Chen entered a larger underground cavern. Here, a large quantity of survival supplies and the corpses of low-tier ferocious beasts were piled up. These supplies are prepared for long-term survival in the wilderness. It seems they have been active here for quite some time. Is there a spirit crystal behind this wall? After a search, he pushed open a hidden door. The stench here was even more intense, making him want to retch. In the dim secret chamber, he discovered a strange device resembling a small assembly line for compression and refinement. Surrounding it were many ferocious beast corpses. Su Chen observed closely and found that these beast materials had been processed by the device, turning into blood energy pills, and several spirit crystals were hidden inside the device. Is this a device that uses spirit crystals as energy? Su Chen used his alloy long knife to slice open the surface of the device. He discovered that the spirit crystals seemed not to be a source of energy but rather a type of raw material for the blood energy pills. What the hell is going on? Su Chen was filled with questions. At first, he thought it was a small workshop for crafting blood energy pills to enhance talents set up by the Glory Organization. But he sensed something was off. He had never heard of spirit crystals being an ingredient in blood energy pills. Su Chen picked up a spirit crystal, identical to the ones he had collected, emitting a unique and enchanting blue glow in the secret chamber. So, what exactly are spirit crystals? With a belly full of confusion, Su Chen returned to the speedy vehicle. Are you really not considering joining us? Bai Bu had recovered quite a bit, although still weak, he could move slightly. What benefits are there to joining the organization? Su Chen countered. For a Li Cheng level, there are 3 second-tier spirit crystals each month plus an annual quota of spirit food. The higher the level, the higher the grade of spirit crystals and spirit food. The federal authorities will help legalize your identity, exempting you from military service, but you must ensure a certain number of kills of the Glory Organization. After finishing, Bai Bu looked at Su Chen with confidence. This treatment was indeed not low, considering spirit crystals were hard to come by. In fact, there was also a martial skill guidance, but he felt Su Chen wouldn't need it. By the way, how do you determine the members of the Glory Organization? Su Chen asked curiously. Members of the Glory Organization lack emotions, so they tend to be somewhat abnormal in human society. The organization has an assessment list judging whether a person has issues through behavioral observation. What if you kill the wrong person? What if someone just doesn't like to communicate? Zhao Xiuyan asked curiously. She was worried that her lack of interaction with others might lead to her being classified as a member of the Glory Organization. It won't be wrong. The organization also has many external personnel responsible for comprehensive assessments. Usually, by the time it is handed over to us, the person has already been confirmed as abnormal. Take Shang Rui for example. He has been on the observation list for 5 years, but the organization has never been able to confirm anything. It was only after the sudden abnormal matchmaking behavior that I was sent to track him closely. They mostly have 2 characteristics. The first is that they avoid all official instrument detection points. The second is that their daily emotions are rather indifferent. With this cross-comparison, we can basically lock onto most of the abnormal individuals. Su Chen was taken aback. He had never thought of this method of investigation. Aren't mid to high-level martial artists required to serve in the military? Zhao Xiuyan was also confused. Su Chen thought for a moment and smiled. The rules are set by those above. There are bound to be some that slip through the cracks.
We can't catch them all, so it's better to use this method to hunt them in reverse. Using this approach does have some merit. Baibu took out some spiritual food supplements from his space ring and started stuffing them into his mouth to replenish his energy and recover his body, while also saying, "That's right," not to mention the families in various regions, even the universities in those regions will secretly hide some high-level students and sign contracts to explore medium-sized secret realms. If the Federation really cracks down hard, it will only cause greater turmoil. Of course, ordinary martial artists without a background will definitely be conscripted. Moreover, we at Dark Blade are considered a special talent protection center for the Federation. High potential talents will actively help erase some social traces. On one hand, we protect talents, and on the other hand, we cultivate high-end combat power to prepare for confrontation with the Glory Organization. In front of the fast-moving war vehicle, the city walls of the capital were already visible. Let's stop here for now. If you are interested, contact the number on this card. Baibu dragged his weary body out of the car. If you don't join, please do not disclose this information. After all, the Glory Organization is a cult and a common enemy of humanity. Okay, I'll think about it. Su Chen neither accepted nor directly refused. He still needed more clues. Bang! The car door closed, and Baibu watched the war vehicle drive away. He needed to contact the organization as soon as possible to recover the Glory Organization supply point in the wilderness and the 2 war vehicles. Earlier, to highlight the organization's affluent image, he had dared not mention it. Those were 2 war vehicles worth tens of millions. This kid just left them in the wilderness. What a bold move. Captain, aren't you joining? It sounds really good. Zhao Xiuyan asked excitedly. She felt like she had come into contact with some extraordinary mysterious organization. We'll see, the benefits are too low, Su Chen said absently while gripping the steering wheel. Zhao Xiuyan? Over 300 million a year, and you say the benefits are low? Master Wan Hong, wake up quickly, Boss Su is here. And in shook Wan Hong, who was sleeping with his head on the table. Who's here? Su Chen. Oh. Wan Hong groggily sat up from the messy table and put on his glasses. Master Wan, I'm here to enhance my weapon, Su Chen said with a smile. He was about to enter a medium-sized secret realm, and the weapon had to be powerful. Where are the materials? Wan Hong perked up. She wanted to know what kind of surprise this kid would bring this time. Where do I put them? Su Chen asked in confusion. There didn't seem to be a place to set them down. Right here will do. Wan Hong hurriedly cleared his space with an in at the office desk, looking at Su Chen with anticipation. Wow, Boss Su, you didn't catch another white demon horned deer, did you? Wan Hong suddenly exclaimed. That would make the space a bit small. The antlers could easily poke someone. And move that chair a bit. Got it. And quickly moved the chair aside. She had never seen a complete rare beast up close before. Last time, she had overslept and missed the citywide parade. Alright. Su Chen took out a second-tier illusion tail red fox from his space ring. With a bang, the corpse knocked several sheets of paper covered in formulas off the ground. The enchanting and dreamlike for instantly captured in Anne's eyes. Wow, so beautiful, not bad. This size can refine a tube of reagent. Wan Hong assessed as she circled the corpse of the fierce beast. This kid is impressive. In just a few days, he managed to get a rare fierce beast. Choosing to accept Su Chen's investment was truly the right decision. She could also keep a little reagent for other experiments. Not bad at all. Bang! Bang! The blackhorn steel goat and frost-cracking beast were also taken out by Su Chen and stacked on top of the illusion-tailed red fox. Ah, there's more? Anne exclaimed in surprise. Wan Hong rubbed her eyes and tapped her head. She must still be half asleep. Half a day later, Wan Hong and Su Chen returned from the underground laboratory warehouse. 13 rare fierce beasts. She was going crazy. She had never fought such a wealthy battle. But Su Chen's next words made her mood plummet instantly. All of them will be used to enhance weapons. No, please don't. Wan Hong tried to salvage the situation. Was the boss crazy? How long could the enhancement last? Wouldn't it be better to use them to make A-grade weapons? No, it's urgent. There will be more rare fierce beasts in the future. Su Chen noticed Wan Hong's reluctance and comforted her. The materials for A-grade weapons hadn't even been synthesized yet. Who knows how long it would take to make them? He needed to quickly increase his strength now. Alright, fine. Give me 3 hours. Wan Hong operated on the screen, and soon, these rare fierce beasts were refined into 15 tubes of enhancement agent. This is the benefit of being backed by Longhua University. The equipment is the best in the Federation. The efficiency was extremely fast. Let's start enhancing. Su Chen placed the damaged D-grade alloy spear on the experimental table. Wan Hong carefully took out a tube of special enhancement agent. The enhancement agent emitted a faint purple glow from the bottle containing strange energy. She took a deep breath, tied her chestnut hair with a rubber band, and slowly injected the enhancement agent into the cracks of the spear. Upon contact with the spear, it immediately seeped into the metal, and the area around the cracks began to emit a faint glow. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the spear, watching as the cracks gradually healed, the metal surface restored to its original state, even smoother and sturdier than before.
In no time, the damaged alloy spear was completely repaired. Its surface emitted a faint metallic sheen, very captivating. Success! The hypothesis was correct. Nice!
Wan Hong shouted excitedly, her fists clenched.
Su Chen looked astonished. What's going on?
Was that just the first
experiment? It turns out he was the guinea pig. Continue. Su Chen signaled for Wan Hong to keep enhancing the weapon.
The D-grade alloy was already a bit behind in his current combat strength.
Okay,
Wan Hong said excitedly, such
experiments were rare opportunities. She signaled an end to complete various data recordings on the side.
She took out 2 tubes of enhancement agent and injected them into the spear one by one.
The enhancement agents seeped into
the metal, and the spear's color gradually deepened, its texture becoming harder, with a faint silver glow on the surface.
It's done, this strength has reached C-grade alloy. Look at this light silver color, it's the standard for C-grade alloy. Not bad. Su Chen picked up the alloy spear and immediately felt a sense of perfect harmony.
Wan Hong was right, his alloy spear had indeed been significantly enhanced.
Continue. Wan Hong was surprised.
Her lips moved slightly, her feelings extremely complex.
On one hand, she felt it was too wasteful.
After all, a complete rare fierce beast corpse was hard to come by. On the other hand, she wanted to know if her subsequent
hypotheses about the enhancement agent were correct. For a researcher, nothing is more exhilarating than the process of experiments approaching the truth. Forget it, I'll listen to the boss.
Wan Hong took out 6 more tubes of
enhancement agent and injected them into the spear one by one.
At this moment, the deep silver surface of the spear was incredibly smooth, reflecting a uniform metallic glow under the light.
With each injection, the brilliance
of the long spear became more dazzling, and the strength of the metal continued to increase.
9th tube. Wan Hong's hands trembled slightly.
She was about to witness the transformation of this metal.
Ding, the 3 present seemed to hear a faint metallic hum in the air. After a full 9 enhancements, the strength of the long spear finally reached the level of B-grade alloy.
The color deepened, presenting a near-black texture.
However, the surface
emitted a layer of dazzling golden light.
Ha ha ha,
it worked, B-grade alloy. Wan Hong danced with excitement. Su Chen also wore a broad smile, gently stroking the spear's body, the surface texture now more intricate
and complex, showcasing a perfect metallic feel. Continue enhancing. Su Chen looked at Wan Hong with determination.
Investing in Wan Hong was indeed the right choice. He wouldn't have to worry about weapons for quite some time.
Ha! Wan Hong was taken aback. Boss, this weapon's strength is already very high. Moreover, the success rate for further enhancements is very low. It's fine, don't you need this kind of experimental data? Su Chen's
voice awakened a little devil in Wan Hong's heart. The feeling of continuously burning money was truly addictive.
Let's go for it.
Wan Hong took a deep breath and excitedly poured in the enhancer. Half a day later, the enhancer disappeared, but the spear showed no change.
Failed?
And then said blankly from the side, her hands recording data had also stopped.
It's normal, try again. Continue. 3 consecutive failures gradually silenced. The 3 of them. Let's do it again. Su Chen still wanted to try once more.
Forget it, Su Chen, Wan Hong said with a pained heart. The success rate was too low.
Su Chen thought for a moment and said, last time. Wan Hong took a deep breath and first walked to the cleaning pool beside the experimental table.
She washed her hands and face. Then she took a new set of lab clothes from the cabinet and changed, and then looked on in shock.
Didn't the instructor just change clothes yesterday?
Wan Hong then dug out a block of black paste from the depths of the cabinet and ignited it with a high-temperature torch. The air in the laboratory was filled with an invigorating and strange
fragrance. What is this? Su Chen asked, sniffing.
It's a perfume extracted from the reproductive fluid of a male 5th-tier ferocious fish leopard whale.
After taking a few deep breaths, Wan Hong extinguished the black paste and carefully sealed it.
Occasional inhalation can uplift the spirit, similar to Cold Mountain Drunk. It's much cheaper than Cold Mountain Drunk. Upon hearing this, Su Chen silently took out a gas mask from his space ring and put it on his head under An's envious gaze. He couldn't let Wan Hong use this stuff anymore. After finishing all this, Wan Hong walked steadily to the experimental table. With her right hand pointing to the sky, her left hand pointing to the ground, she chanted continuously. 1 minute later, Wan Hong concluded all her actions.
Su Chen? Shouldn't researchers believe in science? What the hell was this ritualistic nonsense? It had a whiff of occult. Wan Hong suddenly poured the enhancer onto the alloy spear.
Su Chen and An instinctively held their breath, nervously watching the long spear. Suddenly, the surface of the spear erupted with a dazzling light. The metallic texture instantly enhanced, visibly reaching a higher strength.
It worked! It really worked! Ha ha ha! That's great!
Wan Hong and An hugged each other, excitedly shouting. The image of 4 small mountains colliding violently made one worry about the quality of the lab coats.
Su Chen fixed his gaze intently on the alloy long spear on the table.
The color remained a deep black, but upon closer inspection, one would find countless tiny,
star-like marks sprinkled within the black.
These star marks resembled stars in the night sky, twinkling with subtle light against the black backdrop.
The surface of the alloy emitted a faint black glow, the light soft and not glaring.
As the light changed, it revealed a deep and mysterious glow, like the flowing starlight in the night sky.
Is this the A-grade alloy? Su Chen couldn't help but ask.
No, strictly speaking, it's B+ grade.
Then, Hong and Su Chen explained that A-grade alloys should have a silver luster resembling star scars on all gun bodies, but its strength lies between A-grade and D-grade. I can guarantee that this is definitely the strongest weapon in the Federation right now.
As Hong said this, she suddenly swallowed hard. It dawned on her what they had just created. A B-grade weapon used only by 8th-tier powerhouses, and now Su Chen not only possessed it ahead of
time but had an even better version.
Su Chen nodded and picked up the alloy spear that had been reinforced 10 times. Its surface was as smooth as silk, yet filled with power. With every touch, he could feel its coldness and
toughness, its hardness and weight. Hong lamented, "It's a pity it only has a 1-year warranty." Su Chen, however, was unconcerned. "That's fine, it's enough." After Su Chen left Hong's laboratory and picked up the small wooden box he had left behind.
Boss Su has quite the connection with the Han family, even sending a box of Han Zue Songbai. Who in the capital didn't know that Han Zue Songbai was a specialty of the Han family's secret realm? "You can keep it," Hong said somewhat reluctantly. "I won't accept things from the aristocratic families."
"Mentor, Su Chen is Su Chen, why do you care where he got it from?"
"Just assume he stole it," Hong thought. For a moment and agreed. After all, Su Chen wasn't from an aristocratic family and didn't interfere with her experiments. Not only did he provide money, but he also provided resources. She couldn't get stuck in her own thoughts. She opened the box and with a bang quickly closed it again, her hands starting to tremble involuntarily.
What truly makes a good boss? She finally understood now. Ahem, Anan, don't call out in a bit. Anan didn't see
clearly but caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance.
However, she guessed it should be Han Mountain Drunk, thinking to herself, what's the big deal about calling it out? Who isn't a little rich lady? Ah, the continuous
excited screams of the two in the laboratory were quietly absorbed by the soundproof materials. Half a day later, Hong and Anan confirmed the final quantity, 100 pieces. Exactly 100 tender leaves filled the laboratory with a
refreshing and pleasant aroma. These are for old Ding, and these are for you. I don't need them, mentor.
Take them, work hard, our laboratory has a heavy workload.
Okay, thank you, mentor. 2 days later, Su Guofeng's training in the secret room was interrupted by a message on his phone.
Dad, this is a lump of leopard whale essence cream, you should train well.
Su Guofeng?
What a wasteful child. Does a dignified 7th tier
warrior really need these things for training?
He tapped on the phone screen, send it back. Dad doesn't need it.
After thinking for a moment, he deleted it.
Suck, so fragrant, and is thoughtful.
Su Guofeng returned to the energy-rich secret room to continue his training.
In a similar secret room, Su Chen was also diligently training. Ever since breaking through to the 4th tier warrior, he hadn't focused on training.
The remaining small secret realms of the aristocratic families hadn't opened yet.
The Joyu University League was set to start in 2 days, and now that he had his weapon, he needed to enhance his spiritual energy. Fortunately, he made time to train during his free hours every day, so his spiritual energy value had been steadily increasing.
System, name, Su Chen, age, 18 level, 4th rank warrior talent, spirit heart, unique, talent traits, all-knowing eye.
Killing intent fluctuation, biological detection, basic enhancement spirit energy 23697/50,000 martial skills, A-class layered wave / minor achievement, A-class flowing cloud step, major achievement, SS-class annihilation. Gun, major achievement, X-class unified force wave, perfect, spirit crystals 1st rank spirit crystal * 2901, 2nd rank spirit crystal * 818, 3rd rank spirit crystal * 234, 4th rank spirit crystal * 57, 5th rank spirit crystal *1 wealth 16.51 billion, low dimensional currency, points 25 spirit plants, electromagnetic grass * 497, thunderstorm flower * 1007, cold drunken pine cone * 12570, cold mountain drunken * 20,897 others, thunderer * 3, thunder, eagle eggs * 50, beast materials. Among these, Su Chen was most concerned about his spirit energy value. In the training pod, Su Chen spread out dozens of 4th rank spirit crystals to enhance the spirit energy density. The spirit energy value indicated by the system is a percentage increase, so it doesn't mean that the higher the warrior rank, the faster the spirit energy absorption. However, as long as his training resources are sufficient, he can achieve rapid growth at every stage. This is the core reason why he wanted to go to the secret realm first, qualitative change from quantitative change. For a full 2 days, he hardly slept, continuously activating these high-level spirit crystals, increasing his spirit energy value at a speed of a few points every few seconds.
24990-25002. When he was basically stuck around 49,000 points, he stopped. It was about time. Ding, contestant. Su-chen, please gather at the east gate of Longhua University. The signature at the bottom of this message is Federal Official X Longhua University. Unlike the Masked Warrior competition, the 9 Domains University League is an official event. The topic and popularity are certainly much higher. However, the details of the first round of the competition are not disclosed to the general public, only the results are announced, somewhat similar to an internal test. Su-chen, where are you? It was a message from Han Yenling, who had just finished her closed training. On my way. On the playground, a wide war vehicle emblazoned with the Longhua University emblem was parked, ready to head to the European domain. Inside the vehicle were 9 spirited students and 2 accompanying staff members. Everyone had a serious expression. Just like the Masked Warrior competition, the league has a certain casualty rate every year, and even scions from prestigious families can encounter accidents. But the rewards for participating are also quite astonishing, not to mention the encouragement and reputation from their own school. Once they break into the top 10, all universities' secret caves will be opened, and even if a pig goes in, it can still gather a dozen spirit plants. Han Yenling sat in the front row, with an empty seat reserved for Su-chen beside her. In her previous life, she was too closed off, relying mostly on her talent and strength to crush her way through with little understanding of martial skills. After 5 days of grueling training, she had gained new insights into many martial skills and was now full of confidence, especially since the enhancement effects of spirit food had gradually manifested. She could confidently say that the third-ranked Chen Chushun was no longer her opponent. Even the usually stern Master Yi praised her, calling her a once-in-a-century martial talent. If it weren't for Han Yenling's overly cold personality and her status as a scion, he would have wanted to take her as a closed-door disciple. Outside the car window, a large number of media reporters had gathered, their equipment neatly arranged, ready to provide comprehensive coverage of the event. Su-chen's arrival was not considered late, but as the last contestant to arrive, his appearance still drew the media's attention. Once all members gathered, the flashlights instantly lit up, illuminating the scene as if it were daytime. Photographers quickly adjusted their focus, aiming their lenses at the elites of Longhua University. The war vehicle honked in salute, while the media continued to capture the departing silhouette of the vehicle, as if afraid to miss any detail. As they gradually moved further away, the noise at the scene began to subside, but the excitement among the reporters remained undiminished. A few media reporters gathered together, eagerly sharing their gossip. I heard the last one to arrive, Su-chen. Is the captain? Yes, he's the ace of Longhua University. Wasn't that a malfunction? No, I heard from Principal Lu's wife that Principal Lu has been calling out Su-chen's name in his dreams lately, thanking him and such. Reporter Li Qingxin, while packing up his equipment, confidently stated that as an experienced journalist he was the best at fabricating fake news. He planned to guide the reporters present to cover Su-chen, while he would exclusively report on Han Yenling, maximizing his traffic. He then added, their family says it's the old principal's spirit manifesting, sending them a genius who hasn't even been born yet. No way, is that true? Isn't Han Yenling an X-level talent a trump card? Isn't Chen Chusheng the strongest at Longhua University? Han Yenling is too young and has only been a third-tier warrior for a short time. Her martial skills and combat experience will suffer. That's true. The other reporters debated, their faces filled with disbelief. No wonder this kid arrived last, it turns out he was a trump card. By the way, Master Yi's daughter is the girlfriend of my 7th aunt's little nephew, and she said her father praised Han Yenling as a once-in-a-lifetime martial arts genius when he returned yesterday, but Han Yenling said Su-chen is even stronger than her. One reporter whispered, adding credibility to the information. It might be true, my exclusive informant said Su-chen has guided other students in martial skills and can take on 10 by himself based solely on his martial prowess. Another female reporter nodded. In agreement. Wow, this is big news. How are you planning to report it? Just report it as it is. Li Qingxin was increasingly pleased as he listened. These people were so good at exaggerating, I just mentioned it casually. And they all believed it. Haha, truly, the heavens are making me rich. In the armored vehicle, the scenery outside the window rushed by quickly. The atmosphere inside was calm and focused as everyone was racing against time to absorb spirit crystals. The students from Longhua University were all equipped with third-tier spirit crystals. However, in the front row, Su-chen and Han Yenling held 3 fourth-tier spirit crystals. Han Yenling's hands were slender and long, her skin smooth and delicate like white jade. Her fingertips intertwined with Su-chen's hand, exuding a faint pink sheen, her nails neatly trimmed and naturally shaped, glimmering with a healthy glow. The touch was warm and soft, and when her delicate skin made contact with Su-chen's palm, it brought a light sensation. Su-chen tried several times to withdraw his hand to concentrate on his cultivation, but Han Yenling held on tightly. You smell like perfume. Han Yenling suddenly turned her head, her eyes clear as water. Su-chen was taken aback, this girl has such a keen sense of smell? Zhao Xiuyan had accidentally spilled some perfume in the car, and over time, a hint of it had clung to him. He had clearly showered several times and changed clothes. How could she have noticed? This is terrifying. Su Chen looked at Han Yenling's stunningly beautiful face and smiled slightly, deciding to confess, I've been hunting rare ferocious beasts with Sister Zhao these past few days. Oh, take me next time. Han Yenling's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, feeling secretly pleased. Humph, a little test, and it backfired. In fact, she hadn't smelled anything. She had learned this trick from listening to Yi Tong and her chatting. Han Yenling gently lowered the car window, quietly gazing outside. The wild breeze rushed into the armored vehicle, tousling her hair and playfully brushing against Su Chen's cheek. A unique scent of a young girl lingered at the tip of Su Chen's nose. Han Yenling's eyes sparkled like stars, her face delicate, her skin as white as snow. Every expression carried a hint of playfulness and liveliness, captivating the heart. It was hard for Su Chen to settle down and quietly cultivate. Captain Su, what have you been busy with these days? Have you been gathering information on our opponents for us? Yi Tong suddenly popped up from the back row, leaning forward to pat Su Chen's shoulder. Which is our strongest opponent, the Eagle Domain's Cadden or the Tianju Domains? Vangu? Su Chen shrugged. I don't know, haven't done any research. What are you doing? We're not going out for a stroll, Captain Su, you need to be responsible for us. Li Bina also stood up, expressing her dissatisfaction. Han Yenling suddenly spoke up, her voice cold. It's fine, I'm here. Okay. Li Bina hurriedly pulled Yi Tong back down, as Han Yenling's performance during the intense training had completely won over the civilian team. When her talent erupted, the two of them combined with the little fire dragon weren't enough to take her on. Combat enhancement talents are truly terrifying. Even the aristocratic team led by Chun Chusheng had quieted down, feeling a sense of apprehension. Tong Tong, are you hungry? I brought some secret marinated chicken feet. Li Bina asked Yi Tong with a doting expression. Not eating, I'm full from dog food. Yi Tong pouted, having just seen Su Chen and Han Yenling holding hands tightly. Secretly angry, why is it that all the good-looking ones are together? What to do? Who should I be mad at? Waiting online, quite urgent. Forget it, I'll check the news when we reach the European domain, hoping the media captures me looking good. Hello everyone, I am the logistics support for this trip. Lufian, a middle-aged woman dressed in an intellectual style, stood up in the passenger seat, wearing a simple yet elegant combat outfit with smooth lines. Her medium-length hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a hint of nonchalance. I am responsible for ensuring your safety, introducing the competition details, and you must listen to me at critical moments. Not only because I am a level 7 powerhouse, but also because I am Principal Lu's daughter. Got it? Lufian smiled, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Got it. The people in the car nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. Such a direct opening statement truly carried immense confidence. Su Chen and the others noticed that Lu Fian did indeed resemble Principal Lu, mature and beautiful, but the only pity was the severe burn scar on the right side of her cheek extending to her neck. It completely marred Lu Fian's original beauty. However, Lu Fian seemed completely unconcerned, even too lazy to wear a mask. This time, the 9 Domains University League will be held in the European domain. Once the list of all university teams is confirmed, the Federation announced this year's first round competition. Venue, a newly discovered unexplored medium-sized cave in the European domain, codenamed Demon Touch. Lufian activated the car's large screen, displaying a map and information. The medium-sized cave is quite close to the city wall of the European domain, with a glaring red dot indicating that this cave has yet to be explored. You have 2 ways to earn points: complete regional exploration and hunt fierce beasts. Aside from Su Chen and Han Yenling, most have entered the medium-sized cave with school teachers. So, let me give you two a brief introduction. Lufian looked at Su Chen and Han Yenling in the front row, subtly sweeping her gaze over their joined hands. Another couple crossing class boundaries? I hope they don't end up like I did back then. The medium-sized cave is quite large, about the size of a province in the Blue Star's Huayu before the Aura revival. Of course, for mid-level warriors, it can be explored in about a month. The key points are the fog and mid to high-level fierce beasts. Due to the denser fog and stronger interference in the medium-sized cave, each team only has one powerful signal device for positioning, so unity is the first priority. Without a signal device, getting separated from your companions means getting lost in the cave, and how long you can survive depends on fate. Su Chen and Han Yenling exchanged glances with Lufian and nodded. Overall, there are no beast tides in the medium-sized dungeon, so as long as you work together and avoid conflicts with other teams, there will be no life-threatening dangers. Remember, there are no spirit plants in the dungeon, so don't act recklessly when encountering groups of ferocious beasts. This time, the European region will provide each team with 5 small spatial rings to carry the materials from the corpses of ferocious beasts, and all the profits will belong to their respective universities, with points calculated uniformly by the Federation. The rewards provided by Longhua University are 500,000 for 4th-tier ferocious beasts, 1 million for 5th-tier ferocious beasts, and 2 million for 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Don't worry, you definitely won't be at a loss. Upon hearing this, Wang Long and Yi Tong couldn't help but feel excited. For students like them from ordinary backgrounds, the biggest temptation of participating in the competition was the rewards from the first round. Hunting high-tier ferocious beasts collectively posed the lowest risk and the highest reward for them. They also knew that after joining the military, they would be in a state of having money to earn but no life to spend. Now it was different. Earning money and improving their strength on campus earlier would likely allow them to live longer even after graduating and joining the military. Luthien suddenly raised her voice. Attention! The ferocious beasts in the dungeon are endless. Therefore, while earning points, you must preserve your strength to the greatest extent. 1 point for a 4th tier ferocious beast, 3 points for a 5th tier ferocious beast, and 10 points for a 6th tier ferocious beast. Based on the intensity of past competitions, generally, 200 points can secure a spot in the top 3 of the first round of the team competition. However, this time it is an unexplored medium-sized dungeon, so Manhwa University has set your target at 300 points. After evaluation. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Ha! So many? 300 4th tier ferocious beasts? Are you kidding? We are all 3rd tier warriors. Luthien smiled confidently. That's right, each person needs to slay an average of 34th tier ferocious beasts. For other 3rd tier warriors, this is an incomprehensible number, but you are different. You are the top students of Manhwa University. You can be considered one of the most elite young warriors in the entire Huayu region. Who doesn't have the ability to slay beasts of a higher tier? Moreover, you are a hunting team for the ferocious beasts. Luthien's hands continuously swiped across the vehicle screen, and the profiles of each student flashed before everyone's eyes. Various talents boosted the confidence of those present. Indeed, they were the youngest pride of Huayu, with astonishing combat power. S level, SS level, X level. Finally, her screen froze on an exceptionally handsome photo. And this year, you have the strongest support in history, Su Chen. So that's it. The Langhua students in the armored vehicle all turned to Su Chen, murmuring in surprise. Even the usually proud scions of noble families had flickering eyes, their little thoughts extinguished. Su Chen's frostbat talent was indeed born for exploring medium-sized dungeons. It was feared that after this competition, he would be exceptionally recruited by the Federal Army. It is expected to take 2 days to reach the European region. You can practice on your own. After Luthien finished her introduction, she returned to the passenger seat. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Langhua University, a group of retired professors surrounded President Lu to celebrate. They had just learned about the venue information for the first round of the 9 Regions University League and rushed over. President Lu has great insight. President Lu truly has an eye for talent. This arrangement is indeed brilliant. Old Lu, this year, if Langhua University is in the top 3, you must ask the military for more ferocious beast materials. Well, the final results still depend on the 3rd round. President Lu smiled so widely that he could hardly close his mouth. These old men had been criticizing him for years due to Langhua University's poor performance in the league. The implication was clear, I could do it too. By the way, where's old Zhang? Zhang Jijun was called away by the Federation half a month ago to investigate that medium-sized cave. Damn, Lao Lu, impressive. The old professors suddenly realized that Principal Lu had deduced this from the slightest clues, finding auxiliary talents like Su Chen in advance. Only Principal Lu smiled without speaking. If it weren't for Dinggu saying that Su Chen had astonishing financial resources, he would have tried to change the list. Now, maintaining a smile was the best explanation. The war chariots from universities across the Federation were heading towards the European region. The participants on each chariot were also informed about the details of this year's first round of competition. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere of the Huayu war chariots, the mood in the Yinghan region's chariots was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, did the European region secretly change the terrain? Our auxiliary players are completely useless this time. A burly Asian student exclaimed angrily. Park Ji-chan, please be quiet for a moment. Sister Lu Benxiang's talent is also useful in battle. Another girl with bangs comforted, tightly holding the hand of a petite girl with flaxen hair. Both of them were not tall but had very curvy figures and beautiful faces. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Like Langhua University, the Yinghan region was also divided into 2 factions, the Sakura team and the Han team. Sitting quietly in the front row, Wazimu seemed indifferent to the cave's terrain. Next to him, the vice captain Li Zhongxiu was tall, with a delicate face and a cool demeanor. However, in an unseen place, a pale, boneless hand was constantly trying to reach into Wazimu's pocket. Unfortunately, it was caught by Wazimu. Through his sunglasses, Wazimu coldly glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, sneering inwardly. Another woman trying to marry into a wealthy family? Boring. In the European region, the host with the home advantage, Captain Leon of Jianlu University, was analyzing this year's competition situation with his team members. He had long golden hair, smooth and slightly wavy, and a magnetic voice that instilled a sense of calm. This year, we should still focus on Caden from the Eagle region and Vangu from the Tianju region. Caden goes without saying. I've heard that Vangu has also evolved to SSS level combat talent. Captain, shouldn't we pay attention to that X-level talent from Hwayu, a typical European-looking girl with green eyes? Elena asked. She's still young, just advanced to a third tier. Warrior, the final competition is still a showdown of fourth tier warriors. Leon was tall and robust, around 190 centimeters, with a strong physique and well-defined muscles, clearly the result of rigorous training. However, you're right, we should still check the Hwayu news. We can infer some hidden cards from the news introductions. Leon said steadily, this year's host, the European region, aimed for the championship and he wouldn't overlook any details. Other participants from the European region quickly pulled up the latest intelligence. The first headline read, Hwayu may become the strongest dark horse this year. The reason is actually him. Captain Leon, this seems like clickbait news, shall we skip it? Alright, skip it. Leon knew that Han Yenling was a woman, so this information must be misleading. The second headline read, the true trump card of Longhua University, Su Chen. The third headline read, he is the unparalleled martial emperor reborn, and this year he boldly claims he will definitely win the championship. Leon and the other team members fell silent collectively. They had scrolled through many articles, and only one was about Han Yenling, which, aside from praising her beauty and superficial strength, contained no other useful information. All the other news was filled with names they had never heard of. Su Chen. Let's take a look, Leon said, and everyone could only click on the news. Ha, an A-level talent can also be a trump card. Is this bullying other regions for having no one? It's a bit funny. Has the Hwayu media gone crazy? Only. Leon silently observed the various pieces of information, his handsome face not as relaxed as his teammates. Grade A talent, frost-nosed bat? This talent is relatively obscure. He quickly searched for the introduction of this talent and then slammed the table heavily. Hwayu media is right. Su Chen is indeed the ace this time. We need to activate Plan B. What? Captain, that seems excessive. Isn't it too risky, Leon? The Plan B formulated by Jianlu University is quite aggressive. Once they enter the medium-sized cave, they will choose to delve deeper directly, no longer exploring step by step. This exploration method could leave the entire team isolated and helpless. However, the advantage is that exploring from the inside out offers the chance to kill more ferocious beasts. The physical endurance test for the team members is also quite severe. It's settled then. Eat more high-calorie food. These 2 days. For the first 3 days, we will either fight or travel, with a score target of 300 points. Leon made the final decision. This year, he has only one goal, to be the champion. In a secret room within the Federal high-rise building. Number 1, number 13 has been missing for 3 days. Understood, the scavenger plan is temporarily shelved. The focus is on this 9 domains league. In the shadows of the secret room sat a figure, their voice indistinguishable between male and female. Number 2, contact number 8, mobilize all forces to ambush Han Yenling in the cave. Number 1, if we act in the cave, all personnel below number May 8 be exposed. Please assess the risk-reward ratio. A man in a suit stood at the entrance of the secret room. His face was also obscured, but his strength seemed to be on par with the person deep in the shadows, and he continued, moreover, this could very well be a trap set by Dark Blade. Ambushing an X-grade talent at all costs is the primary task given to us by the glorious Lord. Have you forgotten? Understood. Number 2, you've been in the Federation too long. It's time to return to base. All right. The figure in the shadows had left at some point, leaving only the elegantly dressed man in the secret room. Heh, too long, huh? That's true, it's been nearly 20 years. Mentor, Su Chen is really strong. Bai Bu was currently lying in a clean, white room, his body wrapped in bandages with traces of pain still visible on his face. Standing by the bed was a charming middle-aged woman, her stunning looks slightly marred by a few crow's feet, yet her aura remained undiminished. She was Bai Bu's mentor, codenamed Silver Fox, a top-tier expert in the Dark Blade organization. How about you take action personally? Bai Bu chattered on, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Silver Fox's voice was filled with an alluring magnetism, each syllable seeming to tug at the heartstrings. Her gaze flickered slightly, as if recalling something. The air was mixed with a faint scent of disinfectant and the lingering notes of Silver Fox's perfume. Silver Fox opened her phone, her silver nails tapping in a few passwords on the screen. She pulled up Su Chen's profile. Heh, so it's him. The youngest third-tier martial artist in Hwayu, with outstanding martial skills. He once entered the Federation's silver talent pool. However, after the dual talent protection mechanism, an external group assessment by Dark Blade, he was sealed in Silver Dot. Bai Bu, puzzled, propped himself up weakly and asked, why was he sealed? You just lie down. The reason written here is, low talent level, suspected to be a cold family assassin, recommended to reassess in 3 years. So that's how it is. Bai Bu nodded and lay back down. The talents in Silver have already received dual information protection from the Federation and Dark Blade. This is also due to the new plan proposed after many exceptionally talented martial artists fell prematurely in recent years. Above Silver are Jade and Throne. Their confidentiality levels are even higher. Some of these talents will enter the military to become kings of various troops. Others will be absorbed by the Dark Blade organization to become enforcers. He and his mentor, Silver Fox, both entered the Dark Blade this way. In the unseen corners of the Federation, the struggles are quite intense. I have applied to lift the seal and elevate to the Jade level. You should rest well during this time. A new mission has come up from the throne, and I need to oversee it personally. What happened? Bai Bu asked curiously. Han Yenling has entered a medium-sized cave, and the organization believes there's a chance to catch some big fish this time. All Purple Platinum law enforcers are to put down their current tasks and mobilize. So cool? Bai Bu sat up excitedly. Such a collective action sounded thrilling. Hee, you should focus on recovering first. In the future, you might also become a talent for the throne that we protect. Silver Fox smiled gently, exuding charm. By the way, I've exchanged the reward for capturing the target codename 13 into spirit food for you. It's right here. The professor assessed that you might need another life and death trial to advance to SSS level talent. Bai Bu sighed. Isn't that too difficult? Alright. He originally thought he would smoothly rise to SSS level, but it turned out he was still a bit short. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of Silver Fox's high heels gradually faded away, and Bai Bu began to gulp down the spirit food beside the table. He also wanted to participate in the operation and take down those scoundrels from the glorious organization. The great fire from 20 years ago was still vivid in his memory. Glorious organization? Han Yenling frowned slightly, her long brows paired with her clear, bottomless eyes fixed on Su Chen. Yes. Su Chen nodded, having briefly mentioned the Shang Rui incident to her earlier. Don't worry, that organization will self-destruct in 6 months. Han Yenling said confidently, and to reassure Su Chen, she squeezed his hand gently. Are you sure? Su Chen, unwilling to back down, squeezed back. After all, he had nothing to lose. Sure. Han Yenling's grip gradually strengthened, preparing to let Su Chen experience her power. What about the Dark Blade organization? Have you heard of it? Su Chen sensed Han Yenling's seriousness, and as a man, how could he possibly concede in strength? He secretly used the wave overlapping technique. Never heard of it. Han Yenling felt a greater force, her palm aching, and her eyes slightly reddened. Her unwillingness to lose prompted her to quietly unleash an X-level talent attribute attack in her palm. His Su Chen couldn't help but frown. The alternating cold and hot sensation in his palm made him concede, allowing Han Yenling's delicate hand to continue its squeezing assault. Han Yenling, even during the Empress era, had no knowledge of the Dark Blade organization. Which shouldn't be the case. It couldn't be that by the time she ascended, the Dark Blade organization had already fallen apart. Captain Su, the martial arts techniques you taught really work. Now they all call me the lower three paths dual blade style. Wang Long silently approached Su Chen, but upon seeing Su Chen's hand being held by Han Yenling, he quickly pulled back his head to avoid further mental trauma. Damn it, how is this worse than a competition? Getting fed a mouthful of dog food. No need to worry about food in the cave, they would definitely be well fed. Right, Master Yi even helped me apply for an additional D-level martial arts technique. Yi Tong agreed. While munching on potato chips, Li Bina also nodded, though she was reluctant to admit it. However, Su Chen's guidance was indeed in line with Master Yi's. During the last 3 days of the closed devil training, she had been sparring with the team members focused on attack. Master Yi's instruction was, only defend, do not attack. In other words, Su Chen's prior guidance was all correct. The wide war chariot traveled on the exclusive road within the 9 domains, which was regularly cleared by martial artists, ensuring a smooth surface for vehicles to maintain high speeds. As the chariot accelerated, the scenery outside began to change gradually. The 9 domains continent, after the expansion of Blue Star, showcased its diverse and magnificent natural landscapes. Su Chen and Han Yenling sat in the front row of the war chariot, witnessing the vastness and changes of the land through the window. As the chariot left the Hua domain, the scenery gradually opened up, with green wilderness transforming into dense forests. The European region is located further north, and the climate is generally cold year-round. In June, although there was no heavy snowfall, the air still carried a hint of chill. The chariot passed by frozen lakes and snow-covered mountains, the sight both magnificent and silent. Along the way, they encountered several mercenary chariots from the European region, which stopped at a distance and sounded rhythmic honks. What does this mean? Discontent with the Hua domain? Su Chen couldn't help but ask Han Yenling. Han Yenling couldn't help but laugh, her radiant smile momentarily illuminating Su Chen's calm heart. This is a gesture of thanks to us. Lu Fian suddenly spoke up. Over the past few days, she had been quietly reading while secretly observing this group of contestants. Among them, a few civilian students were the most diligent, constantly absorbing the third-tier spirit crystals borrowed from the school. After all, any unused spirit crystals would have to be returned to the school. The aristocratic students practiced in a more rhythmic manner, as they all had their own cultivation methods and resources. Only Su Chen and Han Yenling were the richest. She had witnessed firsthand how a fourth-tier spirit crystal, merely dimmed in energy, was exchanged for a new one. Even seventh-tier warriors couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Han family. Lu Fian explained to Su Chen, due to geographical issues, the European region has
significantly more medium-sized caves than other regions. Experts speculate it's a climate problem. According to the federal cave management policy, the European region needs to digest these caves on its own, but the lack of spirit plants in the caves results in much lower returns compared to secret realms. Mid-tier warriors may find themselves at a loss, for instance, getting injured while hunting fierce beasts and not finding any spirit crystals. So over time, the overall strength of the European army naturally declines, but if the fierce beasts in the medium-sized caves are not cleared out for a long time, a large number of mid-tier beast waves will emerge from them. The Federation has agreed to let the elites of the 9 Domains University assist in exploring new medium-sized caves, which is a significant relief for them. After all, once a cave has been explored, they know where the dangerous beasts are, which is equivalent to clearing mines in advance for the subsequent exploration by European warriors. Han Yenling put away her smile and silently nodded. The returns from the caves were still too low. Hopefully, this time, they could kill more fierce beasts. In her previous life, she had never entered this cave, so she had no experience. We're almost there. Everyone get ready to present the best spirit of the Hua Domain people. Remember, outside, we are all Hua Domain people. European region, Moba City. This city is located in the cold zone of the European region, with architectural styles similar to those of the Hua Domain, but with a greater emphasis on cold-resistant design. Even in June and July, there is still snow accumulation year-round. The buildings on both sides of the street are tall and sturdy, with heavy thermal curtains on the windows. The Hua Domain War. Chariot slowly entered the main street of Moba City, its wheels crunching over the long accumulated snow, making a creaking sound. Crowds of onlookers lined the streets, dressed in heavy winter clothing, their faces showing excitement. As the Hua Domain chariot appeared, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Applause and whistles echoed throughout the street. With the cheers from both sides, the wide top of the Hua Domain chariot slowly unfolded, revealing the contestants from the Hua Domain. The warm air inside the chariot was instantly replaced by the biting cold wind, but Su Chen and the others sat upright, smiling. Their thoughts were mostly the same. Damn, good thing I listened to Instructor Liu and changed into winter clothes in advance. The chariot moved slowly along the main street, parading around the city. Drones hovered above the chariot, flashing various lights continuously, capturing the grand scene. As the host audience of the eastern region, although they couldn't witness the fierce battles of the contestants in the caves, they were still able to see the young elites of the 9 regions right away. As the parade progressed, the war chariot from the Hua region gradually raced alongside several other chariots. These chariots came from other universities in the 9 regions: the Eagle region, the Tianju region, the Yinghan region, the Mulan region, and the Xinlan region. The Ao Hai region and the He region, being farther away, would arrive a bit later. Each chariot carried contestants with striking appearances, their eyes revealing anticipation for the competition and a belief in victory. Han Yenling! Han Yenling! In the crowd, the people from the Hua region surprisingly heard calls for Han Yenling. Turning to look, they saw some martial artists from the Hua region, holding up a banner. Some of these martial artists had talents more suited for colder regions, so they naturally sought to immigrate and settle down. But deep down, they still considered themselves people of the Hua region. Han Yenling's X-level talent brought honor to these Hua region martial artists living in a foreign land. Oh, a top beauty? We must invite her to dinner after the competition. On the left, in the Eagle region's chariot, the team leader Cadden withdrew his fiery gaze. Their chariot was designed in a majestic style, painted deep blue with silver eagle patterns. The roof was equipped with high-tech reconnaissance devices and defensive shields surrounded the entire chariot exuded a strong sense of technology and combat power. The leader of the Tianju region's chariot, Vango, also noticed Han Yenling and was momentarily taken aback. Although Han Yenling's beauty seemed to possess a kind of magic that stirred his heart, he was determined to completely overturn the shame his family had once faced and restore their honor. With this thought, he intentionally flexed his exposed arm muscles, showcasing his robust strength. The Tianju region's chariot was adorned with intricate golden and red patterns, its body shining with a metallic luster. Inside, a spice burner emitted a rich fragrance filled with exotic charm. Ai Wei. She's even prettier than you. From the rear side of the Xinlan region's chariot, 2 green-haired girls teased their captain. Ai Wei was the captain of the Xinlan region and one of the few female captains. Her wavy silver hair shimmered with a natural luster, as if the moonlight of Xinlan was spilling onto the lake's surface. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her long neck, giving her a capable and elegant appearance. Standing at 1.75 meters tall, her figure was well-proportioned and athletic, with soft yet powerful muscle lines. A pair of azure blue eyes gazed at Han Yenling in the distance without wavering. It was hard to deny that this Hua region woman surpassed her in every aspect, and she truly hoped for a chance to compete in the finals. Su Chen also sighed inwardly. Little Han is truly a walking attention magnet. As more audience members took notice, Han Yenling's beauty was recognized by an increasing number of people from the eastern region, and the calls grew louder. Suddenly, a youthful voice in the crowd noticed something unusual. Mom, why is that big brother holding onto that sister's hand? Is she cold? I can help warm her hands too. The chariots finally drove into a luxurious hotel in the city of Moba in the eastern region. Each team entered their pre-prepared guest rooms, each person having a 5-star single room. Few hours later, Han Yenling knocked on Su Chen's door. Let's go. Han Yenling looked at Su Chen, who was lying on the bed, trying to command him with the authority of an empress. Su Chen shook his head vigorously. I'm not going. Little Han's craving kicked in, and after seeing the dinner menu prepared for the contestants, she insisted on dragging him to eat. Seeing that Su Chen wouldn't obey her command, Han Yenling could only sit beside him, her rosy lips pouting slightly. According to Yi Tong, this tactic, once used, would surely soften the heart of anyone who wasn't made of stone. Let's go, let's go. Su Chen's defenses were shattered by Han Yenling, and he reluctantly got up. Damn it, I really don't know where she learned that. What happened to the aloof Empress vibe? How did she end up acting cute? Han Yenling happily got up and headed to her room. Wait for me, I need to change. The banquet hall was luxurious and spacious, with golden and brilliant decorations that looked particularly splendid under the soft lighting. The chandelier hung high, radiating light and illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The table was filled with exquisite delicacies, the aroma wafting through the air, attracting the attention of participants from various universities. The contestants from the Black Domain and the Ocean Domain finally arrived at the European Domain. The entire banquet hall accommodated over 100 people. Although many students chose to cultivate in their rooms, there were still plenty of attendees mingling, creating a lively atmosphere. Members of the logistics support from each domain gathered at one table to maintain order at the scene. Fian, your ace has arrived. Do you have confidence in making the top 3 this year? A middle-aged man wearing a badge that read Sakura Han Domain Instructor approached Lu Fian, dressed in a neat and clean suit, his face fresh and smiling as he inquired. Shitsuan, if you're still in my line of sight in 5 seconds, do you believe tomorrow's European Domain news headline will be your death announcement? Cough, Fian, that was really an accident. Shitsuan forced a bitter smile and quickly moved away with his glass in hand. Once Lu Fian got angry, he truly couldn't guarantee that he, also a level 7, would survive until tomorrow. From that unmistakable scar, it was clear she hadn't forgotten that incident. Lu Fian took out a book from her spatial ring and quietly read at the dining table, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Here, she had to protect her domain's contestant, so she had to attend such occasions. After all, they were all the pride of their respective domains, and minor frictions were common, as long as it didn't escalate to a life-threatening situation. Out of the corner of her eye, she kept an eye on the 2 young people entering the banquet hall. Han Yenling was linking arms with Su Chen, gracefully stepping into the hall. She wore a silver evening gown that perfectly outlined her slender figure. The gown was adorned with tiny diamonds, sparkling brilliantly under the lights. With a light touch of makeup, her exquisite features shone even more under the illumination. Although it was just a temporary banquet, she maintained her image, as she represented the overall image of the Hua domain. Her long, straight legs were perfectly wrapped in the silver gown, revealing a section of snowy white skin. On her feet were a pair of exquisite high heels, the heels embedded with crystals, each step she took exuding elegance and confidence, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Beside her, Su Chen was dressed casually, in a plain D-level combat suit. Han Yenling's arrival immediately attracted the attention of other talented students from the 9 domains. With beauty, talent, and a prestigious family background, she became the focal point of the event, radiating nobility and elegance, making it hard for anyone to look away. Accompanied by Su Chen, Han Yenling maintained a cold expression, her gaze fixed ahead, targeting the platter filled with exquisite food in the distance. Despite the many gazes upon her, she remained composed and elegant. Of course, she wasn't as calm inside as she appeared. Few if Su Chen weren't here, she wouldn't have come at all. However, with him by her side, her social anxiety was much easier to handle. As long as she focused on eating, the rest could be left to Su Chen. At that moment, a contestant from the Black Domain, a veteran from a prestigious family named Mushi, who had been waiting for a while, immediately came over to chat. He was well dressed, smiling, with ambition and desire flickering in his eyes. Through insider information, he learned that his grandfather had thoughts of marrying into the Han family of the Hua domain. Initially, he was reluctant, but now, just based on Han Yenling's looks, marrying in seemed like a good deal. He automatically ignored Su Chen beside Han Yenling. In his eyes, a non-aristocratic guy like Su Chen was as insignificant as dust. He walked over, slightly bowing, and politely yet warmly said, "Miss Han, I've long admired your name. The Asa family of the Black Domain hopes to have the opportunity to marry into the Han family and create brilliance together. My name is Mu." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang. He was kicked away by Su Chen. Caught completely off guard, he crashed into a nearby empty bar counter, along with his wine glass. The bar's tables and chairs were instantly smashed to pieces, and wine splattered everywhere, drenching him. "Are you looking for death?" A few young scions from the Black Domain rushed over from a distance. Su Chen stood in front of Han Yenling. There was no rule against fighting here, and he didn't mind weakening the Black Domain's strength in advance. "Stop!" The captain of the Black Domain's Luokai University team, Nu Suli, hurriedly called out, stepping in front of the young scions of the Black Domain, his expression dark as he stared at them. Under his gaze, several young scions of the Black Domain shrank back, helping Mushi to the other side of the banquet. A hint of hatred flickered in Mushi's eyes. He never expected Su-chen to suddenly kick him, making him look foolish in public. Captain Su-chen, I'm sorry. Nu Suli turned to Su-chen, revealing a stark contrast between his white teeth and dark skin. He seemed completely unaffected by Han Yenling's beauty, his gaze fixed intensely on Su-chen. After a moment, he said, "Your leg technique is impressive. I hope we can spar in the final round." When Mushi approached, he had already been paying attention as the captain of the Black Domain. Mushi had S-level talent and was not weak overall, although caught off guard, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. It was clear that Su-chen's martial skills were strong, at least at the third-tier stage. Without relying on talent, he was at a crushing level. In this encounter, he didn't have absolute confidence. This year, Senior Limai had asked him to try to lead the Black Domain to compete for the top 3, so he couldn't reveal his trump card too early. His talent would become stronger after entering the cave and becoming a 4th-tier warrior. After Nu Suli turned and left, the banquet continued, as if completely unaffected by this little incident. Such things had happened several times before Su-chen and the others came down. Interesting. Cadden took a sip of European red wine and turned to Sanders beside him with a smile. "My dear brother, what do you think?" "Cadden, I'm older than you." Sanders clenched his fists. Cadden had actually exposed his identity as a bastard in public. Cadden shook his wineglass and scoffed, "Sanders, some things are destined from birth. Your efforts are worthless to me." "Captain Cadden, such words are not conducive to team unity." Vivian, the vice-captain of the Eagle Domain, interrupted. She was petite and slender, about 160 centimeters tall. Although not very tall, she exuded an undeniable aura. "Our goal this year is a three-peat. If you think you can win without Sanders, consider me not having said anything." With her long purple hair, extremely fair skin, and delicate features, her small nose and soft lips made her look very cute. Okay, Sanders, I apologize to you." Cadden seemed to heed Vivian's words. He raised his wineglass to Sanders, slightly bowing. "Let's settle matters between men on the battlefield. As long as you can defeat me, you'll be my brother, and the future head of the family position will also be yours." Sanders crossed his arms and walked to the side. "Remember what you said." Vivian watched the two, shrugged, and sighed. Her gaze swept over Su-chen and Han Yenling in the distance, revealing a curious expression. "Why did that kick? Need to take a half step first? An interesting man." A cute little tongue peeked out from her soft lips, quickly brushing past the edge of her lips. Just as Su-chen accompanied Han Yenling, picking and choosing food, this was happening. Captain Hanazawa of the Sakurahan Domain sat beside Nishimura, his voice lacking any energy. "Nishimura, is there any progress on the intelligence from Hwayu?" "I'm sorry, Hanazawa, I have no progress." Nishimura pondered for a moment before speaking the truth. "It's okay, you've done your best." Hanazawa squinted slightly, discreetly scanning the table where Lufian sat. Nishimura was his aide, to whom he had devoted considerable resources, and now he was a coach at the prestigious Kyoshi University in the Sakurahan Domain. Only he knew Nishimura's history. He was originally named Gao Qiansheng, a little genius from Hwayu. That year, during the 9 Domain League, Lufian led the team, and he was the vice-captain. Due to an accident, he got separated from the Longhua University team and encountered the Kyoshi University team that year, which saved his life. The captain of that year's Kyoshi University used beauty tricks, sneaking into Gao Qiansheng's sleeping bag for 5 consecutive nights, not only offering her body but also promising high positions and wealth, successfully turning him. She extracted information about the talents, skills and trump cards of the Longhua University players. After Gao Qiansheng returned to his team during the second round of the defending battle, Longhua University faced repeated setbacks against Sakurahan Domain, and in a crucial battle, Gao Qiansheng accidentally lost to a Sakurahan player, leading to Hwayu's failure in defending their title. To ensure Hwayu's qualification for advancement, Lufian, as the ace of Longhua University, took to the stage early. She had to accept the wheel battle from the other 8 domain universities, successfully defending the last round of individual competition for Longhua University, but her stamina was severely depleted in advance. In the finals, Lufian faced the captain of Sakurahan Domain and was beaten badly again. The opponent's final blow left a burning mark on her face. That year was the worst for Longhua University in Hwayu, failing to even make it into the top 5. Hanazawa took a deep breath. Gao Qiansheng applied to study abroad and immigrated to Sakurahan Domain after the competition ended. Although he didn't manage to marry into a wealthy family, he still received an olive branch from the Hua family due to his talent and strength. Over the years, Lufian had been leading the Longhua University team. According to modern medicine, her disfigurement could have been repaired to a large extent, at least not as obvious as it was now. Could she ever forget the scars? In the banquet hall, the scar on Lufian's face began to itch again, flaring up when the weather changed. It seemed that a heavy snow would fall in the European domain tomorrow.
She raised her head, looking at Han Yenling and Su Chen, who were savoring the delicacies of the European domain in the distance, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes. Back then, she and Gao Qianqing were just like that, dazzling talents. At that time, the Liu family was still a top family in Huayu. She was the daughter of the Liu family, her grandfather was the president of Manhwa University, and Gao Qianqing was a commoner genius. The two fell in love after getting to know each other. The scenes from that year's competition were still vivid in her memory. She could have dodged the opponent's final blow, but she didn't. She accepted the loss of her appearance calmly under the surprised gaze of the other party. She couldn't accept bringing the worst results to Manhwa University. This humiliation would stay with her for a lifetime. Before that competition, her grandfather and father had both given them an ultimatum: they would break up after the competition. The Liu family had long planned a more suitable marriage for her. At that time, Gao Qianqing had already given up. He said he wasn't worthy and that they should act as if nothing had happened. But she wouldn't listen. She was too eager to prove herself, to break free from the shackles of her family, to let her results speak for her. But reality was too cruel. Her grandfather also abdicated early due to that year's results. Although her father regained the position of president through hard work, she, under the constant irritation of this scar, kept breaking through and transformed in the military. But the Liu family, under the significant impact on their reputation, was no longer a top family. Gao Qianqing also became Nishimura. She hoped that Han Yenling and Su Chen's ending would be better than her own. "Beautiful lady, would you like a drink?" A familiar voice rang out. It was Fiona, the team leader from the ocean domain. "Nana, didn't you quit drinking?" Lu Fian rarely showed a hint of a smile. She and Fiona had been good friends in the military and hadn't seen each other for 2 years. She was here waiting for her. Fiona's eyes were deep green, standing about 178 centimeters tall, with long legs and a well-proportioned, athletic figure. She sat next to Lu Fian, casually draping one leg over Lu Fian's, and boldly said, "Seeing you happy, have a little drink. Come on, give me a leg massage." "Go to hell." Lu Fian pressed her elbow down heavily, the strength of a 7th-tier warrior crashing down onto Fiona's beautiful leg. Thud. The elbow met Fiona's thigh muscle, surprisingly bouncing back slightly. "Nana, has your martial skill improved?" Fiona wrapped her arms around Lu Fian and planted a kiss on her cheek. "That's right, shouldn't you consider marrying me now?" "What's the name of the martial skill?" Lu Fian felt much better. Fiona had always been this way, helping her untangle her thoughts in the military, and they had both grown to become 7th-tier warriors. C-tier martial skill, Whirlwind Shadow Leg. "Hey, how about living with me in the Alhai region?" "The Huayu region works too." Fiona's golden wavy hair brushed against Lu Fian as she whispered with a hint of alcohol breath, "We can be happy together. I'll take care of you. Once Longhua University wins the championship, I'll agree to it." Lu Fian picked up Fiona's wineglass and downed the red wine in one go. "Really?" Fiona exclaimed in surprise, her light green eyeshadow paired with nude lip gloss looking particularly enchanting under the lights. The Alhai region was remote with scarce resources, and every year it was more about participation. "Really?" Lu Fian exhaled. If Longhua University won the championship, her mental block would be completely lifted. But winning the championship was easier said than done. Her father's best goal this time was only to place in the top 3. If they waited another year for Han Yenling to grow, Longhua University might have a chance to win, but the other 9 regional universities wouldn't wait for Han Yenling to develop. An early start to the competition was an invisible ambush. "By the way, Fian, that guy is from your team, right? I think his leg technique is pretty good." Fiona raised her left hand, a silver bracelet on her wrist with a small fish-shaped pendant, her slender fingers pointing at Su Chen. "How about I teach him a move or two? Who knows, you might just win the championship." Lu Fian pressed her hand down, helplessly saying, "Nana, you're the team leader and mentor of the Yaohai region. Is it appropriate to say that? Hey, friendship first, competition second. And you know I have a natural talent for leg techniques." Fiona patted her proud, long thigh and continued, "Others might not see it, but I can sense it." Lu Fian snapped her fingers, signaling a nearby staff member to call Su Chen over, preparing to let him hear Fiona's guidance. "What do you think, Nana?" Fiona took the opportunity to refill her wineglass, pondering, did he take a half step before kicking? "Exactly." Lu Fian nodded, taking the wine from the hands of this generous woman, seemingly unbothered by sharing a glass with Fiona. "I happened to walk in at that moment and noticed that kid from the Black Domain's instinctive reaction." Fiona tapped the combat armor below her other thigh and said, "If he had kicked directly, there would have been at least a 30% chance the opponent wouldn't have been knocked away. But by taking that half step, he first deceived the warrior's instinctive defense while also giving his other leg 2 options, a straight kick or a side kick. More importantly, that half step also anticipated the 3 possible retreat directions of the opponent. So, within this seemingly ordinary half step, he completed 3 layers of thought. Even I, a genius in leg techniques, couldn't help but applaud. Even for a 5th tier like me, I'm afraid I wouldn't handle it as well as he did." Lu Fian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Her best friend rarely praised others for their leg techniques. If she said that, it could be said that Su Chen's martial skills were quite outstanding. It all depended on whether Su Chen was really as good as Fiona claimed. Upon hearing Lu Fian's call, Su Chen hurried over, with Han Yenling following closely behind. Lu Fian and Fiona both fixed their gazes on Su Chen and directly got to the point. How many layers of thought were in that half-step you just did? Su Chen was taken aback and replied directly, 5 layers. Fiona? Complimenting you on being fat, and you're still panting? Let's hear it. Lu Fian smiled, one half of her face beautiful and gentle, the other half somewhat fierce due to scars. Su Chen noticed that the relationship between these two level 7 powerhouses was likely not ordinary, so he spoke earnestly. The first layer is deceiving instinctive reactions, the second layer involves 3 different kicking methods, and the third layer is predicting the opponent's retreat direction. Bingo! Fiona snapped her fingers, looking at Su Chen with an approving gaze, signaling him to continue, while pondering what other kicking methods there might be. Moreover, she wanted to see if this kid was exaggerating. Even she had only seen 3 layers. The fourth layer is finding the opponent's landing position. After all, hitting someone else isn't ideal. The fifth layer is using classmate Xiaohan to block the black domain mentor's line of sight. Han Yenling was lost in thought behind Su Chen, mentally scoring the delicious food she had just tasted. She automatically ignored Su Chen's words about being used. Anyway, in the evening, using him to help herself with some leg massages was a good deal. After Su Chen and the others left, Fiona fell into contemplation, seemingly pondering what Su Chen had said. What's wrong, Nana? Lu Fian comforted with a smile. Su Chen is only a level 3 warrior and his talent is of the support type. It's normal for him to be a bit meticulous. The final outcome in Huayu still depended on the performance of Han Yenling and Chen Shusheng. No, Fian, I'm thinking about which double bed is more comfortable. Because I feel that this year you really have the potential for champions. The next day, a heavy snowstorm began early in the European region. 9 war chariots set out from Moba City, heading towards a newly discovered medium-sized cave in the European region. On the war chariot, Lu Fian handed Su Chen 5 space rings. Here are 5 blank space rings. Try to fill them with beast corpses as much as possible. The team with the highest points will have 9 opportunities to attack in the second round, the second place will have 8, and so on. So, if you don't want to be attacked, like I was nailed to the humiliation pillar of Longhua University, it's best to take this seriously. Lu Fian smiled and pointed to the scar on her face, continuing, so every year when I lead a team, I only have 1 gold champion. Wang Long raised his hand. Instructor Lu, what if other teams try to snatch the loot? You are allowed to weaken the opponent's strength in advance, but don't let anyone pick your peaches. Remember, you are warriors with blood in your veins, not sheep to be protected. And one last thing. Lu Fian's gaze lingered on each participant from Longhua University for 3 seconds. The invisible pressure made Su Chen break into a slight sweat. There was a killing intent. If you get lost in the fog and need to join another team to survive, that's fine, but anyone who dares to leak information about their own members, I, Lu Fian, guarantee that they will never return to Huayu. Everyone on the chariot nodded in agreement. Understood. At the 0894 hunting point in the European wilderness, it was particularly lively these days. Hidden beneath the thick snow was a new type of medium-sized cave discovered by the European mercenary group, with a huge spatial crack at the entrance, faintly shimmering with strange light, as if some unknown power was surging within. The edges of the crack twisted irregularly, as if constantly trying to swallow the surrounding air and light. Watching the news, every year there are a few low-tier martial artists who, driven by greed, go missing after being swallowed by medium-sized caves. Small caves and secret realms are a different story. As long as they are discovered, quietly selling them to the families of various domains can lead to immense wealth. Despite the cold weather, a contingent of mid-tier martial artists from the European domain is stationed here, numbering around 100. These martial artists are dressed in heavy winter combat gear, standing in neat rows at the entrance of the cave, each with a solemn expression, displaying strict discipline. After the exploration by the 9 Domains University is completed, they will conduct a secondary exploration and cleanup of the ferocious beasts. At the entrance of the cave, there is a martial artist level detection device, which emits a faint blue light. Every martial artist entering the cave must pass through the scanner to ensure that their level does not exceed Tier 3. Since there are no restrictions on martial artist levels inside the cave, many experts from universities intentionally suppress their levels to be able to unleash their power within the cave. The final step is to check the number of space rings in the hands of these team leaders and whether they are empty. Xiaohan, take these 5 rings first. Su Chen stuffed 5 space rings into Han Yenling's hands. If they were on him, the all-knowing eye would block all detection, and then the inspectors would know something was off. Han Yenling once again became Su Chen's tool. Okay. Yi Tong watched closely from behind, feeling envious. Although Su Chen is the captain, he puts all the wealth in Han Yenling's hands. This pair, I ship it, Su Chen noticed. The crack in the cave is about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, lying flat on the surface, with a bluish-purple glow flickering at the opening, deep and mysterious inside, as if one could see the image of another world. The teams from 9 Domains University entered the medium-sized cave in order of their rankings. Each team is equipped with a powerful signal bracelet made from precious secret realm materials before entering the cave, ensuring communication and safety within. Due to last year's rankings, Manhwa University is the fourth team to enter the cave, with the top three being Eagle Domain, European Domain, and the relatively inconspicuous Mulan Domain. The members of the Eagle Domain wore combat suits adorned with an eagle emblem. With a wave of his hand, Cadden leads the way and leaps down, disappearing into the cave. The European Domain team follows closely behind.
Suchen noticed that the members of Mulan Domain ahead all had deep green scarves wrapped around their heads, and their combat suits were decorated with green patterns, reflecting a Middle Eastern heritage and style. In recent years, Mulan Domain's strength has surged, surpassing the long-established Black Domain. Low-key yet powerful. The interior of the cave is shrouded in a thick layer of fog, with extremely low visibility. Almost nothing can be seen beyond 10 meters. The mist is bone-chillingly cold, carrying a faint corrosive odor, making Su Chen instinctively raise his guard.
Here's the ring.
Han Yenling handed over the space ring, seizing the opportunity to hold Su Chen's hand. She felt as if the mist in the cave was drilling into her body, making her very uncomfortable. This was also the reason she avoided entering caves in her previous life. The spiritual energy is so rich, I feel like I'll definitely reach tier 4 martial artist within 10 days. Wang Long inhaled the mist deeply, intoxicated.
Yeah, Captain Su Chen, how about we find a place to collectively push our martial artist levels later? Wang Mo also suggested. The strength difference between tier 4 and tier 3 martial artists is significant, and it's safer that way. Then let's go this way. Su Chen nodded, his gaze casually sweeping over the group of family students behind Chen Chusheng. Along the way, everyone remained vigilant while absorbing spiritual energy, not saying much. Su Chen quickly analyzed in his mind, and through spirit heart, he discovered several pieces of information. First, the teams from Eagle Domain and European Domain each chose a direction and advanced rapidly, seemingly preparing to delve into the core area of the cave. Their movements were swift and orderly, clearly well-planned. This indicates that the leaders within the teams have a strong voice. In contrast, the team from Mulan Domain appeared calm and unhurried, seemingly determined to explore their surroundings slowly. Secondly, a large number of researchers and combat warriors stood by the crack. They were collecting various data and guarding the positioning instruments near the crack to prevent attacks from ferocious beasts. The powerful signal wristbands and positioning instruments shone in response to each other, indicating the direction within the cave and ensuring that the expedition team could find their way back in time. Lastly, the spiritual crystals in the medium-sized cave were far less abundant than those in secret realms, both in quantity and quality, seemingly even inferior to small secret realms. This left Su Chen greatly disappointed. However, the medium-sized cave was quite large, and the overall harvest should still be decent. Nonetheless, during this team outing, he couldn't make his actions of collecting spiritual crystals too obvious. As the team continued to move forward, Su Chen intentionally avoided all ferocious beasts. He brought the entire team to a spacious area to rest. Everyone present seized the time to absorb spiritual energy and push their warrior ranks. Only Han Yenling and Su Chen seemed to be in no hurry. Han Yenling had just advanced to a third-rank warrior, so this short time didn't affect her much, and she wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Su Chen, on the other hand, furrowed his brows and kept looking around. He murmured to himself, strange, really strange. What's wrong? Han Yenling asked softly, as she seemed to sense Su Chen's rare tension. Su Chen shook his head, signaling that it was nothing. Unlike the secret realms, he didn't detect any killing intent at all within the cave. Since his spirit heart talent expanded his perception after reaching the 4th rank, he found the oddity to be the ground beneath his feet. The boundaries seemed overly smooth. Old Zhang, how's the data collection from the underground this time? Unlike the ease of small secret realms, Zhang Jijun was nervously fiddling with the instruments, and he didn't rush to answer. A few seconds later, a wisp of blue smoke suddenly emerged from the instrument in front of him. The smell of burning filled the air, and Zhang Jijun sighed heavily, failed just like before. The depths of the underground are completely solidified. The materials currently available to the Federation can't break through unless the A-grade alloy from Longhua University is mass-produced. The others shook their heads in unison. How is that possible? A-grade alloy will definitely be prioritized for weapon production, with so much pressure on the front lines and in the major secret realms. What a pity, the strength of the newly discovered medium-sized cave is still relatively low, otherwise, it would be even harder. Let's wait a bit. Hopefully, the Wanhong laboratory can speed up their progress. What exactly is at the end of the cave? Such questions lingered in the minds of this group of researchers from the Federation, leaving them restless. A day later, Su Chen's Longhua team finally faced their first test. Su Chen, now we are all 4th rank warriors. If we don't reach 100 points within 3 days, the captain's position will go to Chen Chusheng. Wang Mo said with a half-smile. This is the benefit of participating in the Zhouyu University League. One can complete their studies before joining the military. Now, both Chen Chusheng and Wang Mo and the team were 4th rank warriors, with Chen Chusheng having suppressed his rank all along, while Wang Mo was reaping the benefits. Longhua University wouldn't be so generous otherwise, providing so many high-rank spiritual crystals for them to push their ranks. Wang Mo, Su Chen's captaincy was decided by Principal Lu. This isn't appropriate.
Li Bina spoke up as she and Wang Long had also advanced to 4th rank warriors under the
abundant spiritual energy in the cave.
Yi Tong still needed 2 more days. This is just a precaution. If Su Chen leads us to find more ferocious beasts, I have no doubt.
Wang Mo observed along the way and found that Su Chen's frost-nosed bat talent didn't seem to help them find more ferocious beasts.
So, after discussing with Chen Shusheng and the others, he jumped out. His cleverness lay in not making a definitive statement. If Su Chen performed exceptionally and found a large number of suitable ferocious beasts, they would still be willing to follow his command.
Too troublesome. You can have this wristband and the captain's position. Su Chen suddenly took off his wristband and threw it to Wang Mo amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd.
Then, his second sentence exploded like thunder, shaking the hearts of those around him. Let's part ways here. I won't lead a team with divided hearts.
Trust me. Just follow me. 1 minute to think.
Su Chen stood up, took out 3 of the 5 space rings, and placed them on the ground beside him.
Han Yanling unhesitatingly stood behind Su Chen. Wang Long, Yi Tong, and Libuna exchanged glances and directly stood next to Han Yanling.
They were fed up with the arrogant demeanor of these aristocratic youths. After Master Yi's guidance, they were even more convinced that Su Chen was the big shot that Principal
Lu had secretly brought in. He must possess some unknown trump card. Wang Mo and the others were stunned. Even Chen Shusheng couldn't help but come over, trying to ease the tension. Wang Mo didn't mean it that way.
Here, we should prioritize unity. If we don't achieve good results in 3 days, no need. After silently counting to 30, Su Chen turned around and left with his team. This place is vast. I wish you all abundant harvests. Su Chen's goodwill towards these aristocratic families was at a negative value. If he followed their commands, he wouldn't be able to turn against them directly. Now, shedding these burdens was just right for him. The mist surrounded them like an invisible hand, creating a sense of oppression.
Captain Su, that was so cool just now.
Wang Long looked at Su Chen with admiration, feeling a sense of relief seeing Chen Shusheng and the others in a difficult
position.
They always talked about righteousness, yet they looked at others through colored glasses as if the whole world was under their control, which, in fact, it was.
Hee, Captain Su, I didn't see that coming. Your aura is really impressive. Yi Tong clapped in agreement.
This group of aristocratic youths usually only dated within their own circle at Longhua School. It was as if they weren't even the same species as ordinary people.
Whether male
or female, when they encountered someone beautiful or handsome, it was fine to play around, but discussing marriage was basically out of the question. Reality was harsh. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that there were faint dripping sounds and low growls echoing in the mist, and not having seen a fierce beast for a long time made her a bit uneasy.
Captain Su, what about the spare wristbands prepared by Principal Lu? Why aren't you taking them out?
Libuna asked, looking at the backpack behind Su Chen that was meant to conceal things.
In situations like splitting teams, some universities would preemptively fund a spare wristband.
There are no spare wristbands,
Su Chen replied calmly. Wang Long, Yi Tong, and Libuna? Wait, what do you mean there are no spare wristbands?
It's over, they were already on the pirate ship, and now it was too late to regret.
They could only continue
forward. Su Chen didn't have any spare wristbands, he relied entirely on his spirit heart talent and exceptional spatial awareness. Of course, with every stretch of the journey, he would quietly bury a first-level spirit crystal
as a coordinate.
Han Yanling closely followed behind Su Chen, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings, her hands gripping her whip weapon tightly. Their speed wasn't slow, but they hadn't encountered any fierce beasts. The reason was that Su Chen had been deliberately adjusting their route. After a day and a half of exploration, he finally understood the distribution pattern of the fierce beasts here. It was the territory circles. Each irregular territory circle housed a group of fierce beasts connected to others of similar rank or strength. 4th and 5th level fierce beasts lived in groups, while 6th level fierce beasts were solitary. Now that he had found the pattern, it was time to officially hunt. Prepare for battle, 10 4th level fierce beasts ahead, Su Chen said calmly. Before his words fell, a group of ferocious figures burst out of the mist. They resembled gigantic octopuses, covered in deep purple scales, with sharp claws at the ends of their tentacles. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light hidden among the tentacles. It was as if they were giant octopuses living on land. It's actually a 4th-tier shadow tentacle beast. Wang Long's eyes lit up. These ferocious beasts looked terrifying, but the fire attribute was extremely effective against them. He drew his twin blades, unleashing his talent, ready to engage. But a tall figure moved faster than him. It was Libuna. She swung her heavy sword in front of everyone, blocking the thick, slippery tentacle attacks. The dense electric power coursing through her sword caused the tentacles
to tremble and freeze in their movements. Ha!
Han Yanling's whip lashed out quickly towards the eyes among the tentacles of the ferocious beasts, precise and ruthless. Although each strike seemed weak, it targeted their weaknesses, causing the struck shadow tentacle beasts to momentarily stiffen. In no time, the sound of puff-puff explosions filled the air.
Good, little fire dragon, go harvest, Su Chen commanded. Labuna's decisive strike pleased him. She could essentially serve as the tank for this small team. Her willingness to charge ahead indicated a good temperament, one that could be nurtured. Han Yenling's crowd control was also quite impressive, making good use of the whip's speed and length advantage. Here they come. Wang Long's twin blades seemed to ignite with flames, and with his swordsmanship, he struck at the vital points of the tentacle beasts as they stiffened. In just 2 short minutes, the aggressive group of 4th-tier ferocious beasts was easily slain. Ah, that was exhilarating. Wang Long laughed, thrilled by the ease of the kills, as if mowing down grass. But he also knew that without Libuna and Han Yenling's restraint, he wouldn't have achieved such results. Especially since his talent was highly effective against these beasts, the fiery twin blades possessed both defensive breaking and mental intimidation powers. At this point, he couldn't help but look eagerly at Su Chen, realizing that it was likely Su Chen's talent that had led them here. Su Chen stepped forward to collect the beast corpses, earning 10 points. Standing at the back of the team, Yitong appeared quite adorable. She had just taken out the wide war spear from her back and had been gesturing at the air for a while, only to find the battle over. After all, she was still at the 3rd tier, and couldn't compete with the already 4th-tier warriors Libuna and Wang Long in any aspect. She quietly put away her spear, secretly comforting herself. It's okay, Captain Su Chen didn't move either, so I'm not the weakest. Shana, watch the right front, Su Chen directed. The mist revealed several sticky, massive bodies, long and slender, with scales glistening a dark red. They had 6 eyes on their heads, sharp teeth, and their tails ended like a sword. 5th-tier ferocious beast, exotic underworld serpent, Wang Long exclaimed. These creatures were quite troublesome. Their purple poisonous mist could corrode metal and rock, and they excelled at entangling their prey with their tails. More importantly, their slimy exterior was immune to fire attacks. It seemed the upcoming battle would be exceptionally difficult. Yitong, go in with ice attribute attacks to slow them down. The core is to control them. Little fire dragon, go attract their attention. Received. Yes. Yitong and Libuna charged forward, one continuously using the icy war spear to strike against the underworld serpent's scales to slow it down, while the other absorbed most of the attacks. Wang Long, as if showing off, danced around the group of underworld serpents with his fiery twin blades, resembling a fire monkey. Since none of the 3 directly attacked the bodies, the exotic underworld serpents did not resist fiercely, and before they knew it, a thick layer of frost covered their bodies as they flicked their tongues. Han Yenling flanked the area, using her whip to share the pressure when Yitong was surrounded. Minutes passed. The underworld serpents, encased in ice, lay motionless on the ground, entering a brief state of ice slumber. Crack, crack. Su Chen swiftly beheaded them with a few strikes, clean and efficient. Whoa, is it over? Wang Long wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking incredulous. Even Libuna and Yitong were quite shocked. They had expected a brutal fight, but it turned out to be so easy. At that moment, Han Yenling spoke up to explain, it's the talent restraint. Her combat experience was quite rich, and she understood that Su Chen had achieved such remarkable results by combining the characteristics of the team members. That's right. The 2 groups of fierce beasts selected by Su Chen had very obvious traits, one feared fire, and the other feared ice. This knowledge was, of course, learned from Professor Yen. The purpose was also to allow the team to practice and adapt. Wang Long looked confidently at the multi-eyed snake head in the shimmering scales of the underworld serpent on the ground and said, Captain Su, let's just keep killing. It's no problem to score over 250 points these days, as long as Chun Shusheng and the others get 50 points. No. Su Chen shook his head and interrupted after putting away the beast corpses. Our goal is 6th-tier fierce beasts. Xiao Han, quickly touch Captain Su's forehead and see if he has a fever, Yitong said with a mischievous smile. Encountering a 6th-tier fierce beast in a medium-sized cave with their small frames, what were they waiting for if not to run? Moreover, the medium-sized cave was vast, and encountering a 6th-tier fierce beast was not something that just happened. Han Yenling raised her hand and touched Su Chen's forehead, responding seriously, he's not feverish. Su Chen had a face full of question marks. Although the skin on his forehead was excitedly shouting, so comfortable, he still felt he had been taken advantage of, and after the competition ended, he would definitely send Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu to get back at them. Wang Long and Libna exchanged glances in silence, originally planning to take out some food from their pockets to replenish their strength, but found it unnecessary. As the team progressed, Yitong maintained a satisfied expression. Very good, she had hit him again. At this moment, in the mist, the 5 of them were running in a panic. Damn Su Chen, I really want to kill him when we get back, Wang Yimou complained angrily, his body covered in the blood of fierce beasts. Behind them were several clawing 5th-tier fierce beasts, and due to the lack of command and coordination, they had performed terribly in the recent skirmish. Although Wang Yimou and Chun Shusheng had successfully slain 2 5th-tier fierce beasts with their individual strength, they had no time to collect the corpses before being chased and fleeing in all directions. Fortunately, their individual strength was not weak, so they were not injured. Complaining is useless, we need to adapt first. Individualism definitely won't work, Chun Shusheng reflected while holding his sword. Although he could easily slay the fierce beasts behind them after
Unleashing his power, the purpose of the first round of the 9 Domains League was to cultivate and establish a sense of cooperation among everyone. Human strength has its limits, even if he could kill 10 5th-tier fierce beasts, it wouldn't be enough in front of the team. The sense of cooperation was equally important in the military. Only when the team achieved a 1+1 greater than 2 effect could they stand out in the first round of the scoring battle. The current predicament was very torturous for them, especially since they were the ones who had initially pressured Su Chen. Even if the responsibility was shared equally, they couldn't bear it. Su Chen and his group were fearless because they had nothing to lose. They were different. Once exposed, if Longhua University performed poorly, they would face collective resistance from the Huayu people, and even their family businesses would be greatly affected. The previous case of the Lu family falling behind was a living example. Now it was purely about swallowing their broken teeth. Turn around, prepare to face the enemy, Zhao Hao, unleash your talent and take the lead. With Wang Mo, Chen Chusheng ordered coldly. Forget it, Brother Chen, I'm only 3rd tier, I can't hold up, Zhao Hao said, his face turning pale. He didn't want to charge to the front. As a long knife user, he just wanted to stylishly slay the fierce beasts. Yeah, Brother Chen, I'm also using a gun, I need to stay in the back. Wang Mo couldn't help but feel resentful. If it weren't for Chen Chusheng insisting on testing the strength of these fierce beasts, leading to a hasty engagement, they wouldn't be so passive. The morale within the team was momentarily scattered. The other few had similar thoughts. They were all from noble families. Why should they exert themselves? Heh, then let's run, Chen Chusheng sneered, no longer speaking. In this situation, they could only wait for the others to reach 4th-tier warriors before things could improve. When the pressure isn't on, it's barely a team. At the slightest setback, they can't even be called a gang. If they have to die, so be it. After all, the wristband is in their own hands. Unlike the disarray on Chen Chusheng's side, after several battles, Su Chen and his team have become increasingly cohesive, and he hasn't even had to make a move yet. The offensive side boasts the powerful firepower and sharp blade skills of Wan Long, while the defensive side is fortified by Libna, who wields her heavy sword with impenetrable precision. Han Yanling and Yi Tong can both control the battlefield and provide damage at critical moments. The most crucial aspect is that the entire team is united, with no one questioning Su Chen's command. Rest for 3 minutes, prepare for battle, ahead lies a formidable enemy. Wan Long wiped his twin blades and stood up, brimming with confidence, his spirit invigorated, radiating a new momentum. I'm ready. His eyes, beneath his buzz cut, displayed unwavering determination. Han Yanling nodded to herself. This is what a combat talent looks like. Wan Long. A good mindset, quick adjustments, and a strong spirit of learning. If he maintains this state, he will be a strong contender for the rank of a single-tier soldier king in the Huayu army. But why didn't he show this in his previous life? Right, without himself and Su Chen competing, Longhua University fell in the rankings during the Zhouyu University League, dropping from 4th to 5th place. Aside from the ace player Chen Chusheng, the other students made little noise. This might also be the reason for the bet between her mother and herself. Once she truly wins the championship, the Han family and Huayu will surely shine, and the Han family and Uncle Gong will undoubtedly thrive in business, easily recouping the resources invested in her. This is her mother's scheme. It's a win-win situation. Ha, what a shrewd woman. Han Yanling felt a bit helpless. She could handle slaying fierce beasts, but when it came to schemes and tricks, she truly felt powerless. Thankfully, there was Su Chen. She would handle the fighting, and let him deal with the trickery. Thinking of this, she felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly wiped the sweat off Su Chen as a form of compensation. Tong Tong? What's wrong? Libna noticed Yi Tong suddenly clutching her chest and asked with concern. It's nothing, I ate too much candy and got sick of it. Yi Tong took a deep breath, propping up her injured body. Su team is really lucky, just a few words and a top. Beauty is there to help wipe sweat. Su Chen took out a long spear from his backpack, assembling it as he said, if you eat too much, you should move around more. Yi Tong will control the battlefield in a bit. Yi Tong rolled her eyes, her war spear sweeping past Libna as she moved. A series of tremors came from the mist ahead, just as Su Chen said, they might be facing a 6th-tier fierce beast. Roar! A massive evil dog emerged from the mist, its body covered in black, smoke-like fur, with strong limbs, sharp claws, and a mouthful of serrated teeth. The thick fog around it was rendered into black smoke by some unknown element on its surface, and its jagged teeth and copper, bell-sized vertical pupils exuded a terrifying and oppressive aura. Damn, it's a 6th-tier abyss hound. Wan Long's heart sank. He was only a 4th-tier warrior, capable of killing 5th-tier fierce beasts by surpassing ranks. But this large 6th-tier beast, in every aspect, was a crushing force against him. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. Han Yanling looked at Su Chen's weapon with confusion. What kind of alloy is this? She had never seen it before. It looked a lot like B-grade, but the color was off. Where did he get it? While she was puzzled, the battle had already erupted, and she couldn't afford to think any longer as she charged forward to meet the enemy. Bang! Libna swung her heavy sword, blocking the abyss hound's pounce, the blade clashing against its claws with a tremendous metallic sound. After activating her talent, her strength had also been moderately enhanced, and the thunderous power of her sword made the abyss hound's body tremble slightly, letting out an angry, massive roar. Its offensive was also halted. Wan Long quickly circled to the side of the Abyss Hound, his twin blades flashing like lightning, but the D-grade alloy blades could only leave shallow scratches on the hound's thick fur. Heart racing, she thought, oh no. No defense? Crack. Han Yenling's whip coiled around the Abyss Hound's claws like icy flames, preventing Wang Long from being scratched. Each lash of the whip brought an extreme freezing pain, but the hound's resistance was incredibly strong, so the impact was minimal. Attribute attacks had to wait until Han Yenling advanced to a mid-high level warrior for their power to increase. Yi Tong's long spear traced a deep blue arc in the air, the frost power attempting to freeze the Abyss Hound's limbs, but the hound's body temperature was extremely high, causing the frost to evaporate quickly. From the very beginning, the battle seemed to be caught in an unfavorable headwind. Yet none of the people present showed any intention of retreating. Libuna was the first to feel her stamina waning. Her weapon and strength felt utterly powerless against the Abyss Hound. She could only barely defend herself. Under the siege and harassment from the crowd, the Abyss Hound's temper grew increasingly explosive. Suddenly, it let out a furious roar, enduring the flames of Wan Long's dual knives as it lunged toward Han Yenling not far away. In its judgment, the alternating attacks of extreme ice pain and scorching heat were gradually weakening its skin. A prolonged battle was extremely disadvantageous for it. Be careful. Yi Tong couldn't help but cry out. After all, Han Yenling, like herself, was only a third-tier warrior facing the pressure of a sixth-tier Abyss Hound seemed too much. Rock without edge. In a hurry, Libuna dashed out from the side, trying her utmost to resist. Just then, a black figure burst out from behind Han Yenling. Su Chen had finally waited for the right moment. The spear pointed directly at the Abyss Hound's dark, menacing mouth, ignoring the suffocating stench emanating from it. Wang Long's eyes lit up at first. Su Chen's timing was very clever, but when he saw the direction Su Chen's spear was aimed, he immediately shouted, "Its head is hard, don't." His tone was filled with concern. After all, such a mid-high-tier ferocious beast had a skull density that was extremely strong, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict effective damage. Fully unleashing her talent, with her sky-blue hair flowing, Han Yenling seemed to see the disdain in the Abyss Hound's eyes. Looking at Su Chen was like a delicious morsel being offered. Its sharp fangs, which could crush metal, were a powerful existence. Unfortunately, Su Chen was not wielding an ordinary weapon. Heaven's punishment! He moved like lightning, the B+ level spear in his hand streaking through the night like a brilliant meteor, suddenly increasing in speed, leaving behind traces of starlight as it plunged into the Abyss Hound's gaping maw. Before the hound could close its mouth, the spear tip was slightly adjusted upward. With a sound, it pierced directly through the back of its head. The Abyss Hound trembled all over, its strength dissipating in an instant, letting out a weak ho sound. What? Yi Tong rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Under the Ice Phoenix talent, countless tiny ice flowers seemed to bloom in her ice crystal-like pupils. However, now they had all turned into little question marks. Seconds killed?